Chapter 1, Reborn as a Super Bootlicker? Su Shiwang, stop chasing me. If you do, I'll jump off the bridge. In the square of Magic City University, a beautiful girl stood by the bridge and spoke in a pleading tone. What is it about me that you like? Tell me and I'll change it. Isn't that okay? In front of her was an extremely handsome young man with a slender figure, angular face, black hair flowing in the wind, and a pair of eyes as deep as the ocean, full of affection. He is today's protagonist, Su Shiwang. You are a bastard. You are a son of a bitch. You are a dead dog. You are a piece of shit. You are a fly. The girl kept talking, her voice clear and pleasant. At this moment, Su Shiwang was looking at the girl in front of him with loving eyes, kneeling on one knee with a crystal box in his hand open. A 30-carat diamond ring, sparkling with colorful light, lay in it. Lin Qingxuad, will you marry me? I've proven my sincerity countless times over the years. Today is my 249th proposal. Although we were engaged as children, I've always wanted to conquer you through my own efforts. I'm going to tell you. Roses and sunsets paint a romantic picture together. You are the overflowing love hidden in my heart. The stars are hot, you are my ideal in the world. The bright moon is cool, you are my dawn of hope in the world. The students around gathered around and talked to each other in low voices. Oh my goodness, Su Shiwang, the super rich second generation, is proposing again. This is outrageous. This guy is the young master of the Su family in Yanjing. How could he just be a bootlicker? What do you mean by licking a dog? They were originally engaged as children. He's just a big bootlicker. School beauty Lin hates him the most. I've told him countless times that I want to break off the engagement, but he's just shameless. I heard he was so angry that he almost wanted to hang himself because he refused to break off the engagement last time. Listening to the students' discussions, Lin Qingxue on the bridge blushed. She gritted her teeth and said, Su Shiwang, bah. I'm telling you, I will never agree to your proposal, and I don't even look down on you, you bastard. Ah. Lin Qingxue rejected Su Shiwang again. If Su Shiwang proposes again, it will be 250. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, it's all in vain again. Keep your voices down. If we offend that big devil Su Shiwang, he'll throw us all into the lake. Upon hearing this, the students around him covered their mouths and looked at Su Shiwang, who was standing aside with his hands behind his back. As expected, Su Shiwang said nothing and his face looked terribly gloomy. Everyone was afraid that Su Shiwang would get furious and throw them all into the lake. After all, he was a well-known devil in the school, and his family was so powerful that no one could afford to offend him. After a moment, Su Shiwang's mouth twitched slightly, and he turned his head to look around, his face blank. What the hell, jumping from the 66th floor and still alive? Where is this? Why are all these people looking at me? Ha! The girl on the bridge is quite pretty, with delicate features, big and bright eyes, fair skin, a cherry-like mouth, and a tall figure. She is just like a fairy in a comic book. Why does he look like he's about to jump into the lake and die? Hiss. A flood of memories flooded into Su Shiwang's mind, causing him to gasp for air and mutter, oh shit. Everyone was looking forward to Su Shiwang's reaction, but he himself was overwhelmed with emotions and couldn't calm down for a long time. Wow, I'm reborn. I was originally a small-time author who could only write urban war god fantasy stories, and my manuscripts were often rejected by editors. Unexpectedly, an accident happened. I thought I was going to die, but unexpectedly I was reborn as a super rich second generation? I am so familiar with the plot of the Rebirth novel. It's just that something seems amiss with the male protagonist in Rebirth. This guy is the eldest son of the Su family, one of the 4 major families in Yanjing. But with such a strong background, he only likes to be a bootlicker and was rejected 249 times when proposing to the school beauty? If he proposes one more time, wouldn't he, this male protagonist, be a pure 250? This guy's background story can be called the strongest bootlicker in my mind. This guy must have some psychological quirk or masochistic tendency. Ding dong, the system is turned on. Name, Su Shiwang. Activate skills, dangerous revelation. The system will predict danger for the host in advance. A strange voice sounded in his mind, and a system panel appeared in front of Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang was slightly stunned. It seemed that this was the golden finger that he, as a time traveler, must have. Forget it, I have become the master of this body. Then let me live a wonderful life for him in this life. From now on, the term licking dog will no longer be used to describe me. All the proud daughters of heaven can only lick me. Young Master Hope, you're proposing again. The next time you propose, it'll be 250 times, right? This number is very consistent with young Master Hope's status, ha ha ha. A voice interrupted Su Shiwang's thoughts. Well. Su Shiwang looked back and saw a thin, wretched-looking man with a smirk on his face standing behind him, with two hot girls in his arms. Chen Nan, the grandson of the school principal, is a pure playboy. He has always been at odds with Su Shiwang. When Su Shiwang sees him, he subconsciously feels a headache. I don't want to bother with you, get out of here. Su Shiwang frowned and shouted coldly. Ha, why can't you do it yourself and won't let others soak it? Chen Nan smiled contemptuously, then walked to the bridge railing with the two beauties in his arms. He hooked his index finger at Lin Qingxue, who was about to jump off the bridge, and said with a wicked smile, Come on, Qingxue. I know you like me. From now on, I will love you and will never let you be bullied by Su Shiwang, a big bootlicker. Lin Qingxue snorted coldly and ignored it. Her eyes were fixed on the ground below, with a determined expression on her face, as if she was ready to jump if Su Shiwang pushed her again. Do you think this school beauty Lin will really jump? Even if she jumps, Su Shiwang will definitely go down to save her. It doesn't matter. Let's just watch the fun. Everyone started talking about it. Just at this moment. Ah! Lin Qingxue suddenly screamed, her feet hanging in the air, and her body fell uncontrollably into the lake. Help, I can't swim. Seeing Lin Qingxue struggling in the lake, everyone's eyes turned to Su Shiwang. Everyone knows that this big devil regards Lin Qingxue as his forbidden delicacy, and now is his best chance to show off. No one else dared to go down and rescue. Will there be any good consequences if Su Shiwang holds a grudge against him? I would have loved the bright moon, but it only shines into the ditch. No one is allowed to save her. To save her is to be my enemy. Su Shiwang looked at Lin Qingxue struggling in the lake and spoke slowly, his eyes full of mockery. After these words were spoken, even Chen Nan took 2 steps back. Sir, won't you save Miss Lin? A woman with a beautiful face, a hot body and breasts that were about to burst out, twisted her hips and walked behind Su Shiwang. She asked in a delicate voice. Her voice was so tingling that it made people feel weak all over and itchy. That look made everyone swallow their saliva and their eyes almost popped out. The most stunning beauty. Chapter 2. I want to break off the engagement. If you don't, I'll hang myself at your doorstep. She is Su Xiao, Su Shiwang's personal maid. Save? Su Shiwang shook his head and said calmly, I'm not a bootlicker, why should I save her? Even though he was mentally prepared, he just felt a little dry in the mouth after taking a quick look at the sexy personal maid in front of him. He tremblingly fumbled out a box of cigarettes from his pocket, took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, lit it, and took a few deep puffs. Good job. After smoking 3 cigarettes in a row, Su Shiwang still couldn't figure out what the original owner of this body was thinking. Instead of touching such a sexy beauty in front of you, you choose to be her lapdog. I just think the original owner is such an idiot, a pure masochist. Su Xiao said charmingly, winning Miss Lin's heart is your lifelong wish. Could it be that you don't like Miss Lin anymore? Su Shiwang glanced at her and smiled faintly, young master still likes you. Su Xiao's body trembled, and she giggled, her charm fully revealed. She stretched out an arm as slender as a snow lotus root and held Su Shiwang's arm. She said in a coquettish voice, young master always makes fun of me. It's annoying. I only like you, young master. As Su Xiao spoke, she blew air into Su Shiwang's ear, which made Su Shiwang almost lose control. He almost wanted to pin this woman under him and ravage her severely. Sir, how about I go and save Miss Lin? After all, she is your sweetheart. If she died here, I'm afraid you would be very sad, right? Su Xiao said charmingly. This young master is sleepy. Su Shiwang yawned, and Su Xiao beside him waved hurriedly. A luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped beside him. Su Shiwang got into the car and drove away under the gazes of countless envious and jealous eyes. Looking at the taillights of Su Shiwang's departing car, the school security finally breathed a sigh of relief and rushed out to pull Lin Qingxue out of the lake. Ahem. Su Shiwang, you bastard, I'm not done with you. You're a bastard, I curse you. Lin Qingxue, who choked on several mouthfuls of lake water, kept coughing. Her pretty face turned red, her eyes were hazy with drunkenness, and she looked seductive. Lin Qingxue's expression made the classmates in the school feel excited. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva and felt hot all over. And Su Shiwang in the car was enjoying Su Xiaorou's attentive massage service. "Xiaorou, you are awesome, your massage technique is amazing." Su Shiwang looked like he was enjoying himself, and while doing so, he also teased Su Xiaorou. "Hee, sir, you're too kind. It's just a little trick." "Akiu." The sudden two sneezes made Su Shiwang shiver. Su Xiaorou said with a puzzled look, "Sir, have you caught a cold these past 2 days? Do you want to see a doctor?" "It must be that stinky woman Lin Xingxue who scolded me. I want to cancel the engagement." Outside a courtyard in Yanjing City, several military guards stood with live ammunition. At the door stood an old man in a gray training suit. He looked to be about 70 years old, but he was in good spirits, with a restrained aura. His eyes flashed with a terrifying brilliance, and he looked quite scary. He is Lin Xingxue's grandfather, Lin Yunshan, who once held a high position and was the helmsman of the Yanjing Lin family. Su Shiwang held an oversized loudspeaker in his left hand and a thick hemp rope in his right hand. With Su Xiaorou following behind him, he walked to the front of the Lin mansion with a step that showed no regard for his relatives. The guards saluted when they saw Su Shiwang. "Master Su." "Mr. Lin, I hope to see you." Looking at Lin Yunshan, who was practicing martial arts, Su Shiwang bowed slightly. As a novelist who traveled through time and space, especially a professional urban fiction writer, he could naturally tell that the old man in front of him was the kind of hidden urban master. Oh. It turns out to be the eldest young master of the Su family. Lin Yunshan slowly opened his eyes, two cold rays flashing in them. "I wonder what brings you to my Lin mansion. You're not asking for help because you're having a conflict with my granddaughter again, are you?" His voice was hoarse, yet unusually deep and magnetic, like a huge bell, which made people feel a trembling sense of fear. "Mr. Lin, you're joking. I'm certainly not asking for your help to cause a conflict." Su Shiwang smiled faintly and said, "I'm here to cancel the engagement." "What?" Lin Yunshan was stunned when he heard this, as if he had heard a huge joke, and then a terrifying rage flashed in his eyes. "Break off the engagement? How is my granddaughter unworthy of you? What right do you have to break off the engagement? Last time, you cried, made a scene, and even threatened to commit suicide, begging Xingxue not to break off the engagement. This time, you want to break off the engagement again. What do you think of my Lin family? Are you your Su family's toys?" Although Lin Yunshan is nearly 70 years old, he is still strong and muscular, with eyes as sharp as an eagle, giving people a terrifying aura. But how could Su Shiwang be scared by him? Su Shiwang smiled faintly and said contemptuously, "Mr. Lin, I think you're mistaken. It was Miss Lin who asked me to cancel the engagement. Since we don't like each other, why not torture each other? Oh, by the way, I want to make it clear that it's not that she doesn't like me." At this point, Su Shiwang puffed out his chest and said loudly, "It's me, Su Shiwang, who looks down on her." "You." Lin Yunshan clutched his chest and roared angrily, "I, Lin Yunshan, have lived for most of my life, and I've never seen anyone more shameless than you, Su Shiwang. You're a dandy bastard with no moral integrity. Although my Lin family can't compare to your Su family, we are still a well-known and prestigious family in Yanjing. How dare you, Su Shiwang, bully my Lin family? Do you really think I wouldn't dare to deal with you?" After saying that, Lin Yunshan clenched his fists, his eyes flashed like lightning, and a strong murderous intent burst out. "Humph. I'm just asking if you'll let me cancel the engagement." Su Shiwang tied a hemp rope through the beam of the Lin family's house and tied a knot. "If you don't let me cancel the engagement, I will hang myself at the door of your Lin family." Su Shiwang acted as if he was going to hang himself at your doorstep if you don't cancel the engagement. "Xiaorou, push my butt, I can't reach the rope." While tying the rope, Su Shiwang said to Su Xiaorou behind him. "Oh, yes, push gently, I'm afraid my butt will hurt." "Master, your butt is so soft." You. When Lin Yunshan saw that Su Shiwang really dared to do this, his anger reached its peak. He stared at Su Shiwang with bloodshot eyes, and was almost vomited blood because of Su Shiwang. He is a powerful figure and the head of the Yanjing Lin family, but he was threatened to break off the engagement by a junior? And if he doesn't agree, he will hang himself at his doorstep? This is simply a great humiliation. But if Su Shiwang, this playboy, were to die at his doorstep, not only would it be unlucky, but more importantly, the Lin family would have to endure the endless wrath of the Su family. Are you, the Lin family, going to cancel the engagement or not? Just give me a word. Su Shiwang shouted again, and as he hung his neck on the rope, he said, "This young master is waiting online. You can cancel the engagement if you can beat me." Lin Yunshan punched the stone lion beside him, and the stone lion shattered into pieces. His eyes were red, almost popping out, and his whole body was bursting with energy, like an angry tiger. Bite. Danger is coming. A picture appeared in Su Shiwang's eyes. He had forcefully agreed to Lin Yunshan's conditions and challenged him in a duel. As a result, he was knocked away by a punch, with fractures all over his body. He was unable to get out of bed for 3 months and almost died. Damn! This old guy is so awesome. I can't do this, absolutely not. Su Shiwang secretly clicked his tongue. Although he was not afraid of Lin Yunshan, there was no need for him to fight Lin Yunshan just for the sake of momentary courage. This is definitely not fear. This is a display of wit. Smart people will temporarily avoid the limelight. What, you little bastard? Do you dare to accept the challenge? If you don't dare to accept the challenge, then go home and stop making trouble. Lin Yunshan stared at Su Shiwang with his big copper bell eyes, as if he wanted to eat him. Bah! Su Shiwang spat at Lin Yunshan with a look of disdain. Aren't you bullying me? You've practiced martial arts for decades, and you beat up a junior like me? You old fool. You little bastard. You're asking for a beating. Lin Yunshan was extremely angry. He raised his palm, which was as big as a palm leaf fan, and slapped Su Shiwang's cheek. Su Shiwang was already prepared and dodged to the side, avoiding the attack. Bang! Lin Yunshan slapped the floor with his palm, and the floor was cracked with tortoise-shaped patterns. Grandpa, woo-woo. At this moment, Lin Qingxue appeared, quickly threw herself into Lin Yunshan's arms and burst into tears. Oh my, dear Schwer, don't cry, what's wrong? Lin Yunshan hugged Lin Qingxue, lovingly wiped the tears from her face, and comforted Lin Qingxue. Grandpa. Su Shiwang bullied me. He made me fall into the river. Lin Qingxue pointed at Su Shiwang, tears glistening on her face as she cried. Schwer, you're back just in time. This little bastard is here to break off the engagement. How dare he bully my precious granddaughter? It's truly outrageous. Today, I, your grandfather, will avenge your anger and teach this ignorant, arrogant little bastard a lesson. What? He wants to cancel the engagement. Chapter 3. What? The school beauty wants to marry me? Lin Qingxue was shocked when she heard what her grandfather said. What? This damn licker actually wants to cancel his own marriage? Did you hear that right? Su Shiwang used to cry, make a fuss, and even threaten to commit suicide, insisting that she must marry him immediately. Not only is there no forced marriage this time, but he even wants to cancel the engagement? Lin Qingxue was furious and gritted her teeth. She looked at Su Shiwang fiercely, wishing she could bite him to death. Su Shiwang, you bastard, I didn't break off your engagement, how dare you break off mine? Su Shiwang whistled and shrugged, as if to say, do whatever you want, I'm breaking off the engagement anyway. Anyway, I'm not afraid of you. At worst, I'll just continue hanging myself at your doorstep. Can your Lin family really let me die at your doorstep? Seeing this, Lin Yunshan was furious. His eyes were red as he roared, you little bastard, do you still dare to cancel the engagement? If you don't dare to cancel the engagement, then kneel down and kowtow to apologize to my granddaughter. Damn it! Lin Yunshan, are you getting senile and confused? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Su Shiwang smiled coldly, looked at the old man in front of him and said, I, Su Shiwang, will not only cancel the engagement today, but I also want the whole city to know that your granddaughter is not worthy of me, Su Shiwang. I don't want her. What? Boy, say that again? Lin Yunshan laughed in anger, you've gone too far. If it weren't for your father, you, a dandy loser, would never have gotten engaged to my Qingxue. Su Shiwang snorted coldly, what? Are you not convinced? If you are not convinced, I will dig up your family's ancestral grave right now. You. I'll beat you to death. Lin Yunshan's cheeks flushed, and he pointed at Su Shiwang and said tremblingly. This brat actually threatened me. This is outrageous. Looking at Lin Yunshan's actions, Su Shiwang curled his lips in disdain. How dare you, old man? If you dare to hit me, I will immediately hang myself in front of your Lin family's door. Later, your Lin family will be prepared to bear the wrath of my Su family. Lin Yunshan's chest was heaving violently with anger, and a powerful aura was surging in his body. Su Shiwan felt the powerful aura from Lin Yunshan, and his expression changed drastically. This old guy seems to be serious. Is he really going to slap himself to death? You little brat, you're too arrogant. I'll tear the top of your head off. Lin Yunshan slapped forward with his palm, accompanied by a whistling sound and a fierce gust of wind, as if a huge mountain was pressing down, making it difficult to breathe. Su Shiwan's pupils suddenly shrank, but he was not panicked at all. If you don't feel any danger warning, it means you are still safe. Of course, the prerequisite is that my cheat system must be useful. I've put my life on the line. Seeing Su Shiwan's calm and composed appearance without dodging or evading, everyone present was surprised. Is this guy trying to kill himself? Su Shiwang appeared calm on the surface, but he kept repeating in his heart, oh shit, someone save me, someone save me. In the original owner's memory, this old man had always been quite polite to him. Only then do I have the confidence to pretend to be this cool. If I had known that this old man was an unparalleled master and dared to kill me, I would not have come. This time I have gone too far. Don't be afraid, sir. Xiaoro is here. Xiaoro will protect you. A delicate voice sounded. Then, Su Xiaoro slapped Lin Yunshan's arm with her jade hand. Bang! Su Xiaoro's jade hand collided with Lin Yunshan's arm, making a crisp sound. Su Xiaoro's arm suddenly felt numb, but she still managed to block Lin Yunshan's attack. Su Shiwan looked at his personal maid with some surprise, who was not very conspicuous, but only had a figure and a jade rabbit. I didn't expect she was such a master. Come to think of it, what kind of person is Su Shiwang's father? How could I be at ease leaving my precious son alone? How powerful is the Su family? How could they not arrange an expert to protect Su Shiwang? It's just that the arrangement made by this master is a bit hot. One more look and your hormones will explode. Sir, are you okay? Su Xiaoro waved her slender jade hand in front of Su Shiwan, her face full of concern. After shaking a few times, I found that Su Shiwan was standing there in a daze, not even blinking. This young master of the Su family has such a strong mentality. He was almost beaten to death, but he remained so calm. Could it be that this useless bootlicker appearance of Mr. Su was all a disguise? Everyone admired Su Shiwang's strong mental quality. An ordinary person would definitely be scared out of his wits and couldn't even stand steadily. How could he have the courage to continue pretending? But Su Shiwan remained as calm as ever. But in fact, Su Shiwan's legs were a little numb. Young master. Ahem, Xiaoro, I didn't even call you, but you came out to help me block the attack. I'm severely reprimanded. I was just thinking about how to deal with this old guy, but I didn't expect you to take action without authorization. This has made it impossible for me to show my skills. Su Shiwang coughed a few times and said with an unhappy look on his face. I'm sorry, it's my fault, sir. I won't do anything next time. Just enjoy watching your performance. Su Xiaoro lowered her head shyly, her face full of bashfulness, seeming extremely ashamed. All right, this won't happen again. Xiaoro, stand behind me and wait until I'm done with this old bastard before we leave. Remember, if this old guy makes a move, you make a move too. Don't show any mercy to the Lin family. Sir, don't you want to show off your skills yourself? Someday. Next time, I'll definitely let them know how powerful I am. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't hit the old man. Respecting the elderly and loving the young is a traditional virtue, and I'm a principled person. Lin Yunshan was so angry that his face turned red and his neck thickened. Qingxue, I'll make the decision on this marriage for you. We agree to call it off. With your looks and the status of my Lin family, there's no shortage of outstanding young men we can't find. Lin Qingxue, the stunning school beauty, had a pair of misty eyes at this moment. She looked at her grandfather with a pitiful expression and said softly, Grandpa, You said that Grandpa supports you no matter what. Lin Qingxue looked at Su Xiaoro's shy appearance behind Su Shiwang, and saw Su Shiwang's disdainful expression towards her. The pride in her heart seemed to be trampled underfoot, and the huge sense of gap made her feel extremely wronged. How could she, the iceberg campus beauty of the Magic City University, end up being broken off in an engagement? She gritted her teeth and said, Grandpa, if my engagement is broken off, our Lin family can't afford to lose this person, and I, Lin Qingxue, can't afford to lose this person even more. So this engagement can only be broken off by me, not him. Su Shiwang, don't even think about breaking off this engagement. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. They didn't believe that Lin Qingxue would say this. After all, Lin Qingxue is notoriously arrogant. Many talented men pursued her, but she never took them seriously. Not only did they not believe it, even Su Shiwan was confused. What the hell? Doesn't this woman hate herself so much? Why is she saying she doesn't want to give up now? She wants to marry me? Lin Yunshan was also stunned, his pair of big eyes like copper bells widened, flashing with shock and deep confusion. Qingxue, are you crazy? He treated you like this, and you still decided to marry him. Chapter 4, Want to date me? I'll consider it. Lin Yunshan was so angry that he blew his beard and blared, Qingxue, you are my only granddaughter. I won't allow you to do such a stupid thing. But isn't Lin Qingxue herself also feeling wronged? She also wanted to get rid of Su Shiwang, the big bootlicker, as soon as possible, but for the sake of the promise with the person that person loved, even though she was unwilling and aggrieved in her heart. Lin Qingxue still chose to compromise. Grandpa, I've made up my mind. Su Shiwang, I agree with your pursuit, but I want to be your girlfriend first, and we have 3 rules. First, you can't do anything beyond my rights to me. Second, you have to respect me and listen to me. Third, you have to do whatever I tell you to do. Lin Qingxue looked at Su Shiwang, her beautiful eyes flashing with determination. You have to propose to me one last time, but I will only consider accepting your proposal when the time is right. Su Shiwang looked like he was struck by lightning, and his eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Lin Qingxue. What the hell? Not only is the reborn male protagonist abnormal and has some masochistic fetish, but even the original owner's pursuit of this stunning school beauty is weird. What is going on in this world? I didn't travel to a weird world, did I? A world of licking dogs? The original owner tried every possible way to propose 249 times but was always rejected. It can be said that he tried every possible trick but still couldn't catch up. As a result, he just came back to life and was thrown into the arms of this beautiful schoolgirl? Su Shiwan even wondered if this beautiful schoolgirl had been kicked in the head by a donkey? Or did it just fall into the water and get drowned? Make a wish, will you agree? Lin Qingxue's gaze fell on Su Shiwang and she asked in a cold voice, her pretty face ice cold. Su hoped that she could stay hanging, but she absolutely couldn't let him leave. After all, Su Shiwang's identity is too special and will be of great use to her and that person's future. For that person's future, for the promise that person made to himself. Su Shiwang, don't even think about leaving my side, Lin Qingxue. She was also full of confidence. After all, Su Shiwang had proposed to her so many times, but she ignored him. In her impression, if she gave Su Shiwang a smile, Su Shiwang would be so excited that he wouldn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. The fact that I am willing to be his girlfriend is already a great favor to him. Even Su Shiwang should be grateful to himself. Everyone thought that Su Shiwang would agree. Even Lin Qingxue had raised her head proudly, looking at Su Shiwang as if he were a dog. But Su hoped to do something different. He yawned and said lazily, promise? I won't promise you anything. Everyone was struck by lightning. What happened to this playboy from the Su family? How dare you tease my Qingxue, you little brat? Lin Yunshan was furious again, I'm going to kill you. After saying that, he rushed towards Su Shiwang. He wanted to tear this guy into pieces. Su Shiwang's mouth twitched, he swallowed, and moved behind Su Shiro calmly. Why take your time? I can hide, but I can't lose my momentum. Ha, Mr. Lin, please calm down. They are just children and don't understand things. How can you cancel the engagement so easily? After all, our 2 families are old friends. Parents' orders and matchmakers' words are not to be taken lightly. A warm and clear voice sounded, and a middle-aged man walked slowly over. He had a slender figure, white clothes as white as snow, and an elegant and graceful appearance. He looked gentle and refined. Lin Yunshan couldn't help but snort coldly when he saw the person coming. Third Master Su, what you said sounds nice. Look at what your good nephew did and what he said. Is this the family tradition of your Su family? Su Shiwang thought for a moment from his memory and realized that this elegant middle-aged man was his third uncle Sui Feng. When he was young, he was a famous and elegant young man in Yanjing. It was said that half of the beautiful women in Yanjing regarded him as their dream lover. The line of his suitors could circle China twice, from China to Antarctica. But the strange thing is that my third uncle never got married in his life. Oh? Hope, what do you say? Sui Feng looked at Su Shiwan with an indifferent tone, without any blame in his voice, as if he was just asking casually. Su Shiwan curled his lips and said, "Uncle San, I think Lin Qingxue is too unreasonable. I must cancel this marriage." "Ahem, you kid, that's enough. This marriage was arranged for you by your elder brother. If you make too much trouble, it will be badly affected. Your elder sister-in-law will definitely skin you alive when she gets home. If there's anything else, we can discuss it later." Sui Feng turned his head and winked at Su Shiwang. Thinking for a moment about the fragments of this cheap mother from his memory, Su Shiwang couldn't help but frown, as if he remembered something terrible. I thought about it again. This matter is too abrupt. I'll think about it again and see how you, Lin Qingxue, perform. Su Shiwang's words surprised everyone. This kid was too dishonest. "You bastard, it's fine if you don't agree to the marriage, but you also play tricks on your goddess like this?" When Lin Qingxue heard Su Shiwang's words, her chest trembled with anger and her pretty face turned red. This stinky hooligan is simply not a human being. "Su Shiwang, please don't go too far. I can agree to marry you, but you have to respect me. Mr. Lin, I'll take this kid back first. Let the children handle their emotional affairs on their own. I hope this child is a little naive, but I believe Qingxue is a smart girl. They will make the final decision on their own." Sui Feng said with a smile, looking gentle and elegant, but there was an unquestionable domineering tone in his words. Lin Yunshan looked at Su Shiwan with a smile on his face, but his eyes were cold. Sui Feng smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Lin, since you have nothing to say, then Yifeng will take his leave." Chapter 5, Family Rules, A Man Who Makes Hope Take Charge. "Uncle San, why are you here?" Su Shiwan greeted them with a smile, but he was secretly complaining in his heart, thinking that he was really talking about something that was not related to the topic. If his uncle had not come, wouldn't he have successfully called off the marriage? Once third uncle arrives, the news might reach the ears of other members of the Su family. What would happen if the original owner's mother knew about this? I guess his legs would be broken. "I came here because I'm afraid you might mess around and affect the reputation of my Su family. But you really deserve to be punished. You're so bold. Fortunately, Mr. Lin knew the seriousness of the situation and showed you some mercy. Otherwise, with Mr. Lin's skills, he would have slapped you to death even if Su Xiao had stopped him." Su Shiwang smiled awkwardly, hee. Uncle San was right. Su Xiao, kneel down. In the Su family compound, a beautiful woman was standing under the shade of a tree with a gloomy and unhappy face. She looked at Su Shiwang and said coldly. The sound of him kneeling down caused the leaves of the sycamore tree behind him to fall down, and the leaves fluttered in the air, like flowers scattered by a fairy. After hearing these words, everyone couldn't help but tremble all over. This is the real family rule. The family rule is very strict. Whoever makes a mistake must kneel in the ancestral hall and be punished, and may even be beaten with a stick. "Mom, this is a mistake made by me, your son. Why did you ask Shiro to kneel down?" "Shut up." Lu Qingyan glanced at Su Shiwang coldly. Su Shiwang thought about his memory and realized that his mother, Lu Qingyan, had always had such a strong temper and was well known throughout the entire Yinjing circle. But he is extremely protective and loves himself. Su Shiwang reflexively shrank his neck in fear, his legs went weak, his heart was pounding, and he didn't dare look up at Lu Qingyan. What the hell? How come this is a conditioned reflex? How afraid the original owner was of his mother. Su Xiao trembled all over and fell to her knees, her eyes instantly moist. Ding dong. Danger warning, Su Xiao is about to be punished to death by family law. The host can choose to save or not. The host's choice will unlock the system's mysterious skills, so please choose carefully. Come here, Master's maid Su Xiao has disregarded the family rules. I will enforce the family rules now, 50 lashes of the cane and expulsion from the Su family. Listening to Lu Qingyan's words, Su Xiao's pretty face turned pale, and a trace of fear flashed in her beautiful eyes. Madam, please spare my life, madam, please spare my life. You followed the young master since he was young, and you can be considered to have grown up with him. But this time you allowed him to act so recklessly, putting the young master in danger. Your crime is unforgivable. Okay, sister-in-law, don't scare Xiao. Let's forget it. If Xiao hadn't protected me, the old man from the Lin family would have really hurt my hope. Sui Feng tried to smooth things over with a smile, but halfway through his words, Lu Qingyan glared back at him. My sister-in-law is not someone who is easy to talk to. Lu Qingyan slapped Su Xiaoro so hard that she closed her eyes. Bang! After a moment, Su Xiaoro slowly opened her eyes and saw Su Shiwang standing in front of her. Lu Qingyan slapped Su Shiwang hard in the face. The young master took the slap for himself. Su Xiaoro's eyes were red and tears were welling up in them. Young master. Lu Qingyan looked at Su Shiwang, her beautiful eyes flashing with complexity, as if she didn't know what to say. Perhaps she was conflicted inside. Only Sui Feng looked at Su Shiwang with a half smile, his eyes full of admiration. He was worthy of being the descendant of the Su family, courageous and responsible. Mom, this happened because of me. I was the one who insisted on going to the Lin family to break off the engagement, which led to this incident. I am willing to accept the punishment according to the family law. Please don't blame Su Xiaoro, she did nothing wrong. If it weren't for Xiaoro, I might have been beaten by Lin Yunshan. Su Shiwan looked at his mother with earnestness in his eyes. Su Xiaoro had tears in her eyes and bit her red lips tightly. Master, please move aside. I appreciate your kindness. I have grown up with you, and I am willing to take on this responsibility alone. Lu Qingyan was silent for a moment, looked deeply at Su Shiwan, and finally said, Everyone else, please leave. Everyone left. Lu Qingyan cast off her solemn yet elegant demeanor and looked at her son, Su Shiwan. She stroked his hair gently, her eyes filled with love and indulgence. She sighed softly, Xian Wang, dear, does it hurt? Mom didn't mean to hit you. Seeing the tenderness in his mother's eyes, Su Shiwan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Mom, I'm fine. Do you know why Mom did that? Mom wants to wake me up and not let me do anything stupid again. Lu Qingyan sighed, Hey, Shiwan, I know you and Su Xiaoro have a deep bond. As your personal maid, her mission is to protect you and follow you. She must not let you put yourself in danger. She should have told me the moment you went to the Lin family. But she didn't. For this reason alone, I must punish her. She can die, but you must not be hurt at all. As the eldest young master of the Su family, you represent the face of our Su family. As my son, I can't let anything happen to you. You will eventually grow up. Mom doesn't want you to practice. She just wants you to learn how to grow up and not put yourself in danger. No matter what, you are my baby, and I don't want to see anything happen to you. Su Shiwang looked at Lu Qingyan, a hint of emotion flashing in his eyes. Oh, it feels so good to be pampered. Su Shiwang felt the warmth from her that he had never felt in his previous life. This seemingly stern woman was actually a kind and warm mother. Lu Qingyan was slightly stunned, then smiled. I hope you don't let your mother down, understand? Never put yourself in danger. Mom, I understand. I won't mess with the Lin family next time. I won't cancel this engagement for now. Su Shiwang sighed and shrugged. I didn't tell you not to mess with the Lin family. What are they? This engagement was made between your father and the old man of the Lin family. If your father wasn't home, I don't want others to say he went back on his word. If you really want to cancel this engagement, then cancel it. If you go to someone's house to cause trouble next time, bring a few more experts with you. Don't be afraid of the old man. If anyone dares to hurt you, I'll have your third uncle wipe out their family. Lu Qingyan spoke with awe-inspiring and overbearing manner, not taking the Lin family seriously at all. At the same time, Su Shiwang's desperate attempt to cancel the engagement also caused an uproar in the aristocratic family circle in Yanjing. Chapter 6, Ning Hanswang is as cold as ice? Why doesn't Shi wear Balenciaga? In the classroom, Su Shiwang is still learning the latest knowledge in the world. Spiritual energy is revived, and masters are emerging frequently. First, you need to refine your body 9 times, and be reborn. Then, strengthen the qi and blood, and quench the qi and blood 9 times, concentrating the mind and soul. Only when you reach the highest level can you truly become a master, travel through the universe, traverse the galaxy, and compete with the sun and the moon for glory. Are you making a wish? Who's looking for me? Su Shiwang put down the book, looked up, and saw a graceful woman standing at the door. She had waist-length hair, snow-white skin, and delicate features. She is wearing a blue dress, seductive, charming and beautiful. There was a hint of arrogance and coldness hidden between her brows, and a hint of coldness flashed in her pair of autumn water eyes, like frost. When he saw the person coming, Su Shiwang was stunned. Is this the peerless beauty who walked out of the painting? No way. Who are you? Su Shiwang thought for a moment and found that there was no information about this woman in his memory. Are you Su Shiwang? Ning Hansuang looked at the handsome young man in front of her, a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes, then she returned to her original cold expression and spoke in a cold voice. I am. Su Shiwang nodded, thinking to himself, oh no. Could it be that the original owner had incurred a debt of love somewhere? Did I travel through time and space to clean up the mess for the original owner? My name is Ning Hansuang, and I want to date you. Ning Hansuang was straightforward and expressed her meaning in just one sentence. Su Shiwang was immediately confused. Who is this Ning Hansuang? Why would she want to date me? Dating? When Su Shiwang heard this word, he was a little confused. Ning Hansuang, I seem to have heard this name somewhere. Oh shit. Isn't this the legendary Ning Hansuang, one of the 4 most mysterious campus beauties in Shanghai, who is as cold as an iceberg? Yes, dating. Ning Hansuang's voice remained calm. Well. Ning University campus beauty, I don't think I know you, and you're chasing me like this? I'm a little scared. Su Shiwang said with a distressed look on his face. I'm Ning Hansuang, one of the 4 most beautiful girls in the Magic City. Ning Hansuang spoke proudly, her beautiful eyes brimming with confidence. I think this is a good enough reason, Su Shiwang. What the hell is going on in this world? This is crazy. Su Shiwang, this big bootlicker, is actually being pursued by the school beauty Ning? School belle Ning is one of the 4 school beauties. Even a beauty like Lin Qingxue is not qualified to be ranked among the 4 school beauties. Oh my god, Ning Hansuang is even more beautiful than Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue is just a beautiful girl, but Ning Hansuang is a fairy. Su Shiwang, this big bootlicker, is really lucky in love. The whole class was in an uproar for a moment, and everyone wanted to fight Su Shiwang to the death, but no one dared. Well. Su Shiwang was stunned again. Damn, has his charm reached this level? Ding dong. The host's charm has increased by plus 100 due to breaking off the engagement. If the host rejects the school beauty's pursuit and turns her into his own persistent pursuer, his charm value will increase by another 50 points. When your charm reaches 150 points, you'll receive a reward, physical strength plus 100. Su Shiwang was dumbfounded again. Damn, the golden finger system was really awesome. It could even increase physical fitness. Su Shiwang looked at Ning Hansuang with some confusion and asked, Ning University's campus beauty, I don't know why you're so obsessed with me. Are you also captivated by my damn charm? It's not my fault that I'm handsome and big. Ning Hansuang blushed immediately. Su Shiwang, please be careful with your words. I heard that you broke off your engagement with the Lin family. I'd like to see an alliance between my Ning family and your Su family. The Ning family in Shanghai is a large business group that is involved in multiple industries including real estate, hotels, film and television companies, and is very powerful. I just heard that he encountered some crisis recently, so I guess that's why he urgently needs to find a big backer. And Su Shiwang, the eldest son of the Su family who just broke off his engagement with the Lin family, is the most suitable candidate. Su Shiwang immediately understood that the Ning family had taken a fancy to his family's strength and hoped to use the Su family's power to help them overcome the difficulties. This world is such a big melting pot. Su Shiwang rested his chin on his hand and looked at the girl in front of him. This girl is so beautiful, with fair skin, charming eyes, a straight nose, sexy lips, a height of 1.72 meters, and a tall and hot figure. She is simply the best among women. It's a pity that the look in her eyes when she looked at him was indifferent, not as passionate and loving as that of other women. No wonder he is called cold as an iceberg, looking like he keeps people at a distance. I don't think we have much in common. If you're trying to marry me for profit, I'm sorry, but I don't agree. I just want to do what I enjoy, not get married. Besides, I don't see your sincerity. What sincerity do you want? Ning Hansuang's tone was as cold as an iceberg, and her beautiful eyes contained a cold light, shooting at Su Shiwang like a knife. You, at least wear Balenciaga. You look too cold and aloof. It doesn't suit my taste. Change into something sexier next time, and I'll consider it. Chapter 7, Unleash hidden skills and be loved by everyone. Su Shiwang shrugged his shoulders, looking indifferent. Ning Hansuang's face turned completely dark. Make a wish, you. Oh, don't be angry. Seeing Ning Hansuang's pretty face flushed with anger, Su Shiwang quickly comforted her, don't force me, don't force me. I'm an upright man and I don't like to force girls to do things they don't want to do. If you don't want to, forget it. Su Shiwang waved his hand, turned and left, his steps graceful and elegant, as if he was dancing. Ning Hansuang saw Su Shiwang about to leave and hurriedly shouted, "Are you free today? I'll treat you to a meal." "Oh? Just a meal? I'm not interested." Su Shiwang stopped, turned around, looked at Ning Hansuang, and said with a smile, "Are you sure you're not interested?" Ning Hansuang's face darkened. She has never been rejected by a man. "Yes, absolutely. I can be sexy. Well, time is like water in a sponge. If you squeeze it, there's still some. I can make some time." "Okay. See you then. I'll go back and change my clothes." Ning Hansuang looked at Su Shiwang with a determined face and said with gritted teeth, she couldn't believe it. With her beauty as the eldest daughter of the Ning family, the men pursuing her could run around the whole city several times, but Su Shiwang actually rejected her. This guy was really ignorant. Watching Ning Hansuang leave the classroom angrily, Su Shiwang showed a sly smile in his eyes. Ding dong. The host's charm points increased by 50 points. The current charm value is 150 points. The activated skills make everyone love you. Host's physical strength plus 100. System, what is the skill of being loved by everyone? Host, don't worry about it. Just know that you are the most handsome. Su Shiwang sighed inwardly, it's really not easy to earn some charm points. Such a beautiful school beauty is throwing herself at me, but I have to pretend to reject her. Okay, system, since I've already promised Ning Hansuang to have dinner with him, I need to dress up nicely. Fuck. Did you know that the icy school beauty Ning Hansuang is actually paying for Su Shiwang? Breaking news. The icy school beauty Ning Hansuang was rejected. I saw it too, but Su Shiwang is such an ungrateful kid. It is said that Su Shiwang rejected the idea because Ning Xiaohua was not wearing Balenciaga and was not sexy enough. Is he a dog that has fought back? When Su Shiwang returned to the classroom, his classmates were talking about it, and most of them were discussing Ning Hansuang and Su Shiwang. Some even said that Ning Hansuang was pregnant with Su Shiwang's child, but Su Shiwang was irresponsible. In this regard, Su Shiwang was too lazy to pay attention to these gossips and just read a book there. He doesn't know much about this world, but as a novelist, Su Shiwang has a lot of knowledge stored in his head. Hope, Teacher Yi is calling you to the office. Su Shiwang's best friend Turtle came over, patted Su Shiwang on the shoulder and spoke in a low voice. Turtle is a little fat, with a round face. When he smiles, his pair of small fangs show, making him look honest and amiable. Su Shiwang usually has the best relationship with him. Teacher Yi is looking for me? Su Shiwang was slightly stunned. As far as he could remember, he and Teacher Yi had hardly exchanged a few words. Why did he suddenly want to find him? Yes, come with me to the office immediately. Teacher Yi must be looking for you for something. Turtle pulled Su Shiwang towards the office. Turtle, do you know what's going on? Su Shiwang asked in a low voice. Teacher Yi asked you to go to the office. How would I know? Go quickly. Turtle pushed Su Shiwang's back and urged him. Su Shiwang knocked on the office door. Come in. Yi Linglong's voice came from inside. Teacher Yi, I'm Su Shiwang. What can I do for you? Yes, sit down. Looking at Yi Linglong in front of him, she has a graceful and plump figure, noble and elegant temperament, delicate facial features, and smooth black hair draped over her shoulders. Her professional attire makes her temperament look very noble. She sat on a chair, holding the teacup with her slightly raised orchid fingers, and gently took a sip of the fragrant and rich green tea. Her movements were elegant and charming, and she looked very pleasing to the eye. This is a very elegant and beautiful woman. Her eyes are very sharp and her whole body is full of domineering aura. Su Shiwang had a feeling in his heart that this woman was definitely a top-notch beauty. I don't know if my ability to be loved by everyone is useful to her. I heard you were throwing a tantrum yesterday and wanted to break off the engagement? Yi Linglong's voice was cold, but there was a hint of sarcasm in her tone. Well. Su Shiwang felt a little embarrassed. He couldn't help but complain in his heart, why did his broken engagement make such a big deal? Everyone come and ask yourself. Chapter 8 I will win. Teacher Yi, I'm flattered that you're still concerned about my private life. Su Shiwang said jokingly. Stop talking nonsense. I heard you even bothered your third uncle? Yi Linglong smiled slightly. Su Shiwang smiled awkwardly. Well, how's your third uncle, lately? Yi Linglong put down the teacup, clasped her hands together, interlocked her fingers and placed them on her knees, her eyes staring at Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang was stunned for a long moment, and naturally guessed that this beautiful teacher had a special relationship with his third uncle, and might be his third uncle's admirer. He then smiled and said, "She's quite good, but she's getting old, and she's always talking about finding a wife. Alas, my third uncle is unlucky. It would be great if he could find a wife like Teacher Yi." Yi Linglong raised her eyebrows after hearing this, and looked at Su Shiwang with a half-smile, saying, "Oh, is that so? He's looking for a wife. He. Ahem, Teacher Yi, do you have something to talk to me about?" Yi Linglong put down her teacup and glared at Su Shiwang. "I called you here to tell you that our school is having a competition with Yenching University soon. There are many participating schools. Although you have a bit of a bad record, your personal strength is still considered an outstanding representative among the students, so the school is planning to send you to participate." Teacher Yi, I'm not that good. I don't have the strength to do that. If I go, I'll just get beaten up and be embarrassed. Su Shiwang wanted to turn around and leave right now. What a joke. He even has trouble protecting himself. After the spiritual energy of this world revived, strength can be divided into 3 stages: body refining realm, chi and blood realm, and transformation realm. The higher you go, the greater the gap becomes at each stage. Of course, this is the realm he hopes to find in the book. There must be a stronger realm, but he has no way of knowing. After all, the original owner was uneducated and only knew how to be a bootlicker. According to his own calculations, the original owner was only at the 3rd or 4th level of body refining, and he supplemented that by taking elixirs all day long. He had no combat experience at all. Yi Linglong looked at Su Shiwang's cowardly appearance and knew that he had definitely never been to any combat situation. In fact, Yi Linglong was also a little helpless, and she didn't want to choose Su Shiwang either. But there is no one to choose. Even now that spiritual energy has revived, there may be very few students practicing martial arts. Many students either do not have the talent for martial arts or cannot afford the cost of martial arts training. There are many students at Yenching University who study martial arts, and they are all from aristocratic families. The Magic City University focuses on literature, and there are really not many students with fighting skills. Even though Su Shiwang was uneducated, he had already entered the realm of body refining. Moreover, he had a special status. If the school allowed him to participate in the competition, he probably wouldn't lose too badly. And I heard that Su Shiwang had a few exchanges of moves with Mr. Lin yesterday. After the revival of spiritual energy, Grandpa Lin is a super strong man in Yenjing, except for those hidden old monsters, and his strength is unfathomable. Maybe Su Shiwang is hiding something? Don't worry, Su Shiwang-san. It's just a sparring match. No one will get hurt. Yi Linglong smiled and said. Seeing Su Shiwang pouting and remaining silent, Yi Linglong continued, "Actually, you don't have to go, but I heard that Su Qingfeng from your Su family is one of the representatives of Yenching University." Yi Linglong bombarded the audience with her opening statement. Su Shiwang recalled briefly and was shocked. Su Qingfeng? The second young master of the Su family's branch. It is said that he is only 19 years old, but his current strength has reached the 9th level of body refining. Such talent is considered top-notch among the younger generation in Yenjing and Shanghai, and he is also a popular candidate to be the future heir of the Su family. Moreover, I heard that Lin Qingshui and Su Qingfeng had already had a secret crush on each other. Su Shiwang chuckled and said to Yi Linglong, "Teacher Yi, if he goes, he goes. What does it have to do with me? There's a reward. A great reward." Yi Linglong said with a smile. "Yes, what's the reward?" Su Shiwang's eyes sparkled. Yi Linglong stretched out her slender, onion-like fingers, tapped the desk lightly with her index finger, and said, "I heard that winning this championship comes with a spirit pet, a spirit pet egg." What? Su Shiwang's eyes widened instantly, somewhat in disbelief. Spirit pet? This stuff has come out? How can a novelist like me not know this? Wouldn't it be possible that once the egg is opened, something like a unicorn, a real dragon, a phoenix, a black tortoise, and so on might come out? Imagining such a scene, Su Shiwang's heart began to pound. This is so fucking exciting. I have only written a few books in my life, and they all failed. I have never seen any divine beasts, but this time one was delivered to my door. Teacher Yi, I will definitely win the championship. Su Shiwang clenched his fists, looking confident, as if he had already anticipated his future and believed that his life would be colorful. My physical strength has increased so much, so my strength must not be too bad. You seem very confident. I'll be waiting to see what happens. Yi Linglong chuckled and said, I hope you can win. Teacher Yi, I promise not to let you down. Su Shiwang patted his chest and made a victory gesture. Yi Linglong couldn't help but laugh when she saw Su Shiwang's expression. Su Shiwang is indeed a very interesting guy. Okay, go ahead. Yi Linglong waved her hand. Su Shiwang left the office, and as he walked, he imagined that he would ride a dragon in the wind and travel through space in the future. Yi Linglong looked at Su Shiwang's departing back and smiled slightly. Chapter 9: Lin Qingshue's Proposal. Today is a good day, everything you wish for will come true. Walking on the campus, Su Shiwang was humming little tunes and singing songs, feeling very happy. When passing by the school lake, I saw a crowd of people gathered by the lake, making a lot of noise. What's going on? There are so many people gathered here? Hope frowned and walked over, squeezing to the front of the crowd to watch the fun. But I only saw many people decorating the scene by the lake, with flowers, candles and rose petals spread out. A handsome guy stood next to the girl holding flowers, knelt down on the spot, holding a diamond ring, with a look of deep affection on his face. Wow! How romantic! Yeah! So touching! How romantic! The guy is so handsome! Girls are so happy! Su Shiwang listened to what everyone said and couldn't help shaking his head. This was too fake. This guy can't even act properly, his expressions and movements aren't realistic at all. It seems like a marriage fraud. This kind of scumbag is not worthy of being a man. He is an insult to the word man. But the reactions of these onlookers are quite interesting. At this time, the handsome man held up another bouquet of flowers and handed it to the girl. Marry me. I will treat you well for the rest of my life. The girl looked at the flowers handed to her by the handsome boy, her face blushed shyly, she lowered her head, and did not dare to take the bouquet. Marry him, marry him. I want to marry him. Hurry up and agree to him, hurry up and agree to him. At this moment, the scene suddenly changed. The man and woman who had originally proposed marriage left instantly, and the lights were reflected on Su Shiwang. He is tall and straight, with an extraordinarily handsome face that exudes a faintly evil charm. The white suit he wears makes him look even more heroic. His eyes sparkled with charming luster, and the corners of his lips were outlined with a wicked arc, which made many girls present tremble in their hearts and fall for him. Isn't this just wishful thinking? Don't mention it, he's quite handsome. I'm a man and I think he's so handsome. My anus is starting to get a little loose. Su Shiwang looked at the light shining on him with a confused look on his face. He twitched his mouth and wanted to leave. At this time, the crowd dispersed and a beautiful girl walked out. She was wearing a white evening gown, a pair of snow-white stockings on her legs, and a crystal necklace around her neck. Her long, beautiful black hair fell on her shoulders, revealing a delicate, fair face and skin as delicate as a porcelain doll, which was extremely beautiful. Her eyes were as bright as stars, revealing a captivating temptation that made people fall into it. The girl walked towards Hope step by step, and the two people who had proposed to her on the scene also stood up and handed her flowers and diamond rings. Su Shiwang frowned and was almost scared when he saw it. Oh my god, isn't this Lin Qingxue? The girl walked up to Su Shiwang, handed him the flowers in her hand, and asked softly, will you marry me? Well. Su Shiwang was a little confused. He really didn't expect that Lin Qingxue, whom the original owner had pursued for so many years, would actually throw herself at him after he was desperate to break off the engagement. He actually proposed to me? Su Shiwang was even curious, wondering if this woman had received orders from her master. Did Su Qingfeng give her an order with a whip, saying, you must keep Su Shiwang's heart, otherwise I will whip you? I hope you can give me a chance to love you, to accompany you for the rest of my life, so that you will never be alone. The girl said softly, looking at Shiwang's dazed look. Are you proposing? Su Shiwang was stunned. Yes. I won't. Holy crap. What kind of luck did Su Shiwang have? Two stunning school beauties confessed their love to him in one day. The most outrageous thing is that this guy actually refused. Holy crap. Who is he? He's so awesome, yet he even rejected two stunning campus beauties. Isn't that just idiotic? I'm going to beat up this bastard. Beat him up and teach him a lesson. The students around were shouting angrily. Why don't you agree? If you don't agree, I will agree. Marry me. Marry me. When Lin Qingxue saw Su Shiwang's refusal, her eyes became crazy, and then her voice sounded again, speaking in a firm tone. Su Shiwang was stunned. Is Lin Qingxue stupid? How could he possibly agree? Knowing that Su Qingfeng and her had feelings for each other, Su Shiwang didn't want to bother with her even more. I just want to cancel the engagement immediately after my dad comes back. Well, not only do I not agree, I'm also going to cancel the engagement. Don't even think about marrying me. I heard that you like looking at sexy stockings, right? I even changed them specially for you to see. Lin Qingxue looked at Su Shiwang, tears welling up in her eyes, but she still said stubbornly, Su Shiwang, whether you agree or not, I will not give up on you. You're really a lunatic. You're so into the role, you should go study acting. Su Shiwang sighed, shook his head, turned and left. Su Shiwang, wait a minute. Lin Qingxue shouted hurriedly. Don't chase me anymore. I hope you've already promised me tonight that we'll have dinner together. In the distance, a beautiful girl with a frosty face wearing black Balenciaga stockings walked slowly towards them and said in a cold voice. When rivals meet, they are extremely jealous of each other. Ning Hanswan? Why are you trying to snatch hope from me? He's my fiancé. Lin Qingxue asked unwillingly. Why? Because Su Shiwang likes me. Ning Hanswang raised her head proudly, looking like a queen. How dare you, a shameless vixen, interfere with our love? Lin Qingxue cursed angrily. Humph, who do you think you are? Is there love between you two? You know best what you are thinking. Ning Hanswang sneered, looked at Lin Qingxue with contempt, and said. Ning Hanswang, don't go too far. I'm telling you, it's me that he really likes. He's been pursuing me for years. Really? Ning Hanswang glanced at Su Shiwang and sneered, haven't you rejected Shiwang 249 times? I don't know anything else, and I don't want to know. I only know that Shiwang wants to break off the engagement with you now, and he also accepted my invitation. He doesn't like you at all. He likes me. You're talking nonsense. I hope he likes me. Am I talking nonsense? Did you see that? I'm wearing the black Balenciaga stockings that Su Shiwang likes. Su Shiwang obviously likes Bicey. Su Shiwang sat on a small bench by the lake, looking at the water and listening to their argument, feeling a little annoyed. Women are such trouble. Chapter 10. I'll go slower next time. A girl with two ponytails and a JK outfit came and sat down next to Su Shiwang. She sat down next to him and reached out to pat him on the shoulder. Here, have a glass of juice. The girl handed a bottle of juice to Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang turned around and saw the girl wearing a pink and purple princess dress, revealing her slender white feet, and her soft black curly hair draped over her shoulders. A pair of bright and clear big eyes, pink red lips, and an oval face looked very sweet, like a peach. Su Shiwang took the juice and smiled, thank you. You are so charming that even Sister Han Shuang, an icy beauty, has been moved. The girl said with a smile, looking at Su Shiwang with a bit of envy and jealousy. Sister Frost? Su Shiwang looked at her with some doubt and said, is she your sister? Yes. My name is Li Kurson, hello Su Shiwang. Li Kurson? It's a nice name. Fuck, isn't that sweet and adorable Li Kurson, one of the four most beautiful girls on campus, sitting next to Shiwang? Su Shiwang, you deserve to be cut into pieces. Su Shiwang had just taken a sip of juice when he heard people around him exclaiming. Are you also one of the four most beautiful girls in school? I don't know, I guess so, that's what they all call me. Li Kurson scratched her head and said shyly. Looking at the shy and lovely girl in front of him, Su Shiwang felt a little emotional. Once upon a time, he also imagined that he could meet such a pure and lovely girl, but unfortunately, this fantasy is just a fantasy after all and it is impossible to realize. But the lovely girl in front of him satisfied all his fantasies about pure girls. My name is Su Shiwang. Hope means hope, looking at the shining stars in the sky. Hello, Su Shiwang, I'm Li Kurson. You can call me Shinshin from now on. Li Kurson smiled sweetly. It's strange that Sister Han Shuang would quarrel with others for you. We agreed to go out to eat together, and I'm already hungry. Li Kurson glanced at the lake and said with a pout. Let's go eat first. Okay. Li Kurson clapped her hands and shouted happily. Su Shiwan looked at the cute girl in front of him with tenderness and doting eyes. By the way, Su Shiwan, I heard that you have a lot of girls pursuing you in school? How could that be? I've always been alone. Su Shiwan said. Really? Then why did you reject Sister Han Shuang? Isn't she beautiful? Li Kerson asked, tilting her head. Su Shiwan almost spit out the juice in his mouth when he heard this. He said awkwardly, You're overthinking it. Actually, I just think Sister Han Shuang is a bit cold and a little unsuitable as a couple. So which type do you like? I like your type. Su Shiwan blurted out. Wow. Puff. Li Kerson was choked and kept coughing, her face flushed red, but she did not blame Su Shiwan. Instead, she looked at Su Shiwan with a smile and said, Su Shiwan, why don't you marry me? Ha ha. You're so funny. Of course. Su Shiwan, Koexayan, let's go. Ning Hanswang walked over from a distance, glanced at Su Shiwan coldly, and said lightly. Okay, let's go. Li Kerson took Ning Hanswang's arm and said sweetly. Su Shiwan looked at Ning Hanswang's legs and his expression became very strange. Did this girl really change into a pair of black stockings from Balenciaga? The black stockings fit her legs very well, not only without any sense of incongruity, but also made her straight and slender legs look even more charming. What are you looking at? Ning Hanswang suddenly turned her head and saw Su Shiwang's strange expression. Nothing. Su Shiwang withdrew his gaze and smiled awkwardly. He couldn't say that he was looking at Ning Hanswang's beautiful legs, right? How are we going to get there, Sister Han Shuang? Should we take a taxi? Li Kerson said with a sweet smile. Why do you need a taxi? My car is here. Ning Hanswang pointed to a Ferrari sports car not far away and said, Take this one. Wow, it's so beautiful. Looking at the Ferrari sports car, Li Kerson exclaimed. But, it seems this car can only seat 2 people. This sentence instantly froze the atmosphere among them. There was a moment of silence, and Su Shiwang and Ning Hanswang looked at each other. Seeing this, Li Kerson quickly tried to smooth things over. I mean, the gas is too expensive. Let's take a taxi. No, there's going to be traffic at this time. I'll make the arrangements. Su Shiwang took out his phone and called Su Xiao. After a while, a roar was heard in the sky, and a helicopter circled above Su Shiwang and others, then slowly landed in front of Su Shiwang and others. Wow, Hope, you can even call a helicopter. I am the eldest son of the Su family in Yanjing. Calling a helicopter is just like playing. When traveling, I must choose the coolest way to travel. The people around looked at Su Shiwang with burning eyes, as if Su Shiwang was a hot commodity. Su Shiwang ignored the discussions of the people around him, jumped directly into the driver's seat, closed the helicopter's door, and started the plane. Li Kerson and Ning Hanswang also jumped into the plane and sat down. Su Shiwang, can you fly a plane? Ning Hanswang asked with some concern. Meeting. Oh, that's fine. Let's go eat. I'm starving, said Li Kerson. Su Shiwang nodded softly, then stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the plane immediately took off. It was just that the plane was shaking after takeoff. Seeing this scene, Li Kerson was so scared that she quickly hugged Ning Hanswang. You can drive, right? I've used it on computer games. The helicopter stopped in front of a 5-star hotel. Under the gaze of the crowd, Su Shiwang and others got off the plane. Li Kerson and Ning Hanswang walked together, and Su Shiwang walked in the middle of the two. The 3 of them looked particularly well matched, attracting countless people's attention. Ugh, you really made me vomit. Li Kerson covered her chest and retched continuously. Ning Hanswang also looked painful. Su Shiwang also noticed this and secretly laughed in his heart, but he still walked up to the 2 people and said apologetically, I will drive slower next time. Chapter 11 The Rise of the Big Liquor. What about next time? I think you'll just kill yourself by flying a plane next time. Li Kerson pouted and snorted coldly. Hey, isn't this Mr. Su? How come he's flying a helicopter to pick up girls? A strange voice sounded from behind Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang looked back and saw a young man in his 20s standing there. He was wearing a black suit and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He looked gentle and refined, but his face was full of sarcastic smile, which made him look a little vulgar. Su Shiwang looked at him and thought for a moment, his brows furrowed. This guy is Zhou Hao, the third young master of the Zhou family, one of the four major families in Yanjing. He has always been known as a playboy, being lazy all day long and bullying others. For some reason, Su Shiwang felt that there was an evil look on his face and he didn't look like a good person. Zhou Hao. Ning Hanshuang's expression changed when she saw this person. Oh, it's Han Shuang. Long time no see. You're getting more and more tender. TSK. Zhou Hao's eyes were fixed on Ning Hanshuang's proud and plump chest and perky buttocks, with a lewd look on his face. Zhou Hao, you bastard. I'm warning you, stay away from my sister Han Shuang, or I'll be rude to you. Li Kerson said angrily when she saw this guy being so rude to Ning Hanshuang. Hey, Li Kerson is here too. I love cute people like you. As Zhou Hao spoke, he glanced at Li Kerson's chest. Asshole. I'm looking for death. Come and kill me if you dare. Zhou Hao said disdainfully. You. Li Kerson was so angry. Ning Hanshuang grabbed Li Kerson's hand, stopped her, turned to face Zhou Hao, and said calmly, Zhou Hao, I don't want to bother with you. Please stay away from me. Hey, Ning Hanshuang, Zhou Hao, have a crush on you. I've invited you so many times but you've refused to give me the honor. I don't care. You must accompany me tonight, otherwise I'll speed up the annexation of your Ning family. Zhou Haoyin said fiercely. You dare. Li Kerson shouted angrily when she heard it. What am I afraid of? If you don't believe me, you can try it. Zhou Hao's face was filled with arrogance. Anyway, your Ning family is in a precarious situation right now, struggling to protect itself. It's already at the end of its rope. With just one word from me, Zhou Hao, your Ning family will go bankrupt tonight. Ning Hanshuang's face turned ashen. Zhou Hao's words touched the scar in her heart. The Ning family's current situation was too bad, otherwise she wouldn't be so eager to be with Su Shiwang. She just wanted to use the power of the Su family to help herself. If Zhou Hao adds fuel to the fire, the Ning family might not be able to hold on for a few more days. She looked at Su Shiwang, who was silent, and then looked at Zhou Hao. No matter how she looked at him, she felt that Su Shiwang was so pleasing to the eye, while Zhou Hao was so annoying to her. At least Su Shiwang is really affectionate. Being able to propose to a girl 249 times, who can do this? Who can be so persistent and determined in choosing someone? Now that Su Shiwang has no fiancé, this is Ning Hanshuang's best opportunity and choice. Have you thought about it? How are you going to accompany me tonight? If you can make me happy, I can let your Ning family retain some foundation. Don't tell me, I just like your legs. Wearing black stockings, they are so sexy that they make me almost ooze soy milk, ha ha. Seeing that Ning Hanshuang didn't say anything, Zhou Hao kept looking at her with his cunning eyes, a sly smile on his lips. Get lost. Ning Hanshuang suddenly shouted. Oh, this temper is quite spicy, I like it. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Hao laughed. You. Boom. A figure appeared in front of Zhou Hao, punched him in the nose, and knocked him to the ground. Zhou Hao flew backwards, hit the wall behind him, and fell to the ground with his butt. Ah! Zhou Hao screamed. Everyone was shocked and looked towards Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao's nose was bleeding and his whole face was swollen. Oh, fuck, who dares to hit me? Your grandfather Su Shiwang beat me. Su Shiwang said with a sneer. You? You big piece of shit? Zhou Hao raised his head and looked at Su Shiwang, his eyes full of disbelief. He was only focused on Ning Hanshuang's plump body and buttocks, and didn't notice Su Shiwang's speed at all. How could this ignorant and unlearned bootlicker be able to injure him so badly so quickly? I am at the 6th level of body refinement. Although Su Shiwang is also in the body refining realm, he doesn't have any fighting ability at all. Su Shiwang, you big bootlicker, how dare you hit me, you are tired of living. Zhou Hao roared with a ferocious look on his face. Zhou Hao roared angrily. Bah! Su Shiwang spat at him and cursed, you're a mad dog. I'll beat you up every time I see you. You. I'll hit you if you want, and if you have the guts, you can retaliate against me. If you have the guts, then stand up. If you can't stand up, get out. Su Shiwang said provocatively. Wow, is Su Shiwang so powerful? Li Kerson raised her little fist on the side, looking admiring and envious. Ning Hanshuang stood aside with a frown on her face. How could Su Shiwang be so powerful? I didn't even see his speed clearly just now. Ning Hanswang was a little skeptical about how strong Su Shiwang was. Zhou Hao, if you have the guts, stand up. Don't just talk the talk. If you have the guts, try fighting me. I don't think you can even touch my clothes. Su Shiwang said provocatively. Zhou Hao was humiliated by Su Shiwang and rushed forward to punch Su Shiwang on the head. He was a martial artist at the 6th level of body refinement, and one punch was enough to smash a stone. Let's see where you can escape this time. Chapter 12, a lesson for you. Zhou Hao punched Su Shiwang on the forehead. Bang! But at this moment, Su Shiwang suddenly made a lightning-fast move, grabbed Zhou Hao's fist directly, and then swung it violently. Zhou Hao suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground, looking at Su Shiwang in shock. How is that possible? He said with disbelief on his face. Ning Hanswang was also surprised. She didn't expect Su Shiwang to be so powerful. In everyone's eyes, Su Shiwang is that affectionate and servile guy. His hobbies are chasing Lin Xingxue and eating, drinking and having fun. He has never practiced any kung fu. But who would have thought that Su Shiwang, this affectionate bootlicker, was actually a hidden martial artist, and his strength was even above Zhou Hao? I'm sorry, your fist is too soft, even I can't withstand it. Su Shiwang said sarcastically, it's a good thing your fists are so soft, otherwise I might have broken your bones. I don't mind stepping on you a few more times. When you grow up to be a strong man, come find me again. You bitch licker. Zhou Hao was so angry that his face turned red and his neck was thick. He pointed at Su Shiwang and trembled with anger. Zhou Hao is used to being arrogant and domineering outside, so how could he have ever been humiliated like this? This time I suffered a big setback. He struggled to get up from the ground, then pointed at Su Shiwang and said, Ahem. I'll remember you, Su Shiwang. Just wait, in the next 2 days I'll make you kneel before me and beg for mercy. Su Shiwang was too lazy to pay attention to him. Is such trash worthy of being made to kneel down and beg for mercy? I am a person with a golden finger. After the system added 100 to his physical value, it was simply a daydream for this kid to want revenge. Ding dong. The host heroically saved the beauties and won the hearts of Ning Hanswang and Li Kerson. Charm value plus 50, current charm value 200. Congratulations, host. You've reached the level of charisma. System, how strong am I now? Report to the host. The host's current strength cannot be divided into ordinary realms, and the host's strength will increase with the increase of charm value. Oh? Charm has this use? The system nodded. Yes, charm can increase the host's strength, agility, endurance, intelligence, and physical strength, and improve the host's combat skills. Hiss. Holy shit. Hope took a deep breath after hearing this. This is good stuff. Su Shiwang, you are so amazing. Li Kerson also looked at Su Shiwang with admiration, her eyes full of stars. Kuxin, if he bullies you again, tell me and I'll help you beat him up. Su Shiwang said, patting his chest. He. Great. Thank you, Hope. You're welcome. Let's go have a feast. Su Shiwang waved his hand. As you walk into the restaurant, what catches your eye are rows of beautiful waitresses in cheongsams. Their waists are slender and soft, swaying like willow branches, and their figures are hot. These girls are also extremely beautiful, especially the smiles on their faces. Once you see that smile, you can't help but be intoxicated by it and can't help but feel helpless. The people in the hotel were all dressed in suits and looked gentlemanly and elegant. Many people knew Su Shiwang, and they greeted him when they met. Su Shiwang also greeted them with a smile, but there was nothing unusual about them, which made many people feel a little weird. Did this rumored Mr. Su change his gender? Why does it look so gentle? Did he change his sex? Everyone was guessing. Mr. Su, you're here. Mr. Su is truly young and promising. Within just a few minutes after Su Shiwang, Ning Hanswang, and Li Qian sat down, many wealthy people and children from prominent families came forward to greet him, and their attitudes were all very respectful. Snort! Seeing everyone trying to please Su Shiwang, Zhou Hao gritted his teeth in anger. This bastard. Sooner or later I will let you know what the consequences are of messing with me, Zhou Hao. Su Shiwang, you'd better not get too cocky. Sooner or later, I'll teach you a lesson. I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Zhou Hao said hatefully. Zhou Hao secretly swore in his heart that he would make Su Shiwang pay the price. Chapter 13 Ning Hanswang's frankness, I want to marry you. Come on, Curson, eat this. Looking at Su Shiwang, who was picking up food for Li Curson in front of her, Ning Hanchuang's face became a little gloomy. Yeah. Su Shiwang, thank you. You are a good person. Li Curson picked up the chopsticks and started eating happily. Li Curson enjoyed the meal very much, but did not notice Ning Hanchuang's ugly expression. As the famous iceberg campus beauty of Magic City University, when had she ever suffered such a great injustice? Although she was a rich lady, she had never treated anyone in such a servile manner. Su Shiwang, why don't you pick up some food for me? You're such a grown-up, why don't you just grab what you want to eat? Come on, Curson, eat this abalone. Kuxin, try to see cucumber soup. Su Shiwang kept diligently picking up food for Li Curson, which made Ning Hanchuang's face more and more ugly. Could it be that Su Shiwang likes a cute and gentle girl like Li Curson? But I am cute too. I am also very docile. Su Shiwang, I hope you can consider my pursuit carefully and let's be together. Even if you are willing to propose now, we can get married right away. Ning Hanchuang bit her lip, then mustered up her courage and spoke boldly. She was almost going crazy with anger at Su Shiwang. If she continued to endure it, she was really afraid that she would go crazy and do something she shouldn't do. Su Shiwang raised his head, looked at Ning Hanchuang, and said, "Get married? That's right, as long as you agree to date me, I will promise to be devoted to you and will never abandon you." Ning Hanchuang said firmly. I say, Miss Ning, do you really think you have the right to say such things to me? Do you think my hope is really that superficial? Do I fall in love with anyone just because they are pretty? Su Shiwang sneered. Ning Hanchuang was choked by Su Shiwang and couldn't say a word. I know you're not that superficial girl. I want to know why you're so obsessed with it. Su Shiwang asked with a sigh. Li Curson held her chin with both hands and looked at the two of them with a gossipy expression. The crisis of my Ning family must be resolved. Then why don't you go find Zhou Hao? Doesn't he like you very much? As the third young master of the Zhou family, one of the four major families, it would only take Zhou Hao a word to help your Ning family. Compared to the heirs of the other major families, I'm more attracted to you. At least you're a sentimental person. And it's the Zhou family that's responsible for the current situation of my Ning family. Affectionate, ha 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 ha. Hearing Ning Hanchuang's words, Su Shiwang burst into laughter, and tears came out of his eyes. Seeing Su Shiwang actually laughing at her, Ning Hanchuang stood up in anger and said, What are you laughing at? They all call me a big bootlicker. What's wrong with being a lickspittle? Does deep affection have to be called a lickspittle? Everyone has the right to pursue their lover. The fact that you've been rejected countless times and still proposed shows that you're deeply in love with someone. I think that's something no one else can compare to. Ning Hanchuang stood up, glared at Su Shiwang, and said word by word, I'm telling you, I, Ning Hanchuang, believe in affection, and I believe even more in love. Seeing Ning Hanchuang's excited expression, Su Shiwang stopped smiling, then shook his head and looked around. Do you trust me so much? Do I have any other choice? Does my Ning family have any other choice? My Ning family is at the end of its rope. If I don't grab you as a lifeline, I'm afraid my Ning family will be completely destroyed. Do you think it's worth it? Looking at the beautiful Ning University campus beauty in front of him, who was as beautiful as an iceberg, Su Shiwang felt mixed emotions. She is indeed very beautiful, and can be said to be a beauty of the level of stunning beauty. She is also very tall and has a devilishly curvy figure. Such a beauty is the best in the eyes of any man. However, having hope is not uncommon. I just feel sorry for this beauty. She was so young, yet she became a victim of her family and had no choice but to marry a man she didn't love at all. He really felt sorry for the girl. Ning Hanchuang knew very well what the Ning family's current situation was, but in order to save the family, she had to make sacrifices. If I could bring the Ning family under my wing. Su Shiwang kept thinking in his mind. The Ning family is a big business family with a market value of tens of billions. Although it is now in turmoil and in pieces, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. The Ning family's background is there. If I succeed in conquering them, it will definitely be of great help to me. Moreover, if he did not take action, then when the Zhou family took action and took it into their possession, it would be extremely disadvantageous to his Su family. I can help you. After pondering for a long time, Su Shiwang finally spoke. Will you help me? Ning Hanchuang was stunned and asked immediately. She didn't expect Su Shiwang to suddenly agree to date her. Her heart was full of doubts. Yes, since you like me, how can I refuse? Nonsense, if I take your Ning family under my wing, won't the Ning family be my money bag from now on? I'd be a fool to refuse. Chapter 14. It's time to meet my father-in-law. My dad really wants to meet you. Ning Hansuang said this with confidence. She was full of confidence in Su Shiwang. What? I just promised you, and you want me to go see my father-in-law? Su Shiwang almost jumped up and down. I just promised you to save your Ning family, and you want me to meet your father? You are so unreliable. Su Shiwang licked his lips, looked at Ning Hansuang with a half-smile, and said, Beautiful Ning, I think you are mentally retarded, right? I haven't conquered you yet, and I'm going to conquer your father first? You've conquered me. Don't you think it's shameful to be so frivolous? I can wait, but my Ning family can't. Do you have to say it so bluntly? Your purpose is too obvious, isn't it? Ning Hansuang. The more Li Kersen listened, the more surprised she became. She could even stuff an egg into her mouth. She looked at Su Shiwang, who winked at her and continued eating. The melon is too big for her to digest in a short time. Li Kersen swallowed her saliva. She also felt that what Su Shiwang said was right. Ning Hansuang's cheeks also turned slightly red, and then she gave Su Shiwang a fierce look, but did not refute. She is also a smart person. Although she doesn't like Su Shiwang, she still knows what it means to be a wise man who knows the times. At the moment, Su Shiwang is her best choice. And Su Shiwang also wants to take over the Ning family's wealth. Ning Group is a business giant and one of the 5 leading commercial enterprises in Shanghai. The Ning Group's headquarters building is a landmark building in Shanghai. It covers an area of thousands of acres and towers into the sky. The whole building is a circular arch. However, the Ning Group seemed a little depressed at this time, and the lights in the building were a little dim. Even security guards are few and far between. Office of the Chairman of Ning Group. Snap. You are taking advantage of the situation. An elegant middle-aged man in a black tang suit angrily swept the teacup on the table to the ground. He is the chairman of Ning Group, Ning Jinyuan. The Ning family's current situation is not good. Their stocks were acquired by the Zhou family, their assets shrank, their employees left, and they suffered heavy losses. Their competitors are constantly pressing them, and even the major families want to get a piece of the pie. They have now reached a critical moment of life and death. The biggest problem they face now is that they have no funds. Even if they sell all their properties and invest all their money, it will be a drop in the bucket. Although the Ning Group is very powerful in the Magic City, it is just a drop in the ocean in the whole of China. Money is so insignificant in the face of power. Sitting opposite Ning Jinhua were 2 men, one of whom was Lu Wei, the head of Luotian Group. The other one was a burly man in his 40s, Wu De, the president of Beihai Group. Mr. Ning, the price offered by Luotian and Beihai is very suitable. Please sell the Ning Group to us. Mr. Ning, please be patient. If you get angry now, we will have to lower the price even more. Lu Wei and Wu De persuaded Ning Jinhua in unison. Humph. Ning's is my life's work, how can I just hand it over to you? You despicable villains are plotting against our Ning family. Ning Jinhua roared angrily. Wu De sneered, your Ning Group is on the brink of danger. If you don't sell us now, the price will be another billion less tomorrow. You've been searching for so long, but is there any venture capital firm that dares to invest in you? Is there any bank that dares to lend you money? Honestly, no one dares to save your Ning family. Many families in Yanjing want a piece of the pie in this acquisition of your Ning Group, and the Zhou family, one of the 4 major families, has already issued a ban on your Ning family. If you don't hand over all your assets, your Ning family will be destroyed. You should know our methods. If we want, we can directly wipe out the Ning family. Wu De threatened. Young Master Zhou has ordered that if the icy beauty of your Ning family is willing to marry him, he will guarantee that your Ning family will live in prosperity and peace for the rest of their lives. Otherwise, the Ning Group will disappear from the Magic City forever, and your Ning family will disappear forever too. Lu Wei also sneered. You are completely devoid of conscience. Ning Jinhua cursed angrily, even if my Ning family were to go bankrupt, I would never marry my daughter to someone like him. Then you don't have a choice. Lu Wei had a look of confidence in his victory. Ning Jinhua was so angry that he was shaking all over. He knew that Wu De was right. The Ning family was really in trouble this time. Once the Zhou family intervened, the Ning family might not be able to survive. If you don't want to be wiped out, then hand over your shares. Lu Wei threatened sinisterly. Ning Genua, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for having a good daughter. Wu De laughed sinisterly. Ning Genua was shaking with anger. Oh? So the Zhou family is so powerful? Su Shiwan walked in with Ning Hanshuang in his arms, looking interested. Following behind him was a cute girl with twin pigtails, eating potato chips as she walked. Looking at the two beautiful girls, even though Wu De and Lu Wei were already in their middle age, they still couldn't help but stare at them, their eyes full of passion. Who are you? Does this mean anyone can come and go freely in the Ning group now? Wu De frowned and looked at Su Shiwang, greed flashing in his eyes. Su Shiwang glanced coldly at Wu De and Lu Wei, then looked at Ning Genua. Chapter 15 Break Su Shiwang's leg? You must be the head of the Ning family, Ning Genua. Su Shiwang said lightly. Looking at the handsome man hugging his daughter, a look of doubt flashed across Ning Genua's face. Frost, who is this? A blush appeared on Ning Hanshuang's icy face. She glanced at Su Shiwang, then lowered her head and bit her lower lip lightly. Dad, his name is Su Shiwang, and he's my boyfriend. What? Ning Genua stared at Su Shiwang with eyes wide open, looking at him in disbelief. Su Shiwang? The eldest son of the Su family in Yanjing? Wu De and Lu Wei also showed shocked expressions, stammering and not knowing how to start. They knew Su Shiwang's background very well. Not to mention that Su Shiwang is the eldest son of the Su family in Yanjing, his father is that legendary figure. If he stomps his feet, the whole of Yanjing will shake. You too, were sent by the Zhou family? Mr. Su, I advise you not to get involved in this. The Zhou family has joined forces with dozens of major families in Yanjing Magic City and spent tens of billions to take down the Ning family. Don't get yourself involved in this mess. Lu Wei said with gritted teeth. Although he was afraid of Su Shiwang, he still refused to back down when it came to his own interests. Could it be that Su Shiwang dared to go against so many families for a woman? This is not stupidity at all, it's brain dead. Upon hearing this, Su Shiwang raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing an evil smile. Why do you care about me? I have promised to protect the Ning family, and I will definitely wade into this muddy water. What? You want to protect the Ning family? Lu Wei and Wu De were so surprised that they almost jumped up. They never expected that Su Shiwan would dare to speak in such an arrogant tone. Ning Hanshuang and I are together, Su Shiwang said as he hugged Ning Hanshuang tightly. Wu De and Lu Wei looked at each other, both with solemn expressions. This is explosive news. If there is any hope of interference in this matter, then it is not something they can control. They took out their cell phones and called Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao was playing with some young models. When he saw that it was Wu De calling, he frowned immediately. Wu De, have you settled the Ning family? Is that old man Ning Genua willing to give his daughter to me? Mr. Zhou, things have changed. Wu De said hesitantly. Something has changed. What has changed? Zhou Hao was a little annoyed. Su Shiwang from the Su family suddenly appeared out of nowhere and actually wanted to protect the Ning family. He even said that Ning Hanshuang was in love with him. What? Who did you say she was dating? Su Shiwang? Zhou Hao roared, his voice filled with anger. He had just been beaten up by Su Shiwang and lost face, and now he heard that Su Shiwang wanted to protect the Ning family. This made Zhou Hao extremely angry. Yes, it's about making hope. Wu De nodded. You're a pig-headed person, why do you care about the Su family? I'm backing you up, what are you afraid of? Zhou Hao roared angrily. Wu De was stunned, but he is Su Shiwang from the Su family, and his father is. Who cares who he is? His father isn't in Yanjing. Don't worry about anything. I'm going to make him pay for it today. You brought so many brothers with you, hurry up and send them up. If you don't break Su Shiwang's legs today, I'll break both of your legs when you come back. Zhou Hao roared. Mr. Zhou, what should we do if the Su family pursues us? We can't withstand their wrath. Wu De asked in horror. Pursue? He's nothing but a bootlicker. I can crush him to death as easily as crushing an ant. Even if the Su family pursues him, we still have the Zhou family to back us up. What's there to be afraid of? He only hopes that the invincible me will be restrained for a while and unable to return home. Break his legs first. I need to vent my anger, otherwise this kid will not know his place. Zhou Hao snorted disdainfully. Yes. Don't worry, Zhou Hao, we'll get started right away. Wu De said with gritted teeth. Well, that's right. I'll wait for your good news. Zhou Hao hung up the phone. Wu De looked at Su Shiwang and said, Master Shiwang, it's not too late for you to leave now. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. We are determined to take over the Ning family. As Wu De spoke, a vicious look appeared in his eyes. I said I want to protect the Ning family. No matter who comes, I will not give in. Su Shiwang said lightly. Su Shiwang's words made Wu De's face turn pale and blue. This Su Shiwang is really arrogant. Damn it, I'm going to break one of your legs today and see what you can do in the future. Someone come. Wu De shouted loudly, and dozens of strong men in black rushed into the office. Each of them had a broad back and strong muscles. Wu De hooked his finger at Su Shiwang and said, Master Su, please don't blame us for being rude. Li Kerson was so scared that she threw away the potato chips in her hand and hid behind Su Shiwang, trembling. Su Shiwang, they are so fierce. Su Shiwang turned around, patted Li Kerson's shoulder and said comfortingly, Don't worry, I won't let you get hurt. Ning Hansuang stood in front of Su Shiwang, her eyes cold and her body filled with raging coldness. The group of black-clad men were frightened by the cold eyes that were like the winter in December. Fear welled up in their hearts and they retreated one after another. Ha! Su Shiwang was a little surprised when he saw the changes in Ning Hansuang. That chill seemed to be able to freeze one's soul. Ning Hansuang appears to be an icy school beauty, but in fact she is a master. Go ahead! Wu De shouted loudly, and dozens of strong men in black looked at each other and rushed forward together. A cold light flashed in Ning Hansuang's eyes. She clenched her fists, and the air around her seemed to be frozen, making crackling sounds. Her body instantly turned into a shadow and flew towards the nearest big man, punching him. Chapter 16. What's the point of hiding behind a woman? Come on, old man. Seeing that his men were frightened, Wu De got furious and rushed forward waving an iron rod. Ning Hansuang's figure flashed and she kicked out, kicking Wu De's iron rod away. She grabbed the iron rod with her palm and pulled it out with force. Ning Hansuang grabbed the iron rod and pulled it back hard. Wu De's body lost control and he fell to the ground, wailing in pain. The rest of the strong men were so frightened that they stood there in a daze. Go ahead. Wu De got up and shouted again. The strong men finally reacted and rushed forward with machetes in hand. Bang! Ning Hansuang punched with both fists, and those strong men took a few steps back. Some of them fell directly to the ground and had difficulty even standing up. Ning Hansuang approached step by step, and those people retreated one after another. Wu De's eyes were wide open, his heart filled with fear. Su Shiwang stood aside, looking at Ning Hansuang with a playful look. Ning Hansuang is a hidden talent. I didn't expect that this beautiful schoolgirl is so powerful. Su Shiwang didn't know how to judge the level of strength, but he felt that Ning Hansuang was definitely much stronger than Zhou Hao. Moreover, her power was very strange, with a kind of icy energy in it. This also made Su Shiwang understand why Ning Hansuang had that unique temperament. It was not something she wanted to have. But it's innate. When the strong men saw Ning Hansuang getting closer and closer, they all took up their weapons to resist, but they couldn't even touch the edge of Ning Hansuang's clothes, and were all blown away by a huge cold wind. In the blink of an eye, everyone was wiped out. That Wu De had both legs broken by Ning Hansuang and was lying on the ground howling in pain. Su Shiwang looked at Ning Hansuang, his eyes filled with admiration. Amazing. Of course she is amazing. Sister Han Shuang is a hidden talent. Li Kerson laughed. Suddenly, Ning Hansuang's gaze fell on a man in black. He had a strong aura and a faint sense of mystery. Lu Wei stood behind him, trembling, holding his arm tightly. Blade, hurry up and take action. Dao Feng nodded heavily, took a step forward, and a powerful aura burst out. The blade cut through the air, making a sharp whistling sound, and went straight towards Ning Hansuang. Ha! As the knife was unsheathed, the atmosphere around him seemed to freeze instantly, and Ning Hansuang's eyes also changed slightly. What amazing knife skills! Bang! Ning Hansuang suddenly jumped up and dodged the attack of the blade with a side roll. Then he rushed out and kicked towards the blade with a whip kick. Dao Feng's body shook strangely, and he actually avoided Ning Hansuang's attack with his body skills. He punched Ning Hansuang, but Ning Hansuang quickly turned sideways and avoided the attack. The blade's attack came again. Ning Hanswan lowered her body, hugged her knees with her hands, crossed her legs and covered her chest. Bang! A violent force hit Ning Hanswan's legs, causing them to feel slightly numb. Ning Hanswan lowered his body again and attacked with the blade again. Ning Hanswan threw a right hook at Daofeng's nose. Bang! Daofeng's nose was collapsed, bright red blood flowed out, and one of his front teeth fell out. Ning Hanswan's right arm felt numb, a tingling sensation spread throughout her body, and her body trembled. Bang! Blade stepped back, staggered, and almost fell to the ground. Oh, take her! Wu De shouted loudly when he saw this, and the strong men also rushed up. Ning Hanswan glanced at them coldly, her eyes were extremely sharp, and a cold murderous intent spread from Ning Hanswan's body. Plop! 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 These strong men felt as if their bodies were being pressed down by a huge stone weighing 1,000 pounds. They could not move at all. One by one they collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. They felt the suffocating murderous intent from Ning Hanswan. Su Shiwan, what's the point of hiding behind a woman? Seeing that the situation was not good, Lu Wei immediately yelled at Su Shiwang. The sun is shining in the sky, and the flowers are smiling at me. Su Shiwang was humming a ballad lazily, looking nonchalant. Lu Wei and others looked at Su Shiwang with hatred, and each of them wanted to tear Su Shiwang to pieces. Su Shiwang, you're the eldest son of the Su family, but you only know how to rely on women. Isn't that shameful? You know shit. It's not shameful to rely on a woman. It's shameful to have no woman to rely on. Chapter 17. It's shameful to have no woman to rely on. You know shit. It's not shameful to rely on a woman. It's shameful to have no woman to rely on. Su Shiwang glanced at Lu Wei and sneered. You're talking nonsense. Women are trustworthy, but sows can climb trees. Bah, shameless. Do you know who the shameless person is? You. Shut up. Ning Hanshuang's face turned cold and his body suddenly accelerated. Ning Hanshuang held Lu Wei in her hands like a chick. Ning Hanshuang threw him to the ground, then raised her hand and condensed a ball of cold air in her hand. The cold air emitted a light blue light and floated above Lu Wei's head like a water ball. Lu Wei's face was filled with horror as he exclaimed, the energy condensed from the cold air, damn, you actually awakened your spirit. The spiritual body is a special physical classification among practitioners after the revival of spiritual energy. It is a very rare existence that requires innate awakening. It is condensed from the elements in the practitioner's body and is a kind of origin in the practitioner's body. It contains extremely powerful power and cannot be matched by ordinary martial arts. Such people are rare in the secular world. I didn't expect that Ning Hanshuang actually has a spirit body. Isn't this too incredible? A bunch of chickens and dogs. After Ning Hanshuang dealt with the group of black-clad thugs, Su Shiwang walked up and looked at the group of strong men with contempt. Bah, Su Shiwang, you're a loser who only knows how to rely on women. Su Shiwang didn't get angry even though he heard the people cursing. He slowly squatted down and slapped them twice with his backhand. Snap. 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 3 crisp sounds were heard. Lu Wei was slapped to the ground by Su Shiwang, and his face quickly swelled up. You dare to hit me. Lu Wei covered his red and swollen face with a look of anger. Why shouldn't I hit you? You were rude to me, so isn't it only natural for me to teach you a lesson? You dare to attack me, there's someone behind me. Lu Wei pointed at Su Shiwang and was speechless. What do you mean, you're not convinced? I don't care who's behind you. Su Shiwang stared at Lu Wei and asked. He slapped him several times in the face. Lu Wei's cheeks deformed again and blood flowed from his nose. In a fight like this, Ning Hanshuang's skills were so great that he could easily deal with them, and he was even too lazy to take action. Su Shiwang was playing while humming a song, as if he was a child playing. That idiot Zhou Hao didn't dare to do it himself, yet he let you fools do it. What a bunch of useless people you are. Su Shiwang said as he looked at these strong men who were beaten half to death by him. Master Ning, now that we have dealt with this bunch of rubbish, let's talk. Mr. Su, do you have feelings for Han Shuang? Ning Genoa looked at Su Shiwang in front of him and said, his face calm, without any fluctuation in expression. To be honest, I just met her today. Su Shiwang shrugged and said, but she is indeed quite attractive. There was a moment of silence. After a long moment, Ning Genoa slowly said, Han Shuang, what do you think of him? Ning Hanswang was stunned when she heard this question, then lowered her head and said, "He might be a good person. I think he is a very affectionate person." When Ning Hanswang said this, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. She knew that she had fallen in love with Su Shiwang, but she was unwilling to admit it. Why so fast? She couldn't explain it either. "I just feel that Su Shiwang has a special and unparalleled charm. It is hard for such a man not to be admired by women. Mr. Su, let's sit down and talk. You are willing to help my Ning family, so what do you hope to get from my Ning family?" Ning Genoa looked at Su Shiwang and asked calmly. Su Shiwang walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the entire magic city through the glass. His eyes seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. "I don't want any of the Ning family's property." "Then what does Mr. Su want?" "I want the Ning family to submit to me." Su Shiwang turned around with his hands behind his back, as if he was the king of the world. He said proudly, "I want your Ning family to completely submit to me." "What did you say?" Ning Genoa stared at Su Shiwang in disbelief, with a deep shock flashing in his eyes. "This is impossible. My Ning family is one of the 4 major families in the Magic City. Although we are not as powerful as your Su family, and now we are in trouble, we, the Ning family, will never surrender to anyone. Chapter 18. The Su family will always support any decision you make." Ning Genoa flatly denied Su Shiwang's words. "Really? Ning family, do you think you are still the Ning family you once were? The current Ning family has long lost its former glory and splendor." Su Shiwang narrowed his eyes and looked at Ning Genoa and said. Ning Genoa's face changed instantly, turning pale and blue, and he couldn't utter a word. "The Ning family's affairs have nothing to do with me. If I hadn't been moved by Ning Hanswang's sincerity, I wouldn't have agreed to save your Ning family. You can refuse, but then your choice is to sell your daughter and the entire Ning family to that scumbag Zhou Hao of the Zhou family, and those wealthy families who are eyeing your Ning family and trying to divide it up." Su Shiwang looked at Ning Genoa and said. Ning Genoa's eyes narrowed, and a look of struggle appeared in his eyes. "There's nothing between us. I can continue to be my carefree young master, and you can pretend nothing happened. What do you think? Master Su, I can obey you, but if you want the Ning family to belong to you, Our Ning family agrees." Ning Hanswang interrupted Ning Genoa, her beautiful eyes gleaming with a brilliant light. "As long as you can help my Ning family will submit to you. From now on, I, Ning Hanswang, am willing to be your slave and be loyal to you forever." Ning Hanswang spoke in a firm tone and looked serious. Su Shiwang was slightly stunned, then looked at Ning Hanswang in surprise. "This is a very beautiful woman, but her heart is harder than stone." You're not kidding me?" Su Shiwang couldn't help but ask. "I, Ning Hanswang, keep my word," Ning Hanswang said. "Schwanger, how can I, your father, watch you being humiliated? I will never agree to this. Dad, we have no way out." Looking at Ning Hanswang and Su Shiwang, Ning Genoa was silent for a long time, sighed, and said. "Hey, Master Su, our Ning family has agreed to your request, but can you make the decision? After all, to save our Ning family, we have to face dozens of wealthy families." "Master Ning doesn't believe me?" Master Su's background can be said to be top tier and wealthy. If Master Su takes action, our Ning family will naturally be able to escape from this predicament. However, if Master Su helps our Ning family, I'm afraid it will incur public outrage. I'm afraid Master Su doesn't have that much power," Ning Genoa said. He. Su Shiwang smiled slightly, took out his cell phone from his pocket and called his mother Lu Qingyan. "Pope, what's wrong, sweetheart?" As soon as the phone was connected, Lu Qingyan's voice reached Su Shiwang's ears, as gentle as ever. Of course, gentleness is only for Su Shiwang. To others, she is the domineering queen who makes the whole of Yinjing tremble. "Mom, do you know about the Ning family in Modu?" "I know. The Ning family is in a precarious situation right now. The Zhou family has joined forces with dozens of other families and is planning to annex them. What's going on?" "I want to save the Ning family. You can handle this kind of trivial matter yourself." Su Shiwang smiled slightly and told Lu Qingyan about this. "The Su family will always support any decision you make." After hearing what Su Shiwang said, Lu Qingyan did not hesitate at all. She simply replied to Su Shiwang with a few words and hung up the phone. Su Shiwang put the phone in his pocket, looked at Ning Genoa, and said with a cold smile, "Did you hear that? My mother said that I can handle such trivial matters myself." Ning Genhua nodded helplessly. His Ning family is now in decline and cannot withstand the revenge of the Zhou family. If his Ning family was swallowed up, then his Ning family would really disappear. It's not that he has no backbone, but because of the Ning family, he will not allow the Ning family to disappear. Chapter 19 Look, Touch. Alright, since young Master Su can fully represent the Su family, then my Ning family is willing to submit to young Master Su. No matter what young Master Su wants my Ning family to do, my Ning family will never refuse. Haha, okay. Su Shiwan nodded with satisfaction. What he hated most was the cowards who were afraid of death and loved life. If the Ning family was really a coward, then he would not bother with the Ning family. When I return, I will arrange for the Su family's resources to help your Ning family recover as quickly as possible. Su Shiwan looked at Ning Genhua and said, I will take care of this matter myself. Ning Genhua nodded. Then it's settled. Su Shiwan said, Master Hope, if you need me to do anything, my Ning family is willing to serve you wholeheartedly, but please do not harm Han Xuan, she is my only daughter. Ning Genhua looked at Su Shiwan and pleaded. I hurt her. Su Shiwan looked at Ning Hanzhuang, who was like an icy beauty, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Bully her? Who can bully her? Wow, this strength is a bit scary. However, since Ning Hanzhuang is a rare ice spirit, Su Shiwan will naturally not give up on her. This person is a talent. Why not train him well to become my personal guard? There is a close friend Su Xiaro. I still need a big girl to warm my bed. What's more, Ning Hanzhuang is such a stunningly beautiful iceberg beauty. Su Shiwan believes that with time, Ning Hanzhuang will surely shine with her own light. Su Shiwan, come out. Outside the Su family's gate, Lin Xingxue roared angrily. She was wearing a red slit dress that clung to her delicate body, revealing curvy figures that made people unable to help but fantasize. The pair of black Balenciaga stockings on her legs are extremely eye-catching. Su Shiwan, you bastard, stop hiding from me. Su Shiwan was sitting in the yard basking in the sun, enjoying Su Xiao's Thai full-body essential oil spa massage. Suddenly I heard the sound. Su Shiwan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth and frowned. Why is this woman here again? Isn't she annoying? Master, I'll help you drive her away. Su Xiao put down the massager and essential oil in her hands, stood up and prepared to drive Lin Xingxue away. No, you just stay here. Don't move without my order. Master, I'm feeling comfortable. Su Shiwang waved his hand and said, there's no need to chase her away. Let's just ignore her and let her rant. She'll naturally leave when she gets tired. But she has been making a lot of noise outside, affecting your comfort, young master. I am afraid that it will affect the effect of this massage. Su Xiao said worriedly. It's okay. What I hate most is annoying flies. If she keeps buzzing, I'll just tell her to shut up. Go get me 2 cups of coffee and 2 sugar cubes. I'll drink them shortly. Su Shiwang waved his hand, signaling Su Xiao to leave. Su Xiao nodded slightly and turned to walk towards the kitchen. At this time, Lin Xingxue walked in aggressively, followed by a handsome man with a smile on his face. Lin Xingxue came into the yard and saw Su Shiwang, and immediately roared in anger. Su Shiwang, get out here. You bastard, if you have the guts, don't hide. Come out here, I want to fight you one-on-one. You're no match for me, so forget it. I hope I don't hit a woman. Su Shiwang said lightly. You. Lin Xingxue was so angry that her whole body was shaking. Don't be so arrogant. I'm telling you, the people in my Lin family are not vegetarians. Oh, then you can ask your grandfather to beat me. You bastard, why did you reject me and accept Ning Hanchuan's courtship? How am I, Lin Xingxue, inferior to her? Lin Xingxue asked angrily. Lin Xingxue, you are no match for Ning Hanchuan in any way. She is beautiful, has a cold personality, is extremely talented in cultivation, and possesses an ice-type spirit body. Even I, Su Shiwang, would be ashamed of myself for being so beautiful. Su Shiwang admired the coffee handed to him by Su Xiao and savored it leisurely, not feeling displeased at all by Lin Xingxue's interruption. Don't you like to see the black stockings from Balenciaga? I've put them on for you to wear. Look at them, touch them. I have something even sexier here, play with it. When Lin Xingxue saw Su Shiwang looking so leisurely and contented, she became even angrier. She took out a set of black lace pajamas from her pocket, threw it in Su Shiwang's face, and said angrily. Su Shiwang was stunned, grabbed the underwear on his face and started to look strange. Why is it still hollow? Chapter 20. Kneel down. What kind of plane? Did this woman's head get squeezed by the door? Or has her masochism become more serious? When I started pursuing her, she was dismissive. Now that I don't like her anymore, she tries to please me in every way, becomes hysterical, and even uses her ultimate move, sexy black stockings plus hollow underwear. I really don't understand what these women are thinking. Is this woman sick? Ms. Lin, I advise you to take this lingerie back. It's too sexy and I'm afraid of a nosebleed. Besides, I have no interest in you, so why bother? Su Shiwang was speechless. This woman's thoughts jumped so fast that she couldn't keep up at all. Su Shiwang, you filthy bastard. Lin Qingxue was furious. Su Shiwang still didn't accept her. She was so angry. Hey, my reputation has been ruined for a long time, you can curse me all you want. Su Shiwang shrugged and said. He really didn't care if Lin Qingxue scolded him. As long as the Lin family doesn't deal with me or provoke me, then everything will be fine. But if the Lin family dares to cause trouble for me, don't blame me for being rude to them. At this time, the man standing behind Lin Qingxue spoke. Master, I hope that the engagement between the Su family and the Lin family has not been cancelled. You should be gentle with Miss Qingxue. Gentle? Su Shiwang looked at the man, a playful smile on his face. Why should I treat her gently? Su Qingfeng, do you think that just because you're the pride of our Su family, you can talk to me like this? Do you still have respect for others? Su Shiwang's seemingly calm voice contained a strong oppressive force that made Su Qingfeng's heart pound. Su Qingfeng was shocked. What's going on with this hope? How come he suddenly becomes a different person? You? What do you mean by I? Do you have any family rules? Do you have any respect for hierarchy? You are just a young master from a branch family. How dare you point fingers at me? Kneel down. Su Shiwang shouted loudly, his voice was like thunder, making people's eardrums hurt. Su Shiwang's voice was like a muffled thunder exploding in the Su family compound, scaring everyone to death. Everyone was shocked by Su Shiwang's voice and couldn't help but look towards him. Master, I hope. Do you think you can disregard the rules just because you're the Su family's prodigy? I'm just asking you, will you kneel? You. As a super aristocratic family, the Su family has an extremely strict system of hierarchy. Not to mention that you are a genius of a branch line, even if you are an elder of a branch line, you cannot offend Su Shiwang, the eldest master of the main line. In the past, Su Shiwang was weak and only knew how to eat, drink and have fun. He was a playboy who knew nothing, so Su Qingfeng was naturally not afraid of him. But today, Su Qingfeng looked at Su Shiwang's eyes, which were as cold as a knife blade, and his heart trembled. He did not dare to disobey him. He knelt down on the ground obediently, and his knees knelt on the ground with a crisp bang. Snort! Su Shiwang glanced at Su Qingfeng coldly and ignored him. The prodigy of the Su family gritted his teeth as he looked at Lin Qingxue and Su Shiwang in front of him, and knelt down to his fiancée in front of his beloved woman. What a shame and humiliation! But the current situation did not allow him to refute. He did not dare to disobey Su Shiwang's orders and could only choose to submit. Otherwise, it would be really hard for him to guarantee what this young master would do. If family rules are enforced, the consequences will be unbearable. Seeing that Su Shiwang had completely subdued Su Qingfeng with just this one move, Lin Qingxue's face was filled with surprise. How come Su Shiwang suddenly became so powerful? I clearly have bewitched Su Shiwang, and I know his weakness. You stinky rascal! How dare you bully Qingfeng? When Lin Qingxue saw how Su Shiwang punished Su Qingfeng, she immediately became furious and rushed forward to teach Su Shiwang a lesson, but was grabbed by Su Xiaoro by the side. Miss Qingxue, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to do this. Su Xiaoro stared at Lin Qingxue indifferently and warned coldly. I'm teaching my fiancée a lesson, what's it to you? You're just a maid, what right do you have to pull me over? She's not just a maid, she's also my personal maid. Your fiancée can't even compare to her status. Su Shiwang said with a faint smile. You all bully me, I won't live anymore. When Lin Qingxue heard Su Shiwang's words, she almost cried out. Chapter 21. I'm going to complain to your mother. Lin Qingxue's reaction made Su Shiwang look confused. First cry, then make a fuss, then hang yourself? The original owner has a very unique taste. What kind of thing does he like? The little princess of the Lin family is so stupid. Su Shiwan, you've been pursuing me for so long, why do you just say you don't want to pursue me anymore? I'll give you one more chance. Tell me you love me now, and I'll agree to it right away. Lin Qingxue stared at him with her big watery eyes and said fiercely. As she spoke, she exchanged glances with Su Qingfeng. Upon hearing this, Su Shiwang was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This woman is really shameless. I have been pursuing her for so long, but she still wants to give me a chance to pursue her? Did she think this was a movie? Do you really think you have diamonds inlaid somewhere? Sorry, it depends on fate. I think my fate with Ning Hansuang has arrived, so I agreed to her. Su Shiwang said seriously. You. Lin Qingxue was speechless after hearing Su Shiwang's words, and was shaking with anger. Su Shiwang, this bastard, knew that she was his legal fiancée, but he was still pretending to be stupid here, and was talking about fate, saying that his fate with Ning Hansuang had come. Aren't you just kidding yourself? The more Lin Qingxue thought about it, the angrier she became. The anger in her heart burned, her whole face turned red, and she wished she could tear Su Shiwang to pieces. Uncle Su is not at home, so I'll let Aunt Lu do justice for me. Aunt Lu, Aunt Lu. When Su Shiwang heard Lin Qingxue calling Lu Qingyan to appear, he looked indifferent, but Su Qingfeng, the prodigy of the Su family who was kneeling behind him, was so scared that his face turned pale. Who in the Su family doesn't fear Lu Qingyan's majesty? Lu Qingyan usually seldom manages family affairs, but whenever she personally handles family affairs, there will definitely be a big commotion, so the entire Su family is in panic and worried. Lin Qingxue called out several times but saw no sign of Lu Qingyan, and she couldn't help but stamp her feet in anxiety. Where's Aunt Lu? I want to see her. I want to see her. She yelled. She is the most precious eldest daughter of the Lin family. She is shrouded in glory and is used to being treated like a star. Now that she was at the Su family, she suddenly fell from being a noble and favored daughter of heaven to being in a quagmire. How could she accept this? Su Shiwang saw the young lady in this state, and a hint of sarcasm appeared on the corner of his mouth. Su Qingfeng knelt on the ground, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. He cursed Su Shiwang in his heart. Fuck you, why did you call out the madam when I should have known not to get involved? Okay, Qingxue girl, stop making trouble. Let me handle it. At this time, a majestic female voice sounded, and a beautiful middle-aged woman came from a distance. This woman was Lu Qingyan. Seeing Lu Qingyan appear, Lin Qingxue threw herself into Lu Qingyan's arms and burst into tears as if she had seen a savior. Aunt Lu, Su Shiwang is bullying me. Our engagement hasn't been cancelled yet, but he's already with someone else. He's betraying our engagement. You must stand up for me. Lin Qingxue cried so heartbrokenly, just like an abandoned young wife. Oh? Who is he dating? How come I, as his mother, don't know? Su Qingfeng, do you know? Lu Qingyan glanced at Su Qingfeng who was kneeling on the ground and asked in a cold voice. Her eyes were cold, with a terrifying murderous intent, and she looked straight at Su Qingfeng. Madam! Su Qingfeng shuddered at the look in Lu Qingyan's eyes. Even though he was the pride of the Su family, he felt cold all over, sweating profusely, and was extremely scared. He knew that he had caused big trouble this time and had angered the eldest lady of the Lu family. Su Qingfeng, tell me, did you say anything to Qingxue that you shouldn't have said? Lu Qingyan stared at Su Qingfeng and asked in a deep voice. No. No, I didn't. How dare I say anything I shouldn't say? If it wasn't you who said it, then who said it? Lu Qingyan continued to ask. Yes. What is it? You should know the rules of my Su family, right? Lu Qingyan's words almost scared Su Qingfeng to death. I found this out myself, it has nothing to do with him. Lu Qingyan's gaze kept moving between Lin Qingxue and Su Qingfeng, making the two of them feel goosebumps all over and break out in cold sweats. Aunt Lu, you don't believe those rumors, do you? There's nothing between Su Qingfeng and me. Lin Qingxue hurriedly explained. Rumors are terrible. I hope you understand what I mean. Also, I don't like people gossiping about me behind my back. Hope can do whatever he wants. How I discipline him is my business, not even the family has any say in that. Hope's engagement to you was made by his father. I don't care, it's a family agreement. But whether you can keep Hope's heart depends on your own ability. Anyone who dares to act out of line will know the consequences. Lu Qingyan's tone was steady, but the murderous intent and warning contained in it made Lin Qingxue and Su Qingfeng tremble in their hearts, and they quickly agreed. Yes. I remember. I will follow your teachings and keep my hope alive. Lin Qingxue looked well behaved. Snort. Lu Qingyan snorted coldly, turned her head, looked at Su Shiwan, and gave him a serious warning. Shiwan, Qingxue is your future wife after all. You must take good care of Qingxue in the future and don't do anything ridiculous again. Yes. Su Shiwan lowered his head. Auntie, what about Ning Hanzhuang? Chapter 22, Being Sold and Still Helping Others Count Money. The Ning family has been conquered by hope. I will take care of Ning Hanzhuang's affairs myself. It is undeniable that Ning Hanzhuang is a good seedling. If you are not as good as her, then it is understandable for hope to replace you. Lu Qingyan frowned, and Lin Qingxue's words were stuck on her lips, but she didn't dare to speak again. She knew that no matter how much she argued, she could not change the facts. She knew that she was in the wrong this time. So, she could only swallow her anger. Watching Lu Qingyan leave, she clenched her fists in anger. But there is nothing she can do about it, because the eldest lady of the Su family is a person whose words are law in the whole Yanjing. Su Qingfeng knelt on the ground, trembling all over, and secretly groaned in his heart. Lu Qingyan's words were like a bolt from the blue to him, making his head buzz and wailing in his heart, "Oh my God, this is terrible, I'm going to die this time." He raised his head and looked at Su Shiwan with a stern expression, feeling a wave of despair in his heart. I'm not afraid of Su Shiwan, I'm just afraid of Su Shiwan's mother. This lady doesn't care about your status or strength. If you dare to displease her, she will punish you according to the family rules. Once, an elder from the main lineage contradicted her and insulted her. Even though that elder had unparalleled skills and a high status, Lu Qingyan ignored everyone's opposition and beat him to death with a stick. He originally wanted to make fun of Su Shiwan through Lin Qingxue's incident, and then improve his status in the Su family, so that the Su family would pay attention to him and allow him to have a say in the family. But I never expected that it would bring me trouble. Su Qingfeng felt extremely regretful. Looking at Lin Qingxue in front of him, he exclaimed that this woman was too stupid. If it weren't for her, how could there be so many twists and turns? Why don't you just get out of here? Su Shiwan looked at Su Qingfeng with disgust, and his tone was so cold that Su Qingfeng shivered. Master Hope, I'll take my leave now. However, I heard that Master Hope also participated in the exchange meeting between Magic City University and Yanjing University. If we meet then, Master Hope, please don't show any mercy. I won't let Master Hope go any further. Su Qingfeng stood up, glanced at Su Shiwan, and said through gritted teeth. Then he left without looking back. Qingfeng, you wait a minute. Lin Qingxue watched Su Qingfeng leave and she hurriedly called out to him. Su Qingfeng walked out without looking back, ignoring Lin Qingxue's calls. He cursed Su Shiwan with resentment in his heart. The humiliation he suffered today made him not want to look back again. Any further look would be a trampling on his dignity. In his eyes, Lin Qingxue was just an object that could be used. If she was useless, she could be discarded. Su Shiwan couldn't help but sneer at Lin Qingxue. This woman was totally brainless. She was being used as a gun and still helping others count money. What a fool! Lin Qingxue looked into Su Shiwan's eyes and her heart skipped a beat. She suddenly felt that Su Shiwan's gaze was very cold and sharp, as if he wanted to see through her. She felt a little uneasy. Su Shiwan, you. Lin Qingxue felt a little flustered. Oh, go back quickly, Miss Lin. I still need to take a nap. Sharo, get ready and serve me during my nap. I need to use more force for the essential oil massage. I'm struggling. Su Shiwan waved his hand lazily and gave instructions to Su Sharo who was standing beside him. Yes. Su Sharo quickly agreed, a hint of shyness flashing across her face. Su Shiwan, you're disgusting. A trace of humiliation flashed across Lin Qingxue's face, and she said through gritted teeth. Really? Then Miss Lin, you better open your eyes and break off the engagement immediately. Don't let a dandy young master like me take you home. Otherwise, I'll make you massage me with essential oils every day and even make you kneel on the washboard. Oh, and by the way, maybe you'll have to wear that sexy hollow underwear of yours for me to see every day. Su Shiwan looked at Lin Qingxue with a sarcastic expression. Su Shiwan, I'm warning you, Lin Qingxue, will never cancel the engagement. There's no way you can break off the engagement with me. Lin Qingxue snorted coldly and said angrily. Just pray that I don't marry you. Otherwise, don't blame me for bullying you. I'll whip your butt with a whip. I don't show any mercy to women. Su Shiwang shrugged and gave a playful smile. Lin Qingxue's cheeks flushed, her beautiful eyes widened, she glared at Su Shiwang fiercely, turned and left, looking like a child throwing a tantrum. Bye, I won't see you off. Su Shiwang waved his hand without even raising his head, and continued to enjoy Su Xiao's massage service. Chapter 23 Zhou Feng's Invitation, Lin Qingxue's Hesitation. Lin Qingxue was very depressed after leaving Su's house. Instead of going home, she wandered aimlessly on the street. Suddenly outside a shopping mall, a man blocked her way. Lin Qingxue looked up and was immediately shocked. Ms. Lin, are you free? Would you be so kind as to have a cup of coffee and chat? A heroic young man stood in front of Lin Qingxue, wearing a white shirt and black trousers. He looked like a gentleman with a sunny smile on his face, and he looked very approachable. Lin Qingxue was stunned. Isn't this Zhou Feng, the eldest son of the Zhou family? Top 50 in China's potential list. A person who was rumored to be elusive in Yanjing City suddenly appeared in front of her at this moment. This surprised her a little. Ms. Lin, why are you so surprised? I have admired Miss Lin for a long time. Now that we meet by chance, it can be considered a kind of fate. Looking at Lin Qingxue's surprised face, Zhou Feng showed a charming smile, stretched out his hand, wanting to invite Lin Qingxue to dinner, but saw Lin Qingxue suddenly take a few steps back. She looked at the strange man in front of her with a wary look, her eyes cold. Mr. Zhou, you and I are not familiar with each other, just say whatever you want to say. Ms. Lin, I wonder if I would have the honor to have dinner with you? When Zhou Feng saw Lin Qingxue like this, he was not angry, but instead showed a gentle smile. I want to discuss making a wish with you. Talking about hope? Lin Qingxue was silent for a moment, then slowly said, Your Zhou family and the Su family are enemies for generations. What is there for us to discuss? You'll be interested. Come on. Zhou Feng smiled slightly and said gentlemanly. Lin Qingxue was silent for a moment, then followed Zhou Feng to a coffee shop. The two found a seat by the window and sat down. The waiter quickly brought over 2 cups of steaming hot coffee. Mr. Zhou, what do you want to talk to me about? Lin Qingxue picked up the coffee cup in front of her, took a sip of coffee, then put the cup down, picked up a piece of cake, and tasted it carefully in her hand. Cappuccino with tiramisu is sweet but not greasy, soft in the mouth and very delicious. I heard that Miss Lin was asked by Su Shiwang to cancel the engagement? Zhou Xiao said slowly. If Master Zhou is here to humiliate me, then forget it. Goodbye. Lin Qingxue's face suddenly turned ugly, and she picked up the bag beside her and was about to leave. Wait a minute. Zhou Feng's smile remained unchanged, still with a charming smile. Ms. Lin, please don't be angry. I don't mean to mock you. May I ask, how much do you know about Su Shiwang? He was once my most ardent pursuer, but suddenly, on the day I jumped into the lake, he no longer liked me. I don't understand why he could change his mind so quickly. Hearing Zhou Feng's words, a hint of anger appeared on Lin Qingxue's face, which made her feel a little unwilling. Ms. Lin, you don't need to pretend in front of me. You kept Su Shiwang hanging, probably because of Su Qingfeng's instructions. Zhou Feng said with a hint of sneer on his face. I. Lin Qingxue was suddenly speechless. She lowered her head to hide the anger in her eyes. Ms. Lin, there's no need to hide it. This is an open secret. Only Su Shiwang can't see through it. You were originally unwilling to accept Su Shiwang's proposal because you and Su Qingfeng already had an affair. You've tried countless times to cancel your engagement with Su Shiwang and get engaged to Su Qingfeng, the Su family's top prodigy. But you never imagined that Su Qingfeng would use you to drain Su Shiwang's energy, thereby consolidating his position as the top prodigy of the Su family. And you only need to fan the flames from the sidelines, and Su Shiwang will naturally be seduced by you and lose his mind to other things. By then, the future of the Su family will be entirely controlled by Su Qingfeng. Zhou Feng gave a series of analyses and stated the facts. Lin Qingxue looked up, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief, but she quickly recovered and looked at Zhou Feng and said, As expected of you, Mr. Zhou, you've guessed right. It's true that Qingfeng and I have long been engaged, but I'm engaged to Su Shiwang. Qingfeng is just a branch of the Su family, while Su Shiwang is the eldest son. I can't make the decision about this marriage, but the love in my heart will never change. Miss Lin sacrificed herself for love. I admire you. Mr. Zhou, if you're here to teach me a lesson, I don't have the time to waste my breath with you. You don't need to worry about my affairs. You should focus on yourself. Qingfeng will surpass you sooner or later. Lin Qingxue looked at Zhou Feng with cold eyes. Ms. Lin, Su Qingfeng may just be using you. When he gets promoted, he won't marry you. Zhou Feng said earnestly. Lin Qingxue's face turned slightly cold. Thank you for your reminder, but it's not your turn to interrupt me when I, Lin Qingxue, am doing something. Young Master Zhou, I respect you as the pride of Yanjing City and the eldest young master of the Zhou family. I don't want to cause any trouble, but please respect my privacy. Oh, sorry, that was rude of me. Zhou Feng smiled slightly and looked at Lin Qingxue. As soon as he finished speaking, the waiter brought the coffee. Zhou Feng picked up the coffee and took a sip, then said, Ms. Lin, you don't have to be so defensive of me. I mean no harm. I just want to discuss cooperation with you. Talk about cooperation? Do you want me to help you attack the Su family, or to help you gather intelligence? Lin Qingxue looked at Zhou Feng indifferently and said disdainfully. Both, I guess. Is Miss Lin interested? Zhou Feng smiled and shook his head. Sorry, I don't want to betray Qingfeng. After saying that, Lin Qingxue stood up and prepared to leave. Lin Qingxue had just taken a step when she heard Zhou Feng calling her. Ms. Lin, wait a minute, I haven't finished yet. Lin Qingxue stopped and looked at Zhou Feng in confusion. Ms. Zhou, do you want to know the secret of Su Shiwan? Zhou Feng said with a smile. Hearing Su Shiwan's name, Lin Qingxue's expression changed slightly, and then she said, I don't want to know. Zhou Feng laughed heartily, seemingly seeing through Lin Qingxue's concerns, and then said, Ms. Lin, you misunderstood me. What I wanted to tell you is that Su Qingfeng can't possibly be the heir to the Su family, and he's no match for Su Shiwang. What? Master Zhou, are you kidding me? Su Shiwang is a dandy boy, while Qingfeng is already a prodigy on the verge of breaking through the Qi and blood realm. Even if the Su family favors Su Shiwang, in this world of spiritual energy revival, strength determines status. When Lin Qingxue heard Zhou Feng's words, her eyes widened and her face was full of disbelief. Zhou Feng shrugged and said with a faint smile, Miss Lin, I'm not joking. Moreover, Su Shiwang's hidden strength is definitely more than what it appears on the surface. My third brother Zhou Hao has already fought Su Shiwang and was defeated miserably. So, I advise Miss Lin to think carefully. If you really want to compete with the Su family, you can only rely on me. Su Qingfeng is not worth gamble your future on. Don't say that Su Qingfeng is just a branch of the Su family. Even if he is the son of a powerful person from another main branch of the Su family, even if he becomes a powerful person in the transformation realm, his status in the Su family is not as high as Su Shiwang's. Have you ever thought about Su Shiwang's father? A good father will have a good son. Zhou Feng didn't say anything else, but Lin Qingxue understood what he meant. Lin Qingxue gritted her teeth, her eyes flickering, obviously weighing the pros and cons. Ms. Lin, I can guarantee that you will not lose any bets, including the safety of your Lin family. Zhou Feng dropped another bombshell. He looked at Lin Qingxue with anticipation in his eyes. Lin Qingxue took a deep breath and asked solemnly, Young Master Zhou, the feud between your Zhou family and the Su family has been going on for a long time. I don't want to drag the Lin family into your struggle. Between your two big ships, my Lin family will have a hard time surviving. Miss Lin, let me speak from the bottom of my heart. There is no turning back between you and Su Shiwang. Have you ever thought about this? If you don't take sides, the Lin family will inevitably become the target of competition between the Su and Zhou families. And the Zhou family can't tolerate the existence of a Lin family with such close ties to the Su family. At that time, the Lin family will definitely be implicated. Although your Lin family has some influence in Yanjing City, in the eyes of my Zhou family, you are just an ant that can be crushed to death with a flick of the wrist. At that time, Miss Lin, I think your family will also give up you, the apple of their eye, for their own benefit, right? Zhou Feng said with a smile. He paused for a moment and then said, If you choose to cooperate with me, the Lin family will become an ally of the Zhou family. How about it? Lin Qingxue frowned, and she also had some hesitation in her heart. If she cooperated with the Zhou family, then the Lin family would inevitably become cannon fodder. But if what he said was true, Su Qingfeng would never be able to defeat Su Shiwang. Judging from Su Shiwang's current attitude, he and the Lin family would be in an irretrievable situation. Mr. Zhou, I'll think about it. After a long time, Lin Qingxue raised her head and said to Zhou Feng, Ms. Lin, please take your time to think about it. I'm waiting for your good news. Zhou Feng smiled, then stood up and left the cafe. After Zhou Feng left, Lin Qingxue felt upset and didn't know what to do. Do I really have to join Zhou Feng? But I, Lin Qingxue, am the eldest daughter of the Lin family. If I join the Zhou family, won't the entire Lin family be in danger? If I choose to betray Su Shiwang, then the relationship between him and me will be over. By then, I don't know how Su Shiwang will humiliate me. And it seems that I really can't choose Su Qingfeng. Lin Qingxue sat on the chair, talking to herself constantly. After Zhou Feng left the coffee shop, a smile of triumph appeared on his face. Lin Qingxue, please don't let me down. Su Qingfeng? If you take the position, it will be much more difficult for me to take over the Su family. But if that loser Su Shiwang takes the position, then the Su family will be mine. He muttered to himself, then walked into a black luxury Mercedes-Benz and drove away, being served by several sexy beauties. Chapter 24 What If I Hit You? Inside the school, Su Shiwang was walking on the campus, followed by Ning Hanshuang and Li Kersen, two beautiful school beauties. Along the way, they attracted the attention of many students, who looked at them sideways, marveling at the beauty of the two girls, and even more amazed at the fact that Su Shiwang was surrounded by women. What a shame, Su Shiwang is such a big bootlicker. How can he pick up girls like this? Hugging them left and right. Don't give others a chance to live. Oh, how can two beautiful women fall for a bootlicker? It's so frustrating. Even though I'm a scoundrel, I'm the eldest son of the Su family. The sound of students talking could be heard around. Su Shiwang heard it clearly and cursed these boring guys in his heart. MD, why don't I have this blessing? Chen Nan sat in the corner smoking silently, roaring angrily in his heart. He looked at the scantily clad beauty in his arms, and suddenly felt that she was just a vulgar and ugly thing, which did not satisfy his craving at all. He crushed the cigarette but with his fingers and threw it into the trash can, looking extremely unhappy. They are all playboys, why would he wish to bring such a pretty girl? He is also the grandson of the president of Shanghai University. Why can he enjoy those pretty girls and cool school beauties? But I can only enjoy it secretly in this deserted corner. When Chen Nan was feeling depressed, he looked up and found Su Shiwang walking towards him. INM. What is this guy doing? Looking for trouble? Chen Nan's face changed drastically. Su Shiwang walked straight up to him, reached out and patted his shoulder, looking like a good brother. Hey, what are you doing? Chen Nan stared at Su Shiwang with a vigilant look and asked. Hey, Chen Nan, I see you're not happy, so I want to beat you up. You want to beat me up? Damn it, you're brave. Chen Nan was angry. He didn't have a good impression of Su Shiwang in the first place, and now Su Shiwang actually wanted to beat him up. How could he not be angry? Oh my god, Su Shiwang, you're a useless lickspittle. Chen Nan, may be a playboy, but I'm at the 4th level of physical training after all. You want to hit me? You're looking for death. Oh, you're such a bad guy, you love to do all kinds of sneaky things. You've done so many things behind my back. Let's settle the score this time. You want a fight? Come on. Chen Nan rolled up his sleeves and prepared for battle. Ha ha ha, come on. Su Shiwang laughed loudly towards the sky and punched Chen Nan. Bang! The crisp sound resounded throughout the square, and all the surrounding students were shocked. They originally thought that the two would fight to the death, but unexpectedly, Chen Nan was slapped in the face by Su Shiwang. Isn't Su Shiwang a waste? How can he beat Chen Nan, a martial artist? Oh my god, Su Shiwang, you bitch, how dare you slap me? My handsome face can only be kissed by beautiful women. Chen Nan covered his cheek and cried out in pain. He felt that his self-esteem had been severely hit. Su Shiwang actually dared to slap him. Was he trying to provoke him? Chen Nan, do you really think you're that important? I was too lazy to bother with you before, but it's easy for me to deal with a piece of shit like you. Su Shiwang, how dare you look down on me? As Chen Nan spoke, he punched Su Shiwang's lower body, trying to blow the guy's vitals apart with one punch. Snort! Su Shiwang sneered, kicked Chen Nan with his foot, and at the same time swung his left arm and punched Chen Nan's chest. Bang! Chen Nan felt as if his fist had hit steel. A huge rebound force surged from his hand into his body, and he felt like his bones were about to fall apart. This guy has such a strong body. Chen Nan was extremely surprised. This guy was usually useless. Apart from chasing Lin Qingxue, he just ate, drank, and had fun. How come he suddenly became so powerful? Could it be that he has practiced some weird kung fu? Oh my god. Is he possessed by a monster? Oh my god. It hurts so much. Chen Nan screamed, fell to the ground with a thud, his face distorted. The students around were all stunned. Su Shiwang actually beat Chen Nan so hard that he had no chance to defend himself. They all felt incredible. How could Su Shiwang suddenly become so terrifyingly powerful? Could it be that he was taking in to replenish Yon? You bastard. Chen Nan covered his swollen face and spoke with gritted teeth. He felt very aggrieved. He was the grandson of the president of Magic City University. Who in the school had to give him some face? Even the teachers dared not be disrespectful to him at all, but today he was beaten so badly by a useless dog. Ha, Chen Nan, you finally come to this day. Don't you always go against me? Su Shiwan looked at Chen Nan with a smile, feeling extremely happy in his heart. Chen Nan was such a hateful person. Su Shiwan, remember this, I will take revenge one day. Even 10 years is not too late for me, Chen Nan, to take revenge. Revenge? I didn't say I'd let you go so easily. Su Shiwang walked towards Chen Nan step by step, with a cold light flashing in his eyes as he spoke. Seeing this scene, Chen Nan was so frightened that his whole body trembled. He quickly took a few steps back and looked at Su Shiwang with a look of fear on his face. Su Shiwang, don't mess around. I'm telling you, my grandfather is the principal. If you hit me again, I'll make sure you're not alone. This ends here, and we're even. Su Shiwang stopped and stared at Chen Nan with narrowed eyes. So what if your grandfather is the principal? Your grandfather has no right to control me, right? Su Shiwang, how dare you? I tell you, if you dare to touch me, my grandfather will definitely make you pay for it. Even if the Su family is behind you, my grandfather will protest. Chen Nan threatened. Ha, do you think I would take you grandpa and grandson seriously? As Su Shiwang spoke, he took a few steps closer to Chen Nan, his eyes filled with teasing. Su Shiwan, that's enough. We're all playboys, so give me some face. I'll introduce you to 2 beautiful girls later. The kind with big breasts and big butts, I guarantee you'll like them. Okay? Spare me some slack. Don't mess around. Chen Nan said this, feeling somewhat uneasy. I was afraid that this madman Su Shiwan would do something uncontrollable. Humph, I don't want to. Are you disgusting? I just want to mess around, so what? I just can't stand your arrogant and domineering face, so today I'm going to teach you a lesson. Chen Nan saw the 2 patrolling security guards and shouted as if he had seen a savior, come and save me. Catch this bastard. But the 2 security guards walked past him as if they didn't hear anything, and continued walking on their own way, turning a deaf ear. Did you hear anything? I didn't hear that. Yes, I suddenly got cataracts and can't see. My signal is bad and I can't hear clearly. Chen Nan cursed, fuck you 2 bastards. I'll dock your wages. Chapter 25, helping Chen Xiao tie him to the electric pole. The 2 security guards tilted their heads to the side and hid in the corner, as if they couldn't see Chen Nan's presence. These guys actually dared to ignore me? Just wait, I'll show you what I'm capable of sooner or later. Fuck you, you bastards. Wait until I tell my grandfather and he'll have you fired. Chen Nan cursed loudly. He really had no other choice but to curse loudly to relieve his anger. But the security guards are not stupid. They can't stand the torture of the big devil Su Shiwang. If they pissed off Su Shiwang, they might be skinned alive by this brat and sent to Heizhou to be screwed. Su Shiwang stood aside with a smile on his face, his arms folded across his chest, looking like he was watching a show. Chen Nan was so angry that he was fuming. He looked around and finally chose to run away. Ha 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 ha, Chen Nan, you coward, didn't you say you wanted to take revenge on me? Come on, didn't you want to beat me up? Why are you running? Su Shiwan laughed. Chen Nan turned around and glared at him. Su Shiwan, you'd better wait for me. I'm not in a good mood today, so I'm going to let you go, so you can be happy. When I'm in a better mood another day, I'll send you to the hospital and make you lie down for 10 days or half a month. Su Shiwan curled his lips in disdain and said, can you really get over my 5-finger mountain? Fuck. Chen Nan was speechless. Su Shiwang simply didn't play by the rules. It was really annoying. Chen Nan turned around and ran, and Su Shiwang did not chase him, but just stood there quietly. Just when Chen Nan thought he had escaped from Su Shiwang's clutches, he found that Ning Hanshuang had been standing in front of him without him noticing. The air is freezing and the chill is biting. Ning University Campus Beauty, what do you want? I never provoked you. Seeing Ning Hanshuang standing in front of him, Chen Nan had a bad feeling. You provoked Su Shiwang. Ning Hanshuang said with a smile. There was a faint smile on her beautiful face, but there was a cold aura that made people shudder. What do you want to do? I'm telling you not to mess around. I'm going to catch that dragon with my claws. Chen Nan said with tears in his eyes. Ning Hanshuang didn't say anything, but just a cold look made Chen Nan feel as if he had fallen into an icy cave. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he took a few steps back obediently. I'm a man and I don't fight with women. After saying that, Chen Nan ran away. But the moment he turned around, he felt a sudden pain in his right wrist, and his entire right arm turned blood red. He lowered his head and saw that the muscles on his right wrist were cut open. Blood was flowing out of the wound, staining a large area of his clothes red. You? Chen Nan looked up at Ning Hanshuang, but found that Ning Hanshuang still had a calm expression. Go back on your own. Ning Hanshuang said this, slowly taking out wet wipes and wiping her hands, as if touching Chen Nan was like touching something dirty. You crazy woman, is it necessary to be so extreme? Chen Nan cursed angrily. Ning Hanshuang smiled, a smile that was charming but also creepy. You. Chen Nan was still a little unwilling. As a grown man, how could he allow a weak woman to bully him like this? So Chen Nan rushed forward and tried to teach Ning Hanshuang a lesson with his fists and feet. Unfortunately, he was no match for Ning Hanshuang at all. As soon as he got close, he was kicked in the chest by Ning Hanshuang and flew away. With a bang, he hit the wall and Chen Nan spat out another mouthful of blood. Chen Nan stood up with difficulty, but saw Ning Hanshuang had come to his side and grabbed his neck with her hands. Chen Nan suddenly felt like his head was about to explode, his ears were buzzing, and even breathing became difficult. You, ice power? You're actually a spirit? Chen Nan had difficulty breathing, his face flushed red, and he struggled desperately to shake off Ning Hanshuang's hands. But no matter what he did, he couldn't break free. Let me go. Chen Nan took a deep breath, looked at Su Shiwang, and said, What do you want? You want money? I can compensate you. If you want a woman, I can also help you find one. Just tell me what you want, okay? Stop fighting. He knew that he couldn't beat Su Shiwang, so he could only surrender in another way. But Su Shiwang shook his head. This young master has everything he needs. Fuck, then why do you need me? Chen Nan looked at Su Shiwang angrily. Su Shiwang walked a few steps closer to Chen Nan with a smile on his face. I have an interesting idea. I wonder if you are interested. Seeing Su Shiwang's expression that looked like he deserved a beating, Chen Nan almost vomited blood in anger. What do you want? I'm not interested. Hey, you two, come here. Su Shiwang waved his hand, signaling the two security guards who were hiding in circles in the corner to come over. Seeing this, the two security guards dared not pretend to be deaf and dumb anymore and ran over happily. Master Su, what do you want? Mr. Chen has a new hobby lately. He likes to play exciting and revealing things. You two help Mr. Chen take off his clothes, and then tie him up with tape. Su Shiwang instructed calmly. Two bodyguards immediately walked up, surrounded Chen Nan, and began to unbutton his clothes. Su Shiwang, I will fight you to the death. I will fight you to the death. Upon hearing this, Chen Nan was stunned at first, and then he roared wildly. We are a civilized society. I don't like violence. If we want to have fun, we want to have fun. Su Shiwang said this with a smile, but the brighter his smile was, the more eerie and terrifying Chen Nan felt that it was. Su Shiwang, I fought you to the death. I've lost to you this time, but I won't let it go. One day, I'll pay you back double for everything I've done today. Chen Nan stared at Su Shiwang with his eyes wide open, gritting his teeth, wishing he could eat his flesh and drink his blood. But under the absolute suppression of power, how could Chen Nan have room to resist? Ouch! Chen Nan screamed, and two security guards blocked his mouth with tape and began to help him take off his clothes. What the hell? Chen Nan yelled, his heart filled with rage. He felt his body trembling and his heart roaring. He really wanted to pounce on these two bastards, strip them naked and throw them out of the school. He is the grandson of the principal, but the security guard of his own school doesn't help him but helps Su Shiwang? Where is justice? Chapter 26. The test begins. Does Su Shiwang regret it? In this way, Chen Nan was tied to a telephone pole by Su Shiwang. He was tied to a telephone pole, all his clothes were taken off, and he was hung on the pole naked. Chen Nan's heart was broken. He was filled with shame and anger and wished he could die here. Damn, Su Shiwang is such a vicious guy. He actually allowed himself to be naked and have his photo taken. What kind of revenge is this? This is a naked humiliation. You too, keep an eye on young Master Chen. It's only 8 in the morning. If you wait until 8 in the evening to let young Master Chen down, no matter what he asks, you won't agree to anything. Su Shiwang glanced at them coldly and said, if I see young Master Chen coming down early, I'll tie you two up. The two security guards hurriedly responded and said yes. Hey, Mr. Chen, enjoy the admiration of everyone here. Su Shiwang waved to Chen Nan and then left with the two school beauties. Seeing Chen Nan's appearance, the students around him burst into laughter. Some girls even covered their mouths and laughed until their stomachs hurt. They took out their mobile phones to take pictures and spread them. Chen Nan wished he could find a hole to crawl into, as he knew his reputation was completely ruined. Stop filming, security guard, I'm begging you, please leave my underwear behind. No, don't cover my face with it. Mr. Chen, please understand us. We really don't dare. Master Su has already spoken, and we are just following his orders. Just be patient. The two security guards begged for mercy with bitter faces. Although they wanted to laugh, they didn't dare to and could only hold it back. You bunch of beasts, I will have you fired. Chen Nan struggled to break free from the restraints, but his legs were firmly grasped. He struggled for a long time but to no avail, so he had to give up. Su Shiwang is really awesome now. So his previous dandy behavior was all fake? Now he has not only won the hearts of two school beauties, but also has terrifying strength. Don't you think Su Shiwang looked so handsome just now? That domineering look was so cool. Chen Nan's thing is so small. Haha, take a picture. Post it on WeChat Moments. Magic City University Square Strength Testing Field. Su Shiwang stepped into the virtual space warehouse. His goal today is to practice his combat skills. Ding dong. Student name, Su Shiwang. Please choose whether to enter the trial. Seeing this message, Su Shiwang frowned. Enter. He directly chose to confirm. Brush. Su Shiwang felt his body shake, and the surrounding environment changed. He appeared in a devastated city. The sky was extremely dark and gray, and there were many human and monster corpses scattered all over the ground. There is no sunlight or moon, but there is a faint spiritual energy. The tall buildings in the distance have collapsed, leaving only ruins, and a thick and oppressive silence enveloped the entire world. The next second, Su Shiwang heard a cold female voice. Welcome to the trial field. As soon as he finished speaking, a line of words suddenly appeared in front of Su Shiwang's eyes. Trialist, Hope. Random refresh location, Killing City. Mission content, capture 10 or more monsters. And destroy the altar. Seeing that line of words, Su Shiwang couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Killing City? More than 10 monsters? Destroy the altar? System, are you kidding me? This is a fucking impossible task for me. I don't understand what cultivation is at all. I have never seen what the monster looks like. Although Su Shiwang cursed in his heart, his face remained calm and he pretended nothing had happened. There was a loud noise. Su Shiwang was startled, then looked behind him. It would have been better if he hadn't looked. Just one glance made Su Shiwang's hair stand on end. I saw a big hole blown out of the tall building behind me, and debris flew everywhere. Immediately afterwards, a black bear as big as a mountain rushed over. Its body was pitch black, its fur was as hard as iron, its eyes were scarlet, its palms were as sharp as knives, and its nails shone with a cold metallic luster. I.N.M. This is going to kill me. Su Shiwang's pupils shrank and he turned and ran. The black bear seemed to have locked onto his location long ago and was chasing him madly. The distance between the two sides quickly narrowed. Roar! The black bear roared angrily and opened its mouth to spray out a ball of extremely smelly sewage, which rushed towards Su Shiwang. Fuck, I shouldn't have come. Su Shiwang had a wry smile on his face and quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding the attack. However, what shocked him was that the sewage vomited out by the black bear was extremely viscous, as if it had some kind of viscosity, and turned into liquid halfway. Su Shiwang tapped the ground with his toes and leaped into the air. He jumped several meters into the air and, with the help of the recoil force, landed steadily on the roof of a 3-story building. The black bear also chased after him, and its huge body blocked the place where Su Shiwang was standing. "Hey, big silly bear, there's nothing you can do to me, right? Call." The black bear raised its neck and took a deep breath, its nostrils flaring violently, and suddenly, a foul odor hit its nose. Grass. Su Shiwang's face changed slightly, and he jumped up several meters again and escaped through the window on the other side. Roar. The black bear roared and slapped the wall. In an instant, the entire 3-story building collapsed and turned into powder. Chapter 27. I'm not in the top 100? There is no suitable weapon. Do we have to rely on hand-to-hand combat? Su Shiwang gritted his teeth. Although he didn't want to admit it, he really couldn't compete with the black bear. This guy was simply made of iron and steel and could not be beaten. His strength was so strong that it was not human, and his defense was incredible. No matter what, I have to find a weapon first, otherwise I'm afraid I'll really die here today. Where is the system? Host, I am here. What are your instructions? Damn it! Why don't I have a weapon? Hurry up and get me a suitable weapon. Reporting to the host, you can condense weapons with your mind. What the hell? Concentrated thoughts? Are you sure you're not kidding? Who do you think I am? Am I a god? Damn it! Su Shiwang cursed inwardly, gritted his teeth, and began to fantasize. Concentrate your thoughts, concentrate your thoughts. Oh no, it's not a beauty. Oh, it's not some random thing like that. I can't fight if you give me this. What the hell? Black silk? You call this a weapon? You want me to wear it in front of Big Black Bear? I think his legs are dark enough. Reporting to the host, this is all in your mind. Oh my god. Where's my weapon? Su Shiwang was so anxious that he scratched his head and face, wishing he could smash this damn system to pieces. Even if you don't have weapons, you can't go unarmed, right? Su Shiwang looked up at the black bear and found that it was walking towards him, as if it wanted to eat him. Weapons, weapons, weapons. At this moment, a long spear suddenly appeared out of thin air beside Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang was stunned and looked down at his hands. I saw that he was holding a silver-white spear in his hand. Is this the weapon the system created for me? Su Shiwang looked at the spear from left to right. The spear was silver-gray in color, with a blade as thin as a cicada's wing. The spear was engraved with intricate and mysterious patterns, and there was faint trace of lightning. It's obvious that this gun is no ordinary item. He's quite a handy guy. Su Shiwang muttered to himself. But before he could think about it, the black bear pounced on him and swung its palm down. Su Shiwang's face darkened and he raised his spear and stabbed out fiercely. Clang! The sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out. The black bear was stabbed back 5 or 6 steps before it could barely stop, its scarlet eyes showing fear. It stared at the silver-gray spear in Su Shiwang's hand and let out an angry roar from its throat. Ha, it seems you have quite a temper. Su Shiwang licked his dry lips and grinned. In that case, I'll play with you. After saying that, Su Shiwang jumped up and rushed towards the black bear with a silver-gray spear in his hand. Ding 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 ding. Su Shiwang and the black bear were caught in a melee, with the man and the bear constantly colliding with each other, and dazzling sparks burst out with every collision. Su Shiwang found the right opportunity and thrust his spear into the black bear's back. The black bear roared wildly in pain, turned around and started to bite Su Shiwang. Unfortunately, Su Shiwang had already anticipated its reaction and dodged it easily. Just in time. Su Shiwang shouted loudly, and waved the silver-gray spear in his hand, instantly blocking all the attacks of the black bear. The black bear's eyes were wide open, and he tried his best to resist Su Shiwang's attack, but in the end, the spear pierced his belly and he fell to the ground and died. Ding! System prompt, congratulations to the host for killing one wild black bear. After fighting all the way, Su Shiwang followed the track to an altar. The altar is 10 meters high and is surrounded by a circle of stone pillars carved with strange symbols and bizarre patterns. The overall atmosphere exudes a solemn and dignified feeling. In addition, Su Shiwang also saw that there was a huge animal bone placed in the center of the altar, emitting a cold light, as if a gem inlaid on the altar, which was awe-inspiring. Su Shiwang frowned as he examined the bones. The more he looked, the more surprised he became. These bones looked incredibly strange, as if they contained some mysterious power. Moreover, a giant black eagle was circling in front of the altar. It was huge, 3 or 4 meters long, and its wingspan was enough to cover the sky and the sun. Its sharp eyes emitted a bloodthirsty and murderous light, as if it could devour everything in the world. Fuck, is this the boss? Su Shiwang was shocked. The black eagle's fur is pitch black and as sharp as steel needles. Its pointed beak and fangs are shining with a cold light. It is filled with a terrifying murderous aura that makes people tremble with fear. And judging from its power, it is definitely greater than that of the black bear, and may even have reached the dangerous level of the 7th or 8th level of body refining. Su Shiwang suddenly felt under tremendous pressure. Host, please note that the Black Hawk here is at the 8th level of body refining, possessing extremely strong intelligence and combat skills, and also possesses a special ability Eagle Screaming Sky. System reminder. After hearing what the system said, Su Shiwang narrowed his eyes slightly. The 8th level of body refining? It's really not easy. Su Shiwang decided to change his strategy and win by clever means. He quietly walked around the corner of the altar and climbed up on tiptoe. Based on my many years of experience in novel writing, the animal bones in the center of the altar must be the core of the altar. Destroying the animal bones will definitely break the altar. Moreover, my mission only told me to destroy the altar, but did not tell me to kill Black Hawk. I'm not stupid, how could I do such a losing business? Su Shiwang moved quietly to the top of the altar, while carefully observing the situation of the altar. He found that the animal bones were covered with various inscriptions. Each inscription was integrated with the animal bones and connected to each other, as if forming some kind of formation. Su Shiwang took a deep breath, gripped the spear tightly in his hand, and rushed straight towards the animal bones. Break it for me! He shouted and swung his spear with all his might, pointing directly at the animal bones. Clang! The shadow of the gun cut through the air, bringing with it a whistling sound, like a dragon leaping into the sky, fierce and domineering. Boom! The spear smashed heavily on the animal bones. However, the next second, Su Shiwang was confused. The animal bones were broken, and the altar had cracks, but the trial hadn't disappeared. The Black Hawk soared into the sky, staring at Su Shiwang with its scarlet eyes. Nima, you can't be so deceiving, right? Su Shiwang's face turned green. Isn't this too outrageous? What kind of bullshit mission is this? Su Shiwang had a mental breakdown. Never mind, let us escape first. Su Shiwang was about to run away when he suddenly felt a strong wind sweeping towards him. The speed of the Black Hawk was frighteningly fast. Phew! The Black Hawk swooped down, as if to swallow Su Shiwang in one gulp. Su Shiwang turned around and shot at Black Hawk's abdomen, but found that he couldn't penetrate it at all. The Black Hawk's belly is as hard as a rock. Phew! Black Hawk's claws suddenly slammed into Su Shiwang's chest. Snap! There was a crisp sound of bones breaking. Su Shiwang's chest was sunken with a handprint, and the whole person was pulled away dozens of meters. He fell to the ground and took a long time to recover. Ahem! Shit, it hurts so much. Black Hawk, you're a dog, right? Su Shiwang struggled to get up, holding his chest in severe pain and cursing. But the Black Hawk didn't give him the chance to continue swearing. It flapped its wings and turned into a shadow as it rushed towards Su Shiwang. Its sharp claws scratched the air, making a humming sound. Su Shiwang's face changed drastically. He didn't care about his injuries and dodged the fatal blow with incredible speed. Then he turned around and jumped to the edge of the altar, looking down at Black Hawk from above. Black Hawk raised his head, his scarlet eyes were extremely cold, as if they could see through people's hearts. Su Shiwang's lips curled up in an icy arc, and he suddenly jumped up without any warning. A shot was fired, condensing Su Shiwang's powerful physical strength, as if it could crush the Black Hawk's defense like a rotten wood. Black Hawk's pupils contracted and he subconsciously stretched out his claws to block. Bang! The gun barrel collided with the claw blade, causing a dull loud noise. Black Hawk screamed, his sharp claws were shattered, and blood was dripping. Ouch! The huge bird's beak opened, and white mist gushed out, covering an area of hundreds of feet in radius. In an instant, Su Shiwang's eyes became blurred, as if he was in a fantasy. His ears were filled with all kinds of strange noises, which gave him a splitting headache. Fuck, what the hell, Sonic martial arts? Su Shiwan just covered his ears and said, "You can scream as much as you want, I'll pretend I can't hear you." The black eagle flapped its wings twice and flew higher into the sky. It looked down at Su Shiwan with contempt and said coldly, "Foolish and lowly ant, you have angered my king." Su Shiwan rubbed his ears and taunted, "Stop the fucking babble, I can't hear you." After saying that, he shot directly at Black Hawk's abdomen. The shot directly stabbed Black Hawk to death. Ding dong! Congratulations to Su Shiwan for passing the trial. The illusion before my eyes dissipated, and a ruined arena appeared before my eyes. A ranking vaguely emerged in the void. First, Long Outyan from the Long family. Second, Hanijian of the Han family. Third. Fourth. Su Shiwan looked through the top 100 lists from top to bottom but didn't see his name. Good job. So lame? This is bullshit. Su Qingfeng can actually rank more than 70th. Chapter 28 Defeat. Make it to the potential list. Entered the ultimate trial field, trial mode activated. Su Shiwan of the Academy is about to challenge the 99th on the potential list, Takumi Ichideo Ningsihai. The challenge begins. A man holding a scimitar slowly appeared in Su Shiwan's sight. The man had a handsome face and a tall figure. He exuded a hint of indifference and was filled with a murderous aura. His eyes were cold and ruthless, like two sharp blades, and there was no emotion in his gaze as he looked at Su Shiwan. Is this a murderer? Su Shiwan looked at the person in front of him and thought to himself that he was not alone, he was carrying two long swords on his back. Oh my god! Is this Takumi Ichideo Ningsihai? Why does this guy look so fierce? Su Shiwan, Su Shiwan, Su Shiwan muttered secretly in his heart, his eyes full of fear. This person named Takumi Ichideo Ningsihai is definitely a powerful figure, and his strength is at least around the 8th level of body refining. Hey, are you Takumi Ito? Are you a real person or an illusion? Su Shiwang asked with some confusion. Takumi Ichido had a cold expression and said nothing. It turned out to be a shadow projection. Su Shiwan secretly shook his head. This holographic projection was really realistic. Kill! Takumi shouted loudly and slashed at Su Shiwan with his scimitar. Su Shiwan immediately used his lightness skills to dodge, but his speed was no match for the opponent's attack. Before he could dodge, the scimitar chopped his waist, leaving a deep blood mark. Oh my god! Su Shiwan howled miserably and his body involuntarily retreated backwards, looking very miserable. Takumi snorted coldly, "You are no match for me." "Ha, what are you talking about? You look down on me, Su Shiwan, too much. I, Su Shiwan, will not give up so easily." Su Shiwan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, endured the pain and stood up, shouting coldly, "Come on. Let's continue the competition." As soon as Su Shiwan finished speaking, he rushed towards Takumi again with a knife. Court death. Looking at Su Shiwan who was rushing towards him, Takumi snorted coldly, and the scimitar in his hand turned into countless afterimages, slashing towards Su Shiwan. Seeing this, Su Shiwan quickly used his Qinggong skills to dodge some of the attacks, but he was still injured, his clothes were torn, and his body was covered with wounds. What a sharp knife! You must be great at chopping vegetables. It would be a shame if you didn't become a chef. Su Shiwan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and couldn't help but sigh. Takumi snorted coldly, and his figure turned into a white light and slashed towards Su Shiwan. Su Shiwan's face was solemn. He kicked his feet hard, leaving a long groove on the ground. His body bounced out like a spring, avoiding Takumi's knife attack. Bang! Su Shiwan crashed into the wall and fell into the ruins. Snort! Takumi snorted coldly, and the scimitar in his hand turned into thousands of afterimages, and slashed towards Su Shiwan again. Su Shiwan dodged the afterimage attacks, but was tripped by a stone. He fell to the ground and rolled over to avoid another attack. Su Shiwan's eyes twitched when he saw this scene. This guy was too powerful, and there was no way he could fight him head-on. How long can you hide? Takumi snorted coldly and used another move to sweep away the enemy. Swish! The scimitar turned into thousands of afterimages and covered Su Shiwan. Fuck! Su Shiwan's face turned ugly, and he quickly used his body skills to dodge. Puff! Takumi swung his sword again and again, and Su Shiwan had more and more wounds on his body. Fuck! If a tiger doesn't show its might, you really think I'm a sick cat? The two men fought frantically in the area, and the sounds of fists and feet clashing could be heard continuously. Ding! 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 The two fought extremely fiercely. At the same time, the news that Su Shiwang was fighting in the trial field spread throughout the Magic City University. Holy crap, hurry to the strength testing site. Something big has happened. What could possibly happen? We don't have many talented people at Magic City University. You guys don't know this, but I hope to clear the level. Isn't that a place only for talented young geniuses? Oh my god, that big bootlicker is so powerful? How many years has it been since anyone in our school passed the exam? Now he is fighting against Takumi Ito. Oh my god, what did you say? That big bootlicker actually fought against Takumi with one sword? How is this possible? Su Shiwang and Takumi Isteo were fighting fiercely in the trial field of Magic City University, and both of them were having a lot of fun. Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. Is this the Su Shiwang that I know? Oh my god. The world is changing so fast that I can't accept it. Gradually, the school square was crowded with people. Many students who were watching were talking about it, their eyes wide open, as if their eyeballs were about to fall to the ground. How can this licker's fighting power be so high? Is Takumi Isto deliberately letting us win? He's known for his one-sword ability. You're stupid. That guy named Su Shiwang is a pervert. I don't think Su Shiwang will have a chance to make it into the top 100 of the potential list. Those are all the geniuses in the country. A ruthless look flashed in Takumi Ito's eyes, and a series of scimitars cut through the night, whistling towards Su Shiwang, as fast as lightning. Su Shiwang's eyes flashed, and he swung the spear in his hand, and suddenly a cold light splashed out. Bang! 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 The figures of the two people kept flashing, leaving behind phantoms and afterimages in the air. No! We can't let this go on. If the stalemate continues, I will definitely lose. We must try our best. Thinking of this, Su Shiwang took a deep breath and mobilized the strength in his body to the extreme. A strong airflow spread out from his body, and his figure suddenly rose up and rushed forward like a cannonball. Bang! Su Shiwang shot out his gun like a dragon. The tip of the gun cut through the void, brought up gusts of strong wind, and pointed directly at Takumi Isteo's chest. Drink! Takumi Ito's face changed drastically. He also felt the danger. He shook the scimitar in his hand violently, and suddenly countless blades flew out from the blade and headed towards Su Shiwang. Bang, bang, bang. Countless blades collided with Su Shiwang's spear, and dazzling sparks flew everywhere. The shadow of Takumi's sword was shattered by Su Shiwang's gun tip. Student Su Shiwang defeated Takumi Ito, who was ranked 99th on the potential list. Congratulations to student Su Shiwang for entering the potential list. He currently replaces Takumi Ito at 99th place. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What's going on? Su Shiwang actually defeated Takumi Ito. My eyes are not blurry. Unbelievable. How is this possible? Damn, is Su Shiwang really that perverted? Seeing that Su Shiwang defeated the 99th place on the potential list, countless students were excited and ran towards the trial field of Magic City University. Damn it! Let's go see what that bastard Su Shiwang is capable of, to dare challenge Takumi Ichito. Walk! All the students present looked in disbelief. In the entire Magic City University, only Su Shiwang made it into the top 100 of the potential list. It's enough to be recorded in school history. Chapter 29, Son of Thunder, Hua Lei Ting. Oh my god. This Su Shiwang is simply against the will of heaven. What a great honor. They had never seen a freshman with such determination, such courage, such pride, and such boldness. Fuck. What a pervert. Where did this monster come from? Isn't he the same big bootlicker from before? A man in white, accompanied by several teachers, walked to the square outside the trial field. He has short purple-red hair, very long eyebrows, a pair of bright eyes, a high nose bridge, and lips as red as blood. Seeing the changes in the Tenjio ranking, he looked surprised. Hey, that useless bootlicker from the Su family actually managed to make it onto the potential list? Ha, Mr. Hua, please forgive me for laughing. Young Master Su is a genius who has been trained by our Magic City University. It's not surprising that he can make it into the potential list. An old man beside him said with a smug look on his face. He is the president of Shanghai University and Chen Nan's grandfather. Oh. Hearing this, the man in white narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a half smile, "It seems that Magic City University is determined to win this exchange competition." Principal Chen was secretly pleased. He glanced at the white-haired young man and said with a chuckle, "Of course. Our Magic City University is one of the top universities in China." "Ha, Mr. Chen, how come after all these years, he's the only one who made the list of potential students? And he's ranked 99th at that?" Upon hearing this, Principal Chen's eyelids twitched, but he didn't respond. Magic City University has not produced a talented student in all these years. Although Su Shiwang has made it into the top 100 of the potential list and has a little bit of glory on his face, it is still not enough in front of the man in front of him. This man's name is Hua Leitang. He is a prodigy at Yenqing University and ranks 81st on the potential list. He is extremely talented. It is said that after the revival of spiritual energy, he awakened a powerful spiritual body, the body of thunder. Principal Chen cursed in his heart, "Damn it, Hua Leiting, you were so shameless that you actually come here to show off your strength. Don't you think it's disgusting? My Shanghai University will be stronger than your Yenqing University sooner or later. Although it is not the case now, it is a matter of time. However, it is hard to say whether this date will be early or late. It could be decades, or it could be hundreds of years. No matter how strong my Shanghai University is, or how lucky my students are, my mouth is strong." Turning around, he saw two security guards squatting beside an electric pole, on which hung a naked, struggling man. Who is so immoral? Being naked in school is against morals and must be expelled. But when he squinted his eyes carefully, it was like a thunderclap. "Damn it! ISNT, this is good grandson Chen Nan. Oh my! My dear grandson, how did you get into this state? Who bullied you?" Principal Chen ran over and saw Chen Nan, whose body was covered with scars and blood, tied up to a telephone pole and crying bitterly. "You too, what's going on? Why don't you put my grandson down?" Principal Chen glared at the two security guards. The two security guards didn't say anything either. They stood aside with their heads down, feeling bitter in their hearts. They felt that their fate was not in their control. "Grandfather!" Chen Nan burst into tears. Principal Chen patted Chen Nan on the back and said, "My dear grandson, stop crying. What happened to you? Why are you tied to a telephone pole?" "It's all Su Shiwang's fault. He actually tied me up. Look at the wounds on my arms. They were all caused by him." "What? Make a wish?" Principal Chen looked strange. Hua Leiting behind him burst out laughing. "What a weird thing. Grandpa, you must fire Su Shiwang. He dares to hit me because he doesn't take you seriously." Principal Chen said nothing and turned a deaf ear to Chen Nan's crying. Not to mention that Su Shiwang is now the face of Magic City University. Even if he is not, he dare not provoke the Su family alone. His scalp tingles just thinking about that vicious woman from the Su family. My old bones can't withstand that woman's anger. Principal Chen, I'm becoming more and more interested in this dandy young master of the Su family. Let's go meet him together. Hearing Hua Leiting's words, Principal Chen trembled. But I only saw Hua Leiting walking towards the trial field. Holy crap! Su Shiwang has already reached 90th place. Oh my god, is he defying the will of heaven? Outside the intermediate trial field of Magic City University, tens of thousands of students gathered, each of them shouting excitedly. Fuck! That's awesome! Damn, this loser actually beat Wang Fei, who's ranked 90th again. How awesome! Yeah! Too strong! What? Su Shiwang has made it onto the potential list. Chen Nan was stunned for a moment, then his face showed horror. How could this be? How could he possibly make it into the top 100 of the potential list? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He shook his head wildly, not believing what he heard. No, I don't believe it. Su Shiwang walked out of the trial field, only to find a huge crowd of students gathered in the center of the square, talking among themselves, stunned, and looking at him in disbelief. There was envy, jealousy, hatred, admiration, and respect in their eyes, but more of it was disbelief. Hua Leiting smiled slightly, and his body of thunder was released. Thunder surrounded him, as if the god of thunder had descended. He walked towards Su Shiwang, and all the students nearby automatically stood on both sides to make way for Hua Leiting, for fear of being struck by lightning. Su Shiwang, young Master Su, hello, congratulations on making it into the top 100 of the potential ranking. Hua Leiting smiled gently, and he looked at Su Shiwang with disdain, as if he was looking at a poor, naive child. Thanks. Su Shiwang waved his hand gently and was about to leave with Ning Hanshuang and Li Kersen behind him. Wait a minute. Chapter 30 Provocation from Hua Leiting. Hua Leiting snorted coldly and said, Mr. Su, please stay. Su Shiwang stopped and turned to look at Hua Leiting, frowning and saying, I wonder what you want from me? My name is Hua Leiting, and I'd like to meet Mr. Su. Hua Leiting? Su Shiwang pondered for a moment, memories flooding back. The young master of the Hua family? Su Shiwang had heard of this person. The Hua family is one of the top 3 Chinese financial groups and controls countless industries. The young master of the Hua family, Hua Leiting, is even hailed as a genius with terrifying talent. So, he came here to find me because he wanted to make friends with me? Su Shiwang couldn't help but feel confused. Mr. Hua, what do you want to talk to me about? Do you want to treat me to a meal? Master Su, you're joking. It's not impossible for me to treat you to a meal, but I'm just curious. Rumor has it that Master Su is a bit of a playboy, but I didn't expect him to be so well disguised. Who are these two? Hua Leiting's gaze stayed on Ning Hanshuang and Li Kersen behind Su Shiwang, with a strange look flashing in his eyes. Su Shiwang's face turned cold when he heard this. He glanced at Hua Leiting coldly, turned around and pulled Ning Hanshuang and Li Kersen away. You! Hua Leiting's face turned pale. He was a child of destiny and no one had ever dared to ignore his existence. How dare Su Shiwang ignore him? Su Shiwang, why are you doing this? Hua Leiting roared. I just don't really want to get to know you. Su Shiwang's face remained calm and he answered indifferently. Su hoped to feel Hua Leiting's hostility. Moreover, the Hua family was the Zhou family's ally in Moneybag. He didn't need to make friends with the other party. He just needed to step on the other party under his feet. What did you say? Hua Leiting flew into a rage and said, Su Shiwang, you're just starting a dyeing factory just because you're given a few colors. I think you're tired of living. Is that so? Su Shiwang smiled faintly and said, in that case, I'd like to experience Hua Xiao's methods. You? Hua Leiting's face flushed. Principal Chen on the side said quickly, you two are both geniuses. Please refrain from causing trouble here, lest you harm innocent people. Su Shiwang glanced around and saw Chen Nan gritting his teeth behind Principal Chen. He curled his lips and said, Chen Nan, who put you down? Chen Nan's face froze, and then he stared at Su Shiwang angrily. Master Su, my grandson was ignorant and offended Master Su. I apologize to Master Su on his behalf. I also hope that Master Su will be magnanimous and not hold it against me. Principal Chen smiled and bowed to Su Shiwang. Chen Nan, why don't you admit your mistake and thank Master Su for his kindness? Thank you, Master Su, for your kindness. I was wrong. Chen Nan gritted his teeth and said this with a heavy heart. Seeing that Su Shiwang ignored him, Hua Leiting gathered lightning in his hand and slapped Su Shiwang with his palm. The thunderstorm roared like a loud thunder. Boom! A huge purple light blasted towards Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang's expression remained unchanged. He raised his right arm across his chest to block the fatal attack. Boom! The purple light exploded, stirring up a violent wind. The floor beneath Su Shiwang's feet shattered and turned into rubble, but he was completely unharmed. Su Shiwang's strength far exceeded everyone's expectations. This is too exaggerated. How can there be such a terrifying power? This is too scary. Many students' eyes widened, looking as if they had seen a ghost. Hua Leiting's expression was also uncertain. He didn't expect Su Shiwang's strength to be so strong. Su Shiwang looked at Hua Leiting and said, Hua Leiting, it seems that you are not that good. I think you should go back to practice. Su Shiwang's voice was clear, like the singing of an oriole, but it contained an extremely arrogant attitude. This made Hua Leiting's face turn pale, and a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Hua Leiting is a gifted child and no one in school dares to disobey him, but Su Shiwang ridicules him to his face. You're dead, little bastard. Hua Leiting shouted loudly and used the secret thunder technique again. A thunder dragon roared out and attacked Su Shiwang. Hua Leiting's attack was extremely fierce. As the thunder dragon roared, the air exploded, forming dark cracks that looked like ferocious pythons rushing towards Su Shiwang. Su Shiwan's body remained as still as a mountain. He slowly raised his fist and suddenly punched out. Boom! With one punch, the purple light was instantly shattered, and the thunder disappeared without a trace. Then, Su Shiwan waved his hand nonchalantly. This scene seemed like a miracle in the eyes of everyone. Su Xiao actually broke Hua Leiting's moves with one punch. Hua Leiting! Su Shiwan's eyes were icy, and a sharp aura permeated the air. He locked onto Hua Leiting and said, "Today, I, Su Shiwan, will make you understand that no matter where you are, strength determines everything." Ha ha ha. Hua Leiting laughed out loud. "Su Shiwan, I admit that you are very strong. You are the best in Modu University right now. But you are no match for the masters of Yanjing University." Chapter 31, Do You Dare to Bet Your Life? These words excited all the students of Shanghai University present. This is Magic City University. Hua Leiting's words simply show that he doesn't take Shanghai University seriously. He is so arrogant. Mr. Su is so awesome. Bring honor to our Magic City University. Come on, Master Su. Fuck him. Master Su, I admit you're not a bootlicker. Master Su is invincible. The students shouted and cheered for Su Shiwan, and each of them was eager to try. Hua Leiting narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. Let alone the Magic City University, even in the entire Yanjing, how many people can compete with me? Snort! Hua Leiting snorted coldly and his figure suddenly disappeared. The next second, a fierce attack appeared on Su Shiwan's back. Hua Leiting was extremely fast and appeared behind Su Shiwan in almost the blink of an eye. Hua Leiting used the secret technique of thunder as soon as he made a move, and his speed was extremely fast. Su Shiwan's face suddenly darkened and he dodged. Bang! The thunder hit the ground with a loud bang, splashing a circle of mud. Su Shiwan had just escaped danger when another attack came. This time it attacked from the right side with an astonishing speed, catching Su Shiwan off guard. Boom! Su Shiwan only felt a pain in his back, and his whole body was pushed out by a huge force, crashing into a towering ancient tree. This is thunder. Hua Leiting unleashed a thunder attack, and Su Shiwan couldn't stop it. Su Shiwan spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turned pale and his body looked disheveled. Mr. Su, are you okay? Mr. Su, please don't die. Ning Hanshuang hurriedly protected Su Shiwan, filled with anxiety. Shiwan, be careful. Hua Leiting is a body of thunder, and can mobilize the power of thunder for his own use. His attack power is extremely strong. Mr. Su. The others also looked worried. Su Shiwan wiped the corner of his mouth and said lightly, "It's okay." When Hua Leiting saw Su Shiwan vomiting blood, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Humph, although Su Shiwan has strong physical strength, he has never witnessed the battle between truly strong people. He is simply a paper tiger and cannot withstand a single blow. Ha ha, Su Shiwan, you're not that great either. You're just good at talking. Compared to Su Qingfeng from your Su family, you're far behind. No wonder Lin Qingxue doesn't like you, you little bootlicker. Hua Leiting roared to the sky, his eyes full of disdain and mockery. Su Shiwan's face darkened slightly. Hua Leiting was indeed very powerful. No wonder he could thrive in Yanqing University. After all, I have not experienced many battles and have no fighting skills, so I will suffer a loss if I face him. Su Shiwan's eyes gradually became cold. Ning Hanshuang, who was behind her, frowned when she saw this. She knew that Su Shiwan was angry. Ning Hanshuang protected Su Shiwan behind her, and a cold air emanated from her body, lingering around her. Her eyes were filled with cold light, like a knife or a sword, making everyone feel a chilling sensation. Ning Hanshuang took a step forward, stood in front of Su Shiwan, and said, "Hua Leiting, you dare to hurt him." As he spoke, a tremendous aura suddenly emanated from Ning Hanshuang's body. Hua Leiting was slightly stunned, then sneered and said, "Why, Master Su is not as strong as others, so he relies on women?" Ning Hanshuang slapped out with one palm, and a cold ice lotus emerged. The ice lotus bloomed, and rays of cold light shot out like sharp swords. Whoosh! The cold light was like a sharp arrow, extremely fast, and it shot into Hua Leiting's body in an instant. Puff! Hua Leiting's body trembled suddenly, and his body was covered with ice. He stood stiffly like a sculpture. The coldness in his body was churning like a piece of ice, so cold that it made his teeth chatter. You! Hua Leiting's face looked extremely ugly. He couldn't believe that he would meet such a strong opponent at Magic City University. This Ning Hanswang is so powerful. What is more important is her coldness, a very strong coldness. She must be an ice spirit. Such a wonderful woman must be taken into my arms. He shook himself, and the power of lightning dispelled all the icy force. Such a powerful force. May I ask your name, young lady? You don't deserve to know. Ning Hanswang said indifferently, like a towering peak, giving people an inexplicable sense of oppression, making it hard to breathe. Su Shiwang dusted himself off and stood up, saying, Hua Leitang, I'll remember you. Let's meet again at the exchange meeting between Yenjing University and Modu University. I'm really looking forward to meeting Master Su again. I just hope that next time Master Su can use the girl next to him as a bet. If I win, I want her to be my woman. Su Shiwang looked at Ning Hanswang beside him, shook his head and said, Mr. Hua, betting on women is meaningless. How about I bet my life with you? Gambling with your life? Hua Leitang laughed out loud after hearing this. Ha ha. Su Shiwang, you're really funny. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid, playing with my own life so casually? He didn't expect Su Shiwang to make this request. He thought Su Shiwang would use his girlfriend as a bet, but he didn't expect Su Shiwang to actually ask for his life. You don't dare? I'm afraid Master Su is joking. Why shouldn't I dare? The two looked at each other, and the tension between them grew stronger and stronger. The students around saw the two big men arguing with each other and moved away to avoid getting into trouble. In that case, you and I swear here that whoever loses in the competition will die. Su Shiwang, are you really sure? Li Kerson rocked her twin ponytails, her pretty face filled with worry. Hope, this guy is incredibly strong, don't underestimate him. That's right. Su Shiwang nodded slightly, a faint smile on his face. Hua Leitang is very powerful, and he still has a lot to hide. I won't underestimate him. But I'm certainly confident I can win. Hope, I'm with you. Ning Hanswang bit her lip and said. Su Shiwang smiled faintly and didn't say much. Ning Hanswang was extremely touched. Su Shiwang would rather gamble his life than use her as a bet. Ning Hanswang felt deeply the friendship. Ning Hanswang's eyes were full of gratitude. Su Shiwang, I will definitely repay you. Hua Leitang looked at the backs of Su Shiwang and the others as they left, a sneer appearing on the corner of his mouth. Hua Leitang sneered. Su Shiwang was just an ordinary person. How could he defeat him without a special physique? He will definitely win this game. Ding dong. The host's charm value has skyrocketed. He has earned the title of being extremely manly. Charm value reaches 400, activating special physique, Chaos Divine Body. The system prompt sounded in Su Shiwang's mind, which made Su Shiwang slightly startled. Charm value skyrocketed? Chaos Divine Body? Chapter 32, Third Uncle, you are really my dear third uncle. Su Shiwang was confused and didn't know what this unfamiliar word meant. This guy wrote about this kind of awesome physique when he was writing a novel. But that was written in a virtual world and there was no actual control. But it sounds awesome. It must be much more powerful than their Thunder Body, right? System, what is Chaos Divine Body? Reporting to the host, the Chaos Body is a special grade reward physique. It has the ability to strengthen the flesh and absorb the essence of all things to temper the body. Su Shiwang's heart skipped a beat when he heard this introduction. Damn it! My luck is just too good. This reward is too perverted. Back in the classroom, Su Shiwang crossed his legs and started reading a fashion magazine when he suddenly saw a figure flash past the window. In the blink of an eye, a handsome middle-aged man was standing outside the window with a gentle smile on his face. Third uncle? Su Shiwang frowned. Isn't this my third uncle Suifeng? Uncle San, what do you want to see me about? Su Shiwang put down the magazine and walked in front of Suifeng. Hope, Uncle San heard that you made it onto the Tianjiao ranking, so he came to see you. Are you okay? Suifeng smiled. He always had a gentle and elegant image, but the smile on his face at this moment was a little weird. Su Shiwang's heart skipped a beat. Is Mr. Su-san here to call for punishment this time? My third uncle's intelligence work is really comprehensive. I hope everything is all right. Thanks for your patience. Su Shiwang said indifferently, his eyes fixed on Mr. Su-san's, trying to read information from his eyes. But the result was naturally failure. This made Su Shiwang slightly surprised. My third uncle's strength is unfathomable. Hope, go with Uncle San. Uncle San, I'm still in class. I've already greeted Yi Linglong, let's go. Uncle San, what is your relationship with our teacher Yi? Alas, when I was young, she was my suitor. She pursued me for many years, but I never agreed to her. Uncle San, you really know how to brag. You kid, you don't believe in your third uncle's personal charm. Back then, half of the beauties in Yanjing City were fans of your third uncle. Back then, your third uncle's name spread all over the country, a friend of women, a master of emotions, an expert in love. Su Shiwang gave a thumbs up, smiled helplessly, stood up and followed Su Yifeng out of the classroom. In the main square of the school, an armed helicopter was parked in the square, and a group of men in black suits were lined up in an orderly manner around the helicopter. Uncle San, why is there such a big scene? Su Shiwang looked at the black-clad bodyguards around him in surprise. I'm here to take you somewhere. You're so powerful that even I'm a little surprised. But you don't have the fighting skills or actual combat experience right now. If you're determined to become a talent, I'll naturally help you. Su Yifeng smiled slightly, opened the car door, and said, come in. Su Shiwang got on the helicopter hesitantly. Uncle San, where are you going? You can't cheat me. Su Shiwang felt a little uneasy, feeling that the atmosphere was not right. Su Yifeng smiled faintly, did not answer, sat in the driver's seat, started the plane, and flew away. Su Shiwang was feeling nervous, not knowing what his uncle was working on. Half an hour later, Uncle Su San landed the plane above a ruined city. There are many ancient buildings standing on this barren land. Many houses are in ruins, and in some areas even most of the ground has collapsed. Su Shiwang was a little surprised. Could it be that some major disaster has ever occurred in this land? Uncle San, what is this place? Su Shiwang asked. Su Yifeng smiled faintly and said, this was once an ancient capital of China. After the spiritual energy revived, the city was conquered by monsters. Now this ruined city has become a battlefield. Then why did third uncle bring me here? Put on the equipment and you can judge the specific strength of the monster. This equipment also has a small storage space. Your mission is to kill 20 body refining realm monsters and 1 chi and blood realm monster. What? Uncle San, are you kidding me? You want me to kill a chi and blood realm monster? Every genius who enters the potential list has the ability to fight across levels. Su Qingfeng killed 10 body refining monsters and 1 blood chi realm monster when he was at the 8th level of body refining. As my eldest brother's son, you have been muddle-headed for so many years. Now that you have awakened, you must hone your skills. Uncle San, does my mother know you're doing this? What if I run into any danger? Come on, Uncle San, stop making trouble, let's go home. This is what your mother meant. The plane will be waiting for you here in 3 days. Come back to me after you kill the monster. Okay, you can get off now. Su Shiwang wanted to say something, but he was helped by several strong men in black to put on his equipment, and then Su Yifeng kicked him off the helicopter. The helicopter's propellers spun violently, and it flew away quickly, eventually disappearing from Su Shiwang's sight. Looking at the plane flying further and further away, Su Shiwang felt speechless and choked up. What the hell is this? Su Shiwang complained gloomily. Why did you end up here? I have made it onto the potential list, but I don't have any practical experience at all. Looking at the endless ruins in front of him, he could faintly hear the roar of monsters. Su Shiwang's heart suddenly felt frightened. What place is this? This is simply a death zone. Chapter 33 Hanged by a Beauty. Only after entering the city did Su Shiwang realize what it meant to have difficulty moving forward. The entire street was littered with broken walls and ruins, with white bones exposed in many places. Some places are even more miserable. The ground is covered with a thick layer of dead branches and leaves. You don't know what you will step on when you step on these dead leaves. Occasionally, they would come across a few rotten human corpses, which exuded a foul stench that made Su Shiwang feel like vomiting. Su hoped to suppress his nausea and keep walking forward. The further I walked, the heavier my mood became. The scene here is completely different from the prosperous cities he has seen. Although the ancient cities I have seen in my impression are desolate and dilapidated, they still look presentable overall. But here, it's like hell. Ah! Su Shiwang had just taken 2 steps when a sharp and piercing scream suddenly exploded in his ears. A fully armed human is fighting against several huge spiders. The spider was covered with barbs all over its body, had a thick body, and its tail was covered with sharp barbs. Its pair of tentacles were as sharp as knife blades, and it bit the human in its mouth with one bite. The human's neck had been bitten off, and blood splattered all over the ground. Su Shiwan's pupils shrank drastically, and he was terrified. Su Shiwan quickly stepped back to avoid being targeted by the spider. Ah! At this moment, a violent roar resounded through the sky. Su Shiwan looked in the direction of the sound and saw a huge black shadow running towards him. Su Shiwan was so frightened that his legs were shaking and he ran away. After looking back and scanning with the equipment, he was even more inconsolable. He actually met the Spider King, who had reached the 9th level of body refinement. "Hey, stop chasing me. If you keep chasing me, I'll be rude." Su Shiwan shouted and threw grenades behind him while running. The Spider King seemed not to hear anything. His scarlet eyes stared straight at Su Shiwan, and his mouth opened and closed, as if he was roaring something. What the hell is it beeping? Su Shiwan felt a panic in his heart. He waved his hands tentatively, trying to drive away the Spider King. Ah! At this moment, the Spider King suddenly jumped up, directly into the air, and pounced on Su Shiwan with his fangs and claws bared. Damn it, die! Su Shiwan's mind was full of determination. He gathered his true energy into the spear in his hand and thrust it out fiercely. With a whoosh, the spear pierced through the Spider King. Ah! The Spider King felt pain, roared to the sky, and smashed Su Shiwan with his huge spider legs. Su Shiwan was unable to dodge and was hit directly and flew out. Bang! Su Shiwan crashed into a big tree, smashing it into pieces. Ahem! Su Shiwan spat out a mouthful of blood foam, climbed up from the broken tree, and stared at the Spider King with anger. The spiders around him also began to surround him. Looking at the dense spiders all around, Su Shiwan's face changed instantly. It's over. It's over now. Su Shiwan murmured palely. The skin of these spiders is dark blue, with hard barbs on their backs and barbs on their tails, making them look ferocious and terrifying. I'm not going to die here, am I? Su Shiwan looked dejected. I'm going to fight you. Su Shiwan was filled with a powerful aura and a strong fighting spirit. He held a spear in his hand and rushed into the group of spiders first. With a leap, Su Shiwan jumped onto the back of a spider, and swung the spear in his hand repeatedly. One after another, gorgeous flames bloomed, injuring the group of spiders. The Spider King was angry and roared to the sky. Countless spiders began to gather together, forming a huge team, rushing towards Su Shiwan. Never mind, let's fight. Su Shiwan shouted, waving his spear, and flames burst out, killing the surrounding spiders one after another. Su Shiwan rushed forward, his body agile and nimble like a clever monkey, and soon broke out of the encirclement. Looking at the building in the distance, Su Shiwan was overjoyed. Finally got rid of these ghosts. But when he walked in and took a look, Su Shiwan was dumbfounded. This building isn't much better than his current situation, it's a den of monsters. Looking at the corpses and more monsters all over the ground, Su Shiwan felt like crying but had no tears. How the hell is this an abandoned city? This is simply a hell for humanity. At least it's his hell now. Third uncle, he is such a dear uncle. I'm going to tell my mom when I get home. I don't believe in evil. I just don't believe that if I make a wish I will be trapped and killed here by these devils. Su Shiwan shouted, took a deep breath, and rushed forward again. Ah! A hissing sound was heard. Su Shiwan's face changed drastically. It's over, it's really over this time. Su Shiwan's face was pale as he looked at the giant Spider King in the distance, his heart filled with despair. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Strong winds blew past, and poisonous insects and snakes swooped in from all directions, enveloping Su Shiwan. Ah! Su Shiwan was horrified and quickly waved his spear, sweeping wildly. In the distance, on the roof of a tall, dilapidated building, a girl was sitting, looking down coldly at the scene below. This guy is pretty strong, but he's a fool and has no survival experience. Hey, what a powerful weapon. It's at least a spiritual weapon, so it must be worth a lot of money. Why don't we rob this guy? The girl's gaze fell on the spear in Su Shiwan's hand, her eyes narrowed slightly, and a strong interest appeared in her eyes. At this time, Su Shiwan was covered in blood and was sweeping wildly with a spear in his hand. Unfortunately, there were too many spiders. Although Su Shiwan could kill some of them, it would be difficult to kill them all because new spiders would soon arrive. A PRG shot came from a distance, killing most of the spiders in front of Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang looked up and saw a girl standing in the distance. She was wearing a black tights, with a charming face and elegant temperament. The girl looked to be about 20 years old, with shiny black hair, delicate facial features, and was breathtakingly beautiful. There was a hint of cunning in a pair of eyes as black as ink shade. When the girl saw Su Shiwang looking at her, a playful smile flashed across her eyes. If nothing else, this guy is pretty handsome. Seeing Su Shiwang's embarrassed look, the girl chuckled and turned to leave. Boy, stop being in a daze and run over here. Su Shiwang was stunned for a moment, and after he came to his senses, he immediately accelerated and ran in the direction the girl was running. The girl is also fully equipped. With both long-range incendiary bombs and RPGs, Su Shiwang felt for a moment that this girl was a mobile arsenal. The Spider King behind him was chasing closely, and in its eyes, Su Shiwang was a perfect meal. The spear in Su Shiwang's hand flew continuously, and flames bloomed in the air. With one shot, the Spider King was nailed to the ground, and Su Shiwang turned and ran. Finally, Su Shiwang hid in the building while being chased by a swarm of spiders. The swarm of spiders tried to get close to the building, but the girl upstairs threw down a dozen Molotov cocktails to drive them all away. After surviving the disaster, Su Shiwang sat slumped in the building. Before he could take a few breaths, a rope suddenly rolled over him. Su Shiwang was caught off guard and was tied up in circles and dragged up like a dumpling. Help! Help! What's going on? Su Shiwang struggled desperately. Who is this? How could there be such a rough bondage play? What a pervert! Hey, stop yelling. No one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out. Boy, I advise you to save your energy. The girl looked at Su Shiwang with a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. Su Shiwang curled his lips. Ha, interesting, what's your name? The girl laughed, her body shaking with laughter. Su Shiwang ignored her and twisted his body, trying hard to break free. Stop struggling. This rope of mine is special. If you don't have a certain level of strength, you won't be able to break free. The more you struggle, the tighter it will bind you. The girl looked at Su Shiwang with contempt, as if she was sure of winning. Su Shiwang glanced at the girl with disdain. Save me first, then arrest me. What do you want? My name is Su Yueyao. The girl waved a piece of dogtail grass at Su Shiwang's nose and said, First, tell me your name. Su Shiwang snorted coldly and ignored her. I'm asking you a question. Su Yueyao was a little annoyed. Su Shiwang glanced at her and said, Why should I tell you? Su Yueyao slapped him with a slap. How dare you, little brat, throw a tantrum at me? Su Yueyao glared at Su Shiwang fiercely and reached out to grab Su Shiwang's head, but Su Shiwang dodged her. Su Yueyao glared and kicked Su Shiwang in the stomach. Ah! Su Shiwang felt depressed. This woman was so beautiful, why was she so violent? Are you going to tell me or not? I won't tell you. Su Shiwang said with gritted teeth. If you don't tell me, I won't be polite. Su Yueyao sneered. Su Shiwang saw the murderous light flashing in Su Yueyao's eyes and shuddered. She was really afraid that she would do something to herself. Don't come over here, or I'll. What can you do to me? Su Yueyao's eyes showed a hint of sarcasm. Su Shiwang choked and for a moment he couldn't find any words to threaten Su Yueyao. I'm telling you, if you don't obey, I'll make you suffer. Su Yueyao said with a cold look in her eyes. What are you going to do? He. Chapter 34 Forced. Su Yueyao smiled cunningly, then stepped on Su Shiwang's shoulder and crushed him hard. Ah! Su Shiwang yelled in pain. You scream, keep screaming for me. Su Yueyao sneered. Su Shiwang's forehead was covered with sweat due to the pain. Little bastard, if you don't behave, you will be punished. Do you understand? Su Shiwang nodded desperately, his face covered in cold sweat. That's more like it. Su Yueyao snorted coldly and loosened her foot. Huff 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 huff. Su Shiwang was breathing heavily, his face pale. Remember, if you mess with me again next time, I will make you suffer. Su Yueyao said viciously. Tell me, what's your name? My name is Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang? Why does this name sound familiar? Su Yueyao frowned and searched her memory carefully, but she still couldn't remember where she had heard this name. However, she knew that this must be a very famous person, but she didn't know who it was. Su Shiwan naturally didn't know whether he was famous in the form of infamy or just someone who had appeared on TV. A well-known bootlicker in China. What are you doing here? I was just wondering, what are you doing in this abandoned city as a little girl? Seeing Su Yueyao's face darken and she was about to hit him again. Su Shiwang waved his hands hastily and said, I was forced to do this. I was thrown here. Throw it here? Did you offend someone outside? I don't. Su Shiwang shook his head decisively, but after a moment of silence, he nodded again, I guess so. How about this? I see you're quite skilled and handsome, so why don't you just follow me for now? First, give me the valuables you have as protection money. I don't want it. I'm a real man. Su Yueyao's mouth twitched, and she kicked Su Shiwan on the butt. If you dare not obey me, I will throw you into the cesspool and drown you today. Wow. What's that look on your face? Are you disgusted by my stinky socks? Pooh, pooh. Then follow me. After Su Yueyao finished speaking, she took off her clothes. You pervert. Who are you calling a pervert? Su Yueyao widened her eyes and pretended to hit Su Shiwang again. I said you're a pervert. You little bitch, believe it or not, I will beat you to a pulp. I give in, I give in. No, 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 please don't ruin my handsome face. I make a living by my looks. Su Shiwang had a sad face. Boy, since you admit defeat, then be good and obedient, then I will love you. I promise that as long as you are obedient in the future, I will never treat you unfairly. Of course, if you dare to betray me, he. Su Yueyao narrowed her eyes into slits. Su Shiwang shuddered and nodded repeatedly, saying, No, I promise I won't betray you, absolutely not. You can take whatever valuables are in my bag, they're all yours. You're smart. Su Yueyao said with satisfaction, then threw Su Shiwang into the jeep, started the car, and drove away. Su Shiwang looked out the window, her face pale. She had never expected that such a bad thing would happen. It's better not to save yourself. Isn't this woman a bitch? How could she do such a thing? Just out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's mouth. Su Shiwang wailed in her heart, but she could do nothing. Who made her provoke Su Yueyao, the plague god? Boy, now just stay with me, your sister. I need to do something and need a helper. Be good. Su Yueyao snorted coldly. Oh. Well, you're smart, otherwise I would have skinned you alive. Su Shiwang shrank his neck and didn't dare to say a word. This Su Yueyao's personality is really terrifying. Su Yueyao couldn't help laughing when she saw Su Shiwang's cowardly look. Su Yueyao and Su Shiwang walked around for a long time and finally stopped in a square full of corpses. WTF? Where did you bring me to? Why does this place look so scary? Su Shiwang swallowed and didn't want to get off the car. There's a treasure here. You're quite capable. If you help me get it, I can give you half. Su Yueyao said with a smile, her eyes sparkling. I don't want it. Su Shiwang refused immediately. You don't want it? Su Yueyao raised her eyebrows. That's a good thing. If you don't want it, I'll just feed you to the wild beasts. After Su Yueyao finished speaking, she parked the car on the side of the road. What are you going to do? Su Shiwang asked nervously. I want to throw you in there to feed the wild animals. Fuck, don't do this, you're being inhumane. Can't you just untie me and I'll help you? That's more like it. Su Yueyao nodded with satisfaction and reached out to pull the rope on Su Shiwang's wrist. Su Yueyao curled her lips and revealed a satisfied smile. It would have been better if it had been like this earlier. After saying that, he untied the rope on Su Shiwang. After untying the rope, Su Shiwang quickly jumped out of the car, took a few steps back, and looked at Su Yueyao vigilantly. Seeing this, Su Yueyao sneered contemptuously and said, Even if you run away now, I can catch up with you. Su Shiwang looked at Su Yueyao's bulging backpack and wondered how many secret weapons this girl had, so he should not act rashly. This woman is a walking treasure bag. Are you ready? If you are, I am going to get the big guy guarding the door out. Cooperate with me to kill it. Can you tell me in advance what kind of big guy will come out so I can be mentally prepared? It's nothing, just a little monster. After saying that, Su Yueyao assembled a C4 bomb directly, and then pulled out a rocket launcher from somewhere. Su Shiwang was dumbfounded and looked dazed. This guy actually has some skills. Fortunately, I didn't run away just now, otherwise what would I do if this woman shot me with a rocket launcher? Chapter 35 Battle. Silver Fang Tyrannosaurus. With a loud bang. C4 explosion. The abandoned square was blown away in an instant, and huge smoke and dust filled the air, making it impossible to see the surrounding scenery for a moment. The ground began to tremble violently, as if some huge monster was breaking out of the ground. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. A huge monster covered in black appeared in Su Shiwang's sight. This monster is 10 meters tall, covered with hard scales, has an oval head with a pair of huge horns, and its body is covered with bronze patterns. It looks majestic and extremely ferocious. Su Shiwang took a look at the equipment and saw that it was a silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus. Wow, it was already half a step into the Qi and Blood realm. The corner of his mouth twitched and he swallowed, looking at Su Yueyao and said, "Is this the little monster you were talking about? You tricked me." "Yes, it's the little monster. Quickly take care of it. I'll provide long-range fire support for you." "What the hell are you talking about? There's no way I can possibly beat this thing. What are you afraid of? Hurry up and do it. The nearby monsters will be attracted here soon, so hurry up and finish it." Su Shiwang looked at the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus in front of him helplessly, wanting to cry but having no tears. Su Yueyao fired a rocket at the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus Rex's head, causing it to roar and bite towards Su Shiwang in front of it. "Yeah, I got it." Su Yueyao shouted excitedly. "Fuck, she shot you with a bazooka, why are you chasing me?" Su Shiwang quickly turned around and ran away, but the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus was chasing him relentlessly. Su Shiwang screamed in fear and ran away desperately. Su Yueyao continued to bombard the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus with various shells. But the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus seemed a little angry and opened its mouth to spit out a cloud of black mist towards Su Shiwang. "Well, just treat it as a test. I am a child of destiny after all." Su Shiwang sighed and stopped running. When the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus saw Su Shiwang stop, it opened its mouth, let out an angry roar, and pounced towards Su Shiwang. The claws of the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus were extremely sharp. Su Shiwang was unable to dodge and had to kick it. With a dull thud, Su Shiwang felt as if his toe bones were about to break. What a strong attack power! Su Shiwang was unwilling to give up. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and smashed down on the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus's head. Bang! The two fists collided, and the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus was knocked back dozens of steps by Su Shiwang. However, the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus only swayed a few times before pouncing again at an alarming speed. This guy's skin is thick enough, and my punch only tickled him. As expected of a half-step Qi and Blood realm, his strength and defense are simply abnormal. Su Shiwang didn't dare to fight head-on and had to choose to dodge. However, the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus was too fast and Su Shiwang had no way to dodge it. At this moment, Su Yueyao's artillery shells whizzed over and landed on the forehead of the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus Rex, exploding directly. The explosion produced a huge shock wave, causing Su Shiwang and the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus Rex to take a few steps back. "Big sister. Can you hit the target? Are you planning to kill us both? The next shot must be more accurate." Su Shiwang staggered and almost fell. The silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus shook a few times, then jumped up and bit Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang was frightened and quickly stepped back. Seeing this, Su Yueyao immediately controlled the rocket launcher and fired again. Bang! This time the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus was unlucky and was hit by a cannon. Several scales on its head were broken into pieces and blood was flowing everywhere. Su Shiwang condensed his mind into a spear and stabbed it towards the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus Rex with a whistling sound. Bang! 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 Every shot from Su Shiwang's gun hit the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus Rex's head fiercely. However, the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus had thick skin and flesh, and Su Shiwang's shot only injured its scales and failed to cause fatal damage at all. The silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus was angry, roared to the sky, and used its huge head to knock away Su Shiwang's attack. Su Shiwang stumbled back a few steps and nearly fell to the ground. Damn, how could this guy be so powerful? This bullet didn't even penetrate his skin. The silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus rushed towards Su Shiwang again. Su Shiwang's expression began to turn serious. This was also a good opportunity to train himself. I am chaos. As Su Shiwang's voice rang out, a terrifying force enveloped the entire square. This power is so overbearing. So strong. It was as if the end of the world had come, and everything seemed to be frozen and motionless. Even the air seemed to solidify into a solid entity. Roar! The silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus Rex sensed danger, roared to the sky, broke free from its restraints, and pounced towards Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang's pupils suddenly shrank, and he swung the spear in his hand. A golden light burst out from the spear. Bang! With a bang, a golden beam of light hit the belly of the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus Rex hard. Puff! The silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus spat out a mouthful of blood and its body bent down involuntarily. Su Shiwang took this opportunity to leave like lightning and quickly escaped from that place. Roar! The silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus roared angrily and chased after Su Shiwang. However, its power was restricted. Su Shiwang jumped flexibly and easily avoided its pursuit, passing by its sight. The silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus became even more furious when he saw that he failed to catch Su Shiwang. It roared angrily and swung its tail violently. A hurricane rolled up, blowing the ground into pieces. The sandstorm instantly filled the entire square. The silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus Rex spun around and swept its tail fiercely towards Su Shiwang. At this moment, Su Shiwang felt as if his body was hit by a hammer. He grimaced in pain and his whole body kept moving backwards. This beast! It was so heavy that my body was almost broken apart. Chaos is limitless. Su Shiwang roared, and a lot of chaotic energy surged into his body. His muscles bulged and became extremely strong, and the muscles in his arms also became extremely thick. Oh my god, does this kid have the legendary special physique? Why does he feel like he's not human? Su Yuya was dumbfounded when she saw Su Shiwang's expression. How many secrets were hidden in this human being? Could it be the special physique that was rumored? Su Shiwang didn't know what Su Yuya was thinking. He leaped up, holding a spear, and rushed straight towards the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus. Roar! The silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus roared again and slapped the ground with its tail. The ground collapsed immediately. Su Shiwang was lifted up and slammed heavily on the ground. He vomited blood, his chest rolled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. What medicine did this kid take wrong? Su Yuya couldn't help but wonder. Su Shiwang's body was scratched by the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus Rex, and blood gushed out. Su Yuya didn't dare to rush over to help because her strength was not enough to match the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus. Su Shiwang was constantly knocked away by the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus, but he dodged it every time. Su Shiwang kept stabbing the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus' vital parts with his spear. However, each time it only scratched the skin of the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus. After being attacked again and again, Su Shiwang felt that he could no longer hold on. No, I must use my final killer move. The world is in chaos. With a roar, Su Shiwang's body suddenly disappeared from the spot and appeared 3 meters away from the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus. He clasped his palms together and pushed hard. A ball of golden light slammed violently towards the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus. The silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus was about to resist, but a powerful force suppressed it and made it unable to move. Bang! A huge ball of golden light hit the belly of the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus Rex hard. Bang bang bang! The violent explosions continued and the entire square shook. Boom! The huge rock collapsed and flew away, revealing Su Shiwang, holding a spear in his hand and looking at the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus with a cold gaze. The silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus's abdomen had already sunken in a large area, but it still attacked Su Shiwang without giving up. You really are not afraid of death? Su Shiwang sneered. The silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus Rex leaped forward, baring its fangs and claws, and pounced towards Su Shiwang. Its huge tail brought with it a strong wind, and it lashed towards Su Shiwang fiercely. Su Shiwang was startled and dodged quickly. Bang! The silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus tail slammed hard on the place where Su Shiwang had just stood. The entire square was smashed to pieces, and huge cracks appeared on the ground. Chapter 36 Sister is a reasonable person. Su Shiwang's heart skipped a beat. If this happened to him, he would probably get all his bones sucked out, right? Su Shiwang wiped the sweat from his forehead with lingering fear, his eyes fixed on one place, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. The next second, his speed suddenly increased, and his figure appeared behind the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus like a ghost, as fast as lightning. Phew! The spear pierced through the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus's shoulder and nailed it to the ground. Su Shiwang pressed the tip of his spear against the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus's head and said coldly, "Aren't you very awesome? Why aren't you so arrogant now? Roar! The silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus roared and twisted its body wildly. However, the spear had pierced a gap in its body, and no matter how it swung, it could not move even half an inch. This time, the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus was completely panicked. It felt the cold touch of the spear and the pain of the thin line piercing its flesh. Roar! It kept roaring, but to no avail. It wanted to break free from the restraint of the thin thread, but it was simply unable to do so. Die! Su Shiwan's eyes flashed, and he suddenly pulled out the spear. Phew! Another stream of blood spurted out, and the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus was pierced again, covered in blood. Roar! The silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus roared and struggled desperately. Su Shiwang snorted coldly and stabbed the spear into its other shoulder again. Poof! Another blood arrow shot out, and the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus spat out blood again. It looked at Su Shiwang angrily, but its eyes became fearful, even a little scared. It actually felt the threat of death. No, not a threat, but real fear. This feeling made it feel very aggrieved and humiliated. A ferocious beast that was half a step into the Qi and blood realm and almost invincible in this area was actually frightened by a weak human boy. Ouch! The silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus roared angrily and tried to struggle, but found that Su Shiwang's spear was firmly stuck in its shoulder, making it unable to move at all. Roar! With another angry roar, the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus opened its bloody mouth and bit Su Shiwang's throat fiercely. Phew! Su Shiwang shook his wrist and the spear pierced directly into the head of the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus. The equipment shows that Su Shiwang has killed 7 body-refining monsters so far. Are there 7? There are still 13 body-refining monsters and 1 Qi and blood realm monster missing. But if the half-step Qi and blood realm monster is so powerful, how powerful would a real Qi and blood realm monster be? Oh my god, you're so strong? Are you a genius on the potential list? Su Yueyao was stunned and couldn't believe what she saw. This guy is so powerful, I'm almost torn to death by it. Miss, you are not fooling me, this is the little guy you are talking about. Su Shiwang took a deep breath. Well, it was an unexpected accident, but it's okay to kill him. Let's move on to the next step. What's next? This square is just an entrance. There's a big secret behind it. Follow me. Su Shiwang and Su Yueyao continued to go deeper. The further inside they went, the lower the temperature became, and the air was filled with a fishy smell that made Su Shiwang want to vomit. Hey, big sister, where did you bring me to? You won't cheat me again, will you? Don't worry, it's okay. I've been investigating for a long time. Su Yueyao said with a smile, then pulled Su Shiwang and continued forward. Finally, after walking a few dozen meters, they finally saw everything clearly. At the end of their vision, stood a huge tree with a diameter of 250 meters. The trunk is thick and like a wall, spanning half of the valley. The branches are full of fruits, which are blue all over and look very tempting. This is spiritual fruit. Su Shiwang exclaimed. Yeah, you see, I wasn't lying to you, there really is some good stuff here. Hey, where are the people? While Su Yueyao was still feeling proud, Su Shiwang had already run over to pick the fruit. Su Yueyao was stunned. Hey, how could you do this? Without even turning around, Su Shiwang said, I'm here to find my treasure, not to listen to your nonsense. Su Yueyao was confused. This tree is called the Ice Soul Tree. It's said to bear fruit every 10 years, and each fruit contains an extremely cold energy. Eating it can enhance a cultivator's strength and make it more concentrated. Let's each have half. Don't say I'm bullying you. I'm a reasonable person. After Su Yueyao finished speaking, she added, also, the fruit can enhance the warrior's mental strength. When Su Shiwang heard this, his eyes lit up and he quickly picked the fruit and put it in his mouth to eat. The juice slid down his throat into his stomach, and instantly, she felt warm all over. Hey, you can't eat ice soul fruit like this. Your body can't withstand this kind of power. Su Yueyao said. So sweet. Su Shiwang narrowed his eyes and exclaimed in admiration. After swallowing one fruit, Su Shiwang felt comfortable all over. A trace of cold current spread from his limbs to every part of his body, making his tendons and veins tough and active. The Chaos Divine Body began to operate, absorbing the power of the Ice Soul Fruit into its body and then tempering its own body. In a moment, Su Shiwang had completed the transformation of the power, and then he swallowed 2 more Ice Soul Fruits, which scared Su Yueyao. You can't eat it like this, the ice soul fruit will burst. Su Shiwang grinned, revealing his white teeth, and said, It's okay, it's quite sweet, I like it. Su Yueyao. I'm impressed by you, you old idiot. He swallowed more than a dozen ice soul fruits in a row, leaving Su Yueyao standing by stunned. Is this guy a monster? You ate so many ice soul fruits and you're still like nothing happened? Su Yueyao was sweating for him and asked anxiously, Your strength is increasing so quickly, are you sure there won't be any problems? Otherwise, let's stop for now. Hearing this, Su Shiwang shook his head and said, No, continue. I haven't eaten enough yet. Su Yueyao. Seeing this, Su Yueyao could only shut up and remain silent. An hour later, Su Shiwang's strength reached the peak of the half-step Qi and blood realm. Ha! Su Shiwang let out a long breath and felt full of strength. I'm full, and there's still so much left on the tree. Let's pack up the rest. Are there any other treasures in this place? There's no more here, but I know there's a big treasure somewhere, I just don't know if you have the courage. Su Shiwang chuckled and said, I'm very brave. Are you sure? There's a big guy over there. Big guy? Su Shiwang's mouth twitched. The 10-meter-long silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus just now was a small guy. How big would the big guy be? A big guy about 100 meters long? Or bigger? I'm a little curious, how do you know where the treasure is? Nonsense. I'm an adventurer and I'm here to hunt for treasure. I must have scouted the area in advance. Then tell me now, don't keep me in suspense. Su Shiwang urged anxiously. Su Yueyao said, I don't know the exact location, but it's in the former chemical laboratory in this city. There seems to be a great treasure inside, but it's very dangerous, with many monsters and extremely strange things. It's said that there's even a dragon living there, which is very ferocious and much more powerful than the silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus. Of course, I don't know the details, this is all what the adventurers who came here before said. A dragon? Su Shiwang frowned slightly. What kind of dragon is it? Well, that guy is very powerful. Don't think that just because you've reached the half-step Qi and blood realm, you can challenge him. I advise you to take a detour to avoid embarrassment. Su Yueyao persuaded. Su Shiwang curled his lips in disdain and said, Tisk, who's afraid of who? No matter how powerful you are, can you still be stronger than me? I'm invincible. I'm the son of destiny, don't you understand? Su Yueyao. Shameless. Okay, in that case, let's try our luck. Su Yueyao said. Upon hearing this, Su Shiwang immediately became excited and said, Let's go see what kind of dragon that is. Chapter 37 I am not a saint, I just help others when I see injustice. Su Shiwang and Su Yueyao walked cautiously in the abandoned city. Hey, we're doing pretty well. There aren't any monsters stopping us right now. Su Shiwang whistled and followed Su Yueyao with a comfortable look on his face, teasing her from time to time. How can you be so boring? I've never seen a man like you. Ha, that means I'm unique. TSK, you don't know what humility is. Su Shiwang. Ouch, it's so cold in this damn place. Su Shiwang rubbed his arms and complained. Su Yueyao. This guy is such a weirdo. I ate so many extremely cold ice soul fruits just now, and they tasted so delicious. He gets cold when the temperature drops a little at night. Su Yueyao looked at Su Shiwang's shivering body and muttered to herself, Weird. Let's find a place to stay for the night. Su Shiwang suggested. Okay, let's find a secluded place to rest first. Su Yueyao agreed. Walk. Su Yueyao said as she flew off in one direction. Seeing this, Su Shiwang hurriedly chased after him. Perhaps because of the gathering of monsters, the temperature in the abandoned city at night is completely different from other places. The air became colder as we moved closer to the city center. Why is your face so red? Are you charmed by my handsomeness? Su Yueyao rolled her eyes at him and said, I say, can you be a little more shameless? You are too shameless. How did you survive until now? But it is undeniable that Su Yueyao always felt that although Su Shiwang was a bit shameless and thick-skinned, he always exuded an inexplicable charm. Su Shiwang. I say, are you overthinking it? We are just partners, why are you always staring at me? Don't flatter yourself. Do you think I'll ever care about you? Humph. Su Yueyao snorted coldly, turned her head and ignored him. Su Shiwang touched his nose and said helplessly, "Okay, that's just me being nosy, okay?" The two people walked on the deserted streets, and from time to time there were monsters roaring and explorers letting out shrill screams. Su Yueyao couldn't help but sigh, "Alas, our food has almost been consumed. What should we do?" Su Shiwang said, "Don't we still have the ice soul fruit?" "Who do you think you are? That thing is a spiritual fruit, an icy spiritual fruit at best, but can it be eaten as fruit? It will kill you." Su Shiwang rolled his eyes, waved his hand impatiently, and said, "Okay, stop wasting time and find a place to rest." Su Yueyao was speechless for a while. "Let's go." Su Shiwang pulled Su Yueyao to a remote place. Su Yueyao looked at him puzzledly and asked, "What do you want to do?" "Shoo." Su Shiwang pointed at the building in front of him and said in a low voice, "Keep your voice down. There's a group of adventurers ahead." "How do you know?" Looking at Su Yueyao's puzzled look, Su Shiwang pointed at his glasses. "High tech, understand? Let me wear it. Go away." A bonfire was burning fiercely inside the building, with corpses piled on the ground around it and blood flowing like a river, a horrifying sight. 4 people were sitting around a campfire eating barbecue, and a man and a woman were tied up and thrown on the campfire, screaming miserably. "What's going on?" Su Shiwang said in shock. "What else could it be? It's just murder and robbery. There are no rules here. Whoever has the bigger fist is the boss. I've seen a lot of this in the past few months here." Su Yueyao shrugged and said nonchalantly, "Let's go and live somewhere else so we don't get into trouble." Su Shiwang turned around and was about to leave. He was not a saint and did not want to get involved in this mess. Those guys seem to have a lot of good stuff. Su Yueyao murmured in a low voice, "Hey, where are you going?" "Help him. I'll help the weak when I see them. I, Su Shiwang, have always been full of justice. How could I stand by and watch someone die without helping?" Su Yueyao. Su Yueyao didn't expect that this man could be so shameless. "You don't want to steal that thing." Su Yueyao stared at Su Shiwang with an expression that said, "You're crazy." Su Shiwang said calmly, "Robbery isn't illegal. We haven't done anything wrong. We're doing justice for the people, so why not?" Su Yueyao. "Forget it, I'm too lazy to explain to an idiot like you who has no survival experience." Su Yueyao rolled her eyes and said. Su Shiwang curled his lips and said nothing. "If you don't want the treasure, wouldn't you be a fool? Boss, we've been searching for so many days and still haven't found any trace of the dragon egg. Why don't we just give up? Kidnapping this research team is pointless. Let's just kill these 2 people and go back to the mercenary city. Keeping them is a waste of food." Everyone looked at the tied man and woman with murderous looks on their faces. "Brother, what do we do with these 2 people?" A burly man at the side asked respectfully. A man dressed in black and wearing a hood that obscured his entire face, making it impossible to see his features, was silent for a moment. He then shouted, "Can you 2 tell me the exact location? If not, you 2 will be fed to the monster. We know the location is south of the city. Our research team is here to find that egg. There are many treasures inside. We've told you everything we can." The 2 men seemed a little desperate, and one of them said in a trembling voice. The man in black frowned slightly when he heard this. A thought flashed across his eyes, and then he said, "In that case, you 2 can go with peace of mind." After the man in black finished speaking, he waved his hand, signaling them to take action. "No. I said. The man's legs went limp with fear, and he quickly began to speak. "The more specific location should be the chemical laboratory in the abandoned city." The man's voice was soft, but it reached the ears of everyone present. After the man finished speaking, his heart was in suspense. Chapter 38 Laboratory Treasure Hunt. In the corner, Su Shiwang and Su Yueyao looked at each other, their eyes filled with surprise. Then, both of them laughed, and their laughter was very sinister. "Wow, these people's destination is the same as mine." The leading man in black frowned and asked, "Are you sure it's that laboratory? How much do you know about the situation inside?" The man was so frightened that he was shaking all over. He replied in a trembling voice, "I think I know something. I really don't know the specific reason." "Brother, we can't trust everything these 2 say. What if they're lying?" A burly man on the side reminded. "I used to work in that lab. That lab was incredibly strange. When the world's spiritual energy revived, strange phenomena suddenly occurred in the lab. A river of blood inexplicably appeared, and many of the experimental creatures mutated. Most of the staff died in there. Blood river? What the hell is a blood river? When Su Shiwang and Su Yueyao heard the word blood river, they suddenly felt an ominous premonition in their hearts. The leading man in black asked, "How big is that river of blood?" The man thought carefully about what happened, then shook his head. "I remember when I left that lab, everyone inside had been sucked dry, leaving no one alive." Su Shiwang and Su Yueyao looked at each other, one shook his head and the other nodded. "That's all I know. I don't know anything deeper." The leading man in black frowned and said, "You'd better behave yourself, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. I promise I won't run around." The two people who were tied up spoke quickly. The leading man in black nodded and said nothing more. "Brother, why don't we just not go? This sounds scary." A younger brother asked. "Yeah, boss, we can't risk our lives for the sake of our treasure." The leading black-clad man glared at the man and said, "Shut up. I have my own ideas. Make a wish, go, save people, grab treasures." Su Yueyao pulled Su Shiwang and was about to go up and attack these men in black, but was stopped by Su Shiwang. "Don't act rashly, okay? I've used my equipment to observe that the leading man in black is at least at the Qi and Blood realm. The other three are all at the half-step Qi and Blood realm. We're going to deliver food. Then what do you say we should do? We can't let the duck in our mouth fly away. Look at all the spiritual fruits in those people's bags. No hurry, let me think about it later." After Su Shiwang finished speaking, he squatted by the wall and began to study. Su Yueyao on the side, "Aren't you too calm? Su Shiwang, are you sure we really want to do something that's stupid?" "Oh, stop dawdling. I'm starving if you keep dawdling," Su Yueyao urged. As soon as Su Yueyao finished speaking, she heard a rumbling sound in her stomach. She touched her flat stomach, scratched her head awkwardly, and said, "Why don't we find a place to light a fire and eat some meat? I'm hungry." Su Shiwang looked at Su Yueyao's pitiful appearance, shook his head helplessly, and said, Okay, let's go make a fire and grill the meat first." The two of them started a fire and roasted meat in a secluded corner not far away. While Su Yueyao was roasting the meat, she stole glances at Su Shiwang. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me? Is there something dirty on my face?" Su Shiwang asked. "Have you figured out a plan? If you ask me, I'll just blast them to dust with one rocket." Su Shiwang couldn't help laughing when he saw her irritable look. "You think everyone else is a fool?" Su Shiwang rolled his eyes and said, "Alas! What a pity, they are all treasures." Su Yueyao sighed. Su Shiwang looked at her dejected expression, patted her shoulder, and said teasingly with a smile, "You are such a money grubber. Don't worry, I won't let you down. We will definitely get the treasure. Besides, it sounds very dangerous over there. Let's just follow them and let them help us explore the way." Su Yueyao's eyes lit up and she said, "That's a good idea. Let's just wait and reap the benefits." Ha ha. Su Shiwang looked at Su Yueyao's smile and started smiling too. After a long time, they all stopped talking and grilled the meat quietly. After a long while, Su Shiwang finally looked up and asked, "Why are you taking risks here, as a girl?" Su Shiwang's question made Su Yueyao slightly stunned. After a long while, she slowly said, "It's nothing. My mother has a terminal illness and needs a lot of money. My father died in a monster's mouth while trying to earn money to buy medicine for my mother. I can only come here to find spiritual fruits to treat my mother's illness." Su Shiwang didn't ask any further questions. He felt that this was not something she should know. His acquaintance with Su Yueyao was just a coincidence. There is no intersection between them at all. All he could do was try his best to prevent Su Yueyao from falling into danger. Su Shiwang glanced at Su Yueyao, then handed her the roasted chicken wings in his hand. Seeing this, Su Yueyao quickly reached out and took the chicken wings that Su Shiwang handed over. Then, she took a bite and said while chewing the chicken wings, "There's also a piece of sweet potato in it." Su Shiwang didn't say anything, just glanced at her, then lowered his head and started eating the grilled chicken wings. After eating and drinking, Su Yueyao threw away the grilled chicken wings, took out a bottle of mineral water from her backpack, drank it, then unscrewed the bottle, handed it to Su Shiwang, and said, "Here." Su Shiwang took the mineral water, opened the lid, and drank most of it in one gulp. Su Yueyao looked at him wolfing down the food, a smile in her eyes. Hey, you didn't even leave me any, you heartless person. Su Yueyao complained deliberately. Su Shiwang rolled his eyes at her and said unhappily, leave nothing behind. This is just revenge for you tying me up today. Su Yueyao was delighted when she saw Su Shiwang's frustrated look. The two of them made a lot of noise, but as time went on, night fell and the surroundings gradually fell into silence. Su Shiwang, I'm a little cold. Upon hearing this, Su Shiwang hurriedly took out a blanket from his arms, walked to Su Yueyao and covered her with it. Cover yourself up, don't catch a cold. Su Yueyao covered herself with the blanket, then turned around and said to Su Shiwang with a smile, thank you. Tisk, so pretentious. Su Shiwang rolled his eyes and said. Su Yueyao smiled, wrapped the blanket tightly around her, and fell asleep on Su Shiwang's shoulder. The next morning, the sunlight shone on Su Yueyao, causing her to open her eyes. Su Yueyao stretched, yawned, then stuck her head out from under the blanket and looked around. Su Yueyao, huh? Where are the people? I saw Su Shiwang lying on the ground with a telescope observing the movements of the men in black. What's going on with them? Let's go. They look like they're getting ready to leave. Let's follow them from a distance. Su Shiwang stood up, walked to Su Yueyao, threw the telescope in his hand to Su Yueyao, and said, let's go. Along the way, Su Yueyao kept staring at the men in black in front of her through a telescope, and Su Shiwang followed her, always paying attention to the whereabouts of that group of people. 4 men in black were walking in an abandoned city with 2 hostages. Monsters appeared from time to time and attacked them. Along the way, the monsters they encountered became stronger and stronger, but none of them could hurt the man in black at all. The fighting power of these people is simply abnormal. They were as fast as lightning, and every time a monster approached them, they would beat it away with their fists and feet. These guys are incredibly powerful. They're truly a mercenary group. Su Yueyao sighed. Su Shiwang nodded and said, it seems we need to be more careful. Su Yueyao said proudly. Come on, I'll take you around to see what they're up to. Su Yueyao, that's exactly what I was thinking. After Su Shiwang took Su Yueyao around the city for several circles, they finally came to a remote street. They hid in the bushes and watched several men in black in front of them walk into a gloomy and dilapidated laboratory. Su Yueyao looked at the bright red bloodstains on the wall and opened her mouth in surprise. Wow, that's so bloody, she exclaimed. Su Shiwang. Make a wish, look. Chapter 39. Entering the laboratory, danger and weirdness are coming. Su Yueyao pointed at the door. Blood was constantly oozing out from the door, and there were several bloody heads as big as human heads remaining on the doorframe. Su Shiwang looked at the bloodstains with a frown, not understanding how such a bloody scene could appear in this place. Su Shiwang and Su Yueyao looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. The two looked at each other, took a few steps forward in unison, and stood at the door. Su Yueyao looked around and found nothing unusual, then pushed the door open and went in. As soon as Su Shiwang stepped into the door, he was choked by the strong smell of blood and coughed a few times, almost vomiting. He frowned, covered his nose and followed Su Yueyao. Su Yueyao entered the courtyard and saw corpses lying all over the place. Wow! Why are there so many corpses? It stinks. Su Yueyao looked at those people who died tragically and couldn't help but cover her mouth. Su Shiwang frowned and said, it seems the tragedy here is real. When the spiritual energy revived, some abnormal monster must have appeared here. As soon as Su Shiwang finished speaking, he saw a long tentacle suddenly emerge from a corpse not far away. The tentacle kept wriggling, as if looking for something. Su Yueyao looked at the tentacle and got goosebumps all over her body. She quickly pulled Su Shiwang back to the door. Make a wish, tentacle monster. Su Yueyao's face was pale and her legs were weak. Su Shiwang looked at the tentacle and felt a little scared. He had never seen such a thing before. Moreover, the tentacle could actually move. This was too strange. Su Shiwang clenched the spear in his hand, looking alert. At this moment, the tentacle suddenly flew towards Su Yueyao and Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang looked at the tentacle and without thinking, he swung the dagger in his hand and rushed forward. Su Yueyao also followed Su Shiwang's movements. The daggers in their hands collided with the tentacles, sparks flew, and then the tentacle disappeared. Su Shiwang breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that was a close call. I was so scared. Su Yueyao patted her chest and said, I thought it would eat me. That's not the case. Su Shiwang said, "At most I'll tie you up and kill you." "Oh." Su Yueyao responded softly. Su Yueyao looked at the blood on the ground and said, "What should we do next?" Su Shiwang looked around and said, "Follow those people first." The further they walked in, the more strange and bizarre this place became. They looked at the scene around them and felt their scalps tingling. "Su Shiwang, why do you feel a little chilly?" Su Yueyao said. Su Shiwang nodded and said, "I feel the same way." Could it be a ghost? Don't rule out this possibility. Su Shiwang looked around and saw Su Yueyao's reaction and deliberately joked. When Su Yueyao heard the word ghost, she shrank back in fear. She tightly grasped Su Shiwang's arm and said, "Su Shiwang, what should we do now?" Su Shiwang looked at her frightened expression and felt a little uneasy. "Don't be afraid, they're just some little monsters. There's no such thing as ghosts. Trust science." Su Shiwang comforted. But Su Yueyao wanted to say something but stopped herself. She looked at the surrounding environment and felt creepy. She had never seen such a horrible place. Just when the two didn't know what to do, a gust of cold wind suddenly came from behind Su Shiwang and Su Yueyao. They were so scared that they turned back suddenly, but found that there was nothing at all. The two looked at each other, and finally decided to avoid the conflict for the time being. Just as the two were about to turn around and leave, suddenly, a black shadow flew past from behind Su Shiwang, and then stopped in front of Su Shiwang and Su Yueyao. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, and roared at Su Shiwang and Su Yueyao. "Ah!" Su Yueyao screamed in fright, her body tilted and she fell into Su Shiwang's arms. Su Shiwang looked at Su Yueyao, who fell into his arms and was speechless. She raised her head and looked forward, only to find that the place where she had been standing was empty, and there was no trace of the monster. "What the hell is going on?" Su Shiwang reached out and touched his forehead. "What on earth was that thing just now?" "Su Shiwang, there's a problem here." After Su Yueyao finished speaking, she climbed up from Su Shiwang's arms. Su Shiwang frowned and said, "Are you saying this place is not clean? I can't sense any spiritual energy. The yin energy here is too strong. We shouldn't stay here for long." The two walked forward along the long corridor. Lights flickered along the way. In the dim light, their footsteps made a creaking sound on the stone slabs. Su Yueyao looked at the walls around her. There were various patterns painted on the walls, like a map. "Su Shiwang, do you think this place is a haunted place like in the movies?" Su Shiwang shook his head and said, "That's impossible. You have to believe in science. There are no ghosts in this world. They are just tricks." Chapter 40, Diverting the Trouble. After all, he hoped that his body still had a danger warning function. There is no warning yet, which means the danger has not yet arrived. Yueyao, let's continue walking inside." "Good." The two continued walking forward for a long time, but they never encountered any danger. "Huh? What's that?" Su Yueyao suddenly pointed at a huge glass container and said. The glass container was filled with green sticky liquid, which was swirling around in the glass dish, making a creepy sound. Su Yueyao looked at the liquid and couldn't help but shudder. Su Shiwang looked in the direction she pointed and was also startled. The liquid in the glass dish was all green and emitted a pungent odor. When Su Shiwang smelled the stench, his stomach churned. This used to be a chemical laboratory, so it's not surprising that there are all kinds of chemical reagents inside. I'm showing you the green thing hidden inside the green liquid. Look carefully. When Su Shiwang heard this, he quickly shifted his gaze to the glass dish. I saw that the green object in the glass dish was a head, a huge head with red tentacles on the top and a pair of eyes emitting a cold blue light. "Oh my god!" Su Yueyao exclaimed, "It's actually a monster's head." At this moment, Su Shiwang's danger warning function prompted that danger was coming. Without thinking too much, Su Shiwang pulled Su Yueyao up and started running away. The vessel behind him began to break, and the green sticky substance slowly condensed into the body of the head. A roar was heard, accompanied by a fishy smell that attacked Su Shiwang and Su Yueyao. The green monster stretched out its tentacles and grabbed Su Yueyao. Su Yueyao struggled desperately, but found that the more she struggled, the tighter the green tentacles gripped her, as if they were going to tear her flesh off in the next second. Su Yueyao cried out in pain. "Yueyao!" Su Shiwang watched Su Yueyao's body slowly being sucked into the green monster's mouth, and pointed the spear in his hand at the green monster. "Yueyao, hold on for a while, let me save you." Su Yueyao nodded desperately, but her face was already flushed red. Her body was constantly being sucked into the green monster, and she watched helplessly as she was about to be swallowed by it. At this moment, Su Shiwang suddenly raised the spear in his hand and stabbed it into the green monster's head. The green monster screamed in pain. Su Yueyao took the opportunity to break free from its restraints and fell to the ground. At this moment, Su Shiwang felt a sharp pain coming from behind, followed by the roar of the green monster. Su Shiwang turned around and saw the green monster's eyes were blazing with fire, staring at him fiercely. Su Shiwang felt like he couldn't breathe as it stared at him. The green monster suddenly opened its mouth and a bloody human head popped out. Su Shiwang swung his spear and stabbed it, but the spear in his hand seemed to hit an invisible barrier and was bounced out. The green monster let out a low growl, then stretched out its claws and slapped down. Su Shiwang was knocked back several meters, fell to the ground, and spat out a mouthful of blood. The green monster attacked again and Su Shiwang could only dodge. Su Shiwang, get out of the way. I'm going to fire a rocket at him. No. This guy's body is weird. If you shoot a rocket at him, it's likely to rebound. Su Yueyao listened to Su Shiwang's advice and felt that what Su Shiwang said made sense. What should I do then? Although this thing is weird, there are ways to deal with it. Su Shiwang pondered for a moment and said, let's lead this guy to those men in black and let them deal with him. The two ran along the black corridor and finally bumped into several men in black at a corner. You are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. The leading man said. Did you know we were following you? With the abilities you two possess, I should have spotted you long ago. Who are you? And why are you following us? The man in black looked at Su Shiwang and Su Yueyao with a questioning look and said. What's the purpose of coming here? Isn't it all for the treasure? Why are you being so hypocritical? Su Yueyao was very unhappy listening to the nonsense of these men in black. In that case, then you two can die. A man in black took out a pistol and pulled the trigger at Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang's heart trembled and he quickly dodged to the side. Bang bang bang. 5 gunshots rang out in succession. Su Shiwang and Su Yueyao were fine, but they only heard a shrill roar coming from the depths of the dark corridor. A huge green figure rushed out. What is this thing? When the 4 men in black saw this huge monster, they were so scared that their legs went weak and they took several steps back. The green monster opened its mouth, revealing its sharp white teeth, and bit one of the men in black. Ah! The man in black was bitten, screamed, and fell to the ground. Su Yueyao was also very scared. Looking at the green monster, she felt numb all over and had no strength at all. At this moment, the other 3 men in black also reacted and took out their guns, aiming at the green monster. The green monster opened its mouth and let out a sharp howl, and the 3 men in black felt their eardrums swelling. Their hands trembled as they drew their weapons, and they almost dropped them. Su Shiwang has been paying attention to the situation around her. She didn't expect that this guy's sound waves were so strong that they could even shatter weapons. It was really unbelievable. The green monster was very fast. With a roll of its tongue, it snatched all the weapons from the hands of the men in black. What the hell is this? The man in black grabbed the 2 tied hostages and asked. This should be the Hulk, the second experiment from back then. Its body is made of a fusion of beta compounds, alpha compounds, and hundreds of rare elements. After its spiritual energy was revived, it should have gained intelligence. The hostage said in fear. The leading man in black is at the Chi and Blood realm. The leading man in black punched the Hulk, and the Hulk opened his mouth and spewed out a cloud of green smoke. The leading man in black covered his nose, but still couldn't bear it and started coughing. The Hulk opened his mouth wide and bit the leading man in black. The leading man in black quickly retreated and kicked the Hulk's lower body with force. The Hulk jumped up and kicked the leading man in black. The leading man in black dodged the Hulk's kick by moving sideways. Ah! Ah! The Hulk caught up to him, swooped down, and bit him in the neck. The leading man in black suddenly felt a chill in his body, and a chill spread from his neck to his whole body. You damned monster! The leading man in black shouted angrily and slapped the Hulk. The Hulk staggered after being hit. Let's go together and kill this guy. The 4 men in black took out their signature weapons. 3 of them were at the half-step Chi and Blood realm, and 1 was a master at the Chi and Blood realm. It shouldn't be a problem for them to deal with a mutant creature. But this Hulk was extremely ferocious. His body was like steel and iron, indestructible by swords and knives. Their weapons had no effect on him at all. Any attack will be reflected. Moreover, its defensive capabilities are amazing, and ordinary weapons cannot hurt it at all. The green monster kept roaring and attacking them, but they dodged it every time. The four fought for several minutes, but there was still no sign of winning. Su Yueyao stood in the corner and watched, feeling extremely anxious. Let's hope. What if these guys can't defeat this Hulk? Then won't we all die here too? Su Shiwang pondered for a moment and said, no matter what the outcome of this battle is, it's not in our favor. Let's go inside and find a way out. Chapter 41 Weird. Su Yueyao nodded after hearing Su Shiwang's suggestion, and the two of them sneaked in quietly. The further we went in, the dimmer the lights became, until at the end, we could no longer see the road ahead. The two walked in cautiously. Su Shiwang was watching the situation ahead while observing the situation around him. Seeing Su Shiwang's serious expression, Su Yueyao stopped playing around and looked around carefully. Suddenly, Su Yueyao saw a place with red lanterns in front of her. Seeing this, Su Shiwang quickened his pace and walked forward. Su Yueyao also hurriedly chased after him. Just as they took 2 steps, they heard a rumbling sound coming from the front. Then, a hole appeared in the floor and a huge black python crawled out. The python opened its mouth and roared at Su Yueyao and Su Shiwang. Seeing this, Su Yueyao turned pale and her body kept shaking. She even had difficulty standing. She had to grab Su Shiwang's arm and lean on him to stand firmly. Seeing that the two humans didn't dare to move, the python became even more arrogant, roaring continuously, and then swallowed Su Yueyao and Su Shiwang in one bite. Seeing this, Su Shiwang hurriedly stood in front of Su Yueyao and kicked the python. Bang! Bang! The python felt pain and shook its body a few times, then pounced on him again. This time Su Shiwang and Su Yueyao were pressed under him. The python opened its bloody mouth and bit Su Shiwang and Su Yueyao. Su Yueyao watched the python getting closer and closer. She closed her eyes and looked desperate. This time, I'm definitely dead. However, after waiting for a long time, I still didn't feel any pain. Su Yueyao opened her eyes and found that she was not bitten by the python. She looked up and saw Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang shot the python's head and nailed it to death in the darkness. Yueyao, you have so many treasures, take some out to protect yourself. Most of my treasures are heavy weapons like rockets. I'm afraid that if they're launched, they'll collapse the lab and we'll be buried inside. Looking at Su Yueyao's aggrieved expression, Su Shiwang was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. We've been walking for so long and haven't seen any treasures. Instead, we've seen a lot of monsters. I don't know if there are any treasures here. There should be. In the past few months, I've heard several waves of adventurers and mercenaries say they're coming here to look for a huge treasure, priceless. The two continued walking and encountered many small mutant monsters along the way, all of which were easily dealt with by Su Shiwang. When I walked to the end, I found that it was connected to a huge venue. It is filled with various instruments. The most important thing is that these instruments are still working. Su Yueyao stared at the instruments in surprise, wondering why this was a laboratory that had been abandoned for 10 years, but there was not a single sign of dilapidation. Su Yueyao was about to go forward to investigate, but was stopped by Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang held Su Yueyao's arm and whispered, "Be careful of scams." Su Yueyao nodded and followed Su Shiwang into the hall. As soon as Su Yueyao walked into the hall, she felt a little dizzy. She held her forehead and rubbed her temples, only to discover that there was a night pearl in the hall, emitting a soft blue fluorescence. "Yueyao, I have a very strange feeling." Su Shiwang frowned and said, "It's as if an invisible hand is controlling all of this. The instruments here are not damaged at all, as if they were precisely calculated." Su Yueyao's face changed when she heard this. "We can't leave here, otherwise we'll be controlled by those invisible hands. What are we going to do?" Su Yueyao shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. She looked at the instruments around her, thought of the Hulk she had met before, and then thought of the strange events here, and she had an ominous premonition in her heart. "Yueyao, what's wrong with you?" Su Shiwang asked doubtfully. "Fine." Su Yueyao shook her head, her heart was in a mess, and she didn't know what to do next. The equipment in this hall has 7 mechanisms in total. If you press them incorrectly, they will self-destruct. Su Shiwang scanned the entire hall with the device and said something that shocked Su Yueyao. 7 agencies? But this also means that there really is a crucial treasure here. At this moment, Su Shiwang discovered that there seemed to be a pair of red eyes staring at them behind the huge black glass in front of him. Su Shiwang's hair stood on end, his heart began beating wildly, and an inexplicable fear surged in his heart. He subconsciously took a few steps back. Su Shiwang, are you okay? Su Yueyao saw that Su Shiwang looked nervous and said with some concern. Look at that glass. Su Yueyao looked at it for a while and said, there's nothing. As soon as Su Yueyao finished speaking, she felt the scene in front of her changed instantly, and a row of instruments appeared in front of her. Where exactly is this place? Why are there so many instruments, and what do they represent? Su Yueyao looked at Su Shiwang beside her. Su Shiwang is also studying the instruments in front of him. Yueyao, this should be the core of the treasure. All the instruments here are set according to certain rules. I suspect. Su Shiwang paused and continued, this laboratory is a massive genetic medicine factory. What? These instruments are all from the genetic medicine factory? Chapter 42, Attacked from all sides. A conspiracy. There is someone controlling all this behind the scenes. Maybe there is a pair of eyes watching us right now. Su Shiwang murmured. At this moment, 3 men in black chased in with 2 hostages. The leading man in black saw Su Shiwang and Su Yueyao, his eyes suddenly turned red, and he shouted angrily. You two killed my 4th brother. I will make you pay with your lives. The man in black suddenly raised his gun and shot. When Su Yueyao saw this scene, her pupils shrank slightly. Without thinking, she rushed forward and hugged Su Shiwang's waist to block the attack for him. Yueyao! Su Shiwang cried out in surprise, only to see that Su Yueyao's abdomen was shot through, with bright red blood flowing out and dripping down Su Yueyao's body onto the ground. Have hope, run! Su Shiwang stood there in a daze. In his 2 lives, this was the first time he met someone who was willing to protect him with his life. Yueyao! Su Shiwang's throat rolled and he wanted to speak, but found that his throat seemed to be stuck. This is a road of no return. Yueyao, don't worry, I will definitely take you out. Su Shiwang stretched out his fingers and stroked Su Yueyao's cheek with a firm tone. In just a moment, Su Shiwang was filled with murderous intent, his pupils were scarlet, as if they were dyed bright red, and a powerful force burst out from his body. I want your lives. The spear in his hand also began to turn blood red, and a faint smell of blood emanated from the tip of the spear. Su Shiwang was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of the men in black, grabbed one of them by the neck and twisted it hard. The blood-red spear drew a beautiful arc and instantly pierced through the throat of the man in black. Bright red blood spurted out from the wound and spread all over the floor. The other 2 men in black opened their eyes wide in shock, with a look of disbelief on their faces. How could this be possible? How could this happen? This is impossible. This kid is obviously just practicing body cultivation. How could it become so terrifying all of a sudden? Looking at the blood all over the ground, the whole person looks eerie and terrifying. Second brother, kill him and avenge the 3rd and 4th brothers. The 2 men in black looked at each other, quickly took out their daggers and stabbed Su Shiwang. Su Yueyao snorted coldly and kicked the dagger. The dagger was kicked away and stuck into the wall, while Su Shiwang stood there unharmed. The murderous aura on Su Shiwang became stronger and stronger, and an evil curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. This kind of murderous aura makes people tremble with fear. I told you all to die. Su Shiwang's cold tone reached the ears of the 2 men in black. As soon as Su Shiwang finished speaking, the 2 men in black suddenly felt as if their bodies were restrained by something and they were unable to move. They could only watch Su Shiwang approaching them. They knew that if they didn't escape, they would definitely die here. Unfortunately, Su Shiwang had already anticipated that they would do this, and injected a force into their bodies in advance, making them unable to move at all. Su Shiwang picked up one of the men in black, grabbed his neck with one hand, and punched him hard with the other hand. With a puff, the man spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Shiwang pushed the other person away. Seeing this, the other man in black immediately turned around and tried to run away. How could Su Shiwang give him a chance? As soon as his figure disappeared, Su Shiwang caught up with him. His steps were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Su Shiwang had arrived in front of the man in black. He tightly grasped the man's throat with one hand and punched him hard in the stomach with the other hand. Bang! This attack directly knocked the opponent away. Su Shiwang followed closely behind and kicked the opponent hard, sending him flying. How is this possible? I'm at the Qi and Blood realm. How could you defeat me so easily? The man in black fell to the ground, his eyes full of unwillingness and resentment, but he had no way to break free from Su Shiwang's restraints, and could only watch Su Shiwang approach him. You dare to touch me? I have the mercenary city behind me. If you dare to touch me, the mercenary city will definitely send more powerful masters to kill you. Before the man in black could finish his words, Su Shiwang stepped hard on his chest again. Su Shiwang used all his strength to kick the man in black, causing him to spin several times on the spot before stopping. I told you that there is only one end for you all, and that is death. After saying that, Su Shiwang stabbed the dagger in his hand into the man's left leg. Blood immediately gushed out, staining the ground red. The man's screams of pain filled the air. Ah! His voice was shrill, as if he had been tortured to the extreme. Su Shiwang said nothing, then drew out his spear and shot him dead. Ouch! With a roar, the Hulk also rushed into the control room. At this moment, the door of the control room suddenly closed. The two hostages rushed to Su Shiwang and said, "Thank you, young man, for saving us. We are so grateful." The bloodshot in Su Shiwang's eyes had not yet faded. Suddenly, the two men smiled evilly and shot Su Shiwang in the shoulder. Su Shiwang's shoulder blade was pierced and blood gushed out. He staggered and knelt on one knee on the ground. You too? He obviously saved you? Su Yueyao leaned against the wall, coughing constantly, her face pale. Su Shiwang's shoulder blade had been pierced, but he didn't care at all, as if he didn't feel any pain. What are you thinking, saving us? Ha 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 ha. This was all a trap we set up. Those idiots were just bait we brought here as a sacrifice to the dragon. We created the creatures here. It's only because we need a constant supply of blood that we spread rumors of treasure. In reality, this is just an abandoned base, and the so-called treasure is merely meant to lure adventurers like you. Now, it's your turn. After hearing Su Yueyao's words, Su Shiwang's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his whole body was filled with murderous aura. I really didn't expect you to be so despicable and shameless. You're right, we are indeed despicable. Hulk, kill them. Roar. The Hulk roared angrily and walked slowly towards them with heavy steps. Su Yueyao gritted her teeth and tried to stand up, but she couldn't move at all because she was injured too badly. Su Shiwang's left hand was bleeding profusely. He held a blood-red spear in his right hand and stared at the Hulk with cold eyes. Since you enjoy playing with people's hearts so much, then I'll play with you. After saying that, Su Shiwang rushed to the Hulk with a spear in his hand and stabbed the Hulk with the spear. Bang! 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 The Hulk's huge body was stabbed by Su Shiwang, and the scales on his body fell to the ground one after another. Its body rolled twice on the ground and finally stopped, but there was no scar on its body. It was obvious that these scales had a defensive function. Under the dim glass, a huge roar was heard, shocking people so much that it hurt their eardrums. Su Shiwang looked up and saw a pair of scarlet eyes staring at him. These eyes are green and look extremely strange. There is a sharp horn protruding from its forehead, which looks ferocious and terrifying. Roar! A roar shattered glass, a huge dragon claw. Falling from the sky, grabbing hope. The dragon claws brought with them a strong gust of wind, which scraped across the glass, causing Su Shiwang to feel pain on his cheeks. Su Shiwang quickly dodged to the side. Boom! The sound of glass breaking was heard, and the dragon claw hit the wall directly, leaving deep claw marks. The sharp scales on the dragon's claws flashed with a cold silver-gray light. Even though Su Shiwang had predicted this scene long ago, he was still shocked. The power of this dragon claw is really too great. Even if he had a god-level body, he couldn't withstand an attack of this magnitude. The Hulk walked towards him step by step, staring at Su Shiwang with his scarlet eyes, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Ha, an ant dares to challenge a dragon. It's simply courting death. Yeah? Su Shiwang narrowed his eyes, a bloodthirsty light emanating from them. Then let's give it a try. Roar! The dragon roared, and the roof of the entire laboratory was blown off. At the same time, it also allowed Su Shiwang to see the full picture of the dragon. The body is dozens of feet long, and the scales on its body are like armor, shining brightly. Its skin is light blue in color, and it glows with a cold luster under the light. It opened its bloody mouth, and when it opened it revealed rows of sharp fangs. Its limbs are long and slender, each leg is 3 or 4 meters thick, covered with hard muscles, and looks very powerful. The dragon looked at Su Shiwang with a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes, as if he was looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. It opened its mouth wide and roared, roar. As the sound was uttered, the dragon's body suddenly accelerated. Its huge body brought up gusts of strong wind and rushed towards Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang quickly raised his spear to block. Bang! The spear broke with a sound. Su Shiwang felt his arm go numb, and he was knocked to the ground. He lay on the ground and didn't get up for a while. Roar! The dragon let out a low roar and swept its huge tail towards Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang only felt a fishy stench coming from his nose and rolled over to avoid it. The dragon's tail brushed past Su Shiwang's head. There was a cut on Su Shiwang's forehead, and blood flowed down instantly. But he didn't look panicked at all. The dragon opened its huge mouth and swallowed the bodies of several people. Even the 2 people who raised it were not spared. The blood made it roar with excitement. Roar, roar, roar. Su Shiwang made a feint, picked up Su Yueyao and ran away. As long as they escape from this building, they still have hope of survival. He looked down. This was the 7th floor. If he fell down, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. I saw the Hulk chasing after him, and the dragon hovering in the air, continuously spewing out scorching flames. Fuck you, I'm going to fight, Yueyao, hold me tight. Su Shiwang leaped into the air, and the spear in his hand went straight to the dragon's neck. The dragon seemed to sense the danger and quickly turned around. Su Shiwang took the opportunity to jump onto its back and stabbed its back with his spear. Seeing this, Su Shiwang quickly jumped down and tightened his grip on the spear again. The dragon roared towards the sky, and the sound shook the sky. Su Shiwang felt like his wrist was about to break. Ah! Su Shiwang tore off the fabric of his shirt and wrapped it around his wrists. The dragon kept swinging its body, spinning rapidly in the air. Su Shiwang's body was thrown far away and then quickly turned around. Su Shiwang was not willing to be outdone. He swung his spear and stabbed the dragon again and again. Bang bang bang! The dragon's scales were incredibly strong, and Su Shiwang couldn't penetrate it at all, so he had to give up and switch to hitting. After several punches hit its body, the dragon felt pain and trembled violently. Su Shiwang immediately took advantage of the situation and stabbed it with one shot after another. The dragon became impatient, and suddenly opened its huge snake head. A ball of fire shot out of the snake's mouth and flew towards Su Shiwang. Bang! The fireball hit the ground and exploded immediately, and flames burned instantly. Su Shiwang dodged quickly, and although he avoided the vital parts, his arms and waist were still burned, and he groaned in pain. The dragon continued to spit out flames madly. Su Shiwang had no choice but to hide aside. However, the dragon did not seem to be ready to let him go. It chased after him and spit out flames again. Su Yueyao used all her strength to take out a rocket from her treasure bag. He gritted his teeth and pushed the rocket out of the car window. Whoosh! The rocket flew out of the barrel and shot towards the dragon. When the dragon saw the rocket flying towards it, it opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the rocket into its stomach in one gulp, then continued to open its bloody mouth and spit out flames. Boom boom boom! After a long time, the flames slowly disappeared. This dragon actually ate the rocket. Oh shit! This world is crazy. Such awesome things are eaten. Rockets might be okay against ordinary people, but in front of this dragon, they are nothing. Su Yueyao was frightened when she saw that her attack was eaten by the dragon. He quickly took out 2 rocket launchers and sprayed flames at the dragon. Bang! Bang! 2 rockets hit the dragon's scales, making 2 crisp sounds. But the dragon was unharmed and continued to spit fire with its huge mouth open. Uncle San, you've almost killed your nephew. Su Shiwang roared, and his chaos divine body was running to its extreme. His muscles bulged, and a powerful brute force surged out of his body. He waved his spear and swept towards the dragon. Chaos is limitless. Su Shiwang thrust out the spear with an unstoppable determination. This is the best solution he can come up with at the moment. He can only take a gamble. He wants to bet his life whether he can defeat the dragon. The dragon looked at the young man rushing towards it, roared, and swept its huge tail suddenly. A tail that was tens of meters long lashed towards Su Shiwang fiercely. Su Shiwang was hit in the body and flew backwards. He fell heavily to the ground, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his face turned pale. The dragon attacked him again. Su Shiwang felt as if his body was about to be torn in two. He quickly got up. Chapter 43, Seriously Injured. Chaos returns to unity. A punch hit the dragon's jaw, causing a huge pain. The dragon's huge tail swept over and swept Su Shiwan away. Su Shiwan hit the wall again, blood splattering. Su Shiwan felt that more than half of his ribs were broken, and his chest seemed to be splitting open. The pain made him almost faint. Cough, cough, cough. Su Shiwan covered his mouth and coughed a few times. A fishy and sweet taste came up and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to stand up, only to feel as if his whole body was falling apart and he couldn't exert any strength at all. Ding dong, the host has won Su Yueyao's heart. Charm value has reached 500. Congratulations to the host, your charm has taken off. Gain special martial arts skills, chaos returns to oneness. Su Shiwan's body was stunned. He actually acquired such powerful martial arts skills? Suddenly, a familiar message appeared in his mind. It was a martial art called Chaos Returns to One. Hope you click to view it immediately. Chaos Returns to One, the Chaos Divine Body's unique martial arts skill, which can use the elements of all things for its own benefit, can increase the host's strength in a short period of time, but if used excessively, it will cause serious consequences, so please use caution. After reading it, Su Shiwan couldn't help but gasp. This martial art can actually temporarily increase his combat effectiveness. This is simply outrageous. He quickly opened the system panel to check. The data on the system panel changes very quickly. The original level 1 data instantly becomes level 6, level 5, level 4, level 3. The system panel has been increased to 6 levels in total. After level 6, there are level 2, level 3. The system panel continued to increase, and Su hoped to read all the data on the system panel in one breath. Ding dong dong. His head suddenly hurt. A dizzy feeling came over him, as if his head was pricked by needles. Su Shiwan raised his head and saw that the dragon had pounced on him, with its mouth wide open, ready to swallow him alive. Su Shiwan's pupils suddenly shrank and he quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the disaster. I'll try my hand on you. Chaos returns to unity. Su Shiwan roared, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to gather crazily. At this moment, he turned into a dazzling sun. The sun emitted a scorching heat, illuminating the surrounding woods. Su Shiwan's momentum was also rising rapidly, and in the blink of an eye he had surpassed the dragon. Su Shiwan stepped on the dragon's head and thrust the spear into its vital points. The dragon's scales were very thick, and Su Shiwan thrust his sword into them. With a crackling sound, the spear pierced through the dragon's scales. Ouch! The dragon raised its head and roared. The shadow of the Hulk behind him suddenly disappeared, and a giant claw suddenly grabbed Su Shiwan. Bang! Su Shiwan slapped out with his palm, which collided with the Hulk's huge claw. He felt his arm numb, his knuckles cracked, and bright red blood slid down his fingers and dripped onto the lawn. When the dragon saw that his claws did not break through the defense, his eyes widened in horror and he became extremely angry. This human actually dared to hurt it, he deserves to be killed. Roar, roar, roar. The dragon roared and pounced towards Su Shiwan again. This time, Su Shiwan was no longer able to avoid it. Su Shiwan spat out another mouthful of blood. The dragon's sharp claws scratched his shoulder, and his shoulder blade was almost cut off. Su Shiwan felt that all the tendons in his body were twitching and his bones were crackling. A feeling of fatigue he had never experienced before surged into his heart. Puff! His throat felt sweet and he spat out another mouthful of blood. The speed of the dragon was so fast that it succeeded in one move and then launched an attack on Su Shiwan. Su Shiwan's body was thrown out again. Phew! Another deep cut was made on his left shoulder and the blood was flowing profusely. Seeing this, the dragon became even more excited. It kept roaring and pounced towards Su Shiwan. Su Shiwan lay on the ground gasping for breath. No, the absorbed power is still not enough. I need to increase the intensity, otherwise I won't be able to fight the dragon at all. Damn the side effects. Su Shiwan gritted his teeth and tried his best to mobilize all the spiritual energy in his body. The vital energy in his dantian began to spin wildly, and a ball of golden light was spinning. Su Shiwan's face became ferocious, a black line appeared on his forehead, and a golden beam of light spurted out. A golden beam of light shot into the air and transformed into an enormous golden sword, which chopped off the Hulk's claws. The Hulk felt pain and raised his head and let out a deafening roar. His body swelled wildly, layers of blue-gray scales emerged, his skin began to rot, and drops of pus emerged from his wounds, dripping onto the ground and quickly melting. The Hulk is dozens of feet tall, with a huge body and scales covering his entire body. His muscles bulged like mountains and looked terrifying. The Hulk punched the ground, and the whole earth shook. Huge rocks broke away from the ground and smashed towards Su Shiwang. Boom, boom, boom. A series of huge rocks fell from the sky, smashed into the ground, and debris flew everywhere. A golden light suddenly appeared between Su Shiwang's eyebrows. A golden rune slowly appeared between the eyebrows, shining brightly with golden light. Ripples appeared on the surface of the golden rune. A powerful pressure came from the golden rune, making Su Shiwang feel full of strength. He jumped up, kicked his legs, flew into the air, and stabbed the dragon with the spear in his hand again. The dragon's eyes revealed a ferocious murderous intent, and it opened its bloody mouth to swallow him. Bang! Su hoped to be bitten by the dragon. The dragon bit through Su Shiwang's armor, and blood stained the armor and soaked through his clothes. Su Shiwang let out a muffled groan and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. The dragon succeeded in its attack and became even more crazy. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang gritted his teeth, stared at the dragon, and stabbed the spear in his hand fiercely into the dragon's big mouth. The two collide again. The dragon was forced back several steps by Su Shiwang's force. It let out a low hiss, then opened its big mouth again, ready to tear Su Shiwang into powder in one bite. Su Shiwang cut off the dragon's tongue with a shot, then rolled to the ground, jumped up from the ground with a somersault, and punched the dragon's belly. The dragon was stunned by the sudden attack, and a huge gap appeared on its belly. Bloody! Roar, roar, roar! There was a hole in the dragon's belly and blood was flowing out. It struggled in pain and howled in agony. Su Shiwang rushed to his side in a flash, raised the spear in his hand and stabbed it hard at the dragon's neck. Ah! The dragon screamed miserably, its entire head was pierced, blood spurted out, splashing all over Su Shiwang's face and body. Su Shiwang looked at the dragon's corpse, his face pale and almost transparent. His body shook a few times, and he fell to the ground, gasping for breath. The shot he just fired had used up his last bit of strength. At this moment, he even had difficulty standing up, let alone continuing to fight. Su Shiwang was lying on the ground, motionless, his face pale and his breath barely fading. Roar! At this moment, a roar came from a distance. Su Shiwang opened his eyes, but found that the Hulk had come to him at some point. There was a strong smell of blood in his eyes, scarlet saliva hung from the corners of his mouth, and the scales on his body turned into blood-red beads, shining with a cold light. Su Shiwang still wanted to mobilize his strength, but it hurt. It hurt so much. This is the side effect of absorbing too much spiritual energy. It will cause injury, spiritual energy depletion, and even death. The Hulk opened his mouth, grabbed Su Yueyao and was about to eat her up. Hopefully, the Hulk yelled, "Don't eat her." He knew that Su Yueyao was caught because she saved him, and it was all his fault. When the Hulk heard Su Shiwang's cry, he stopped eating, glanced at Su Shiwang on the ground, and then turned to look at the girl in his hand. Su Yueyao's eyes were filled with fear. She looked at Su Shiwang and said, "Run. This monster is too strong. You are no match for it. Run away." Escape? How can I escape? Su Shiwang smiled bitterly and said, "It has come to this. How can I abandon you and run away?" Su Shiwang staggered to his feet and walked towards the Hulk. Su Yueyao hurriedly said, "You run away quickly, my mother is in Nanhai First Hospital, I just hope you can stay alive and help me save my mother." Su Shiwang looked at the Hulk and said calmly, "No, I won't abandon you. I won't run away." A warm feeling rose in Su Yueyao's heart, and her eyes softened as she looked at the man. Seeing that Su Shiwang didn't run away, the Hulk opened his mouth wide, with a bloodthirsty light in his eyes. Woo, woo, woo. The spear in Su Shiwang's hand was also damaged, his hair began to turn from black to snow white, and cracks began to appear on the armor on his body. Puff! Su Shiwang spat out a mouthful of blood and took several steps back unsteadily. Su Shiwang covered his chest, feeling as if his heart was pierced by something, the pain was so severe that he almost had a spasm. He glanced at Su Yueyao, and seeing that she was safe and sound, he felt relieved and turned to walk towards the dragon. Su Shiwang gripped the spear tightly, pouring all his energy into it, and the spear emitted a light blue halo. Buzz! The spear began to tremble violently. Kacha kacha! With a crisp sound, the spear broke directly. Su Shiwang was stunned. He had almost used up all his strength and he had no way to exert any more strength. Su Shiwang gritted his teeth and gathered the remaining spiritual energy onto the spear. He gathered the remaining spiritual energy at the tip of the spear and thrust it hard. Whoosh! The spear stabbed towards the Hulk like lightning. The Hulk swallowed Su Yueyao's head in one bite. Su Shiwang stabbed him in the stomach with a spear, and the spear directly pierced a huge bloody hole in the Hulk's stomach. He pulled the sword out of the Hulk's stomach, stuck the spear into the ground, and his body began to tremble violently. Su Shiwang's face became paler and paler, and his body was shaking. His eyes became dimmer and dimmer, his body gradually became weaker, and he could no longer muster any strength. He felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier, and his consciousness becoming more and more blurred. Plop! Su Shiwang fell to the ground. His consciousness gradually fell into darkness, and finally he lost consciousness completely. When Su Shiwang woke up again, he found himself lying on the grass, surrounded by many burning corpses of wild animals. Where is this? Su Shiwang looked at the surroundings in confusion, and couldn't help but reach out and touch his forehead, which felt terribly hot. I'm dead? Is this a dream? Su Shiwang couldn't believe that he was dead. He was actually dead. Not only did he die, but he died in such a way. Su Shiwang raised his hand and saw the veins on the back of his hand bulging. Damn it! How could I possibly die? I shouldn't be dead. Su Shiwang is unwilling to give up. After much difficulty being reborn into a wealthy family and becoming a second-generation rich man, he died a violent death before he could enjoy the happiness for long. When Su Shiwang thought of the scene of his death, he was suddenly overwhelmed with grief. Tears could not stop falling. I haven't enjoyed happiness yet. Su Shiwang wanted to get up, but found that his body seemed to be half taken off and he couldn't move at all. Don't move, you're injured. He ran over and held Su Shiwang's shoulders. Su Yueyao looked at the blood on Su Shiwang's cheek and the wounds on his body, and reluctantly turned her eyes away. She choked and said, "Don't move. Your injuries are too severe." Su Shiwang raised his hand to wipe the blood off his face, glanced at Su Yueyao, and asked, "I'm not dead. Where are we?" Su Yueyao sighed when she heard this. "What nonsense are you talking about? We are on the edge of an abandoned city. You have been unconscious for 2 days and have not woken up yet. I am really worried that you will not be able to make it." Ahem. Su Shiwang coughed lightly a few times, and drops of bright red blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, dripping onto the ground. His face was as pale as paper and his lips were bloodless. "Su Shiwang, please lie down and rest. Don't move around." Upon hearing this, Su Shiwang nodded slightly and slowly lay down against a big tree. His legs had no strength left and he could only barely maintain the lying position. "Give me some spiritual fruits." "You can't eat spiritual fruit in your current physical condition. It will kill you." "It's okay, my body is special." Su Shiwang smelled the sweet flesh, swallowed his saliva, then put the spiritual fruit into his mouth, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it. He is now at the end of his strength, and it would be good if he could recover some strength. As the spiritual fruit entered his throat, a cool feeling spread throughout his body, making him feel extremely comfortable. Su Shiwang closed his eyes and began to practice his skills. Su Shiwang discovered that although the spiritual fruit had healing properties, it did not heal his injuries quickly. He also discovered that this spiritual fruit also had extremely powerful therapeutic effects. The effect is not to cure, but to replenish spiritual energy, allowing the wounds in his body to heal in a short period of time. This is simply a godsend. Perhaps it is because his chaotic divine body can absorb all substances with spiritual energy and transform them into his own spiritual power. As long as his body is injured, the spiritual fruit can heal his injuries quickly without even having to consume his spiritual energy. His body is simply a treasure. Su Shiwang sighed silently in his heart. Su Shiwang activated the chaos art and began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to repair his body. Streams of spiritual energy surged from beside him, penetrated into Su Shiwang's body, and repaired his wounds. A trace of spiritual power flowed along the meridians, and Su hoped to clearly feel the warmth brought by the spiritual power. Chapter 44 Mercenaries blocked it. Su Shiwang continued to practice tirelessly. After a quarter of an hour, the spiritual power in his body had been completely consumed, leaving only some residual spiritual energy remaining in his dantian. "I'm fine now, thank you, Yueyao." Su Shiwang smiled at Su Yueyao. "Have you been in a coma for 2 days? Doesn't that mean that the time agreed with Uncle San has passed?" Su Shiwang couldn't help but feel worried. Su Shiwang looked at the surrounding environment, and saw that it was all surrounded by dense forests. He could not see the end at all, and he had no idea where he was. Yueyao, do you know where we are now? Su Shiwan looked at Su Yueyao and asked. North of the city. How far is it to where we first met? About 40 kilometers. How far is it to where we met? It's about 40 kilometers, and you have to cross half a forest to get there. So far? After you were injured, I was afraid that the nearby monsters would eat you, so I had to take you to a more secluded place to hide. This place is indeed far away from where we were originally. Come on, let's go there. Your body can't handle it. It's okay. Look at me. I'm jumping around now. There are people waiting for me there. Girlfriend? Su Yueyao's words made Su Shiwan's mouth twitch slightly. He thought of his kind third uncle, who seemed as gentle as a spring breeze on the surface, but what was he like in reality? Turn around and throw yourself into this damn place. Just family, come on, I'll take you with me. The two of them traveled through the city together and encountered many small monsters along the way, all of which were killed by Su Yueyao with one shot. Su Shiwan couldn't help but sigh that he would have to bring some powerful equipment with him next time he went out, at least a few rockets, which looked really useful. You two, stop. In the abandoned city, several men who looked like mercenaries rode giant unicorn wolves and chased after them, looking at the two with murderous intent. Su Shiwan frowned and looked at them and asked, Who are you? You two have the enemy signal marked by our mercenary city. A group of adventurers died a few days ago. It was you two who did it. Mercenary city? Hearing this name, Su Shiwan couldn't help but frown. Could it be the companions of those mercenaries? Su Shiwan looked at them and said, You've got the wrong person. I'm just an ordinary adventurer. How could I possibly be related to someone from your mercenary city? The people of Mercenary City have always been overbearing. If anyone is marked or deemed dangerous, they will kill them directly and then collect the bounty. Su Yueyao said in a low voice. Come with us. Several mercenaries sneered and stared at Su Shiwan ferociously. Su Yueyao stood in front of Su Shiwan and looked at the mercenaries vigilantly. To be honest, she was a little afraid, but she was even more unwilling to put Su Shiwan in danger because of herself. Su Shiwan looked at Su Yueyao and patted her back gently to reassure her. He wanted to see what they dared to do to him. What do you want to do? If you dare to hurt him, I will fight you to the death. Su Yueyao protected Su Shiwan and took a few steps back, glaring at the man in front of her, as if she was determined to defend Su Shiwan to the death. You'd better be sensible, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. At the command of the mercenary leader, several horses rushed towards Su Yueyao. Seeing this, Su Shiwan gathered the spear in his hand. But his body had not recovered yet and the spear was still broken. He knocked a giant one-horned wolf away with one punch. But when he turned around, he found that Su Yueyao had been captured by the mercenaries. Yueyao! Su Shiwan was horrified and rushed forward, stabbing the mercenary leader with the spear in his hand. The mercenary leader had been on guard against Su Shiwan for a long time. With a flick of his wrist, he pulled out a long sword from his waist to block Su Shiwan's attack. The spear and the long sword collided with each other, making a sharp and piercing sound. Su Shiwan paused slightly, and the force coming from his hand was more than twice as strong as before. Su Shiwan gritted his teeth, exerted force on his feet, leaped into the air, and with a move of 10,000 miles of sky, he fiercely chopped at the mercenary leader's neck. He was extremely fast, and the mercenary leader also reacted quickly. He immediately swung the long sword in his hand to block. Two figures fought in the air, making a loud noise that shook the heaven and earth. Su Shiwan's gun moves were extremely sharp, one after another, so fast that the mercenary leader was forced to retreat again and again. I don't want to provoke you, let her go. Su Shiwan said as he attacked. He was seriously injured and if he continued to fight like this, he would probably lose. He didn't want to implicate innocent people. Let them go? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why are you scared now? The mercenary leader snorted sarcastically, It's too late to beg for mercy now. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of those brothers. You'll know the immensity of the world. The mercenary leader raised the long sword in his hand, and a white light attacked Su Shiwan. Su Shiwan dodged the white light, but the long sword in the mercenary leader's hand had already slashed across Su Yueyao's shoulder, and a blood mark immediately appeared on her fair skin. Yueyao! Su Shiwan felt a pang of heartache and immediately pushed the mercenary leader away with his palm. Su Shiwan picked up Su Yueyao and ran away quickly. Damn it! Stop him! The mercenary leader's face turned pale when he saw Su Shiwang taking Su Yueyao away. Several mercenaries surrounded Su Shiwang from all directions. Su Shiwang stopped and looked at the people in front of him. He said coldly, "I don't care what mercenary city or mercenary group you are from. Anyway, get out of here now, or don't blame me for being rude." Ha, how ridiculous. How dare a brat who hasn't even grown all his hair speak rudely to our mercenary city? Several mercenaries said coldly with disdain. Seeking death. Chaos infinity. Su Shiwang roared angrily, and the spear in his hand turned into several afterimages, sweeping towards them one by one. Chapter 45, Uncle San. Kill the mercenaries in the city. The mercenaries kept dodging and managed to avoid Su Shiwang's attack for a while, but Su Shiwang was not feeling well either. A backlash force made his internal organs feel as if they were surging with pain. Su Shiwang was gasping for breath with a pale face. When the mercenary leader saw that Su Shiwang was injured, he immediately attacked Su Shiwang. At the critical moment, an armed helicopter in the sky fired a shell. The mercenary leader was blown to the ground, vomiting blood. Su Shiwang looked up and saw his third uncle Sui Feng standing on the helicopter, holding a cannon in his hand, pointing it at him. Third uncle. Su Shiwang shouted, "Why is he here?" "Hope you're all right, kid." Sui Feng asked with concern. "Fine." Su Shiwang shook his head, a warm feeling welling up in his heart. Although third uncle is unreliable, he arrived just in time. The mercenary leader got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stared at Su Shiwang with anger in his eyes. Damn, why is there another person? He didn't even bother to make any promises. He grabbed Su Yueyao and rode the giant wolf to escape. Su Shiwang wanted to chase after him, but the backlash from his body made his movements slow, and he couldn't catch up with the mercenary leader at all. Yueyao! Poof! Su Shiwang spat out blood again and fell down limply. Sui Feng's face changed drastically and he jumped down from a height of dozens of meters and landed steadily in front of Su Shiwang. "Hope, how are you? Where are you hurt?" Sui Feng anxiously supported Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang shook his head and said weakly, "Uncle San, you've really screwed your nephew this time. Mercenary City, save that girl. You must save her." Sui Feng waved his hand, and a faint spiritual power enveloped Su Shiwang, and Su Shiwang suddenly felt the pain in his body reduced a little. Su Shiwang looked at the familiar handsome face in front of him, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his lips. The City of Mercenaries, one of the largest mercenary organizations in China after the revival of spiritual energy, has a powerful background and enormous influence. Countless mercenaries take on missions here in order to get generous rewards. The mercenary city not only has mercenaries and adventure teams, but also some secret forces whose wealth and power far exceed the imagination of ordinary people. At this time, an armed helicopter was hovering over the mercenary city, which has always been a no-fly zone. A rocket directly hit the top floor of the mercenary city, causing a powerful energy wave to erupt. The rumbling sound of the explosion was deafening. Who dares to attack our mercenary city? Look, an armed helicopter has broken into the no-fly zone. Where's the anti-aircraft gun? Why is it malfunctioning? Ling Fei, get out! A loud roar shook the entire sky. The mercenary city was facing a great enemy. Countless mercenaries were dispatched and various protective measures were activated. Oh no! Someone is looking for the city lord. In the hall of the mercenary city, a mercenary came running in to report the situation. What? Someone is looking for the city lord? Who dares? City lord, I wonder which faction this person belongs to, yet they are so bold as to act so recklessly here. I'm going to take my men and shoot the plane down. Ling Fei had a gloomy face. He kicked the mercenary who was reporting the situation on the buttocks and cursed, "Get out, you waste." Yes. Ling Fei sat on the chair angrily. He didn't know what had happened, but he could feel a powerful aura pressing towards him. Ling Fei, if you don't get out of here, I'll raze your mercenary city to the ground. Ling Fei, why don't you get out of here? Do you think I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding something? Hearing this voice, Ling Fei's body trembled. Why is he here? How did Sui Feng know he was here? Ling Fei's face changed and he cursed in his heart, "Damn, who provoked Sui Feng here?" Ling Fei's face was full of smiles. He stood up and walked out the door quickly, facing the sunlight outside, revealing a row of bright white teeth. "Ha, it's Brother Su. Your presence really brightens up the place." I wonder what you're talking about today. The armed aircraft slowly descended. Sui Feng stood with his hands behind his back, a cold expression on his face, and his eyes were as sharp as a knife. Ling Fei was stared at by him, and felt a bone-chilling chill rising from the soles of his feet, and all the hairs on his body stood up. He was terrified and didn't understand why Sui Feng came here. Everyone thinks that Sui Feng, the third master of the Su family, is an elegant and gentle young man, but only those who are familiar with him know how terrifying Sui Feng is. In the whole of China, there are definitely no more than 10 people who can match Sui Feng. Ling Fei was startled and quickly lowered his head, not daring to look at Sui Feng. You are not qualified to know why I am here. I came to you today to kill you. Sui Feng's cold voice was like an ice cellar that had existed for thousands of years, causing Ling Fei to shiver. He waved his hands repeatedly. Brother Su, what are you talking about? Aren't we friends? If you want to kill me, you have to give me a reason, right? Sui Feng's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he said in a cold voice, Don't you know how many bad things you have done? Do you still need me to give you a reason? Ling Fei turned pale with fear and trembled all over. I don't understand what you mean, Brother Su. Ling Fei forced a smile on his face and asked, Brother Su, what are you doing? Stop talking nonsense. I'll say it again. Hand him over. Fuck, who is this person? I have no idea what's going on. How am I supposed to handle this? Ling Fei's forehead was covered with sweat, his face was as pale as paper, and he was extremely panicked. He didn't know what Sui Feng was up to. Su Shiwan, pale and covered in blood, walked to Sui Feng's side, but Ling Fei swallowed hard when he saw it. My goodness, isn't this the dandy young master of the Su family? How did you get injured like this? Damn it! Could it be some blind mercenary who did this? The more Ling Fei thought about it, the more frightened he became, and his heart was in his throat. Ling Fei, I advise you to hand him over right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. A hint of hostility appeared between Sui Feng's brows, and his whole body exuded a powerful aura, like a demon from the depths of the underworld, making people afraid. Brother Su, you're really putting me in a difficult position. I don't even know what's going on. Ling Fei's forehead was covered in sweat and veins bulged at his temples. He prayed in his heart that Su Shiwan's injury was not caused by some blind subordinate. You bastards, whoever hurt young Master Su, get out here. Ling Fei gritted his teeth and cursed all the mercenaries in the mercenary city for their ancestors in his heart. Sui Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he snorted coldly, Ling Fei, do you think you can fool me with these nonsense? Fuck, I really don't know what you're talking about. Ling Fei avoided his gaze and cursed the mercenaries' ancestors 100 times in his heart. Damn it, who is Ling Fei? When has he ever been afraid of anyone? But in front of Sui Feng, he felt like an ant, and even breathing was difficult. Hand him over. Sui Feng's voice was icy cold, like the devil's voice from hell. Ling Fei's heart tightened. He knew very well that Sui Feng was a man of his word. He doesn't dare to gamble. Ling Fei's mind raced as he kept thinking of ways to deal with the situation. Ling Fei, let me ask you one last time, where is the person? Sui Feng's patience has been exhausted. I told you, I don't know what you're talking about. Ling Fei said with difficulty. Sui Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, and a ray of dangerous light flashed across his eyes. Seeing this, Ling Fei was so frightened that he trembled and said quickly, Brother Su, calm down, I know who it is, I will hand it over. Ling Fei gritted his teeth and waved his hand. The men behind him looked at each other and pushed out a mercenary. It was him, Brother Su. It was this guy who injured your nephew. Young Master Su, I apologize to you. Chapter 46 Finding Su Yueyao. Ling Fei's face was filled with fear. He knew very well how terrible trouble his words would bring to the mercenary city. Sui Feng looked at him coldly, as if he wanted to eat him. Sui Feng said coldly, I hate it most when others deceive me. Ling Fei's face twitched, but he still forced himself not to give in and slapped the mercenary to death with his backhand. Brother Su, this man has been executed. How about we just leave this matter at that? My friend was captured by your mercenary city people, cough cough cough. Su Shiwan struggled to stand up, coughed a few times, and his mouth was full of blood, which made Ling Fei's heart sink to the bottom. Looking at the extent of young Master Su's injuries, his life was probably in danger. Mr. Su's friend was kidnapped? What friend? A girl, her name is Su Yueyao. Ling Fei was completely confused and thought to himself, damn, what the hell is going on? You bastard, you're not done yet. I'm going to kill you. A tall mercenary next to Ling Fei suddenly pulled out the dagger from his waist and rushed towards Su Shiwang. Ling Fei was shocked when he saw this and quickly shouted, "Don't hurt the young master of the Su family." Unfortunately, as soon as he finished speaking, the tall mercenary rushed out. Su Yifeng stood in place, and with just a cold look, a mercenary in the Qi and blood realm could not bear it and vomited blood and fell to the ground. Then his body exploded and turned into a blood rain all over the sky. Ling Fei was terrified and his face turned as pale as paper. They were all murderers who killed without blinking an eye. When facing Su Yifeng, they felt a huge sense of oppression. Killing a Qi and blood realm mercenary with just a glance? How is that possible? At this time, Ling Fei didn't care about anything else and shouted loudly, "I will hand him over, I will hand him over immediately. Come on, quickly find Su Xiao's friends. We must find him even if we turn the entire mercenary city upside down. Ling Fei, you still have 1 hour. If I don't see anyone, your entire mercenary city will be buried with me," Su Yifeng said indifferently. Ling Fei's face changed drastically. He knew that Su Yifeng was not trying to scare him. Ling Fei's face turned pale, and he felt extremely aggrieved. He thought to himself, "I finally made it to where I am today, but I ended up falling into the hands of this imaginary enemy. How damn unlucky." He was unwilling, but helpless. He led a city-wide search. Outside the mission hall, several strong men riding giant wolves tied up a girl and were humiliating her. The girl had disheveled hair, was covered in dirt, and had her mouth blocked. She struggled desperately, but was tied up tightly by several mercenaries and could not move at all. Oh, what a pity! This girl is quite hot. If I hadn't used her to exchange for the mercenary's revenge bounty, I would have been reluctant to let her go. A mercenary as strong as an ox grinned evilly, staring at the girl's plump and perky buttocks and slender and tender waist with a pair of cunning eyes, and praising her with his mouth. "Ha, it's so beautiful, it must be delicious. Why not take it home and play with it for a week? Ha, it's worthless after you play with it." Several mercenaries spoke obscenely and loosened the ropes that bound the girl. The girl was finally freed. She tried to escape as far as possible, but she could not run a few steps before she was caught up by a group of powerful mercenaries and pinned to the ground. "Let me go, let me go. Let me go." The girl's scream resounded through the sky, shrill and desolate. The mercenaries laughed heartily, with obscene expressions on their faces. He carried the girl into the mission hall. They looked around but saw no sign of any staff. "Where are the people? We caught the man who killed our mercenary city adventurer team and are here to exchange for the bounty." These people didn't realize they were in trouble and continued to shout enthusiastically. "Come out quickly. If no one comes to exchange the bounty, we'll take this hottie away for fun." Several mercenaries surrounded the girl who was tied to the ground, laughing lewdly and making strange noises that made people feel sick. After waiting for a few minutes and finding no one paying any attention to them, one of them shouted, "Brother, we've been waiting for a long time. No one will come to redeem the bounty, right? Just take this little girl away and have fun with her." A group of mercenaries echoed, "Hurry up and take the person over. I can't wait any longer." Several people threw the tightly tied girl in. Ah! These people are all notorious mercenaries. Once they go crazy, they will definitely not recognize anyone. "Who is this girl in your hands? Stop." Several mercenaries noticed something unusual and rushed over. When they saw the girl tied up tightly, they were furious. "Fuck! Who dares to steal our prey? Don't you want to live? Hand this girl over to me now. Otherwise you will all die." Several mercenaries were horrified. "Fuck you guys. What are you thinking? This is someone we captured. This woman has been marked as an enemy of Mercenary City. We captured her to exchange for a bounty. Let him go now, or I'll kill him on the spot. Fighting is not allowed in Mercenary City unless provoked. You guys haven't even entered the Qi and blood realm yet and you dare to be so arrogant and try to snatch people from me? You're courting death." After saying that, the leading mercenary commanded the giant wolf to rush out. The giant wolf rushed over at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it was close and grabbed the leading mercenary with its sharp claws. The leading mercenary was horrified and quickly raised his sword to block. Phew! His sword collided with the giant wolf's sharp claws and was torn apart in an instant. The giant wolf's claws continued to attack him. Kill a mercenary with one shot. You are so bold, Aren't you afraid of being punished? I am the brother-in-law of City Lord Ling Fei. Am I afraid of you? The leading mercenary said arrogantly. When the two sides were confronting each other, Ling Fei appeared. Brother-in-law, I caught someone who killed our mercenary city adventure team. Look. The leading mercenary pointed proudly at Su Yueyao, who was tied up beside him. In that case, then you can hand it over to the mission hall in exchange for the bounty. I'm in a hurry. When you're done, go find someone for me. A woman. Something is wrong. Ling Fei just turned around and was suddenly stunned. He looked at Su Yueyao, trembling all over. Where did you capture this man? Abandoned ancient city. Does she have any companions? Yes, a boy, quite handsome, but he was badly injured. I hit him hard, and I don't think he would have survived. If someone hadn't suddenly attacked, I would have killed that boy as well. Ling Fei shuddered after hearing this. He walked tremblingly to Su Yueyao, took off the towel from her mouth, and said, Miss, may I ask, what is your name? Su Yueyao. When Ling Fei heard this, his face turned pale. What's the matter? My dear brother-in-law? Do you know her? Ling Fei's brother-in-law asked in surprise. The veins on Ling Fei's face were exposed, and he wanted to pounce on his brother-in-law and tear him to pieces. Fuck, what a sin. How could I be involved with a beast like you? Ling Fei gritted his teeth. Brother-in-law, what are you talking about? Did I do something wrong? Ling Fei gritted his teeth and said, How dare you say that? Do you know who you arrested and who you injured? Ling Fei's hands were shaking as he spoke. When he thought that it was a girl, his heart was filled with endless pain. Brother-in-law, what's wrong with this woman? What's wrong with her? She's just a woman. Ling Fei pointed at the tightly bound girl and said, She's a friend of Su Shiwang, the eldest son of the Su family. Do you know what kind of trouble you've gotten yourself into? Su family? Which Su family? With my brother-in-law, our mercenary city is strong? Which Su family could it be? The Su family, one of the 4 great families in Yanjing. You bastard. Ling Fei was so angry that he kicked his brother-in-law and cursed, I'll beat you to death, you idiot. Chapter 47 Sui Feng takes action. The brother-in-law couldn't dodge in time and was kicked in the chest, sending him flying backwards. Bang! My brother-in-law fell to the ground, screaming in pain. The kick was so powerful that it caused internal injuries to my brother-in-law. He lay on the ground and didn't even have the strength to get up. He could only breathe. Ling Fei glared at his brother-in-law on the ground, wishing he could behead him immediately and expose his head to the public. Brother-in-law, calm down. What are you doing? Have you forgotten what my sister told you? You have to take good care of me. Ling Fei's brother-in-law was so scared that his whole body went limp. He got up from the ground and limped away. Ling Fei stood there, his heart filled with regret. It could have been anyone, why his brother-in-law? Now that this has happened, my brother-in-law is definitely dead. But I can't ignore this matter because he is my brother-in-law. But if he doesn't handle this matter well, he might die here. What to do? What to do? This is a troublesome problem. Ling Fei's mind is in a mess and he is completely at a loss. Just when Ling Fei was hesitating, Sui Feng appeared behind him with Su Shiwang. Yueyao. When Su Shiwang saw Su Yueyao tied up, he didn't care about his injuries and rushed forward. He untied the rope tied to Su Yueyao, then helped Su Yueyao up and said, Yueyao, are you okay? Su Shiwang saw Su Yueyao covered in wounds and with red and swollen cheeks, and he felt distressed. He reached out and touched Su Yueyao's face. I'm fine. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Su Yueyao asked hurriedly. Seeing Su Yueyao's concerned expression, Su Nuo felt warm in his heart. He shook his head. I'm fine. I'm just worried about you. Hearing this, Su Yueyao's heart was beating fast. He and I just met by chance, but he was willing to suffer such a serious injury for me. How could I let such a man down? Su Shiwang turned and looked at Ling Fei's brother-in-law with murderous intent. Ling Fei gritted his teeth and met Su Shiwang's gaze, but he felt uneasy in his heart. Mr. Su, can you please spare him? He is my brother-in-law. Ling Fei said tentatively. Although he was afraid of Su Shiwang, he did not dare to easily give up his brother-in-law. Su Shiwang said nothing, and Ling Fei looked at Sui Feng again. Brother Su, you and I are old acquaintances. My brother-in-law is young and naive, so please don't argue with him. Look, he has realized his mistake now. I will ask him to apologize to you. Ling Fei pleaded. Beast, kneel down. Ling Fei roared, frightening his brother-in-law so much that his legs went weak and he fell to the ground. Sui Feng stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes cold, and a powerful aura enveloped his brother-in-law. The brother-in-law was so frightened that his face turned pale as paper and he was sweating profusely. He trembled and said, Su Dashao, I was wrong, please let me go. Ling Fei, get out of here. Sui Feng walked towards his brother-in-law. His brother-in-law was so scared that he cut out and begged for mercy while retreating. He staggered and looked like he would faint at any time. Ling Fei was horrified when he saw this and said hurriedly, Brother Su, he is my brother-in-law, please don't make things difficult for him, please give me some face. He hurt my nephew's friend and damaged the future hopes of our Su family. Sui Feng said coldly. The brother-in-law was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, repeatedly kowtowing and begging for mercy, please spare my life, Master Su. I really didn't know she was Master Su's friend. If I had known earlier, I would never have dared to hurt her. He dies, or your entire mercenary city dies. Sui Feng's tone was calm, but when it fell into Ling Fei's ears, it was like a sharp sword, piercing his heart. Since Brother Su refuses to give in, Ling Fei will be so bold as to ask Brother Su for some advice. Ling Fei gritted his teeth and clasped his fists. 8 years ago, he had interacted with Sui Feng. At that time, both of them were at the 9th level of Qi and blood. Now, he has entered the 2nd level of transformation realm and is one of the best masters in the world. He could see that Sui Feng was now unfathomable, but he was not a pushover. He was afraid of the strength of the Su family, but he was not afraid of Sui Feng alone. Sui Feng nodded slightly and said, if you can last 10 moves under my hands, I can spare your brother-in-law's life. 10 moves? Brother Su, you're making him look down on me, Ling. Although I know I'm definitely not as good as you, I'm also a person in the transformation realm. Brother Su, I won't be polite. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Fei rushed towards Sui Feng. He slapped out with one palm, and the palm of his hand had a metallic texture. A cold light flashed in Sui Feng's eyes. Although he did not use any martial arts, his aura alone was enough to oppress Ling Fei to the point of almost suffocating him. Ling Fei's figure was as fast as lightning and he appeared in front of Sui Feng in an instant. Ling Fei slapped out with an iron palm. He used all his internal strength in this attack. Sui Feng sneered and raised his arm to block Ling Fei's iron palm. Ling Fei's iron palm collided with Sui Feng's palm. Ling Fei retreated dozens of steps, but Sui Feng did not move at all. Ling Fei's heart was shocked. He had used all his strength in this palm strike. Even for a master at the 3rd level of the transformation realm, it would be extremely difficult to take it easily. But he didn't have time to think too much. Ling Fei calmed his mind, took a deep breath, and attacked Sui Feng again. Now he had to fight desperately, otherwise, his brother-in-law would be killed by Sui Feng. Bang! The two kept colliding, and Ling Fei attacked continuously, but was easily resolved by Sui Feng. The more the battle went on, the more horrified Ling Fei became. He secretly marveled in his heart that based on the strength Sui Feng displayed, he could be considered the best in the world. Ling Fei launched 3 attacks in a row, but still couldn't shake Sui Feng at all. Instead, his blood and energy surged in his body, and he almost vomited blood. Chapter 48 The terrifying 3rd master of the Su family, suppressing evil spirits with one hand. You've made considerable progress over the years, but your attacks have absolutely no effect on me. They're just too ordinary. Sui Feng said indifferently. Ling Fei's heart tightened. Brother Su, you are too arrogant. However, he knew in his heart that Brother Su definitely had the qualifications to be arrogant. Ling Fei refused to give up and launched 7 or 8 consecutive attacks. However, for Sui Feng, these moves were like children fighting and were completely useless. I did underestimate you, but today, I cannot lose. Ling Fei smiled bitterly. Ling Fei turned his hands into swords and slashed out suddenly. The blade light swept across the void, creating several cracks along the way, as if to tear the sky apart and split the sky open. Sui Feng formed seals with his hands, and his arms twisted like dragons and snakes, and a green dragon broke through the air. Boom! The combined attacks of the two collided in the void. Ling Fei was forced to retreat more than 100 meters. He spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood before he managed to steady himself. His heart was filled with turmoil. Then another move swept towards Sui Feng like a whirlwind. Sui Feng stomped his feet on the ground, and the whole person flew into the air. He formed seals with his hands, and the dragon tail behind him roared away. Ling Fei's eyes widened. He didn't expect Sui Feng to be so powerful that he could even fly into the air with the help of external objects. However, Ling Fei's talent and cultivation was not to be underestimated. His speed was a little slower than Sui Feng's, but with his strong physique, he still avoided the attack from the dragon's tail. Sui Feng landed on the ground, and a huge bronze tripod appeared behind him. The tripod was 6 feet high and 3 feet wide. On the body of the tripod, there was an image of a mountain engraved. The tripod is engraved with ancient and complex characters. A ball of flame spurted out of the mouth of the cauldron, burning fiercely. The body of the cauldron radiated a scorching heat, and a pattern of mountains and rivers was carved on the wall of the cauldron. When Ling Fei saw this scene, his pupils suddenly shrank. Mountain and River Cauldron. The Shanhe Ding is an extremely powerful treasure. It is rumored that this ding was passed down from the ancient times. On the body of this tripod, there is a phantom of a great emperor carved. This emperor is wearing a yellow robe and carrying a long sword on his back. He is the powerful emperor from the ancient times of Blue Star. Ling Fei, you are quite knowledgeable. Sui Feng snorted coldly. He formed seals with his hands and activated the mountain and river cauldron again. The power of the mountain and river cauldron increased suddenly, and a terrifying might was released from it, as if the heaven and earth were shaking. Ling Fei was horrified. He knew how powerful this tripod was. If he was hit by the mountain and river tripod, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Ling Fei made a quick decision, turned around and ran away, unwilling to continue to fight. Unfortunately, the mountain and river cauldron followed him like a shadow, constantly chasing him, leaving him with only the ability to defend himself but no power to fight back. Ling Fei became more and more anxious as the fight went on. This move of Sui Feng obviously ruined his future path of cultivation. He retreated again and again, but how could his speed be faster than the mountain and river cauldron? After a while, he was caught up by the Shanhe Ding, which smashed down on him. There was a loud explosion and Ling Fei was blown away. Cough cough. Ling Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. A big hole was smashed in his right shoulder by the Shanhe cauldron, and blood was gushing out. Ling Fei begs the Lord to help. Ling Fei roared, and the mercenary city shook violently. Then, a black claw shadow suddenly stretched out from the void. This black claw shadow was extremely condensed, as dark as ink, and it exuded a spooky ghostly aura that made people shudder. A look of deep fear appeared on Sui Feng's face. The moment the black claw appeared, he felt a huge danger. Ha! Your mercenary city is colluding with the Ghost Clan? You're quite courageous. The ghost claw stretched out from the void and grabbed Sui Feng. After Sui Feng threw Su Shuang and Su Yueyao onto the helicopter, he activated the mountain and river cauldron and sent it flying to meet them. The mountain and river cauldron and the ghost claw collided, causing ripples to spread out, and all the buildings within a few hundred meters around turned to dust. Show yourself! Master Su, you are very brave, but today, you will stay here. A 100-foot-long ghost head appeared in the void, with an extremely ferocious face and gusts of cold wind. Ghost Clan, the Netherworld lineage? Among all the races in the world, the ghost race is the most evil. The Netherworld lineage is a large evil race among the ghosts. This race is extremely ferocious and rarely appears in the world. Although Sui Feng had seen many masters of other races before, this was the first time he encountered such a powerful ghost clan. The cultivators of this clan can not only transform into ghost bodies, but also perform secret techniques to change their true forms. They are mysterious and unpredictable, and their strength is extremely strong. Ling Fei, you betrayed China, you deserve to die. Although we have a friendship, I will not forgive you today. Sui Feng teleported in front of Ling Fei and slapped Ling Fei into the ground with one palm. Plop! 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 Sui Feng stepped on Ling Fei several times and he was trampled deep into the ground, with only his head exposed and blood spurting out of his mouth. A master of the realm of transformation, the lord of the mercenary city died on the spot. Sui Feng flew into the air, clasped his hands together, and chanted, "Suppress all the demons and evil spirits." A green seal suddenly appeared in the void. On the seal, there were 3,000 great ways engraved, which were infinitely mysterious and exuded infinite mystery, suppressing the ghost clan in the underworld. A seal and a ghost head, when the two collided, they immediately caused strange phenomena in heaven and earth, with winds rising and clouds surging, thunder and lightning snakes intertwining, and countless cracks appearing in the void. A terrifying aura filled the air, and above the seal, endless mysteries of the way of heaven emanated, as if a starry sky had descended, enveloping the ghost clan of the underworld. Although the netherworld ghost clan was powerful, they did not dare to compete with the heavenly Tao. They turned into a wisp of green smoke and fled away. Want to run? No way. Sui Feng shouted coldly, clenched his fists, and swung them violently into the air. Boom, boom, boom. Space cracks exploded in the void, and countless space wind blades shot out, killing the netherworld ghosts fleeing in the void. The ghosts from the netherworld were so frightened that they hastily sacrificed countless skeleton soldiers. These skeleton soldiers were all raised by the netherworld clan and were specifically used to deal with cultivators. They could absorb the essence of heaven and earth on their own to strengthen themselves, and their combat power was extremely powerful. Go! Sui Feng waved both palms, and a burst of light suddenly burst out in the void. Countless rays of light turned into sharp blades, cutting a huge gap in the void. The light shot into the ghost clan of the netherworld, and immediately countless skeleton soldiers fell down with howls. The ghosts of the netherworld were furious and rushed forward madly, trying to block the sharp blades. Sui Feng, I will definitely eat you alive someday. You still want to run? Green chains burst out from Sui Feng's palm, locking the void and trapping the ghosts from the underworld firmly in place. No matter how they struggled, they could not break free from the restraints. No! Don't kill me, I am willing to surrender to you. The ghost screamed miserably. Ha, if you want to submit to me, you have to see if you are qualified. I will not associate with the ghost clan. Sui Feng shouted loudly, and countless green lights burst out, crushing all the skeleton soldiers into pieces, and countless ghosts turned into nothingness. Ling Fei's brother-in-law hid under the table, trembling all over, his eyes wide open. Aren't you coming out yet? Sui Feng's indifferent voice spread throughout the hall, and everyone was stunned. Who would have thought that Sui Feng, who was always rumored to be low-key, would be so ruthless and decisive? Ling Fei's brother-in-law was trembling all over. He climbed out of the table with difficulty, came to Sui Feng, knelt down on the ground with a thud, and kowtowed repeatedly. Master Su, please spare my life. Sui Feng didn't say anything. Just a cold look. In an instant, Ling Fei's brother-in-law exploded and died on the spot. Sui Feng shook his head and turned away. Yanjing First Hospital, Top Ward. Su Shiwang and Su Yueyao were lying safely in bed, with dozens of top experts checking their injuries. In the past few days, the two of them were sent to the best hospital in the capital for treatment. There is no way, if Su Shiwang has any accident and leaves any sequelae. There is no need to open the hospital. Chapter 49, Seriously Injured and Dying. Outside the door, dozens of bodyguards in black filled the entire corridor. Su Xiaoro, Ning Hanshuan, and other women also took turns to accompany him continuously. The news that the eldest young master of the Su family went out for training and killed several Qi and Blood Realm monsters also spread. The Su family of Yanjing is one of the most prominent families in Yanjing. Most people have only heard of the Su family but have never witnessed the heroic figure of the eldest son of the Su family. Of course, everyone heard that the eldest son of the Su family was an uneducated and incompetent bootlicker. Today, the news that the eldest young master of the Su family killed several Qi and Blood Realm monsters in public spread like a hurricane throughout Yanjing. A single stone caused 1,000 ripples, and all the young men in Yanjing were in an uproar. Su Shiwang became famous in Yanjing and became a hot topic of conversation among the young masters of Yanjing after dinner. Countless big families came to greet Su Shiwang, and even the big families who came to propose marriage almost broke down the door of the hospital. But they were stopped downstairs by Su family bodyguards. What was even more shocking was that the most low-key third master of the Su family, in order to avenge Su Shiwang, single-handedly destroyed the mercenary city and killed Ling Fei, a powerful master in the transformation realm. He also killed an unfathomable ghost from the netherworld. This also made many families realize that although the Su family is low-key, their strength is always hidden. But even Sui Feng, the third master of the Su family, who was so powerful, was trembling in front of a woman. Not for any other reason, just because she is his sister-in-law, the eldest lady of the Su family. Sister-in-law, I just... Bang! Lu Qingyan slapped Sui Feng in the face. You almost killed Shiwang. Sister-in-law, I just saw that Shiwang's strength has improved so much, so I wanted to take him out for some training. How can you see the rainbow without going through the storm, right? Humph, how could I not know? But, I hope he is too young to bear the responsibility of the Su family's future. He is not suitable for going out. Lu Qingyan sneered and said, I don't care what you guys are up to. Anyway, we can't let him go out. Sister-in-law, please forgive me. No one had ever imagined that such a peerless master could be scolded by his sister-in-law like a grandson. I hope this trip out will temper his character. Teach him well and don't let him be in danger again. Sister-in-law, I will do my best to teach him. Su Yifeng said hurriedly. Mrs. Su, third master. A gray-haired doctor walked out of the ward and bowed to Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan frowned slightly and said, Dean, how is my son's injury? Young Master Su's injuries are extremely serious. He suffered severe blows one after another. If he were an ordinary person, he would probably have died. Special physique? How special? A look of horror crossed the doctor's face. He said, I can't fully explain the young master's constitution. He's probably some kind of spiritual body. I'm not a cultivator, so I can't make a definitive conclusion. But I can say that he not only possesses extremely strong vitality, but also an extraordinary ability to recover. But at this moment, I hope the young master is sinking into a state of decline. Without destruction, there is no construction. If the young master can make it through, perhaps there will be a breakthrough in the future. If he can't, the doctor couldn't bear to continue. Lu Qingyan frowned and said, Dean, you said that there is no construction without destruction. How sure are you? The doctor shook his head and said, I don't know either. After all, I've never seen anyone survive the multiple blows the young master has endured. I'm sure, if nothing unexpected happens, the young master will make it. After saying that, the doctor turned and left in a hurry. He really didn't dare to stay any longer. Who knew if Lu Qingyan said the wrong thing, would it cost him his life? Although he is over 80 years old, he hasn't lived enough. Lu Qingyan came quietly to Su Shiwang's bedside, looked at Su Shiwang who was unconscious on the bed, and couldn't help but reach out and touch Su Shiwang's cheek. She sighed and murmured, Hope, you must wake up, otherwise Mom really has no hope. If your father didn't have more important things to do right now, your injuries wouldn't be worth mentioning. She gently held Su Shiwang's hand and murmured, You must wake up. You are all I have left. Please don't abandon me. You are my only one. Without you, I really have no hope. So you must wake up. I will never let you take risks again. Her voice was low, but her tears kept dripping on the back of Su Shiwang's hand. Su Yifeng looked at Lu Qingyan and said softly, Sister-in-law, I hope you can make it through this. Lu Qingyan raised her head, stared at Su Yifeng coldly, and said word by word, Get out. Go back and reflect on your mistakes. Su Yifeng shuddered and said, Sister-in-law, I understand. I will definitely reflect on this. Snort. Su Shiwang's consciousness was dark, but he seemed to hear his mother calling him. He tried to open his eyes, but saw only darkness. Where is this? Is this my sea of consciousness? In the sea of consciousness, a star was hanging above it, and a vast attraction pulled his soul in. Su Shiwang felt a sharp pain all over his body, as if countless fine needles were pricking his body, making him twitch in pain. What the hell is this? Su Nuofeng kept struggling, trying to escape the constraints of the sea of consciousness, but no matter how he struggled, he could not get rid of the constraints of the sea of consciousness. This night was a nightmare for Su Shiwang. His body was shaking violently, sweat soaked his forehead, and strands of bright red seeped out from his forehead. He felt like he was going to die. He felt endlessly tired, both physically and mentally exhausted. Countless images kept flashing through my mind. He really wanted to close his eyes and fall asleep. But, no. Deep down in his heart, there are still so many regrets. He still has so many unfinished ties. This time, I was reborn as a rich second generation. God gave me the chance to live again, but I haven't lived it to the fullest. Chapter 50, The Battle Between the Host and the Original Owner. The Battle for Control of the Body. In the sea of consciousness, a star was hanging above it, and a vast attraction pulled his soul in. Su Shiwang felt a sharp pain all over his body, as if countless fine needles were pricking his body, making him twitch in pain. What the hell is this? Su Shiwang kept struggling, trying to escape the constraints of the sea of consciousness, but no matter how he struggled, he could not get rid of the constraints of the sea of consciousness. This night was a nightmare for Su Shiwang. His body was shaking violently, sweat soaked his forehead, and strands of bright red seeped out from his forehead. He felt like he was going to die. Endless fatigue enveloped his body. Countless images kept flashing through my mind. He really wanted to close his eyes and fall asleep. But no. Deep down in his heart, there are still so many regrets. There are still so many unfinished ties. In the darkness, he felt a pair of eyes staring at him. Those were a pair of eyes full of pity and anger. All the pain and suffering came from himself. Die. He wanted to open his eyes and see where the sound came from, but he couldn't. He felt as if he was stuck in a swamp, wanting to pull himself out but being completely powerless. Die soon. The voice became increasingly vague, and gradually, Su Shiwan could no longer hear the sound, but his soul was still moving slowly forward. He wanted to break free from the constraints of his sea of consciousness and find the source of that voice. However, the invisible attraction became stronger and stronger, making it increasingly difficult for him to control his body. A figure appeared in front of him, a person who looked exactly like him. Who are you? I am you, and you occupy my body. I want to take over your body and take back everything I have. Ding dong, the host and the original owner's souls are dueling. The winner will have control over the body. When the system's voice came, Su Shiwan finally understood what was going on. This is going to trigger a battle between myself and the original owner to fight for the ownership of this body. This is forcing me to kill the original owner. But he had no choice. He was not the original owner and had no way to take over another's body. Is this the fate of the host and the original owner? Is this the fate of you and me? The darkness around seemed to be torn apart and dissipated bit by bit. The scene in front of him gradually became clear, and the man who looked almost exactly like him was actually him. But at this moment, the original owner's eyes were extremely empty, as if he was a walking corpse, without any emotion. He slowly stood up and walked towards the original owner step by step. At this moment, the original owner seemed to sense some hope and slowly opened his mouth. I want my body back. Host, you must die, you must die. The original owner laughed wildly, his eyes full of madness. The original owner grabbed the host's neck and said coldly, I'm telling you, forget it. You're just an ordinary mortal. You don't deserve my status. You don't deserve anything. The showdown begins. As the system prompt sounded, the original owner punched the host, and the host immediately spurted blood, flew backwards, hit the wall hard, and fell to the ground. The original owner took a step forward, grabbed the host's neck, and shouted, Who are you? Why do you occupy my body? Why do you own everything I have? What gives you the right? Get out of here! Get out of here! Ah! The host let out a scream. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. The original owner seemed to be crazy, pinching the host's neck and exerting desperate force. The host's face became hideous, his pupils filled with fear and panic. The system prompt sounded again. The host is in danger and is about to fall into a coma. Please handle it with caution. The host no longer held back and attacked the original owner frantically. The host's attack was getting faster and faster, and the original owner couldn't resist it at all. His chest was sunken, and a deep fist mark appeared on his body, but he didn't feel any pain at all. Ding dong, you can use your mind to condense your weapon. The original master's thoughts turned into a knife, and the host's thoughts turned into a spear, and the two began a fierce collision. Su Shiwan looked at the original owner in front of him as if he was facing a formidable enemy. The original owner's strength, speed, and everything else are exactly the same as mine. It can be said that it is another self. But this is a battle that determines his own fate, and Su hopes not to lose. Su Shiwan gritted his teeth and persevered, resisting the opponent's attacks again and again. Ha ha! Suddenly, the original owner threw his head back and laughed. Who do you think you are? You are not a god, you are just a mortal. A bandit who has occupied my body. You are no match for me. Su Shiwan's heart tightened. He sensed a sense of danger. He suddenly activated his true energy, and his body suddenly shot out and rushed towards the original owner. Boom! The two people's true energy collided with each other in an instant, making a deafening noise. Su Shiwan groaned and stepped back. He only felt a domineering force surging into his body, compressing his true energy and turning it into long swords, rushing towards his limbs, internal organs, tendons, veins and bones. Puff, puff. A series of explosions sounded, his body shook violently, his bones kept breaking, and blood kept flowing out. Ah! 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 There was a look of pain on his face and his body kept backing away. He felt that this overbearing true energy had destroyed his body. His current body was no longer his body, but the body of the original owner. No, we absolutely cannot let him take over my body. We absolutely cannot let him take over my body. His thoughts continued to rise, madly attacking the original owner's soul, but to no avail. He felt that the original owner's soul was gradually becoming stronger and stronger, to a level that was difficult for him to match. No! I can't fail. I can't lose. I can't let him take over my body, I have to kill him. His eyes turned red and bloodshot. He roared madly and attacked the original owner frantically. However, there was still no effect. The original owner has become extremely powerful, many times more powerful than before. No matter how he resists, he cannot stop him. There was a look of madness in the original owner's eyes, and his body shape suddenly changed, turning into a huge monster. A huge tail swept across and hit Su Shiwang hard. Bang bang! With two crisp sounds, Su Shiwang was thrown flying and hit the wall. Blood gushed out of his mouth, staining his snow-white clothes red. Ha! I am the original owner, I am the most powerful existence, you all must submit to me, ha! The original owner laughed arrogantly, his laughter was harsh and creepy. Su Shiwang's face was distorted. He tried desperately to get up, but he couldn't. How did you do that? What on earth is going on? There was a hint of despair and anger in Su Shiwang's eyes. Ha ha! The original owner laughed again, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. He said, you should ask yourself this. Why did you want to steal my body? Why do you want to control my body? A tremendous rage rose in Su Shiwang's heart, his eyes flashed with cold murderous intent, and his whole body aura surged. The true energy in his body began to boil and poured madly into his arms, condensing into a long spear. The spear flashed with a cold light, and the tip of the spear pointed directly at the original owner. Go to hell! The spear shook, and with a sharp sound of breaking through the wind, it stabbed fiercely towards the original owner. The long spear cut through the void, making a series of whistling sounds of breaking through the wind, and with boundless power, it pierced the original owner's chest fiercely. But it failed to penetrate his body, and got stuck near his heart, unable to move forward an inch. How dare you hurt me? A gloomy look flashed in the original owner's eyes. He kicked his feet and his whole body shot up. He opened his huge mouth and bit towards Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang dodged to the side to avoid the original owner's bite. Su Shiwang's body spun in the air, and his figure rose again, and the spear stabbed at the original owner's head again. There was a ferocious murderous intent flashing in the original owner's eyes, and he waved a claw towards Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang slashed with his sword, and the spear and a sharp claw disappeared at the same time. The original owner's body flipped several times in the air and then stabilized. He opened his mouth wide, spewed out a ball of fire, and pounced towards Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang slashed with his sword, and the flame was extinguished instantly. A look of horror appeared on Su Shiwang's face. The original owner's strength was actually so much higher than his. What's going on? Could it be that the system is causing trouble? Su Shiwang gritted his teeth, his body suddenly fell to the ground, and the spear in his hand suddenly stabbed forward. Chapter 51, Dog System, You Are Cheating. His spear instantly pierced the original owner's body. With a bang, a huge force came from Su Shiwang's hands. The spear flew out of his hand and fell to the ground. However, Su Shiwang did not give up. He drew out his spear again and stabbed it into the original owner's chest again. Bang! There was another loud bang, and the spear flew out of his hand, fell to the ground, and turned into a pile of scrap metal again. However, Su Shiwang was still unwilling to give up. He suddenly rushed forward, spun several times in the air, and stabbed towards the original owner again. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions resounded through the sky. Su Shiwang stabbed out 9 times in a row, but they were all easily deflected by the original owner. Su Shiwang's face grew paler and paler, and he had very little strength left in his body. Bang! He finally collapsed and lay on the ground gasping for breath. Ha ha ha, is this all you have? You're really vulnerable. The original owner laughed. The aura on his body became stronger and more terrifying, as if it was about to tear the void apart. This damn system, how come the original owner still has cheats? Why don't I have it? Isn't this special? Su Shiwang thought angrily in his heart, but his face did not show any expression. He raised his head, stared at the original owner, and smiled coldly. Since you are weaker than me, I will make you understand how insignificant your strength is and how powerful I am. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up again. His body expanded again, his muscles bulging high, as if full of explosive power. Su Shiwang suddenly clenched his fists and then smashed them hard at the original owner. At this moment, endless golden light burst out from his body, and a terrifying aura that could destroy the world spread in the air. A huge golden arm appeared behind him. This huge arm was like a mountain, covering the sky and making people feel suffocated. Su Shiwang's eyes widened, and all the strength in his body poured into his fists. His body suddenly grew to 10 meters in an instant. 10 meters later, his figure stopped and became the size of a normal person. He exuded a powerful aura, making the original owner feel suffocated. A gleam of light flashed in Su Shiwang's eyes. "I'm going to show you how weak you are." He grabbed with his right hand and a spear appeared in his hand. The spear was like a flash of lightning, stabbing towards the original owner. "Call out." The spear broke through the air and pierced into the original owner's chest. Crack! A crack appeared on the original owner's chest. His heart was stabbed and his body shook violently. "Ah!" He opened his mouth and screamed, spitting out a mouthful of blood. A cold smile appeared on Su Shiwang's face. He shook the spear in his hand again and penetrated another 3 centimeters, piercing a hole in the original owner's heart. The original owner roared, and his skin and blood instantly burned and then turned to ashes. His body expanded hundreds of times in an instant and turned into a giant beast. This giant beast has a burly figure and a ferocious appearance. Its mouth opened and it spewed out a puff of black smoke. A strong corrosive smell filled the air between heaven and earth. This giant beast exudes an unparalleled aura, which is enough to destroy everything. The original owner reached out and grabbed the spear. Tears of blood flowed in his eyes. He pulled hard and the spear penetrated a little deeper. Boom! His body suddenly expanded and turned into a huge black hole, swallowing Su Shiwang. "You're such a jerk, you're such a jerk." There were constant violent impact sounds coming from Su Shiwang's body, and beads of bright red blood spurted out from his chest, staining the ground and the sky red. Boom! A sound like thunder echoed in all directions. Bang! Another golden light shot up into the sky. Su Shiwang's body turned into a flash of lightning and flew away into the distance. The original owner was nailed to the spot by the power of the spear. Su Shiwang took the opportunity to break free from his restraints and jumped to the horizon. Whoosh! Su Shiwang's figure drew a graceful arc in the air and disappeared from the original owner's sight in the blink of an eye. Chapter 52 I Curse You. If he doesn't kill his host Su Shiwang, he will always be just a mass of consciousness, or even turn into nothingness. Because the system will not allow 2 consciousnesses to coexist in one. He doesn't have much time left. Su hoped to escape everywhere, but this was his consciousness space after all. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Su Shiwang finally saw a huge tombstone in front of him. His body suddenly stopped. He looked up. There are a few ancient seal characters engraved on the tombstone, the abyss of buried souls. This tombstone is very large, several hundred meters high, with the words Soul Burial Abyss written on it, and a line of small words below. What's going on? What the hell is going on in this sea of consciousness? Could it be that this world not only gave me a golden finger, but also installed a large-scale intelligence software in my mind? Su Shiwang looked at the tombstone and couldn't help muttering in his heart. What the hell is this tombstone? Go and take a closer look. The tombstone was very simple, with only 4 big words written on it, the abyss of soul burial. His brows furrowed, and he muttered to himself in confusion, what the hell is soul burial abyss? Why does it sound so eerie and terrifying? After saying that, he raised his leg and stepped towards the soul burial abyss. 1 step, and you'll step into the abyss of soul burial. Boom! Su Shiwang's body shook violently, and he felt like he had entered another strange world. There was a pitch-black world before my eyes, and there was dead silence all around. But Su Shiwang knew that in this dark world, there were countless dangers hidden, and these dangers could take his life at any time. But he had to find a way to leave here. He couldn't just sit there and wait for death, letting the ruler of this world play him around. Su Shiwang raised his feet and continued to walk forward. His footsteps made a rustling sound as they stepped on the thick dead leaves. This is a very strange thing. Su Shiwang doesn't need any strength to walk. His footsteps seemed to be able to crush the space. However, there was no trace of aura fluctuation on his body. System? System? Su Shiwang shouted loudly, but received no response. He raised his head and looked around. He found that there was nothing around. This world seems like an endless desolate universe. All around, there is nothing to see except the deathly silence. There was no aura fluctuation on his body. This was abnormal. Could it be that the system is blocked in this place? Su Shiwang thought to himself. At this moment, he suddenly felt a breeze blowing around him, making his clothes rustle, as if urging him to move forward. He turned around and looked around, and found that he was in a valley. This valley is very wide, but there is no grass growing on it. There is only a dark path leading to the distance. Could it be? Su Shiwang's eyes lit up. He immediately walked towards the path at an extremely fast speed, and in the blink of an eye, he had reached the end of the path. Swish! At this moment, a cold light suddenly flashed at the end of the path. Ding-ling-ling! A clear and pleasant bell sound resounded through the sky. Then, at the end of the path, a corpse slowly appeared. The corpse was naked and covered with scars and bruises. A light blue light emanated from the corpse, and a giant white dragon was coiled on it. The giant dragon circled over the corpse, as if it wanted to devour someone. Roar! The giant dragon roared towards the sky, and waves of white air spread out in all directions. A jade pendant was hanging above the corpse's head. The jade pendant was transparent, carved with blooming white clouds and lifelike mysterious creatures. Fuck! System, quickly explain to me, whose body is this? You actually put a tombstone and bones in my head, damn system, are you too perverted? Su Shiwang widened his eyes and stared at the corpse in front of him. His heart was beating wildly and he felt like he was having difficulty breathing. Ding-ling-ling! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9-Dragon Jade Pendant. The system's voice sounded, echoing in Su Shiwang's mind. 9-Dragon Jade Pendant. Hearing the system prompt, Su Shiwang was stunned. 9-Dragon Jade Pendant? What the hell is this? The system prompt sounded again. The 9-Dragon Jade Pendant is an extraordinary artifact. After the host absorbs it, it can summon 9 real dragons with 9 heads and 9 tails when attacking. An extraordinary artifact? Su Shiwang gasped, his face filled with horror. Good boy, what good stuff do you have? Give me some more. Tell me quickly, what good stuff do you have hidden in my mind? Su Shiwang asked anxiously. The system did not answer, but gave him a sentence. Host, take care. The original owner's obsession is chasing you. If you die, your body will be returned to you. If I return it to its original owner, what will happen to me? Die. Fuck you. Are you kidding me? So host, do your best. I don't care about the life and death duel. After the system finished speaking, it immediately closed the connection and never appeared again. What the hell? Su Shiwang cursed in frustration. This crappy system is really infuriating. Host, come out here. I'll kill you. Su Shiwang shouted in frustration. Unfortunately, the answer he received was dead silence. System? Get out here. System, I'm telling you, if you don't show up, believe it or not, I'll put you to sleep forever. Believe it or not, I'll commit suicide. Su Shiwang roared, he was really angry. He never beats or scolds the system, but this time, he is really going to explode. However, no matter how he shouted, the system ignored him. System, you bastard, I curse you. Su Shiwang was so angry that his teeth were itching, but he could do nothing about the system. He knew in his heart that this world did not belong to him and he was an outsider. Chapter 53 Then I will marry you. Ding-ling-ling. Another clear bell sound rang out. This was the sound of a bell, echoing in the empty valley. Su Shiwang turned his head and looked behind him. He found that the grave made of bones had disappeared. Moreover, a layer of light white mist appeared around the grave, covering the bones and making Su Shiwang unable to see the appearance of the bones clearly. Su hoped to see that the place where he was standing now was the same valley where he was just now. And that voice also came from beside him. It is surprising that there is such a magical place in this world. Su Shiwang stretched out his right hand and gently stroked the jade pendant. A cold touch came from the jade pendant. He felt that the jade pendant contained an extremely powerful pressure, like a living creature that could suck people's souls in. System! Get out here! Su Shiwang yelled at the system. Unfortunately, there was no response. He tried to use his mental power to explore the jade pendant again, but as soon as his mental power approached the jade pendant, he was immediately intimidated by the pressure of the jade pendant and was unable to detect how much power was contained in the jade pendant. The aura in the jade pendant seemed to come from the ancient times, and also seemed to come from the future. Beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on Su Shiwang's forehead. His breathing became more and more rapid, and a dense line of sweat appeared on his forehead. He felt that the blocked power in the jade pendant seemed to be stirring. This is a sign of awakening. Sure enough, everything given to oneself has a foreshadowing. At this time, the original owner also chased after him. Looking at the mutated original owner, he felt that the battle between them had already begun. He took a deep breath, suppressed the weakness and fatigue in his body, gritted his teeth, and crushed the ground with one foot. Rumble! Su Shiwang suddenly jumped up, his fists clenched tightly, and his body moved like an arrow, instantly rushing to the side of the original owner. Boom! Su Shiwang's fist slammed hard on the original owner's chest. Puff! The original owner spat out a mouthful of blood, and his chest was sunken. It was obvious that Su Shiwang's punch had displaced his internal organs. On the hospital bed, everyone was stunned by the sight of Su Shiwang's painful expression and twisting muscles. What's wrong, master? Su Xiao couldn't help but exclaimed. Her brows furrowed slightly, a hint of worry rising in her heart. It must be a subconscious struggle. Sui Feng said thoughtfully, his brows filled with worry. If my eldest nephew doesn't wake up, I'll be doomed. It's also my own fault. I really got lucky this time. In the sea of consciousness, Su Shiwang fought with the original owner for a full half day, and the two attacked each other for no less than hundreds of moves. Bang! 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 The two men's fists kept colliding, and every collision would cause the air to explode. Both of them have chaos divine bodies, and their various skills are common to both of them. For a while, the two fought evenly. But Su Yuanji felt that the strength in his body was being consumed rapidly. But the nine-dragon jade pendant was shining brightly at this time, providing Su Shiwang with endless power. Half a minute later, Su Shiwang shot the original owner's soul to the ground. At this time, he discovered that the original owner's soul was a little strange. It could be said that this was not the original soul of the original owner, but more like a pieced-together one. A strange red flame flickered deep in his eyes. What kind of weird thing did this damn system come up with? Click click. The original owner's bones kept making noises, and pieces of broken bones fell to the ground. What on earth is this? Su Shiwang looked at the strange scene in front of him and couldn't help muttering to himself. He looked carefully and found that the original owner's bones were like spears, and all of those spears were inserted into his bones. The original owner's facial features were also gradually changing. The original owner's appearance has completely changed, becoming another face, a hideous and terrifying face. This is not the original owner, this is a monster. Or perhaps it was just a trace of obsession that mixed the system into a monster to temper Su Shiwang. System. Damn it, this is a monster. The original owner must have died long ago, and you must have pieced this together. Tell me what's going on. Host, it's time for you to wake up. A strong dizziness hit Su Shiwang, his head was in a mess, and even his vision became blurred. Shut the fuck up. Su Shiwang slowly opened his eyes and found that everyone in front of him was looking at him expectantly. Hope, you finally woke up. You've been unconscious for so long, and we were so worried about you. Ning Hanswang hurried forward to support him, her eyes full of worry and concern. Several other relatives also came over. How is Su Yueyao? She's still unconscious. Ning Hanswang sighed, looking helpless. Su Shiwang struggled to get up, but because he was too weak, he fell back down on the bed. He glanced at the crowd and noticed something was wrong with their expressions. What's going on? Su Shiwang stared at everyone blankly, his heart filled with doubts. Why are you all looking at me like that? Your current cultivation level is the Qi and Blood realm? Everyone looked at Su Shiwang in astonishment, their eyes full of disbelief and a hint of jealousy. Su Shiwang's strength actually broke through to the Qi and Blood realm. This cultivation speed is simply unbelievable. How old is he? At such a young age, he has reached the Qi and Blood realm. Yes. Su Shiwang nodded. He was also confused. What's so surprising about this? Isn't it just a Qi and Blood realm? After hearing Su Shiwang's words, everyone looked at each other, and for a moment, they didn't know what to say. I was even speechless. This guy actually said it so naturally, as if it was a matter of course. You know, it takes a long time for ordinary people to break through a level of cultivation. In such a short period of time, he advanced from an ordinary mortal to the Qi and blood realm. This is such a heaven-defying thing. Everyone felt a surge of excitement in their hearts. Su Shiwan looked at everyone's reactions and couldn't help but laugh. He looked at everyone and said, "Why do you all have those expressions? Don't I look quite handsome like this?" Everyone was in a state of confusion, feeling as if their hearts were unable to bear it. Li Kerson walked over and looked at Su Shiwan, blinking her eyes with admiration. "Brother Shiwan, how did you achieve this breakthrough in your cultivation? It's really amazing. Just let it go and you'll break through. By the way, I brought you some gifts." Su Shiwan opened the backpack beside him and took out a bunch of blue fruits from his equipment. The fruit is light blue all over and exudes a fresh fragrance. An enticing fragrance wafts into the air. Spiritual fruit. Everyone's eyes widened, filled with ecstasy. Ice soul fruit? Ning Hanchuan's eyelids twitched and she couldn't help but scream. What is the ice soul fruit? Ice soul fruit is an ice-type spiritual fruit. Ning Hanchuan slowly explained, however, this thing is extremely rare. It only bears fruit once every 10 years, and it must be guarded by a powerful monster. You're right. I got this thing by killing a silver-fanged Tyrannosaurus. You can divide it up. 1 per person? Wow, that's awesome. 10 per person. After Su Shiwan finished speaking, everyone was stunned. This is too rich. These 10 can at least allow people to break through 2 levels in a row. Frost, you have an ice-type constitution, these 20 are yours. You're not going to get the ice soul fruit just for me, are you? Ning Hanchuan looked at Su Shiwan, tears welled up in her eyes turned red, and she almost cried. Su Shiwan grabbed Ning Hanchuan and patted her shoulder. Don't be like this. Although I did go there for you, you don't have to be too excited to marry me. Then I will marry you now. Forehead. Su Shiwan's forehead darkened. He shouldn't have talked nonsense with her, but Ning Hanchuan's personality was indeed quite interesting and he liked it. Chapter 54 Exchange Meeting. Yenqing University Square was crowded with people and it was very lively. Today is an exchange and discussion meeting between Shanghai University and Yenqing University. People from both schools gathered together to watch the competition. At this time, a high platform in the center of the square was already full of people, both men and women, old and young. In name, it is a competition between Shanghai and Beijing, but in reality, students from all major universities are participating. Most of the previous students came from China's Shanghai University, Yenqing University, and several nearby universities. This year, in addition to the elite disciples from several previous universities, there are also many elite disciples from other powerful universities and children from aristocratic families participating in the competition. Countless geniuses. Every elite disciple represents a family. This is because today's competition is, in a disguised sense, an assessment to select disciples of the Dragon Mansion. There are powerful people from the Dragon Palace watching the battle in secret. All elite disciples, as long as they perform well, will be able to enter the strongest and most mysterious academy in China, Dragon Mansion, and obtain countless training resources. What an honor and encouragement this is. Therefore, the competition in the Dragon Mansion can be said to be extremely cruel, and this is also an opportunity for all forces to enter the Dragon Mansion. Not only can they enhance their strength, but they can also obtain a large amount of resources and cultivation resources. For young family members, entering the Dragon Mansion means soaring to the sky and gaining supreme resources. For the prodigy of a big family, entering the Dragon Mansion means the opportunity to obtain the family inheritance rights. Who can miss it? Today's competition, I declare, officially begins. With the host's voice, the entire competition officially kicked off. The rules of the competition are still a draw duel. The opponent drawn will proceed to the next round, and the winner will continue to participate in the next round. Now please ask the system to draw lots. The referee's voice came. Hello everyone, today's first battle is between Ning Hanchuan from Magic City University and Wu Tai from Huashan University. As the referee's voice fell, a beautiful figure appeared on the ring. She was dressed in blue, tall, beautiful, and had a cold face. She looked like an iceberg, making people afraid to approach her. The audience was talking about such a stunning beauty, and some boys even whistled and stared at her with evil looks. Seeing the crowd below the stage being so frivolous, Ning Hanchuan's face darkened and a hint of disgust flashed in his eyes. But when she looked at a handsome man in the distant corner, her eyes would soften. Su Shiwang raised the corner of his mouth, and his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a cunning arc. What evil plan is this girl up to? After absorbing the spiritual fruit, her strength has increased by leaps and bounds. Ning Hanswang and the young man named Wu Tai stood on the platform. Wu Tai snorted coldly and said arrogantly, "You are actually a peerless beauty. This young master never bullies weak women. Today, I will let you have 3 moves. If you lose today, this young master will leave you with dignity." Wu Tai's tone was full of disdain, and he obviously looked down on Ning Hanswang. Wu Tai is an outstanding student at Huashan, and has reached the 8th level of physical training. Legend has it that there are masters who teach him. He has bones of steel. When Ning Hanswang heard this, a cold light flashed in her eyes. "Since you are so arrogant, don't blame me for being rude." Ning Hanswang's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, and when she appeared again, she was already in front of Wu Tai. A punch hit his chest. Bang! Wu Tai's figure was knocked away by a punch and hit a stone pillar hard, and blood splattered everywhere. Ning Hanswang's fist contains ice elements and is extremely powerful. Wu Tai's chest suddenly caved in, his sternum shattered, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell flat on the ring. This is too amazing. This girl is so strong. How old is she? She's already so powerful, isn't she too scary? There was an uproar in the audience. At least the 9th level of physical refinement. And it has an ice-type spiritual vein. I can sprint to the top 100 of the potential list. Oh my god. This is too evil. Wu Tai climbed up and looked at Ning Hanswang with shock in his eyes. At this moment, he finally understood the gap between himself and Ning Hanswang. You are so powerful. I won't let you. Wu Tai's palm turned into iron and he clenched it into a fist, punching Ning Hanswang in the face. The wind from the fists whistled. He is a very proud man and will never allow himself to lose the game. Bang! Ning Hanswang's fist collided with the iron fist, making a dull sound. In an instant, the air around them froze. Cracks appeared one after another. Ning Hanswang stood there motionless, her clothes not damaged at all. On the contrary, Wu Tai had his arms bent and looked in pain. How is that possible? Wu Tai was horrified and couldn't believe that the girl in front of him could actually withstand his attack. I am the best disciple of Huashan University. I don't accept it. Wu Tai roared angrily, and a terrifying aura burst out from his body. His palms actually emitted wisps of cold light. Whoosh! You're overestimating yourself. Ning Hanswang smiled indifferently, stretched out his hand and waved it, and an ice sword appeared in his palm. There was a chill lingering on the ice sword, and one could tell at a glance that it was of an extraordinary grade. She flipped her wrist and the ice sword stabbed directly towards Wu Tai at an astonishing speed. Wu Tai shouted and kicked. A layer of flames appeared on his body, burning fiercely and turning into a wall of fire, directly blocking the ice sword. Bang! The ice sword hit the wall of fire, causing a sharp metallic vibration, but the ice sword did not have any flaws and was stuck in the center of the wall of fire. A strange look flashed in Ning Hanswang's eyes. The defensive power of this flame is truly amazing. That's all. Ning Hanswang opened her lips and the ice sword attacked the wall of fire again. For a moment, the ice sword collided with the wall of fire, and a series of sharp clanging sounds continued. Wuhan Railway is constantly regressing. Ning Hanswang, however, still showed no signs of decline. The students in the audience were amazed. The match ended with Ning Hanswang's sword. That's amazing. This is the most terrifying battle I've ever witnessed. Ning Hanswang's strength is truly unfathomable. No wonder she's so arrogant. She's so powerful. The 10th match. Hua Leitang vs Su Shiwang. Holy crap! Did you hear that when Su Shiwang was making it onto the potential list at Magic City University, he ran into Hua Leitang? Hua Leitang provoked Su Shiwang, and a grudge has been brewing between the two of them. They've even decided on a life and death battle. Hua Leitang is backed by the Zhou family. The Zhou family and the Su family have always been at odds. Everything he did was nothing more than Zhou Feng's instructions. Keep your voice down. Zhou Feng is a powerful figure in the Dragon Mansion. Don't talk about him. If he hears us, we'll be in trouble. Su Shiwang is no longer the same as before. I don't think it will be easy for Hua Leitang to beat him. Physical constitutions are divided into 3 categories, and Hua Leitang has the second category Thunder Body. He's incredibly powerful. You guys don't know shit. Don't you want to know who Su Shiwan's father is? How could Su Shiwan not have a special physique? That's true. Su Shiwan has kept a low profile for so many years. He must be enduring it. Make some hope, come up and die. Hua Lei Ting was covered in thunder and lightning, and he strode onto the stage like the god of thunder, and shouted loudly. Su Shiwan, this is a life and death battle between you and me. This young master is going to beat you to a pulp today. But after waiting for a long time, nothing came of the hope. Even the referee was ready to sentence Su Shiwan to escape without a fight. Coward, you're scared, ha, the Su family's eldest young master is only capable of this. Hua Lei Ting, why are you so arrogant? Are you in such a hurry to die? Well, as expected, the dogs of the Zhou family love to bark. Chapter 55. There was a loud bang in the sky, and I made a grand appearance. Then, a tall and slender figure appeared on the ring. He was wearing a black robe and his dark green hair was flying. His facial features were handsome and angular, as perfect as a sculpture. His narrow and long phoenix eyes were filled with a coldness that made people dare not look at him. It's like a banished immortal walking out of a painting. Hua Lei Ting's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the young man on the ring. He felt a strong sense of oppression coming from the ring. Su Shiwan's strength is now unfathomable. Is his cultivation speed cheating? Su, hope you come out so late, are you scared to death? You know shit. There was a loud bang in the sky, and I made a grand entrance. It would be embarrassing for me to come out so hastily without any prelude. Su Shiwan glanced at Hua Lei Ting and curled his lips in disdain. You're looking for death. I think you are the one seeking death. You are overestimating your own abilities. Stop talking nonsense. Today is a life and death battle between you and me. Don't be such a scoundrel, or I'll beat you to death. Your Hua family won't agree. Whoever cheats is a grandson. Hua Lei Ting held the thunder sword in his hand, and his aura suddenly soared. Boom! The sky was covered with dark clouds and lightning was raging. Thunder and lightning gathered and condensed into a huge thunder sword, emitting a destructive aura. He stomped his foot on the ring, and his whole body flew into the air, turning into a stream of light and rushing straight towards Su Shiwan. Is this Hua Lei Ting's strength? It's truly terrifying. I heard that Hua Lei Ting has already broken through to the Qi and Blood realm, and even has the bonus of a thunder body, which allows him to perform martial arts with even greater power. If Hua Lei Ting strikes with this sword, even a warrior at the second level of Qi and Blood would be forced to retreat. Hua Lei Ting might be able to break into the top 70 on the potential list now. Everyone was talking about it, their expressions were shocked, and there was a storm in their hearts. As soon as Hua Lei Ting made a move, he displayed extremely powerful strength. His thunder body allowed him to increase his speed to a higher level, far surpassing his peers. Hope, die. Hua Lei Ting slashed down with his sword, carrying tremendous force. Su Shiwan narrowed his eyes slightly. He stretched out his right hand, grasped the thunder sword with his fingers, and held it in his hand. The thunder sword made a buzzing sound and trembled continuously, as if trying to break free from its restraints. But Su Shiwan exerted force with his fingers, and the thunder sword could not break free. What kind of kung fu is this? What a weird kung fu! Hua Lei Ting's pupils suddenly shrank, and his eyes were full of surprise. Su Shiwan, don't play tricks on me. You deserve to die. Hua Lei Ting threw a punch, and a terrifying energy burst out, as if to shatter the void. Su Shiwan snorted coldly and pushed his palm outward suddenly. An invisible energy burst out instantly and turned into a barrier to block his move. The two consume each other. This Su Shiwan really has some skills. He can actually block Hua Lei Ting's move. How terrifying. Everyone stared at the stage with wide eyes. They didn't expect that Hua Lei Ting couldn't do anything to Su Shiwan. The black robe on Su Shiwan's body rustled, and he looked like a demon god, exuding tremendous momentum. Do you think Su Shiwan can still win the game? That's not necessarily true. Hua Lei Ting's strength is more than just the first level of Qi and Blood. This Su Shiwan is truly a genius. In such a short time, he has actually broken through to the second level of Qi and Blood. Everyone was talking about it and became more and more curious about Su Shiwan. Hua Lei Ting sneered and said, Su Shiwan, don't you still accept your fate? Accept my fate? What kind of fate do I accept? I'm a natural-born king. Su Shiwan sneered coldly, his tone was arrogant and domineering. What a crazy tone. Hua Leiting was furious. His thunder body was already incredibly gifted, and with the added boost of the thunder sword, he was confident enough to kill this arrogant guy with his sword. Hua Leiting's strength is already terrifying. How much longer can Su Shiwang hold out? I don't know, but it definitely won't last more than an incense stick of time. Hua Leiting sneered and said, Su Shiwang, you asked for this. If that's the case, then prepare to die. It's you who will die. Su Shiwang sneered, moved his body, and rushed out. Su Shiwang turned his wrist, and the thunder sword drew an arc, carrying a terrifying lightning wave, and stabbed towards Hua Leiting. Hua Leiting snorted coldly and swung the sword in his hand forward. Clang! The two weapons collided with each other, making a sound of metallic collision. The terrifying shock wave spread out, cracking the surrounding ground and causing dust to fly. Neither Su Shiwang nor Hua Leiting retreated even a single step. Nice body, worthy of being the Su family's genius. And even more worthy of being that man's son. It seems his previous dandy behavior was all an act. Yes, the fact that he could fight Hua Leiting on equal terms is enough to prove how terrifying he is. Hua Leiting's expression changed. Su Shiwang, you are indeed very strong. However, you are still no match for me. Hua Leiting showed a ferocious smile on his face, and the aura on his body rose wildly. The energy and blood in his body flowed into the sword, causing a dazzling blue electric light to bloom on the sword body, like a scorching sun, emitting scorching heat. Hua Leiting will finally show his true strength. Can Su Shiwang withstand his attack? On the viewing platform, many people clenched their hands nervously, their breathing became heavy, and their eyes were fixed on Su Shiwang and Hua Leiting on the ring. On the ring, the two men each held a weapon, confronting each other, neither of them willing to admit defeat. I want to see how long you can hold on. Hua Leiting roared and swung his sword with terrifying force, like a falling meteorite. Su Shiwang waved his hand, and the thunder sword in his hand slashed fiercely. The two collide. A burst of excitement. Hua Leiting's attack was blocked by Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang always faced it calmly and with ease. Something's wrong. Why does it feel like Su Shiwang is playing Hua Leiting? Yes. And Su Shiwang's physique is really strange. It seems that lightning power is useless in front of him? Could it be that he also has a special physique? Hua Leiting gradually became anxious. The thunder sword in his hand emitted a brilliant light, and a layer of blue lightning halo flowed on it, like a dragon. Thunderstorm, explode! Hua Leiting roared, and swung the thunder sword fiercely, bringing up a terrifying hurricane. Chaos is limitless. Su Shiwang waved his hand, and a terrifying devouring force burst out from his palm, as if it wanted to devour everything. The two forces collided, causing waves of terrifying ripples. Rumble. The terrifying energy exploded, raising a huge cloud of smoke that obscured everything. Su Shiwang and Hua Leiting each took a few steps back, neither daring to take it lightly. Hua Leiting, today I will make you pay the price. Su Shiwang's whole body was burning with flames, and the power of his qi and blood continued to rise, like a flaming phoenix, with an astonishing pressure. Boom! Hua Leiting also released powerful energy and blood. The blood-red spear in Su Shiwang's hand condensed into a giant lotus, blooming with a dazzling red color and emitting a shocking murderous intent. Hua Leiting slashed down with the thunder sword in his hand, and a shining thunder turned into a giant silver snake hundreds of feet in size, biting towards Su Shiwang. Boom! Boom! The entire training ground was in an uproar. Many teenagers were stunned. Su Shiwang's aura was so terrifying that it frightened everyone. No, I have to get out of here. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll vomit blood. What a terrifying aura. It's horrible. I can't stay here any longer. Chapter 56. You are still far away. Su Shiwang, do you think I have no way to deal with you? Hua Leiting's face turned ashen, his eyes were red, and the energy and blood in his body surged out wildly. Lightning beads emerged and burst into brilliant light. Thunderstorm. Chaos is limitless. Boom! The two bodies shook and turned into two blurry shadows, colliding violently again. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the smoke on the ring was completely blown away, revealing the figures of two people. At this moment, Hua Leiting's face was covered with bloodstains hanging from the corners of his mouth. His eyes were filled with fear, and his clothes were already tattered and in a very miserable state. On the other hand, Su Shiwang stood there motionless, his clothes intact, and not even a speck of dust floating on the ends of his hair. Hua Leitang, is this all you can do? I'll take your life. Su Shiwan looked at Hua Leitang with a mocking expression. No. How can this be possible? Su Shiwan, you can't be my opponent. Hua Leitang shook his head, his face full of horror, his eyes filled with bloodshot. Hua Leitang, you overestimate yourself. Su Shiwan said indifferently. At this time, Hua Leitang was almost crazy. If he lost, Su Shiwan was afraid that he would really take his life. No, let's fight. Hua Leitang roared, and the power of thunder in his body began to circulate wildly. His body expanded and turned into a giant more than 3 meters tall. What's going on? Everyone widened their eyes. This is... Many people were so frightened that their faces turned pale and fear flashed in their eyes. How is this possible? This is my ultimate move, the Thunder Dragon technique. It allows me to transform into a giant thunder beast and destroy my opponent in one fell swoop. Hua Leitang said coldly. Thunder Dragon roar. A roar spread throughout the fields, and in the sky, a thunder dragon thousands of feet in size soared. The terrifying power enveloped all directions and swept across the entire square. Su Shiwan, although your strength is better than mine, unfortunately, your physique is still inferior. There was a cold light flashing in Hua Leitang's eyes, and he punched out. Boom! A dazzling thunder dragon, carrying terrifying power, slammed into Su Shiwan. The thunder dragon bared its fangs and claws, as if it wanted to devour Su Shiwan. Su Shiwan's expression became solemn, and with a flick of his hand, the blood-red spear burst out with a dazzling blood-red light. Chaos is limitless. A terrifying vortex appeared out of nowhere, and a devouring force spread out from it, sweeping towards the thunder dragon. Snap! Snap! The two forces collided with each other, making a terrifying sound, and shattered like glass, forming a terrifying energy storm. The young men who were watching on the side flew out one after another, their faces pale. Puff! Puff! Both of them spat out a mouthful of blood, their bodies swayed, and both were seriously injured. Hua Leitang's body was shaky, and he looked at Su Shiwan with an unwilling look on his face. Su Shiwan's face didn't look much better, and his breath was a little disordered. I didn't expect that Hua Leitang had such a life-threatening trick. This is trouble. Thunder Dragon destroyed. A ferocious look flashed in Hua Leitang's eyes, and the power of thunder in his body became more and more violent. The Thunder Dragon roared and attacked Su Shiwan. This time, the Thunder Dragon was even more ferocious, emitting terrifying waves that seemed able to flatten an entire mountain. Damn it! Su Shiwan's face darkened, and the blood-red spear in his hand shot out. A blood-red streak shot up into the sky and met the Thunder Dragon. Bang! With a muffled sound, the blood-colored streak disappeared in an instant. The Thunder Dragon continued to pounce towards Su Shiwan. Su Shiwan's body was forced to retreat 5 or 6 steps before he barely stopped. Su Shiwan, you've already lost. It's not too late to admit defeat. As long as you promise to kneel down and beg for mercy, I will spare your life. Hua Leitang said arrogantly. Su Shiwan sneered, I'm just giving in to you. I haven't even used half of my strength. After saying that, the blood-red spear in Su Shiwan's hand suddenly exploded, turning into blood-red petals floating in the air. This is the Su family's phantom spear technique. What on earth happened to Su Shiwan? How did he suddenly go from a loser to a peerless genius? Many people were shocked by Su Shiwan's performance. Su Shiwan said disdainfully, Hua Leitang, I admit that you're barely worthless, but in my eyes, you're still far from it. Hua Leitang's pupils contracted violently. You're looking for death. Thunder Dragon destroyed. Hua Leitang held the lightning sword in both hands, and the lightning power in his body once again poured into the blade, making the lightning power on the blade even more intense. Then, the Thunder Dragon roared and turned into a huge purple Thunder Dragon, roaring and rushing towards Su Shiwan. Su Shiwan snorted coldly, and the spear in his hand burst out with dazzling light. Chaos is limitless. Break it for me. A long spear burst out with endless brilliance and turned into chaos. Boom! A deafening explosion was heard, and the Thunder Dragon was directly smashed into pieces, turning into wisps of thunder power and dissipating in the air. Su Shiwan had a blank expression on his face. His body swayed slightly before he stabilized himself. What? Hua Leitang's eyes were wide open, his eyeballs almost popping out, and his face looked extremely ugly. You actually blocked all my attacks? Su Shiwan smiled faintly and said, I don't want to play with you anymore. Let's end it. Hopefully, you. Hua Leiting's face became extremely ugly, his eyes turned red, and the murderous intent in his eyes became more and more intense. Thunder Dragon destroyed. Hua Leiting roared, and the power of thunder and lightning in his body once again surged into the thunder and lightning sword, turning into a terrifying thunder dragon. The thunder dragon roared and rushed towards Su Shiwang with the tremendous power of thunder. Su Shiwang's eyes were cold. Chaos is limitless. A shot was fired. The tip of the spear burst out with brilliant light, as if it penetrated all obstacles and pierced the thunder dragon. Snap! The thunder dragon transformed by Hua Leiting shattered directly and turned into specks of lightning and dissipated into nothingness. Puff! Hua Leiting spat out a mouthful of blood, flew backwards, fell to the ground, and shook for a while. He looked up at Su Shiwang, with shock and disbelief in his eyes. You're a monster. Su Shiwang has been possessed by an evil spirit. Kill him now. Hua Leiting screamed in despair, and his eyes were full of helplessness and sorrow as he looked around. Chapter 57: The Clash of the Two Geniuses of the Su Family. Watching Su Shiwang approaching step by step with a spear in hand, Hua Leiting was so scared that he peed his pants. Seeing that the situation was not good, the masters of the Hua family wanted to go on the ring to save Hua Leiting. After all, Hua Leiting was the strongest genius of their Hua family and was also regarded as the hope of the Hua family. It would be such a pity if he was killed before he could grow up. But Sui Feng only snorted lightly, and the Hua family masters present trembled all over and were unable to move. Sui Feng stood there, and a powerful aura burst out, as if a god had descended, suppressing the Hua family masters so much that they couldn't breathe. Who dares? Sui Feng glanced at the Hua family master indifferently, his voice extremely cold. Those Hua family masters couldn't help but tremble and didn't dare to resist at all. The Su family is one of the 4 superpowers. How could a group of warriors from an ordinary family dare to disobey them? Please, Master Su, spare our Leiting. We are willing to pay the price. An old man gritted his teeth. The faces of several elders of the Hua family turned pale. Sui Feng snorted coldly, price? What price can you offer? The old man remained silent. Sui Feng continued, Hope, kill him. No. Our Hua family can invest tens of billions. Oh? You want to buy this kid's life for 10 billion? Is he so worthless? Don't want. Oh? You want to buy this kid's life with 10 billion? Sui Feng sneered. A hint of embarrassment appeared on the old man's face. Hundreds of billions are indeed nothing to a behemoth like the Su family. Whatever you want, my Hua family will give it to you. I want 60% of your Huajia Group's shares. Also, I heard your family seems to have a fragrant Qilua grass. Give it to me. What? Fragrant Qilua grass? A look of surprise appeared on the face of the old man from the Hua family, and then his expression suddenly changed. Mr. Su, the fragrant Qilua grass is a natural treasure that our Hua family doesn't have. This? No? No, forget it. Hope, kill this guy. Sui Feng glanced at him indifferently, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. It seemed that Su Shiwang's spear was about to pierce Hua Leiting's head. The Hua family members were immediately anxious and said, Give it to us. We'll give it to you all. Everyone in the Hua family knows how precious the genius Hua Leiting is to the Hua family. This is the hope for the Hua family's rise. They would rather hand over the entire Hua family than see Hua Leiting die. Since you all agree, I hope you'll spare this guy's life and break his arm to teach him a lesson. Sui Feng said lightly. Hua Leiting was so scared that he peed his pants. Forgive me, forgive me. Master Hope, I will never dare to provoke you again. I was wrong, please spare my life, Master Hope. Hua Leiting said with a pleading look on his face. Hua Leiting always looked so arrogant in front of everyone, but now he was crawling on the ground like a dead dog, begging for mercy. Hope, please let him go. The other members of the Hua family also had sad faces. Snort. Su Shiwang kicked him dozens of meters away. Su Qingfeng, come up and fight. Everyone present looked at Su Qingfeng. Su Qingfeng, apparently the strongest genius of the Su family, at least that was the case before Su Shiwang appeared out of nowhere. At such a young age, he has already reached the half-step Qi and blood stage, and even achieved a good result of ranking 76th on the potential list. He can be said to be a leader of the younger generation in Yanjing. But everyone knows that Su Qingfeng and Su Shiwang's fiancé have an ambiguous relationship. Today, Su Shiwang has been reborn, and a battle with Su Qingfeng is inevitable. But everyone knows that Su Shiwang is no longer the same as before. At the Lin family, Lin Qingshue's gaze switched back and forth between Su Shiwang and Su Qingfeng, her heart filled with anxiety. Today, Su Shiwang can be said to be the strongest genius she has ever seen except Zhou Feng. It can even be said that Lin Qingshue is now somewhat out of reach for Su Hope. She was very worried that Su Qingfeng would lose to Su Shiwang. At this moment, Su Qingfeng still appeared to be so gentle and polite, but in fact, his heart was already in turmoil. After a long while, he finally gathered his composure and spoke slowly. Young Master Hope has made great progress. Qingfeng knows he cannot defeat you, but he is willing to ask for your guidance. The contest between the two geniuses of the Su family has begun. The Su family's senior executives had solemn expressions, their eyes fixed on the ring. Su Shiwang and Su Qingfeng are both the pride of the Su family, so they naturally don't want anyone to get hurt. Young master, your cultivation progress is so fast. I wonder if you have any secrets. Could you share them with Qingfeng? Su Qingfeng clasped his fist slightly, looking very elegant. Su Shiwang said coldly, there's no secret, it's just extraordinary talent. Su Qingfeng shook his head inside. Of course, being gifted is a good thing, but being too conceited can also put you at a disadvantage. After saying that, Su Qingfeng stared at Su Shiwang with burning eyes. Su Shiwang raised his eyebrows. So, you're still not convinced? I'm very dissatisfied. Su Qingfeng's eyes were as fast as lightning. If he wins today, then the Su family's resources will naturally be more inclined towards the disciples of his branch. But if he loses, there will definitely be fewer resources allocated to him. So he would never allow this to happen. The eyes of Su Qingfeng and Su Shiwang collided instantly, and sparks flew. Master Hope, be careful. Su Qingfeng bowed. Whoosh. The next second, Su Qingfeng suddenly rushed out. Boom. He is as fast as a meteor. In just a blink of an eye, he had flown over dozens of meters and appeared in front of Su Shiwang. Bang! Su Qingfeng's right fist smashed forward with fierce force. This punch was packed with tremendous power, making people feel as if they were struck by lightning. Before the fist arrived, a scorching flame appeared in Su Qingfeng's palm. His attack was swift, like a meteor chasing the moon. Su Shiwang remained calm and raised his left arm to block. The two men punched each other. Bang! Su Shiwang was knocked back dozens of meters, his body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. Su Qingfeng stopped steadily. Your strength is very strange. You have been hiding it all along. Su Shiwang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of admiration. Su Qingfeng's face was calm as he bowed and said, I hope the young master will show mercy. Su Shiwang had just experienced a battle, and the spiritual energy in his body was somewhat depleted, but at this moment he did not dare to underestimate the enemy. The Su Qingfeng in front of him was at least at the third level of qi and blood cultivation. I just don't know why he has been hiding his strength. Maybe it's because of the competition for the Dragon Mansion spot today. What a deep scheme. Master Hope, look at the sword. Su Qingfeng smiled slightly, and a dark green 3-foot-long sword suddenly appeared in his hand, with an extremely sharp edge. As soon as this dagger appeared, the temperature around it suddenly dropped a lot, as if water was about to drip out. A cold murderous intent spread towards Su Shiwang. This is a real sharp blade, stained with endless blood. It is a weapon that has struggled to rise from the sea of corpses and blood. Su Shiwang's eyelids twitched. This Su Qingfeng was much stronger than he had imagined. This sword is called the Jade Sword. It's incredibly powerful. I found it in a secret realm. Su Qingfeng said with a smile, his eyes full of confidence. Chapter 58. Rain falls across the 9 states, thousands of storms gather together. Wind God body. Su Shiwang's thoughts suddenly became stronger, the blood-colored spear condensed, and 9 real dragon phantoms appeared on the blood-colored spear. Sister-in-law, did you suddenly give this kid some inheritance or treasure? How many cards does this kid have? What's the matter with these 9 real dragons? In the stands, Sui Feng looked at his sister-in-law Lu Qingyan with a confused look on his face. Lu Qingyan rolled her eyes and said unhappily, do you think I gave it to him? I just hoped to live an ordinary and happy life. How could I let him suddenly become stronger? Becoming stronger also means encountering more dangers. I guess it was left to him by your eldest brother. Su Yifeng curled his lips. This kid has a special physique. I think he is at least a class 1 physique. How many good things has Big Brother left for him? Lu Qingyan didn't bother to pay attention to him and continued to pay attention to the battle situation on the ring. This kid is quite lucky, he took out a good weapon from the secret realm. Su Yifeng said slowly. Jade sword. Slash. Su Qingfeng roared angrily and thrust out the sword in his hand. The sword tip cut through the sky, making a whistling sound. This sword contains extremely terrifying murderous intent. When the sword came out, it seemed as if even the clouds in the sky were cut apart. Su Qingfeng's speed was so fast that he approached Su Shiwang in the blink of an eye. Bang! The tip of the sword directly pierced Su Shiwang's protective chi, causing sparks to burst out. Su Qingfeng was slightly startled, and then his pupils contracted violently. Because the sword in his hand was rebounded and bounced away. This is a real psychic weapon. How is that possible? Su Qingfeng looked incredulous, then gritted his teeth and said, I hope master, come again. Su Qingfeng's eyes were red, and his aura suddenly soared. He rushed forward again. Su Shiwang had a stern expression and kept dodging. Su Qingfeng stabbed with sword after sword, and every time, he was able to accurately stab Su Shiwang. Bang, bang, bang. Su Qingfeng swung the sword in his hand like rain hitting banana leaves. Every sword strike makes people feel tremendous oppression. Each of Su Qingfeng's sword strikes was filled with a strong murderous intent, and this murderous intent almost became material, enveloping Su Shiwang. Although Su Shiwang's body was protected, he could still clearly feel the murderous intent constantly eroding his flesh. Su Qingfeng wants to kill him completely. Hypocritical. Su Qingfeng's sword is sharper and faster than the last. Every sword strike caused a harsh friction sound in the air. Bang! Another sword stabbed. A streak of blood appeared on Su Shiwang's arm, and he staggered back a few steps. A hint of joy flashed in Su Qingfeng's eyes. Su Shiwang's face darkened and he exerted force on his feet to avoid it again. Su Qingfeng struck again with his sword, still a deadly killing move. A hint of horror flashed in Su Shiwang's eyes. This Su Qingfeng was indeed the strongest genius of the Su family. His strength really exceeded his expectations. Su Shiwang met the attack with a spear, and with a flick of his wrist, the jade sword collided fiercely with the long sword in Su Qingfeng's hand. For a moment, a bright and dazzling sword light illuminated the entire world. On the stage, the figures of Su Qingfeng and Su Shiwang were both blurry. Boom, boom, boom. The fight between the two caused the entire square to shake. For a moment, everyone held their breath. Su Qingfeng is a true genius and ranks among the best among the younger generation. And what about Su Shiwang, the dark horse that appeared out of nowhere? Whoever wins between the two of them will determine the future leader of the Su family. All the audience were extremely nervous. On the ring, Su Qingfeng swept the sword in his hand, causing a gust of wind that picked up the fallen leaves on the ground and shot towards Su Shiwang. Bang, 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 bang. The fallen leaves were chopped into pieces by Su Qingfeng's sword, but when they fell on Su Shiwang, they only left a shallow mark on his body's protective chi, without causing any harm. Su Qingfeng frowned. He originally thought that his attack power was already invincible, but he didn't expect that there was still someone who could resist his attack. As expected of that man's son. Then use this trick. Su Qingfeng secretly admired. In that case, let me show you what true strength is. Su Qingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly. Su Qingfeng swept his sword across, and suddenly a galaxy appeared in the sky. This is the Su family's unique advanced martial art falling star sword technique. Falling star sword technique. Su Qingfeng spoke the truth, and his voice shook the sky. The Milky Way exploded in an instant, like a fairy scattering flowers from heaven, scattering sword energy all over the sky and sweeping in all directions. Hey! Not only did Su Qingfeng hide his strength, he even learned the falling star sword technique. This falling star sword technique is the Su family's unique skill. This kid actually mastered the falling star sword technique. Who the hell is he? It's rumored that the falling star sword technique was created by Su Shiwang's father. Ever since that man left for a distant land, no one in the Su family has been able to learn this sword technique in all these years. Interesting, using Su Shiwang's father's swordsmanship to defeat Su Shiwang, it's really interesting. The Su family disciples began to discuss. Everyone present was a core member of the Su family, and of course they knew a lot about Su Shiwang. At this moment, seeing Su Qingfeng perform the falling star sword technique, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Master Hope, this move can be regarded as the beginning of your failure. Su Qingfeng stood proudly in the air, his robes rustling, and his gaze was like a god looking down at an ant looking at Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang's face was indifferent, his eyes slightly drooped, as if he didn't take these falling star sword techniques to heart at all. He raised the spear in his hand and thrust it out suddenly. A silver light flashed, and 9 long dragons gushed out from the spear, meeting the falling star swords that were falling from the sky. The silver light was brilliant and shining, and the 9 silver dragons collided wildly with those falling star swords, stirring up ripples. The 2 men separated as soon as they touched each other, retreating 3 feet. Su Shiwang stood firmly with no expression on his face. Su Qingfeng's face was filled with astonishment. Su Shiwang actually blocked his attack? How is that possible? This move is a sure kill. Su Qingfeng couldn't believe it. He suddenly activated his true energy and a terrifying sword power burst out. Swish! Su Qingfeng's sword disappeared in an instant, turning into thousands of sword energies, strangling Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang held the gun with both hands, shook it, and the spear was as fast as lightning, and he shot it out. The tip of the spear collided with the sword, making a huge collision sound. Both of them retreated backwards. The 2 men each retreated 5 or 6 steps before stopping. A cold light flashed in Su Shiwang's eyes. He used the 8th level of strength in this move. Ha ha ha, good. 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 Master Hope, today, I must kill you, otherwise, you will always be a stumbling block for me, Su Qingfeng, and you will always be just my foil. Su Qingfeng's face turned ashen, and his eyes were full of ferocity. Su Shiwang is the hope for the future of the Su family. If he is not eliminated, he will not be able to sleep or eat. Su Shiwang said calmly, I don't like being used as a pawn either. After saying that, he stepped on the mysterious steps of Bagua, his body suddenly accelerated, and rushed towards Su Qingfeng. His figure was like a ghost, leaving several afterimages in the air, and in the blink of an eye he appeared in front of Su Qingfeng. Ding ding ding! Su Qingfeng quickly threw a punch to block. Su Shiwang's spear was as fast as lightning. With one thrust, he directly knocked Su Qingfeng's fist away. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and Su Qingfeng took 7 or 8 steps back, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He raised his head, his face full of anger. Not bad, you were able to take my attack. Su Shiwang raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. In this battle, it seemed that the 2 were evenly matched, but in fact Su Qingfeng was at a disadvantage. Su Qingfeng's hair was disheveled, his clothes were torn, and his robe was torn, with strands of blood flowing down. Master, you are a hidden talent. It seems that Qingfeng will not be able to defeat you unless he shows his true ability. I wonder if young master knows why Qingfeng stands out among so many geniuses in Yinjing? Su Qingfeng walked over slowly, his murderous intent growing stronger. Because my physique is the strongest of the first kind, the wind god body, it's not comparable to Hua Leitang's second-class spiritual body. Su Shiwang's eyes flickered slightly. Wind god body. What kind of physique is this? Suddenly, the sky and the earth changed color, the wind was howling, and dark clouds covered the entire arena. The dark clouds rolled, and tiny raindrops dripped from them. The raindrops fell on the ring, making a pat-pat sound, and actually created puddles on the ground. Such a terrifying pressure, these raindrops must be extraordinary. Su Shiwang's expression grew a bit more serious. Rain falls across the 9 states, and countless thunder and lightning gather. Today, I'll let you know the power of the wind god body. Su Qingfeng's eyes suddenly opened, and a vast and abyssal pressure spread out. Su Shiwang's pupils suddenly contracted. Bolts of lightning fell from the sky like sharp arrows. The raindrops hit the lightning and turned it into charcoal, and it kept piling up. In the end, all the thunder and lightning gathered together, and were more than 10 feet thick. And in the center of those thunder and lightning, a huge ball of thunder was constantly spinning. Waves of terrifying pressure emanated from the huge thunderball, which made people feel a chill in their hearts. The thunderball was spinning in the air, and lightning bolts kept falling from it. Each bolt of lightning is as thick as a bowl, and is still growing bigger. Boom! The sound was huge and deafening. Get out of the way! What a terrifying pressure! Is this going to destroy the world? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. And in the midst of those thunder and lightning, Su Shiwang felt a great danger. Without thinking, he ran away. Boom! Lightning fell from the sky and hit the ring hard, splashing a large number of sparks. Crack! Suddenly, a huge crack appeared on the ring. The crack is getting bigger and bigger. Soon it covered the entire arena. Crash! The crack collapsed, and a huge ball of thunder condensed in the air. The thunder ball emits brilliant light. Make some hope and be locked onto this thunderball. Su Shiwan's pupils suddenly contracted. Damn it! He suddenly bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, a red lotus appeared behind Su Shiwan and lifted him up. Bang, bang, bang. The red lotus flowers fell towards the thunderball like raindrops. Bang! When the red lotuses met the thunderballs, they suddenly blossomed with dazzling brilliance, as gorgeous and beautiful as fireworks. The red lotuses and thunderballs resisted each other and constantly consumed each other's strength. Su Qingfeng stared at the thunderball in the sky, his eyes filled with heat. His wind god body is his strongest support and his trump card. He has always believed that he is invincible and no one can do anything to him. Even the older generation of strong men in the Su family have to give him some face. And now, he has met his opponent, an opponent who makes him feel an unprecedented threat. I hope you will admit defeat, young master, and don't waste this friendship between us brothers. Su Qingfeng spoke coldly, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty murderous intent. I won't give up. Su Shiwan shook his head with a smile on his face. I hope, master, you won't force me to use my trump card. Su Qingfeng's eyes were cold. I, Su Qingfeng, will clear away all stumbling blocks. Su Shiwan's lips curled up, then let's give it a try. Boom! A cold light flashed in Su Qingfeng's eyes. With a wave of his hand, the thunderball crushed towards Su Shiwan again. Bang! Su Shiwan was smashed into the ring again, creating a huge deep pit. I hope you will admit, young master, that you are no match for me. I don't want to kill you. If I kill you, the family will not let me go. There was a look of contempt on Su Qingfeng's face. Then let's see who dies first. Su Shiwan stood up. His aura instantly reached its peak. An unparalleled aura was released from him. Wind God technique. Sweeping away everything in its path. Su Qingfeng shouted softly, and endless white beams of light appeared around him. In the beams of light, faint sounds of dragons and phoenixes roaring could be heard. Su Shiwan's pupils contracted violently. I didn't expect it. Su Qingfeng from the Su family actually has the same physique, the wind god body. A supreme physique. It seems the Su family will still be the dominant family in the future. If you want to have hope, you're doomed. Although Su Shiwan is extremely talented, he is not of the same physical type after all. Yes, it's already very difficult for him to hold on until now. How can he resist the wind god body now? The people around were talking about it and were very impressed by Su Qingfeng's strength. Su Shiwan whispered, as expected of a supreme physique. There was no trace of fear on his face. Instead, it is filled with excitement and anticipation. I hope you don't have to fight like a trapped beast. Just admit defeat and I won't make things difficult for you. Su Qingfeng said indifferently, his tone filled with arrogance. Give up? You think it's too simple. Su Shiwan's lips curled up in a cold arc. Have you ever heard that there is always someone better than you? There's always someone better than you. Ha, Master Hope, you're a little too confident. Su Qingfeng snorted coldly, wind god technique. Storm hammer. As soon as the words fell, the thunderball suddenly exploded, turning into countless lightning bolts, sweeping madly in all directions. Those countless lightning bolts, like sharp knives, stabbed towards Su Shiwan. Those lightning bolts were so fast that they seemed to penetrate the air. Chapter 59: A Battle of Geniuses, a Life or Death Struggle. Those lightning bolts were mixed with the terrifying power of thunder. Wherever they passed, the void twisted and shattered, and space cracks spread across the entire square. Boom! Endless lightning formed a huge black hole in the air. The black hole was tens of meters long and swallowed everything. Strands of lightning surged out from it, moving countless geniuses. Zhou Feng sat behind Lin Qingxue and said softly, Miss Qingxue, agree to cooperate with me. No matter who wins, you will have a hard time making a decision. Su Qingfeng's wind god body is nearing minor perfection. Su Shiwan is no match for him, but Su Qingfeng doesn't dare to kill him. If you hesitate any longer, I can't guarantee your safety or that of your Lin family. You must know that Su Shiwan really dislikes you, and if you're of no use, even a hypocritical person like Su Qingfeng won't pay any attention to you. Only my Zhou family can help you. Lin Qingxue frowned and said nothing, still hesitating in her heart. She was so surprised by the strength displayed by Su Shiwang. It's really scary. The old men from the Su family branch looked at the black hole nervously, their eyes full of excitement. Su Qingfeng's performance exceeded their expectations. This little bastard, his wind god body is almost complete. I have to send Hope into the secret realm to hone his skills. Sui Feng looked at the black hole and muttered to himself. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyan glared at Sui Feng fiercely, making Sui Feng feel goosebumps all over his body. He quickly touched his head and said with a smile, "You're just kidding, sister-in-law." Just kidding. What? Close to the minor success stage? Upon hearing this, the members of the Su family's main branch widened their eyes in shock. Their eyes were all cast on Su Qingfeng, and each pair of eyes was filled with complicated expressions. The wind god body ranks 43rd among the many types of strongest physical constitutions. Although he is not the best among the strongest physiques, he is also a top-level existence. Moreover, at Su Qingfeng's age, his physique is close to small success. It can be said that as long as he does not die, he will definitely become a supreme being of his generation. But now, how old is he? He is only 20 years old, and he has reached this point. In recent years, there have been only a handful of such monstrous geniuses. If such a genius rises in the world of cultivation, he will surely sweep away everything in the future and become the new supreme. And these older generation senior executives will also benefit greatly. The Su family will also usher in an even more glorious era. Why is Qingfeng hiding so deeply? It's a good thing to be hidden deep. Before a genius grows up, the most taboo thing is to be discovered. Although I hope that young master's strength will improve quickly, it is still far behind Qingfeng's potential. How can a firefly compete with the bright moon? As long as Su Qingfeng wins this time, our branch will devote all its resources to train him and help him reach the top. The old men of the Su family branch were very excited. They knew that such talent had unlimited potential. The future of the Su family is definitely in the hands of Su Qingfeng. And this is exactly what they are happy to see. Now they are a side branch, and when Su Qingfeng grows up, it's hard to say what will happen. Sister-in-law, why don't we stop here? Su Qingfeng must have received some inheritance in the secret realm. If we continue fighting, our chances of winning are slim. He has only just recovered from his injuries, and if he gets into another accident, he might suffer sequelae. Sui Feng frowned and advised. Are you worried about him getting hurt now? What were you doing before? Why didn't you think so last time when you left him alone in such a dangerous place? Lu Qingyan glared at him fiercely, then looked towards the arena. It's still unknown who will win or lose, but there seems to be a chaotic aura around Shuang. Chaos? Sister-in-law, stop kidding. I've traveled all over the place and haven't seen a chaos body before. That thing is just a legend. Although Hope has extraordinary talent, I don't think a chaos body is realistic. Chaos returns to unity. Su Shiwang holds a blood-red spear in his hand, and his aura soars into the sky. On the tip of the gun, blood was flowing, dazzling, and brilliant. Fuck. Chaos aura. Sui Feng was chatting calmly with his sister-in-law, but the next second, when he saw the chaotic aura coming from Su Shiwang, he exclaimed in surprise and his face changed drastically. Chaos. I don't know if it's a chaotic body, but it's definitely related to chaos. However, the chaotic aura is still relatively weak now, and even a strong man like him can only vaguely feel it. He could feel that Su Shiwan's breath was not stable. Even the chaotic aura on Su Shiwan's body was obviously scattered. However, this feeling is also extremely terrifying. The chaotic aura on the tip of the gun made people involuntarily feel a sense of submission. This is the power of chaos. There is no chaotic aura on my eldest brother, so where does this kid get the chaotic aura? Could it be that the eldest brother left some treasure for this kid? Hiss. Why does Su Shiwan's physical strength seem even stronger than the wind god's body? That's impossible. If Su Shiwan had the strongest physique, the Su family would have known it long ago. How could they have kept it secret for so long? And we don't feel there's anything special about Su Shiwan's physique. He's just incredibly strong. Su Shiwang has only been practicing for a short time, while Su Qingfeng is a well-known genius. There's no comparison between the two. What kind of physique is this Su Shiwang? Could it be that he inherited his father's incredibly strong physique? His aura is definitely different. Everyone was shocked. Zhou Feng's pupils even constricted. He felt a terrifying pressure hitting his heart. Although Su Qingfeng showed great strength, he was still a little immature in front of him. But Su Shiwang really made him feel a huge threat. Su Qingfeng's wind god body is known as a first-class physique, but at this moment he felt the fear of his soul in front of Su Shiwang. This kind of pressure from the soul has nothing to do with strength. He has only felt it in that mysterious inheritance. Could it be that Su Shiwang has the most powerful inheritance? When he thought of this, his heart started beating violently. No! Never lose to Su Shiwang. Otherwise, he, a genius from this branch of the family, would probably become a laughingstock. Su Qingfeng floated in mid-air, his eyes fixed on Su Shiwang on the stage, and he vowed in his heart, I will never allow myself to fail in this battle. Master Hope, I will never let you take away what belongs to me. Master, I hope you can handle this move of mine. Storm Sword Slash. Su Qingfeng let out a low shout and swung the jade sword in his hand, and suddenly a strong wind raged. The wind and clouds surged, sweeping across the world. The emerald green sword in his hand seemed to have transformed into a full moon. In the center of the full moon, sword beams shot out like falling stars, bombarding Su Shiwang. Boom! 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 A series of explosions sounded. Su Qingfeng's storm sword slash directly strangled the space around Su Shiwang into pieces. Boom! On the arena, the ground shook and smoke and dust billowed. Countless rocks were blown away. Did Su Shiwang lose? Storm sword slash. For someone of Su Qingfeng's age to have cultivated the wind god body to such a level, it's truly terrifying. What a shame. Su Shiwang is so young and has shown his talent so early. With his potential and qualifications, his future achievements will definitely not be inferior to Su Qingfeng. It's a pity that he chose the wrong time. It's better for Su Shiwang to be dead. The Su family has lost a genius. Countless discussions resounded through the sky. They all felt that Su Shiwang had lost. Su Qingfeng showed a sneer on his face, and even the referee was ready to declare Su Qingfeng the winner. At this moment, the smoke dissipated and Su Shiwang stepped out with a spear in his hand. His blood was boiling and his clothes were fluttering, as if a bloody god of war had descended. The spear, accompanied by a blood-red glow, pierced Su Qingfeng's chest. Chaos Spear Technique. Impossible. How is that possible? The expression on Su Qingfeng's face became extremely ferocious, and he retreated violently. But Su Shiwang's spear was too fast. His body twisted several times in the air, but unfortunately, he still couldn't avoid the move. The protective shield on Su Qingfeng's body was shattered, and the spear pierced his chest, leaving a bloody hole as big as a bull. Blood gushed out. Su Qingfeng's breath became fragmented. Su Shiwang stepped forward, his eyes filled with indifference. Tell me, if I slit your neck right now, will your blood splatter everywhere? As soon as he finished speaking, countless spectators couldn't help but gasp. Chapter 60, Just Let It Be the Dream of the Persistent Original Owner. Su Qingfeng doesn't dare to kill Su Shiwang, but that doesn't mean Su Shiwang doesn't dare to kill Su Qingfeng. The identities of the two are very different. Even if Su Shiwang killed Su Qingfeng, no one dared to say anything, even the old men in the branch didn't dare to say a word. Do they dare to seek revenge on Su Shiwang? Not to mention the countless strong men in the main lineage, nor Su Shiwang's father who has temporarily passed away and his second uncle who guards the border of China. Just talking about Su Shiwang's third uncle, the extremely secretive and low-key Sui Feng, and Su Shiwang's terrifying mother Lu Qingyan. Even if they were given 10 times the courage, they would not dare to touch Su Shiwang at all. Therefore, Su Shiwang really dared to kill a junior like Su Qingfeng, and he didn't have to worry about any punishment. Master, I hope you really want to kill me. Su Qingfeng gritted his teeth, his face turned pale, and after he finished speaking, he vomited blood again. He can't die. He has a secret inheritance. As long as he doesn't die, it is certain that he will become the strongest person in the future. You instigated Ling Xingxue behind my back and even used her to lure me, all for the sake of becoming the successor to the Su family. Tell me, do you deserve to die? Su Shiwang looked at Su Qingfeng indifferently. Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng's face suddenly darkened and he said, Master Hope, this is a bit too much. You and I are both members of the Su family. Why should my branch be inferior to your main branch? You've been the center of attention since you were little, enjoying all the resources of the Su family. I've worked so hard, but the resources I've received aren't even half of what you have. You're just a loser, What right do you have? Lin Xingxue and I grew up together as childhood sweethearts, but your family made you get engaged to her because of a word from your father and the old man of the Lin family. You never imagined that although Lin Xingxue was indifferent and disgusted with you, she was deeply in love with me and was extremely gentle. That's right, I don't love her. I only care about profit. I used her, but she was willing to be used by me. Do you understand? The woman you dreamed of but couldn't get, I easily won her heart. Su Shiwan, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply, but it doesn't matter if you defeated me. In the end, you still lost to me. I am the biggest winner. Did you hear that? Are you giving up now? Su Shiwang's face was calm, his eyes moving as he looked at Lin Xingxue, who was standing behind Su Qingfeng in a white dress. Lin Xingxue's pretty face turned pale, tears fell, but she couldn't utter a word. Seeing Su Shiwang defeat Su Qingfeng, she rushed onto the ring desperately to ask Su Shiwang to show mercy. But I heard such a tragic reality. She never thought that the boy she loved most was just using her. She couldn't accept this kind of thing. But looking at Su Qingfeng on the ring, she suddenly understood that people like Su Qingfeng only care about interests, and he will use any means to eliminate anyone who blocks his way. I have always been just a tool of Su Qingfeng. Xingxue, please listen to my explanation. I said these words only to give Su hope. Please listen to me, my love for you is evident to all. Pa! As soon as Su Qingfeng finished speaking, Lin Xingxue suddenly raised her hand and slapped Su Qingfeng hard in the face. Bitch! How dare you hit me? Su Qingfeng roared with blood on his face. Lin Xingxue's eyes were filled with strong hatred, and she said coldly, Su Qingfeng, I don't care whether you are using me or you truly love me, but from now on, there is no relationship between you and me. Bitch! You'll regret leaving me. I'm a future genius. Su Shiwang, from now on I will focus on loving you and never think of anything else. I will marry you properly, take care of you and raise your children, and stay by your side for the rest of my life. Lin Xingxue's voice was filled with determination. After she finished speaking, she threw herself into Su Shiwang's arms regardless of everything. This completely confused Su Shiwang. What are you doing? Damn it! I don't like you again. You said that, have you ever asked me how I feel? My God, this world is crazy. It's true. This woman can't be spoiled. The more you spoil her, the more of a jerk she becomes. If you bloom, butterflies will come. There is really nothing wrong with this. Su Shiwang stretched out his hand to push Lin Xingxue away, but he only saw his third uncle Sui Feng, who was known as an emotional guru and friend of women, shaking his head at him. Obviously, this was his battle-hardened uncle instructing him on how to win a woman's heart. But what can we do? The falling flowers have feelings, but the flowing water is heartless. Su Shiwan looked at Lin Xingxue, who was sobbing in his arms, sighed slightly, and felt mixed emotions. I'm still not cruel enough. Thinking of the original owner who had proposed marriage 249 times, Su Shiwang shook his head. By borrowing the original owner's body, I will fulfill his dream. Anyway, there is no way I can accept this woman. Love, hate, and vengeance belong to the original owner. What does it have to do with me, the host? Chapter 61. What? B level? Are you kidding me? He reached out and gently patted Lin Xingxue's back. All right, stop crying. Don't be such a fool and let others use you as a tool anymore. But don't bother me anymore. I don't love you. Lin Xingxue raised her head and looked at Su Shiwang, her beautiful eyes full of grievance. She didn't say anything, but just leaned gently on Su Shiwang's shoulder and shed tears silently. Zhou Feng in the audience sighed softly. Lin Xingxue fell towards Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang actually forgave her. His plan to alienate the Su family had failed. It was all Su Qingfeng's fault for being so stupid that he actually hurt Lin Xingxue's heart. Ding dong! The host has won the full affection of Lin Xingxue, fulfilled the original owner's wish, completed the main quest, and gained 100 charm points. Cultivation level +1, physical strength increased by 30%. The system's cold, mechanical prompt sounded, leaving Su Shiwang stunned for a moment. The dog system didn't say anything, and I thought it was dead. I didn't expect that this guy was so lively and even got a level up. You bastard system, you dare to show up after you've cheated me? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Host, stop bragging. You don't have the ability to kill me. Oh my God. Just like that, in full view of everyone. Su hoped to break through on the spot. Triple chi in blood. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? Su Shiwang actually made a breakthrough? How long has it been? However, they soon discovered that something even more bizarre had happened. They saw Su Shiwang actually moving forward step by step. The noise of this kid's breakthrough was quite loud, and the energy fluctuations were also a little weird. The spiritual energy within a radius of dozens of meters became chaotic, as if summoned by some mysterious force, and rushed towards Su Shiwang frantically. This is unscientific. What science can explain these days? For a while, there were all kinds of discussions. Su Shiwang swept the spear in his hand towards Su Qingfeng, intending to cut off Su Qingfeng's arm as a punishment. My friend, enough is enough. An old sigh came from afar, and Su Shiwang's attack could not advance any further. A huge pressure almost suffocated him. Everyone looked in the direction where the sound came from, and saw an old man with white hair and a youthful face standing in the air, with an unfathomable brilliance flashing in his cloudy eyes. The old man exuded powerful spiritual energy. Behind him followed two young men with cold faces and a girl in red. This is Reverend Bai from the Dragon Mansion. Some sharp-eyed people in the crowd exclaimed in surprise. The three people behind him should all be the pride of the Dragon Palace. The people from the Dragon Mansion are coming out. It seems that Su Qingfeng is still favored by the people in Longfu. What do you mean? This is a competition, and you dare to interfere? Su Shiwang frowned. Boy, how dare you question what Venerable Bai said? The young genius behind Venerable Bai looked at Su Shiwang with cold eyes. Venerable Bai is the Venerable of the Dragon Palace. How dare you disobey his words? Oh? Do you dare to hit me? What if I beat you to death? You're just a rookie. You think you can turn the tables with just the third level of chi and blood? Looking at the unfathomable strength of the people in front of him, Su Shiwang yawned and shouted, You said that, Uncle San, come quickly, someone said they want to beat me to death. Su Yifeng sat in the audience with a calm look on his face. On the one hand, he knew that Su Shiwang was also sensible and would not kill Su Qingfeng. On the other hand, the people in Long Mansion did not dare to touch Su Shiwang and only came forward to dissuade him. Uncle San, they called you a beast and said that your romantic reputation was in vain and that you were just a coward. Hearing this, Su Yi almost vomited blood. Don't these bastards know what kind of person he is? You little bastard, you're asking for a beating. Su Yifeng leaped into the air and grabbed the young prodigy like a chicken, beating him violently while cursing, You're the only one scolding me? You're so brave. I'll beat you to death. Tell me 100 times that I'm the coolest. The young genius screamed in pain and begged for mercy. The crowd in the audience was in chaos. Is this even possible? However, thinking of Su Yifeng's terrifying strength, everyone could only curse in their hearts that he deserved it. Uncle San, this guy has a foul mouth, why don't you beat him to death? Su Shiwang shouted at Su Yifeng with a smile. Su Yifeng. Everyone. This world is so mysterious. Ahem. The corner of Venerable Bai's mouth twitched, but he didn't stop. He just coughed twice and said, Master Su, let him go. Su Yifeng's face darkened upon hearing this. Old Bai, what do you mean? Are you protecting this little bastard? Dare to scold me? I'll slap him to death. Upon hearing this, Venerable Bai's mouth twitched. This naughty kid is really cruel. However, thinking of the support and background behind him, Venerable Bai resisted the urge to teach him a lesson and just smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's obviously your eldest nephew who is talking nonsense. But looking at Su Yifeng who was furious and Su Shiwang who was aggrieved, he looked at the man in front of him. Reverend Bai also knew that this person was waiting for him to give him some benefits. Your nephew is a good seedling. This time when he enters the Dragon Mansion, I will assess him as a B-level genius. And through my connections, I will arrange for 20 spiritual fruits and a set of B-level spiritual equipment for your nephew. Isn't that quite considerate, Mr. Su-san? Reverend Bai's words caused an uproar among the crowd again. 20 spiritual fruits were not enough, but the B-grade spiritual equipment was even more amazing. You have to know that ordinary spiritual weapons are hard to come by. Reverend Bai's face was full of smiles. That's more like it. Only then did Su Yifeng let go of the young genius in his hand with satisfaction. The man fell to the ground, looking confused. Wasn't he just beaten to a pulp? No, it was as if he was supported by an inexplicable force and did not fall at all. You're quite sensible, old man. What? Only B rank? I'm so strong, how can I not be an A rank genius? Su Shiwang said angrily. Chapter 62, It's a pity that I can't help you go to bed. Young Master Su, you may not know that the disciples who have just entered the Dragon Mansion are all C-level. Only extremely special disciples can be rated in advance. This can be regarded as compensation for young Master Su. I hope young Master Su will not be angry. Reverend Bai stroked his beard and said with a smile. Alright, then get out of the way. I'm going to beat Su Qingfeng up again to vent my anger. I didn't get enough of that just now. Ha, if Su Qingfeng is seriously injured again in his current state, it will affect his future cultivation foundation. I hope young Master Su will show mercy and leave it at that. After all, he is an A-level genius. Haha, Su Shiwang, I told you, you can't beat me. You still lost to me, B-level haha. Su Qingfeng was spitting blood and laughing at the same time. He had gone completely crazy. Me? A level? You rated me B-level and gave my defeated opponent a level. What are you thinking, old man? After hearing this, Su's hope exploded again. Is this bullying someone for having good character or something? This. Looking at the furious Su Shiwang, Venerable Bai was somewhat helpless. Young Master Su, this rating isn't determined by a single victory or defeat, but rather by each person's cultivation talent and physique. Just like Hani Jian, who's second on the potential list, he's been defeated in countless battles, yet he's repeatedly created miracles. This is because of his limitless potential and his unique sword form. A cheap body? You've been defeated in every battle, it's really cheap. Sword, never mind. If Master Su thinks it is, then that's it. Then tell me, how am I worse than Su Qingfeng? I beat him to the bone. Su Shiwang asked through gritted teeth. This. Venerable Bai frowned and said, Su Qingfeng is so young, yet his wind god body is nearing minor perfection. He will surely become a supremely powerful being in the future. Young Master Su, you don't have the strongest constitution yet. You still need to work hard at cultivation. Don't dwell on momentary rage, and don't stake your future on an uncertain one. Venerable Bai's words were very tactful. After all, no one wants to offend such a genius with a strong background. Although he is a genius, he is just an outstanding genius among geniuses. There are so many geniuses. Su Qingfeng roared, Su Shiwang, things change over time, don't look down on the young and poor. Give me some more time, and you will eventually be defeated by me. Su Shiwang squinted his eyes and looked at Su Qingfeng. He felt like he was the villain in a novel, while Su Qingfeng was the righteous boss. A bad premonition suddenly emerged in his heart. I hope that after you enter the Dragon Mansion, there will be other opportunities for rating. A higher rating means more training resources. Su Yifeng said slowly. Okay, since third uncle has said so, I won't bother with you, an old man with a white beard. Humph, my grandfather doesn't even bother to argue with you. Your talent is just mediocre in the Long Mansion. My grandfather gave you a B grade out of respect for your Su family. The red-dressed girl behind Reverend Bai snorted coldly and said with disdain. Oh? Little girl, what level are you? This lady and Ning Ao, whom you just slandered, are both B-level geniuses. Aren't you just like me? You're just a piece of shit, why are you pretending? Su Shiwang curled his lips, looking like he didn't care. You. Lecher. The red-dressed girl behind Reverend Bai shouted coldly, I'm going to show you what a genuine B grade is. After she finished speaking, she flashed and turned into a ball of fire, rushing towards Su Shiwang. Humph, let's see how you can withstand my blazing sun and burning heart. The girl in red screamed repeatedly, and the fiery sun blade in her hand shone brightly, turning into a wave of fire that rushed towards Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang's figure flashed and he disappeared from the spot. Then, he suddenly flashed and appeared behind the girl in red, punching her in the waist and sending her flying several feet away. Damn, a B-level genius is so pathetic. I thought they were powerful, but they're so weak. They're also called B-level geniuses? What a joke. The crowd watching suddenly burst into an uproar. They thought that this girl could compete with Su Shiwang, but they didn't expect that she would be defeated in one move. Linger, step back. Don't be rude. Reverend Bai frowned slightly and said in a deep voice. Snort. Then, she put away the fiery sunblade with a look of reluctance. This time, I am here on behalf of the Dragon Palace to recruit talented people to practice in the palace. There are 7 talented people with the potential to enter the Dragon Palace this time. What? Only 7 people? Yes. There are at least 300 or 400 geniuses from all over the country. There are dozens of spirits. It seems that ordinary spirits can't enter the gate of the Dragon Mansion. Yeah. Why is it so little? You don't understand. That's the Dragon Palace. A legendary place. Everyone was talking about it. Dragon Mansion. That's where geniuses gather, so many people can't get in even if they try their best. These geniuses are amazing in both strength and talent. If they can be cultivated in Longfu, their future achievements will be limitless. But the threshold of Dragon Mansion is too high. Only those with extraordinary potential can enter. Su Qingfeng, the wind god body Yuexian, the void god body Jingkong, the mysterious demon body Ning Hanzuang, the ice spirit body, and this, Su Shiwan, the eldest young master of the Su family. Others are introducing their physiques, but when it comes to me, I am the eldest son of the Su family? It's as if I got in through the back door. Su Shiwang's face was full of black lines, and his teeth were itching with anger. Okay, I won't say any more nonsense. Congratulations, everyone! As soon as Venerable Bai finished speaking, warm applause broke out from the surroundings. In 3 days, the Dragon Palace's plane will come to pick you up. I hope you will be ready. At night, Su's compound. Su hoped to lie on the recliner and gaze at the starry sky comfortably. The first place spirit pet egg in the competition has already been obtained. But what can be hatched from this spirit pet egg? Shanlong? Black tortoise? White tiger? Vermilion bird? It's exciting just thinking about it. Su Shiwang seemed to have seen himself riding a real dragon and flying in the sky. Su Xiaoro was wearing a hot red dress and lying beside Su Shiwan's legs, gently kneading them. Xiaoro, could you please not always dress so hotly? What if I, the young master, lose control one day? Su Xiaoro blushed slightly after hearing this and lowered her head and said, Master, whatever you want is fine. I'm always at your service. But master, you need to grow up quickly. My body is still not fully developed, so I can't serve you to bed. It's a pity. Cough, cough, cough. Su Shiwang spat out a mouthful of tea and almost choked to death. Su Shiwang glanced sideways slightly, but when his sight swept over a certain place, he couldn't help but shiver all over. He quickly turned his eyes away, not daring to continue looking down. He took a deep breath and calmed his restlessness. This little vixen is really going to defy the heavens. Is this not fully developed yet? Su Xiaoro frowned slightly when she saw this. Master, what's wrong with you? Ahem, I'm fine. Su Shiwang coughed dryly and shook his head quickly. Su Xiaoro pouted and stared at Su Shiwang with resentment. Master, do you dislike my figure? If you don't like it, I can change it. I promise to be more beautiful, seductive, and sexy than before. Su Shiwang's heart was already in tears. Damn, I'm just a little virgin. Can you please not talk to me in that tone? He was really worried that he wouldn't be able to control himself if he stayed any longer. Master, you don't agree? Su Xiaoro's eyes suddenly became moist. No, of course I agreed. Su Shiwang waved his hands quickly. This little devil Su Xiaoro is so good at acting cute. If he doesn't agree, she will probably cry soon. Chapter 63, Misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. What? You want me to marry her tonight? Then, thank you, master. Su Xiaoro burst into laughter and said, I will definitely not let you down. She turned around and found Ning Hansuang staggering towards her, staring at Su Shiwang with her eyes fixed on him. Su Shiwang. Su Xiaoro looked at Ning Hansuang, then at Su Shiwang, her expression a little strange, her eyes full of ambiguity. Master, Xiaoro will go down first. Please talk to Miss Ning slowly. Before Su Shiwang could stop her, Su Xiaoro had already slipped away. Su Shiwang looked at Ning Hansuang, who was wearing a light blue long dress. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyebrows and eyes were delicate, her facial features were beautiful, and she had an extraordinary demeanor. She exuded the ethereal aura of a fairy. Ning Hansuang reeked of alcohol, her face flushed, her eyes hazy with drunkenness, as she walked towards Su Shiwang step by step. The look in her eyes as she looked at Su Shiwang became more and more confused. Su Shiwang touched his nose uncomfortably. Han Shuang, do you have something to talk to me about? Do you like me? Ning Hansuang stared at Su Shiwang with her peach blossom eyes. which were full of anticipation and sweetness, as well as a hint of fear and cowardice. Su Shiwang was stunned for a moment, then gave a wry smile and said, "What do you think?" "That's love." Ning Hansuang grabbed Su Shiwang's hand and said, "Su Shiwang, I like you too." Su Shiwang tried to pull his hand away, but it was held even tighter. Ning Hansuang's breathing became a little disordered, and her pretty face was as red as blood, like a ripe apple, making people salivate. You know, you showed up when I was most helpless. You helped me and helped the Ning family come back to life. I always feel that you are a mysterious person. Although you are a bit bad, you are indeed a good person worthy of entrusting my life to. It is also because of the ice soul fruits you risked your life to bring back for me that my cultivation was able to advance by leaps and bounds, giving me the opportunity to enter the Dragon Mansion. I like you and I don't want you to leave me, so I want to be with you. Ning Hansuang took a deep breath, looked up, and stared at Su Shiwang with burning eyes, as if waiting for her to give him a clear answer. Su Shiwang was stunned when he heard this. Is this a confession? Why does it sound so weird? I'm not a serious person? Looking at Ning Hansuang, who was still waiting for his reply, Su Shiwang's thoughts had already flown away. When Ning Hansuang saw that Su Shiwang didn't react, her face turned a little ugly. She bit her red lips, closed her eyes, and took the initiative to kiss him. At this moment, she forgot her shyness and timidity. Two soft lips pressed against Su Shiwang's lips. Su Shiwang opened his eyes wide, his dark pupils bulged as if he had seen a ghost. Su Shiwang was so frightened that his whole body trembled, his head buzzed, and he was completely confused. This. Is Ning Hansuang crazy? She actually. Kiss me. Su Shiwang could feel the taste of wine and the rich sweetness in Ning Hansuang's mouth, and couldn't help swallowing. Damn it. Is this going to eat me? Ning Hansuang. Su Shiwang's tongue was a little clumsy and he stuttered. But Ning Hansuang didn't care about Su Shiwang at this time. She hugged Su Shiwang tightly, and her red lips occupied Su Shiwang's mouth, greedily sucking his fragrance. Su Shiwang felt the soft touch on his lips, and his eyes widened. Damn it! Is this considered a forced kiss? Su Shiwang's eyes almost popped out, but Ning Hansuang seemed not to notice and continued to kiss him passionately. The next morning, the first ray of sunlight shone into the house, shining on Ning Hansuang's beautiful face. She slowly opened her eyes, her sparkling almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of confusion. She remembered that she drank a lot of wine last night, and then came to see Su Shiwang, and then they were together, and then she hugged Su Shiwang and kissed him all the way to the bed. And then they just did it? Or something else? She didn't remember what happened afterwards. Hiss. She stretched out her hand and rubbed her forehead. A piercing pain came over her. She frowned and then noticed that her clothes were messy. She lifted the quilt and found that her clothes were torn to pieces. She couldn't help but scream, "Ah!" She looked down at various parts of her body, her face suddenly turned red to her neck, and she looked like a ripe tomato. What's wrong? Su Shiwang, who was cooking, heard the scream and quickly put down his dishes and ran to Ning Hansuang's room. When she saw Ning Hansuang's appearance, she was also stunned. You. Ning Hansuang's face turned red, and she wished there was a crack in the ground so she could jump in immediately. Su Shiwang, you get out. Su Shiwang looked at her flustered expression and suddenly found it a little funny. Ning Hansuang, I won't do anything to you. Why are you so nervous? You're talking nonsense. You haven't done anything to me yet. You dare not take responsibility for what you did. Ning Hansuang was so excited that even her voice rose a few notches. Su Shiwang raised an eyebrow. Are you sure I did something to you? Did I knock you down, or did you press on me? I'm a normal man. What could I do to you? You. Ning Hansuang's cheeks flushed red. This bastard. This shameless thing. He is still pretending. However, it seems that she was the one who knocked Su Shiwang down last night. Ning Hansuang gritted her teeth. You clearly know what I did to you yesterday, and you still deliberately ask me. You bastard. Oh my, I never thought that Miss Ning, who appears to be as icy as an iceberg, is actually such a passionate and unrestrained tomboy. Su Shiwang clicked his tongue and shook his head, his face full of mockery. Make some hope. Don't you dare tease me again. Ning Hansuang was extremely angry and raised her fist to hit Su Shiwang, but Su Shiwang easily blocked it. Don't hit me in the face. Oh, I was wrong, miss, please spare me. I shouldn't have teased you. Snort. Ning Hanswang snorted coldly and turned her head to the other side. Su Shiwang shrugged and said, "Come out for dinner and try my cooking." "I'm not hungry." "Eat it yourself." "You really don't want to eat?" "I won't eat." "Oh, if you don't want to eat it, that's just fine. I was afraid you would snatch it from me." "You." Ning Hanswang stared at Su Shiwang with wide eyes. "How dare you?" "Su Shiwang, yesterday, I." "Well, you don't have to say it, you have a nice figure, but your skills are a bit green." As soon as these words were spoken, Ning Hanswang's beautiful eyes immediately widened, and her face instantly turned red, like a ripe tomato, which was very beautiful. "Just kidding. Actually, I didn't do anything. I still held my bottom line last night." "I don't believe it." "Really, I'm a gentleman." "Then why are my clothes torn?" "Auntie, you tore it yourself." "I am a man of principles." "Mr. Su, I'm here to report to you about the recent business war with the Zhou family." Ning Hanshuang's father, Ning Zhenhua, walked into Su Shiwang's room under the guidance of Su Xiaoro, but when he looked up, he saw his daughter sitting next to Su Shiwang in pajamas and eating breakfast. His eyes almost popped out. Oh shit. Is this still his daughter? Ning Hanshuang's face turned even redder when she saw her father's reaction. She immediately stood up, lowered her head and walked out of the door, but Su Shiwang grabbed her arm. Hey, finish eating. If you don't eat, it's a waste of food. It's shameful to waste food. It's shameful to waste food. It's wrong to waste food. Looking at the ambiguous behavior between his daughter and his young master, Ning Zhenhua's expression could no longer be described as wonderful. Ahem. Ning Zhenhua coughed dryly, breaking the strange atmosphere in the room. Su Shiwang finally came to his senses, let go of Ning Hanshuang's arm, and touched his nose awkwardly. Han Shuang, Dad has come at the wrong time. Master, I will take my leave now. Hey, no need, Patriarch Ning, don't misunderstand, there's nothing going on between Han Shuang and me. Master Hope. Although my Ning family has submitted to you, I, Ning, also have dignity, and my daughter is my pride. If you abandon me after having an affair with me, I, Ning, will never agree. Ning Zhenhua scolded angrily. Ning Hanshuang's face changed, and she quickly explained, Dad, there's nothing between me and Shiwang, please don't misunderstand. Shut up. Silly girl. If you don't fight for your status now, what will you do in the future? Ning Zhenhua interrupted Ning Hanshuang, his face looking extremely embarrassed. Ning Hanshuang didn't understand, but he still understood. Su hopes that his nominal fiancée is still Lin Xingxue instead of Ning Hanshuang. Without the right name and the right words, Ning Hanshuang could not become Su Shiwang's wife. As a father, he must fight for his daughter. Su Shiwang looked at this scene and was immediately at a loss whether to laugh or cry. She patted Ning Hanshuang on the shoulder and said, Master Ning, please tell me what news you have first. Humph, with the support of the Su family's funds and resources, the share price of my Ning Group has recovered from the previous limit down to the current limit up of 5 points. In addition, we have acquired the industries of dozens of large groups under the Zhou family, such as Luotian Group, Beihai Group, and Nanfeng Group. Especially in the real estate field, we have acquired all the buildings of Luotian Group. To discuss the Zhou family, I even bought 5 pieces of land near their ancestral home and turned them all into garbage transfer stations and public toilets. I discussed those bastards to death. Ning Zhenhua waved his fist angrily. Ha, Patriarch Ning, you are truly amazing. After hearing this, Su Shiwang laughed so hard that tears were about to come out. He couldn't imagine what expressions Zhou Hao and Zhou Feng would have at this moment. Humph, I have something even more powerful. I have secretly controlled 3% of the Zhou Group's shares. Ning Zhenhua looked at Su Shiwang proudly, and his smug look seemed to be saying, see, I am the strongest. Su Shiwang looked at Ning Zhenhua and couldn't help but sigh, it's true that old Ginger is the wisest. This move is absolutely amazing. Master Ning, I really admire your wisdom. Of course. Do you think I've lived all these years in vain? Let me tell you, if the Zhou family doesn't play tricks, they're no match for me in business. Ning Zhenhua sneered, he was really proud now. I'll also leave the Hua family's affairs in your care. I just took over 60% of the Hua Group's shares and was wondering what to do. Master Ning, you're so capable. Thank you for taking on more responsibility. It's okay, leave it to me. Ning Genua patted his chest and took on the responsibility, as if to say, I don't mind the effort and I'm willing to help you. Su Shiwan was stunned. You don't really think of yourself as my father-in-law, do you? Su Shiwan looked at Ning Hanswang, who also looked confused and obviously had no idea what was going on. Seeing that his plan was successful, Ning Genua shifted his attention to Su Shiwang. Master Hope, I wonder when you plan to marry my daughter? Ning Genua asked. Master Hope, my daughter is beautiful, well-behaved, and smart. If you like her, you must seize the opportunity. Ning Genua added. Well. Su Shiwang scratched his head, looking distressed. Why not get engaged tonight? I'll arrange a hotel. You must break off your engagement with the Lin family now. I heard you once threatened to die at the Lin family's doorstep. You're a real man. I'll go with you, let's do it again. You must break off your engagement today. Fuck. What the hell is this plane? Ning Genua's passionate words left Su Shiwang and Ning Hanswang dumbfounded. What does this have to do with anything? Isn't the Ning family head's thoughts jumping too fast? Ahem, master, there's news from the hospital that Miss Su Yueyao has woken up. Just as Ning Genua was chattering on about the marriage blueprint he had planned for Su Shiwang and Ning Hanswang, Su Xiao saw Su Shiwang's embarrassment and spoke up. Real? When Su Shiwang heard Su Yueyao's name, his eyes lit up. He quickly stood up and said, Master Ning, let's talk another day. I have something else to do, so I won't keep you here. Su Shiwang picked up his clothes and ran out, looking like he was escaping for his life. Ning Genua hurriedly chased after him. Master, I hope you can explain clearly before leaving. Hey, isn't that Master Hope? Why does he look like he's running for his life? Who knows? Maybe he's practicing Lingbo Weibo. As expected of Master Hope. He's so fast. Even Sprinter can't match him. Otherwise, how could the young master be the #1 genius in our Su family? This is called diligence. Oh, what do you know? I hope this is called keeping a low profile and waiting to secure the throne of the Dragon Palace's #1. Oh my god. The future supreme. Of course. Don't you see who young Master Shiwang is? He's the future heir of our Su family. Ha ha ha, this kid is really strong, he runs really fast. He has really good stamina. Ning Genua said breathlessly, leaning against the wall. Chapter 64, The Ning and Lin Families Meet. Whose marriage will be decided? Dad, what are you doing? Silly girl, you don't understand. If you don't fight for it now, you will have nothing in the future. The status you want must be earned. The more submissive you act, the less he will pay attention to you. Dad, I'm with him. Hey, this guy is good in every way except that he's a playboy. He has so many women around him. Even though I'm rich, I don't have so many women. And each one is prettier than the other. Who is that Su Yueyao she's talking about? Is she his concubine outside? Dad, that's his friend. Listen to me, girl. If you really like him, you should get him as soon as possible. That girl from the Lin family is still his nominal fiancée. I don't want my girl to suffer in the future. But don't worry. I will take care of this matter. Now you just need to do as I say. Dad has a secret weapon in his hands, Sui Feng will definitely agree to us. Oh well. Ning Hanswang hesitated for a moment, but still nodded in agreement. After thinking about it, she felt that what Ning Genua said was right. After all, if she went to Long Mansion, she would have plenty of opportunities to fight for it, and the person who would accompany Su Shiwang would be her, Ning Hanswang, not Lin Qingxue. She has a greater advantage than Lin Qingxue, so why should she let Lin Qingxue take the lead? Therefore, in the case of Su's hope to escape and be unaware. At Ning Genua's repeated request, Sui Feng made the decision for him. Made an appointment with Lin Yunshan and Lin Qingxue, the old man of the Lin family. The affair between Lin Qingxue and Su Shiwang has become known to everyone in the capital. Although Old Master Lin had always looked down on Su Shiwang, when he heard that Su Shiwang had become the strongest prodigy in the Su family and had even entered the Dragon Mansion, Lin Yunshan's attitude changed 180 degrees and he became extremely supportive of the two's marriage. After all, Lin Yunshan is also a hero of his generation. Mr. Lin, you are here. Please come in. As soon as Lin Yunshan appeared, Sui Feng stood up, walked forward warmly, and led Lin Yunshan into the hall. Lin Qingxue followed behind Lin Yunshan in a moon-white long dress. She looked pretty and delicate, just like the girl next door. Lin Yunshan looked at Su Yifeng's performance and felt relieved. It seems that the Su family is quite satisfied with their granddaughter, and his years of hard work are worth it. The marriage between the Lin family and the Su family is of great benefit to the Lin family. After all, the Lin family is a second-rate family, while the Su family is one of the 4 major families. Moreover, the Su family has many powerful people, and its foundation is not comparable to that of his Lin family. Mr. Lin, let me introduce you. This is Ning Genhua from the Ning Group, and his daughter Ning Hanswang. Su Yifeng introduced the 2 people, and then introduced Lin Yunshan to them. This is the head of the Lin family, Mr. Lin Yunshan. Lin Yunshan's eyes swept over the 2 of them, lingering on Ning Genhua for a few seconds. Are you Ning Genhua? Ning Genhua nodded, exactly. Lin Yunshan laughed and said, I've heard of it a long time ago. Nice to meet you. Old Lin, you're too polite. The reputation of the Lin family's head is something that ordinary people like us can never admire. When old Master Lin was in a high position and gave speeches on TV as an official representative, I was just a young boy. No, you're being too kind. Patriarch Ning is a renowned business elite, possessing countless wealth. I heard that Patriarch Ning has surrendered to my grandson-in-law Su Shiwang. Hey, I hope Patriarch Ning will help that kid more in the future. After the confrontation between the 2 old foxes, the relationship between them became much closer. Su Yifeng sat in the first seat and watched the 2 of them pretending to be nice. The corner of his mouth twitched as he drank his tea. These 2 cunning guys. Mr. Lin, you're too serious. Su Shiwang is my son-in-law. How could I not help him? I will definitely obey his words. As soon as Ning Genhua said this, the temperature in the entire Su family hall dropped sharply. Su Yifeng's hand shook and the cup almost fell. He glared at Ning Genhua fiercely and thought to himself, why are you so direct? If this old guy gets angry, he will definitely tear down my Su family's living room. Ning Genhua pretended to know nothing and didn't feel the unusual atmosphere around him at all. He still looked at Lin Yunshan with a friendly expression. Su Yifeng sighed that he was indeed a big businessman. His sophistication and cultivation were truly extraordinary. Master Ning, what do you mean by that? Su Shiwang is the grandson-in-law of my Lin family, and he was engaged to my Qingxue when he was a child. As Lin Yunshan spoke, his eyes turned to Su Yifeng, who was drinking tea silently. His tone was cold and his eyes were as sharp as a knife. Master Su, is what our Lin family said wrong? The veins on Su Yifeng's forehead twitched. Old man, just say whatever you 2 want to say. Why are you dragging me into this? He took a deep breath and said with a smile, Old Lin is right. Shiwang and Qingxue are indeed engaged as children, but they haven't gotten married yet, so Qingxue is not yet the young lady of my Su family. Lin Yunshan's face turned green after hearing this. Mr. Lin, I hope you and my daughter Ning Hanswang are already husband and wife. Puff. Su Yifeng could no longer remain calm, and he spat a mouthful of tea at Lin Yunshan opposite him. Lin Yunshan's face darkened. He, the dignified head of the family, was actually treated like this by Su Yifeng. You are so presumptuous. Seeing this, Su Yifeng hurriedly wiped the water stains off his clothes. Mr. Lin, calm down. Calm down. I didn't mean to do that. The tea is a little hot. Su Yifeng apologized with a smile. What's going on? Su Shiwang has been pursuing my granddaughter for so long, but now he is so careless that he has become a husband and wife with another woman. Su Yifeng, you have to give me an explanation. Lin Yunshan's breath was cold, his voice was low, and his turbid eyes revealed anger. With a single slap, the table beside him was smashed to pieces, and the items on the table instantly turned into powder and splattered everywhere. Damn it! 10,000 alpaca horses were galloping through Su Yifeng's mind. This old bastard. You 2 families can fight for the position of Hope's fiancé, can't I just keep quiet? Did my table offend you? This is an old item that is more than 200 years old. I have always cherished it like a treasure. This damn old guy is so bullying. Su Yifeng gritted his teeth, but due to Lin Yunshan's identity, he could only swallow his anger. I hope I don't like this scheming bitch of yours at all now. If it weren't for the fact that this marriage was arranged by my eldest brother, I would be the first one to disagree if this woman wanted to marry into my Su family. But unfortunately, my eldest brother is not at home, and no one dares to refuse this marriage. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. It looks like your cultivation has improved even more. This is cause for celebration. Sui Feng, stop talking nonsense. Give me an explanation right now. Sui Feng was about to explain when he was interrupted by Lin Xingxue. Chapter 65, Ning Genoa's Trump Card. Sui Feng signs the marriage certificate. Uncle Su, I know I did something wrong before. I hurt Shi Wang's heart. As for what Ning Hansuang did with Shi Wang, I don't mind. As long as Shi Wang is with me in the end, that's all that matters. Lin Xingxue has changed from her previous arrogant and domineering attitude and now looks very pitiful. Sui Feng thought to himself, good boy, I hope this guy's skills in picking up girls are half as good as mine. What kind of magic potion did he give Lin Xingxue? Upon hearing this, Lin Yunshan's expression brightened slightly, and his gaze fell on Sui Feng. Where's Su Shiwang? Call that brat out. Does he think he can do whatever he wants just because he's so talented? He must give my granddaughter an explanation. No need for Hope to explain. I think my daughter and Hope are more suitable. Hope and Frost are a perfect match. Ning Genoa looked at the imposing Lin Yunshan and spoke in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Lin Yunshan's expression suddenly changed when he heard this. Okay, in that case, I'd like to ask Mr. Susan, does this mean the Su family is planning to go back on their word? Are you kidding our Lin family? As Lin Yunshan spoke, his eyes suddenly became fierce and his body tensed up, like a wild beast ready to pounce. Sui Feng groaned in his heart, damn, old man, what you said is too harsh. If I had known this, I wouldn't have gotten involved in this guy's marriage. No wonder my sister-in-law didn't come forward and let me take full responsibility for it. Back when your eldest brother Su Yunfan wasn't yet that world-renowned warrior, I saved that kid's life. He said that our families would become relatives in the future. Now that your eldest brother has gone far away, are you going to regret it on his behalf? Ning Genoa's attitude was extremely arrogant, and he didn't take Lin Yunshan's identity into consideration at all. Su Yunfan, these three words mean a godlike existence in the Su family. Who dares to go against his wishes? In the whole of China, who dares to mention his name directly? However, he has not appeared for several years. Rumors outside say that his life or death is unknown, or that he has died in that horrible place. Oh, you're joking, old man. How could I possibly regret it? I was just saying it casually. I believe you're a reasonable person. But my nephew's marriage is his own, and I can't decide his wishes. This matter depends on his own opinion. Sui Feng hurriedly apologized with a smile. He knew that Lin Yunshan was looking for an excuse to vent his dissatisfaction. But no matter what, I can't decide what to hope for. There is no way to change the decision of the eldest brother. Sister-in-law, if you don't come, aren't you cheating me? That's good. Your eldest brother is not at home. If there is a next time, I will definitely ask your eldest sister-in-law for justice. Seeing that the situation was getting worse and there was no hope of turning the tables, Ning Genoa used his ultimate move. He said in a deep voice, Master Su, I might as well tell you a piece of news. I recently found some clues about the person you've been waiting for so many years. What? Sui Feng stood up suddenly, staring at Ning Genoa with his tiger eyes. His expression, which was usually as calm as a mountain, suddenly became tense, and the teacup in his hand shook and fell to the ground. Ning Genoa smiled faintly and said, Why, Mr. Su-san, are you surprised? You've been looking for her for 20 years, right? By chance, I got some news about her. Do you know what happens when you lie to me? I hate it most when someone tries to deceive me with something like this. I'm only doing this for my daughter. I will never deceive you, Master San. What news? Ning Genoa's words were like a heavy punch to Sui Feng's chest, suffocating him. Sui Feng's heart beat violently and his breathing became rapid. He stared at Ning Genoa, wishing he could see some clues from his face. But Ning Genoa obviously didn't notice, and continued to speak to himself. I know that the third master has been a playboy all his life but has never married, so I was very curious. I spent countless manpower and financial resources searching for her for a long time, and finally learned some information about her whereabouts. Oh, I don't know about Han Shuang and Shi Wang's marriage. I fully support your Ning family in this matter. Even my eldest brother can't say anything. If Su Shiwan dares not to marry Ning Hansuan, I will break his legs. Tell me the news of that person quickly. Ning Genoa was secretly pleased, but he pretended to be helpless inside. He shook his head and said, Hey, third master, empty words are not enough. If you don't admit it in the future, then my Han Xuan will be wronged. Damn it! Where are the people? Where are the people? Come quickly, get me some paper and pen. Sui Feng was so anxious that he jumped up and down, which also caught everyone's attention. The always calm and elegant third master of the Su family would actually lose his composure because of the news about a woman. Life is really unpredictable and hard to understand. Grandpa, this. Lin Qingxue frowned and looked at Lin Yunshan, her beautiful eyes full of resentment. Lin Yunshan also looked solemn at this time. I didn't expect the Ning family to have such a trump card. I have to say, it's easier to get things done if you have money. That person has disappeared for 20 years, but the Ning family was able to find him. Even if others don't know the inside story, he still knows it. Sui Feng was a dashing young man with a strong background. He was extremely talented and dazzling, and no one could compare to him. Half of the city of Yanjing is full of Sui Feng's fans, but he can pass through the flowers without getting a single leaf on him. But later, the appearance of that girl completely changed everything. That girl was like Sui Feng's nemesis, causing Sui Feng to suffer a crushing defeat. The two were originally a pair of enemies. They met in a very special way and parted in an extremely embarrassing way. She appeared in a hurry and left in a hurry, taking away all of Sui Feng's enthusiasm and dreams, leaving Sui Feng unable to recover. And there was no news from her anymore, no news at all. Lin Yunshan also felt quite emotional. There are many things in this world that are unpredictable, such as fate, love, and life. Sui Feng and the mysterious girl might have been an invisible encounter, or perhaps they were destined to be a couple from the very beginning. But because of the woman's special identity, the two could not be together. Bring the paper and pen, third master. The servant hurriedly brought paper and pen. Sui Feng picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, wrote his promise in a flamboyant manner, and handed it to Ning Genoa. Su Shiwan will definitely marry Ning Hanswang. After Ning Genoa glanced at Sui Feng's promise, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. Okay, I feel relieved with third master's promise. After saying that, he squeezed Ning Hanswang's hand tightly. Tell me quickly. Sui Feng urged impatiently. Ning Genoa looked him in the eye. Third master, Changbai Mountain. That woman is dressed in white, her hair flowing like black, her figure graceful, her face pure and extraordinary, like a fairy descended to the earth. Most importantly, she rides a divine deer. The deer's body is snow white, crystal clear, like jade and pearls. Ning Genoa described it vividly, as if he was there in person, and his description was very vivid. As soon as he said this, Sui Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. He knew that Ning Genoa was not lying and that the deer was indeed her mount. A divine snow mountain deer in a state of transformation. Ning Genoa took out a photo taken by a drone and handed it to Sui Feng, which made Sui Feng's heart tremble violently and almost jump out of his throat. Chapter 66, Being Hunted. Is someone secretly plotting something? The image of that woman emerged in his mind, a woman who looked like a banished immortal, a fairy-like figure, with that pretty face, those beautiful eyes, every frown and smile, all of which were poetic and picturesque. He took the photo tremblingly and looked down. The beautiful face in the photo gradually overlapped and merged with the face in my memory, until they finally matched completely. The person in the photo is riding a snow mountain sacred deer, galloping in the flying snow like a fairy. Sui Feng only felt a roar in his head, and the whole world seemed to stop. His eyes were dull, and tears rolled down his cheeks. The tears fell to the ground, forming teardrops. He finally saw his dream girl, his former love. This. He uttered the two words with difficulty, his voice hoarse. He no longer cared about the people present and rushed out madly. A whistle sounded, and everyone saw an eagle several meters tall carrying Sui Feng soaring into the sky and soaring towards the horizon. Everyone in Yanjing looked up at the sky, their eyes wide open, shocked and speechless. If they hadn't seen Mr. Su Sanyan the eagle, everyone would have thought a monster was attacking. The transformed monster is the mount. It's unbelievable. Ning Genoa and Lin Yunshan looked at each other, both of them were filled with surprise. For a moment, a terrifying spark burst out when the two people's eyes met, as if they wanted to burn each other to ashes. Ning Genoa smiled and said, I'm afraid Mr. Lin will be disappointed. Oh, what about Sui Feng's promise? He still has to listen to his big brother Su Yunfan. Old Master Lin snorted coldly and looked at Ning Genoa with disdain. Oh, what a pity. Some people played a good hand so badly. You ignored my hope in the past, and now you can't reach my hope. My daughter got the chance. Ning Genoa said this with a smile, a hint of sarcasm on his face. Lin Genoa choked and looked extremely ugly, but he was unable to refute. After all, who in the entire Yanjing city doesn't know that Su Shiwang has pursued Lin Qingxue and proposed to her countless times? Su Shiwang was rejected every time. Who wouldn't laugh at him behind his back? At that time, the Lin family did not care, and now the Ning family comes to him with flattery. What qualifications does he have to say anything about others? Thinking of this, Lin Genoa felt a tightness in his chest and wanted to spit out blood. Well, we'll see. Lin Yunshan flicked his sleeves and left. Lin Qingxue and Ning Hanshuang looked at each other, with war burning in their eyes. In a love dispute, there is no distinction between who comes first and who comes later. It is never about who is right or wrong, but about life and death. On the streets of Yanjing, a limited edition McLaren P1 is speeding at a terrifying speed of 180 miles per hour. Several police cars were chasing after him, but to no avail. The McLaren P1 is much faster than they imagined. The vehicle in front of you will stop immediately. If you don't stop, we will punish you severely. A middle-aged policeman sitting in the passenger seat of the lead vehicle shouted angrily. Su Shiwang was in a state of confusion, his mind a mess. He kept recalling the life and death moments he had experienced with Su Yueyao during those days, and the illusions in his mind became stronger and stronger. Su Yueyao's appearance became clearer and clearer in his eyes. Su Yueyao's cold little face and the mockery in her eyes, everything is still vivid in my mind, as if it happened yesterday. Fuck. Why are these people chasing me? When he reacted, he looked back slightly. Good job. There are more than 10 police cars following behind him, and there is a roadblock ahead. Dozens of armed police officers pointed their guns at Su Shiwang. Squeak. The McLaren suddenly made a beautiful turn and stopped sideways in front of many police cars. The police approached with guns drawn, surrounding Su Shiwang and shouting, "Stop the car! Get out of the car and inspect it immediately, or you will be killed without mercy." The butterfly door of the car slowly opened and Su Shiwang walked out. He looked around coldly, his eyebrows raised. What on earth are you doing? Why are you stopping me? I'm not breaking any laws, and I'm not speeding. This is an elevated highway with no speed limit. The leading police officer shouted angrily, "Someone has reported you as a criminal suspect. We are here to arrest you." Su Shiwang was stunned and confused. What the hell? I'm an innocent citizen. Are you mistaken? Which eye of yours saw that I was a criminal suspect? The leading police officers exchanged glances, pointed their guns at Su Shiwang with one hand and handcuffs with the other. "Please cooperate with us." As they said this, they were about to step forward and arrest Su Shiwang. A fierce murderous look flashed across Su Shiwang's eyes, and he raised his leg and kicked a policeman in the crotch. The policeman was caught off guard, covering his crotch and wailing in pain, his face distorted. How dare you attack a police officer? The other policemen all pointed their guns at Su Shiwang. Hey, don't fire it, or you won't be able to bear the consequences. I didn't attack the police, he wanted to attack me, he asked for it. Su Shiwang shrugged, looking very innocent. Stop talking nonsense. Handcuff him. Take him back to the police station for investigation. I'll kill you, you bastard. The policeman who was kicked over by Su Shiwang got up from the ground, looked at Su Shiwang with anger, and raised his hand to shoot. Su Shiwang's eyes suddenly turned cold and he raised his foot to kick. Bang! The policeman groaned and was kicked to the ground by Su Shiwang again, grimacing in pain. When the other policemen saw Su Shiwang being so violent, they were shocked and pointed their guns at him. Hands up! Su Shiwang glanced at the group of police officers and sneered, "What? Pointing guns at me? Let's see who dares to fire." His tone was extremely penetrating, and his words spread throughout the entire venue, instantly causing all the police officers present to change color. The leading policeman was also frightened. "I'll go with you guys and find out who's behind this conspiracy." He walked lazily towards the group of policemen. His words stunned all the police officers present. Who is this guy? How dare he say such big words? Chapter 67. Who is disgusting me behind my back? Zhou Feng, it's you. Yanjing Police Station, Interrogation Room. Su Shiwan leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, looking like a dandy young man. Several policemen stood in front of him, their faces livid. This kid is so damn arrogant that he even dares to look down on them. This is such a shame and humiliation. Behind the one-way glass, a handsome young man stood with his hands behind his back, his narrow eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a hint of amusement. Behind him, several policemen bowed their heads and smiled apologetically. Serve him well and make him suffer a little. The handsome young man's voice was not loud, but when it fell into the ears of the police present, it sounded like thunder in everyone's minds. For a moment, the expressions of the police officers present changed drastically. Yes. Several policemen responded quickly. Name. Several policemen looked at Su Shiwang and shouted. Name? You've come to arrest me, and you don't even know my name? Su Shiwang asked casually. I ask you, your name. A policeman shouted sharply. Su Shiwang raised his eyebrows. Oh, your last name is Su, your last name is Su. A policeman shouted angrily, I think you are tired of living. Don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. If you don't behave, we will beat you up. Su Shiwang raised his eyebrows slightly, curled his lips and sneered, beat me up? If you have the guts, come on, I'll see if you dare to do it. You. Several policemen had dark lines on their foreheads. One of them flew into a rage, beat him. Beat him hard. The police looked at each other, took out their electric batons and rushed toward Su Shiwang, surrounding him in the center. This kid is too arrogant. We must teach him a lesson. Su Shiwang raised his eyelids slightly and watched the electric batons falling. He grabbed one of the electric batons and then bent it with force. With a crisp sound, the electric baton was broken into two pieces. Several policemen were horrified and stared at the broken electric baton in disbelief. You guys aren't enough for me to fight. Can you call more people? Su Shiwang said indifferently. The policemen's pupils suddenly contracted and their faces showed fear. What happened to them just now? Why were they so scared of this little brat? No, it must be an illusion. They took a deep breath and said, You two, come on, teach him a lesson and make him realize his own limitations. After a moment, Su Shiwang opened the door of the interrogation room, dusted off his hands and walked out. Behind him, a large number of policemen were lying in a mess in the interrogation room, wailing in pain. Who are you? The leading policeman gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. This kid is so evil. Su Shiwang shrugged. The guy who tripped me should be here. Get out here now. I don't have the patience to wait for you. If you don't come out, I'll tear down this police station. Several riot police officers stood in front of him with shields, causing Su Shiwang to sigh, so cowardly? And you're trying to trip me up? At this moment, the humming sound of helicopter propellers was heard above the police station. Dozens of fully armed soldiers with live ammunition descended from helicopters one after another. They lined up in a row, in neat and orderly formation. They walked quickly towards Su Shiwang's location in a tactical formation, and a murderous aura came over them, making people's hearts flutter. Everyone lay down your weapons. A man with the rank of colonel roared loudly, his voice like a bell, making everyone's eardrums hurt. The policemen threw their weapons to the ground. Everyone listen up, control everyone. Yes. In just a moment, all the policemen dropped their weapons and crouched in the corner. The leading colonel stepped forward to Su Shiwang and saluted, reporting to Master Su, all the dangerous elements have been controlled. Master Su, please give us your instructions. I don't want to bother with them. Let's search. There should be a mastermind hiding in the corner. Su Shiwang waved lazily. Yes. At the command of the leading colonel, the soldiers quickly dispersed and searched every corner. Su Shiwang walked up to the police officer who had arrested him earlier and yawned. Don't you want to know who I am? My name is Su Shiwang. You're quite impressive. You dare to arrest me without even knowing who I am. Promise? The police officers present looked at each other in bewilderment. Make hope? Why does this name sound so familiar? Damn it! Isn't the eldest son of the Su family, one of the four major families, called Su Shiwang? The policeman shuddered and broke out in a cold sweat. It's over. He is dead now. You, Mr. Su, The policeman stammered, I'm just doing my job, nothing else. Su Shiwang sneered, anything else? Ha! I want to see what else you can mean. He reached out and grabbed the policeman, pulled him to the wall, and stepped hard on his chest. Master Su, please spare me. I was wrong, I won't do it again. Master Su, I really didn't mean to offend you. Who instructed you? Tell me. Su Shiwang shouted coldly. Master Su, this is really none of our business. It's Master Zhou. The policeman said in a trembling voice, with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Zhou Hao. Su Shiwan was stunned. He is the eldest son of the Zhou family, Zhou Feng. Su Shiwan let go of the policeman, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Zhou Feng. Su hopes to know this character from the original owner's memory. The second best among the younger generation in Yanjing, and a level genius of the Dragon Mansion. He actually attacked himself? The door of the conference room slowly opened, and a young man who looked like an elegant gentleman walked out slowly, with a smile on his lips. He was wearing a well-tailored suit, his manners were elegant and gentle, with a faint smile on his cheek, giving people a sense of intimacy, as if a spring breeze was blowing on their faces, so warm and gentle. Mr. Zhou, we are all following your orders. A group of policemen said with sad faces. Su Shiwan, long time no see. Zhou Feng glanced at the policeman kneeling on the ground, then looked at Su Shiwan who was standing there, and said with a smile. I was wondering who was disgusting me from behind, it turns out it was you, Zhou Feng. Su Shiwan snorted coldly and crossed his arms over his chest. Mr. Su is indeed extremely intelligent. Zhou Feng smiled faintly. Stop talking nonsense, what do you want to do? What do you think I want to do? Zhou Feng laughed and said, of course it's to avenge my silly brother. My brother got beaten, how can I not show up? Just to avenge that loser Zhou Hao? Su Shiwang said with narrowed eyes. Of course not only that. My goal was to annex your Su family, and then subjugate the Lan and Han families. What surprised me is that the current Su Shao has made me look at him with new eyes. That bootlicker young master is like a completely different person. Zhou Feng said sarcastically. Oh, is this the nature of the Zhou family's young master? Hypocritical. Su Shiwan gave a mocking smile. Mr. Su, I will treat you well once we enter the Dragon Mansion. Zhou Feng walked up to Su Shiwang and patted his shoulder gently. But this light palm strike was like a 1,000-pound boulder hitting Su Shiwang's shoulder. Su Shiwang smiled calmly on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. As light as a feather, yet heavier than Mount Tai. How strong is he? Okay, I'm looking forward to it too. Su Shiwang's smile became even brighter. Zhou Feng curled his lips in satisfaction and turned to leave. Su Shiwan looked at his receding back, his eyes as deep as water, without saying a word. Mr. Su, how do we deal with this group of people? 5 slaps per person. Su Shiwang said impatiently, then turned and left. He was in a hurry to see Su Yueyao, so naturally he had no time to bother with these minions. Chapter 68 Su Yueyao, Happy Enemies. Outside Yanjing First Hospital, a McLaren P1 stopped at the hospital entrance with a handsome drift. Su Shiwang stepped out of the car and headed straight for the ward where Su Yueyao was. Su Shiwang pushed open the door of the ward and saw Su Yueyao wearing a thin hospital gown standing by the window in a daze, as if thinking about something, with a focused expression and sadness between her brows. What's wrong? You're still having a wonderful experience after escaping death? Su Shiwang teased her with a smile. Put. Su Yueyao rolled her eyes at him, her pretty face filled with anger. Damn Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang teased, then walked into the ward and pulled her to sit on the edge of the bed. Yueyao, I saved your life after all, how can you look at me like that? You know, this expression makes me feel betrayed. Su Yueyao heard the voice, came back to her senses, glanced at him, pursed her pink lips and said nothing. Su Shiwang touched his nose and said, Yueyao, what's wrong with you? Su Shiwang, why didn't you tell me that you were the eldest son of the Su family in Yanjing? Su Yueyao looked at Su Shiwang and asked seriously. Su Shiwang raised an eyebrow, you didn't even ask me. Screw you. Su Yueyao reached out and pinched his arm, gritting her teeth and saying, are you deliberately teasing me? Su Shiwang blinked his eyes and sighed helplessly, Yueyao, does it matter what my identity is? It's important. If I had known you were the eldest son of the Su family, I should have tied you up and demanded a ransom. And I heard you're a pervert, a playboy, a pervert, a scoundrel, and a perpetrator of all kinds of evil. Listening to Su Yueyao recounting his bad reputation, Su Shiwang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Which bastard did you hear that from? Su Yueyao glared at him. Your reputation as Master Su is spread all over the internet a long time ago. Who doesn't know you? Okay, I admit I'm a bit sentimental, but it's not as bad as the legend says, right? Su Shiwang held his forehead helplessly. Snort. Su Yueyao snorted coldly, ignored him, and continued to immerse herself in her own thoughts. How's your recovery, Yueyao? I'm fine, you're the one who's hurt. Su Yueyao said softly. You? Su Shiwang pinched her face and chuckled, I have good news for you. What good news? Su Yueyao seemed to have lost her spirit and asked lazily. Su Shiwang chuckled and ruffled her hair. I've taken your mother to Yanjing. What? Su Yueyao's eyes suddenly widened. You won't have to put yourself in danger anymore to raise money for your mother's medical expenses. What? You brought my mom to Yanjing? Su Yueyao nervously held his arm and asked worriedly. Your mother is in the VIP ward downstairs. Su Shiwang said softly, Don't worry, I've already contacted the world's most authoritative brain specialist. He will definitely be able to cure your mother. Su Hope, thank you, thank you. Su Yueyao tightly grasped his arm, tears streaming down her face with excitement. She was almost on the verge of collapse during this period because she really had no money to pay for her mother's medical expenses. Her mother's illness required her to rely on nutrient solution to support her daily life. Seeing her face as pale as paper every day, she felt heartbroken. Now it's okay, Mom can finally wake up. Silly, we're friends. I'll give you all those spiritual fruits as payment for my mother's medical expenses. Su Yueyao lowered her head, her voice choked with sobs, tears streaming down her face. No, what I gave you is enough. From now on, you will live in our Su family compound, and someone will take care of your daily life. What about you? I'm going away for a while, to a mysterious place. Oh. Su Yueyao answered softly, a look of loss flashing in her eyes. You won't miss me, will you? Su Shiwang smiled playfully. Nonsense. Su Yueyao scolded angrily, but a blush appeared on her cheeks. Ha ha. Su Shiwang laughed out loud and reached out to touch her face. Su Yueyao blushed even more, raised her head and glared at him fiercely. Su Shiwang, you are a scoundrel. Su Shiwang raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. Why are you laughing? I laugh at you because you're cute. Are you stupid or not? Ha ha. Mom. Su Yueyao threw herself into her mother's arms and burst into tears. Su's mother hugged her daughter, comforted her gently, and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her daughter's eyes. No one knows how much injustice Su Yueyao has suffered. In order to raise the high medical expenses, she, a little girl, stayed alone in an abandoned city for several months, living in fear every day. She didn't dare to sleep, didn't dare to eat, and didn't dare to fall asleep. She was afraid that the nightmare in her dream would become reality, so she stayed up with her eyes open every night until dawn. She was afraid that if she closed her eyes she would never be able to open them again. Killing monsters and looking for treasures, she learned to survive and be strong in that deserted and terrifying place. She told herself over and over again that she must persevere because her mother was still waiting for her to earn money for medical treatment. She also has to protect her mother. Yueyao, Mommy has wronged you. Mother Su patted Su Yueyao's back gently and spoke softly. Mom, don't say that. I'm not wronged. Su Yueyao nodded, her eyes red. Do you miss your mother? Mother Su looked at her and said, When Mommy gets better, I'll make you your favorite noodles with soybean paste. Yeah, I want the best. I want to eat my mom's stir-fried river shrimp, sweet and sour pork ribs, mapo tofu, and sweet and sour Christian carp soup every day. Su Yueyao nodded heavily, sniffed, and couldn't help crying again. Be good, don't cry. Mommy doesn't want to see you cry. You must remember that you are Mommy's pride. Su's mother said softly. Su Yueyao burst into laughter and wiped away her tears. Yueyao, you should thank Mr. Su very much. He is our family's benefactor. He has hired many doctors to treat Mom. She will have surgery next month. The doctor said the chances of success are very high. Mother Su looked at Su Shiwang, who had been standing at the door, and spoke softly to Su Yueyao. Upon hearing this, Su Yueyao turned her head to look at Su Shiwang, only to see that Su Shiwang was leaning against the door, staring at her with a smile. He also struck a very handsome pose. Don't thank him, he's a real bad guy. Su Yueyao muttered, but her face was full of uncontrollable sweetness. Mr. Su is such a good man, Yueyao, you have to hold on tight. Mother Su simply squeezed Su Yueyao's palm, and the meaning revealed in her words made Su Yueyao suddenly stunned. There was also a hint of strangeness in the look he gave Su Shiwang. Mom, I know. Su Yueyao lowered her eyes slightly to hide her panic. The city of Yanjing is brightly lit at night, exuding prosperity and luxury everywhere. The street lights were on, and the bustling street scene made Su Yueyao feel dazed. Sitting in Su Shiwang's McLaren P1, she looked around like a curious baby, looking at the city curiously. Wow! Is this Yanjing City? It's so beautiful. Much bigger than our city, eh? Su Yueyao screamed excitedly. Su Shiwang smiled faintly and started the car. Your car is so cool, let me drive it later. Do you have a driver's license? I don't have a driver's license, but I can ride a tricycle, is that okay? You can ride a tricycle? You're a miracle. Su Yueyao smiled playfully. In the central area of Yanjing, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, stands a magnificent building with 4 large characters Lan family auction written on it in a flamboyant style. This is the auction house of the Lan family, one of the 4 major families in Yanjing City. There is nothing you can't buy, only things you can't think of. In the entire Yanjing City, only a few people are qualified to enter this building. Seeing Su Shiwang's McLaren P1, many playboys downstairs looked over. Not for this car, just for this license plate number. Yanjing XW001. All the high-class playboys knew that in Yanjing City, the only person who could afford this license plate number was this person. The eldest son of the Su family, Su Shiwang. The car slowly stopped. Su Shiwang got out first, walked around to the passenger seat, and opened the door for Su Yueyao. Su Yueyao was wearing a moon-white long dress with her long hair draped over her shoulders, looking like a fairy walking out of a painting. Pure and otherworldly, she is like a fairy who has fallen into the mortal world, breathtakingly beautiful. As soon as she appeared, she immediately attracted the envious and jealous gazes of countless men. Fuck beauty. Some playboys couldn't help but swear and looked at Su Yueyao with stars in their eyes. There was even a young man from a second-rate family who whistled and looked unscrupulously at Su Yueyao's curvy figure. This group of people are usually big bosses who can call the wind and rain. What kind of women have they not played with? The peerless beauty before them made their hearts beat fast. A group of 3 or 5 playboys came over. They habitually mistook Su Shiwang for the driver and turned around to surround Su Yueyao. Miss, would you mind having a drink? My beautiful lady, would you be so kind as to join us for a delicious meal? The rich second-generation young men surrounded Su Yueyao and asked with a grin. Su Yueyao frowned in disgust. Get lost. Su Yueyao said coldly, her voice like ice and snow in the cold winter. She hated the looks of these playboys, as if they were filthy. Yo! You have a hot temper. I like it. I like wild beauties like you. A rich second generation challenged. He reached out to pull Su Yueyao. Ah! Su Yueyao screamed, raised her leg and kicked the rich second generation in the chest. Ouch, it hurt so much. Su Shiwang stood beside the car and sneered, watching the scene in front of him with interest. These bunch of good-for-nothings still want to take advantage of Su Yueyao? Su Yueyao is actually a ruthless person. If it weren't for the fact that there is no way to carry weapons in the city, Su Yueyao might just fire a rocket at these guys. You bitch, you don't want to drink my toast. How dare you hit our brothers? When the other second-generation rich saw that Su Yueyao dared to attack them, they cursed and rushed forward to deal with Su Yueyao. Su Yueyao dodged them by moving sideways and kicked them. Ouch! A wailing sound was heard. One of the men fell to the ground, holding his crotch. Ah! How dare you kick me? The other man became angry and punched Su Yueyao. Bang! Su Yueyao broke his hand with a punch, then raised her leg and kicked him hard in the crotch. Ouch! The man rolled on the ground in pain, holding his crotch and wailing. The others were stunned, looking at Su Yueyao in disbelief, their eyes filled with fear. Su Yueyao's actions just now were too fast, too accurate, too ruthless, and too brutal. She doesn't look like a girl at all. This was completely beyond their understanding. Their eyes were filled with fear and terror when they looked at Su Yueyao. Still want to pick me up? Are you good-for-nothings like you? Su Yueyao snorted coldly. I'm telling you, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're rich. I hate scum like you who use your family's power to bully the weak. Su Yueyao said coldly without any hesitation. You stinky woman. One of the playboys had a cold expression on his face, pulled out a pistol from his pocket and pointed it at Su Yueyao. How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? He said grimly. Su Yueyao curled her lips in disdain, with mockery in her eyes. For a moment, the atmosphere became tense. Stop! No guns allowed downstairs of the Lan family. Seeing this, the security guard on the side hurried over to dissuade them. This bitch dared to hit me, I'll kill her tonight. The dandy boy roared. Oh? Su Shiwang said in a deep voice. Before he finished speaking, everyone felt the air become thinner and breathing became difficult. A strong sense of oppression came over me. The hearts of several people began to beat violently and uncontrollably. They saw Su Shiwang leaning on the railing with one hand, staring down at them. You. They were so scared that they couldn't even speak clearly. They could only look at Su Shiwang dryly, unable to say a word. Kneel down. There was an evil curve at the corner of Su Shiwang's mouth, and a bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. His tone was not harsh, but it was like an extremely sharp blade, piercing into everyone's heart and making them tremble with fear. What a pair of cold eyes! It was like a devil crawling out of hell. Those deep and dark eyes seemed to be able to devour people's souls. Several people bent down involuntarily. Snap! Drops of cold sweat slid down their foreheads and soaked the hair on their temples. The guns in their hands fell to the ground with a snap, and everyone knelt in front of Su Yueyao, slapping themselves in the face. At this moment, they realized how ridiculous they were. Please let me go, I was wrong. The leading dandy said with a sad face and a trembling voice. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Su Shiwang squatted down, pinched the dandy's neck, and said indifferently. I am truly blind, please let me go. The playboy kowtowed and cried. Chapter 69. I saw you in my dream, don't you remember? Why is Mr. Su so angry? A lazy and pleasant voice sounded, with a strong hint of teasing. Hearing this, everyone looked up. A young man in a black suit and gold-rimmed glasses walked in leisurely. That handsome face showed a bit of nonchalance, but still couldn't conceal the arrogance and domineering in it. Lan, Mr. Lan. Several security guards shouted with trembling lips. Lanchi? Su Shiwang turned around and saw a hint of smile in Lanchi's peach blossom eyes. Long time no see. Hope. He walked up to Su Shiwang and greeted her with a smile. He. Su Shiwang forced an awkward smile and said sheepishly. Subconsciously, he wanted to take Su Yueyao and run away. Lanchi is the only heir of the Lan family. Unlike other families that have many children, the Lan family has only one heir in this generation. His talent is astonishing, and he is one of the most outstanding heirs of the Lan group. But this Lanchi is one of Su Shiwang's bad friends. He and Su Shiwang are known as the two rare flowers of Yanjing. One is a suave nobleman, and the other is an uneducated rich second generation. The difference is that Su Shiwang is a famous bootlicker, while Lanchi is a famous playboy. It's quite similar to Sui Feng when he was young. The relationship between the two is also very good. When Lanchi saw Su Shiwang, a light flashed in her eyes. You kid, if the auction hadn't called you today, you wouldn't have come. I heard you've been imitating me lately? What's going on? Have you changed your personality? No, I'll take you out to have some fun tonight. Lanchi smiled slightly, stretched out her slender right hand, grabbed Su Shushi's neck, and teased. Brother Lang, your joke is not funny. Su Shiwang curled his lips and said unhappily. Lanchi saw Su Shiwang's expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Just teasing you. The two looked at each other and smiled. Hey, we haven't seen each other for a long time. I heard you're doing really well lately. Has that arrogant girl from the Lin family turned into your bootlicker now? Lanchi glanced at the dandy lying on the ground and asked jokingly. Brother Lan, please stop teasing me. If you do, I'll get angry. Su Shiwang angrily slapped Lanchi's hand away. Lanchi shrugged. Okay, I won't say anything. He looked at the dandies kneeling on the ground and said, break their legs and throw them away. Yes, Mr. Lan. The security guards responded. Master Lan, spare my life. Master Lan. The playboys kowtowed and begged for mercy, but a few tall and strong security guards grabbed them like chickens and walked towards the river. Who is this? Lanchi looked up at Su Yueyao behind Su Shiwang, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. He didn't look at Su Shiwang again, but walked up to Su Yueyao with a dazed look on his face. This beautiful lady, have we met somewhere before? Su Shiwang was speechless. Really? A dog will always eat shit. Where have you seen him before? Su Yueyao raised her eyebrows and looked at him with an expression that said, you're crazy. Lan Shi stared at Su Yueyao with an affectionate expression. In my dream, you and I met before, and we even made love together on Mount Wushan. Don't you remember? Su Yueyao got goosebumps all over the floor in an instant. Is this guy sick? Phew. Su Shiwang almost burst out laughing and looked at Lan Shi with contempt. Su Yueyao. I've seen you countless times in my dreams. As the saying goes, it takes 100 years to be able to ride the same boat together, 1,000 years to sleep on the same pillow, and 10,000 years to be able to see you in a dream. Lan Shi said seriously. He stretched out his hand and wanted to touch Su Yueyao's face. However, before it touched Su Yueyao's skin, she slapped it away. Go away. Su Yueyao snorted coldly and kicked Lan Shi to the ground. Ouch, that hurts, baby. Lan Shi covered her chest, pretended to be in pain, and wailed. Ha 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 ha. Su Shiwang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hope. This chick is a little too hot for you. Lan Shi glared at Su Shiwang, turned around and spoke softly to Su Yueyao. Su Yueyao glanced at him with disgust, turned her head away, and acted as if she didn't want to bother with him. My friend, Su Yueyao. Su Shiwang introduced. That's a nice name. Lan Shi kept looking at Su Yueyao with a gentle gaze. Hello, Miss Su Yueyao. Get lost. Su Yueyao frowned and said bluntly. Several people walked into the Lan family auction house. Lan Shi followed behind them, chattering incessantly about his glorious deeds. How excellent, outstanding, affectionate, etc. Of course, the content is extremely exaggerated. You idiot, leave me alone. Ouch, that hurts. Lan Shi covered her face and said aggrievedly. Serves you right. Su Shiwang cursed angrily. Inside the auction house, a woman in a cheongsam stood aside, looking at the auction items on the stage with a smile. Each auction item is worth millions or even tens of millions. These things may be pearls and jades, famous paintings and antiques, exquisite porcelain, or jade bracelets. Each piece emits a dazzling light, attracting the attention of countless people around. This pendant belonged to the collection of the Song Dynasty Emperor. It is carved from a piece of fine white jade. The auctioneer said excitedly. Suede white jade. What a beautiful jade. Yeah. After the auctioneer finished his passionate introduction, he raised his placard and shouted, 4 million. 6 million. 7 million. Everyone rushed to shout out the price. Lan Shi, today you asked me to tell you about a treasure. What treasure is it? Su Shiwang turned his head and looked curiously at Lan Shi beside him. Lan Shi smiled mysteriously, leaned close to Su Shiwang's ear, and whispered softly, You'll know when the time comes. Su Shiwang curled his lips and didn't ask any more questions. 8 million. At this time, someone called out a high price of 8 million. This gentleman has bid 8 million. Is there anyone bidding higher? Su Shiwang watched Su Yueyao staring intently at the piece of white jade on the stage, and he casually said, 10 million. Su Yueyao was stunned and suddenly turned her head to look at Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang winked at her. 11 million. Someone else shouted. 20 million. Su Shiwang smiled faintly and raised the price without hesitation. When he shouted, the whole audience was in an uproar and exclaimed. Everyone looked up to see which rich family could be so generous. Su Yueyao looked confused. Su Shiwang, why did you buy this? It's for you. Su Yueyao was touched, and there was a hint of tenderness in her eyes when she looked at Su Shiwang. Thanks. Lan Shi put her hands in her pockets and looked at Su Shiwang with a strange expression. When did this guy become so good at picking up girls? Could it be that he gained experience from proposing 249 times? Chapter 70, Lan Family Auction, Su Shiwang and Zhou Family's Awkwardness. Why? Am I not handsome enough? Not rich enough? Seeing Su Yueyao's touched face, Lan Shi held her chin with both hands, with a hurt expression on her face. He claimed to be invincible and a girl killer, but this time he encountered such a rare setback. Everyone present was surprised to see Su Shiwang and Lan Shi, the eldest son of the Lan family, standing together. Those who knew Su Shiwang were all shocked. Oh my god, isn't that the eldest son of the Su family? Why is he here? The next item in the collection is a D-rank spiritual weapon. Rumor has it that a high-ranking monk at the Qi and Blood realm used his entire life's work and his own blood essence to create this magical weapon. It's an extremely powerful magical weapon, possessing immense power. Spiritual weapon? Oh my god, this kind of treasure actually appears at the auction. Reserve price, 30 million. As the auctioneer spoke, he picked up the hammer and started hammering. After all, this is a spiritual weapon and is rarely circulated on the market. 31 million. 35 million. 36 million. 50 million. 58 million. 59 million. In the end, this magic weapon was bought by a second-rate family for 60 million. Su Shiwan couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw this scene. So many people are vying for a D-level spiritual weapon? Do you think the B-grade spiritual weapon that the Dragon Mansion promised to give you is everywhere? It's still a spiritual weapon after all. You have to know that a spiritual weapon needs a master to cultivate it. Any spiritual weapon can cause a huge uproar in the secular world. Lanchi rolled her eyes and continued, but I hope your Su family has such a deep foundation, but they didn't say they would give you a few high-level spiritual weapons? Forget it, forget it. You have an invincible father backing you up anyway. As long as a prodigal like you wants something, even if it's a divine beast, your father can get it for you. Puff. Su Shiwan choked and looked at Lanchi speechlessly. I have never met my invincible father, but I have heard of his name. But what does he look like? I've never seen him before. It only exists in the original owner's memory. Su Shiwan curled his lips and said, I really want to meet my dad. I don't think your father will be back for a while. Lanchi said in a mysterious tone. Why? This. Lanchi deliberately dragged out her words, whetting Su Shiwan's appetite, before slowly saying, because, your father is out playing. Su Shiwan and Su Yueyao looked at each other, and Su Shiwan even wanted to slap Lanchi to death. How dare you play tricks on me? The next item in the collection is the fire-type elixir, Dragon Blood Fruit. The starting price is 1 billion. Each bid must be no less than 100 million. This is a dragon blood fruit. It is dark red all over. Its specific shape cannot be seen clearly, but you can smell a strong smell of blood. 1 billion? Su Shiwan frowned slightly. Although the fire-type spiritual medicine dragon blood fruit is precious, it shouldn't be so exaggerated, right? Not only Su Shiwan was confused, but everyone in the audience was extremely confused. Dragon blood fruit is a rare fire-type spiritual herb. It can improve physical fitness and increase cultivation speed. For fire-attributed warriors, it is a top-notch tonic. This dragon blood fruit is different from those I have seen before. This dragon blood fruit is fused with the essence and blood of a 9th-level fire dragon. After the auctioneer's explanation, everyone in the audience was stunned. A fusion of the fire dragon's essence and blood of the 9th level of Qi and blood? Isn't the effect of this dragon blood fruit incredible? Is this the top-notch baby you told me about? Su Shiwan looked at Lanchi with a puzzled look. Although the dragon blood fruit was good, he did not have a fire-type physique after all. Although his chaotic body could absorb the dragon blood fruit, the effect would not be much different from that of ordinary spiritual fruits. Hee hee, do you want to try this dragon blood fruit? Lanchi said with a cunning smile. I don't have a fire-type constitution, so it won't have that much effect. Su Shiwan shook his head. I know you don't have a fire-type constitution, but this is a top-tier fire-type spiritual herb. Let your uncle refine it for you. It will improve you significantly. This dragon blood fruit will also improve other aspects. Oh? What? Su Shiwan was in the mood. Of course, cough cough cough, you'll know after you eat it. Lanchi looked as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. You guys, are you lying to me again? Su Shiwan said with a dark face, if you don't want to tell me, forget it. After a while, the price was raised to 1.8 billion. 2 billion. A sharp male voice came from the box on the second floor. Su Shiwan glanced sideways and saw a young man in a black tuxedo and short hair sitting in a chair. Su Shiwan immediately smiled. Isn't this an old acquaintance? Zhou Hao, the third young master of the Zhou family who was beaten up by me last time. 2.1 billion. Su Shiwan said lazily. Zhou Hao stood up and shouted angrily, who dares to snatch it from me, Zhou Hao? This guy is always so grumpy. Lanchi shrugged helplessly and looked at Su Shiwan. I heard that Zhou Feng recently returned to Yinjing. Zhou Feng is a holy fire spirit. This dragon blood fruit must have been specially prepared for him by Zhou Hao. I've met Zhou Feng. Oh? He set things in motion for me and had the police arrest me and bring me to the police station to embarrass me. Ha, this is exactly what the petty-minded Zhou family would do. And then what? Then I mobilized the army to surround the police station. Ha 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 ha. Lan Shi burst into laughter. I just like your arrogant and domineering personality. Su Shiwang's face was filled with black lines. Could you please stop laughing so exaggeratedly? Isn't that great? You should have just pressed him down hard, like you did just now, or else he would have been flying. 22 billion. Zhou Hao continued to raise the price. 2.5 billion. Su Shiwang did not back down at all and continued to raise the price. 27 billion. Zhou Hao gritted his teeth and raised the price again, his expression distorted. 3 billion. I'm Zhou Hao from the Zhou family. This friend who's raising the price is doing me a favor. Stop it. Zhou Hao roared loudly. Hey, Zhou Hao, my Lan family is open to business. Aren't you breaking our family rules by doing this? Lan Shi suddenly stood up and said angrily, my Lan family relies on strength to do business. You broke the rules of my Lan family like this. You know what will happen to you. If you dare to make trouble again, don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 71. You call this little thing the finale beast? Zhou Hao was stunned. Lan Shi, you. 3.5 billion. Su Shiwang didn't wait for Zhou Hao to finish speaking and directly quoted a high price of 3.5 billion. Now, Zhou Hao was dumbfounded. So rich? Shouting 3.5 billion is as easy as saying 35 yuan. Although his Zhou family is financially powerful, Zhou Hao is only the young master of the Zhou family after all, and the resources he can mobilize are limited. Moreover, the Zhou family is currently in a business war with the Ning family and needs a large amount of funds for turnover, so he really doesn't dare to add more money. Is this the only thing Master Zhou is capable of? He's so scared by a mere 3.5 billion? Su Shiwang's voice sounded, the sarcasm obvious. Su Shiwang, you are against me. Hearing Su Shiwang's voice, Zhou Hao became even more angry and his face turned red. What? Young Master Zhou, you don't remember the beating you received, and you want another beating? Su Shiwang chuckled. You. Zhou Hao wished he could tear Su Shiwang into pieces. What are you talking about? If you don't have money, don't make a fuss. Su Shiwang scoffed. Even if you are a direct descendant of the Zhou family, don't scare me. I'm not afraid of you. Who said my Zhou family has no strength? 3.6 billion. Zhou Hao roared through gritted teeth. 3.6 billion? Your Zhou family is truly wealthy. Su Shiwang said sarcastically. Humph. Su Shiwang, this dragon blood fruit must be obtained by my Zhou family. As long as you have money, it's up to you. Su Shiwang remained silent. She had no interest in arguing with Zhou Hao, so she turned and left the auction table. 3.7 billion. Zhou Hao continued to raise the price. 4 billion. Mr. Zhou, we can't add anymore. Mobilizing so much money now would be extremely disadvantageous to our Zhou family. The attendant beside him dissuaded him. Zhou Hao didn't care. I don't care about that. This dragon blood fruit is very important to us. It's even more important to my brother. Go get the money now. I can't lose face today. There was a hint of urgency in his tone. Yes. The attendant responded and had no choice but to stop trying to stop him. 4 billion once, 4 billion twice. 50 billion. He uttered a word. What? Everyone was stunned. Even Lan Shi, who had been watching the show, couldn't help but open her eyes wide and look at Su Shiwang in disbelief. You, what did you say? Zhou Hao's face turned ashen and his eyes almost popped out. Is Su Shiwang crazy? Yes, that's the number. Su Shiwang spread his hands. You, I want to duel you. Let's fight one-on-one. Zhou Hao completely lost his mind. You can't beat me. Su Shiwang curled his lips. You. Zhou Hao was so angry that he almost vomited blood and slammed his fist on the table. Mr. Zhou, please don't be angry, don't be angry. The waiter quickly comforted him. I don't care. I'm going to fight the Su family today. Zhou Hao roared angrily. Lan Shi and Su Shiwang looked at each other and saw the mockery in each other's eyes. This guy was really irritated. Zhou Hao, if you have money, then bid. If you don't have money, then get out. Stop pretending. This is an auction, not your Zhou family's backyard. Her face turned red. The servant hurriedly grabbed Zhou Hao. Master, I really can't add anymore. Get out of the way. Am I the young master or are you the young master? I can't lose face. Su Shiwang, if you have the guts, just follow me, I'll give you 10 billion. Zhou Hao was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He yelled and his face turned red. The price of 10 billion made many children from wealthy families open their mouths in shock. Most of their families have assets of only a few billion, and this is a full 10 billion. I'm not kidding. Su Shiwang was slightly startled and smiled. Are you sure? I'm not sure. Su Shiwang, you won't join? Zhou Hao gritted his teeth. He really didn't want to give up, but when he saw Su Shiwang's faint smile, his heart began to feel weak again. He was scared. Hope is too strong. Zhou Hao knew in his heart that he was no match for Su Shiwang. Only his brother can suppress Su Shiwang. In that case, I'll pretend I didn't hear it. I don't have the money to fight you. Su Shiwang shrugged his shoulders, then sat down in his seat, picked up a glass of red wine and took a sip. Looking at Su Shiwang's nonchalant look, Zhou Hao was really furious. What's going on? You don't want to join? The host's voice came. Zhou Hao's face turned purple and he was so angry that he couldn't speak. I knew it. I knew it. You did it on purpose, to tease me, you despicable scum. Mr. Zhou, please calm down. Don't be angry. I just don't know if Mr. Zhou has 10 billion? Su Shiwang was smiling and provoking Zhou Hao. Make a wish. I, Zhou Hao, will never forget you. I will tear you into pieces. I want you to regret coming into this world. Zhou Hao was so angry that he was shaking all over. He punched the table, and blood flowed down the tablecloth to the floor. Come here, please ask Mr. Zhou to swipe the card. The waiter took out the POS machine and stood beside Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao's expression changed several times. With so many people watching here, the Zhou family couldn't afford to lose this person, so they could only grit their teeth, take out their bank card, and swipe it in front of the POS machine. Ding! The POS machine prompts that the balance in the card is insufficient. The waiter reminded from the side. Zhou Hao's expression became even more awkward. What's going on? Why is there insufficient balance on my card? Did you make a mistake with the card? There is nothing wrong with the machine. Then I must have brought the wrong card. I'll come back another day. This is really embarrassing. It will not only bring shame to the Zhou family, but also bring disaster to the Zhou family. Mr. Zhou, you don't have any money, do you? Lan Shi sneered, if you weren't the young master of the Zhou family, I would immediately throw you into the river to feed the fish. No, how could I not have money? How could I not have money? Zhou Hao gritted his teeth. Since you have money, then pay the bill. Don't tell me you don't know the rules of my Lan family. The rule of the Lan family auction house is that you pay immediately after bidding. If you don't have money, you either have to pay a high penalty, or just chop it up and feed it to the dogs. This kind of rule is the cruelest and no one dares to disobey it. But now he has already called out a sky-high price of 10 billion, but has no money to pay. It is simply a big joke. This. Zhou Hao's expression was gloomy. Lan Shi directly called his elder brother Zhou Feng. Hey Zhou Feng, you're asking for a ridiculous price here. Tell me, do you want money or someone? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and then a cold voice came. How much? 10 billion. Lan Shi said lightly. What did you say? 10 billion. Yes, that's 10 billion. Impossible. Do you think I'm kidding? If you don't pay, you'll have to come and collect your brother's body. Zhou Hao was dumbfounded, his face was extremely pale, and for a moment he really didn't know what to do. The attendant beside him was sweating profusely with anxiety. He really didn't understand what was going on with the young master. Why did they call out a price of 10 billion? How much is the penalty? There was silence for a moment on the other end of the phone, and then he finally spoke. 1 billion. Lan Shi said lightly. 1 billion. Upon hearing this number, Zhou Hao was so frightened that he collapsed on the chair, his eyes dull and filled with fear. What should I do? What should I do? Zhou Hao sat down on the chair, feeling completely confused. I'll pay the penalty and let my brother go. Zhou Feng's voice came from the other end of the phone. His tone was calm, but it sounded extremely cold. Are you sure you can afford it? It's only 1 billion yuan, but it's still affordable for me. Zhou Feng's voice was very calm. Okay then, deal done. Lan Shi hung up the phone, a strange smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she looked at Zhou Hao. Now, your life is saved. After saying that, Lan Shi turned to look at the servant beside him. Take him aside and serve Master Zhou well. Once the money from the Zhou family arrives, throw this kid out. Everyone, there were some minor incidents just now. The auction of dragon blood fruit will continue now. Lan Shi smiled and regained her previous elegance. Everyone is welcome to continue bidding. 1 billion. 2 billion. When Su Shiwang said 2 billion, everyone stopped in their tracks. Everyone knows that the eldest young master of the Su family is no longer the same as before. He is a ruthless man. Look at what happened to that arrogant young master of the Zhou family just now. Who dares to mess with him? So now even some wealthy businessmen dare not compete with him. After all, it is really not worth it to offend the eldest son of the Su family. 2 billion once, 2 billion twice, 2 billion 3 times. Deal. Congratulations to Mr. Su for winning the dragon blood fruit. Puff. Zhou Hao spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground, his face as pale as paper. His head was buzzing and he felt like he was going to faint. How is this possible? Bought for 2 billion. Wasn't I being tricked to death by Su Shiwang? Su Shiwang, I've made note of this debt, and I'll get it back from you one day. Lan Shi, these things have no appeal to me. What exactly is the treasure you are talking about? Su Shiwang said as he swallowed the dragon blood fruit mouthful by mouthful. Su Yueyao had seen Su Shiwang eating piles of spiritual fruits, and she also knew that Su Shiwang had a special physique, so she didn't take it seriously. But this scene made Lan Shi's mouth twitch. Why does this guy eat spiritual fruit like he's eating candy beans? Aren't you afraid of being stuffed to death? This dragon blood fruit is originally a fire-type spiritual fruit, and it is also fused with the essence and blood of a 9th-level dragon-type monster. The spiritual energy contained in the fruit flesh is extremely violent, and those with low cultivation will generally be blown to pieces or even die. Even Lan Shi couldn't bear to refine even half a pill without help, but this guy actually dared to eat it all in one bite. But he ate with gusto. This is just a freak. Lan Shi couldn't help but curse in her heart. You're such a pervert, how did you suddenly become so awesome? Lan Shi couldn't help but complain. Where am I hanging? Su Shiwan looked at Lan Shi with a puzzled look on his face. Tell me quickly, what treasure is it? Here we go, watch carefully, don't blink. More than 10 guards, armed with live ammunition, slowly walked in pushing a small cart. Dear guests, this is the grand finale of this auction. The person who spoke was a woman in a black long dress. Her every frown and smile was filled with a hint of charm. She leaned forward slightly and pushed the cart in front of everyone. The cart was covered with 5 layers of thick red silk cloth. Ouch! The roars resounded throughout the auction venue, deafening. When everyone saw this scene, their eyes widened, with heat and excitement flashing in their eyes. They all wanted to see what kind of treasure it was. Lan Shi's face also showed a hint of anticipation. This guy is a powerful beast. Everyone here is waiting for him to make an appearance. We will uncover the secret behind this red silk cloth. Once we uncover it, we will be able to see what this treasure is. Please wait and see. Okay, now let me unveil the last red silk cloth. Bang! The female guard lifted the red silk cloth with force. A beast is lying in the cage. This beast was as white as jade, with soft and shiny fur, eyes as blue as stars, emitting a faint fluorescent light, and it exhaled hot air from its nostrils, making a woo sound. Su Shiwan's pupils shrank and he squinted his eyes and looked at him for a long time. Ha ha ha, Lan Shi, are you kidding me? This is a beast? Your beast looks like a kitten? Su Shiwang suddenly laughed, pointed at the beast, and laughed so hard that he fell backwards and tears came out. Isn't it a mythical beast? Why is it a big cat? Yes. It is said that the finale is a mythical beast discovered in Changbai Mountain, with an extremely pure bloodline. Is this the legendary beast? Ha, my god, I've never seen anything like this in my life. Yeah, that's the first time I've seen it too, ha ha ha. I just don't believe it. Could there really be a mythical beast? The world is so big, there are so many strange things. There was a sound of mockery all around, and everyone was amazed by this divine beast. Everyone, be quiet. This divine beast was discovered deep within Changbai Mountain. We've determined its bloodline is at least A rank, but its combat power is unknown. It should be at the level of physical training. It's extremely versatile. If it's extremely malleable, then doesn't that mean it's nothing now? Yeah. It's definitely a big cat. The starting price for this divine beast is 100 million. Each bid will be increased by 100 million. The female guard made the final decision and announced the starting price of the mythical beast. The divine beast in the cage was trembling, its blue eyes filled with fear. It's so pitiful. Su Yueyao looked at the adorable appearance of the mythical beast, felt a little sorry for it, and sighed softly. Yueyao has good taste. This little fellow is truly of pure blood. Lan Shi looked at Su Yueyao with a smile, but her smile was very obscene. Su Yueyao. You like it? Su Shiwang turned and looked at Su Yueyao. I just feel sorry for her. Look at this little girl, she's so helpless. 500 million. Su Shiwang reported another number that shocked everyone. At this moment, the entire auction venue fell into a brief silence. Chapter 72, You idiot liquor, have you become tougher after not seeing you for a few years? Everyone looked at Su Shiwang with horror, as if he were a madman. Although this little kitten is of a great bloodline, it doesn't seem to have any attack power at all and is more like a mascot. But Su Shiwang, the rising star from Yanjing, actually took action, so this mythical beast must have something special about it. I'll give you 600 million. 700 million. 800 million. 900 million. In an instant, the originally deserted auction venue became noisy again. 1 billion. Su Shiwang spoke indifferently. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Master Su, are you crazy? 1 billion for a kitten? I don't think he's crazy, he's possessed. What do you know? This thing must be a super beast. Otherwise, how could Master Su speak like that? Show it. But now, the power of this divine beast made Su Shiwang feel a strong sense of crisis. And the picture is just endless darkness. He can't see anything. This is definitely not normal. Su Shiwang knew very well that the more mysterious something is, the more terrifying it is. But he was unwilling to take the risk. I'll give you 1.5 billion. I love this little guy. Please give it to me. A cold voice sounded, the tone was full of arrogance and strength, as if she was the ultimate winner. When everyone heard this, they all trembled. Even Lan Shi couldn't help but swallow secretly. Su Shiwang looked up. A beautiful young woman stood at the window, staring down at him with cold and sharp eyes. A hint of anger appeared on that beautiful face, and she looked condescending, like a noble queen. As soon as he saw this woman, a word immediately popped up in Su Shiwang's mind, a disaster for the country and the people. Lan Shi, she is. Su Shiwang kept thinking in his memory, but he still couldn't think of the memory of this woman. He looked at Su Shiwang with a look of despair. Who is she? I really don't know. Su Shiwang asked. Han Huaiwei. Lan Shi rolled her eyes. You forgot, the second daughter of the Han family, Han Yijian's biological sister. She's the one who always chased you and beat you up. I'm surprised I didn't realize Han Huaiwei, the tigress, had this potential to be such a beauty when I was little. But she still has that domineering aura. I heard she just came back, and as soon as she got back, she broke the legs of a few young men from aristocratic families who teased her. Su Shiwang shrugged, looked around the audience lazily, and raised his sign again. 2.2 billion. Han Huaiwei sneered. 2.3 billion. Su Shiwang was unwilling to be left behind and raised his sign again. Two people were fighting in the auction hall, and others were watching with great interest. Looking at the way the two of them were arguing, it seemed that neither of them was willing to give in, and they were determined to fight to the death to snatch the kitten, which was both ridiculous and laughable. 3 billion. Han Huaiwei made another bid. Su Shiwang, you're competing with me. Have you forgotten how badly I beat you to a pulp? That's all old news. There's nothing to bring up. Su Shiwang snorted coldly. 3.1 billion. Han Huaiwei was stunned. So tough? Is this still the Su Shiwang who cried because of being bullied by her in her memory? 3.5 billion. 4 billion. 4,600 million. 4,800 million. 5 billion. Han Huiwei yelled. She just doesn't believe that she can't tame this cat. Others cannot see the uniqueness of this kitten, but she can see that this kitten is a real divine beast. If it is trained, its future achievements will definitely be limitless. 5.5 billion. Su Shiwang raised the price again, looking calm, as if he didn't care about the money at all. After all, with Lu Qingyan's words that the Su family will always support your decision, he has no worries at all. But suddenly a fragrant breeze blew, and Han Huiwei appeared in front of him, looking down at Su Shiwang condescendingly. Are you provoking me? I challenge you? Su Shiwang raised his head and sneered indifferently, his eyes full of sarcasm. Tigress, are you worthy of this? This Han Huiwei is a typical bully who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. Su Shiwang has been bullied by this Han Huiwei since he was a child, and he wants to avenge the original owner. You? Han Huiwei suddenly burst out laughing. Su Shiwang, it's been a few years since we last met. You, the slavish dog, have become tougher? Thank you for the compliment. Su Shiwang nodded slightly, a sarcastic smile on his lips. You. Han Huiwei was choked by Su Shiwang and became furious. Su Shiwang glanced at Han Huiwei calmly, then turned to look at the auction table. Miss Han wants to make friends through martial arts. I don't mind accompanying you to the end. I want to see how strong you are. Han Huiwei narrowed her eyes and looked at Su Shiwang's confident eyes. She couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart, and a sense of danger arose. She still remembered the crying look on Su Shiwang's face after being beaten by her a few years ago, but at this moment he looked confident. And Su Shiwang has a special temperament. Could it be that Su Shiwang really has some unknown secret? Ding dong. The host has gained Han Huiwei's interest, and the charm value has increased by 20. The system's prompt sounded, leaving Su Shiwang speechless. Can this also increase charm points? The IQ of this system is really getting lower and lower. What? Are you scared? Su Shiwang glanced at Han Huiwei sarcastically. Afraid? Would I, Han Huiwei, be afraid of a lickspill like you? Han Huiwei sneered. I want to see if you've truly transformed into a peerless genius, as they say. Do you dare to bet on this divine beast? If you lose, give it to me. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. Would the lady like to increase the price? The auctioneer asked again, but was blocked by Lan Shi's eyes. What if you lose? Su Shiwang looked at the auctioneer and said calmly. Me? Will I lose? Han Huiwei sneered, then gritted her teeth. Will I, Han Huiwei, lose to a lickspill like you? Oh, what a word for a dog. Su Shiwang sneered and said, since Miss Han is so confident, if you lose, run to the door of my Su family and hold up a sign and shout, Su Shiwang, I love you. I beg you to marry me. As soon as Su Shiwang finished speaking, the entire auction hall fell silent. Lan Shi was also frightened by Su Shiwang's boldness. Su Shiwang, what kind of weird request is this? Doesn't he know the temperament of Han Huiwei, the tigress? Moreover, her brother, Han Ejian, who ranks second on the potential list, is still practicing in the Dragon Mansion. If her brother knew about this, would Su Shiwang still have a good life in Long Mansion? Not only Lan Shi was shocked, but everyone present looked as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 73, Mr. Lan, you are really good at doing business. Okay. I promise you. And whoever loses will pay the 5.5 billion. Han Huiwei blurted out without thinking. Ha ha ha, are you sure? You won't regret it? Su Shiwang smiled unscrupulously, his eyes curved into crescents, looking incredibly cunning. If you regret it, you'll be a puppy. Ahem, if no one bids, this beast will be sold for 5 billion for now. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lan Shi quickly stood up and said, then took out a handkerchief to cover his lips and coughed. He was afraid that Han Huiwei, the tigress, would vent her anger on him. Lan Shi, find a place for me to fight this damned licker. I want him to know that I was able to beat him to a pulp back then, and I can do it now. Han Huiwei gritted her teeth and said, I'll make him kneel down and beg for mercy. Okay, it's upstairs. Lan Shi quickly held his forehead and said. Su Shiwang, just wait and see. You will regret the decision you made today. I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. After leaving these harsh words, Han Huiwei walked away with a proud step. Tsk tisk. Lan Shi sighed, second Miss Han's temper has become even worse than before. Her abilities have changed with her temper. Su Shiwang smiled and declined to comment. However, there was a hint of worry in Su Yueyao's eyes when she looked at Su Shiwang. Don't worry, Yueyao, I'm fine. I'm very strong. Su Shiwang reached out and pinched Su Yueyao's cheek and smiled. Lanqi, what is her current strength? Should it be, rounding up, she in blood level 5 or 6? She counted on her fingers. She should be at this level. I heard a few days ago that she killed a Qi in blood level 3 unicorn rhinoceros with one punch. Su Shiwang. Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask. Lanqi shrugged. The 100-meter-tall Lan family building has a wide range of facilities, including an auction house, a gym, a swimming pool, an indoor tennis court, a cinema, a restaurant, a KTV, etc. It can be said that it has everything, except what you can't imagine, and there is nothing that the Lan family building doesn't have. Su Shiwang and his group arrived at the Lan family's training room on the 13th floor, followed by more than 200 children from aristocratic families and wealthy people. Come on, we're selling tickets here. 500,000 each. Lanqi waved his hand and instructed his employees to set up fences and start selling tickets. Master Lan, are you going to sell tickets for this? There is no business without fraud. Everyone started jokingly saying, these tickets are not cheap. Lanqi glanced at the crowd with disdain and said, this is my home, I have the final say. If you want to see it, buy a ticket. This kind of brilliant battle scene, don't miss the opportunity and it won't come again. Then I'll buy one for 500,000. I'll buy 500,000 too. Everyone paid money and bought tickets. According to rough estimates, Lanqi earned hundreds of millions just from ticket sales, which made him so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Su Shiwang and Han Huiwei stood in the center of the training ground. The crowds around them dispersed, leaving the two of them confronting each other. Su Shiwang, don't go home crying. Han Huiwei said coldly, don't kneel down and beg me to forgive you when the time comes. I couldn't ask for more. Su Shiwang said without fear. After saying that, a blue sword appeared in Han Huiwei's palm, and her whole aura suddenly burst out. Make hope, look at the sword. A blue light streaked through the air, and Han Huiwei took the lead in attacking Su Shiwang. The tip of the sword pierced the air, making sharp whistling sounds, as if to tear Su Shiwang to pieces. Bang! Su Shiwang raised his hand and a black spear appeared out of thin air in his hand. The tip of the spear was pointing directly at the tip of Han Huiwei's sword. The two collided and burst into dazzling light. Han Huiwei's attacks were offset one by Su Shiwang's black spear. Oomph, nothing more than that. Su Shiwang shouted softly, turned his wrist, and a purple flame spread from the gun. The purple flame instantly engulfed the entire blue light. What kind of weapon is this? A high-level spiritual weapon? Han Huiwei's pupils constricted slightly. The flame actually burned away all her blue light. That's not your concern. You just need to be ready to propose to me at my doorstep. Su Shiwang said coldly. Don't even think about it. Han Huiwei gritted her teeth, pulled back the blue sword in her hand, and then slashed towards Su Shiwang. Oh my god. I heard that the young master of the Su family is very powerful. Seeing him today, it's true. The second young lady of the Han family left home for many years to learn martial arts. Now that she's back, I'm sure she'll become the future successor of the Han family. She's no less capable than her brother, Han Yijian. Hey, popcorn, 1,000 per portion. Who wants melon seeds? 500 a bag. Hey, you want a drink? 3,000 a bottle. Lanqi's voice sounded nearby, startling everyone who was arguing. Oh my god, Master Lan, you make money from everything. Master Lan, you are so rich and powerful, but you still do business like this? Your Lan family is the #1 financial group in China. Oh. It's about making money. It's not shameful. Lanqi waved her hand and said, thanks to everyone's praise, I'll give you a 10% discount today. Everyone. Su Shiwang, today I want to see how you can beat me. Han Huiwei gripped the blue sword tightly in his hand, and his overall momentum increased a lot. She and her brother Han Yijian both have the same physique and are ranked 52nd in the auction for sword skills, but they have two completely different styles. However, they are both gifted and talented. My brother is the type of person who gets stronger with each battle, despite being defeated every time. Han Huiwei has never been defeated since she started practicing. She wins every battle, and every battle is amazing. Bishan sword. Han Huiwei let out a delicate cry, and the spiritual energy on the sword blade suddenly surged, instantly forming a huge sword shape, attacking Su Shiwang. This move is the first form of the Blue Sea and Blue Sky sword. Sword shadows filled the sky, like a river pouring down from the sky, sweeping over with tremendous momentum. This move is too powerful. I'm afraid Su Shiwang can't defeat it. Everyone was talking about it, and seeing Han Huiwei's move, they were all a little worried for Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang remained calm in the face of such a fierce attack, and his calm expression revealed a bit of confidence and arrogance. Wherever the sword energy passed, the space collapsed inch by inch. The black spear in Su Shiwang's hand instantly ignited with flames, and the tip of the spear met the attack. The two powerful forces converged together, and a loud noise was heard in an instant. Boom! A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket struck down, illuminating the training ground. Thunder rolled and lightning raged. It was a ruin with flying dust. Su Shiwang didn't move at all, but Han Huiwei was blown away. Puff! Han Huiwei spat out a mouthful of blood and took a few steps back. How could it be? Han Huiwei covered her chest with her hands, her eyes filled with shock, and looked at Su Shiwang in disbelief. Her strength is obviously higher than Su Shiwang's, so why did she get injured? Chapter 74 Miss Han Air, don't you think you look like a shrew now? Hope is truly hidden. Seeing is believing. Lan Shi looked at the two people on the ring and murmured with emotion. Su Shiwang put away his spear and slowly approached Han Huiwei step by step. He had a blank expression, looking cold and distant. Such a cold and unfamiliar gaze made Han Huiwei a little frightened. Second Miss Han, you've lost. I didn't lose. I'm stronger than you. Han Huiwei roared. I don't want to hurt you, so let's stop now. Su Shiwang said lightly. Han Huiwei's body was filled with rich spiritual energy, her dress rustled behind her, and her clear eyes were filled with determination and unwillingness to admit defeat. Su Shiwang, you know you deserve a beating. Han Huiwei cursed under his breath. You bien? Su Shiwang raised an eyebrow. Your face makes me want to stab you in the chest with a sword. Miss Han, don't you think you look like a shrew now? Su Shiwang said lightly. Shrew. Yes, a shrew, fierce and wild. Su Shiwang said word by word. Su Shiwang, you're looking for death. Han Huiwei was extremely angry. She swung her sword and a strong blue light instantly condensed on the blue sword. The sword shook and the blue light turned into a giant dragon, biting towards Su Shiwang fiercely. Su Shiwang sneered. He swung the spear in his hand, and it instantly became several feet long. The blue light collided with the spear and instantly dissipated. The spear turned in mid-air and pierced Han Huiwei's throat. Han Huiwei was horrified and dodged quickly. The spear brushed past her ear, taking away a strand of her hair. That's it? Su Shiwang's voice sounded in Han Huiwei's ears, and a sense of danger enveloped her heart. I held back this time, otherwise you would have been completely destroyed. Su Shiwang, what's your skill in bullying women? Do you dare to do it again? Han Huiwei said angrily. She had never lost so miserably before. You are weaker than me, yet you dare to challenge me? Miss Han, the same result will happen a few more times. I don't like bullying women, but if you continue to pick a fight, I don't mind giving you another beating. You. Han Huiwei was shaking with anger, and it was not until this moment that she realized the change in Su Shiwang. Why, you're not convinced? Su Shiwang raised an eyebrow. Snort. Han Huiwei snorted coldly and said no more. From childhood to adulthood, had she ever been humiliated in public like this? But she had no choice. She couldn't beat Su Shiwang at all, and she couldn't do anything to him. She could only bear it for the time being. Just wait. I won't give up. Han Huiwei glared at Su Shiwang angrily and walked away. Miss Han, don't forget our agreement. Get lost. Ah, it's really pitiful that such a pretty and beautiful girl happens to be a shrew. Lan Shi sighed. You're still selling tickets? You're shameless, Lan Shi. Ha, if you don't make money when you have it, you're a bastard. Even a fly, no matter how small, is still meat. Give me half. What the hell? You want this little money too? No matter how small a fly is, it's still meat, you said. Going downstairs, the waiter handed the snow-white beast kitten to Su Shiwang. Has Miss Han paid? Lan Shi smacked her lips and asked. Miss Han paid 5.5 billion, but she cursed when she left. Ha, this is what they call if you don't do it, you won't die. The Han family is all like this. Lan Shi said with a big laugh. Su Shiwan's attention was all focused on this little divine beast. It is snow white all over and looks like a cat. Its fur is smooth and delicate, its body is as white as jade, and its furry tail is round like a snowball. Its pair of ink black eyes stared at Su Shiwan curiously, blinking as if it wanted to eat Su Shiwan. Su Shiwan reached out and touched its head, and asked softly. Little guy, what kind of beast are you? Meow. The little white cat made a series of baby calls, then sat down on Su Shiwan's arm and rubbed it. The little white cat's furry claws grabbed the corner of Su Yueyao's clothes, as if it liked Su Yueyao more. Lan Shi, your Lan family doesn't know what breed this little guy is? Su Shiwan looked up and asked Lan Shi. It should be a ferret. Actually, we in the Lan family can't tell what kind of breed it is. We just don't think it has any value in breeding. Maybe it has, but we can't tell. We just sold it as a pet. I didn't expect you two to ask for 5.5 billion. Ha ha ha, it was a good idea to call you here. You really are my god of wealth. Lan Shi smiled and shook her head, obviously very happy about what had just happened. But having said that, this little thing is quite cute, but its personality is a bit bad. It likes to bully other spirit beasts all day long. It might be due to bloodline suppression. Lan Shi poked the little white cat's head with her finger as she spoke. Tell me, what breed are you? The little white cat turned its head and looked at Lan Shi, its blue eyes full of warning. Hey, are you threatening me? Meow. The little white cat narrowed its eyes, pushed Lan Shi's hand away, turned around and climbed onto Su Yueyao's shoulder. Its little head rubbed against Su Yueyao's neck, and it seemed very comfortable. Yueyao, this little fellow likes you very much, so you should keep him. He has great potential. I think he will become a true divine beast in the future. Su Yueyao lowered her eyes, a hint of tenderness in them. She patted the little white cat's head and said with a smile. I'll just call you Xiao Bai. Meow. The little white cat meowed happily, licked Su Yueyao's cheek, and then lay on her shoulder and fell asleep obediently. But at that moment when no one noticed, a cunning light flashed in Xiao Bai's blue pupils. Chapter 75, Shocking. The daughter of the Han family proposes marriage and hopes for marriage. Who will be the winner? The next day. The sunlight shines in through the window lattice. Master, something bad has happened. Su Xiaoro leaned over to Su Shiwan and whispered in his ear. What's wrong? Su Shiwan opened his eyes and rubbed his sleepy eyes. Master, the gate of our Su family has been blocked, and now outside. What? We're being blocked? Who is it? This. Su Xiaoro hesitated for a moment, then said, they are from the Han family. They came with weapons and said they were here to demand an explanation. Ha, then I have to go out and take a look. Su Shiwan scoffed. She knew that Han Huaiwei would not give up just like that. But she didn't expect that this girl would be so impatient. As Su Shiwan walked out of the Su family's gate, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. A dense group of Han family guards blocked the Su family's gate. They were all dressed in suits and ties, holding sticks and looking solemn. This posture is simply to cause trouble. Su Shiwan's gaze fell on Han Huaiwei, who was standing in the front. Han Huaiwei was tall with a delicate and perfect face. The red dress made her look even more charming and beautiful. Hey, Miss Han, why are you here so early? Su Shiwan curled his lips slightly. Han Huaiwei gritted her teeth, wishing she could tear Su Shiwan to pieces. What do you say? Make a wish. Han Huaiwei shouted coldly. Oh? Miss Han is so enthusiastic about proposing marriage? Then start your performance. Su Shiwan spread his hands. Hope. Han Huaiwei completely exploded. She didn't expect Su Shiwan to be so arrogant and unscrupulous. Han Huaiwei, feel free to use any moves you have, I'll take them all. Su Shiwan didn't get angry but laughed instead. He was really looking forward to seeing what other tricks this girl had up her sleeves so he could see them. Okay. Come on, show me your talent. At Han Huaiwei's command, some people brought out more than 10 wolfhounds, and some people held more than a dozen kunkans. The wolfhound chased Koan, and the barking was deafening. Su Shiwan frowned. Is this what you call a performance? Han Huiwei raised her chin proudly. That's right, Su Shiwang, this is the chaos I gave you. Oh, I thought Miss Han was going to give me something? Turns out she was just trying to disgust me? Su Shiwang shrugged. There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Make some hope, don't be shameless. Han Huiwei was furious. So what? Su Shiwang smiled. Don't you know that I, Su Shiwang, have always been thick-skinned, Miss Han? You. Han Huiwei's face flushed and her chest heaved violently. She gritted her teeth, but didn't know what to say. Su Shiwang, just wait and see, today I will humiliate you. Miss Han, if you have the guts, come now. I'll keep you company until the end. Dozens of people behind Han Huiwei held up a large sign that read, Make hope, I fucking love you. Han Huiwei gnashed her teeth and yelled, Su Shiwang, I really love you. I love you so much. I will never let you go in this life, you stinky bitch. Not far away, Lanchi organized reporters and media to broadcast the event live. This is such explosive news, everyone, remember to tell your station manager and platform to give them more money. Don't worry, President Lan. We will definitely report this explosive news to our superiors. The reporters said one after another. That's good. I'll teach you how to write the headline for this news, shock. The Han family's daughter has been away for many years, and now she returns to Yinjing in a rage to woo the eldest daughter of the Su family. Who will the eldest daughter of the Su family choose among the many beauties? It would be great if we could tell who will win. Looking forward to the next episode. Lan Chi said proudly. Master Lan, you understand the title. This news is really explosive. I guarantee tomorrow's headlines will be all about the second daughter of the Han family and Su Shiwang. Of course. My Lan family publishes an entertainment magazine, so I know that. Lan Chi patted his chest. Mr. Lan, you are truly amazing. Everyone said in unison. Lan Chi was very proud. Okay, let's continue the live broadcast. Su Shiwang looked at Han Huiwei's ridiculous way of proposing in front of him, feeling a little amused and helpless. This crazy woman is so funny. Bai is so handsome. Su Shiwang, don't you have any reaction at all? Han Huiwei gritted her teeth. This Su Shiwang is simply unyielding. Miss Han is there something wrong with you? Su Shiwang looked at Han Huiwei in front of him curiously. Make a wish. Han Huiwei was furious, her face flushed red. Su Shiwang, I accept the loss. What else do you want from me? Is this your proposal? There's no sincerity at all. What sincerity do you want? Propose, no wedding dress? No diamond ring? Su Shiwang shook his head and sighed. Oh, forget it, Miss Han, you really can't afford to play with me. Make a wish. Han Huiwei roared angrily, wishing she could tear Su Shiwang into pieces. Su Shiwang, don't go too far. Su Shiwang shrugged, looking indifferent. Oh, I forgot, you don't like me at all. You just want to take revenge on me. No man has ever caught my eye. Miss Han's personality is truly unique. Zizi, why don't you propose to me now? Su Shiwang raised an eyebrow, his tone full of teasing. Han Huiwei was so angry that she was shaking all over. Someone come. Get the wedding dress and diamond ring. In less than a moment, the Han family's guards brought an expensive wedding dress and diamond ring for Han Huiwei to wear. Han Huiwei changed into her wedding dress and threw the diamond ring to Su Shiwang. Make some hope, just give it to me. No flowers? Where are the flowers? No wonder everyone says you're a tomboy and don't understand romance at all. Su Shiwang spread his hands, looking confused. Su Shiwang, are you even human? Han Huiwei roared madly. I'm standing right in front of you. How much do I look like I used to be? Su Shiwang asked back with a smile. Han Huiwei. After a while, several helicopters circled in the sky above Su's house, and flowers were dancing in the sun, which was magnificent. The helicopter's propellers created such strong winds that it was impossible for anyone to open their eyes. This scene surprised the servants of the Su family. Especially the reporters who were watching were extremely excited. As expected of the eldest daughter of the Han family, she's so generous. Wow, what a cool way to propose. I think this proposal scene is more beautiful than those seen on TV. Yeah, that's so romantic. Make a wish, are you satisfied? Han Huiwei pointed at Su Shiwang arrogantly. Han Huiwei, a marriage proposal requires emotion. Your hypocritical words are not convincing at all. Su Shiwan glanced at the helicopter in the sky indifferently. Hope. What else do you want? Han Huiwei was angry. At least there should be some marriage proposal quotes. You are going to enter the Dragon Mansion. Aren't you afraid that my brother will tear you into pieces? Then we'll talk about it later. You. Okay, I'll tell you. I met you in this vast sea of people. If I meet you, I am lucky. If I don't, it is my fate. Don't ask me if you are in my heart, you are all in my mind. Among millions of people, I am so lucky to meet you. Looking at Han Huiwei gritting her teeth and reciting the love words she copied from the internet, Su Shiwan couldn't help but shudder. Although Han Huiwei is very beautiful, why do I feel a chill when she says these cheesy love words? Su Shiwan murmured. Hope, will you marry me? Han Huiwei looked at Su Shiwan, emphasizing each word. Su Shiwan was slightly stunned. He raised his eyes and met Han Huiwei's gaze. Their eyes met, and she saw the deep and boundless emotions in his eyes. Chapter 76: The Love, Hate and Hatred of the Wealthy? Han Huiwei's gaze was warm and focused. She couldn't see clearly, couldn't see through it, but she felt a little panic and a little throbbing. She wanted to escape the emotions in his eyes. I hope you can give me some advice. I'm waiting for your answer. Han Huiwei's eyes were aggressive. You. Su Shiwan's eyelids twitched and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Why does it feel like this tigress is serious? Su Shiwan, if you don't want to, just say it now and don't waste everyone's precious time. Han Huiwei snorted coldly. Su Shiwan, do you know the two types of people I hate the most in my life? Su Shiwan shook his head. How could he know? Han Huiwei snorted coldly. First, those who dither. Second, those who reject me. I refuse. Su Shiwan's head shook like a rattle. Han Huiwei was so angry that she was shaking all over. You bastard, you hurt my reputation. Come on, destroy the Su family for me. Su Shiwan. What is this tiger woman thinking? More than 100 Han family guards rushed forward with sticks in their hands. Lan Shi, standing by, got anxious and shouted, Hey, reporters! Su Shiwan is my good brother. There's an extra show today, so you'll have to pay me more later. Lan Shi looked as if she was afraid that the incident wasn't big enough. The reporters took photos and recorded videos. Boss Lan, of course we won't give you less money, but can you make one more request? What's the matter? Just ask. Lan Shi said generously. Can I take a closer shot? Of course you can, but I can't guarantee you will be beaten to death. Lan Shi looked helpless. Forget it, we'll just watch from the sidelines. A reporter held up a camera and zoomed in, zooming in again and again. The guards of the Han family were already waving the wooden sticks in their hands and calling out to the guards of the Su family. Su Shiwang stood there and yawned, looking nonchalant, as if it wasn't his house that was being smashed. Su Shiwan lazily called out, Su Qingfeng, you've had enough of hiding in the corner and watching the fun, right? Come out and take care of these guys. Upon hearing this, everyone turned around and looked into the distance following Su Shiwang's words. Ah, Su Qingfeng. Su Qingfeng has been eavesdropping the entire time. The love and hate of the wealthy? Reporters were snapping shutters frantically, and spotlights were flashing. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn over. Su Qingfeng walked out from a corner with a cold look on his face, staring at Su Shiwan without blinking. You actually sensed my presence? Su Qingfeng's voice was as cold as ice. Su Shiwan. This idiot, can he be any more pretentious? I can beat you up so badly that your face is covered in blood. How could I not know that you were watching from the dark? Su Shiwang rolled his eyes. Su Qingfeng, I won't waste my time talking to you. Hurry up and help clean up these people. Xiao, bring me a chair. Su Shiwang pointed to the chair beside him. Xiao, who was standing by, immediately brought a chair and placed it in front of Su Shiwang, handing it over respectfully. Su Shiwang sat down, crossed his legs, and drank his tea leisurely. Su Qingfeng, hurry up. Leave. Su Qingfeng looked at Han Huiwei, don't cause trouble in front of the Su family. Su Qingfeng, you, the former top prodigy of the Su family, have now become Su Shiwan's lackey? Han Huiwei snorted coldly and looked at Su Qingfeng with disdain. Su Qingfeng's face was gloomy. He walked closer to Han Huiwei step by step, his eyes as cold as snow, who do you say is a lackey? Isn't it? With your current behavior, you say you are not a lackey, then who is the lackey? Han Huiwei curled her lips sarcastically. Su Qingfeng narrowed his eyes dangerously. I'm doing this for the Su family. Su Qingfeng spat out a few words coldly. Han Huiwei laughed contemptuously and said, Are you doing this for your Su family, or for yourself? Su Qingfeng, you don't need to hide your ambitions. No need to say more. The jade sword in Su Qingfeng's hand shook slightly, and a green sword light shot out from his jade sword. Today, I, Su Qingfeng, am here. No one can enter the Su family. Okay, well said. Xiaoro, where are the melon seeds? Su Shiwang applauded. I think this scene is really pleasing to the eyes. Su Qingfeng, focus. Show this tigress her own limitations. Hopefully, you. Han Huiwei's chest was heaving with anger, and she wished she could pounce on Su Shiwang and tear him into pieces. If you want to fight, I'm here for you anytime. Su Qingfeng said this coldly, his pair of ink-black pupils bursting with murderous intent. Su Qingfeng's swordsmanship was extremely superb, and the tip of his sword drew a long arc in the air. All of Han Huiwei's guards were repelled. I'll hold this guy back, you guys come on. Han Huiwei held the blue sword in his hand horizontally, pointing the tip of the sword directly at Su Qingfeng, and roared. More than 100 guards responded. A solemn look appeared between Su Qingfeng's brows, and his figure flashed, turning into a residual shadow. Su Qingfeng is very fast. In the blink of an eye, he started fighting with Han Huiwei's guards. Su Shiwang sat on the chair, tapping his fingers on the table, watching the melee in front of him with interest. Wow! This scene is so cool. This guy must have some skills. That's right, no one is as good as the young master. The young master is the best in the world. Su Xiaoro said as she fed Su Shiwang grapes. Su Shiwang glanced at her sideways. Xiaoro, I find that you are becoming more and more slick-tongued. You are indeed worthy of being my personal maid who has been with me for so long. Su Qingfeng and Han Huiwei fought each other, and the other Han family guards rushed forward with sticks. Someone come. At Su Shiwang's command, rows of guards gathered around. Beat them hard, beat them to death. Kill them, and I'll take responsibility. Su Shiwang shouted arrogantly and domineeringly. The guards of the Su family were ready to fight. Each of them looked ferocious and fierce, as if they had taken hormones, with amazing fighting power. Chapter 77, Remove the firewood from under the cauldron. Endless troubles. There were nearly 200 people in the group, and the fighting was extremely fierce. Soon, the people from the Han family were knocked to the ground, screaming in pain. Su Qingfeng fought back and forth with Han Huiwei, holding a jade sword. Su Qingfeng, you haven't eaten yet. I beat Han Huiwei to tears in just 5 moves. Can you do it? Attack her lower body. I said if you really can't do it, I'll pull out our Su family's guard dog. I'm telling you why you're so slow. Use your wind god body. Su Qingfeng, didn't you say you had a solid foundation in martial arts? How come you haven't taken anyone down in all this time? I think you're a coward. Su Shiwang kept complaining while watching. Although his voice was not loud, it reached Su Qingfeng's ears, making Su Qingfeng even more irritable. Wind god body. Su Qingfeng suddenly roared, and the jade sword in his hand suddenly changed its posture. Through thick and thin. Boom! A strong airflow suddenly burst out from the jade sword. Su Qingfeng flew into the air like a cloud. He lightly touched the ground with his toes, and his body suddenly rose from the ground and attacked Han Huiwei. Oh no, it's the falling star sword technique. Han Huiwei was horrified and quickly withdrew several meters. Bang, bang, bang. Sword body. Han Huiwei shouted loudly, and 3 giant sword shadows suddenly appeared in front of her. The sword shadows intersected and collided with each other, making a deafening sound. The jade sword in Su Qingfeng's hand kept spinning in the air, like a spinning top, wrapping Han Huiwei in the sword shadow. Destruction! Su Qingfeng shouted coldly, turned his wrist, and swung the jade sword towards Han Huiwei. Bang! There was a loud noise and the floor was split instantly. Su Qingfeng's sword shadow and Han Huiwei's sword shadow were in a stalemate, the two forces offset each other, and for a while no one could do anything to the other. Hey, Su Qingfeng, bring out your special move. Make it quick and decisive, don't damage the floor. Su Shiwang urged from the side. I've already cast it. Su Qingfeng said calmly. No, Don't you have a special trick? Su Shiwang was anxious. He stared at Su Qingfeng with wide eyes and shouted, use it quickly. Su Shiwang, you're ruining my cards. Use that wind god technique or wine cloud fall of yours to take care of her. Su Qingfeng was speechless for a while, but he couldn't underestimate Han Huaiwei. He could only bite the bullet and continue to perform the wind god technique. His Fenjianluo had been pushed to the limit. His sword shadow grew bigger and bigger, completely trapping Han Huaiwei inside. Han Huaiwei's face was pale. She gritted her teeth and poured all the spiritual power in her body into the sword. Fall. As soon as Han Huaiwei finished speaking, sword shadows filled the sky and attacked Su Qingfeng. Su Qingfeng swung the sword in his hand, blocking the dense sword shadows. Han Huaiwei's eyes flashed with cunning. She suddenly drew out the soft sword from her waist. A cold light flashed, and the soft sword turned into thousands of fine needles, stabbing towards Su Qingfeng at lightning speed. Su Qingfeng swung the sword in his hand, and suddenly sword shadows flew everywhere. Su Shiwang watched all this in amazement. Holy crap! Awesome! There are quite a lot of hidden cards, one by one. Seeing that the two were in a stalemate, Lu Qingyan's figure suddenly appeared beside Su Shiwang. Mom, why did you come out? Su Shiwang was startled. My mother is so elusive, how come she suddenly appeared like a gust of wind? If I don't come out, are you planning to tear down my house? Lu Qingyan rolled her eyes at Su Shiwang. The girl from the Han family has even come to your door, but Shiwang, does she really like you? Seeing Lu Qingyan's suspicious face, Su Shiwang curled his lips. This is definitely not true. She is such a tigress. When Su Shiwang said the last sentence, he deliberately lowered his voice. Lu Qingyan widened her eyes with an expression that said I knew it. Oh, this girl is quite pretty, what a pity. Su Shiwang looked at his mother speechlessly. If this beauty was associated with a tigress, then that beauty would be useless. Can't you be more serious, kid? You're always messing around with other girls. Lu Qingyan poked Su Shiwang's head and said, Mom just wants to see you get married soon. Where is third uncle? He went to find someone who was very important to him. Who is it? Su Shiwang became very curious. When the time comes, ask him yourself. Su Shiwang curled his lips and muttered in dissatisfaction, What? Still keeping us in suspense. Lu Qingyan coughed lightly, scaring Su Qingfeng so much that he trembled all over. The two began to fight. Su Qingfeng stepped back, bowed, and said, Greetings, madam. You don't have to be so polite, Qingfeng. What level have you reached in practicing the wind god technique? We've reached the 3rd floor. Yeah. Not bad. Han Huaiwei raised her head arrogantly, and her charming phoenix eyes swept around. When she saw Lu Qingyan, her pupils shrank immediately, and she changed from her usual arrogant and fierce attitude to a gentle and respectful one, and Qingyan. Su Shiwang's eyebrows were raised, and he glared at Han Huaiwei unhappily, You were not like this just now. Hope. Lu Qingyan frowned and scolded, Stop messing around. Su Shiwang pouted and stood aside angrily without saying a word. Auntie, I miss you so much. Han Huaiwei walked up and hugged Lu Qingyan's arm, rubbed it affectionately, and called out like a spoiled child. Lu Qingyan had a faint smile on her face. She stroked Han Huaiwei's soft long hair and said, You are such a sweet talker, girl. Why are you causing trouble today? It's Su Shiwang who bullies me. Han Huaiwei pouted her red lips and said aggrievely. Lu Qingyan looked at Su Shiwang and sighed slightly, Shiwang, you are too willful. The corners of Su Shiwang's mouth twitched slightly. Okay, let's forget about this. I'll teach him a lesson later. But auntie, my reputation is. I'm still a girl. Are you still worried about not being able to get married? I'm just worried about not being able to get married, auntie. Su Shiwang must compensate me. After Han Huaiwei finished speaking, tears immediately fell from her eyes, and her tearful look was so adorable. What compensation do you want? Lu Qingyan pinched Han Huaiwei's nose lovingly. Auntie, I want a place in the Dragon Mansion. What? As soon as Han Huaiwei finished speaking, Su Shiwang screamed and stared at Han Huaiwei in disbelief. How dare you make such a request? Do you think the Dragon Mansion belongs to our family? We can just go in whenever we want. Is there any difference between the Dragon Mansion and yours? Han Huaiwei glanced at him and said, It might not work if others ask, but if Aunt Lu asks, Longfu will definitely agree. Lu Qingyan smiled faintly. Okay, tomorrow you can go to Longfu with Xi Wang and Qingfeng to report. Su Shiwan looked at his mother in confusion. Does his mother have this power? Then why should I join the competition? Just lie down in the Dragon Palace. Lu Qingyan seemed to see through Su Shiwan's thoughts and said with a smile, Xiaowang, everything depends on yourself. Thank you, Auntie. Han Huiwei thanked him gratefully, and then she blinked at Su Shiwan, as if to say, just wait for me to take revenge on you. Auntie, I'll take my leave now. Looking at Han Huiwei's receding back, Su Shiwan's eyes flashed with a gleam. It seemed that she was preparing to cut off the source of his troubles. Su Shiwan's heart skipped a beat. It seems that he can't escape from this tigress. In the evening, a beautiful woman with delicate makeup, a graceful and plump figure, wearing a professional suit and looking quite capable appeared in front of Su Shiwang. Teacher Yi? Why are you here? Chapter 78 Changbai Mountain, the Forbidden Land of Kunlun. Lifelong Love by Zhio. The woman in front of him was Su Shiwang's counselor, Yi Linglong. Where's your third uncle? Yi Linglong went straight to the point, her almond-shaped eyes scanning the surroundings. I thought he was looking for you, Teacher Yi. My third uncle has been out all day. I heard they said he was riding a giant eagle. What? He went out on an eagle? Do you know where he went? I heard from my mom that he went to find someone very important to him. I thought it was you, Teacher Yi. Su Shiwang said slowly. Third uncle, don't blame me, your nephew, for cheating you. Last time you threw me into that desolate mountain and almost killed me, don't blame your nephew for being ruthless, you were the one who was unjust first. Someone very important? Yi Linglong murmured, could it be that woman? That's not right. She has been gone for so long. Su Shiwan looked at Yi Linglong's expression and guessed that she must know something. Teacher Yi, Yi is not you? Su Shiwang feigned disappointment and shook his head, looking extremely regretful. I thought that you, Teacher Yi, were the only confidant of my third uncle. I didn't expect that my third uncle was actually having affairs outside. Sigh. Shut up. Yi Linglong glared at Su Shiwang fiercely. What nonsense are you talking about? Your third uncle and I. She stopped talking here, her face flushed instantly. That's not what you think. You little bastard. Teacher Yi, do you know something? Please tell me. Seeing Su Shiwan's expectant eyes, Yi Linglong's eyes were somewhat disappointed. She took a deep breath and said, your third uncle prides himself on being a playboy. Although he has countless female confidants, none of them has truly moved him. Look at me, I'm an example. Yi Linglong smiled bitterly. Teacher Yi, I feel that third uncle treats you differently. He only had that person in his heart. 20 years ago, that person appeared and disappeared, taking your uncle's heart with him, causing him unbearable pain. My third uncle has an unparalleled family background and is incredibly powerful. Why can't the two of them stay together forever? That woman is not human. What? Su Shiwan looked at Yi Linglong in shock. There are some things in this world that we cannot understand, so I dare not speculate. But that woman isn't human. Who would believe it unless they saw it with their own eyes? I can only speculate. What's that woman's name? Bai Shio. Changbai Mountain is covered with snow all year round and is bitterly cold. The peaks are thousands of feet high and reach the sky, as if they will live as long as the heaven and the earth. On a mountain peak, a man wearing a plain white robe and with a handsome and elegant face stood quietly. He lowered his eyes and slowly stroked the jade pendant. His fingertips felt the delicate texture like silk, and his eyes were filled with deep and indelible sadness and melancholy. He slowly raised his head, opened his thin lips, and said in a hoarse voice, Jiao, I'm here to see you. A snow-white divine deer was strolling leisurely on the distant mountain peaks. A jade pendant hung around its neck, emitting a bright and warm light. On the top of the mountain, a graceful figure stood quietly. Her body was so thin that it seemed as if a gust of wind could blow her away. However, wisps of white mist lingered around the woman, making her look hazy as if she came from the underworld. Sui Feng looked at him, but it seemed as if they were separated by 10,000 years. One eye is clear and bright, as clear as crystal. A pair of eyes are dark, deep, and distant. The two gazes collided, and ripples appeared in the air, as if an electric current was running between them. Sui Feng's figure suddenly appeared behind him. Siya! He called softly, reaching out to grab the slender shoulders, but felt a strong rebound force that directly bounced his hand away. The moment Bai Jiao saw Sui Feng, a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. She turned around and rode on the divine deer. And left quickly. Xiao, don't leave, listen to my explanation. Sui Feng's figure followed closely. Bai Jiao ran wildly all the way and finally stopped at the edge of a lake. Looking at the emerald green water, she stopped and stood quietly on the shore. Xiao, listen to my explanation. Sui Feng's voice came from afar. Xiao, I love you, I love you. I know. I've always known. Bai Jiao spoke slowly, her voice calm and without any waves. Then why did you leave without a word? Do you know that I have been searching for you for 20 years? I have never married in these 20 years. I have been searching for you all the time. Bai Jiao's speech slowed down, a touch of sadness lingering in her voice. I love you too, but you and I are different, we're human and demon. We're not meant to be together. Why bother? Xiao. Go away and don't come to me again. After saying that, Bai Jiao turned around and stepped into the lake. But all he saw was ripples on the lake water beneath his feet, yet it seemed as if he was walking on flat ground. At the end of the lake stands a 100-foot stone gate. In front of the gate is a stone tablet with 4 large characters written on it, Kunlun Forbidden Land. Seeing this, Sui Feng quickly leaped over and stood in front of Bai Jiao. His eyes were filled with deep determination, just like the moment he saw Bai Jiao more than 20 years ago. He loves her more than anyone else. Get out of the way. Bai Jiao's tone was still extremely cold. No. Unless I die. Sui Feng shook his head stubbornly. Okay. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword energy whizzed past and hit Sui Feng's chest. Sui Feng did not dodge, but instead opened his arms. The long sword stopped abruptly at Sui Feng's chest. The tip of the sword pierced the skin on Sui Feng's chest, and blood gushed out. Why don't you hide? Because I want to watch you until the day you kill me. His tone was firm and unquestionable. He wanted her to kill him, only in this way could he stay with her forever. Why are you so stupid? Bai Jiao looked at Sui Feng's pale face and couldn't help but burst into tears. Do you know that you will die if you do this? I'm not afraid of death, I'm just afraid of never seeing you again. If I could see you again, and die in your hands, I would die with no regrets. His eyes were burning as he stared deeply into Bai Jiao's eyes. When Bai Jiao saw the strong and passionate love in Sui Feng's eyes, her heart suddenly twitched and she felt great pain. They once had a beautiful relationship, but it was destroyed. The difference between humans and demons meant they were destined not to be together. Xiao, promise me that you will never leave me again. Good. Bai Jiao nodded, tears rolling down her cheeks. Sui Feng's body shook a few times and he almost fell down. He barely held on and looked at the girl in his arms. At this moment, his heart was filled with unprecedented satisfaction and happiness. You can't be together. A cold and domineering voice suddenly sounded from inside the stone gate. Bai Jiao trembled all over. Chapter 79, The Mountain and River Cauldron appears. I want to take Bai Jiao away. Jiao, my people are not allowed to come out into the world, and it is even more impossible for us to intermarry with the human race. This is our ancestral precept. Have you forgotten? Inside the stone gate, a figure emerged. It was a young man, exuding the majesty of a king. His eyes were cold and ruthless, revealing an arrogant attitude that looked down on the world, as if he was the master of heaven and earth. He walked towards the two of them step by step. Every step he took was like the sky collapsing and the earth shaking. This is a rule that our clan must not violate. Anyone who violates it will be killed without mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Jiao and Sui Feng felt an overwhelming pressure coming at them. No, I didn't forget. Bai Jiao's pupils shrank slightly, and there was a flicker of struggle in her eyes. Jiao, no matter what, you must not marry a human. Otherwise, the clan rules will punish you, and I won't be able to protect you. No, brother, give us 1 or 2 chances, okay? The outside world is about to undergo another drastic change, and the human race is in imminent danger. If you persist in your wrongdoings, you will regret it sooner or later. You still have a lot to do. Do you really want to lose the bigger picture over the smaller one? Sui Feng gently held Bai Jiao in his arms and said softly, I'm here, don't be afraid. Bai Jiao's body was shaking violently. Good. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Sui Feng's lips, and then a huge bronze tripod appeared behind him, engraved with ancient and complicated characters. A ball of flame spurted out of the mouth of the cauldron, burning fiercely. The body of the cauldron radiated a scorching heat, and a pattern of mountains and rivers was carved on the wall of the cauldron. Mountain and river cauldron. The man's brows furrowed instantly, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. As Sui Feng took out the mountain and river cauldron, he looked taller, with white clothes fluttering in the wind. His whole body was filled with a terrifying power, like a banished immortal. As long as I'm here, no one can separate us. His tone was chilling. The man narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. I know that my younger sister fell in love with a human while traveling. I think it was you. May I know your name? Sui Feng raised his right arm. Sui Feng. Sui Feng? He groaned, and a terrifying glint suddenly flashed in his eyes. He stared at Sui Feng and asked, Who is Su Yunfan to you? My eldest brother. Sui Feng replied indifferently. The man was silent for a while, then suddenly burst into laughter. It really is his younger brother. But I'm afraid your eldest brother is dead over there now. My eldest brother will not die, and I will take Jiao away. Why do you? The man sneered. Sui Feng shot a sharp gaze at the man. With my strength. Sui Feng, the world is about to undergo another major change. This change is far more profound than what happened 10 years ago. You don't have the strength of your elder brother, so you can't change anything. If you take Jiao away, you will only harm her. Do you think you have the right to stop me? Sui Feng's eyes suddenly turned cold. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the man. You are crazy, Jiao, come back with me. The man was furious and reached out to grab by Jiao. Sui Feng's body disappeared like a ghost. When he appeared again, he was already beside the man and hit the man in the chest with a palm. The man was blown hundreds of meters away. Interesting? Black mist surged out of his body, covering his entire body and enveloping him. Your strength is stronger than I thought, but it's still not enough. The man waved his hand, and endless evil spirits suddenly rose from the lake and rushed towards Sui Feng like a tide. Sui Feng waved his hand, and endless thunder and lightning appeared out of thin air, rushing towards the endless demons and devouring them all in an instant. Not bad. There was a strange light flickering in the man's eyes. His speed was extremely fast, like a meteor or lightning, so fast that it was difficult to catch. His afterimages left ripples on the lake. Jiao, please step back. Sui Feng shouted in a deep voice. Bai Jiao quickly retreated 100 feet away, staring at the lake with her bright eyes filled with worry. She could clearly see that the endless evil spirits were constantly eroding the lake. The lake was becoming increasingly dry, and the soil at the bottom of the lake was also beginning to wither. The entire valley had become a completely desolate land. The endless evil spirits seemed to be attracted by something and kept approaching the mountain. A layer of purple gold light surrounded Sui Feng, and the evil spirits were instantly swallowed up as soon as they touched the purple gold light. I will protect the mountains and rivers. The mountain and river cauldron suddenly burst into a dazzling light, and a mysterious and majestic pressure emanated from the mountain and river cauldron, covering the entire valley, and all the evil spirits stopped attacking instantly. Sui Feng formed seals with his hands, and the talismans on the mountain and river cauldron kept jumping. The talismans spread out in all directions like living things. Sui Feng kept forming seals with his palms and punched into the mountain and river cauldron. The soul power in the mountain and river cauldron also continued to spread in all directions as Sui Feng's hands continued to punch out. Mountains and rivers suppress evil. The man's eyes flashed, and the lake water under his feet suddenly rolled up, forming whirlpools that rolled towards Sui Feng. Sui Feng's eyes became deeper and deeper. He opened his mouth and uttered a word, broken. From the mountain and river cauldron, wisps of mysterious and ancient aura emanated from the cauldron and quickly swept outward like ripples. Click. The vortex was torn apart by a mysterious force and turned into nothingness. How so? A look of horror appeared on the man's face. The mountain and river cauldron, suppressing heaven and earth. Sui Feng frowned and cast a series of spells. Mountains and rivers suppress evil. Suppress the world. Suppress the mountains and rivers. A mountain torrent broke out, and a terrifying force suddenly rushed out from the endless cauldron of mountains and rivers, turning into huge chains that locked the man. The chains contain vast and endless spiritual energy. Once locked, one will be suppressed into the cauldron. How could a human like you reach such a level? The surprise on the man's face became more and more intense. I just want Ji Yao to come with me. Sui Feng's tone was as cold as thousand-year-old black ice. My clan will not allow it. The man shook his head. Since you are so stubborn, there is nothing I can do. Sui Feng waved his arms, summoned the mountain and river cauldron, and smashed it down fiercely. Bang! The man was knocked flying, knocking down a stone platform. Blood was oozing from the corner of his mouth, and he looked a little embarrassed. Sui Feng's face didn't look very good either. He didn't expect the opponent's strength to be so strong. If it weren't for the mountain and river cauldron, he would have no chance of winning. After all, the other party's realm and cultivation are there. Although he is strong, he is not invincible. Sui Feng, I advise you to be more sensible. This will be good for both of you. The man slowly stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Don't force me to use the forbidden techniques of my clan. A layer of black energy was faintly rising from his body, like a giant dragon roaring inside his body. Yi Feng. Be careful. Bai Ruoyao couldn't help but exclaim, her heart in her throat. A forbidden technique? I'd like to see it for myself. Sui Feng's eyes were cold. Then you try it. Chapter 80, Uncle San is heartbroken? The demon man growled. Behind him, a full moon suddenly appeared, hanging in the sky, bright and clear, casting a faint light and illuminating the earth. A black light rushed up from the full moon, like a huge sword, pointing directly at Sui Feng. Cut! A black light broke through the clouds and slashed towards Sui Feng. The mountain and river cauldron suddenly came flying and collided with the black light. The moment the two collided, the entire mountain trembled, as if countless cracks were splitting from the top of the mountain, the cliffs collapsed, and rubble fell like rain. The snow that had accumulated on the snow-capped mountains for thousands of years also fell down, as if a blizzard had descended upon the earth. Sui Feng's body suddenly bounced back, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and his face became paler. Die! The full moon came flying again, carrying boundless power, completely submerging Sui Feng's figure. Bang! With a loud bang, snow foam flew all over the sky. Above the cliff, a cloud of dust was floating. Both of them were shocked. Bai Ruoyao lay in front of the two men, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her pretty face full of pain. Brother, Yi Feng, stop hitting me. A pleading expression appeared on her face. You are all my family, why do you have to go to such lengths for me? Si Ya! Why are you so stupid? Sui Feng felt a sharp pain in his heart, and he hugged Bai Ruoyao's delicate body and burst into tears. Bai Ruoyao couldn't stop her tears from falling. Stop hitting me! The demon man looked at Sui Feng hugging Bai Ji Yao, but a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. Sister, why bother? The demon man whispered. Bai Ruoyao was startled, tears streaming down her face. Brother, I know you're doing this for my own good, but why didn't you ask what I wanted? Silly girl. The demon man sighed, I'm trying to protect you. You'll get nowhere. I know. Bai Ji Yao's tears dripped down. I know I am a sinner of the demon race, but, poof. Before Bai Ji Yao could finish her words, she spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the front of her shirt red. Si Ya! Follow me and return to the demon tribe. The man's voice was urgent. He grabbed Bai Ji Yao from Sui Feng's arms and wanted to take her away. Let go. I'm going to kill you. Sui Feng roared. Are you going to let her die here? She can only be saved if she returns to the demon tribe with me. The man's eyes were cold and fierce. Come back to Sue's house with me, I can save her. Her injuries have severely affected her heart. She must return to the demon tribe with me to be saved. If we delay any further, she will be beyond help. You keep saying you love her, but are you really going to put her in danger? The demon man said in a deep voice. Sui Feng's body stiffened. He looked at Ji Yao, who was dying in his arms, and was in a dilemma for a moment. The moment the demon man took Bai Ji Yao away from his hands, his figure flashed and ran away. If you want to save her, find the nether flower. The demon man suddenly disappeared into the stone gate, leaving behind only a few cold words. After the two entered the stone gate, it slowly disappeared into the snowy plains of Changbai Mountain. Sui Feng stood there, looking at the stone door that was gradually closing. His eyes changed, sometimes gentle, sometimes firm, and sometimes resolute. He felt a little guilty. If he hadn't come to find Bai Ji Yao, she wouldn't have been hurt. It took a long time for Sui Feng to come back to his senses. Walk! Sui Feng gave an order. The eagle spread its wings and flew across the sky. Sui Feng jumped and sat on the sky eagle, overlooking the scenery of Changbai Mountain, but his heart was filled with inexplicable grief and anger. The giant eagle landed in the Su family compound. Yi Feng, have you seen her? Yi Linglong hurried forward and asked softly. Sui Feng looked ashen and said nothing. Did you find her? Why didn't she come back with you? Yi Linglong frowned. Hey, Uncle San, I heard you went to meet your first love? How was it? Su Shiwang's laughter was heard. Roll! Su Yifeng shouted loudly. Su Shiwang. Has this elegant young man, Uncle San, suffered a broken heart? Why did you come back so angry this time? Chapter 81 9 Nether Hell, Netherworld Flower. Everyone listen, I, Su Yifeng, am offering a reward for the Netherworld Flower. If anyone can find this flower, my Su family is willing to pay 10 billion and a set of S-level spiritual weapons. I, Su Yifeng, owe the person I find a huge favor to. As long as I can do it, even if it means going through fire and water, I will not hesitate. Su Yifeng's series of words contained powerful spiritual power and spread throughout the entire Yanjing city. Wow! The entire Yanjing city was in an uproar. 10 billion. S-level spiritual weapon. This is a crazy reward. The most important bounty is the S-level spiritual weapon. Even the most worthless spiritual weapon can be regarded as a family heirloom by a small family. Not to mention ordinary people, even most of the powerful people in the state of transformation may not have seen an S-level spiritual weapon. There is also a favor owed to Su Yifeng. You should know that Su Yifeng destroyed the powerful mercenary city with a wave of his hand some time ago, and even killed the powerful Ling Fei in the state of transformation with just a few moves. For a moment, the entire city of Yanjing was shocked. Television news and internet media rushed to report on it. There has been a global craze to search for the flower of the underworld. The flower of the underworld even topped the global hot search list. Su Yifeng searched the Su family's treasure house and library for a day and a night, but still did not find the answer he wanted. Flower of the netherworld, flower of the netherworld. Su Yifeng's hair turned white overnight, and he changed from that elegant and ageless male god to a man with white hair, haggard face, and a decadent temperament. Lu Qingyan stood beside Su Shiwang and sighed softly as she looked at Su Yifeng, who was gradually becoming insane. Your third uncle has been trapped by love his entire life. He's been a playboy all his life, but the girl he loves most can't be with him forever. No one can bear it. Lu Qingyan sighed softly, her eyes falling on Su Shiwang's cheek. Shiwang, don't learn from your uncle. Mom, do you know what the nether flower is? Su Shiwang asked with a frown. Yeah, I know. Lu Qingyan paused for a moment and continued, your father had seen this flower before. If you know, why don't you tell Uncle San? Given your third uncle's personality, if he knew the whereabouts of this flower, he would go through fire and water to get it. It's too dangerous there, even if he went, he would be in danger of death. He is a love-struck man, and I can't bear to see him fall like this. Lu Qingyan sighed. Mom, I think you should tell Uncle San that he has been looking for that woman for 20 years. If he doesn't find this flower, he will regret it for the rest of his life. Su Shiwang was silent for a long time, then sighed and said. Lu Qingyan was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then shook her head and smiled bitterly, you're right. Su Yifeng. Lu Qingyan called out. Su Yifeng suddenly raised his head, his face full of fatigue and pain, and his eyes were full of confusion. I know the whereabouts of the nether flower. Lu Qingyan's voice was very soft, but Su Yifeng heard it clearly. Sister-in-law, you know. Su Yifeng's lips trembled as he stumbled to Lu Qingyan's side, grabbed her shoulders and asked, Sister-in-law, do you know where the netherworld flower is? Tell me quickly. Ah, the netherworld flower is the flower of the netherworld ghost mother. It is said that the netherworld ghost mother once died for love, and her soul turned into the netherworld ghost flower, floating in the world. Lu Qingyan sighed and said, this flower is extremely evil. No matter who comes into contact with its petals, they will be forever condemned to a dark hell, unable to be reborn. However, this flower is also a most precious thing, and can bring people back to life. Sister-in-law, where is it? Su Yifeng grabbed Lu Qingyan's arm tightly, his eyes red. Your eldest brother once saw this flower in the 9 nether hell, but he almost couldn't resist its temptation and fell into depravity. 9 nether hell. Su Yifeng's pupils contracted sharply when he heard this. The 9 netherworld hell is a place of hell that appeared after the great changes in heaven and earth 10 years ago. It is filled with gloomy energy and resentful spirits. Many of the resentful spirits have even cultivated into ghosts that specialize in sucking the blood of living people. Even the powerful ones in the state of transformation don't dare to enter easily. There are also rumors that the 9 Nether Hell is the entrance to the real hell and the passage connecting hell and the human world. Sui Feng's body trembled slightly, and he let go of Lu Qingyan's arm. I understand. Lu Qingyan took a deep breath and said, Yifeng, take care of yourself. Thank you, sister-in-law. Sui Feng bowed deeply and walked out of the house step by step. Lu Qingyan's gaze fell on his lonely back, and a trace of pity flashed in her eyes. Third uncle. Su Shiwang shouted. Sui Feng stopped but did not turn around. Uncle San, take care and come back alive. Su Shiwang said solemnly. Hopefully, you too. Sui Feng looked at Su Shiwang deeply. I'll go with you. Next to the giant eagle, Yi Linglong stretched out her arms to stop Sui Feng. Get out of the way. I don't. Yi Linglong said stubbornly. I might not even come back alive, so why bother taking risks with me? You still have a lot of youth left in you. You are my entire youth. After Yi Linglong finished speaking, she hugged Sui Feng's waist and buried her head in his arms. Linglong, I'm not worth your efforts. Sui Feng said in a low voice. You're worth it. Yi Linglong raised her head and said with a firm gaze. Fool. The two of them boarded a giant eagle and left for the 9 Netherworld, where they would be in danger of death. Chapter 82, Let the host take control of the danger? Dog system, tricking me again. After Sui Feng left, Su Shiwang entered the secret realm that the Su family branch had sent Su Qingfeng into. Originally, the old men of the Su family branch were unwilling to let Su Shiwang enter, but since Lu Qingyan had spoken, they had no choice but to let Su Shiwang enter the secret realm. Before Su Shiwang entered the secret realm, Lu Qingyan left her a pill, saying that taking the pill could increase her cultivation speed and improve her combat skills. Su Qingfeng hated him so much that his teeth were itching. The sky in the secret realm was gray, without the sun, moon, or stars, and without day or night. It was only covered with thick mist, giving people a weird feeling. What the hell is this place? This dungeon is a little different. Su Shiwan looked around. There was complete silence all around, with no other sounds except the howling wind. Su Shiwang's spiritual awareness expanded, instantly covering 100 meters, but he could not detect any signs of life. Could it be that this instance is a trap? This isn't right. Su Qingfeng is supposed to be a man of destiny. He found his inheritance here, so there should be treasures here. Su Shiwang muttered to himself and walked forward cautiously. The further he went, the more uneasy Su Shiwang became. He always felt as if he had fallen into some pit. There was a lavender mist in the distance, covering the front like a sky curtain. The lavender mist seemed to have life, moving slowly and giving people a creepy feeling. Su Shiwang was frightened. Damn it! What the hell is going on in this dungeon? Su Shiwang cursed a few times. Just as Su Shiwan was hesitating whether to turn back, the mist in the distance suddenly disappeared, revealing a towering palace. The palace was over 1,000 feet high, reaching into the sky. It was so majestic and chilling. Su Shiwang's heart skipped a beat. This copy is actually a palace-type copy. Ding dong! Danger alert! Damn! Su Shiwang raised his eyebrows and cursed, Damn system, what are you doing? Why haven't there been any images in the recent danger alerts? Reporting to the host, the danger level is too high and the risk is difficult to predict. The image cannot be displayed. I'm Nima. Su Shiwang cursed in his heart, then how difficult is this dungeon? It's hard to estimate. It's hard to estimate? You're telling me it's hard to estimate? Host, this is a mixed blessing. You decide for yourself. The system said lazily. You? Su Shiwang was furious. I'm your fucking master, and you're actually letting me control everything myself. Your system is a piece of shit. System. After Su Shiwang cursed a few times, he asked again, hurry up and get the picture ready. Host, I am the golden finger system, not a wishing well. Aren't you my cheat? Hacks aren't omnipotent. Fuck you, I knew you were a piece of shit, you stink, I want a refund. The system was silent, how about the host die again? Fuck you, you want me to die, why don't you die? Su Shiwan cursed a few more times before turning his gaze to the towering palace. System, are you sure what you said is true? Aha! What good stuff is in that dungeon? Host, why don't you explore on your own? Fuck, that's not fair. Didn't you say there was something good? Then tell me what's inside. The system recommends that the host explore on their own. After all, the system doesn't know either. Fuck. You're a piece of shit. Su Shiwan was furious. But if you think about it carefully, what the system said is true. It really doesn't know what is in this copy. Okay, I'll go explore the dungeon. Su Shiwan gritted his teeth, turned around and flew towards the 1,000-foot palace. Boom! Crack! Not long after Su Shiwan rushed out, the towering hall suddenly shook violently, and a tremendous pressure descended from the sky, as if the end of the world had come. Fuck, system, this isn't the end of the world, what the hell is wrong with this instance? Su Shiwan was stunned. The noise in this copy was too loud, even more terrifying than the end of the world. No matter what, let's go in first. Su Shiwan's mind moved, and his body suddenly rose from the ground and rushed forward. Chapter 83, Entering the Cemetery of Gods and Demons. Gods and demons are dead, and all things return to the ruins. Along the way, Su hoped to see a lot of broken rocks and flying dust. From time to time, mountains were razed to the ground and the earth shook. How terrifying is this dungeon? Su Shiwan was extremely shocked. After speeding all the way, we finally penetrated the layers of fog and arrived in front of the towering palace. The towering hall is simple and ancient, with two powerful characters Gods and Demons Cemetery engraved on the lintel. Gods and Demons Cemetery? What a powerful and cool name. Su Shiwan swallowed his saliva and felt excited. The door of the hall was open, and there was a lavender mist inside, making it impossible to see what was inside. Su Shiwan hesitated whether to go in. Go in? Will I be wiped out by those mysterious forces if I go in? It would be a shame not to go in, right? Su Shiwan hesitated for a while. Forget it, since we're already here, let's just go in. Su Shiwan made a decision and walked in. As soon as I stepped in, a powerful force swept over my body. Su Shiwan's legs felt like they were filled with lead. It was extremely difficult to move forward an inch, and every inch he moved, he felt a sharp pain in his body. What the hell is this? Su Shiwan cursed in his heart, this is so painful. Su Shiwan gritted his teeth and took another step forward. Another wave of severe pain swept through his body, and Su Shiwan almost fainted. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Su Shiwan kept cursing, this dungeon is such a bummer. You're not going to let me die, are you? Ding ling ling. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden quest, Exploration, explore the secrets of the Cemetery of Gods and Demons. And obtain the treasures within. The mission is of medium difficulty, and the reward is a level increase of +1. Hearing the voice in his mind, Su Shiwan's face suddenly became interesting. Holy crap, a hidden mission? Su Shiwan was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of this hidden mission. He never expected that there would be a hidden mission in this copy. Never mind, now I can only take a gamble. He raised his feet and slowly stepped forward. There were many traces of blood and broken bones on the road leading to the depths of the Cemetery of Gods and Demons. Su Shiwan looked at the blood under his feet and couldn't help but shudder. The colors of the blood and broken bones are very strange, and the smell of blood is very strong, but it also has a hint of fresh fragrance. The ground is covered with graves and tombstones, which gives people a gloomy and terrifying feeling. Who exactly is buried in the Cemetery of Gods and Demons? Su Shiwan couldn't help but speculate. He looked up and around. The hall was so long that he couldn't see the end. The top of the hall is inlaid with countless glowing beads. The beads emit a faint light, illuminating the entire hall. There were some inscriptions carved on the walls of the hall, but Su Shiwan had no idea what they meant because there were many strange symbols on them that Su Shiwan didn't recognize at all. These characters are ancient, but they contain extremely strong spiritual fluctuations. They are obviously characters left behind by ancient civilizations. However, there seems to be no such ancient writing in the existing records of ancient civilizations. Su Shiwan couldn't help but walk over curiously and touch the words with his hands. But as soon as her hand touched the wall, it was bounced back by a powerful force and she couldn't touch any symbols or words at all. Damn, it looks like this Cemetery of Gods and Demons has a very complex structure, as if it were left over from ancient times. Su Shiwang frowned. Ancient gods and demons must be ancient powerful beings. System, do you know what is in this god and demon cemetery? Su Shiwang asked. The system said, I don't know. Don't know? How can we explore then? Su Shiwang was furious. System, you bastard. We are in the same group. You will be buried with me. The system said, I really don't know. System, can you help me analyze these symbols? Su Shiwang asked the system. The system said, yes. Su Shiwang breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Although this system is a bit tricky, its IQ is still guaranteed. Ding dong, the system can only analyze a few sentences. Su Shiwang was stunned when he heard this. Those sentences? This cannot be leaked. Fuck, this can't be leaked? What's the difference between you saying nothing and not saying anything? If I could kill you, I would feed you to the dogs right now. This system, if you dare to lie to me, I will beat you up. Su Shiwang said viciously, this guy is really too hard-mouthed. The system was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, okay, the above message is that the gods and demons are dead, all things have returned to the abyss, everything is nothingness, only eternity, endless darkness, and everyone is just food. What? What the hell does this mean? Su Shiwang frowned. This requires the host to think about it himself. The system's voice is a bit vague. Fuck. Can you be more blunt? Stop changing the subject. Su Shiwang said unhappily, tell me quickly, what exactly does this mean? The system said, that's all I can translate. Chapter 84, Searching for Inheritance. Everything is nothingness, everything is nourishment. You. Su Shiwang was so angry that he wanted to squeeze it flat and make it into a ball. Ding dong, host, please note, this sentence translated into modern terms is, everything is nothingness, everything is nourishment. Everything is nourishment? Su Shiwang frowned. Isn't this just nonsense? Give the host another hint. All of these are the inheritances of the powerful, but the host can only choose one inheritance. Are they all strong men of the same realm? There are rookies, there are the strongest, and even the weakest are those who have transcended the realm of perfection. Hiss. Doesn't that mean that Su Qingfeng got his inheritance here? According to the system, Su Qingfeng's inheritance level here is medium. Then I must have the best inheritance. Su Shiwang became excited as he spoke. Good job. If that is the case, then how can these be graves? This is simply a treasure trove. Su Shiwang was excited. If you want to find it, you must find the strongest inheritance. How to distinguish the strongest? Then the one with the largest and most luxurious tombstone must be the strongest. Su Shiwang walked forward carefully while observing his surroundings to see if he could find anything good. Su Shiwang walked deeper and deeper, and the sense of oppression and darkness around him became stronger and stronger. A thin layer of sweat had already appeared on Su Shiwang's forehead. Suddenly, Su Shiwang stopped. Su Shiwang discovered that he was back in the original hall. Su Shiwang's expression suddenly froze. System, you're kidding me. Su Shiwang looked devastated. Host, this is none of my business. Stop scolding me all the time. There was a hint of grievance in the system's tone. You bastard, show me the way. We have a community of interests. Su Shiwang couldn't help but curse. You can give me directions, but you have to promise this system not to hit me, not to scold me, not to. The system chattered incessantly, constantly repeating itself, and Su Shiwang's ears were almost calloused from listening to it. Okay, I won't say any more, okay? The system finally quieted down. According to the system's investigation, it would be better for the host to head north. The fluctuations there are extremely strong, and there should be a supreme inheritance. North? Su Shiwang's eyes lit up when he heard this. No way? Is there a heritage in the north? The system said the fluctuations were very strong, could it be that? Su Shiwang's heart suddenly skipped a beat and he felt inexplicably nervous. He looked towards the north of the hall and saw only a hazy area filled with darkness and black fog, like the mouth of a giant beast, devouring everything. Su Shiwang swallowed. He took a deep breath, walked towards the north, and climbed up the stone steps of the gate. Su Shiwang couldn't help but feel a creepy feeling with every step forward. This is fucking weird. Su Shiwang muttered to himself. Just feeling that these tombs contained endless power made Su Shiwan swallow his saliva twice. Finally, Su Shiwan climbed to the north side of the hall and saw a tombstone. In the dark environment, it emits a light golden light, which appears particularly dazzling. The tombstone is engraved with ancient and vicissitudes of life totems. A dragon is perched on the tombstone, with a majestic power, as if a real dragon has been born. This is the pattern of dragon veins. The dragon's body is winding and lifelike, as if it were alive. Holy crap, why does this tombstone look like a real dragon? Su Shiwang exclaimed in amazement. System, what kind of tomb is this? True dragon tomb. Holy crap! I found a treasure. I'm rich. Su Shiwang couldn't help but said excitedly. He quickly reached out to touch the dragon pattern on the tombstone, but was bounced away by the dragon pattern. What the hell are you doing? Su Shiwang said dissatisfiedly. Host, there is a restriction on this tombstone. What? Su Shiwang was stunned. How do I solve it? Host, you can take a look at the small tomb next to it. Upon hearing this, Su Shiwang looked in the direction indicated by the system and was stunned. Unlike other large tombs, this one has a tattered wooden tombstone. There was a line of words written on it, my tomb. Su Shiwang was suddenly confused. Fuck, why the hell are you letting me see this thing? This thing is completely different from the real dragon tomb. Are you trying to harm me? And then find a new host? The system fell silent. Su Shiwang hesitated between the real dragon tomb and the small broken tomb. There is a reason why the system says this. But this little, dilapidated tomb doesn't look like the tomb of a powerful person. Su Shiwang wanted to retreat, but when he saw the dilapidated tombstone next to him, he felt unwilling to do so. Forget it, I'll just trust this damn system this once. Su Shiwang gritted his teeth and walked to the tombstone next to him. He reached out his hand and gently touched the tombstone. But I just felt that there was nothing unusual, not even any resistance. Damn it! Got fooled? Isn't this just a small broken grave? Oh, whatever, let's give it a try. I have nothing to lose anyway. He took a deep breath and channeled his spiritual power into the tombstone. Fuck you. My spiritual power can't even get in. Su Shiwang was immediately furious. Host, this tombstone contains a mysterious power that blocks the connection between you and the tombstone, so you cannot enter. Mysterious power? Su Shiwang was confused for a moment. There is a mysterious power here, said the system. Mysterious power? Su Shiwang's gaze was fixed on the tombstone. His eyes instantly turned red, as if he was attracted and his whole body was enveloped by this mysterious power. Su hoped to feel this mysterious power, as if it was beckoning him to come closer. A crack appeared on the tombstone. Click. There were more and more cracks, and soon the entire tombstone turned into a spider web. Cracks spread from the tombstone like a black hole, trying to suck Su Shiwang's soul in. System, what the hell is in this? Su Shiwang roared. The system is still being explored. Fuck, what the hell is going on here? Su Shiwang was in tears, his soul was being devoured by this strange tombstone. Su Shiwang struggled desperately, but he felt as if his soul was about to be swallowed up. He was horrified and quickly used his remaining spiritual power to condense it in his palm, and then slammed it hard on the tombstone. Whoosh! Su Shiwang's eyes were empty, and a figure slowly appeared in front of him, seeming to be very close, it seemed to be far away in the sky. In Su Shiwang's sight, the man was wearing a white robe, standing in the void, looking down on the surrounding wilderness. His features were exquisite and his handsomeness was extraordinary. Especially the pair of narrow and long phoenix eyes, which are extremely graceful and beautiful, as if they are from among gods. The man slowly turned his head, his eyes were as bright as stars, making people unable to help but fall into them. Su Shiwang felt as if she was being attracted to the man and could no longer take her eyes off him. His heart was beating so hard it seemed like it was going to jump out of his chest. Su Shiwang was shocked, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he muttered, "Fuck. How could this peerless master be buried in such a small, dilapidated grave?" The man just raised his hand lightly, and in the blink of an eye, the galaxy shattered, the sun and the moon rolled back, and endless stars gathered in his palm. The man waved his hand lightly, and countless star fragments turned into powder and disappeared. The man's expression remained indifferent. His hands seemed to have some kind of magic, making Su Shiwang feel as if his soul was about to be taken away by the man. In the distant starry sky, a monstrous giant demon howled towards the sky, as if it was going to break through the sky and destroy the world. The man lightly raised his feet, held a spear in his hand, and took a step forward. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked, and the sun and moon lost their luster. Su Shiwang only felt that the scene in front of him was sometimes bright and sometimes dark. In a trance, the spear swept across, and the void shattered into pieces, as if it could tear everything apart. The two stood in one place, struck casually, and the stars fell and everything shattered. There was darkness all around them, like a black hole in the universe, swallowing everything. This is what we call a battle. Is this the ultimate power in the universe? Su Shiwan looked into the distance in shock. That long roar seemed to connect heaven and earth. That blow seemed to destroy the universe. Su Shiwan felt a black screen before his eyes, and he seemed to be trapped in darkness. His body was bound and he could not move. It was as if a huge force of tens of millions of pounds was pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. He just felt like an ant. Facing such terrifying and invincible power, he couldn't even muster the thought of resisting. At this moment, he suddenly realized how short-sighted he was. Chapter 85, Being Fooled. Taking over the body. This level of power is beyond his understanding. Su Shiwan felt a huge amount of memories flooding into his mind. He felt like a baby who had just learned to walk, ignorant and helpless. The invincible man gently raised his palm, and a golden light shot into his brow, causing his sea of consciousness to expand 100 times. Su Shiwan was stunned. He only felt that there was a mysterious and familiar power in his sea of consciousness. That power seemed to merge with his spiritual power, forming a mysterious and unpredictable power. Su Shiwan could clearly sense that the power seemed to have some connection with his blood, making his soul seem substantial and able to move in the void. In my name, I will suppress all evil in the world. A majestic and vast voice resounded through the sky, as if it could destroy the world. At this moment, Su Shiwan suddenly had an epiphany. It was the pressure from the gods. Su Shiwan felt as if he was in another world. He saw the boundless ocean, and he seemed to be sailing on the ocean. Every detail of the ocean comes alive. The waves were rolling, as if they could overturn the earth. Where is this place? Su Shiwan muttered to himself, feeling very unfamiliar. This is my grave. A voice, as if right next to his ear, made Su Shiwan shudder suddenly. A tomb? Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. When Su Shiwan heard the other party's words, he felt as if he was splashed with a basin of cold water. His whole body was cold and he couldn't help shivering. So, who are you? Why are you buried here? I am the Ming Emperor. You don't need to know why I am buried here. Are you willing to accept my legacy? If you accept my legacy, you must inherit my will in the future and kill all evil demons in the world. I do. Can you give me the baby now? My weapon is right there. First, release your sea of consciousness and let me pass it on to you. Su Shiwan was a little hesitant. Opening his sea of consciousness would mean exposing his most vulnerable side to others. Why are you still hesitating? Open up your sea of consciousness. I am the Emperor of righteousness in this world. The man's voice sounded again, seemingly filled with infinite charm. Su Shiwan gritted his teeth and released his sea of consciousness. A ray of light shone into his sea of consciousness, and he only felt his eyes brighten. Deep in his sea of consciousness, it seemed as if a huge heart was beating. Su hoped to feel that the beating of this heart seemed to be able to deter all evil in the world. Su Shiwan's body trembled violently, as if something had penetrated into his mind. He felt a headache, but it soon disappeared, replaced by a feeling of comfort. Su Shiwan closed his eyes and immersed himself in the comfortable feeling. He felt a strange power flowing in his mind. This power was very gentle, like a stream of water, slowly flowing into his soul and resonating with his soul. There were many mnemonics of spearmanship in his mind. These spearmanship moves were very ancient, as if they were left over from ancient times. But gradually, Su Shiwan's eyes began to turn blood red, and segments of red blood were surging in his sea of consciousness. Roar, roar. Su Shiwan let out a low roar of pain. He only felt his head getting more and more painful, as if it was being cut by a knife. Su Shiwan felt that his soul was entangled by countless blood threads, being torn apart bit by bit, and bleeding profusely. Ah, ah. Su Shiwan howled to the sky, his body kept twisting and he felt like he was about to die. He felt that his consciousness was being erased bit by bit. His body was getting weaker and weaker. It seemed as if his body was out of control, twitching wildly, and the skin on his body was slowly falling off. Su Shiwang's face became extremely ferocious, with blue veins appearing on his forehead. His face was covered with sweat and his body was covered with scars. Su Shiwang felt that his consciousness seemed to be fading away bit by bit. "Hey, you are not Emperor Ming, you are the devil in the starry sky." "Ha ha ha. Emperor Ming died a long time ago. Do you really think he was that great? He was just a coward. I'm just borrowing that guy's body. Once I absorb all your essence, I will be immortal and live another life." Ah! Su Shiwang's face became more and more hideous and terrifying, as if it would explode in the next second. "System! Help me expel him!" Su Shiwang roared in his mind, wanting the system to help. Ding dong system prompt: the sea of consciousness can only rely on the host itself, the system cannot provide any assistance. Aha! Su Shiwang seemed to have gone crazy, his consciousness seemed to be constantly pierced by an extremely sharp knife. He felt his soul being peeled away bit by bit, as if his body was being forcibly separated from him by an invisible hand, and then disappeared bit by bit. He wanted to struggle, but he couldn't. He even found it difficult to breathe, as if a needle was piercing his lungs, causing a dull pain in his lungs. Time passes by bit by bit. Su Shiwang only felt that his soul was leaving his body bit by bit. He felt as if he had suddenly turned into a dried corpse, without the ability to think, without feeling pain, and without any emotions. He was like a walking corpse, completely unconscious. Countless scenes flashed before his eyes, scenes from childhood to adulthood, from a naive child to adulthood to rebirth. He had experienced so much along the way. His tears couldn't help but fall. These were his last warm tears. He thought of his father and mother, and the happy and sweet days of his childhood. His soul gradually became blurred, and in the end, he only saw a sea of blood. Chapter 86: A magical weapon exploded? But just when his consciousness was about to be completely dominated, a system prompt sounded in his mind, and the 9-dragon jade pendant deep in his mind shattered. 9 giant dragons soared into the sky and circled in the void. What? Why are there 9 real dragons in your sea of consciousness? The demon lord's voice rang out. His voice was filled with surprise, and he was obviously extremely shocked by the vision in Su Shiwang's mind. Su Shiwang, with the help of 9 real dragons, was entangled with the remaining soul of the demon lord and fought continuously. Thoughts blended together, constantly colliding and devouring each other. Roar! Damn it! You ant! How dare you hinder me from taking over my body? Break it for me! A blood-red beam of light shot straight into the sky. Everyone in the Su family outside the secret realm felt this shocking aura, and their bodies were shaking violently, as if they would crawl to the ground at the next moment. This overwhelmingly powerful force made everyone feel suffocated, as if the entire secret realm was about to collapse. What's going on? Why does this secret realm erupt with such terrifying power? Could it be that the young master suffered a terrorist attack in there? No. It should be that the young master has obtained an extremely powerful inheritance. Didn't Qingfeng also experience a surge of energy when he entered? But it wasn't this powerful. What a powerful inheritance this young master has received. Everyone was talking about it, but Su Qingfeng had a gloomy face. He hoped Su Shiwang would die in the secret realm. In the sea of consciousness, Su Shiwang gradually gained the upper hand surrounded by the 9 dragons, and the remaining soul of the demon lord began to retreat. Roar! Su Shiwang punched the remaining soul of the demon lord, and his body flew backwards. Ah! How could I, the demon lord, be defeated by a mere mortal? He roared angrily, and his body turned into a black mist, covering Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang only felt a huge oppressive force coming towards him, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. He raised the spear in his hand and stabbed it towards the black fog. The black fog quickly condensed into a black sword and slashed towards Su Shiwang. The 2 attacks collided fiercely with each other. With a loud bang, Su Shiwang's body flew out again and fell heavily to the ground. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Su Shiwang could only feel his head buzzing. This blow almost made Su Shiwang lose his mind. However, the demon lord's soul also began to become misty and was on the verge of collapse. At this time, Su Shiwang felt waves of severe pain in his sea of consciousness, as if endless resentment was roaring in his mind. Host, if you cannot defeat the demon lord with one strike, your soul will collapse and you will not be able to control the power of the 9 dragons. The system's voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this, Su Shiwang's eyes widened instantly. He gritted his teeth and tried desperately to mobilize the spiritual power in his dantian, wanting to make the spiritual power in his dantian resonate with the power of 9 dragons, but the effect was not ideal. Su Shiwang knew that he had reached his limit now. His spiritual power was almost exhausted and he was unable to resonate with the power of the 9 dragons at all. If he continues to waste his spiritual energy, his mind will collapse. Ah! Su Shiwang let out a miserable cry, his body rolled on the ground, twitching constantly, his face flushed red. Ah! Puff! Another mouthful of blood was spat out, and Su Shiwang's spiritual power was almost completely exhausted. The power of the 9 dragons began to fade on Su Shiwang's body, as if it were a thin film. No, let's fight! Su Shiwang shouted in his heart. He knew that if he didn't use his ultimate move, he would surely die. Boom! 9 giant dragons suddenly flew out and charged towards the demon lord. At the same time, Su Shiwang threw the spear in his hand fiercely. Bang! The spear transformed into a black dragon and pounced towards the demon lord with an unstoppable domineering and murderous aura. The demon lord was horrified. What the hell is going on? How could these forces suddenly erupt? And with such terrifying and destructive power? The demon lord did not dare to hesitate. He hurriedly avoided the pursuit of the power of the 9 dragons and fled into the distance. The demon lord's spiritual power gradually weakened under the pressure of the 9 dragons' power. He felt like he was stuck in a quagmire, and his body was being dragged rapidly. Puff! The power of the 9 dragons tore apart the demon lord's body and his soul. No! Impossible! This is impossible! The demon lord shouted in panic. But he was unable to resist the power of 9 dragons. Ah! Boom! Su Shiwang's spiritual power finally exploded, and his body collapsed. System! Su Shiwang's consciousness gradually disappeared, and he knew that he was dead. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, defeat the remnant soul. Receive a reward and absorb the remnant soul to transform it into your own cultivation. Su Shiwang felt as if his soul had left his body and was floating around. He felt his consciousness gradually becoming blurred. He wanted to open his eyes to take a look, but his eyelids felt very heavy. The remaining soul of the demon lord turned into a little bit of spiritual power and dissipated in the air. Not only in his sea of consciousness, but also in his dantian, 9 golden little dragons began to appear, circling in the air. Chi in blood level 4, Chi in blood level 5, Chi in blood level 6. Su Shiwang's cultivation was stuck at the peak of Chi in blood level 6. On the one hand, the demon lord's residual soul was too weak, and on the other hand, Su Shiwang's chaos divine body was too difficult to break through. After an unknown amount of time, Su Shiwang woke up, feeling only to find himself brimming with strength. He looked at the dark spear in the coffin's hand, a bitter smile playing on his face. The pitch-black spear was as black as ink, without a shimmer, like ordinary black iron. But Su Shiwang knew clearly that this was the weapon of the Ming Emperor, the powerful weapon that could pierce the starry sky with a single wave of his hand. Su Shiwang was shocked that such a powerful magic weapon fell into his hands. He knew that he was very lucky to have picked up such a powerful magic weapon. The pitch-black spear felt cold to the touch, devoid of any warmth. However, the moment Su Shiwang grasped it, he felt it tremble slightly, and even the spear itself felt slightly warm. Su Shiwang wanted to pull it out, but was surprised to find that he couldn't pull it out at all. What the hell? I have at least 1,000 pounds of strength now, but I can't even pull it out. What is this? Su Shiwang frowned, unable to believe it. He tried hard again, but found that he still couldn't take his hand off the barrel of the black spear. He tried to control the spear with his mind, but was surprised to find that there was a golden light flashing on the black spear. What the hell is this thing? Could it possibly recognize its master? Su Shiwang muttered to himself, but soon he gave up trying. He felt that the power contained in this pitch-black spear was enough to kill him instantly. Moreover, this spear showed no signs of recognizing its owner, as if it were just a dead object. System, why can't I pull it out? Host, this is a divine weapon. You cannot use it at the moment. The system said indifferently. What? Su Shiwang was stunned. Although he had never seen it with his own eyes, he had heard that magical weapons all had their own consciousness, or wisdom. And since this spear was a magical weapon, how could it not have intelligence? Chapter 87, Out of the Secret Realm, Heading to Dragon Mansion. The system seemed to have read Su Shiwang's thoughts. It said, "Host, yes, this spear is indeed a divine weapon, but it is just a dead object, devoid of any intelligence. You cannot use it anyway. You can only find a way to take it away." "You're talking nonsense. The artifact was handed to me, how can I just throw it away?" Su Shiwang curled his lips, feeling both amused and helpless. The host can use the chaos divine bodies all things return to one to bring it into the chaos space. After hearing this, Su Shiwang could only nod, mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with his chaos divine body, and put the spear into the chaotic space. Although this spear is a divine weapon, he is unable to control it at his current level and can only put it away for the time being. Walking out of the secret realm. I saw everyone in the Su family pacing back and forth at the entrance of the secret realm, waiting for him to come out. After seeing Su Shiwang coming out, their eyes immediately focused on Su Shiwang. "Hope, are you okay?" Lu Qingyan asked worriedly. Perhaps this is maternal love. Regardless of whether Su Shiwang obtains the opportunity to inherit or not, his safety is the most important thing. Su Shiwang shook his head. "Mom, I'm fine." Lu Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. "Master, did you gain any opportunities in there?" "Yes. Everyone who enters this secret realm will see something different. We felt a huge energy outside the secret realm, but what kind of heaven-defying opportunity did the young master obtain?" The elders of the Su family were discussing the matter, while Su Qingfeng stood in the corner with a gloomy face. He also entered the secret realm, entered the cemetery of gods and demons, and received the inheritance of a powerful person. However, the energy fluctuations created at that time were far less powerful than Su Shiwang's. I didn't inherit anything particularly strong, and I was almost possessed by a demon. But I still gained something. It broadened my horizons and improved my realm. Su Shiwang said lightly, and then released his cultivation, instantly reaching the early 7th level of Qi and blood. 7th level of Qi and blood. All the elders of the Su family were stunned and looked at Su Shiwang in disbelief. Su Qingfeng staggered and almost fell, looking at Su Shiwang in disbelief. Is this guy's cultivation like a rocket, or is he using cheats? You know, it's only been a month since this guy went from a useless bootlicker to a genius. Has it already reached a height that many people cannot reach? How could he, a genius praised by everyone, accept this? Su Qingfeng gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, his face full of jealousy and resentment. The young master's cultivation speed is comparable to his father's. This terrifying cultivation speed is probably only matched by our Su family's master. Hey, it seems that the young master has been enduring all these years. It's just unfair that the young master has been called a bootlicker for so many years. Su Shiwang felt like laughing when he heard their words. What kind of forbearance is this? Okay, Shiwang, it's time for you and Qingfeng to leave for Dragon Mansion. The Dragon Mansion's plane has been waiting for you at Magic City University. I have arranged for Su Xiaoro to accompany you, and there will be someone to take care of your daily life there. Lu Qingyan said as she gently stroked Su Shiwang's head. I understand. Thank you, Mom. Don't worry, I will protect myself. Su Qingfeng also stood up, looked at Su Shiwang with resentment, and turned away. Magic City University. Su Shiwang hummed a little tune as he walked across the campus. Su Qingfeng, with a gloomy expression on his face, walked beside him, holding an umbrella to shield him from the sun. This made Su Qingfeng extremely angry. What did Su Shiwang think of himself? Be a servant? But he didn't dare to get angry. Not to mention that Su Shiwang's status and position are higher than his. Just talking about Su Shiwang's current level of cultivation, I'm afraid he can't even withstand 3 moves. Damn it! Once I enter the Dragon Mansion, I must practice hard to surpass this guy and prove my future path. Wow, so handsome. Isn't that a promise of hope? Hiss, I heard that he is now in the Qi and blood realm. I heard that his cultivation level can skyrocket even after eating or drinking water. As soon as Su Qingfeng and Su Shiwang stepped into the school gate, they immediately attracted a lot of discussion. When Su Shiwang heard these discussions, he felt embarrassed. These people were exaggerating too much. A group of female college students gathered around Su Shiwang, chattering about his contact information and wanting to take photos, which made Su Shiwang smack his lips. However, Su Qingfeng stood aside with a cold expression, as if being ignored by everyone. I cursed in my heart, what a bunch of nymphomaniacs. Hey, why are you two so slow? Bai Ling, the granddaughter of Bai Zuns, was standing in the distance in a red dress and shouted. She was already extremely beautiful, and this red dress made her look even more charming and seductive, and every move she made was full of seduction. Bai Ling's gaze remained fixed on Su Shiwang from beginning to end, with a strong sense of disgust flashing in her eyes. Su Shiwang frowned. She didn't like this girl. She always felt that the way she looked at her was full of hatred and hostility. I was delayed on the way. Please forgive me, Miss Bai Ling. Su Qingfeng said with a humble smile on his face. Bai Ling looked at Su Qingfeng with admiration. After all, the wind god body was a powerful physique, and its future achievements were immeasurable. It's okay, I'm just a little late. Bai Ling said gently, her tone full of affection, as if she had already regarded Su Qingfeng as her boyfriend. Thank you, Miss Bai Ling. Su Qingfeng smiled gently. Su Shiwang frowned when he saw this. Isn't Bai Ling too hypocritical? With that kind of attitude towards me, why is he so gentle towards Su Qingfeng? They boarded the plane and headed for Dragon Mansion. Su Shiwang knew most of the people on the plane, such as Han Huiwei, who had threatened him to get the quota, Su Qingfeng, the Su family's wind god body, Ning Hanshuang, and his personal mate Su Xiao. The other geniuses from various places greeted Su Shiwang one after another, hoping to make friends with him. After all, Su hopes that the future of this genius with both background and strength will be limitless. Where is the Dragon Mansion? Su Shiwang asked curiously. Everyone shook their heads. Bai Ling snorted coldly, looking at Su Shiwang as if he were a bumpkin, her eyes full of disdain. The Dragon Palace is in the sky. In heaven? Su Shiwang was slightly stunned. Chapter 88, 10-star talent? Or 1-star talent? Su Shiwang thought Bai Ling's words were nonsense. How could it be in the sky? But when a city in the sky appeared before him, he realized that Bai Ling had not lied to him. This sky city towers into the clouds, like a giant sword piercing the sky. Is this the Dragon Palace? Su Shiwang was a little shocked for a moment. This was too spectacular. There was no end in sight from a distance. This is the Dragon Mansion, but it's just the periphery. The real core area is in the center. That's the core of the entire Dragon Mansion. Bai Ling looked at everyone indifferently, as if showing off her knowledge of the Dragon Mansion. You freshmen are all on the periphery. Although her voice was light, it was full of arrogance and disdain. Su Shiwang curled his lips and ignored her. The plane slowly landed on the outermost square of the Dragon Mansion. This building, which spanned several kilometers, was tall and majestic, exuding a strong sense of dominance. Giant dragon sculptures stand on both sides of the building, each one vivid and lifelike, as if ready to soar into the sky at any moment. Is this the Dragon Palace? Su Shiwang looked at the building of Long Mansion and murmured. This building is like an ancient palace, with carved railings and jade bricks. In front of the building, there is a giant golden avenue paved with a luxurious red carpet, with steps leading to heaven. Tall guards stood on both sides of the avenue, each of them exuding a fierce aura. On both sides of the avenue are majestic and solemn palaces. Each of these palaces is magnificent and splendid, like heaven, dazzling the eyes. Like other freshmen, Su Shiwang was surrounded by people and walked towards the center of the Dragon Mansion. There is an extremely huge stone tablet in the center, with 4 big characters written on it, Dragon Mansion. All of you, stand behind this stone tablet. This stone tablet is a spiritual tool that can test your talents. Reverend Bai's voice rang out. After hearing this, all the freshmen stood obediently in front of the stone tablet, waiting for the test. The spiritual patterns on the stone tablet emit brilliant light, layer upon layer, as if they have life. Ning Hanshuang, Ice-type spirit body, 4-star talent. Xianin demon body Jingkong, 2nd class physique, 4-star talent. Han Huiwei, sword body, 6-star talent. Su Qingfeng, wind god body minor success, 8-star talent. Hiss. 8-star talent. Everyone gasped. 8-star talent, rare in the world. Several Dragon Palace venerables appeared instantly, pulling Su Qingfeng to fight for him. Wind god body minor success, you are mine, I must take you as my disciple. I want one too. Get out of here, you 2 old bastards, don't try to steal my wind god body. When the freshmen saw this scene, they were stunned. What the hell was going on? It was the first time they saw the freshman test. Is this a test for freshmen or a martial arts battle? Su Shiwang took a deep breath. With the bonus of his Chaos Divine body and the 7th level of Qi and blood, he must have an 8-star talent, right? He slowly walked forward and placed his palm on the stone tablet. In an instant, the spiritual pattern on the stone tablet lit up and turned into a 5-clawed golden dragon, pouncing towards Su Shiwan with bared fangs and claws. Roar! Su Shiwan let out a low cry, and the pressure of the 7th level of Qi and blood spread out. Shoo, at such a young age, Qi and blood are already at the 7th level. This boy is beyond belief. The many venerables who were vying for Su Qingfeng looked at Su Shiwang as if they had seen a treasure. This boy is Su Yunfan's son. When Venerable Bai said this, all the venerables were shocked, as if they had seen some treasure. Their eyes turned green and blue, and they looked at Su Shiwang as if a hungry wolf saw a lamb. I want to take him as my apprentice. Go away, I'll give you the wind god body. Don't fight with me, kid. You're not sincere at all. This guy is the best match for me. Let me make a good relationship with Su Yunfan. Everyone, get out of the way. But after just a moment, the stone tablet became blurry, a golden dragon disappeared, the stone tablet turned gray-black, and the spiritual patterns on it dissipated between heaven and earth. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. What does this mean? Is talent good or bad? Xian Shiwan, physical condition unknown. The talent shown on the stone tablet is 10 stars. 10 stars. Damn it! The field exploded instantly. There has never been a 10-star talent since the founding of Dragon Mansion. What a talent, what an aptitude, it's simply terrifying. But in an instant, the 10-star talent turned into 9 stars, then 8 stars, 7 stars, and finally it dropped to 1-star talent. This. Everyone was stunned. Fuck, what kind of talent is this Su Shiwan? How did it suddenly become a 9-star? Are you kidding me? Everyone was going crazy. They had originally wanted to accept Su Shiwang as their apprentice, but who would have thought that this bastard would suddenly become a 1-star? 1 star. What kind of talent is this? This is simply outrageous. But he's not incredibly strong, he's incredibly rubbish. It can be said that he's just like an ordinary person. The way everyone looked at Su Shiwan changed, from initial joy to disgust, and from disgust to contempt. Su Shiwan was also confused when he saw the result. What happened? I am a chaotic divine body. Why is it only a 1-star talent? Could it be that my talent is too strong and this stone tablet cannot detect it? Seeing that everyone present had been selected by the venerable, only Su Shiwan was ignored. Han Huaiwei and Su Qingfeng couldn't help but sneer. What's the use of being strong now? Your future achievements will stop there. Ha ha ha, make some hope. You're such a loser, you only have a 1-star talent. Han Huaiwei laughed sarcastically. She had hated Su Shiwang for a long time, and now seeing Su Shiwang's miserable condition, she felt so happy. Alright, a waiter will take you to the accommodation area later, and a venerable will guide you in the future. After Venerable Bai finished speaking, he glanced at Su Shiwang vaguely. Those rated 5 stars and above are B-level geniuses. As for Su Shiwang, he has been promoted to B-level genius, and will receive a set of B-level spiritual tools and 20 spiritual fruits. Let me be frank. Everything in Dragon Mansion is based on strength and talent. We only need 50 people. New students who fail to break into the 3rd floor of the trial tower and the top 50 of the potential ranking within 10 days will be expelled. When everyone heard this, they were instantly shocked. What is the concept? If you can't break through the 3rd level and the top 50 of the potential list within 10 days, you will be expelled from the Dragon Mansion. This is a bit too cruel. Su Shiwang followed Ning Hanshuang and Su Xiaoro to the accommodation area. Ning Hanshuang was naturally wanted, but when she saw that Su Shiwang had not been chosen by the Venerable, she gave up the Venerable's choice and followed Su Shiwang. The accommodation area is a series of luxurious villas, covering an area of 1,000 acres in the Sky City. After Su Shiwang and Ning Hanshuang arrived at the accommodation area, they were assigned to an independent villa. Oh, I'm so tired, I need to have a good sleep. Su Shiwan was lying in bed, feeling sore all over. He had been fighting continuously these days and had exhausted a lot of physical strength. Do you need me to accompany you? Ning Hanshuang suddenly said something that startled Su Shiwang. What do you want to do? I'm not that kind of person. It's not impossible if you want to. Ning Hanshuang curled her lips and revealed an evil smile. Don't. Chapter 89. Aren't you just being argumentative? Dragon Palace. The spiritual energy here is dozens of times greater than that of the outside world, or even better. Su Shiwang sat quietly in the room, absorbing spiritual energy with his chaotic spirit body, but in his mind he was comprehending every move that had taken place between the Ming Emperor and the devil, and constantly deducing it. After 2 days of deduction, Su Shiwang also figured out a trick: destroy the sky with a gun. After a few more days of study, it seemed that the 10-day deadline was approaching. During the days when Su Shiwang was in seclusion, news also came. Su Qingfeng, the disciple of Master Niao, has broken through the 6th level of Qi and Blood, entered the 40th place on the potential list, and entered the 4th floor of the trial tower. Han Huiwei ranked 43rd on the potential list and entered the 4th level of the trial tower. The news caused a sensation in the entire Long Mansion. Many Dragon Palace disciples were discussing this. After all, such a fast speed is really incredible, and his talent is 8 stars. Su Qingfeng's cultivation speed is simply astonishing. Senior brother Su is truly becoming more and more powerful. He has reached this level in just a few days. Needless to say, 8-star talent, and most of the Venerable's talents are only 4 or 5 stars. Hush, keep your voice down, or the Venerables will skin you alive if they hear you. Have you heard the news? Ning Hanshuang has reached 49th place on the potential list and is now trying to break through the trial tower. That ice beauty? This is really good. That Su Shiwang, there's been no movement so far. I guess he's almost ready to be kicked out. After Su Shiwang passed the level, he went straight to the strength test list. He's going to challenge. I also heard a lot of news on the way. Among the 8 people in this class, I was the only one who had not made any moves. Many people wondered if they had given up and were ready to be fired. Su Shiwang sneered. How could these people understand what it meant to accumulate strength for a breakthrough? The strength training ground of Longfu is different from that of the outside world. The outside world is a projection of virtual characters, while the Dragon Mansion is a real battlefield. It's because the top 50 in the potential list are all in Longfu. At the end of each month when the potential rankings are finalized, Longfu will expel students outside the top 50 to ensure the progress of the geniuses. At this moment, Su Shiwang was standing under a giant battle arena. In the air above the battle arena, there was a huge screen floating, showing the rankings and strength of all the geniuses in Long Mansion. The few people at the top of the potential list have already reached the highest level. Long, 21 years old, has reached the 1st level of transformation. Hannijian, 26 years old, 1st level of the transformation realm. Slurp. Su Shiwang couldn't help but be amazed when he looked at the strength on the list. How did these people practice? They are all perverts. I want a challenge. Su Shiwang said in front of the Venerable who was in charge of the battlefield. Who are you? The Venerable widened his eyes and looked Su Shiwang up and down. Is there this person among the freshmen? Make a wish. Su Shiwang? That little guy with 1-star potential? Listening to the words of the Venerable, Su Shiwang couldn't help but feel a lot of black lines on his forehead. Who do you want to challenge? Su Shiwang looked around and said, number 36 on the potential list, that Zhang Sanxiang. Hearing this name, the Venerable couldn't help but shook his head. I say, little guy, you only have a single star talent, don't you know how difficult it is to get on the potential ranking? You actually dare to challenge the 36th place on the potential ranking. Aren't you courting death? What? Can't challenge? Su Shiwang frowned. He originally wanted to directly challenge Zhou Feng, who was ranked 9th, but seeing that Zhou Feng's strength had already reached the 9th level of Qi and Blood, it would be better for him to wait until his strength broke through a little before challenging him. He challenged Zhang Sanxiang because he also wanted to see how other people who also used guns were doing with their guns. Of course not, I'm worried you'd get seriously hurt. The Venerable shook his head and said, let me remind you first, Zhang Sanxiang lives up to his name. He defeats his opponents with just 3 shots. Defeat the opponent with 3 shots, is that so exaggerated? Su Shiwang was shocked. The Transcendent Realm also requires 3 shots? Aren't you just being argumentative, kid? But you're also right. The Transformation Realm also requires 3 shots, but you're defeated in just 3 shots. Chapter 90, Fight Zhang Sanxiang. Half an hour later. A burly young man in a black robe and carrying a spear slowly walked towards the arena where Su Shiwang was. Hiss. Zhang Sanxiang. His marksmanship has reached perfection. He hasn't challenged anyone in a long time, and no one dares to challenge him. It's said that he's concentrating on his cultivation. And if he strikes, blood will be drawn. This young man with one-star talent is going to be in trouble. You challenge me? Zhang Sanxiang's voice was hoarse, and his throat sounded as if it had been cut by a sharp knife, which made people shudder. Su Shiwang nodded, that's right. He concentrated his mind in his hand, and a blood-red spear appeared out of thin air in his hand. Bloodlight surged on the spear, as if blood was dripping. This spear is Su Shiwang's weapon, the Blood Dragon Soul. Ha! Zhang Sanxiang exclaimed in surprise when he saw Su Shiwang's weapon, and then looked at Su Shiwang with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Interesting. Tell me your name. Make a wish. Su Shiwang yawned, and the spear in his hand spun, attacking Zhang Sanxiang like a tornado, bringing up a wave of blood and an overwhelming murderous aura that spread out. Ha, not bad. You have some skills. Zhang Sanxiang tore off the black cloth, and a blue spear swept out, colliding with Su Shiwang. A powerful shockwave spread out in all directions, and the entire arena shook violently, as if it would collapse at any time. This guy's offensive power is not weak, but he is still far from being a match for Zhang Sanxiang. This kid is finished, he's too arrogant. Su Shiwang's shot was repelled and he was not injured. Come again. Zhang Sanxiang's eyes lit up. This kind of battle was his favorite. The more intense it was, the more excited he felt. Come. Su Shiwang shook his arm, and the blood-red dragon soul once again wrapped around the spear, bringing with it a violent pressure. Su Shiwang rushed forward again, and the spear in his hand turned into thousands of spear beams, sweeping wildly with an extreme killing intent. Take my shot again. Zhang Sanxiang roared and swung his arms violently. The gun tip covered by the black cloth flashed with a black light, and beams of gunlight spread out in all directions. Bang! Bang! Su Shiwang was secretly surprised at this man's marksmanship. His strength was indeed powerful. But how could he be a fish that can be slaughtered at will? Take one more of my moves, and the blood dragon spear will shatter. Spear beams attacked and turned into a blood lotus, carrying a breath of destruction. So strong. Su Shiwang couldn't help but feel shocked, but he was not afraid at all. Under his urging, the blood-colored dragon spear became even more swift, transforming into hundreds of spear beams, rushing towards the black spear tip. Rumble. The two men continued to fight, and the ring shook violently. A series of explosions resounded through the sky, deafening. Su Shiwang was constantly repelled, but he became more and more courageous and was able to withstand it every time. At this time, Su Shiwang's face finally showed a solemn expression. Zhang Sanxiang is indeed stronger than many of his previous opponents. Su Shiwang took a deep breath, fused the blood-colored dragon soul into a dragon soul mark, and a golden dragon emerged. Roar! The golden dragon roared towards the sky, and swung its tail, bringing with it endless pressure, fiercely lashing at the spear beams. Bang 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 bang! A series of gun beams were shattered and turned into blood mist. Good! 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 Zhang Sanxiang shouted when he saw this. I told you that you are no match for me, just admit defeat. No! Su Shiwang shouted loudly, and the power of the blood-colored dragon soul surged again. It turned into a giant dragon and hit Zhang Sanxiang hard, sending him flying backwards. Bang! Above the arena, smoke and dust billowed. Oh my god! This one-star loser is actually suppressing Zhang Sanxiang? This is too exaggerated. Seeing Su Shiwang's performance, many viewers exclaimed in amazement. Interesting. Zhang Sanxiang crawled out of the ruins, looking disheveled, his clothes torn, and blood oozing from some minor wounds. You've already fired 30 or 50 shots, show us what tricks you have left. Su Shiwang said with a frown. Zhang Sanxiang stretched his muscles and walked towards Su Shiwang with a smile on his face, then you will see my true strength. After Zhang Sanxiang finished speaking, his clothes disappeared instantly, revealing his strong muscles. His veins were exposed, making him look particularly ferocious. I like your figure. Su Shiwang stared at Zhang Sanxiang's strong chest and said, with a strange look in his eyes. How's my figure? Zhang Sanxiang chuckled. Su Shiwang nodded, very good. Of course. Zhang Sanxiang had a smug look on his face. His clothes burst open, revealing his muscular upper body. His muscles were as hard as steel and full of explosive power. Su Shiwang's figure flashed quickly, leaving a shadow, and he instantly appeared in front of Zhang Sanxiang, and the blood-red dragon spear in his hand smashed down hard on his head. Zhang Sanxiang snorted coldly, and the black spear in his hand instantly transformed into thousands of spear beams, covering Su Shiwang. Gun domain. Zhang Sanxiang roared, and the spear skills he displayed were his own unique skills, called gun domain. In this gun range, he can ignore all defenses. This is an extremely advanced gun skill. Once mastered, one can move freely in the gun field and dodge all attacks. No matter which angle you attack from, he can dodge it easily. However, what Zhang Sanxiang didn't expect was that Su Shiwang had such high attainments in spearmanship that he could see through his spear domain. Chapter 91. Who makes me a genius? The two men's guns collided, and a dazzling light burst out, making the ring dazzling. Many spectators could not open their eyes and could only close their eyes and cover them with their hands. Zhang Sanxiang's expression changed slightly. How could you possibly understand my marksmanship? Su Shiwang sneered, your marksmanship is okay, but nothing compared to me. Zhang Sanxiang refused to believe it and used his marksmanship again. World of Guns. One virtual world after another appeared, trapping Su Shiwang inside, making it impossible for him to escape. Are you worthy of being called a spear genius? Su Shiwang snorted coldly, holding the blood-red dragon spear in both hands, and shook it suddenly. A dragon roar was heard, and with a devastating momentum, it stabbed forward fiercely. Under the force of the gun, the virtual world collapsed and turned into countless gun shadows, which shot densely at Zhang Sanxiang's body. Puff! Puff! A series of blood splattered. Zhang Sanxiang's body was suddenly severely injured, and blood continued to flow out. Impossible! Impossible! I don't believe it! Zhang Sanxiang screamed, with unwillingness in his eyes. He had practiced spearmanship for several years and had already mastered it to the core, but now he couldn't even block Su Shiwang's shot. Nothing is impossible. Su Shiwang spoke indifferently. Just wait for me. Zhang Sanxiang was unwilling to admit defeat. He roared and used his strongest marksmanship again, trying to defeat Su Shiwang. I'll use you to test my newly enlightened gun skills. Gun destroys the sky. Su Shiwang shouted coldly, clenched his fists, and the spear in his hand trembled violently. Buzz! The spear in Su Shiwang's hand seemed to be able to swallow the world. Su Shiwang's wrist trembled and the gun flashed. Rays of red light streaked across the sky and spread in all directions. One gun turned into hundreds of guns, and dense spear beams poured out like rain. A vast and overbearing pressure permeated the air, causing all the audience's expressions to change. At this moment, everyone felt a strong sense of fear. Su Shiwang actually comprehended the intermediate secrets of the way of the spear. This guy actually managed to comprehend the intermediate secrets of the spear path. Isn't this too incredible? No wonder he dared to compete with Zhang Sanxiang. No! Zhang Sanxiang roared and tried to dodge, but he was unable to do so and was enveloped by the spear light. Rumble! The gun light fell, and the whole field was in a mess. Su Shiwang's figure slowly rose. Zhang Sanxiang could no longer control his body and fell heavily to the ground at the edge of the ring, spitting out blood from his mouth and his face was distorted. You lose. Su Shiwang said lightly, his eyes calm. This is impossible. I've been using guns since I was a child, and I regard them as my life. But I still haven't grasped the profound meaning of the way of the gun. How could you? Zhang Sanxiang raised his head with difficulty, looking at Su Shiwang with red eyes and a hint of panic in his eyes. You lose. I'm a genius after all. Su Shiwang shook his head. In fact, he also comprehended the profound meaning of the way of the spear when he watched the battle between Emperor Ming and the Demon Lord. After these days of hard training, his spear skills have reached the intermediate level of mystery, which can be said to be a mastery. Zhang Sanxiang was about to refute when he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed and it seemed that he would fall to the ground at any time. You lose. Su Shiwang spoke again. Zhang Sanxiang gritted his teeth and said, I'm a genius in spearmanship, how could I possibly lose? Su Shiwang said calmly, then continued to stand up. You. Su Shiwang, defeat Zhang Sanxiang and become the 36th on the potential list. The announcement spread to every corner of Longfu Square. When countless people heard this name, their eyes were burning with excitement, and they couldn't wait to rush into the center of the ring and compete with Su Shiwang. 36th. When Su Qingfeng heard this name, his face turned a little unhappy. He thought Su Shiwang had lost his fighting spirit, but he never expected that Su Shiwang had accumulated strength and defeated Zhang Sanxiang as soon as he appeared. Next, is that the trial tower? Su Shiwang murmured. The Dragon Mansion Trial Tower is a place that all Dragon Mansion students are deeply afraid of. Chapter 92, Tower of Trial. There is no other reason, it's just that the Dragon Mansion Trial Tower is extremely terrifying, and there is even a risk of falling. The Trial Tower is divided into 15 floors, each floor represents one challenge. The higher you go, the greater the difficulty and the higher the death rate of the challenger. The dragon who currently holds the top spot on the Dragon Mansion's potential list has only reached the 9th level. Su Shiwang walked outside the Trial Tower, followed by a group of Dragon Mansion students who were watching the excitement. After all, Su Shiwang, with his 1-star talent, was a complete oddity within the Dragon Mansion. The Dragon Mansion Trial Tower is like a huge castle, standing in the sky, towering into the clouds. Su Shiwang slowly walked into the Dragon Mansion Trial Tower. The walls outside the tower are decorated with countless strange runes, emitting a dazzling luster. Su Shiwang took a look at the ancient tower, and without stopping, he walked forward. Su Shiwang's figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. Ha! Where are the people? Has he already made it through? The gate of the trial tower slowly closed. Student Su Shiwang, enter the first floor of the trial tower. Su hoped to hear the prompt sound, tap his toes, and move forward quickly. The first level has 99 steps. Su Shiwang slowly raised his leg and stepped over the first step. First floor. Su Shiwang nodded slightly and continued walking forward. The second step. The third step. The 10th step. Su Shiwang felt the pressure increasing with every step he took. When he reached the bottom of the 30th step, his clothes were soaked with sweat. The true energy in his body was flowing tirelessly, continuously climbing. The 87th step, the 86th step, the 88th step, the 89th step. A huge pressure came over him, and all the muscles in Su Shiwang's body tensed up, with beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Finally, Su Shiwang stepped onto the last step. 98th level. Su Shiwang let out a long sigh and felt like his body was about to explode. The pressure was too terrifying. It has nothing to do with strength, it's just a test of your body. Call. Su Shiwang let out a long sigh and felt that his breathing had become much faster and his face turned red. It seems the 99th step is even harder to climb than before. Su Shiwang thought to himself and continued to move forward to the 99th step. Su Shiwang walked all the way, and each step took up countless energy, but his spirit became more and more full. The 99th step. Finally reached the 99th step. Su Shiwang stopped and looked a little tired. Su Shiwang stopped and looked ahead, but found that there was darkness ahead, like an endless abyss, extremely deep. Where is this place? Su Shiwang frowned and thought about it. Is this the second floor? The first level tests the body, so what does the second level test? Entering the second floor, Su Shiwang saw a sea of blood and corpses before his eyes. Countless evil spirits were tearing humans apart, and endless blood was flowing down, dyeing the area red. These images came like a tide, filling his mind, causing Su Shiwang to have a splitting headache and bloodshot eyes, like a wounded beast. Puff! Su Shiwang opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. The second level of the test actually tested his mental will, which dealt a huge blow to his will. Su Shiwang, with a pale face, held onto a thick tree, his cheeks twitching and his body shaking. A woman holding a child ran to Su Shiwang, and a demon over 10 feet long was chasing them from behind. The demon's claws scratched their tender necks, and blood splattered, which was shocking. Save my child, please, save my child. The woman cried and threw the baby in her arms to Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang frowned and tried to gather his spear, but found that he couldn't gather it with his will. Can't I use a weapon? Looking at the evil ghost that was already so close and feeling the overwhelming pressure, he felt a little horrified. This evil ghost is far more powerful than him. Run or stay. Everything here is virtual. Looking at the hole with some light in the distance, that should be the entrance to the third floor. Keep. The power of this evil ghost is beyond his ability to contend with. Walk? How could he be so cruel as to leave such a young child? There was a look of struggle on Su Shiwang's face and a glimmer of hesitation in his eyes. If I retreat now, I'm afraid I will never be able to face my inner self again in this life. If you stay, you will be in danger of death. Ah! Su Shiwang heard the child's cries and paused, taking a deep breath. This time, he concentrated his energy even harder, finally succeeding in forming a spear and holding it in his hand. Bring it on! With the spear in hand, Su Shiwang's demeanor completely changed. He wasn't afraid of death or hardship. He would kill any enemy who dared to stand in his way. Su Shiwan let out a long roar, holding his spear and running forward. Rumble. Su Shiwan was very fast. He stabbed the demon in front of him with one shot, piercing through him and pinning him to the ground. Pulling the woman and baby over, Su Shiwan was stunned. They weren't virtual? Where is this? This is the South China Sea, and we are a village on an island. The woman explained. Su Shiwan was stunned. Was this actually a real scene? Was the trial tower merging his space with the demon-invaded space, or was this just an illusion? Su Shiwan shook his head and ignored this for now. These people really existed, so he couldn't just ignore them. Looking at the scene before him that looked like hell on earth, he took a deep breath, raised his spear, and rushed into the pile of demon corpses. Su Shiwan stabbed with a gun, and a demon fell to the ground and turned into pieces, while other demons rushed towards him frantically. Su Shiwan swept the spear in his hand across, and every demon in front of him had no room to resist and was pierced through by the spear. Su Shiwan's spear was extremely sharp, and every sword strike could chop a demon into pieces and nail him to the ground. Roar! When the demons around saw Su Shiwan's actions, they all became angry and rushed towards Su Shiwan, roaring continuously. Su Shiwan had an indifferent look on his face. He held a spear in his hand, and like a god of war, he chopped the demons into pieces. This is the real world. This is the cruel battlefield. Looking at the corpses one by one, Su Shiwan felt very excited. Kill! Su Shiwan roared and thrust out his spear, piercing the demon in front of him. The spear was stained with a lot of blood, making him look extremely hideous. One demon after another was pierced by the spear and turned into a pool of mud. Su Shiwan was covered in blood, with hideous scars all over his arms, legs, abdomen, and chest, looking extremely terrifying. This is all the devil's blood. Roar! Just then, a roar was heard all around. Su Shiwan's pupils suddenly contracted. A huge monster fell from the sky, like a mountain pressing down on top of Su Shiwan, and hit him hard with such powerful force that Su Shiwan's heart almost jumped out of his throat. What a powerful pressure! The spear in Su Shiwan's hand trembled violently and almost flew out of his hand. This gigantic demon was 100 meters tall, its body covered with scales, and it had an ugly appearance. Its head was twisted like a snake, its fangs were extremely sharp, and its dark green eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty luster. This demon exuded a strong evil aura emanated from his body. Su Shiwan felt a tingling sensation all over his body. Chapter 93: The Heart of a Strong Man, Facing Challenges Head-On. This demon's aura is probably close to perfection. Roar! The huge demon roared and slapped Su Shiwan's chest. If this palm hit Su Shiwan, he would definitely die on the spot. Even his soul would completely collapse, his spirit would fly away, and he would never be reincarnated again. Roll! Su Shiwan's eyes flashed with coldness. He held the spear in his hand and stabbed it hard, stabbing it into the chest of the huge demon. Bang! The spear collided with the demon's chest, sparks flew, and a crisp sound was made. Su Shiwan was shocked and took 2 steps back, his body swayed and he almost fell. What the hell is this? It's so powerful. A look of horror appeared in Su Shiwan's eyes. Although he had just dodged the devil's palm, the powerful backlash still made Su Shiwan feel dizzy, his blood boiling, and he almost vomited blood. He. Since you can force me to use all my strength to attack you, you are worthy of dying at my hands. The devil smiled grimly and rushed forward again, slapping Su Shiwan with one claw at an extremely fast speed. Su Shiwan's pupils shrank slightly, and he wanted to dodge but it was too late. He could only wave the spear in his hand to resist. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The demon's extremely sharp claws landed on the spear, leaving 5 deep marks on it. Phew! Ahem! Su Shiwan felt a sweet sensation in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. With just his flesh alone, he possesses such terrifying destructive power. This guy is like a puppet made of reinforced concrete. The heart of a strong person is to face challenges head-on. If you retreat when you encounter difficulties, how can you become the strongest and reach the top of the world? Su Shiwan dodged and fought back at the same time. Sharp gun shadows intertwined in the void and appeared in front of the devil like an illusion. Ding ding ding. Each shot was fired with a powerful and domineering momentum, as if it could penetrate everything. However, such a fierce attack did not cause any substantial damage to the demon. Boom! The devil suddenly stomped down, the ground exploded, and the entire space seemed to be shaking, as if it was about to collapse at any time. This kick was extremely ferocious, like a meteorite falling, with overwhelming pressure. Damn it! Su Shiwan's face changed. He had no way of avoiding this level of attack and could only fight hard. He roared angrily, raised his spear suddenly, and stabbed it out at a tricky and strange angle. Bang! The devil stepped heavily on Su Shiwan's chest, and a violent gust of wind exploded. Su Shiwan's whole body was shaking violently, his arms were trembling slightly, and strands of bright red blood flowed out from between his fingers and slid down the spear. The devil also hoped that the shot would be thrust several meters away. This collision resulted in losses for both sides. Hee boy, you're quite courageous. Today, I will enjoy your delicious body. The devil laughed sinisterly and pounced on Su Shiwan again. Damn it, this is so weird. Looking at the demon getting closer and closer, Su Shiwan cursed in his heart. He knew that he was in a desperate situation. The devil stared at Su Shiwan with wide eyes, looking at him in disbelief, his eyes full of fear. Su Shiwan pulled out the spear, and a trickle of bright red blood flowed out. He reached out to wipe it off, and the coldness in his eyes became even more intense. Phew! The spear pierced into the demon's body. Su Shiwan pulled the spear out of the demon's body and stabbed it into the demon's heart again. The demon's heart was pierced by a spear. It howled in pain and struggled constantly. However, no matter how he struggled, he could not escape Su Shiwan's attack. Su Shiwan exerted force on his wrist, pulled the spear out of the demon's heart, and stabbed it into the demon's neck again. Hiss! The demon howled in pain, blood oozing from the wound, staining a large area of the ground red. Su Shiwan's face was gloomy. He knew that he was going to die here today. Roar! The demon roared to the sky, making a deafening roar. He opened his mouth, spat out the spear stuck in his neck, and attacked Su Shiwan again. Seeing this, Su Shiwan immediately dodged. He swayed, staggered back a few steps, and sat down on the ground with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. The demon stepped on Su Shiwan's shoulder and opened his mouth, revealing his sharp white fangs. You are no match for me. Why don't you surrender? Su Shiwan raised his head, his eyes icy, and a hint of sarcasm curled up at the corner of his mouth. Surrender? Dream on. You're not worthy. Court death. The devil became angry and rushed towards Su Shiwan again. Chaos is limitless. Su Shiwan roared, and the spiritual energy around him instantly boiled over and rushed into Su Shiwan's body frantically. Suddenly, Su Shiwan's momentum rose steadily. Humph, no matter what martial arts you practice, they are all vulnerable in front of me. The demon punched out with great momentum. This punch contained terrifying blood and energy and pure strength. Once it hits Su Shiwan, it will definitely crush him into pieces. Su Shiwan looked solemn and also threw a punch. Boom! The collision of the fists was like the collision of comets, and a dazzling light burst out. Su Shiwan and the devil each took a step back and were evenly matched. Chapter 94. Today, I will kill all of you. The demon knocked the gun shadow to pieces with one punch, grabbed Su Shiwan's neck, threw him to the ground, and pressed his entire body under him. Phew! Su Shiwan spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at the devil with cold eyes. The demon's power was even stronger than he had expected, and the dark energy within him made his entire body numb, making it impossible for him to circulate his spiritual power. The demon looked down at Su Shiwan and sneered, "Ant, I've already told you, you're no match for me. You want to kill me? Then I will let you die knowing what a truly desperate situation is." Su Shiwan opened his lips slightly, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. He shook his wrist, and the spear suddenly appeared in his hand. This spear is exactly the mysterious spear. This is your final ending. Su Shiwan held the spear and continuously injected the spiritual power in his body into the spear. Suddenly, the spear burst out with brilliant silver light. Break it for me! Su Shiwan shouted loudly and swung his spear out suddenly. Silver rays of light pierced through the demon's defense like sharp swords, penetrated his head, and went straight through his head and his heart, killing him completely. You demons are a scourge to the world. Today, I will destroy you all. Su Shiwan raised his spear and rushed towards the surviving demons. But the demons seemed to be endless. As soon as Su Shiwan dealt with one, another one appeared, making Su Shiwan exhausted. What's going on? The more you kill, the more there are? A layer of fine sweat appeared on Su Shiwan's forehead. His body was getting weaker and weaker, and his spiritual power was becoming increasingly weaker. No, I can't fall down, I have to hold on, Su Shiwan shouted in his heart. He gripped the spear tightly, not afraid of the devil at all, and fought the devil desperately. His strength became weaker and weaker in the short and fierce battle, but his eyes became more and more crazy. Ah! Su Shiwan let out a long roar towards the sky and poured all the remaining spiritual power in his body into the spear. The spear in his hand vibrated violently, emitting a dazzling silver glow, as if it had turned into a star. Su Shiwan's spiritual power was continuously absorbed by the spear. Su Shiwan's breath became weaker and his eyes became more crazy. I just don't believe I can't kill you like this. Su Shiwan gritted his teeth, the muscles in his arms bulged, blue veins jumped on the surface of his skin, and his body gradually swelled up. Roar! Su Shiwan's muscles grew stronger and stronger, and his whole body grew rapidly like an inflated ball. Soon, he was almost as tall as the demon. Roar! Su Shiwan roared, leaped up, and silver rays shot out, like sharp knives, piercing the devil's chest. Puff! The demon's body was constantly being knocked away, blood splattering out, staining the soil red. Ha ha ha! Su Shiwan laughed loudly towards the sky, and his laughter contained the exhilarating pleasure of revenge. His laughter echoed in the night sky and in the night wind for a long time. A long time. The laughter gradually died down, and Su Shiwan fell to one knee on the ground. He opened his mouth and another mouthful of blood spurted out. Hoo-hoo! Su Shiwan was breathing heavily, and he felt that the strength in his body was rapidly disappearing. I can't fall. Su Shiwan took a deep breath, climbed up with difficulty, and walked towards the devil staggeringly. The demon's body was soaked in blood, and the black aura on its body became increasingly dense. Ding dong, the system reminds the host that the source of the demons is the black hole above. After hearing this, Su Shiwan looked up at the dark night sky. Sure enough, there was a dark hole that kept swallowing up the surrounding light and summoned the corpses of countless dead demons. It seems that unless this black hole is broken, demons will continue to be transmitted. Su Shiwan frowned. What should he do? Just as Su Shiwan was thinking, he suddenly felt a chill on his back, as if a giant beast was approaching him, which made him feel creepy. Su Shiwan turned his head warily and looked to the left. There stood a huge demon. The appearance of this demon was different from the demons Su Shiwan had seen before. It was very tall and burly, about 2.5 meters tall, with black scales all over its body, and its eyes glowed with a strange purple light. The black mist surrounding it was even thicker, almost filling the entire village. Who are you? Su Shiwan gripped his spear tightly, stared at the demon warily, and asked. The demon grinned, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs. I am the Lord of Darkness, die. After the demon finished speaking, he waved his black claws and slapped Su Shiwan. Su Shiwan hurriedly raised his spear to block. Bang! Spears and claws collided, sending fire and sparks flying. Su Shiwan didn't want to get entangled with him any longer, so he turned around and rushed towards the black hole with a gun. Chaos is limitless. He unleashed his chaos divine body, and the spiritual energy in his body seemed to boil, rolling out and merging into the spear. Click, click. The bones in Su Shiwan's body made crisp sounds, and each bone seemed as crystal clear as fine steel. A ball of dazzling golden flame rose up, painting the entire night sky red. Host, be careful, the energy in the black hole is unknown, and the danger warning level is extremely high. Su Shiwan's face also became solemn. Without any hesitation, he stomped his foot and rushed towards the black hole. Bang bang bang! The spear cut through the darkness, drew an arc, and pierced into the black hole, making it even deeper and more terrifying. Chapter 95. Could Su Yunfan's son be a one-star talent? In the darkness, countless pairs of blood-red eyes were hidden, staring at the enemies who broke into their territory. Then, countless bloody, violent, and bloodthirsty auras surged out from inside, instantly enveloping Su Shiwan. Ah! Su Shiwan howled miserably, and the armor on his body cracked into countless cracks. Blood flowed out from the wounds, making him look like a god of death. What? So many? Su Shiwan stared at the black hole unwillingly, with a gleam of unwillingness in his eyes. While resisting the devil's attack, he frantically absorbed the spiritual power in his body in an attempt to recover from his injuries. Court death. Su Shiwan was extremely angry, and he suddenly swept the spear in his hand and headed straight for the devil. Bang! The demon was hit by the spear and was blown hundreds of meters away. Ha ha ha! Su Shiwan laughed again. Although the injuries in his body were serious, this damage could not do anything to him. Ha 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 ha. Su Shiwan laughed uncontrollably. He stabbed out 17 times in a row, and each shot took away countless demons. Your injuries are so severe, yet you still have the strength to resist. The demon was surprised. You can't stop us from coming to the world. As soon as the devil finished speaking, many powerful demons rushed out of the black hole and headed straight for Su Shiwan. Su Shiwan's pressure suddenly increased. He didn't know how much power these demons had, so he could only fight them with his own strength. He fought hard, and the wounds on his body increased, but his strength also decreased. Damn it! Even if I die, I won't let you come. Chaos Divine Body. Everything returns to ruins. Su Shiwan used up all his spiritual power, and blood began to flow from all his orifices. His body seemed to shrivel. However, Su Shiwan still refused to give up. Die, die. All of you die. Su Shiwan's pupils turned golden, and the blood in his body seemed to be burning, becoming hot, as if magma was boiling, burning Su Shiwan's skin. Su Shiwan's skin turned red, like a burnt roast duck. Roar! A hint of doubt flashed in the eyes of the demons, and then it roared, and an extremely ferocious aura burst out from it. Kill! Su Shiwan roared, and swept out with his spear. A column of blood shot up into the sky, turning the entire black hole upside down. Burst! At the same time, in a temple in Longfu, several black-robed men with ethereal auras opened their eyes, each with a terrifying aura. They sat cross-legged on the cushions, each with their eyes closed, as if they had fallen asleep. Suddenly, a man in black robes suddenly opened his eyes, and a gleam of brilliance flashed across his eyes. Ha! Someone initiated an extremely difficult second-level experiment and used their body to suppress evil? Another man in black robe opened his eyes and looked around. Who is it? It's that kid from the Su family. One of the men in black robes slowly stood up, his figure ethereal and invisible. Su Yunfan's son? Doesn't he have no talent for cultivation? Lu Qingyan is actually willing to let his precious son practice? A man in black waved his hand, and the scene in the trial tower appeared before everyone. I saw Su Shiwan holding a spear and killing demons in the black hole, and he was about to die. His body was covered with scars and his body had been corroded into a pulp. TSK, TSK, TSK. This kid is really brave, worthy of being his son. It's a pity that he is too weak. Yes. But his courage is truly rare. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been scared to death and would not dare to resist. This kid is really talented. I wonder how many levels this kid can get through. I heard this kid is a 1-star talent. Everyone present was disturbed when they heard this. What the hell is a 1-star talent? Could Su Yunfan's son be a 1-star talent? Chapter 96, the third level, Enlightenment. The black hole collapsed, and everything in the second layer turned into nothingness. Su Shiwan was wrapped in bloodlight, like a blood-soaked shura. Ah! 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 Su Shiwan roared angrily and swung his spear, crushing demon after demon. Boom! Su Shiwan shot through the darkness with a shot and emerged from it, his armor already shattered. Ha 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 ha! Looking at his own miserable face covered in blood, Su Shiwan couldn't help but burst into laughter. All the strength in his body disappeared, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. His chest kept rising and falling, and his body seemed to be falling apart, and he was in great pain. Su Shiwan kept coughing, blood kept flowing out of the corners of his mouth, and his body gradually became cold. Su Shiwan felt a wave of despair coming over him, and a sense of sadness welled up in his heart, which made him feel cold to the core. Has he finally given up? How long can he hold on? He is unwilling to accept this. At this moment, everything in front of me disappeared. Student Su Shiwan, with his unwavering heart for martial arts and his unwavering determination to become a strong man, remained true to his original aspirations and remained indomitable. With his unwavering will, he overcame the demonic influence and qualified for the third-level assessment. True and false, false and true. Su Shiwan collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. He kept spitting out blood, but a relieved smile appeared on his face. I wonder what the third level is. Su Shiwan looked up at the dark sky with a smile on his face. This is the third floor. Oh my god. Su Shiwan actually got here. He truly is a monstrous genius. We all underestimated his strength. For a moment, people from all sides started talking about how Su Shiwang had actually managed to break through the third level. Enter the third floor. As Su Shiwang stepped into the third floor, dense runes appeared before his eyes. Is this an array pattern? Su Shiwang was stunned. He didn't understand what was going on. This level tests your understanding. If you can achieve enlightenment within a day, you can enter the next level. The runes merged into a sentence. As this sentence fell, the entire space shook. Endless runes surged from all directions, converging towards Su Shiwang, forming rune chains. Millions of runes intertwined into a giant net, covering Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang felt as if his head exploded and was overcome by severe pain. Enlightenment? Su Shiwang was startled. Host, this is the most difficult test on the road to genius. You must not lose, otherwise, you will be completely defeated. The system prompt sounded in Su Shiwang's ears. Su Shiwang ignored it. He stared at the runes without blinking, wondering what these runes were. He wanted to memorize these runes. He felt that his understanding had increased significantly at this moment. At this moment, Su Shiwang suddenly realized that these runes no longer seemed to attack him, but instead wrapped up his soul. Su Shiwang felt that his soul was being eaten away bit by bit, and his soul was transforming bit by bit. The pain of soul transformation cannot be described in words. Su Shiwang only felt as if he had fallen into an endless abyss, with endless darkness devouring his consciousness. Su Shiwang began to comprehend the runes. Runes continued to condense in his mind, forming various patterns. His soul became more and more clear, his soul power became stronger and stronger, and there was even a faint sense of pressure coming from the runes. Su hoped to feel the transformation in his soul under the influence of the rune. Su Shiwang only felt as if he was constantly transforming. Every transformation of his soul would give him a lot more information, and his strength would also increase by 1 point. Time passed quietly, and a day passed quietly. Su Shiwang opened his eyes, and 2 golden thunders burst out in his eyes. His whole body was filled with a terrifying pressure, as if it could destroy the sky and tear apart the world. Student Su hopes to achieve full comprehension and enter the 4th level. Chapter 97, the 4th floor, Tianji Palace, Tianji Saint. Holy crap! Su Shiwang has entered the 4th floor. He can even make it to the 4th level with a 1-star talent? Oh my god! Is there any humanity in him? Yes. I've been in the Dragon Mansion for half a year, and I'm still stuck on the 3rd level. Countless people gathered around to watch, their eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. They could not compare with Su Shiwang, so they could only stare blankly, hoping that they could enter the 4th level as soon as possible. Su Shiwang restrained his aura and looked around the 4th floor. This is an ancient palace. Outside the palace, there is a plaque with 3 golden characters reading, Tianji Palace. Su Shiwang walked to the gate and stepped in. Su Shiwang walked into the Tianji Hall, and suddenly, he saw an old man sitting cross-legged in meditation. In front of him was a golden bell, emitting dazzling golden light, and circles of runes were flowing, emitting a powerful pressure. Who are you? Su Shiwang looked at the old man in front of him with awe in his eyes. Although he was just a phantom, the oppressive force he exerted on Su Shiwang was still unparalleled. Saint Lord Tianji slowly opened his eyes were like 2 little suns, shining with divine light. I am the Holy Lord of Heavenly Secrets. In the 4th level, you will duel with me. Are you kidding? Su Shiwang's mouth twitched, with a look of deep fear in his eyes. What kind of joke is this? He is only at the 8th level of Qi and blood, which is a huge gap compared to the Saint King in front of him. How could he have any chance of winning? I'm serious. Come on, okay? Are the others going to duel with you in the 4th level? Not really. Everyone else dueled with my mount in the 4th level. Nah. You want me to duel with you? Why? Isn't this special treatment? I don't want it. I want to get close to the masses and be treated fairly. Su Shiwang's face darkened and he cursed. Hey! Hey kid, why are you swearing? Don't you know how to respect the old and love the young? You say I don't respect the elderly, but why don't you love the young? You are disrespectful to the elderly. What strength do you have to fight me? This is a reward for you. Hey, I don't deserve this award. I don't want it. You dare to refuse? Saint Lord Tianji raised his eyebrows, and a powerful pressure was released from him, rushing towards Su Shiwan like a tide. Su Shiwan was shocked and quickly took a few steps back. Hey, old man, let's talk it out. You're being a bit of a bully. You are at the 8th level of Qi and blood, and I will also suppress my strength to the 8th level of Qi and blood. Let's fight fair. Fair fight, sister. Su Shiwan almost went berserk. He didn't want to fight with an old immortal, not to mention that the old immortal in front of him was probably extremely powerful. I thought Su Yunfan's son had some backbone, but it turns out he's a wimp. Damn it. How dare you mention my dad? Oh? Did I say something wrong? You're looking for death. Oh? I want to see who is looking for death. Then I'll send you to hell first. Ha, what an arrogant boy. Today I will teach you a lesson and let you know what it means to respect the elderly. Snort. Su Shiwang snorted coldly, exuding a fierce aura. Su Shiwang raised his fist and punched. The wind from his fist was as sharp as a sword. The Holy Lord of Heaven's Secrets shook his head slightly. Too weak. Your boxing skills are nothing but garbage. Bang, bang, bang. Su Shiwang swung his fist and hit the Holy Lord Tianji. Waves of fist shadows were dense, like rain all over the sky, darkening the sky, distorting the space, and making bursts of sharp explosions. However, the Saint Lord Tianji did not move at all. No matter how Su Shiwang attacked, he could not hurt the Saint Lord Tianji. Ha! Interesting, little one. I find you quite pleasing to the eye. Saint Tianji's eyes lit up, he exclaimed in praise, then stretched out his palm and gently pinched it. Boom! A brilliant golden light shot up into the sky, as dazzling as the sun. Wherever the golden light passed, the void was shattered and everything turned to ashes. Su Shiwan's face changed drastically. He had clearly dodged just now. However, the golden light still tracked him and enveloped him in an instant. The golden light carried a devastating pressure that made Su Shiwan feel suffocated. You're quite interesting, you seem to have a spirit, but you also seem not to have one. Saint Lord Tianji looked at Su Shiwan with a hint of interest in his eyes. Old man, are you suppressing your strength? Are you kidding me? Sorry, I couldn't help myself just now and used a little too much strength. I need to pay attention. Su Shiwan rolled his eyes in his heart and said, You can't help yourself. Are you doing this on purpose? Boy, I'm going to start stretching my muscles, are you ready? I'm not ready. That's fine. Take your beating. The Holy Lord of Tianji suddenly slapped his thigh, leaped up, turned into a stream of light, and pounced towards Su Shiwan. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Su Shiwan. Boy, you are too weak. You can't even block my punch. The Holy Lord of Tianji stretched out his right fist and hit Su Shiwan hard. Ah! You old fool, how dare you sneak attack me? Su Shiwan was furious and resisted and fought back. If you curse again, I'll cut off your tongue. The Holy Lord of Tianji roared angrily and slapped down with his palm. With a bang, Su Shiwan was knocked away, blood spurting out. Puff! Su Shiwan spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turned pale, and his eyes were full of horror. The power of Saint Lord Tianji is indeed terrifying and boundless. He is not on the same level as Saint Lord Tianji at all. Although this old fellow suppressed his strength, his own realm of cultivation was too high. Su Shiwan's face darkened, and he gathered the spear in his hand, aimed it at the head of Saint Lord Tianji, and threw it out fiercely. The spear cut through the air like a poisonous snake, making a sharp whistling sound and quickly shot towards the Holy Lord Tianji. The power contained in the spear was extremely enormous. Even the Saint Lord Tianji felt a huge threat and he couldn't help but squint his eyes. Little guy, your marksmanship doesn't seem to be up to par yet. A hint of sarcasm flashed in the eyes of Saint Tianji. With a bang, the spear hit the surface of his body hard, making a violent collision sound. A look of surprise appeared on the face of Saint Tianji. Su Shiwan's spear could actually pierce through his flesh. Boy, you are quite capable. Unfortunately, your spear skills are too weak. You are not strong enough to challenge me. Don't look down on me. Su Shiwan roared angrily. Ha, I'm not looking down on you. The difference in strength is obvious and cannot be doubted. There was a hint of sarcasm on the face of Saint Tianji, as if he saw through everything in the world and was omnipotent. Old man, today I'll let you see what I can do. A fiery fighting spirit burst out in Su Shiwan's eyes. Oh? Are you going to fight to the death? A smile appeared on the corner of Saint Tianji's mouth. Old man, I won't lose. Su Shiwan let out a low roar, and the spear in his hand suddenly changed into a 100-foot-long divine weapon, which chopped down fiercely on the head of Saint Lord Tianji. Bang! The 100-foot-long divine weapon chopped down hard on the head of Saint Lord Tianji, making a dull sound. Ripples emanated from the divine weapon, surging throughout the heaven and earth, causing the surrounding void to tremble continuously. That move of yours is a bit strange, but your realm is ultimately too weak to withstand such a blow. So, I'll only use 30% of my strength to show you what true strength is. As the Saint Lord Tianji spoke, a big hand suddenly grabbed over, and a terrifying sucking force came, making Su Shiwan feel powerless all over. He could only watch as the big hand grabbed towards him fiercely. Saint Lord Tianji shook his sleeves, and a vast and powerful spiritual energy swept out, instantly enveloping Su Shiwan. The next moment, Su Shiwan's body disappeared. Ha! You disappeared. Interesting. Let me see where you hid. The Holy Lord of Tianji was shocked. He flashed and instantly appeared in the sky, overlooking the earth, looking for Su Shiwan's trace. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise was heard from the sky, and Su Shiwan's figure appeared again. This time, he appeared behind the Holy Lord Tianji and kicked him on the butt. Bang! There was a loud bang, and Su Shiwan kicked the Saint Lord Tianji away. Ah! Saint Lord Tianji let out a cry of surprise, his body spinning in the air, and finally he sat down on the ground, completely dizzy. Old man, stand up for me. Su Shiwan was enraged. He rushed forward, pointed his finger at the nose of the heavenly secret saint and shouted angrily, "Aren't you very good at pretending? Keep pretending. If you continue, I'll kick you to death. You little bastard, I'm going to kill you." Saint Lord Tianji's face turned ashen. He roared angrily and suddenly got up from the ground. His old face turned red with anger and spiritual power surged all over his body. Bang bang! A burst of explosive sounds was heard, and the clothes on the body of Saint Lord Tianji exploded. A set of black robes were torn open, revealing his strong and firm muscles. The pair of pupils also turned pitch black, emitting a strange cold light, like two night pearls, emitting a terrifying glow that made people feel scared. Weren't you going to beat me? Why didn't you do that? Saint Lord Tianji smiled sinisterly. Humph. You don't have to provoke me. Su Shiwan snorted coldly, shook his head, stared coldly at the Holy Lord of Heavenly Secrets, and said through gritted teeth, "I tell you, I, Su Shiwan, never admit defeat." Good boy, that's interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, Saint Lord Tianji slapped the ground with his palm, and the ground suddenly collapsed, splashing mud everywhere. Chapter 98, Fighting the Saint King, Go All Out. Su Shiwan shook his body and thrust out the spear in his hand. Boom! The long spear and the big palm collided with each other, making a loud noise. An extremely powerful energy wave spread out from the intersection of the two and spread out in circles, blowing the gravel on the ground back. Su Shiwan's body was thrown hundreds of meters away by the ripples and fell heavily to the ground. Ahem! Su Shiwan couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His injuries became more serious. A bloody footprint was clearly visible on his chest. Su Shiwan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a hint of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. This old guy is really strong. Su Shiwan gritted his teeth, a trace of fear rising in his heart. Damn old thing, are you kidding me? Old man, let me show you my strength. Chaos Divine Body, open. Su Shiwan's eyes turned extremely red, with clusters of red gold lightning flashing in them, and his whole aura changed drastically. Boom! The next moment, Su Shiwan's body suddenly swelled, and a surge of power surged out from him, lifting the nearby ground. The wind and clouds between heaven and earth suddenly changed, dark clouds gathered, lightning and thunder flashed, and lightning jumped and roared in the dark clouds, as if a dragon in the sky was howling. Hiss! This kid is a bit weird. Which bastard gave him a 1-star talent? 9 stars wouldn't be too much. Saint Lord Tianji opened his eyes wide and said in shock. Boy, you are going against the will of heaven. Saint Lord Tianji stared at Su Shiwan with a burning gaze, his eyes full of excitement. It had been a long time since he met a young disciple with such amazing talent as Su Shiwan. Old man, I won't let you this time, you die. The power in Su Shiwan's body rose wildly, and waves of terrifying power were released from him, causing the Saint Lord Tianji to raise his eyebrows. You little bastard, I'm going to grind you into dust. Saint Lord Tianji roared angrily, and a monstrous demonic flame emanated from his body. With a flash of his body, he appeared in front of Su Shiwang, stretched out his palm, and slapped Su Shiwang's head hard. The spear in Su Shiwang's hand was as unstoppable as a bamboo, destroying the sky with the spear. Brilliant silver rays flashed, illuminating the entire space, as if a full moon was hanging in the sky, emitting a dazzling brilliance that made people dare not look directly at it. Bang! The palm of Saint Tianji and the silver spear in Su Shiwang's hand collided with each other, making an earth-shaking explosion. Puff! The Holy Lord of Tianji spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood, staggered back a few steps, and his arms trembled violently as if they were broken. Su Shiwang's silver spear actually pierced through the palm of Saint Lord Tianji, and blood was dripping. Good boy. You actually injured my clone. Saint Lord Tianji's expression was extremely ugly. Old man, you're afraid now, but it's too late. Su Shiwang grinned, revealing a row of white and neat teeth. A gloomy look flashed in the eyes of Saint Tianji. He did not expect Su Shiwang's power to be so strong that even his clone could not do anything to him. However, Saint Lord Tianji was not discouraged, but instead displayed his magical powers again. Old man, die. A sharp light flashed in Su Shiwang's eyes, the silver tip of the gun shone, a dazzling gunflower bloomed, and turned into gun shadows all over the sky, shooting towards the Holy Lord Tianji. Boom! Endless gun shadows covered the sky, obstructing Su Shiwang's vision and making it impossible for him to catch the figure of the Holy Lord Tianji. What terrifying attack power! Saint Lord Tianji's expression changed slightly. He felt that Su Shiwang's fighting spirit was becoming stronger and stronger, and he seemed to have fallen into a state of madness. Old man, today is the anniversary of your death. Su Shiwang roared to the sky and rushed towards the Holy Lord Tianji with a spear in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. The gun shadows fell like rain, and the speed of each gun shadow was extremely fast, making it impossible for Saint Lord Tianji to resist. While dodging Su Shiwang's attacks, the Holy Lord of Tianji used his magical powers to fight back. The fight between the two became more and more intense. Saint Lord Tianji kept dodging, and his injuries became more and more. Bang! The Holy Lord Tianji knocked Su Shiwang's spear away with one punch. Chapter 99, Become Your Disciple? Ugh! Bang, bang, bang. 3 more gun shadows attacked, causing the void to collapse and the sky and earth to lose their color. Saint Lord Tianji quickly waved his hand, and a demonic flame condensed into a claw shape, grabbing towards the gun shadow. Boom! The fist and the gun shadow collided with each other, and a terrifying power shockwave swept across. The body of Saint Lord Tianji shook violently, and a faint halo appeared on his body, blocking the terrifying shock wave. Huff, huff, huff. Saint Lord Tianji's face turned pale, he took 7 or 8 steps back, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, this kid, how could he be so ferocious? This is simply not the strength of a 1-star talent. Are these bastards trying to trick me? My clone is very precious. Saint Lord Tianji's expression was gloomy and he cursed in his heart. Die, old man. Su Shiwang rushed towards the Holy Lord Tianji again, waving the spear in his hand. Boom! One after another, the gun shadows bombarded the defensive barrier of Saint Lord Tianji, but could not break through the defense and could only force Saint Lord Tianji to retreat step by step. No, if this continues, I will definitely lose to this kid. Saint Lord Tianji felt a tightness in his heart, and looked at Su Shiwang with a serious look. Old man, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you take action? Su Shiwang snorted coldly, and rushed out again. His spear transformed into thousands of spear shadows, smashing towards the Holy Lord Tianji like a rain of pear blossoms. The figure of the Holy Lord Tianji flashed in the void, leaving a trail of afterimages, avoiding Su Shiwang's spear. Su Shiwang's eyes were bloodshot, and he was filled with murderous intent. He swung his spear, and endless spear light shot out, covering the Holy Lord Tianji and trapping him completely. I don't believe you can block all my attacks. A ferocious look flashed in the eyes of Saint Lord Tianji, and a brilliant divine light burst out from his body. Golden runes flowed across its body, emitting powerful fluctuations that were shocking. Boom! Golden light burst out, and huge mountains emerged from the void, trapping Su Shiwang inside. This old guy is really amazing. Su Shiwang's face looked extremely ugly. He didn't expect that the other party was actually hiding his weakness. Boom! The golden runes turned into countless golden chains, binding Su Shiwang tightly and making him unable to move. These damn spells, I will smash you to pieces. Su Shiwang's face was full of resentment, and he exuded a terrifying aura. Boom boom boom. Bursts of rumbling sounds were heard, and countless golden talismans surrounded Su Shiwang's body, wrapping him tightly. Boom, boom, boom. For a moment, loud noises came from between heaven and earth. The terrifying sound waves swept in all directions, deafening the ears and shaking the heaven and earth. The face of Saint Lord Tianji was gloomy, and he glanced at Su Shiwang with a cold gaze. A powerful demonic flame surged from his body, burning all the golden chains, and continued to approach Su Shiwang. Old man, your strength is not bad, but it's 100 times too early to kill me. Su Shiwang's face was filled with a sneer of disdain, and a strong fighting spirit emanated from his whole body. You little bastard, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Saint Lord Tianji snorted coldly, flipped his hand, and a long sword as black as ink appeared in his hand. The long sword was surrounded by demonic fire and emitted bursts of cold murderous aura, making the heaven and earth tremble. Everything becomes one, suck it in. Su hoped that the unity of all things could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and temporarily transform it into his own strength, but where was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this trial tower? On the contrary, the spiritual energy emitted by the attack of Saint Lord Tianji was absorbed by Su Shiwang, which strengthened his cultivation. This brat! A look of anger appeared on the face of Saint Lord Tianji, and the spiritual energy surging from his body became even more turbulent, causing the trial tower to shake. Su Shiwang narrowed his eyes, and his figure flashed in front of the Holy Lord Tianji, and he stabbed out with the spear in his hand again. Boom! The long sword in the hands of Saint Tianji collided with the long spear of Su Shiwang. Buzz! The two spears intertwined with each other, making a buzzing sound. The two terrifying forces collided, causing the surrounding heaven and earth to tremble, the space to collapse, and cracks all over the sky, making people's scalps numb. Saint Lord Tianji and Su Shiwang did not attack again, and their eyes were fixed on each other. Boy, you are not bad. Would you like to be my disciple? After a long time, Saint Lord Tianji suddenly revealed a strange smile. Bah! Dream on! Su Shiwang spat without hesitation, his face full of contempt. You little bastard! How can you talk like that? I'm your elder. Saint Lord Tianji's face was gloomy. He didn't expect to be mocked by a junior, which made him feel humiliated. Humph! What kind of elder are you? Pah! I can crush you to death with just one finger. Su Shiwang had an arrogant look on his face, not afraid of the threat from Saint Tianji at all. His eyes were full of contempt, as if saying, "Are you worthy of being my master? You're looking for death." Saint Lord Tianji was furious, with cold murderous intent in his eyes. At this time, he also knew that if he wanted to subdue Su Shiwang, he had to reveal his true strength. Being suppressed at the same level as him, I really can't do anything to this kid. Chapter 100, Obsessed. Swish! The aura in Saint Lord Tianji's body suddenly surged, and a violent aura emanated from his body, as if a ferocious beast from ancient times had awakened. Boy, I'll show you my strength. Fuck you, old man, we agreed on a trial. You agreed to suppress your realm to the same level as mine, why did you use your true strength? Su Shiwang suddenly screamed, his eyes widened, and he looked at the Holy Lord Tianji with shock. Don't talk nonsense, kid. I have suppressed my strength level, you are slandering me. Good boy, watch out. Saint Lord Tianji smiled coldly, and swung the sword in his hand, emitting a sharp sword light that enveloped Su Shiwang. Damn old man, you dare to lie to me, wait and see how I deal with you. Su Shiwang was enraged and dodged quickly, but was still hit by the sword energy of Saint Lord Tianji, and his clothes were torn. Ha ha ha, I want to see if I can beat you into submission. Saint Lord Tianji laughed loudly, and his long sword drew a sky full of sword light, and he attacked Su Shiwang madly. Puff! A flower of blood splattered, and a wound deep to the bone was left on Su Shiwang's left shoulder. Old bastard, I'm going to fight you. Su Shiwang was extremely angry. He gritted his teeth and a terrifying aura burst out from his body. His eyes were red, as if he was possessed by a demon. A monstrous murderous aura emanated from his entire body, and wisps of pitch-black mist diffused out from the wound, instantly enveloping the Saint Lord Tianji. What the hell is this? The face of Saint Lord Tianji changed drastically, his face twisted, his body retreated rapidly, and he kept swinging his sword to resist the surrounding spiritual energy. The spear in Su Shiwang's hand danced like a dragon and snake, stabbing at the Holy Lord Tianji again and again, beating him back step by step. The wounds on his body became more and more, and blood spurted out. Su Shiwang was furious again at this moment, his strength increased by 3 points, and he stabbed a spear at the forehead of Tianji Saint Lord, knocking him out directly. He fell to the ground and coughed up blood. "Stop it, you little brat. I'm just kidding you." "Old man, who's kidding me? I'm going to stab you to death today." Su Shiwang roared, his entire body filled with a strong murderous aura, like a demon crawling out of the nine nether hell. "That's almost it, you passed this level." Saint Lord Tianji was stunned by Su Shiwang. He didn't expect that this kid would be so violent. If this continued, he would be skinned alive by this kid. But Su Shiwang seemed to have lost his mind and could not hear what Saint Lord Tianji said at all. "You little bastard, I think you're tired of living, aren't you?" The Holy Lord Tianji was furious. He swung the sword in his hand, and terrifying sword beams swept towards him like a storm. Bang, bang, bang. Puff. The two men collided fiercely in the void, and blood splattered with every collision. "Little bastard, if I don't show you how powerful I am, you won't know how powerful I am." Saint Lord Tianji was completely furious. He swung the long sword in his hand tightly and the sword energy raged, forcing Su Shiwang to retreat again and again, with trickles of blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. "Humph, you old fool. Today I will enforce justice on behalf of heaven and destroy this evil creature like you." There was murderous intent in Su Shiwang's eyes, and his whole body exuded a violent aura, like a peerless ferocious beast, spewing out a ball of blazing flames from his mouth. Boom! The two men fought fiercely in the void, causing huge waves. The entire hall shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. Boom! Finally, with a sound like muffled thunder, Su Shiwang was knocked back hundreds of steps by the long sword of Saint Lord Tianji. Blood splattered and his body fell to the ground like a cannonball. "Almost got it, kid." Lord Tianji looked down at Su Shiwang with a victorious smile on his face. "This kid is extraordinary." Tianji's victory was unfair. His current realm has reached the state of enlightenment. We agreed to a battle of the same level. Tianji is such a despicable guy. If Tianji continues to suppress me, I'm afraid my clone will be defeated. He wanted to deal with Su Yunfan's son, but ended up getting dealt with by someone else. How ridiculous. Inside the Dragon Palace Temple, many men in black robes shook their heads and cast sarcastic looks at the Saint Lord Tianji. Although they were all observing the battle in the trial tower, they knew clearly that Su Shiwang was very powerful, and that Saint Lord Tianji had not used his full strength, but only used 70% of his strength. Saint Lord Tianji's expression suddenly turned ugly. He looked at Su Shiwang with eyes full of anger, wishing he could eat him. He never thought that Su Shiwang could burst out with such terrifying fighting power, which was completely beyond his expectations. "Hey, don't get possessed, kid. If you do, your father will come back and tear down the Dragon Mansion." Looking at Su Shiwang, whose eyes were bloodshot and unconscious, Saint Lord Tianji couldn't help but shudder and quickly reminded him. Su Shiwang said nothing, but a terrifying murderous aura emanated from his whole body, as if the devil had come to the world. "Little bastard." Saint Lord Tianji was startled and picked up Su Shiwang and left the trial tower. The students hoped to pass the fourth level and give up the trial. When the sound came from the square, many students of Longfu couldn't help but gasp. Is this guy a one-star talent? Monster! Without the Venerable wanting him and without the Venerable's help, he was able to pass the fourth level. Everyone knows that Su Qingfeng's success in passing the fourth level was inseparable from the help of his powerful mentor. But when Su Shiwang first arrived at the Dragon Mansion, no one helped him. Not even a mentor wanted him. Inside the Dragon Palace Temple, the clone of Saint Lord Tianji hurriedly walked in holding Su Shiwang. "I say, take a quick look, is this guy possessed by a demon?" "Ha! The power within this kid. Oh my god. This aura is so violent. Not good. He harbors a violent demonic nature. If he were to become possessed, the entire Sky City would be destroyed. No matter what, we must stop him and not let him become possessed by the devil." Looking around at everyone in the hall, they all had serious expressions. "Boy, wake up, you can't be possessed by the devil." Saint Lord Tianji roared and shook Su Shiwang's body hard, hoping to wake him up. However, his actions had no effect on Su Shiwang, who was immersed in anger. Instead, they aroused the anger in his heart, and the anger in his body became even stronger. When the Holy Lord Tianji saw Su Shiwang's expression, he suddenly panicked and threw him to the ground. Bang! Su Shiwang fell to the ground, grimacing in pain, his eyes becoming increasingly red. "Old bastard, I won't let you off this time." Su Shiwang roared, his figure flashed, and he rushed forward in an instant, stabbing at the Holy Lord Tianji with a spear in his hand. Little bastard, I can tolerate your willfulness and arrogance, but not now. I will not allow you to become a demon. Saint Lord Tianji looked extremely embarrassed. He took a step forward and teleported 100 meters away, avoiding Su Shiwang's fatal attack. Boy, stop it. Many powerful men in black robes in the hall took action one after another, and rune chains whizzed out, blocking Su Shiwang's figure. Su Shiwang was covered in blood, his eyes were bloodshot, like a resurrected demon. His aura grew stronger and more terrifying, as if it could tear the heaven and earth apart, causing the entire world to tremble like an earthquake, and the rocks on the ground were shaking. Oh no! This kid is about to become possessed. Everyone, unite to suppress him. We must not let him go too far. Saint Lord Tianji's face changed drastically, and he called on the black-robed warriors in the hall to suppress Su Shiwang. Yes. All the black-robed warriors nodded, and their figures disappeared in an instant, appearing around Su Shiwang, forming a circle and wrapping Su Shiwang in it. Tianji, you're in big trouble this time. If this guy becomes possessed by a demon, you're doomed. That's right, Tianji, couldn't you just let this kid go through the trial normally? You had to fight him yourself, and now you've driven him crazy. Tianji is still fuming over Su Yunfan's refusal to accept him as his master and his beating. He wants to get back at Su Yunfan's son, but Tianji's beating was too harsh. The powerful men talked about it, all with a look of gloating on their faces. Chapter 101, Is there a restriction in his body? Then help him reach the supreme level. I say, stop gloating over this kid's misfortune. If something happens to this kid, with Lu Qingyan's temper, she'll definitely raise the entire Sky City to the ground. Saint Lord Tianji shouted angrily. A beautiful figure flashed through everyone's mind. Suddenly he was silent. Given how much Lu Qingyan dotes on her precious son, if something happened to Su Shiwang, let alone demolishing the Dragon Mansion, she would probably use a nuclear bomb to raise the entire Sky City to the ground. Su Shiwang was trembling all over, and his eyes gradually returned to normal. But his aura was still extremely terrifying, like a peerless demon king, his murderous aura sweeping across the entire temple. The face of Saint Lord Tianji was terribly gloomy, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Su Shiwang became fearful, because this was the first time he felt danger in all these years of transcendence. Boy, my little ancestor, I was wrong this time. Please let me go and wake up. Saint Lord Tianji said with a wry smile. However, Su Shiwang was still like a possessed man, with no sign of waking up. Well. The heavenly mystery saint sighed, looking at the illusory figure on the cushion at the head of the hall, and said anxiously, Palace Master, please stop watching the fun and take action. If you don't take action, I will have no choice but to call my real body out from the sealed place. On the cushion, the illusory figure gradually began to solidify and eventually became a physical entity. A young man in white appeared. He had a slender figure and long black hair that fell over his shoulders. His skin was crystal clear, as if carved out of mutton fat jade, and his delicate facial features seemed as if they were carved by a knife or an axe, giving people a feeling of depth and abyss, making people's heart beat faster and palpitations inexplicably. Tianji, you're in trouble too. My lord, stop your sarcastic remarks. This kid has a very special physique, and it seems like there's some hidden secret inside him. If you don't take action, he'll really go crazy. When Lu Qingyan comes to Long Mansion, who can withstand him? As Saint Tianji spoke, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Hearing this, the man who had been resting with his eyes closed opened them, and a faint purple light appeared in his eyes, like a pool of autumn water. He raised his eyes slightly and looked at Su Shiwang. Even though he had such a high level of cultivation, he still had a headache when he thought of that woman Lu Qingyan. Su Yunfan's son is truly incredible. He smiled slightly, his eyes softened, and he slowly raised his hands. A gentle force enveloped Su Shiwang and lifted him up. Su Shiwang's body was suspended in the air, but he was still in a state of madness, struggling frantically. Ha! The Lord of Long Mansion looked at Su Shiwang in surprise, with a look of great interest in his eyes. The face of the Saint Lord of Heaven changed. Palace Master, what's going on? This kid has a supreme restriction in his body. You pushed him to a certain point, and the restriction in his body was opened by you. No wonder Lu Qingyan has always prevented his precious son from practicing. So that's why. The Dragon Mansion Lord's tone became strange. Palace Master, what should we do? If this kid goes astray, our Dragon Palace will be in trouble. Saint Lord Tianji said with a serious expression. The Dragon Mansion Master waved his hand, his eyes becoming deeper as he looked at Su Shiwang and whispered softly, No, I sense a familiar force within this restriction. It must be Su Yunfan's power suppressing it. This is good too. Perhaps it can help him break through and enter the Supreme Realm. What? Supreme? But it's not that easy to break through to the Supreme Realm. Over the years, only Su Yunfan and you have reached it. If he fails, I'm afraid his life will be in danger. Upon hearing the words of the Lord of Dragon Mansion, Saint Lord Tianji's face changed drastically. The supreme state of Qi and blood is to break through the limits of one's own body and advance to the supreme state. It is a symbol of talent. Once you step into the supreme realm, you will crush your opponents at the same level and your strength will increase several times. The supreme realm is the realm that all practitioners dream of. But, reaching the supreme realm is not that simple. The Lord of the Long Mansion glanced at him calmly. Are you worried about this kid? Or are you worried that the Su family will come after you? Upon hearing this, Saint Tianji choked and didn't know how to respond. With me here, we have a good chance of success. A catastrophe is about to come. If this kid can break through, it will be another hope. It's just as the name suggests, hope. The Lord of Long Mansion raised his lips slightly, and his eyes became deeper. Everyone, help me form a formation. The voice of the Lord of Long Mansion sounded, and as his voice fell, rays of light shot up into the sky and transformed into formations that enveloped Su Shiwang. Under the illumination of the light, Su Shiwang's body gradually blended into it. The Lord of the Dragon Mansion flipped his hands to form seals and chanted a spell. A large golden character quickly condensed and took shape on the light curtain, exuding a sense of vicissitudes and antiquity, as if a starry sky was unfolding before his eyes. With my essence and blood, I will activate the spiritual roots of all things, the ultimate truth of heaven and earth. With my heart and soul, I will call you into being a spirit. 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 9 syllables in a row contain the mysteries of heaven and earth and infinite power. Countless spiritual energies from heaven and earth gathered together to form a pillar of light that penetrated the sky and illuminated the entire sky. 9 huge spiritual veins that reach from heaven to earth hang down from the sky, covering the entire Dragon Mansion. Why is the spiritual energy in the Dragon Mansion constantly being lost? Look over there in the temple. Is it possible that some powerful being is experiencing a breakthrough? Who is going through the tribulation? I guess the Dragon Mansion's lord is going through a tribulation, otherwise how could he possibly mobilize so much spiritual energy from heaven and earth? Chapter 102 Su Shiwang is actually a chaos divine body. Countless students from the Dragon Mansion were discussing in shock. The gathering of spiritual energy caused strange phenomena in heaven and earth. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards the Dragon Palace temple like a tide, forming a strange scene that attracted the attention of countless cultivators and even alarmed everyone in the Dragon Palace. With such a big commotion, could it be that the palace master has forced himself to break through that realm in order to cope with the impending catastrophe? A Dragon Palace venerable speculated. No, the palace master has already taken half a step into that realm. Even if he wanted to force a breakthrough, it wouldn't be now. There must be another reason. Perhaps some opportunity is waiting for him. I hope so. For a moment, the venerables of the Dragon Mansion began to speculate. Inside the formation, Su Shiwang began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but gradually many powerful people present felt that something was wrong. This kid is like a bottomless pit. There is no end to absorbing spiritual energy. This kid is not right, this aura. Looking at Su Shiwang, who was continuously absorbing spiritual energy, the Lord of Long Mansion frowned and waved his hand to increase the power of the formation a little bit. The eyes of the heavenly secret Saint Lord flashed. Palace Master, this kid seems to have some kind of mysterious physique. He can actually continuously transform spiritual energy. Push him and you'll find out. The Lord of the Dragon Mansion waved his hand again, and the sky and the earth became dark. Above the sky, huge stars emerged, emitting dazzling light. An extremely terrifying aura burst out from his body, instantly sweeping across the world, making people breathless. Su Shiwang's body trembled suddenly. The chaos divine body was forced to activate, and the overwhelming chaotic aura filled the air, rippling through the surrounding void like a shattered mirror. There was silence between heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked. They all stared at Su Shiwang in disbelief. Su Shiwang's body kept shaking, and streams of bright red blood slid down the corners of his mouth, dripping onto the ground. This is the aura of chaos. Chaos divine body. How is this possible? Su Shiwang is actually a chaos divine body. Everyone was stunned. They looked at Su Shiwang in disbelief, their eyes full of disbelief. How could they have expected that an ordinary boy would possess the legendary Chaos Divine Body? The Lord of Long Mansion also stared at Su Shiwang. The Chaos Divine Body transcends all other physical qualities and is already the strongest. However, it's impossible to determine how strong it is, as this physique has only been mentioned in ancient records. But this does not mean that the Chaos Divine Body is weak. On the contrary, the Chaos Divine Body is extremely powerful. However, it is extremely difficult to grow the Chaos Divine Body, and the difficulty of breaking through is several times more than that of cultivators with other physical conditions. Because the Chaos Divine Body is the spiritual root of heaven and earth, a supreme physique nurtured by heaven and earth, under normal circumstances, it is unimaginably difficult to break through. It's actually the Chaos Divine Body. This brat. Saint Lord Tianji's eyes widened, almost popping out of his head. No wonder, no wonder. It turns out he has such a heaven-defying physique. The Lord of the Dragon Mansion sighed deeply, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. This kid is indeed not something that an ordinary person can cultivate. No wonder Su Yunfan placed a restriction on this kid. I'm afraid this kid has a bigger secret. Master, what should we do now? Tianji Xingjuan's face was filled with anxiety. What should he do now? He didn't want Su Shiwang, a future peerless genius, to perish before him. The Dragon Mansion Master's brow furrowed deeper and deeper, a determined look flashing in his eyes. Give him 3 drops of your blood in essence. Let him absorb it. After the Lord of Long Mansion finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand, with purple light shining on his fingers, and drops of blood flew towards Su Shiwang. Saint Lord Tianji gritted his teeth and sent his own blood and essence into Su Shiwang's body. The rest of the people released their own essence and blood and merged it into Su Shiwang's body. Buzz! Su Shiwang's whole body radiated a dazzling glow, with wisps of golden flames dancing outside his body, as if he was reborn from the ashes, which made people tremble in their hearts. Chapter 103. You must have heard of your mother's threats, right? All those present here are extremely powerful, and the weakest one is at the peak of the transformation realm. Drop by drop of essence and blood made the chaotic energy in Su Shiwang's body boil. Whether he can enter the supreme realm depends entirely on his own luck. The Lord of Long Mansion sighed softly. At the same time, Su Shiwang's cultivation level is also constantly growing. Gradually, 3 days passed. A bolt of lightning struck Su Shiwang, and countless spiritual energies began to gather and were madly absorbed into Su Shiwang's body. Su Shiwang's eyes began to turn dark and deep, and a dark flame was burning in his eye sockets, like a whirlpool. He clenched his fists slightly, and a torrent of energy burst out from his body, sweeping in all directions. Success? All the strongest ones were overjoyed, and each of them showed an expression of ecstasy. The supreme realm of qi and blood. The face of Saint Tianji showed excitement and excitement. At this moment, they finally witnessed the Chaos Divine Body transcending the shackles of heaven and earth and entering the supreme realm. The Lord of Dragon Mansion waved his hand, and the power of the formation disappeared. Su Shiwang took a deep breath and slowly stood up. Hey kid, are you trying to scare me to death? The Holy Lord of Heaven glared at Su Shiwang and said angrily, why don't you thank me quickly? I have helped you so much. Old man, how dare you say that? It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would have almost gone crazy. Su Shiwang shouted angrily. The skin of Saint Tianji twitched and he was unable to utter a word. Are you Su Yunfan's son? The Lord of Long Mansion looked at Su Shiwang, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. Exactly. Su Shiwang clasped his fists and said respectfully, may I know who you are? Looking at the young man in white who seemed unfathomable, Su Shiwang's eyes were full of vigilance. Although this person looked weaker than himself, he made himself feel an unfathomable danger. The Lord of the Dragon Mansion said calmly, I am the Lord of the Dragon Mansion. Greetings to the Lord of the Mansion. Su Shiwang quickly bowed. The Dragon Mansion Master waved his hand and said calmly, you've just broken through, and you need some time to consolidate. Don't be restrained. Thank you, Lord. Su Shiwang nodded. As for the Holy Lord of Heavenly Secrets, don't bother with him. He and your father are close friends, so he wants to personally guide you. The Lord of Long Mansion looked at Su Shiwang and spoke earnestly. The younger generation naturally doesn't dare to argue too much with the elders. Su Shiwang bowed. Boy, you don't know that back then, old Master Tianji wanted to take your father as his apprentice, but he never expected your father's strength to improve so rapidly. He caught him and beat him up, but he still has a good relationship with your father. Upon hearing this, Su Shiwang couldn't help but look surprised. He didn't expect that this Saint Lord Tianji had such a close relationship with his father. Tell us, are you a chaos divine body? The Lord of Long Mansion stared at Su Shiwang with burning eyes, as if he could see through him. So what if it is, so what if it isn't? Su Shiwang asked calmly, with strange ripples in his eyes. Don't worry. We're willing to help you, so we won't harm you. If you're a genius, you'll naturally receive more training. The Lord of Long Mansion said with a slight smile. Yes, kid, we won't harm you. Who among those present isn't familiar with your father? And who dares to mess with your mother? Back then, your father was seduced while on a mission, and your mother deployed a missile to destroy the family of the man who used the honey trap. The entire cultivation world knew about that incident. Everyone said with a smile. You must have heard your mother's threats, right? The Lord of Long Mansion looked at Su Shiwang with a smile. Su Shiwang was silent for a moment, then said softly, I am the Chaos Divine Body. Although everyone knew the answer in their hearts, it was still shocking when Su Shiwang said it. The Chaos God Body has appeared, and the world is about to be engulfed in blood and gore. Chapter 104. Is it too late to go home and become a young master now? Whatever you need, just tell us. Dragon Mansion will do everything we can to satisfy you. After a long silence, the Lord of Long Mansion finally spoke. Thank you all, seniors. Su Shiwang bowed. Su boy, you are really amazing. Sage Lord Tianji praised, his face full of envy and jealousy. You're incredibly lucky, kid. You actually encountered the legendary Chaos Divine Body. No, you should be praising your father. Su Shiwang looked at the heavenly secret saint, his face full of black lines, and said unhappily, Old man, you really know how to talk nonsense. The heavenly secret saint chuckled and said, Your father was a genius of his generation. He achieved the supreme realm with a mortal body. He was truly a natural genius. I never thought he would have a Chaos Divine Body. It seems that cultivation can change genes. Then can your high level of cultivation change your son's genes? No, you look so disrespectful, old man. You don't even have a wife, do you? Su Shiwang looked at the appearance of Saint Lord Tianji and felt a chill in his heart, and couldn't help but sneer. You little bastard, I'll slap you to death. Saint Lord Tianji was furious and roared fiercely. Su Shiwang curled his lips and didn't bother to pay attention to him. Tianji, this guy is right. You just don't have a wife, right? A powerful person on the side joked. Shut up. Saint Lord Tianji roared in frustration. Do you know about the restriction in your body? The Lord of Long Mansion suddenly spoke. Restricted? Su Shiwang frowned. Indeed. Sage Lord Tianji nodded. There's a mysterious force within you that's restraining your body. While I don't know the reason, it's definitely not your own power. It's also caused by your father's power, as well as an extremely strange force. Su Shiwang's face changed when he heard this. He remembered the mysterious soul burial abyss in his mind. It was strange and eerie in there, and most importantly, it was a bit spooky. He was in his own mind. Su Shiwang obtained the 9-dragon jade pendant there, which then merged into his dantian. Originally, Su Shiwang thought that it was something brought by the system and that he had dug a hole for himself. But now hearing these strong men say that it was suppressed by their father's power, it must be the secret of the original owner. Furthermore, although the Su family is so powerful, Lu Qingyan is still unwilling to guide Su Shiwang in his cultivation. She must have known the dangers involved. Su Shiwang suddenly felt his scalp tingling. This time, I almost went crazy. If it weren't for so many powerful people helping me suppress it and break through to the Supreme Realm, I'm afraid my life would be in danger. But what about next time? What should I do if I encounter danger again next time? Su Shiwang was complaining in his heart. He even thought about going home and being a good playboy, with no worries about food and drink, and beautiful women by his side. What's the point of practicing? Can this restriction be lifted? Dissolve? What are you thinking, kid? If the power of this restriction were released, I'm afraid you would have died. Saint Lord Tianji joked. No way. Su Shiwang was shocked. If I stop practicing now and go home to continue being a young master, will it still be too late? Puff. A group of powerful people laughed. No. Saint Lord Tianji curled his lips and shook his head decisively. Your restriction has been activated once and has become somewhat loose. There are only two paths before you now. First, you must continue to cultivate. Sooner or later, you will become a supreme being and be able to remove your own restrictions. Second, if you don't practice, you'll go home and wait for death. If your father comes back from that hellhole within 5 years, you can still be saved. Saint Lord Tianji said lightly. Fuck? Su Shiwang's eyes dimmed and he lowered his head, lost in thought. System, what should I do? Su Shiwang asked in his mind. There is no way. The system answered without hesitation. Aren't you the most awesome system? Can't you fucking save me? Su Shiwang roared in frustration. The system has crashed. The system's aggrieved voice sounded. Get lost. Su Shiwang cursed. Host, I told you it had nothing to do with me, but you didn't believe me. Fuck you. How can I not be suspicious of you when a soul burial abyss suddenly appeared in my mind? I'm guiding you there. The soul of the original owner wasn't created by me last time. It was a product of that place. The system has determined that it contains the remaining consciousness of the original owner, but it has been contaminated by a mysterious force, which is why it has mutated. The system voice sounded again. So what should I do? Just sit there and wait for death? Su Shiwang asked. The system has no solution, and the system cannot detect it there. The system sighed and said. Never mind, let's take it one step at a time. Su Shiwang took a deep breath and said with a firm look in his eyes. Chapter 105, I'm even more shameless than myself. I'm helpless. What? He's only a 1-star talent? Inside Zhou Feng's villa. Several geniuses who relied on the Zhou family stood in front of Zhou Feng and reported on the recent major and minor matters in the Dragon Mansion. After Zhou Feng dealt with the Zhou family in Yanjing, he immediately rushed back to Long Mansion, but he never expected that Su Shiwang's fighting ability was only rated as a 1-star talent. After a moment of silence, Zhou Feng couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. This kid, it turns out he's just stronger in combat, but he doesn't have any potential. But that kid is also very strange. He defeated Zhang Sanxiang, who was ranked 36th on the potential list. A beautiful and sexy woman reported respectfully. Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. Oh, Zhang Sanxiang was defeated? It seems Su Shiwang's strength has improved rapidly. No matter how fast he is no match for Master Zhou. Master Zhou, you are a holy fire spirit with a 7-star talent. This kid is no match for you now, and he will never be your opponent in the future. He. Zhou Feng chuckled when he heard this, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Mr. Zhou, Su Shiwang has been able to reach the 4th floor of the trial tower, which shows that he has some understanding. Why don't I go and test his depth? The sexy beauty quickly flattered. You can try him, but it's better to disgust him. This guy disgusted my brother and me in the past. Zhou Feng smiled playfully. Yes. The beauty saluted coquettishly. Then she turned and left, her graceful and enchanting figure quickly disappeared in the villa. Zhou Feng looked at the back, his eyes gradually getting colder. Su Shiwang, since you dare to touch my brother, let's just wait and see. Zhou Feng whispered, his eyes cold and bloodthirsty. Outside Su Shiwang's villa. Su Shiwang was lying in the courtyard basking in the sun, enjoying the massage from Su Xiao and Ning Hanshuan while chatting with the system. System, give me some equipment to play with someday. System, to what extent can I use Emperor Ming's magic spear? To a point where you can use it. Why are you answering with such nonsense? At this moment, Su Shiwang's vision went dark. He felt something blocking the sunlight in front of him. What the hell? He narrowed his eyes slightly and reached out to push. Snap. A crisp slap sounded, and his wrist was actually grabbed by someone. Huh? Who is it? How could such a wicked person hit me? Su Shiwang looked up and was stunned. Grass. Beauty? Still so sexy? I saw a woman in front of me wearing a red dress, a phoenix crown on her head, and a long whip made of golden nanmo hanging around her waist. Her red dress outlined her exquisite curves, making her figure even more curvy and charming. That stunning and incomparable face seemed to be able to make people fall in love with her, and those eyes seemed to contain a myriad of charms. Her dark hair falls in front of her chest, making her look even more charming and enchanting. The plump buttocks are slender and long. The round legs were covered with gauze, revealing the white and slender legs. The pair of jade feet were wearing 10-centimeter high heels, and every move they made revealed an elegance and grace that made people dare not look directly at them. This is simply a top-notch beauty. It turns out that the eldest son of the Su family is a pervert who loves to take advantage of others, hee hee. There was a hint of sarcasm and mockery on the woman's beautiful and charming face. Eh? Who are you? You're blocking my son. Let me introduce myself. I'm number 26 on the potential ranking, Yi Honglian. Yi Honglian? I haven't heard of her. Have you two heard of her? Su Shiwang shook his head and looked at Su Xiaoro and Ning Hanshuang beside him, only to see that they were also shaking their heads in confusion. You! Yi Honglian gnashed her teeth in anger. She was the 26th most powerful expert on the potential list, and yet she was being ignored? What do you mean? Su Shiwang snorted disdainfully, I don't even know you, why should I bother with you? Su Shiwang's attitude annoyed her. Yi Honglian's pretty face flushed red, her beautiful eyes widened angrily, you little brat, you really don't know how to be polite. How dare you say that to me? Do you know who I am? Who are you to care about my business? Don't block my son. Su Shiwang rolled his eyes and continued to lie in the chair enjoying the massage from Su Xiaoro and Ning Hanshuang. You're looking for death. Yi Honglian was so angry that her whole body was shaking. But after a moment, she changed her mind and put on a smile again. Hey, I just said something wrong, Master Su, please don't be angry. No, I'll let you touch me a few more times. Yi Honglian moaned coquettishly, her voice as sweet as a silver bell, making people's bones melt. Su Shiwan almost fell off his chair when he heard this. What the hell? Is this woman a pervert? Su Shiwan widened his eyes in surprise. Chapter 106, Disgusted Su Shiwan. Holy shit, there are still such weird women these days? Ouch. Yi Honglian smiled sweetly, her eyes curved into two crescents, as if they could speak. Su Shiwan felt goosebumps all over his body. Master Su, if you don't like being touched, then just kiss me. Kiss your sister. Su Shiwan couldn't help but swear. He finally believed that there were still female perverts in this day and age. If Master Su doesn't like to kiss me, then don't kiss me. This is the first time I've seen a man as handsome as Master Su. I'm so looking forward to it. Su Shiwang. You woman, do you want to be beaten? Su Shiwang suddenly jumped up from his chair and glared at Yi Honglian. Yo, you're angry. Yi Honglian stared at Su Shiwang with a charming look. Master Su, if you don't come hug me again, I will be angry. You. Su Shiwang pointed at Yi Honglian, his fingers trembling. Chuckle. Yi Honglian smiled even more happily, her eyes seemed to emit electricity. I'm just joking with you, Master Su, don't take it seriously. Come, let me hug you. Su Shiwang felt all the hairs on his body stand up. Damn it. You pervert. Who sent this to disgust me? I'm warning you, you'd better not do anything rash. Su Shiwang said coldly. Yi Honglian smiled like a flower, her eyes moving, extremely charming. Don't get me wrong, I just want to make friends with you. Get away. Su Shiwang shouted angrily. You have such a bad temper. It's really annoying. So annoying. Yi Honglian pouted, looking like a spoiled little girl. You're number 26 on the potential list. Can you please have some self-respect? Su Shiwang couldn't stand her bad taste anymore, so he spoke quickly. Su Shiwang felt a headache. He was most afraid of this kind of woman. She looked like a delicate and beautiful rose, the kind that would break if touched. Where do I lose my self-respect? Yi Honglian pouted, looking aggrieved. I was just complimenting you on your handsomeness. Do I need a reason to like a handsome guy? After saying that, Yi Honglian paused and said, if Mr. Su likes it, I can accompany him tonight. After hearing this, Su Shiwang was shocked and his cheeks turned red. What do you want to do? Yi Honglian's graceful and seductive body appeared in his mind. Yi Honglian giggled, her eyes flashing with cunning and evil. Of course I want to pounce on you, Master Su. Don't come over here. I won't be polite to you. Su Shiwang's body was tense and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He had never met such a strange woman since he was a child. He has always been a good student and has never done anything illegal, but he happened to encounter this weirdo. Master Su, don't scare me. You just want me to sleep with you. What's the big deal? Yi Honglian giggled. Su Shiwan felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and he felt like he was going to explode. What are you here for? Just tell me. Stop disgusting me. Su Shiwan roared. How can you be so vulgar? I offered myself to you, and you actually called me vulgar. You are so rude. Yi Honglian looked as if she was about to cry. Say it again. Su Shiwan was furious and punched the ground, creating a hole in the ground. Yi Honglian pretended to be shy, and Su Shiwan wanted to slap her away. Master Su. Yi Honglian called out in a sweet voice, her beautiful eyes full of spring, I want to ask you for advice on cultivation. Are you here to ask me about cultivation? Ha, I think you're trying to test my abilities. Su Shiwan's eyes suddenly turned cold, and the murderous look in his eyes frightened Yi Honglian. Don't look at me like that, it'll scare me, boo-hoo. Yi Honglian covered her chest and said tenderly. Stop pretending. As soon as you came in, I guessed who sent you to disgust me. It was either Han Huiwei or Zhou Feng. Su Qingfeng doesn't have the guts to disgust me like this right now. Chapter 107 The whip is good, you want to know if it hurts. Su Shiwan spoke with disdain. Although he is usually careless, he is not stupid. Yi Honglian's behavior is obviously to test his strength. You? Yi Honglian's face turned pale. I didn't expect it to be seen through so easily. Upon hearing this, Yi Honglian rolled her eyes, a look of sudden enlightenment on her face. Since Master Su has guessed it, then I will no longer pretend. That's right, I was sent by Master Zhou. After she finished speaking, she giggled again. Su Shiwan was confused by her. What was this woman up to? Is there something wrong with your brain? Did he ask you to come here to test my strength? Most importantly, to disgust me, so that he can avenge me for disgusting him in the first place? Su Shiwan asked with a sneer. That's right. Yi Honglian nodded. What else did he say? Su Shiwan continued to ask. He also said that we should have a good discussion, as he was very curious about Su Xiao. Yi Honglian's gaze fell on Su Shiwan. Her fiery eyes made people's scalps tingle and their desires burn. This woman is definitely a witch. I'm too lazy to fight you, Frost. You should teach this woman a lesson. She's even more shameless than me. Su Shiwan waved his hand and said to Ning Hanshuang, who was standing beside him. Good. Ning Hanshuang still looked like an icy beauty, and she slowly approached Yi Honglian. Master Su, we are destined to be together. How about we make a pact? Yi Honglian suddenly said. Promise? Su Shiwan raised his eyebrows. Let's make a bet. If I beat Ning Hanshuang, you get to crawl under my crotch. If I lose. Having said this, Yi Honglian paused, and a hint of viciousness flashed in her beautiful watery eyes. I lost, I'll let Master Su do whatever he wants. Su Shiwan turned his head to look at Ning Hanshuang, then at Yi Honglian. It was hard to say who would win or lose between the two of them. After all, Ning Hanshuang has an ice-type spirit body, and her cultivation speed is extremely fast in the special environment of the Dragon Mansion. Moreover, ever since the top management of the Dragon Mansion learned that Su Shiwan was a chaos divine body, they gave him a lot of resources to support him. Su Shiwan distributed a lot of them to Ning Hanshuang and Su Xiao. Only a month has passed for Ning Hanshuang, but she has already reached the 7th level of Qi and blood. But Su Shiwan believed that Yi Honglian would not be too bad. The strength of the 26th on the potential list was definitely stronger than Zhang Sanxiang, who was 36. Just as Su Shiwan was thinking, Ning Hanshuang said softly, Missy, I advise you not to play tricks in front of Shiwan, because you can't beat me. Ning Hanshuang's indifferent eyes were like a lake, without a single ripple. Yeah? Yi Honglian snorted coldly, her expression changing slightly. Immediately, she raised her delicate jade fingers, and streams of spiritual energy gathered at her fingertips. Then let's compete. Hey, there's a fighting arena inside the villa. Don't fight in the yard. Who's going to compensate me if you ruin such a beautiful view? Su Shiwan shouted hurriedly upon seeing this. Several people walked into the battlefield in the villa. Su Shiwan waved his hand, and the battlefield opened. Ning Hanshuang was wearing a blue dress. She stood there like an ice sculpture. Her cold and calm temperament made a thin layer of ice cover her. In her hand was a blue sword with a sharp blade, emitting a faint cold aura. Yi Honglian was wearing a red dress, with long hair draped over her shoulders, and her pair of phoenix eyes were extremely charming. She looked at Ning Hanswang with disdain in her eyes. She slowly pulled out the long golden Nanmo whip from her waist and swung it a few times in the air. The whip was then wrapped in red flames and crackling sounds were heard. "Hey, this whip is nice!" Su Shiwang exclaimed in admiration. "Master Su is indeed very knowledgeable. This long side of mine is a great spiritual weapon," Yi Honglian said. "I wonder if it would hurt to spank you." Su Shiwang narrowed his eyes and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. The smile on Yi Honglian's face froze instantly. "You." Puff. Su Xiao looked at Su Shiwang, who was arguing with others, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. She covered her mouth and laughed secretly. "The young master is so bad. Bring it on." Ning Hanswang raised the long sword in his hand, and wherever the sword reached, a cold light flashed and ice flowers bloomed. The icy petals sparkled like ice crystals, and they fluttered down one by one, landing on Yi Honglian's body. A thick layer of ice instantly formed all over her body. Yi Honglian frowned, as if facing a formidable enemy. This woman is not just number 49 on the potential list. According to the intelligence, Ning Hanswang was at most at the 4th level of Qi and blood, but now it seems that he is at least at the 7th level. How can you progress so quickly? She smiled coldly. The long whip in her hand was surrounded by flames. She shook her arm, and the icy petals shattered instantly and turned into powder. "You're overestimating yourself." After saying that, Yi Honglian took a step forward and rushed towards Ning Hanswang. Chapter 108. The Spirit Beast Egg is about to hatch. She held a long whip in her hand and swung it towards Ning Hanswang. The whip was wrapped in flames. When she swung it, the air seemed to be burning, making a rumbling sound and a terrifying momentum. Ning Hanswang's eyes flashed. She jumped up, flipped in midair, and narrowly avoided Yi Honglian's attack. Ning Hanswang's sword collided with the whip, making a crisp sound. Her arm shook, and the sword slipped out of her control and fell to the ground. "Oh, is that all you can do?" Yi Honglian smiled sarcastically, tapped the ground with her feet, and flew towards Ning Hanswang. Ning Hanswang tapped the ground with both feet and flew up, avoiding Yi Honglian's long whip, while stabbing out with the long sword. The sword light is bright and the sword force is sharp. Seeing this, Yi Honglian immediately retracted her whip and wrapped it around Ning Hanswang's sword. Ning Hanswang was covered in ice and snow, and her delicate and picturesque little face was faintly visible in the ice. She was light and nimble, and slapped Yi Honglian on the chest with one palm. Yi Honglian groaned and flew backwards. She always thought that Ning Hanswang was only ranked 49th in the potential ranking, but she didn't expect that her cultivation was actually no worse than hers. Yi Honglian was shocked. Karma Fire Red Lotus. Yi Honglian swung her whip, and flames rose up, turning into a huge red lotus, heading straight towards Ning Hanswang. 10,000 miles of ice. Ning Hanswang shouted softly and quickly formed seals with his hands. Balls of ice emerged from the ground and condensed into an ice shield around her, blocking Yi Honglian's karmic fire lotus. The fire of karma burns the world. Yi Honglian shouted again, and a stream of hot flames surged out from her fists, forming a red fire dragon, rushing towards Ning Hanswang's ice shield. The ice dragon and the fire dragon cancelled each other out. Ning Hanswang waved his finger, and the ice layer on the ground collapsed instantly, with ice chips flying all over the sky. Thousands of miles of ice, but nothing special. Yi Honglian sneered. She waved the long whip in her hand, and the fire dragon instantly broke the ice shield and swallowed Ning Hanswang. Seeing this, Ning Hanswang quickly retreated several meters. At the same time, Su Shiwang, who was watching the battle, felt that the spirit beast egg in his system seemed to be moving. Could it be that the spirit beast was about to hatch? Su Shiwang was delighted. "Xiaoro, watch how their fight plays out. Don't let them tear down my villa. I'm going upstairs." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Shiwang appeared upstairs. System, hurry up and check if my spirit beast egg is about to hatch." Ding dong, reporting to the host, the spirit beast egg has hatched 99% of the way. Please inject spirit energy into the egg to complete the final hatching step. Hearing the system prompt, Su Shiwang hurriedly injected spiritual energy into the egg. At this time, he was extremely nervous. He wondered what kind of spiritual beast would hatch from this egg. He didn't expect any peerless spiritual beasts, just a few like the dragon, phoenix, vermilion bird, and white tiger would do. At the very least, a giant eagle like his third uncle's would be fine. Ouch! A roar came from the egg. Su Shiwang felt itchy after hearing this, but he didn't dare to move, for fear of disturbing the hatching of the spirit beast. Ah! Ouch! There was another roar. Su Shiwang's frown deepened, wondering what was making a fuss inside the egg. System, what kind of divine beast is this cry? Replying to the host, this sounds like a dog barking. Su Shiwang. Where did this crappy system come from? System, stop being such a jinx. It's clearly the roar of a divine beast. The system was silent for a moment. The system cannot explain this question. Host, you are currently incubating a spirit beast, so it's best not to speak nonsense. Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang gritted his teeth and said, System, what if I hatch something weird? The host isn't a hen, so if it can't hatch chicks, it shouldn't be a big problem. System, I curse you to eat shit tonight. Chapter 109, The Little Dog. System, I curse you to eat shit tonight. System, what if I hatch a monster? Su Shiwang continued to ask. System. It paused and said, Host, that only proves that you are also a monster. These words from the system instantly touched the pain point in Su Shiwang's heart. This damn system. After the system said this, it fell silent. Su Shiwang. Oh shit. Your sister. With the continuous infusion of spiritual power, the spirit beast egg began to shake continuously. Click. Click. Spider webs began to appear on the eggshell, and it looked like it was about to explode. Su Shiwang's face became a little nervous. System, the eggshell is about to explode. Ding dong, the system is detecting and scanning. Ouch. A few tufts of yellow hair emerged from the spirit beast egg. Su Shiwang's heart suddenly tightened. Could it be a golden dragon? Make a fortune. Ah. A golden puppy crawled out of the spirit beast egg, scratching its hair with its furry little paws and rolling its black eyes. It jumped and ran towards Su Shiwang, woof woof woof. Su Shiwang looked at it carefully for a long time, but was speechless in the end. Even the robot system couldn't help but laugh out loud. I forgot that the host is a bootlicker. The system really didn't expect that the host could hatch a bootlicker. Su Shiwang, get out. He extended his index finger and poked the little fellow's round belly. Little fellow, are you a dragon in disguise? Gurgle. The little guy stuck out his tongue and rubbed Su Shiwang's hand with his head. Tell me you're not a licker. Ouch. Su Shiwang, you said you're not a bootlicker. He reached out and pinched her soft earlobe. I told you you're not, so stop quibbling. Woof. The little guy suddenly jumped up and took a big bite of Su Shiwang with his mouth. Su Shiwang retracted his hand in pain. This little dog was really ferocious. He quickly let go of his hand and rubbed the back of it. You are born in the year of the dog. Ouch. The little guy stuck out his tongue at Su Shiwang, woof. Puff. Ahem. Su Shiwang hadn't noticed and was bitten by the little guy. He gasped in pain, ouch, it hurts so much. This little dog bites me. Woof woof. Little guy, are you sick? You actually bit me. Let me tell you, I have a bad temper. If you make me angry, I will beat you up. Woof woof. The little guy looked at Su Shiwang with disdain. Little thing, I'll teach you a lesson. Su Shiwang raised his other hand, ready to wave to the little guy. Just when he was about to touch the little guy suddenly jumped to the side to avoid Su Shiwang's attack. Why? Su Shiwang watched the little guy escape and sighed, forget it, since it's a spirit beast, let's give it a name. Su Shiwang thought for a moment and decided to give the little guy a name, Little Licker. Little Lickspittle. Su Shiwang shouted, then hooked his finger at the little guy. Come on. Little licking dog. Woof. The little guy ran over happily, then lay down obediently at Su Shiwang's feet. Walking downstairs with the little dog, Su Xiao saw a golden furry puppy following Su Shiwang, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Master, why did you go upstairs and bring down a puppy? You may not believe this. This is the spirit beast that hatched from the egg that won first place in my competition. This spirit beast. Ah, so cute. Su Shiwang. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Come, let me touch it. Su Xiao squatted down and extended her hand to the little guy. Woof. The little guy stretched out his head and grinned at Su Xiao. Su Xiao was stunned. Wow, what kind of puppy is this? It's so cute. Woof woof. Ha, master, what did you name it? Little licker. Su Xiaro. Young master, your name is too vulgar, isn't it? Looking at the battle between Ning Hanshuang and Yi Honglian, which was still undecided but had already reached a critical moment, Su Shiwang's eyes narrowed suddenly. The two different energies of Ning Hanshuang's ice spirit and Yi Honglian's fire spirit blended with each other, forming a powerful aura. Ah! The little guy was lying on Su Shiwang's shoulder. Seeing that the two were fighting in a draw, he couldn't help but scream. Ice is icy. Ning Hanshuang suddenly shouted, and the temperature around him dropped sharply. The ice sword in her hand instantly turned into hundreds of sharp ice blades and stabbed towards Yi Honglian. Yi Honglian was not to be outdone. The flames in her hand condensed into a giant fire whip, which she swung out, blocking all the ice blades. Chapter 110, Lying There With Your Butt Raised. The two women fought together, one was as cold as snow, the other was hot and passionate, and the fight was inseparable. Boom! A burst of strong light suddenly appeared, and the two men retreated at the same time, their toes tapping the ground, their figures retreating rapidly. Ouch! Ice cones shot out from Ning Hanshuang's body and smashed towards Yi Honglian fiercely. Su Shiwang smiled slightly and said, "It's time to end it." He looked up into the air and Ning Hanshuang's figure suddenly disappeared. When she reappeared, her eyes were as cold as ice. Ice arrows attacked Yi Honglian from all directions. Seeing this, Yi Honglian immediately summoned a bunch of fire lotuses and wrapped her up in them. But the next moment, Ning Hanshuang appeared behind her and stabbed at her with a sword. Yi Honglian was shocked and wanted to dodge, but the ice cone behind her had already shot to her side. She had no choice but to take the sword blow. Although she was protected by spiritual energy, she still felt as if her chest was stabbed by a knife and the pain was unbearable. You lose. Ning Hanshuang looked down at Yi Honglian arrogantly. Yi Honglian's face turned pale as paper. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Nothing is impossible. I'm willing to accept defeat. Su Shiwang said with a half smile, I remember someone said, if you lose, I'll do whatever I want with you. Yi Honglian. Master Hope, are you willing to punish me? Yi Honglian took a deep breath and started acting cute and coquettish again. Of course I'm willing to give it up. Su Shiwang said seriously. Oh, I'll be scared. When Su Shiwang heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. This woman was too immersed in the role. Oh. Even the little bootlicker behind Su Shiwang couldn't stand it anymore. Woof! It stuck out its tongue at Yi Honglian. Hey, little one, you're so cute. Come and let big sister hold you. The little dog ran to Yi Honglian with his tongue hanging out, spread his legs and urinated on the hem of Yi Hong's skirt. Su Shiwang almost laughed to death when he saw this scene. Yi Honglian's face was gloomy. Little beast, I will kill you. Woof woof. The little guy bared his teeth at Yi Honglian and looked ferocious. Stop. You can't afford to lose, right? Su Shiwang picked up the little guy. Snort. Yi Honglian no longer pretended and said with a gloomy face, how do you want to punish me? Give me your whip. Su Shiwang reached out his hand to her. Yi Honglian frowned, you want my whip? Just give it to me. I'm rich now, and I don't even care about your broken whip. Su Shiwang didn't give Yi Honglian any face at all. Yi Honglian looked at Su Shiwang with gritted teeth for a long time before she took out the whip and threw it into Su Shiwang's hands. Lie there with your butt sticking up. Su Shiwang pointed to the side and pointed at Yi Honglian. Yi Honglian. Are you going to penetrate me from behind? Are you not convinced? You can't stand losing, right? One day I'll use a loudspeaker to broadcast to the whole Long Mansion that Zhou Feng can't stand losing. Do you think he'll let you off so easily? What do you want to do? I. Su Shiwang lazily leaned back in his chair. Nothing much. I just want to teach you how to respect me. Yi Honglian's pupils shrank, as if she thought of something terrible, and her face turned pale as paper in an instant. Her lips trembled as she spoke, Master Hope, I was wrong. I will never dare to provoke you again. Su Shiwang curled his lips, is it okay if I'm wrong? Then what else do you want? Yi Honglian bit her lip, panic flashing in her eyes. Su Shiwang stood up with a smile and slowly walked to Yi Honglian. Just accept the loss and do as I say. You. Yi Honglian's face turned pale. I. What's wrong with me? Don't you understand what I said? Su Shiwang raised his eyebrows and looked at Yi Honglian. Yi Honglian lowered her head and reluctantly and humiliatingly pointed her buttocks towards Su Shiwang. Does this man deliberately want to see her make a fool of herself? She gritted her teeth and endured it. Yi Honglian walked to the front of the table, gritted her teeth and stood up. The hem of her skirt swayed slightly, revealing her slender white thighs. Her butt was raised, and she looked like she was waiting to be dealt with. Su Shiwang stood aside, looking at Yi Honglian's raised buttocks and swallowed. Su Shero and Ning Hanswan looked at each other, with strange expressions on their faces. What does the young master want to do? It can't be. This posture. This action. So obscene. Su Shero and Ning Hanswan looked at each other, and a hint of helplessness flashed in their eyes. Master, oh master, you are playing with fire. Snap. The whip hit the flesh with a crisp snap sound, which was clear and pleasant. There was a blood mark on Yi Honglian's buttocks. Ah! Yi Honglian screamed in pain. Does it hurt that much? Su Shiwan lowered his head and looked at Yi Honglian with a smile. You are at least in the qi and blood realm, so you shouldn't be injured, right? Yi Honglian's eyes turned red. You? How dare you do this to me? She had never suffered such injustice since she was a child. Until now, she still felt very depressed, but she couldn't vent it. Yes, that's right. This young master did it on purpose. So what? Do you still want revenge? You bastard. Hey, you dare to scold me, young master, I'll beat you up. Su Shiwang raised his hand and hit Yi Honglian hard on the back. Pa. Su Shiwang used too much force, and Yi Honglian felt like her body was about to be torn apart. While Su Shiwang was fighting, he said, Do you know how powerful I am? Woo. Don't cry, the more you cry, the more excited I get. Watch me. Pa. Woo. Yi Honglian felt like her skin was about to be beaten off, and she was shaking with pain, but she couldn't resist. She was afraid of angering Su and hoping he would beat her even harder. He was even more afraid of damaging Zhou Feng's reputation and making him angry. What she regrets most now is why she provoked such a pervert. Su hoped to see her crying like a pear blossom in the rain, looking so pitiful, and raised the whip in his hand again. Snap. A whip hit Yi Honglian. Chapter 111. The toilet is so perverted. Isn't that Yi Honglian, one of Zhou Feng's men? Why is your butt sticking out? Hey, your body is covered in blood, can't it be? Fuck. So perverted. Everyone was talking about it in amazement. Yi Honglian is beautiful, strong and talented, so she is naturally the dream lover of many students in Longfu. Everyone wants to marry her. But because of Zhou Feng, the eldest son of the Zhou family, no one dared to take advantage of her. After all, Zhou Feng is the holy fire spirit, and most importantly, he is the eldest son of the Zhou family, and many geniuses depend on him. But now Yi Honglian was covered in scars, and her red dress was a little torn, which made people even more worried. It's not true as the outside world says, that Yi Honglian is actually Zhou Feng's plaything. TSK, Zhou Feng is such a heavy-handed guy, he actually treats Yi Honglian as a plaything and plays such a perverted game. I think it's because of the influence of the Zhou family's power that Zhou Feng has developed this personality. Why did I hear that Zhou Feng likes men? Shu. Stop guessing. If he hears you, you'll be in big trouble. Then why did Zhou Feng want to play with Yi Honglian? Who knows? Listening to everyone's discussions, Yi Honglian was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She wished she could cut Su Shiwang into pieces. She limped back to Zhou Feng's villa, where Zhou Feng was meditating and practicing. Hearing the sound of Yi Honglian's high heels tapping on the floor, Zhou Feng asked coldly, How is it? How's the test going? Yi Honglian bit her lip, her eyes red. Mr. Zhou. I am no match for him. Woo. Before she finished speaking, tears rolled down her cheeks. She looked pitiful, as if she had been bullied. Zhou Feng's cold eyes fell on Yi Honglian. His gaze was too sharp. Yi Honglian couldn't help but take a few steps back and said nervously, Yes, I'm sorry. What's going on? Yes. Yi Honglian's eyes were full of fear. Speak. Zhou Feng snorted coldly. Yi Honglian trembled with fear. He. What happened to him? Zhou Feng's voice suddenly rose. Yi Honglian trembled and stammered, He hit me, woo. Hit you? Zhou Feng frowned. Yeah, he asked me to compete with Ning Hanshuang. I never expected Ning Hanshuang's strength to improve so much. I was just one step behind. As a result, Su Shiwang humiliated me. Woohoo! Zhou Feng was silent for a moment, then asked, how did he humiliate you? He made me bend over the table and then he whipped me, my butt. Yi Honglian covered her face and cried. She has always been a proud princess, and has never been insulted like this before. Zhou Feng's eyes narrowed, a trace of viciousness flashed across his eyes. Does this guy know that I sent you? He guessed it right from the start, and I can't tell how strong he is now. But he should be stronger than me, at least at the 8th level of Qi and Blood. What? 8th level of Qi and Blood? How long has he been in Dragon Mansion? And didn't you say he had a 1-star talent and only barely made it past the 3rd floor of the trial tower? This news is not fake. After all, no one would gamble with their future prospects, and that talent test stone cannot lie. Zhou Feng took a deep breath and looked at Yi Honglian, who was in dishevel, with murderous intent in his heart. After all, the Su family and the Zhou family are enemies. If Su Shiwang's strength and talent were stronger, the threat to him would be too great. Seeing his uncertain look, Yi Honglian said hurriedly, but I think he must have just broken through. I don't see any fluctuations in his vitality. Zhou Feng said coldly, you lost my people. Hearing this, Yi Honglian was shocked and said quickly, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, I was wrong. She knew Zhou Feng's methods and ruthlessness best, so she didn't dare to act presumptuously anymore and could only admit her mistake. Is sorry helpful? Zhou Feng stretched out his hand and grabbed the delicate body in the air, and it suddenly flew into the air and was caught in his hand. You humiliate me! Zhou Feng shouted angrily. Snap! Zhou Feng slapped Yi Honglian in the face. Yi Honglian's cheeks were swollen. Zhou Feng slapped Yi Honglian on the other cheek again. Mr. Zhou, please spare me, I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again. The corners of Yi Honglian's mouth were torn and blood was flowing out from them. Zhou Feng used all his strength in every slap. After more than 10 slaps, Yi Honglian's cheeks were swollen like steamed buns and bleeding. Yi Honglian spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Zhou Feng looked at Yi Honglian who was dying and sneered. Yi Honglian, remember this, Zhou Feng, don't keep useless pawns around, let alone useless pawns. Think it over carefully. Yes. Yi Honglian was lying on the ground, motionless, unconscious, snoring faintly, and had obviously lost consciousness. Yi Fan, go and test the depth of your hope. Zhou Feng said lightly as he walked into the room. A black shadow quickly left and disappeared in the room. In Su Shiwang's villa, he was studying what kind of beast the little licking dog was. How can a normal dog lay eggs? Su Shiwang searched for a long time but couldn't figure it out. But he thought of another thing, and he threw a few small pills into the little dog's mouth. The little dog barked excitedly and then swallowed all the pills. Its hair stood up and it looked like it was enjoying itself immensely. Ha! Does this guy eat pills? Su Shiwan looked at the little dog in surprise, feeling a little strange. Although the little dog was a dog, it knew how to read people's expressions. Once it found out what it wanted to know, it would immediately pounce on the dog to please it. Could it be a spirit beast? How could a normal dog eat medicinal pills? Su Shiwan touched the little dog's furry head and became more certain in his heart. Little Licker, I want to ask you a question. Can you perceive human thoughts? The little dog shook his head and said, woof woof. This answer left Su Shiwan completely confused. It can sense human thoughts? This is incredible. It's not a pet, nor is it an ordinary dog. This is a spiritual pet. Little Licker, tell me the truth, are you a divine beast disguised as a dog to give me a surprise? Woof woof. The little dog wagged its tail, woof woof. No way, you must be lying to me. Woof. The little Licker continued to shake his head. Su Shiwan was speechless. This guy is a real dog. It can understand human language. Su Shiwan sighed helplessly, forget it. Since you don't want to admit that you are a divine beast, then I won't ask anymore. But you must remember, you can't devour your master. Woof. The little dog barked happily twice, as if he understood what Su Shiwan said. But at this moment, it suddenly stopped and looked towards the corner of the room, its eyes showing a wary look. Woof. It growled and its body suddenly grew in size. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge black dog more than 3 meters long, biting towards the wall with its fangs bared. Crack, crack. With a slight sound, a large piece of the wall was bitten off. Su Shiwang's eyes widened when he saw the scene. Oh shit. This guy is going to get bigger. So fierce. But how did the house get demolished? Does this guy have husky bloodline? Could it be that it has other properties? A series of thoughts flashed through Su Shiwang's mind. This guy is definitely worth training. Chapter 112, The Hidden King Yifan takes action, and the little licking dog shows his power. Asshole, you dared to let the dog bite me. A figure emerged from the darkness. Yifan was wearing a black robe and a black hat, which covered his face and made it impossible to see his appearance clearly. The little dog turned his head and showed a ferocious look, woof woof woof. But the strong spiritual pressure made people feel a chill in their hearts. This person is definitely a master. He was able to sneak into his villa quietly, and even Su Shiwang didn't notice his presence at first. Who are you? Su Shiwang narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. Someone who comes to teach you a lesson. Yifan's voice was hoarse and harsh, like frosted glass, harsh and unpleasant. He slowly walked out of the darkness, holding a dagger in his hand, which emitted a faint cold light and shone with an icy cold glow in the sunlight. Sent by Zhou Feng? You're not qualified to know. He. Su Shiwang sneered, if that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Bite him to death, you little licker. The little dog suddenly howled and rushed towards Yifan fiercely at an extremely fast speed, like a cheetah. Yifan snorted disdainfully, you overestimate your own abilities. How dare a stupid dog challenge me? As soon as he finished speaking, he shook his wrist, and the dagger turned into a black arc and cut towards the little dog's throat. Bang! Just as the dagger was about to cut the little dog's throat, it suddenly stopped. Yifan's face changed and he took several steps back. He felt a slight numbness in his arm. There was already a trace of blood on his wrist. His pupils suddenly shrank and he looked at the little dog in disbelief. It's just a dog, how could it hurt itself? Ah! The little dog bit his skin and a fishy smell filled the room. The little dog opened his mouth, his scarlet eyes filled with anger, as if he wanted to kill the other party, but he was too weak after all and could not hurt the other party. What kind of dog is this? A spirit beast. I don't even need to fight myself. You can't even beat my dog. Little beast. Yifan was furious and stomped his right foot hard on the floor. A strong wind blew and the floor shattered. Whoosh. The next moment, he moved and appeared in front of the little dog like a ghost, and punched the little dog's chest with his left fist. His fist was like a sharp blade, containing powerful force. The air vibrated, and with a whistling sound, it smashed down towards the little dog's head. He's going to kill this stupid dog with one strike. Woof. The little dog opened his mouth, let out an angry roar, and rushed straight towards Yifan. Su Shiwan's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, Little lickspittle, retreat. Bang! Yifan's fist landed heavily on the little dog, but the little dog was unharmed. The little dog's body was shaking slightly, as if it was enduring pain, but it still bit Yifan's palm and refused to let go no matter what. Beast! Yifan was furious. He stomped his right foot and stepped hard on the ground again. The ground exploded and rubble flew everywhere. The little dog didn't care and bit Yifan's finger tightly. No matter how hard he bit, he didn't let go. Hey, I'm telling you, get out of here now. If you don't get rabies, I won't take care of you. Seeing how brave the little dog was, Su Shiwang sat aside and started drinking tea. While drinking tea, he stared at Yifan with a gloating look. Yifan's fingers were bitten off by the little dog. The pain made his face twisted and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Woof. He stepped on it a few more times, but the little dog still didn't move, not even blinking. Shit. Su Shiwang, this isn't over yet. Yifan spat out a sentence fiercely, and his figure disappeared in a flash. Woof. The little dog roared to the sky, seemed very angry, sprayed a puff of thick smoke into the air, and then ran in angrily. Little dog, are you okay? Woof. The little dog shook his head, then sat down on the ground and lay there. Ouch, are you really okay? Stop pretending. Su Shiwang looked at the little dog and couldn't help but hold his forehead. Woof. Okay, good job. I'll give you some elixirs as a reward. Su Shiwang took out a bottle of pills, poured out 2 pills, and stuffed them into the little dog's pockets. The little dog took it, chewed it vigorously a few times, and swallowed it. This little guy seems pretty good, he has something. Su Shiwang was amazed. That man just now was Yi Fan, proficient in the art of concealment. He ranks 19th on the potential list. He is a very terrifying master and also Zhou Feng's most capable subordinate. Ning Hanshuang said lightly. Oh? You found him too? That means his hiding skills are just so-so. Who wouldn't know about the big commotion upstairs just now? And just now, I was outside the yard and suddenly saw Yi Fan appear, stumbling away, covering his arm. There were also several huge bloody teeth marks on his buttocks. Ning Hanshuang covered her mouth and chuckled. The scene was so funny that she almost laughed to death. Chapter 113 by Ling's Invitation. Mr. Zhou. In Zhou Feng's villa, Yi Fan's figure suddenly emerged from the darkness. However, unlike his previous cool and mysterious appearance, Yi Fan was covered in blood this time, and the tooth marks were obviously from some kind of animal. This time, Yi Fan was really injured. There was almost no intact part of his body. He was covered in blood and his skin was torn. It was extremely tragic. Yi Fan. Why are you in such a mess? Seeing Yi Fan covered in blood, Zhou Feng was shocked and asked hurriedly. Yi Fan is his most capable subordinate and is extremely powerful. Even if Su Shiwang improves rapidly, he cannot beat Yi Fan so badly. Yi Fan was panting, extremely weak, his face was pale, and his eyes were gloomy and terrifying, like an angry lion. He took a deep breath to calm the disordered breath in his body. Making a promise is not easy. I haven't been able to find out his true strength. Yi Fan whispered. Zhou Feng was slightly stunned. Why are you so embarrassed if you haven't found out yet? Yi Fan gritted his teeth and said, Su hopes to have a spiritual pet by his side. And it's a very powerful spiritual beast. Zhou Feng was stunned. What's going on? A mad dog bit off half of my hand in one bite. If I hadn't dodged in time, I would have been eaten by it. Yi Fan said hatefully. Zhou Feng took a deep breath, still feeling frightened. After a long silence, he frowned and asked, Are you sure it's a dog? Yi Fan nodded and said, I am very sure that Su Shiwang has always called it a little licking dog. Even though Zhou Feng was well educated and had a strong psychological quality, he couldn't help but laugh. This guy, not only is he a lickspittle himself bad, he also calls his own dog a lickspittle. Big and small lickspittles combined, it's really the lowest of the low. Su Shiwang, are you there? My grandfather asked me to call you to listen to the Venerable's lecture. Bai Ling, the granddaughter of Bai Zun's, walked into Su Shiwang's villa with an unwilling look on her face and shouted. I looked around but didn't see anyone in the villa. I don't know why Grandpa had to call Su Shiwang, that useless guy, to teach a class with a one-star talent. How could he possibly understand? Bai Ling murmured. Miss Bai, do you have something to do with hope? Ning Hanshuang appeared at the door and looked at her. Ning Hanshuang, why are you in Su Shiwang's villa? Oh my god. Bai Ling widened her eyes in disbelief. Ning Hanshuang said indifferently with a cold face, I am Su Shiwang's fiancé. Is it inappropriate for me to be with him? Engaged couple? Bai Ling was completely stunned. She had never thought that Ning Hanshuang would have an affair with Su Shiwang. This is so fantastical. That loser Su Shiwang is actually worthy of Ning Hanshuang, an ice spirit? Where's Su Shiwang? My grandfather asked him to attend the lecture. Bai Ling said with a twitch of her mouth. He's sunbathing in the backyard. Come with me. After saying that, Ning Hanshuang also poured Su Shiwang a cup of coffee. When she arrived at the backyard, Bai Ling was completely speechless. Did Su Shiwang come to Longfu to practice or to vacation? She was served by a beautiful maid, and also by the icy beauty Ning Hanshuang. This day is so comfortable. Su Shiwang, what are you doing? Bai Ling looked at Su Shiwang sleeping in the rocking chair and frowned unhappily. Sunbathing. Su Shiwang responded lazily and casually, opened his eyes and continued to lie down and take a nap. You. Bai Ling was so angry that her face turned pale. Ning Hanshuang looked used to it and handed a bowl of coffee to Su Shiwang. Gurgle, gurgle. Su Shiwang grabbed the coffee and drank it. My grandfather is waiting for you, don't sleep. Bai Ling urged, extremely impatient. Miss Bai, can't you just let me sleep peacefully? Su Shiwang opened his eyes, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and looked drowsy. You have such an attitude, and you dare to talk back to me. Bai Ling said angrily. What the hell is this lecture? I'm not going. Su Shiwan turned over and said lazily, if I'm interested, I'll go. If I'm not interested, I won't go even if the palace master invites me. Seeing this, Bai Ling became even angrier. This damn man. A one-star talent and still so arrogant. Chapter 114. Whose lecture are you talking about? Sage Lord Tianji? She took a deep breath, trying to calm her anger. Su Shiwan, don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. How dare you disobey my grandfather's words? Oh? Su Shiwan raised an eyebrow. Then tell the old man I'm not interested and ask him to choose someone more capable. Make a wish. Do you know who's giving the lecture today? It's a lecture by a saint from the Dragon Palace. Bai Ling shouted angrily, if my grandfather hadn't been friends with your Su family, how could such a great opportunity that everyone wishes for have happened to you? Oh, so that's how it is. It looks like a good opportunity. Su Shiwang sat up and said lazily, then go ahead. You. Bai Ling gnashed her teeth in anger, I'm telling you, I have to take you to today's lecture. Yeah? Su Shiwang raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a wicked smile, then please. Bai Ling's face was terribly gloomy, and she spoke word by word, Su Shiwan, don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. Ha, I just don't want to go. What can you do to me? How about Miss Bai carry me over? Su Shiwang sneered disdainfully. Hearing this, Bai Ling's pretty face flushed. This bastard actually dared to tease her. At this time, Ning Hanswan on the side couldn't help laughing. Su Shiwan, do you know how many people want to attend St. Lord Tianji's class? He only teaches once. If you miss this one, you might never have another chance. No, who are you talking about? The Holy Lord of Heaven? Su Shiwang had no interest at first, but when he heard the name of St. Lord Tianji, his expression suddenly became strange and he sat up suddenly. Bai Ling looked at Su Shiwang's excitement and sneered, I thought you were truly so unworldly. I didn't expect you to get so excited upon hearing the name of the old Saint Tianji. So you know his name, too. Su Shiwang curled his lips and was too lazy to pay attention to Bai Ling. Not only had he heard of it, he had also beaten up the old man and was even nearly killed by him. Bai Ling continued, the Sage Lord of Heaven's secrets is known as the Master of Destiny. He can predict the mysteries of the heavens, discern good and bad fortune, and deduce good and bad luck. Furthermore, his power has reached the pinnacle, making him one of the world's most powerful beings. If you could receive some guidance from him, it would be of immeasurable benefit to you. Bai Ling looked very disappointed. Su Shiwang cursed in his heart, that old man, is he really that powerful? Well, come with me. This is a special favor for you. Bai Ling said with a sneer. Su Shiwang rolled his eyes and suddenly said, okay, I'll go with you. I'm quite interested in this class. Come on, Han Shuang, you should go and listen too. No. There's only one spot for you. The Sage Lord of Heavenly Secrets is a conservative guy. If you two go together, he'll definitely get mad. Bai Ling had a wary expression on her face. Su Shiwang rolled his eyes. Then I won't go. You. Believe it or not, even if I bring 10 people, let alone just one, the Holy Lord of Heaven wouldn't have any objections. Su Shiwang said with a sneer. Bai Ling was so angry that her face almost turned green. Su Shiwang, if you don't appreciate it, you will end up in trouble sooner or later. Bai Ling said threateningly. I don't need it. Su Shiwang sneered, my fate is in my own hands. Miss Bai, there's no need to worry. You. Bai Ling gritted her teeth, feeling angry but helpless. At this moment, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed through her mind, then let's go. You can take whatever you want. The old Saint Lord Tianji is tolerant and will definitely forgive you. Su Shiwang narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at Bai Ling with a half smile. Outside a meditation room, there were countless students from the Dragon Mansion. It's because today in this enlightenment room there is a lecture by the Saint Tianji Xingjun. However, the number of places is limited, and ordinary students cannot enter at all. Even a few venerables are among them, hoping to hear a few words from the Holy Lord Tianji to improve their understanding. Bai Ling Hanswan walked to the door of the enlightenment room and knocked respectfully. Student Bai Ling, your class qualification certification has been successfully completed. Please come in. The machine sounded and the door slowly opened. Su Shiwang and Ning Hanswan also walked in amid the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd. Why is Su Shiwang, a one-star talent, allowed to attend classes? Why ask? He is the eldest son of the Su family after all. Hey! As expected, background is also very important. Chapter 115. What? Who should get out? Su Shiwang also saw Yi Honglian being tortured by him in the crowd. The two looked at each other. Su Shiwang smiled evilly, and Yi Honglian felt frightened. In the enlightenment room, an old man in snow-white clothes sits quietly on a floating cushion. He has his eyes closed and his face is kind, like an immortal in meditation, quiet and elegant. All around him, various pigments and runes were suspended, and the whole room was filled with the faint scent of ink. Meet the Holy Lord of Heavenly Secrets. Bai Ling walked up to the old man and bowed respectfully. Su Shiwang glanced at the other people who were sitting quietly on the cushions below. Wow! So many acquaintances. Su Qingfeng, Zhou Feng, and Han Huaiwei. Look at the young man in white next to Han Huaiwei. His eyebrows are like swords, his face is as beautiful as jade, his lips are red and his teeth are white. He sits there like a sword with a sharp edge. Su Shiwang frowned. This should be Han Yijian, the second on the potential list, the sword master who was known for his ability to fight and defeat hundreds of times but eventually become a master. Han Yijian seemed to feel Su Shiwang's gaze. He slowly opened his eyes, and his deep and mysterious eyes stared at Su Shiwang, making people feel an inexplicable sense of oppression. The two looked at each other, curiosity in their eyes. Your Majesty, we have brought an extra person with us this time. I wonder if you would allow them to attend your lectures. Bai Ling asked cautiously. Then one of you has to get out. This is my rule. The Holy Lord Tianji did not open his eyes, but uttered a word lightly. Hearing these words, everyone's heart suddenly tightened, and they all turned their eyes to Bai Ling who was standing beside them. No one wants to miss the precious opportunity to listen to lectures and gain enlightenment. This. Bai Ling felt a little embarrassed, but looked at Su Shiwang who was standing beside her. What I mean is to tell everyone that he was the one who brought the person. It has nothing to do with me. You should all go and settle the score with him. Or, I'd better leave. Ning Hanshuang gently pulled Su Shiwang's sleeve and whispered. Need not. Su Shiwang smiled faintly, then walked up to the front of Saint Lord Tianji. A hint of gloating flashed across Bai Ling's eyes. Su Shiwang, just wait and see. Old man. Su Wan called out indifferently, and then sat opposite Tianji Saint Lord in the shocked gazes of everyone. Upon hearing this, Saint Lord Tianji slowly opened his eyes. His eyes, like the vast starry sky, seemed to be able to see through everything, which was terrifying. Old man, is it okay for me to bring someone with me? I'm giving you enough face, right? Su Shiwang crossed his legs and said in a nonchalant manner. Saint Lord Tianji looked at Su Shiwang, the corners of his mouth twitching fiercely. You. Bai Ling's pupils shrank instantly. She never expected that Su Shiwang would dare to speak to Saint Lord Tianji like that. Everyone was stunned, fearing that Su Shiwang would anger Saint Tianji, and then Saint Tianji would just walk away. What else would they want to listen to if the lesson was not over? Su Shiwang, you dare to speak to the Holy Lord of Heaven like this? You have no respect for your elders. Lord, Holy Lord, please expel him. Han Huaiwei stood up and said indignantly. Su Shiwang glanced at Han Huaiwei indifferently, then turned his gaze to the face of the heavenly saint and said with a cold smile, I am disrespectful. What can you do to me? Are you dissatisfied? If so, bite me. You. Han Huaiwei's face flushed, but she didn't know how to refute. At this time, Tianji Saint Lord nodded slightly, then get out. Han Huaiwei was smug when she heard what the heavenly saint said. Su Shiwang, did you hear that? The saint told you to get out. Su Shiwang curled his lips and looked at Han Huaiwei with disdain. You piece of shit. And you left me. Han Huaiwei pointed at Su Shiwang angrily, calling him a waste happily. That little girl, why don't you get out of here? The gaze of Saint Lord Tianji was ice cold, as if a mountain was pressing down on people's heads, making it hard for them to breathe. Han Huaiwei was startled. Sir Saint, who are you talking about? If you're not talking about you, are you talking about me? Han Huaiwei was so frightened that her whole body turned cold. Heavenly Saint Lord, I. Han Yijian slowly stood up and bowed, saying, Sir Saint, my sister is ignorant. I hope you can forgive her this time. Seeing that Saint Lord Tianji said nothing, he turned to look at Su Shiwang, bowed and said, Brother Shiwang, please forgive my rudeness. As her brother, I apologize to you on her behalf. I also want to thank you for your magnanimity, and thank you Aunt Lu for giving me a place. Han Yijian is very grateful. Han Yijian's attitude was very humble and his words were extremely respectful. Su Xiwan was a little surprised. Han Yijian was really strong inside. Unlike other geniuses who are arrogant and look down on others, he is extremely humble. His humility is not hypocritical like Su Qingfeng's, but instead makes people feel inexplicably close to him. Han Yijian is indeed a genius. Not only does he have an outstanding talent for cultivation, he also has a set of ways to deal with people. Su Xiwang nodded calmly. Han Huiwei, you really need to learn some lessons from your brother about how to behave in society. If this happens again, it won't be as simple as today. Han Huiwei glared at Su Xiwan with a cold face, but did not dare to say anything more. She could only endure it silently. I hope what you said is true. I've been practicing with a master since I was young, so I haven't had much contact with people. So, my personality is inevitably a bit tricky and willful. I hope you don't mind. I will teach you more in the future. Han Yijian smiled humbly and spoke sincerely. It doesn't matter. Su Xiwang waved his hand and said lazily. Chapter 116. I'll tell you what you want to hear. Old man, what are you talking about today? Su Xiwan looked at the Saint Lord Tianji in front of him and said with a smile, looking nonchalant, as if he didn't take the saint seriously at all. Tianji Saint Lord. You. Bai Ling, Han Huiwei and others were all stunned. Even Zhou Feng and Su Qingfeng had strange expressions on their faces. How can this guy be so brave? Lord Tianji is a saint. He doesn't care about your family background or where you are from. At his level, you are already above the mundane world. Under the surprised gazes of the crowd, Tianji Saint Monarch took a deep breath and said, Please sit down first. I will tell you whatever you want to hear from me today. What? You heard it right. Su hopes that the Holy Lord of Heaven will tell him whatever he wants to hear? What qualifications does he have to hope for? Everyone looked at each other, thinking they were hallucinating. Even Ning Hansuang, who was behind Su Xiwang, hurriedly pulled the corner of Su Xiwang's clothes, fearing that he would anger the Holy Lord Tianji. Su Xiwang turned around and smiled at Ning Hansuang, indicating that she didn't need to worry. Then they slowly sat down. Old man, just watch and talk today. Don't talk nonsense. Tell me something useful to help me break through the realm of enlightenment. Su Xiwang crossed his legs and said nonchalantly. Hearing this, everyone's expressions became strange. Is this guy too bold? Saint Lord Tianji did not get angry, and there was not even a trace of anger on his face. He remained calm and composed. Tianji Saint Lord slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the entire room, finally settling on Su Xiwang. Today, let's talk about the transformation realm. What is the state of transformation? It's the transformation realm. When spiritual power reaches a certain level, one can successfully break through to the transformation realm. The transformation realm is a qualitative leap that can improve one's physical condition and facial features. Breaking through the transformation realm allows you to briefly soar through the air, condensing your spiritual energy into weapons. I hope that since you have a special physique and are able to condense weapons before reaching the transformation realm, you will surely be able to appreciate the unique features of the transformation realm even more. Breaking through the transcendent realm requires both understanding and talent. Many people rely on external forces to rapidly increase their cultivation in the early stages of their practice, but when it comes time to break through, due to a weak foundation and low talent, they never reach the transcendent realm. Leaping like a fish, this is what every warrior dreams of, but becoming a truly powerful warrior is not easy. Tianji Saint Lord paused. The road to the realm of enlightenment is bumpy, and you have to take one step at a time. If you take a wrong step, you will die. Following the explanation of Saint Lord Tianji, Su Xiwang gradually understood the ins and outs of it, and began to have a deeper understanding of the state of transformation. It turns out that this is what the realm of transformation looks like. He once thought that the state of transformation was a division of realm, but now he understood that it was not a state of transformation at all. Perhaps it was simply because the things contained in it were too difficult to comprehend. Although the explanation of Saint Lord Tianji was simple, every word was precious and Su Xiwang benefited a lot and gained a lot. Have you been busy training lately? I haven't seen you challenge anyone in a long time. Saint Lord Tianji looked at Su Xiwang and asked. It would be fine if you didn't ask, because once you ask, you'll confuse everyone else. What's going on? It seems that Saint Lord Tianji is quite familiar with Su Shiwang. Nothing much, just enjoying life, sunbathing and getting a massage. Damn it! Are you here on vacation? Everyone looked at Su Shiwang as if he were a monster. Is this kid really that free? Be perverted. A one-star talent, not working hard, yet still having such abnormal strength. Will you let others live? Tianji Saint Lord's mouth twitched when he heard this. Then you should also seize the time to improve your strength. That's a strange thing to say. Su Shiwang blinked his eyes. I'm not born useless. There's no need to be so anxious, right? Saint Lord Tianji choked and couldn't find the words to answer him. Tianji Saint Lord was helpless and could only sigh and shake his head. Then let me tell you about the secret of heaven. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Chapter 117, Heaven's Secret, Fate is Illusory. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Why is the Holy Lord Tianji so famous? It is because of this extremely mysterious secret of heaven that one can peek into the secrets of heaven, discern unknown causes and conditions in the past, and calculate the past and the future. Even Su Shiwang became interested. He wanted to learn how to guess his strange fate. Su Shiwang was not polite and sat up straight. Come on, old man Tianji. Can't you show me some respect? You keep calling me an old fellow. Okay, old man, I'll be more careful next time. I'll give you some face. Su Shiwang had no good face towards Saint Lord Tianji. Last time, this old guy almost got him killed. Now when he saw him, Su Shiwang was still full of anger. Tianji Saint Lord took a deep breath and said, the way of heaven's secrets is all about the word fate. Everything in this world has its destiny. If destiny is not fulfilled, everything else is just empty talk. Even God is powerless to change it. Fate? What is fate? Su Shiwang couldn't help but frown. Tianji Saint Lord glanced at Su Shiwang gently and said, every human has his or her own destiny. Fate is unpredictable and beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. For example, Han Yijian's destiny was to grow through failure, enduring setbacks and frustrations before finally soaring to the sky and making a stunning debut. Su Qingfeng's destiny was to take one step at a time, reaching the summit and soaring to the sky. And what about my fate? Su Shiwang looked at Saint Lord Tianji eagerly, his eyes full of expectation. Saint Lord Tianji looked at Su Shiwang, his eyes suddenly became deep, and there seemed to be thousands of stars floating in his eyes. After a long time, the body of Saint Tianji suddenly shook, and wisps of mysterious aura emanated. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, your destiny is very special, because you are the one destined by heaven. The man of destiny? Su Shiwang was stunned and couldn't help frowning. I cannot predict your fate, but I can be certain that your destiny will be one that stretches over a long period of time, perhaps even into an endless, ethereal chaos that is inscrutable and intangible. Your fate is like endless chaos. I have no idea where to start, and I can't see through it. I can only rely on my own guesses. Chaos fate. Su Shiwang murmured. Then can you see what kind of talent this guy has? Su hoped to take the little dog out of the system. Damn. This thing is weird. Not only did he bring one more person, he also brought a dog. What does this person think of the Holy Lord Tianji? The rest of the people were also shocked. This guy really dared. The corner of Saint Tianji's mouth twitched. This bastard, what does he think of himself? Also look at the fate of the dog? Why doesn't he go to the roadside and pull a chicken to see his fate? Tianji Saint Lord glared at Su Shiwang angrily, then pointed at the little dog and said, you want me, a saint, to tell a dog's fate? This guy is not an ordinary dog. Right, Zhou Feng. Su Shiwang turned his head and looked at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng was filled with anger. Just this little dog bit his most capable subordinate Yi Fan until his mouth was full of blood and flesh? What the hell? Snort! Zhou Feng snorted coldly and ignored him. Su Shiwang curled his lips and thought to himself, you little brat, you want to fight me? You're still a little naive. Hurry up, old man. This dog is really something special. He is the reward I got for defeating Su Qingfeng in Yanjing. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Qingfeng's face turned dark. How dare you bring that up? However, looking at Su Shiwang, the little lickspittle, Su Qingfeng felt a little funny in his heart. You are a big lickspittle, and the spirit beast is a little lickspittle. They are really a perfect match. Woof! Woof! The little lickspittle barked non-stop at St. Lord Tianji, as if he wanted to tell St. Lord Tianji, "You are still talking about me, you old man are not that good either." Tianji St. Lord was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, "This little beast, I will kill it." "No, let's first tell the little dog his fate." "What if he's a god dog?" Su Shiwang quickly stopped him. "God, dog." When St. Tianji heard these two words, his face turned green. Su Shiwang nodded seriously, "It's not impossible." "What the hell? That spirit beast egg is the lowest level one in the Dragon Mansion's treasury. You still want to get a spirit beast? Even getting a dog is too good for you." Chapter 118 Su Shiwang and Zhou Feng face off. Place your bet. When the Holy Lord Tianji heard the word divine beast, he became furious. There is no divine beast egg in the entire Dragon Mansion, and even if there was, it would not give Su hope. Su Shiwang's face instantly fell when he heard this. What the hell? Damn it! The lowest level egg? Wouldn't I have lost a lot of money then? Boy, do you know that spirit beasts are different from ordinary animals? They need to evolve to grow stronger. Divine beasts, on the other hand, are born with infinite power, comparable to gods. Saint Tianji had a serious look on his face. Damn it, I thought you Dragon Mansion could give me some good rewards. Turns out you're just using the lowest level stuff to fool me. Forget it, look at this little licker, what's so special about him? I always feel like he's different. You bastard boy, didn't I teach you the way of heaven's secrets? You can comprehend it yourself, close your eyes and feel the fate and secrets in the void, and I will help you sense it. You can't expect me to watch your dog for you. Saint Lord Tianji glared at Su Shiwang with a look of disappointment. As soon as Saint Tianji said this, Su Shiwang immediately closed his eyes and meditated. In his mind, a powerful spiritual power slowly flowed into his sea of consciousness, flowing through his body, sensing the fate and destiny of nothingness. Su hoped to feel the vastness of this destiny and the rules of heaven hidden in the nothingness. He seemed to be in endless chaos and could not sense any fluctuations of breath. The little dog in front of him was standing in front of Su Shiwang, tilting his little head and staring at Su Shiwang with his bright eyes. His eyes were full of confusion, as if asking Su Shiwang a question. At this moment, Su Shiwang seemed to sense an inexplicable connection. That is the pull of fate. After a while, Su Shiwang opened his eyes, and everyone looked at him expectantly, wanting to know what he had sensed from the divine secret. Boy, what did you feel? Saint Lord Tianji stared at Su Shiwang with his eyes, wanting to see how much this bastard boy could understand. Felt a fateful connection. Su Shiwang looked serious and solemn. A connection of fate? Saint Lord Tianji was stunned and looked at the dog and Su Shiwang. What connection could there be between them? The others who knew Su Shiwang's nickname all chuckled. The big licker and the small licker, aren't they connected? This is fate. Of course, they're all lickspittle, ha. Zhou Feng laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back, and the others also laughed along. Zhou Feng, we haven't settled our accounts yet. Su Shiwang narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhou Feng coldly. This guy really deserves a beating. Zhou Feng chuckled, Su Shiwang, if you want to fight, I'm always here to accompany you. Come on, don't run, let's go out and fight one-on-one now. Su Shiwang smiled sinisterly, a gleam in his eyes. Hannijian, Su Qingfeng, and others all looked serious when they heard this. They all wanted to see how strong Su Shiwang was now. This guy never goes out, and we don't know what his current strength is. If you lose, kowtow to me 3 times and call me grandpa, and don't bother me anymore. Su Shiwang snorted coldly. When I, Zhou Feng, entered the Dragon Mansion as a genius, you were still a bootlicker. Oh? Your subordinate Yi Honglian's but is still swollen, right? As soon as Su Shiwang said this, everyone looked at the two of them with strange expressions, as if they had eaten some incredible melon. Everyone knows that Yi Honglian is one of the most powerful masters under Zhou Feng, but from the looks of it, Su Shiwang seems to have done something shameful to her. Su Qingfeng and the others were all trying to hold back their laughter, with strange expressions on their faces. Even the Saint Tianji Xingjun raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and looked at Su Shiwang in surprise. His mind was also full of thoughts. After all, Yi Honglian was also a top-notch person. What kind of beastly thing did this kid do to kill Yi Honglian? Zhou Feng's handsome face flushed red, and his eyes were fixed on Su Shiwang. In front of so many people, Su Shiwang didn't mean to be sarcastic on purpose. What do you think? Do you dare? Su Shiwang curled his lips into a smile, with a hint of coldness in his bright eyes. What are you afraid of? Zhou Feng gritted his teeth. Am I still afraid? If I lose, I will kneel down and apologize to you. Su Shiwang answered without hesitation. Kneel down and apologize? Zhou Feng was stunned. This kid is so confident? I have the strength to reach the half-step transformation realm. Could it be that this brat has already broken through to the same level as me? A hint of disbelief flashed across Zhou Feng's eyes. Okay. Let's go. This battle between the two is not only a grudge between the two, but also a grudge between the Su family and. This feud will be resolved sooner or later. Both of them were worried that if they lost, they would become the laughingstock of the Long Mansion and lose the face of their family. Even Su Qingfeng, who had always been at odds with Su Shiwang, looked at Su Shiwang and nodded heavily. In this era, strength is respected. Whoever has the ability is awesome. The two of them walked out, and there were countless students from the Dragon Mansion watching outside the Enlightenment Room. What's going on? Su Shiwang wants to challenge Zhou Feng in a one-on-one duel. What? Zhou Feng is ranked 9th on the potential list, with a 9th level Qi in blood, and his holy fire spirit body has already been cultivated to a minor level of success. His talent is truly incredible. This kid actually wants to fight Zhou Feng. Oh my god, is he going to die? Some people were shocked. They all knew very well what Su Shiwang's strength was. Although Su Shiwang is very mysterious in Long Mansion, given his age and the time he has spent in cultivation, no matter how extraordinary his talent is, he can never reach Zhou Feng's level. What's more, Zhou Feng is the 9th person in Long Mansion, so how can his talent be an ordinary monster? This is simply asking for trouble. Buy now. Su Shiwang and Zhou Feng have odds of 1 to 500. I bet 10 million on Zhou Feng. I bet 50 million on Zhou Feng. Su Hope, 100 million. Su Qingfeng scanned the entire audience with his deep eyes and spoke in a deep voice. Everyone in the audience looked at him in shock. What happened to him? Doesn't he have a grudge against Su Shiwang? Su Hope, 100 million. Another steady voice was heard, and everyone looked in the direction of the voice and found that it was Hannijian. Brother, are you crazy? Why did you buy that piece of trash Su Shiwang? Han Huiwei said angrily. She had a grudge, so she hated Su Shiwang very much, but she didn't expect that her dear brother would suppress Su Shiwang. Moreover, it doesn't seem like Su Shiwang can fight Zhou Feng. Hannijian glanced at Han Huiwei and said calmly, believe me, and believe him, and you have to thank him, otherwise you will miss the competition time and will not be able to come to Longfu. You owe him this. Hannijian said indifferently. But he's a jerk. Han Huiwei stomped her feet angrily. She was full of contempt for Su Shiwang. Really? It looked like Zhou Feng was going to win. Hey, Su Shiwang, this kid is just asking for a beating. Zhou Feng can beat him in 3 moves at most. Tianji shook his head and sighed. After hearing what Saint Tianji said, the students bet on Zhou Feng to win even more fiercely. Saint Lord Tianji looked at Hannijian and coughed lightly, winking at him frantically. Hannijian's heart trembled. He walked up to the Saint Lord Tianji, bowed, and asked, What are your instructions, Saint Lord? The odds are almost 1 to 1,000 now. Go and help me place a 5 billion bet hoping to win. Hurry! Saint Lord Tianji whispered. Yes. Hannijian was stunned. Saint Tianji just said that Zhou Feng was sure to win, but then he turned around and asked him to help him bet 5 billion. Isn't this a trap to make money? Combined with the extraordinary patience and attitude of Saint Lord Tianji towards Su Shiwang, this made Hannijian very confused. He always felt that there was some unusual relationship between Saint Lord Tianji and Su Shiwang. I'm betting 6 billion, hoping to win. Hannijian placed another bet. This bet scared everyone. 6 billion is not just 60 yuan. However, when I think about the fact that Hannijian's sister was able to enter Long Mansion through the connections of Su family, it does make sense. After all, a place in Long Mansion is priceless in the eyes of a big family like Han family. I guess it's to repay a favor. Chapter 119, Su Shiwang vs. Zhou Feng. A showdown of family dignity. On the battlefield, Su Shiwang and Zhou Feng stood on the ring. Su Shiwang stared at Zhou Feng coldly. Zhou Feng stared at Su Shiwang coldly, his eyes full of sarcasm, as if mocking Su Shiwang's arrogance. Give me hope, you're doomed. He said indifferently, his whole body bursting with energy, like a tiger roaring and roaring, which was terrifying. Come on, Master Zhou. Teach him a lesson. Yi Holian, Yi Fan, and other Zhou Feng's capable subordinates, as well as many students who had suppressed Zhou Feng, were all cheering for Zhou Feng. In the crowd, Han Huaiwei was also shouting angrily, "Teach him a lesson." Su Shiwang's side was much less powerful. There was only a dumbfounded Su Qingfeng and an icy beauty Ning Hanshuang. Both of them had indifferent expressions and looked at the two people on the stage with indifferent eyes. Hope, and prepare to die. Zhou Feng looked at Su Shiwang with cold eyes, and murderous aura filled his body. He represents the dignity of the Zhou family. The rise of Su Shiwang is a huge hidden danger to the Zhou family. He wants to get rid of Su Shiwang before he grows up. Zhou Feng, stop talking nonsense and start fighting. There was a sharp glint in Su Shiwang's eyes as he shouted word by word. Ha ha. Zhou Feng raised his head and laughed 3 times. The sound was like thunder, shocking everyone in all directions. Fire Spirit Halberd. The black spiritual spear in Zhou Feng's hand burst out with brilliant black flames, like a black dragon, roaring and charging towards him. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the two figures quickly separated. Bang! Su Shiwang retreated a dozen feet, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Zhou Feng didn't move at all, but his eyes were filled with a fiery fighting spirit. Interesting. The blood-red spear in Su Shiwang's hand condensed, and a strong murderous aura burst out. Kill! He roared angrily and shot towards Zhou Feng like a cannonball. The spear in Su Shiwang's hand emitted a terrifying wave of power, as if it had turned into a ferocious beast, roaring and charging forward. Zhou Feng's eyes gleamed brightly, his muscles bulged, and his body expanded. Zhou Feng's skin was red, like a burning fire, extremely hot. He waved his arms, and his body instantly turned into a meteor, carrying tremendous momentum to blast towards Su Shiwang. Bang! The two collided, fire splashed, the void shattered, and the floor exploded. Two figures drew an arc in the air and finally fell heavily to the ground. Su Shiwang's face turned pale, and his body swayed a few times before he could barely stand. His beautiful eyes stared at Zhou Feng opposite him, full of horror. How is this possible? His physical body is so powerful? I still underestimated Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng has been famous for a long time. Before Han Yijian's rise, he was known as the #1 genius in Yanjing. His strength was definitely at the half-step transformation level. Zhou Feng raised a sinister smile. Su Shiwang, you've only just realized it now, but it's too late. You must lose to me today. You're dreaming. Su Shiwang gritted his teeth and spat out 2 words. A hint of sarcasm flashed across Zhou Feng's eyes. Humph. I'll make you kneel down and beg for mercy. A cold and bloodthirsty look flashed in his eyes, his fists clenched tightly, and powerful waves of air surged out of Zhou Feng's body, and his skin turned a fiery red. Boom! Puff! The two clashed head-on again. Hiss, it looks like we're definitely going to win. Yeah, ha, I'm rich now. Where did Su Shiwang get the courage to challenge Zhou Feng? The people watching the game in the stands were talking about it, and they all felt that Zhou Feng would win without a doubt. However, the two people on the stage were still fighting fiercely. Su Shiwang was seriously injured, but Zhou Feng was able to handle it with ease. Each of his moves was extremely ruthless, and each one carried destructive power, as if he wanted to crush Su Shiwang to death. Su Shiwang, how long can you hold on? Zhou Feng looked at Su Shiwang with a joking expression, and every move he made was intended to kill Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang's face was cold, but he said nothing and gave in every time. Oh, it seems you can't hold on any longer, so just surrender. Zhou Feng laughed arrogantly. The audience also echoed this, thinking that Su Shiwang would definitely lose. Su Shiwang, any last words? Zhou Feng asked disdainfully. Su Shiwang remained silent, but the cold light in his eyes became more and more intense. Zhou Feng thought to himself, is Su Shiwang out of his mind? He had no intention of letting Su Shiwang go. He had to destroy him, otherwise, he would become a big problem in the future. After thinking about it, a hint of ruthlessness flashed across Zhou Feng's eyes, and a terrifying murderous aura surged from his body. His fist was burning with flames, and he smashed his fist like a hammer towards Su Shiwang. Seeing this, Su Shiwang's eyes flashed with determination. He gripped the blood-red spear tightly with both hands and fought back with all his might. Boom! A terrifying force erupted, and the blood-red spear in Su Shiwang's hand flew out. However, Zhou Feng was knocked back several feet by the recoil force. How did Su Shiwang achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation? Oh my god, Su Shiwang has actually broken through to the 9th level of Qi and blood. Many viewers were shocked. Originally, although Su Shiwang was at the 8th level of Qi and blood, he could not be compared with Zhou Feng in terms of cultivation. Now Su Shiwang's cultivation suddenly reached the 9th level of Qi and blood. How is this possible? A look of doubt appeared on Zhou Feng's face, and he looked at Su Shiwang in disbelief. How is this possible? Zhou Feng's heart was filled with shock, and the shock in his heart continued to spread. Although he knew that Su Shiwang's cultivation speed was astonishing, he didn't expect that in just a few days, he had soared all the way to the 9th level of Qi and blood. He has been hiding his strength in his battles with himself. Although Zhou Feng was arrogant and domineering, he was also a smart man. He soon figured out that he must have been fooled by Su Shiwang. Chapter 120. Su Shiwang was eaten? The violence in Zhou Feng's eyes became even more intense as he glared at Su Shiwang. Make hope. How dare you play tricks on me? Zhou Feng shouted angrily. Su Shiwang sneered, Zhou Feng, you are not worthy of being my opponent. I disdain to use any means, let alone resort to any tricks. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. Su Shiwang's body began to become chaotic, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to move towards him, condensing into a huge vortex in the blink of an eye. Su Shiwang's injuries were gradually recovering, and a powerful aura spread out. Zhou Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. This is. The aura on Su Shiwang's body climbed up in waves, and finally reached the same level as him. Zhou Feng's body trembled slightly, and he felt a chill deep in his bones. How did you do that? Zhou Feng asked in panic, his face full of fear. Zhou Feng couldn't believe what he saw. Damn it! This is the realm, this is the cultivation. This guy's cultivation level increased like flying on an airplane, soaring up rapidly. Is this a monster? Ha, Zhou Feng, do you still have confidence now? Su Shiwang looked at Zhou Feng with a mocking expression, his eyes full of contempt. Zhou Feng took a deep breath and released all of his holy fire spirit. He looked like a phoenix rising from the ashes, emitting a terrifying aura of oppression. Fire phoenix burns the sky. A flaming phoenix fist smashed out, and the terrifying fist force turned into a sea of fire, enveloping Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang's figure was wrapped in the terrifying flames. There was a look of madness in Zhou Feng's eyes. Die! Zhou Feng laughed wildly. Bang! Suddenly, Su Shiwang's figure broke through the sea of fire and rushed out. His expression was indifferent, without a trace of fear. The blood-red spear in his hand danced like a dragon, and every move contained endless murderous intent. Boom! Su Shiwang and Zhou Feng had a fierce confrontation. Every time Su Shiwang swept the blood-red spear in his hand, it would cause a violent explosion. The terrible sonic boom shook the entire square. Zhou Feng was forced back by Su Shiwang's shot and felt severe pain in his chest. Zhou Feng burst into a dazzling red light, and every move he made contained the momentum to destroy the world, like a peerless god of war descending into the world. Su Shiwang looked calm. The two attacks collided again, sparks flew everywhere, and air swirled. On the ring, two figures, one black and one white, kept flashing and colliding. The fight between these two was too intense. Yeah, I didn't expect Su Shiwang to be so powerful. Damn, I made a bad purchase. Not necessarily. Su Shiwang's strength doesn't seem to be stable. Compared with Zhou Feng, his foundation is far inferior. Hani Jian turned his head to look at Saint Lord Tianji, only to see that he still looked calm and composed. He was even more shocked. Could it be that he had already known Su Shiwang's strength? Saint Lord Tianji glanced at him indifferently, causing cold sweat to break out on his forehead. Su Shiwang, go to hell! Zhou Feng roared again, formed seals with his hands, and a huge flaming phoenix shadow appeared in the air. Roar! A phoenix cry shook the sky, and the flaming phoenix roared towards the sky, then pounced towards Su Shiwang with its fangs and claws bared. Su Shiwang looked indifferent, his figure disappeared in an instant, and then appeared behind Zhou Feng again. Stab with a spear. A bright and juicy flower bloomed on Zhou Feng's shoulder. Zhou Feng was stunned, looking down at the bright red on his shoulder. His face was as gloomy as water, and his eyes were filled with boundless hatred. Make a wish. Today I will tear your skin apart and cut you into pieces. Roar! A flaming phoenix roared and rushed towards Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang jumped up, dodged the flaming phoenix, and then stabbed again. A gorgeous flower bloomed on Zhou Feng's other shoulder. Su Shiwang, you're looking for death. Zhou Feng was furious. With a roar, he rushed towards Su Shiwang again. Boom, boom, boom. The two fought for dozens of moves again, but still could not determine the winner. Zhou Feng was anxious. His strength was not enough to defeat Su Shiwang. He could only rely on the holy fire spirit to fight him. No. I'll be exhausted to death if I keep going like this, Zhou Feng said secretly. There was a cruel look in his eyes. Since you're seeking death, I'll grant your wish. Zhou Feng swung his arm suddenly, and a huge qilin emerged, about tens of meters tall. The qilin was burning with flames. It bit Su Shiwang and swallowed him into its stomach. Oh my god. Su Shiwang was eaten. Fuck, this time he'll be dead without a complete body. What a terrifying fire Kirin. The Zhou family's unique skill. I never thought he would actually use it. When the disciples of Long Mansion saw the scene, they all gasped. The Zhou family's fire Kirin is truly remarkable. Zhou Feng, with his strength, is actually able to summon it. Han Yijian's face showed a solemn expression. At the same time, he was also worried that Su Shiwan might die. But looking at Saint Lord Tianji again, he had a calm expression. Sir Saint, aren't you worried that something might happen to Su Shiwan? Han Yijian couldn't help but ask. What's the use of worrying? Are you really going to get eaten in Su Shiwan's place? If you decide to fight alone, then life and death are your own responsibility. Saint Lord Tianji asked back. Han Yijian was stunned and speechless. Then, Lord Saint, when will you reimburse me for the 5 billion? What do you mean by 5 billion? I don't know. Saint Lord Tianji said calmly. Han Yijian. It turns out you have no idea about it either, old man. You're a big liar. Chapter 121, The Sky-Bearing Spear, A Showdown. What are you thinking about, kid? Saint Lord Tianji glanced at Han Yijian indifferently. Han Yijian quickly collected his thoughts and smiled apologetically. Nothing, I'm just a little nervous. Han Yijian coughed dryly a few times. Humph, you wouldn't dare to say bad things about me in your heart. Saint Lord Tianji glanced at Han Yijian indifferently, then turned his head to look at the arena. At this moment, the fire Kirin was still standing on the stage, with its mouth open. The flames were filled with strong resentment and murderous intent, which made people shiver. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Time passed slowly, but Su's hope still did not appear. Everyone thinks that Su Shiwang might have fallen? After all, the difference in attack strength between the two is too great. Su Qingfeng sighed and was about to turn and leave. A ferocious smile appeared at the corner of Zhou Feng's mouth. But gradually, Zhou Feng's face became more and more ferocious, his eyes were red, and he seemed to have fallen into a state of madness. Suddenly, Zhou Feng let out a long roar towards the sky, and a shrill scream exploded in the sky. The fire qilin raised its head and let out a roar. A blood-red spear pierced through its belly. Blood gushed out, dyeing the entire body of the qilin red. A miserable wail echoed through the sky. Bang! The huge body of the fire qilin collapsed and turned into sparks all over the sky. Ha! Su Shiwan walked out from the flames. He exhaled a breath of foul air, and most of his clothes were burned by the flames, making him look a little disheveled. Saint Lord Tianji slowly opened his eyes, with a gleam of brilliance in them. Han Yijian, my 5 billion will win 2.5 trillion based on a 1 to 500 ratio. I'll have that kid give the money to me later. He looked at Su Shiwang and said calmly. The corner of Han Yijian's mouth twitched slightly. Old man, didn't you deny it just now? You say that now? He's still paying back 2.5 trillion. Why don't you skin that guy alive? Han Yijian glanced away the guy who was gambling. He was a master ranked in the top 10 on the potential list. He saw that he was trembling all over. Originally, he wanted to make a fortune from this, but in the end, if Su Shiwang won, he wouldn't be able to afford the compensation even if he was killed. Zhou Feng, is this all you've got? You're not much better than your good-for-nothing brother. It seems your reputation as a genius is just a figment of your imagination. Su Shiwan looked at Zhou Feng indifferently. Zhou Feng's face turned pale and blue. He felt Su Shiwan's breath constantly changing, sometimes stronger than a tiger, sometimes weaker than a sheep. Therefore, he felt quite confident. You did surprise me a little, but you are already at the end of your strength. I am afraid you can't even withstand a single blow from me. Admit defeat. Kneel down and beg for mercy, and I will spare your life. You won't be ashamed of losing to me. Su Shiwang sneered at the words and said, Zhou Feng, your arrogance and pride, let me smash them to pieces with my spear today. After saying this, he took a step forward with his right foot, and a murderous intent swept around him. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to be drawn together, gathering towards Su Shiwang, and finally transformed into a giant spear that flew towards Zhou Feng's head and chopped down. Boom! The temperature between heaven and earth suddenly rose. Zhou Feng's face changed drastically, and he swung the halberd in his hand suddenly. The flame on the tip of the halberd turned into a huge red fire spear, facing the giant gun shadow. Click! With a crisp sound, the giant flaming spear was shattered by a spear, but the giant spear that was holding up the sky was not damaged at all and continued to smash towards Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng's pupils shrank, and he quickly raised his halberd to block. Bang! A shocking explosion echoed between heaven and earth. Puff! Zhou Feng spurted blood and flew backwards. The giant spear did not stop and hit Zhou Feng's body hard, smashing him into the ground. The deep pit cracked several meters wide and splashed a cloud of dust. Zhou Feng didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Su Shiwang quickly flew to where Zhou Feng was and looked down into the deep pit. Zhou Feng collapsed at the bottom of the pit, his body charred black, his clothes torn and revealing his chest with several broken bones. He was seriously injured and barely breathing. If Zhou Feng had not practiced the unique martial arts, he would have died long ago. Zhou Feng raised his head with difficulty and opened and closed his mouth several times, but he couldn't say a word. Su Shiwang raised his lips in a mocking arc. Zhou Feng, this is all you can do. I'm really ashamed of you. This battle, Su Shiwang won. The referee's voice woke the Dragon Mansion students present from their dreams. Su Shiwang is hiding so deeply? Zhou Feng is not even his match. How long has he been in the Dragon Mansion? How many years has Zhou Feng been practicing in Long Mansion? Moreover, Zhou Feng was a core disciple with outstanding talent, yet he was defeated in one move by Su Shiwang. Saint Lord Tianji looked at Zhou Feng, who was dying in the deep pit, and a complex look flashed in his eyes. This kid's progress is indeed very fast, but it costs too much to train him. If the Lord of the Mansion hadn't given the order, no one else could afford to support him. Chapter 122. Winning is mine, losing is yours. Everyone looked at Su Shiwang in shock. Hani Jian knew that this gambling game was going to force the man to death, and the guy couldn't come up with so much money, and he didn't want to push him into a desperate situation. Seeing that Hani Jian said nothing, Tianji's Saint Lord shouted softly. Su Shiwang has won. The guy who started the gambling game, come here. Hearing the call from Saint Tianji, the man who started the gambling game fell to the ground, trembling, his eyes full of fear and unwillingness. At 500 to 1, you're going to give me 2.5 trillion. Saint Lord Tianji said indifferently. 2.5 trillion. Not 25,000 yuan. This is an astronomical figure. And the Saint Lord Tianji said it very clearly, take out the money. How dare you owe me money? No, no. I don't have that much money. He stammered. Saint Lord Tianji frowned and spoke in a cold tone. Why are you gambling if you don't have money? I. At first, he thought that the 5 billion was spent by Hani Jian, the sucker. Hani Jian had a good temper and would probably not pursue the matter with him. Who knew it was Saint Lord Tianji's money? How much money did you get from this bet? I won 6 billion by betting on Zhou Feng, and I personally got 200 million. The boy who started the gambling game said tremblingly. I really should kick you out of the Dragon Mansion to save you from bringing shame to the Dragon Mansion. Saint Lord Tianji shook his head and sighed. Forget it, just take out all the money. This time, the Holy Lord will be magnanimous and forgive you. Thank you, Lord Saint. The boy quickly got up and ran to the side to get a bank card with a bet on it. Here's all the money. I'm leaving now. The boy put his savings on the ground and crawled away from the scene. Oh, what a loser. Saint Lord Tianji shook his head and sighed, then looked at Hani Jian below. Take away your bets. The rest belongs to me. Remember to put them on my card later. Han Jian's mouth twitched. Wow, the Holy Lord didn't spend a penny and got 10 billion for free. This is a typical case where if he loses, it's Han Jian's fault, and if he wins, it's Tianji Xingjun's fault. But he did not dare to disobey the words of the Holy Lord Tianji. Ha? No money from me? Su Shiwang walked off the stage and frowned when he saw Han Jian dividing the money. Well, this money belongs to the Saint Lord. You don't get any. Su Shiwan's face darkened when he heard this. This old guy. I worked so hard on it, and this old man made 10 billion from me in no time. This money is too easy to earn. Brother Hope, you are very strong. We can have a discussion someday. Hani Jian said with a bow. Of course. Su Shiwan nodded. Ning Hanshuang looked at Su Shiwan with admiration on her frosty little face. Su Qingfeng, how is it? Do you still have to rely on me? Su Shiwan blew lightly on his forehead with a smug look on his face. Su Qingfeng's mouth twitched. This guy is so cocky. The eldest young master is certainly formidable. He has brought great honor to our Su family. Qingfeng never imagined that the eldest young master's strength would be so formidable. I truly admire him. Su Qingfeng said respectfully. Humph, that's more like it. Su Shiwang snorted softly, then turned around, looked at Su Qingfeng and asked, by the way, how is your cultivation progressing? Reporting to the young master, I have reached the peak of the 7th level of Qi and blood. No, we have to work harder, otherwise it will bring shame to our Su family. Chapter 123 Monster Attack. The world changes, and disaster is coming. Su Shiwang said with a look of disappointment, can't you just try harder? It's such a disgrace to our Su family if you keep going like this. Su Qingfeng was speechless. Could this guy pretend anymore? However, Su Qingfeng has the body of the wind god and a mysterious inheritance in his body. It is only a matter of time before he catches up with Su Shiwang. After defeating Zhou Feng, Su Shiwang's ranking naturally moved to 9th on the potential list. This made Lin Qingxue, who had always insisted that Su Shiwang was a bootlicker, even more regretful, and she swore that she would never cancel the engagement even if she was beaten to death. The old man of the Lin family was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He ran to the Su family compound every few days, fearing that his son-in-law would be snatched away by Ning Hanshuang's father, Ning Genoa. Only Su Shiwang's mother, the eldest lady of the Su family, Lu Qingyan, refused to see anyone. When she learned that Su Shiwang was making rapid progress, she looked worried, as if she had something pent up in her heart and was filled with worry. She looked up into the distance and murmured, if you don't come back, the child might be in danger. City codename CT-03 has been attacked by monsters. A transformation monster has been detected. Military support is requested. City codename CT-03 was destroyed, hundreds of thousands of people died. The monster has already attacked the Nanhai City area with a population of 1 million. The Nanhai City defenders request support. Upon hearing the news, the military felt that the situation was gradually getting out of control and could only request various families and forces to send experts for support. At the same time, the message for help reached Long Mansion. Inside the Dragon Mansion, in the meeting hall. Coastal cities are being attacked by monsters, and each time they come with great force, countless civilians have been killed or injured. In just 3 days, we've lost more than 10 cities. This monster riot can be called the most violent attack since the revival of spiritual energy. Many of the Dragon Palace's venerables all looked worried. The true bodies of all the strongest are suppressing that place. I'm afraid they can't get away. A strong pressure came, and the figure of Saint Lord Tianji appeared above the council hall. We are here to see His Majesty the Holy Lord. Many venerable people in the hall knelt on the ground and bowed in greeting. Lord Tianji Saint, have you calculated anything about this disaster? Tianji Saint Monarch pondered for a moment and said, a catastrophe is approaching, and the changes in heaven and earth have occurred prematurely. We can't wait any longer. The voice of Saint Tianji spread throughout the entire conference hall, and every elder was stunned. Is a disaster coming? Master Saint, are you saying that this monster rampage is likely to affect the order of heaven and earth? Tianji Saint Lord shook his head. This is just a precursor to the changes in heaven and earth. The real changes are far more serious than we imagined. Lord Tianji Saint, do you anticipate how long this catastrophe will last? Once it happens, it cannot be reversed. The voice of Saint Tianji suddenly became solemn. He looked at the horizon and narrowed his eyes slightly. Everyone's heart beat violently. Pass on my order. Effective immediately, all Dragon Academy students will be deployed to various cities and front lines to stop the monster invasion. Issue the Dragon Palace's order, calling on the strong to defend the country. Saint Lord Tianji said in a low voice. Sir Saint, we have invested so much resources in training them. If they die young, then. Some venerable ones raised their concerns. Saint Lord Tianji snorted coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Do you think now is the time to worry about these seedlings dying? They are humanity's pride, its future. They must endure every hardship. If they can't even withstand this little danger, how can they hold the hope for humanity's future? However, their current strength is not very strong, and only a few have reached the realm of enlightenment. The Venerable wanted to argue. Then who do you think will not die when a catastrophe is about to happen? Saint Lord Tianji asked back. The Venerable was stunned and remained silent. After Tianji Saint Lord finished speaking, his figure slowly dissipated into the void, leaving behind a sentence that floated in the ears of everyone. Now is a time of national crisis. If there are those who are afraid of death, I will personally kill them. Yes. All the venerables in the hall had serious expressions and answered in unison. Chapter 120 for the transformed monster, the Sea Serpent King. Nanhai City. Boom boom. The heaven and earth shook violently. Endless gray air enveloped the entire Nanhai City, blocking out the sunlight. Help! Help! Waves of miserable screams reached everyone's ears, and fear and despair rose in everyone's heart. The military's air defense sirens rang through the sky, and countless armed helicopters flew over the sky. Above the sky, countless flying monsters covered the entire Nanhai City, terrifying everyone. The monster is entering the city, run away. Help, save us. Missiles and machine guns continued to fire, but it was difficult to deal with those terrifying monsters. Boom! A huge beast came down from the clouds, its green eyes emitting a bloodthirsty and fierce light, and it bit down. Hundreds of people were devoured on the spot. Due to the gathering of civilians in the city, the military was unable to use weapons of mass destruction and had to send experts and special forces to kill the monster. Outside the city, monsters are approaching. Due to the gathering of civilians in the city, the military was unable to use weapons of mass destruction and had to send martial arts masters and special forces to kill the monster. Outside the city, monsters are approaching. In the turbulent sea, there are undercurrents surging, the seawater is boiling, and huge waves are rising. What is that? The soldiers on the city wall suddenly narrowed their eyes. I saw a pitch-black crack appearing in the sea in the distance, and a ferocious head emerged, covered with black hair, with fangs flashing with a faint cold light. A huge breath burst out instantly and soared into the sky. Wherever it passed, space shattered, and the void collapsed. Yes, a transformed monster. This is the Sea Serpent King. An officer exclaimed in surprise when he saw the dark shadow in the distance. This guy devoured the city codename CT-03. Quickly notify the military district, this place needs a large number of strong men to guard it. The military was immediately in an uproar. The Sea Serpent King roared, and countless black shadows emerged from the sea. Upon closer inspection, they were actually sirens. Damn it, it's a swarm of sirens. This is going to destroy the entire city. On the city wall, countless soldiers looked in horror at the large black mass of sea serpents in the distance. These sea snakes are all huge, as big as mountains. They can spew out thick black venom from their mouths, dyeing the water in the entire sea black. Fire! On the city walls, all weapons began to fire, and lasers were continuously shot towards the sea areas, splashing up bursts of black mist. The sea serpent monster is extremely fast, and the sea creatures following behind it are even more fearless. When it was less than 500 meters away from the city wall, the sea snake monster's body suddenly stood up from the sea, and it was 100 meters high. It opened its mouth and spit out a black mist, wrapping the bodies of the soldiers. After a moment, the bodies of the soldiers became shriveled and turned into a pool of pus. A spaceship several tens of meters long was flying in the sky towards Nanhai City, and next to it were two fighter jets. A long sword flew out from the spaceship, with sword energy running rampant. Hanijian was wearing a white robe and holding a long sword, like a banished immortal. The sword light was like a rainbow, and wherever it passed, countless sea monsters' heads were cut off, and blood splattered, dyeing half the sky red. He stood in midair and said in a deep voice, "You guys should retreat quickly, or you can still survive." Hanijian was dressed in white clothes as white as snow, with flowing long hair and a handsome face. All eyes were cast on the handsome man. Su Shiwang in the spaceship curled his lips. How come Hanijian can fly with a sword? Not to mention, he's quite handsome. Who are you? The Sea Serpent Demon King raised its huge head slightly, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs. Its scarlet eyes stared at the swordsman in the air and it let out a roar. Long Mansion, Hanijian. Hanijian said indifferently, "If you retreat quickly, I will spare your lives." But his temperament was cold and ruthless, as if he was a peerless sword hanging in the void, ready to drink blood at any time. Dozens of fighter planes were circling around him, and each fighter plane was full of soldiers, holding submachine guns and looking around with a fierce look. Humph! How dare a mere mortal speak so arrogantly? You have no idea what you are talking about. I will eat you. The sea serpent demon king roared angrily and opened his mouth to spew out billowing black mist. Countless black mists quickly condensed into a huge snake head in front of Hanijian, opening its mouth to swallow Hanijian. Hanijian's expression remained unchanged as he gently slashed the sword in his hand, and a touch of brilliant star power poured into the sword. The long sword hummed and emitted a dazzling silver sword light. Star sword technique, slash the sky. Hanijian let out a long roar and pointed his sword at the sky. Sharp star-like sword lights tore through the sky and headed straight for the giant snake. Swish! The giant snake opened its bloody mouth and swallowed all the sword energy in the sky in one gulp. But the sword energy was too much and too powerful, and it directly penetrated the snake's mouth and cut its entire body in half. A drop of smelly black blood fell to the ground, corroding the soil. Hanijian waved his long sleeves, and a strong wind blew, blowing all the black blood everywhere. The true body of the sea serpent demon king retreated, the black fog dissipated, revealing its true body, with black scales covered with black spots. It has 2 black wings on its back and 3 horns on its head. Chapter 125, Looking Down Upon the World with a Sword. Holy crap, such a huge monster. Hanijian is so powerful, he deserves his second place on the potential list. Su Shiwang in the spaceship murmured. Of course, my brother is amazing. He's the #1 prodigy in Yanjing. Han Huiwei raised her little face proudly. But this sea monster king is very powerful. Hanijian, can you stop it? On the side, Ning Hanshuang frowned. Han Huiwei couldn't help but curl her lips after hearing Ning Hanshuang's words. My brother is invincible, how could he not be able to defeat a monster? The sea snake demon king's eyes were cold, and he lashed out at Hanijian with his huge tail. The enormous force shattered the sea surface and set off huge waves. Boom! Hanijian's long hair fluttered, his feet stepped on the sea, and his figure flew out like lightning. Puff! A sword thrust out, and a sword pierced into the body of the sea snake demon king, and blood gushed out. Hiss! The immense pain caused the sea serpent king to let out a hoarse howl and bite Hanijian. Hanijian was not in a hurry. He dodged the snake's mouth with a few flashes of his body and stabbed again with his backhand. The sword light is as bright as the moon, dazzling. The sea serpent demon king screamed, and his huge body fell from mid-air and hit the sea. Puff! Hanijian thrust his sword into the snake's head again, taking away the last bit of life from the sea snake demon king. The huge body of the sea serpent king smashed into the sea, causing huge waves. Hanijian sheathed his sword with a calm expression. My brother is so handsome. Han Huiwei was stunned and her eyes were blurred. Hanijian said calmly, I gave you the opportunity to choose, but you are too arrogant. He picked up his sword and turned to leave, but at this moment he suddenly frowned and a low roar came from behind him. Hiss! A terrifying pressure swept over him, causing his hair to stand on end and cold sweat to break out on his back. He turned around suddenly, only to find that the sea serpent demon king, who had lost all his breath just now, had stood up, with resentment showing in his pair of scarlet snake eyes. The sea serpent king opened his mouth and sucked, causing the sea to churn in huge waves to rise. Another huge snake head emerged from the ocean, its huge tongue swallowing the seawater and continuously spreading outward. It's actually two-headed. Hanijian did not dare to hesitate and retreated quickly. Roar! The sea serpent demon king roared, opened his mouth and spewed out a large amount of black venom, which poured down like a waterfall. Several helicopters had no time to dodge and instantly turned into pus. Hanijian's robe was instantly corroded by the black venom, leaving behind a body full of strong and explosive power. His eyes were gloomy, and the long sword came out of his body, and the sword light surged. A huge purple light shot up into the sky, like a purple thunder from the sky. One sword cuts through the black fog, and one sword pierces the sea. He took a step forward and his body turned into thousands of swords. Each sword contains extremely powerful attack power, and each sword light is like a heavenly sword, cutting through the earth and the sky and the earth. Hanijian stood proudly on the spot, holding a long sword. At this moment, Hanijian was like a sword god, looking down on the world and standing proudly in the air. His hands kept dancing, and the sword light was like a tide, covering an area of thousands of miles, and countless poisonous fogs were strangled by the sword light. And opposite him, giant poisonous dragons were being crushed, blood spurting, and broken bones flying everywhere. Blood arrows shot out from the air, leaving behind blood flowers in the air. Ah! Roar! A large number of sea monsters fled in panic and scattered in all directions. They were frightened and fled madly. The sea snake demon king gradually lost his strength and was pierced through the body by Han Yijian's sword, dying under Han Yijian's sword. Ha! Han Yijian slowly exhaled and looked towards the distant sea. The sea area was completely covered by black fog and nothing could be seen. Han Yijian moved and his figure disappeared from the spot like lightning. Oh my god, that's awesome! Han Yijian's figure appeared in the spaceship again, and Su Shiwan gave him a thumbs up and shouted, "Fuck! Brother Hope, you're too kind. If we talk about the best, it has to be Brother Hope. I'm sorry to show off my ugliness." Han Yijian said modestly. "My brother is the most powerful person in the world." Han Huiwei said, blinking her big eyes. Han Yijian smiled and said, "Let's go into the city." Chapter 126, Dragon Mansion, Promise of Hope. The spaceship landed in the city. At this time, the city was already in ruins. Many of the buildings in the city had been completely destroyed, leaving only some broken walls. Although the sirens in the sea outside the city had retreated, the city was still in ruins, with corpses lying all over the ground, both human and flying monster corpses. Soldiers were armed with guns, and practitioners were armed with various weapons as they killed monsters in the city. The sadness of the times. Han Yijian sighed. He felt quite emotional. Nowadays, everything is a game of the survival of the fittest, and strength is everything. Su Qingfeng, get rid of these little monsters. Su Shiwang frowned and instructed Su Qingfeng. The corners of Su Qingfeng's mouth twitched slightly. He glanced at Su Shiwang, who was surrounded by beauties, and cursed in his heart that this guy was really not a human being. Now he was treating him like a maid. But I am not as strong as him now, so I can only endure it. Su Qingfeng nodded in agreement, and in a flash, he disappeared without a trace. The frontline command center was built on the city wall of Nanhai City, which means that as long as the city is alive, people will survive. If the city is destroyed, people will die. Stop, who are you? No outsiders are allowed to approach the frontline command post. As soon as they approached the command center, more than 10 soldiers with guns stopped Su Shiwang and his companions and asked vigilantly. Han Yijian exuded a terrifying sword aura, and an invisible majesty enveloped the entire city wall, causing the guns in the soldiers' hands to tremble and fall to the ground one after another. Dragon Mansion. Han Huiwei pouted, and the token in her hand turned into a dragon head, and an aura of supreme majesty spread out. Salute! Excuse me. Gentlemen of the Dragon Palace, please come in. The leading colonel quickly put away his gun, saluted, and spoke respectfully. The Dragon Mansion is the highest holy place for cultivation in the entire country. The disciples there are all elites among the elites, with unfathomable strength. It is the most important strategic force in the country. They dare not offend. We have been ordered to come to support Nanhai City. Please take us to see your commander. Han Yijian said lightly. The colonel wiped the sweat from his forehead and said quickly, "Okay, please follow me." Several people followed the colonel into the command center. Along the way, he saluted and greeted every soldier he met with extreme respect. The Dragon Palace has a lot of power. Su Shiwang was surprised and exclaimed. The power of the Dragon Mansion is more than just this. Han Yijian shook his head, his eyes deep, and murmured, Dragon Palace is a holy place for cultivation jointly established by all the strongest people in China. It is the hope for the future of China. The only places in the world that can compete with it are the temples and holy places in the West. I see. Su Shiwan finally understood. He had never known much about these things before. It may also be that the original owner only knew how to be a bootlicker and was not interested in these things at all. What are those temples and holy places in the West? Well, I don't know much about the Western temples. I only know that many of the powerful people in their holy places are not from this era. Not a contemporary person? What do you mean? Su Shiwang's pupils shrank and his eyes widened in disbelief. Han Yijian explained, I once heard from a venerable who had visited the Western Holy Lands that many of those holy places were inhabited by figures from ancient times. They had sealed themselves in a unique way in ancient times to prolong their lives. Now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has revived, they have also awakened, hoping to break free and seek a glimmer of hope in this turbulent world. Until a huge metal door at the end of the command center opened and everyone entered one after another. Behind a door, there is a different scene. The huge round table was filled with martial artists and military brass. The first one among them was an old man with snow-white hair, dressed in white, holding a cane. His face was a little pale, but his eyes were bright and a strong aura emanated from his body. Report to the general. The people from the Dragon Mansion have arrived. Han Yijian of the Dragon Palace. Han Huiwei from the Dragon Mansion. Ning Hanshuang of Longfu. Longfu, Hope. When he heard Su Shiwang's name, the old man's aura suddenly paused. He had heard of Han Yijian, the number one among the younger generation in Yanjing, the second most talented person in Longfu. But isn't Su Shiwang the playboy from the Su family? He actually joined the Dragon Mansion? After thinking carefully about Su Shiwang's father and mother, he felt relieved. I'm afraid his family sent him in, and Longfu sent him to the front line for training. Why did they send such a young master to such a dangerous place? It's really a headache. Chapter 127. You are free to love or not, I can't give you an answer. The old man stood up and walked to Han Yijian, looking him over carefully before nodding in appreciation. The Han family kid is indeed worthy of his reputation. Seeing you kill the Sea Snake Demon King in just a few dozen moves, you must have already entered the realm of enlightenment. Transcendence. So young? And you've already become a Chinese venerable? The old man's words made everyone present gasp in shock. Han Yijian is so young, but he is already a venerable. He is even more terrifying than a monster. Good. Han Yijian nodded in agreement and immediately said, My Dragon Palace has been ordered by the Holy Lord Tianji to send all of our disciples to the front lines. Because the situation in Nanhai City is not optimistic, we have come to support Nanhai City. Good. You killed the Sea Serpent King. I will commend you for your achievements. Please take a seat. Su Shiwang and others took their seats and the meeting continued. A few days ago, our satellite detected two huge black hole cracks on the seabed of the South China Sea, and two extremely powerful life forms appeared. One of them is the Sea Serpent Demon King who has been killed by Han Yijian. But the other life form seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep and disappeared. I suspect it's probably dormant. So we can't let our guard down at the moment. We must monitor every move in the ocean and sound the alarm immediately if we find anything. In addition, we must expedite the evacuation of civilians. We must be fully prepared. Yes. Everyone said in unison, their eyes full of seriousness. Late at night, Su Shiwang was sitting alone on the city wall drinking alone. The cold wind was howling, making his clothes rustle. You're here. Su Shiwang raised his glass and clinked it in the air. A graceful figure suddenly appeared and sat beside him. It was Ning Hanshuang. Ning Hanshuang took out a bottle of wine, opened the lid, and poured a glass of wine for each of them. The two of them clinked their glasses and drank them all in one gulp. Ning Hanshuang put down the wine jug, looked at Su Shiwang and said, Are you worried about something? Su Shiwang smiled and said bitterly, What about you? Ning Hanshuang was silent. She didn't know what to say and felt a little confused. When are you going to marry me? After a moment of silence, she murmured softly, her tone filled with a hint of sadness, I heard that people who watch the sea together can go very far together. Frost, you are a good girl. Su Shiwang turned his head and looked into the depths of the sea. He said, The sea and the waves, the warmth and the tenderness, love or not, all is free. It's very romantic to watch Haiben together. You asked me when I would marry you. I don't have an answer, and I can't give you one. I think the sea breeze will blow away all our troubles. Ning Hanshuang lowered her head and didn't speak again. A cold wind blew, lifting her bangs and covering her cheeks, revealing her fair neck and pink earlobes, and crystal tears flowed from her big watery eyes. She was not a girl who liked to cry, but at this moment, an inexplicable emotion surged in her heart, a sour feeling. Frost. Su Shiwang felt as if his heart was pierced by a needle. He felt a sharp pain and reached out to stroke her soft black hair. Don't cry, I didn't say I wouldn't choose you, but I haven't made up my mind yet. Or maybe I haven't thought about this yet. He couldn't explain what he was thinking. Being surrounded by several women was really not a pleasant feeling. I'm waiting for you. Ning Hanshuang raised her head, looked into his eyes, and said firmly. Frost? Su Shiwang hesitated to speak, feeling bitter in his heart. However, he always felt a little empty in his heart, as if something was missing, and he himself didn't know why. He just had this premonition. Hopefully, I won't let her down. Su Shiwang doesn't know. Will the secret they have never told each other become the most beautiful regret between them? The two people looked at the starry sky and the sea, immersed in an inexplicable emotion for a moment, and no one broke the silence first. Until dawn. At this moment, the two of them had fallen asleep sitting on the city wall. Ning Hanshuan leaned in Su Shiwang's arms, quiet and comfortable. Hani Jian, Su Qingfeng and others stood behind the two of them with strange looks on their faces. The two of them actually fell asleep in each other's arms right in front of them. What a scene! What's wrong? Su Shiwang didn't open his eyes when an indifferent voice came out. Everyone! Master Hope, I have completed what you ordered. All the monsters in the city have been killed. Su Qingfeng carried a long sword on his back and spoke loudly. Yeah, good. Thank you for your hard work. Su Shiwang smiled slightly, slowly opened his eyes, and looked at Su Qingfeng with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Su Qingfeng was stunned, and a strange look appeared on his face. This guy actually has some conscience and knows how hard he has worked? He was almost exhausted to death. Chapter 128, Strange Things in a Small Town. Some strange things have happened in a small town dozens of kilometers away from Nanhai City. I need to stay in Nanhai City to guard against that mysterious monster. I hope you can take some people to investigate? Hani Jian said lightly. Okay, leave it to me. Su Shiwang was stunned for a moment, then responded readily. Good. Hani Jian nodded and said, no matter what, we need to proceed with caution. I understand. Don't worry. Su Shiwang smiled, then turned to Su Qingfeng and said, follow the young master. Su Qingfeng was furious, his expression was distorted, and the mask of pain was revealed by anger. Damn you, I've been busy killing monsters all night, and you can just enjoy the evening breeze and watch the girls on the beach. You won't let me rest and you drag me along. You bastard. Su Qingfeng gnashed his teeth in hatred. He still endured it and followed Su Shiwang out of the city obediently. After the plane landed, Su Shiwang finally understood what Hani Jian meant by weird. This is more than just weird? It can be said to be terrifying. Dark clouds are pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. The endless black fog made the small town look like hell. In the darkness, pairs of blood-red eyes looked at Su Shiwang through the thick black fog, revealing greed, bloodthirstiness, and cruelty. Rows of corpses lay scattered on the ground. Su Shiwang and Su Qingfeng walked in the black fog with dozens of soldiers armed with live ammunition. Turn on all the searchlights. Su Shiwang ordered. The soldiers immediately aimed their searchlights and fired around. The light from the searchlight was dazzling, but the monster in the black fog showed no reaction and continued to stare at them greedily. When they reached the door of a house, Su Shiwang noticed that there was a pair of human eyes in the room looking at them through the gap. Is anyone there? Su Shiwang knocked on the door gently and asked. No one responded. We are from the military and we are here to protect you. Su Shiwang shouted a few more times, but still no one answered. Su Shiwang pushed lightly, and the lock on the door was broken by his punch. He pushed the door open and walked in. The house was empty, the ground was covered with thick dust, a strong musty smell hit the nose, and a faint fishy smell permeated the air. Bite. A slight noise came from a small room, attracting the soldiers' attention. They pushed open the door and found two children huddled in the corner, shivering. Their hair was disheveled, their clothes were dirty and grimy, and their faces were covered in mud, making it impossible to recognize their original appearance. At this moment, their eyes were full of fear, revealing despair and fear, and their bodies were shaking constantly, as if they had been greatly frightened. Su Shiwang frowned and walked up to the two of them. Don't kill us. The two children were so frightened that they were trembling and couldn't even speak clearly. We are from the military. Tell me, what happened here? Su Shiwang squatted down, looked at the two of them straight in the eye, his tone calm and serious. There are ghosts. They ate our parents. One of the children panicked and stammered, they ate a lot of people. What? A ghost? Su Shiwang and Su Qingfeng looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. Ghost? Could it be the Ghost Clan? Impossible. The ghosts are all in the 9 Netherworld hell, and very few ghosts can step out of there. Third Uncle Suifang went to the Nine Nether Hell to look for the Netherworld flower. Could something have happened in the Nine Nether Hell? Many people were sucked dry of blood, eaten alive. If they were discovered, they would die. Where are the troops in the city? They're all dead. The two children became more and more frightened as they spoke, their whole bodies trembling, and they could not speak clearly. Su Shiwang took a deep breath and said, "Take the two children with you." The soldiers nearby picked them up. As soon as everyone stepped out of the house, they saw something whizzing past in the darkness, followed by a sharp scream. When they looked back, they were immediately shocked. The rotting corpses looked extremely strange in the night. The bloodshot eyes emitted an enchanting light, and their lips were open, as if they were saying something. "It's a ghost." The two children were so frightened that they were shaking violently and screaming. Chapter 129. The Netherworld Ghosts Appear. What ghosts? They are all ghosts in people's hearts. Who are you, the evildoer? Reveal yourself. The sword in Su Qingfeng's hand flashed, and the jade sword cut through the void and slashed fiercely into the black fog. Puff! The sword cut off a long black shadow, and blood spurted out, which was particularly glaring in the darkness. The pair of blood-red eyes were even more charming and evil, as if they wanted to devour people. It made bursts of roaring sounds, as if venting the anger in its heart. "System, what the hell is this?" Su Shiwang asked in his mind. Reporting to the host, the system has detected that the life forms here are of the same origin as the Netherworld ghost that your uncle killed in the mercenary city. The system explained in my mind. When Su Shiwang heard this, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Ghost tribe? After the revival of spiritual energy, many incredible things appeared between heaven and earth, and all kinds of strange creatures emerged. Animals evolve into spirit beasts and monsters. In addition to the powerful men of the past, many geniuses and various spirits have appeared in the human race. Of course, there are some races in the world that ordinary people cannot understand. The Ghost Clan is one of them. Ghosts are spirits that only exist in the 9 netherworlds and are afraid of sunlight, so they rarely appear in the human world. The Ghost Clan likes to devour the flesh and blood of others and eat people's souls. Therefore, the Ghost Clan has always been regarded as a taboo. If they appear, they will be killed. The roars became louder and louder, but the ghosts did not come closer, as if they were afraid of something. Su Qingfeng walked in front holding a jade sword. The soldiers took out various equipment such as searchlights to illuminate the surroundings and continuously drive away the surrounding ghosts. The further you go into the city, the more eerie it becomes. There are corpses everywhere, and some rotten corpses are constantly leaking black sticky liquid. Ding, the host has activated a hidden mission to eliminate all the ghosts in this city. Quest reward. Completing the quest will increase your charm to 800, and the host's mind lance will evolve. After hearing this, Su Shiwang's expression became serious. The ghosts in this city are not so easy to deal with. I'm afraid there are powerful ghosts. When everyone walked to a square, 9 huge stone pillars suddenly fell from the sky. Various talismans and words were carved on them, exuding an ancient and vicissitudes of life atmosphere, which made people feel awe. Countless coffins emerged from the ground and were piled densely on the square. The black fog was mixed with bursts of green flames, burning in clusters. In the flames, there were hideous and terrifying faces, constantly making hoarse roars. A disgusting stench hit my nose. Su Qingfeng, I'll leave this little problem to you. Su Shiwang shuddered and said to Su Qingfeng. Su Qingfeng's face turned dark and he cursed Su Shiwang 1,000 times in his heart. It is obvious that Su Shiwang is stronger, but this guy always takes the blame on himself. Yes, Master Hope. Su Qingfeng said with gritted teeth. Seeing his expression, Su Shiwang couldn't help but laugh, then commanded, "Don't waste time, kill them all, leaving no one alive." Su Qingfeng closed his eyes tightly, and his whole aura suddenly became cold. When he opened his eyes again, the gleam in his eyes shot out like 2 cold knives. He raised the jade sword in his hand high and thrust it forward suddenly. In an instant, sand and rocks flew in the sky, dark clouds rolled in, and a strong wind blew up, making it impossible for everyone to open their eyes. Countless ghost faces and coffins exploded and turned into countless powders. Su Qingfeng drew his sword again and swung it at 9 stone pillars. However, the runes on the stone pillars suddenly expanded and actually blocked the sword. Su Qingfeng's face was gloomy, and he stabbed with his sword again. The runes on the stone pillars still burst out, blocking his attack. The coffins underground seemed endless, emerging one after another from the ground. What material are these 9 stone pillars made of? They're so strong that even my jade sword can't cut them. Su Qingfeng shouted in a low voice. Looking at the soldiers who were firing non-stop, Su Shiwang shook his head slightly and said, "Don't you have any high-end weapons?" Many soldiers looked at each other and said, "Because this operation was extremely sudden, we only brought some common weapons." "Oh? Bring out whatever good stuff you have." Grenades, rocket launchers, and even anti-tank missiles were brought out. Holy crap! This is called an ordinary weapon? Su Shiwang rolled his eyes while holding the missile tube in his hand, and casually threw it to Su Qingfeng. "Come on, fire." Chapter 139 Ghosts of the Netherworld. Su Qingfeng took the rocket launcher and looked at the button on it, his face turned green. This thing is too powerful. If you are not careful, they will be killed. Can this be considered a good thing? Su Qingfeng's face twisted. Oh my god, you're doing so much, aren't you afraid of hurting us? You know shit. Su Yueyao is very familiar with this thing, just blast it. The expression on Su Qingfeng's face became even more distorted. Su Shiwang. Are you sure you're not here to make things worse? Get out of the way. Let me do it. Su Shiwang threw more than a dozen grenades, all of which hit the coffins. The shock waves of the exploding gunpowder shattered them into pieces. Thick ghost fog dissipated, and bursts of shrill howls came from it. Corpses were blown away one after another, and blood rained all over the ground. Ah! You know what, the explosion was pretty cool. Soldiers? This is funny. Come on, take my rocket. Su Shiwang kicked a ghost away and threw a rocket at him. The rocket exploded, and countless ghost smoke billowed out. The ghosts struggled painfully in the thick smoke. Quick, use your firepower to blast them. Su Shiwang shouted excitedly. Everyone. They somewhat regretted following this young master to carry out the mission. The ghosts were obviously terrifying, but in front of this young master, they were like toys. The runes on the 9 stone pillars kept changing, emitting a strange aura, with traces of ghostly energy floating in them, constantly spreading around. A huge formation was formed, with countless ghosts floating in the formation, hissing and wailing, which seemed very strange. Countless human corpses began to resurrect. A strong aura of death emanated from them, as if it was draining away all the vitality around them. It then transformed into ghostly energy, entering the 9 stone pillars and being completely absorbed. Holy shit? Is this a zombie? Su Shiwang blinked his eyes and said in surprise, "Oh my god. This scary? If I had known, I wouldn't have come." Su Qingfeng, you can handle it. Veins on Su Qingfeng's face were throbbing. Master Hope. I'm not ready yet. I can't handle it. You should do it. Su Shiwang, oh my god. Are you afraid of death? Everyone. Su Qingfeng had no choice but to pick up the jade sword and rush into the zombies like a whirlwind. The jade sword was swung, and golden sword beams flashed continuously. Countless zombies were turned into pieces under his sword. No matter what kind of monster it was as fragile as tofu under his jade sword. 9 figures appeared on the 9 stone pillars, each of them exuding a sinister aura. A strange smile appeared on their faces, they pinched their fingers together, and silently chanted, 9 ghost soul-locking formation, trapped. Suddenly, 9 figures raised their right hands at the same time, and countless red lines sprang out from the 9 stone pillars, entwining together to form a huge cage. Grass. Su Shiwang frowned, blood grew out of his hand, and he smashed it hard into the cage. Haha, interesting. 9 figures landed at the same time. Su Shiwang narrowed his eyes and looked at the figures in front of him. He was wrapped in a black robe and his true appearance could not be seen. The soldiers' bullets fired, but caused no harm, and those figures seemed like ethereal air. Are you from the ghost tribe? Su Shiwang said proudly while holding a spear. Boy, you have some knowledge. Your blood is very strong, making you a good food. 9 people's voices sounded at the same time. Did you kill all the people here? Su Shiwang said in a deep voice, his tone filled with anger. There are too few people here, and we have consumed so much blood and energy. This is not enough to fill our teeth. Hearing this, Su Shiwang's expression gradually turned cold, and his playful smile suddenly disappeared. His entire aura suddenly changed, as if he had turned into the sharpest sword on the battlefield. He bent his legs slightly, with his left knee raised and his right knee slightly lowered. His whole body was like a stretched bow, ready to go. The 9 people raised their right hands at the same time, with a light purple light flashing on their fingertips, and slapped Su Shiwang. Boom! 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 9 palm prints, with the sound of breaking through the air, instantly attacked Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang's eyes narrowed, and he clenched his fists. An unparalleled force erupted in his body. The bones in his arms crackled, and his blood vessels bulged out, as if they would burst at any time. His skin instantly turned red, and his blood flow rate suddenly soared more than 10 times, boiling like magma. He punched out, and it collided with the palm prints of the 9 people, immediately causing a burst of muffled thunder. A circle of ripples spread out, and people on both sides retreated. Su Shiwang slipped and kicked out, spinning half a circle in the air before landing steadily on the ground. Deep dents appeared on the stone slabs under his feet. Ha ha ha, interesting, this kid has a lot of blood. Great tonic. Su Shiwang was shocked. These guys were all at the half-step transformation realm. Chapter 131. Good brother, let us divide the work. Su Qingfeng, come quickly. These guys are quite powerful, I leave them to you. Su Shiwang turned around and shouted. Su Qingfeng ran over with a grim expression. As a result, he felt a pang in his heart and almost cursed, damn it, you tricked me. These guys all have the aura of the half-step transformation realm. You let me, a Qi in blood level 7, come here to die? I can't beat them, so you fight them, and I'll deal with the zombies behind. Su Qingfeng turned around and was about to run, but was grabbed by Su Shiwang. How about this, we split the work between us. You have 3 and I have 6. How about that? Su Qingfeng's eyes widened. 3, are you kidding me? You want me to fight 3? Do you think I'm a god? Su Shiwang rolled his eyes. So what do you think we should do? If you fight 9 of them, I can't beat them. You have to figure it out yourself. After saying that, Su Qingfeng shook off Su Shiwang's hand and prepared to escape. Su Shiwang held his hand tightly and said seriously, you fight 1, and I'll take care of the rest. That's fine, at least you should share some of the burden. You're not even a man of the Su family. Su Qingfeng gritted his teeth and said, all right. 1 by 1. I'll fight. Good brother. This is what a good brother is. Su Shiwang laughed out loud. The 9 ghosts on the opposite side all turned green in the face. Oh shit. How dare you look down on the Netherworld Ghost Clan? Su Shiwang's eyes were filled with blood as he stared at the 9 ghost soul-locking formation in front of him, holding a blood-red spear in his hand. Sharp spear beams flashed across the ground, cutting a gully 100 meters long. Oomph, you're overestimating yourself and actually wanting to provoke us? You're simply courting death. One of the ghosts shouted coldly. Su Qingfeng's lips curled up in a teasing arc, that depends on whether you have the ability. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly jumped up, rushed to the nearest ghost, and stabbed the ghost's head with his spear. Bang! The spear pierced the ghost's forehead, but was repelled. Su Qingfeng gritted his teeth and unleashed all the power of his wind god body, then he slashed at one of the ghosts again with the jade sword in hand. However, this group of ghosts was extremely strange. Every time he attacked, it was like falling into a quagmire. His body became extremely heavy and his movements became slower and slower. Su Qingfeng gritted his teeth, gripped the jade sword tightly with both hands, and exerted all his strength to finally pull the jade sword out. Su Shiwang was also having a hard time fighting, as he had 8 ghosts to fight against. Although the 8 ghost shadows are weaker than Su Shiwang, they have the advantage of being more numerous. Chaos is limitless. Su Shiwang swept the spear in his hand, and sharp spear beams swept around. Sharp spear beams blasted away the surrounding ghosts. Humph, you don't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. I wonder how long you can hold on. One of the ghosts roared and formed seals with his hands. Threads of blood mist spread out, wrapping him up completely. The blood mist rolled and transformed into the appearance of a ghost king. Go! He slapped out with his palm, and the bloody palm print mixed with a strong breath of death crushed towards Su Shiwang. There was a hint of horror in Su Shiwang's eyes, and he quickly dodged to the side. However, the ghost palm was chasing after him. Bang! He was hit on the back and his body was knocked into the ground. Su Shiwang's body continued to fall, and blood slowly flowed from the corners of his mouth. Damn it! Su Shiwang cursed softly and rolled on the ground, making big holes in the soil on the surface of his body. Pieces of gravel fell, splashing up dust. A ghost jumped out from the ground and pounced on Su Shiwang with bared fangs and claws. Die! Su Shiwang roared and swept out with his spear. Flames burned on the gun, melting the ghost's entire body into nothingness. Chapter 132 News from Third Uncle. Su Shiwang stood up and looked at the ghosts around him who were staring at him with eager eyes. He sneered, "Come on, come on. Today, I'm going to have some fun with you. If I don't burn you to ashes, you won't know your place. Little beast. You're looking for death. Kill him." There were roars one after another. One after another, ghost shadows pounced towards Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang's face darkened. He glanced around and gritted his teeth. Damn it. This is out of my control. Su Shiwang formed seals with his hands, chanted a spell, and his spear suddenly burst into a dazzling golden light. He shouted, "All things return to one, absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth." In an instant, the world changed, and powerful spiritual energy rushed into Su Shiwang's body frantically, causing his strength to increase dramatically, and he exuded a terrifying aura. Kill! Su Shiwang suddenly raised his foot and kicked the ground, causing it to collapse and turn into a huge deep pit. He rushed out like a cannonball, and the air made a roaring sound wherever his spear passed. Bang bang bang! Every time Su Shiwang swung his gun, a flower of blood would appear. His body was corroded by the power of ghosts, his skin began to shrivel and blood began to flow. But his speed did not slow down at all. The spear was like a meteor, cutting through the space and causing a series of whistling sounds. Puff! He fired one shot after another, and each shot brought up a rain of blood. The ghosts were simply unable to stop his attack. After a while, Su Shiwang had killed all the ghosts, and only 5 of the 8 ghosts were still struggling. Su Shiwang was breathing heavily, his eyes filled with anger. He approached the remaining 5 ghosts step by step and said coldly, "Since you are determined to seek death, then I will grant your wish." After saying that, the spear suddenly pierced into the chest of a ghost. The ghost screamed and fell to the ground dead. Seeing this, the other 4 ghosts were frightened and fled outside. Are they ghosts, or is this kid a ghost? They are obviously at the same level of cultivation, but this guy beat 8 of them alone. At this time, Su Qingfeng also tried his best to kill another ghost. Where are you running to? Su Shiwang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He swung the spear in his hand violently and stabbed it into the heart of one of the ghosts. Don't kill me, I am willing to submit to you and be your slave forever. The ghost was so frightened that he knelt down in front of Su Shiwang and begged for mercy. Su Shiwang snorted coldly, I don't care if your efforts are useless. I'm afraid you'll scare me one day. Please spare our lives, handsome man, cried another ghost. Su Shiwang looked at them, his lips curled up into a bloodthirsty smile. The word handsome guy really suits my taste. Tell me, why are you ghosts here? The ghost was trembling and couldn't utter a word. Su Shiwang squinted his eyes and said, just don't talk. He swung his spear and the ghost was torn into pieces by the blade. Su Shiwang retracted his spear, his eyes filled with icy coldness as he looked at the other ghosts. Speak? Or die? Several ghosts were frightened by Su Shiwang's cold gaze. They knew that if they didn't answer, they would probably end up like that ghost. Yes, yes. A ghost said hesitantly. Su Shiwang frowned and fired a shot, piercing the ghost's heart directly. You're so hesitant. The ghost swallowed and spoke with difficulty. The entrance to the 9 nether hell is encircled by a barrier, preventing ghosts from entering but not leaving. However, half a month ago, a man broke into the 9 nether hell and took the nether flower. The barrier began to loosen, and with the onset of the great changes in the world, some ghosts escaped from the 9 nether hell and entered the human world. We ended up here. Upon hearing this, Su Shiwang's pupils suddenly constricted and his expression changed drastically. He and Su Qingfeng exchanged a glance, the shock in their eyes evident. 9 nether hell, the flower of the netherworld. Did Uncle San succeed? Do you know who took the netherworld flower? Su Shiwang asked in a deep voice. I don't know. We haven't seen him. Another ghost replied, then added, I heard that the man is extremely powerful, able to suppress the transcendent realm with one hand. He is dressed in white, rides an eagle, and has a beautiful woman with him. Is that third uncle? Su Shiwang's face was gloomy and uncertain. A hint of anxiety appeared in his eyes. Su Qingfeng also frowned, his eyes full of solemnity. That beauty should be teacher Yi Linglong. How are they? They took the netherworld flower, causing unrest in the 9 netherworld hell. Some ancient beings have awakened and are hunting him, but we don't know the outcome. Uncle San is in danger. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists, not even noticing his nails digging into his flesh. Although Uncle San appears to be very serious on the surface but is actually very mean behind the scenes, it is really good to have hope for him. How could I bear it if something happened to my third uncle? Thinking of this, a strong murderous intent flashed in his eyes. You are too weak to help. Su Qingfeng seemed to see through Su Shiwang's thoughts and spoke lightly. What about you? Aren't you even worse? Su Qingfeng's face turned dark. I am irreconcilable with you. I shouldn't have tried to persuade you. I should have let you die in a fit of anger. When I break through the realm of transformation, I will go to the nine nether hell. After a moment of silence, Su Shiwang suddenly spoke. Don't be a hero. Going there at a time like this will only cause more trouble. Going there will only lead to death. Su Qingfeng said coldly. I'm not a hero. Su Shiwang said with a firm look in his eyes, he is my relative, and yours too. Su Qingfeng's expression changed slightly and he said nothing more. Su Shiwang looked at him deeply, grabbed the remaining ghosts and turned away, leaving Su Qingfeng alone in deep thought. Even after the helicopter took off, the black fog still shrouded the small town. Su Qingfeng sighed, and with a move of wind and thunder, he blew away the evil spirits in the entire town. Chapter 133 The disappeared giant beast appeared. Is the matter resolved? You came back so soon, didn't you fail? At the frontline command center in Nanhai City, Han Huiwei looked at Su Shiwang provocatively. Su Shiwang didn't say anything, but threw several ghosts covered in black mist to the ground. Han Huiwei was shocked. Ah! Su Shiwang, what are you doing? What the hell is this? Han Huiwei screamed. You're right, they are indeed ghosts. Su Shiwang spoke softly. What? Han Huiwei widened his eyes. She glanced at the ghosts, then at Su Qingfeng, and finally her gaze fell on Su Shiwang. Are they ghosts? What a fuss! You've never seen a ghost. Su Shiwang curled his lips in disdain. Han Huiwei's face suddenly turned red. How dare you mock me? Of course I've seen ghosts, and you're a dead ghost. Su Shiwang ignored her and walked over to the group of ghosts. He stretched out his foot and kicked them hard. Go, disperse the black mist from you. You're scaring this girl to death. The hideous face, ugly body, sharp teeth, and rotten skin look creepy. Han Huiwei's face turned pale instantly. Su Shiwang glanced at Han Huiwei and said, Why are you still standing there? Hand them all over to the military. Han Yijian came out, and when he saw these ghosts, his pupils shrank and he exclaimed, Ghosts! Su Shiwang nodded. You really screwed me over, Han Yijian. You almost made me die there. He said in surprise, How come they caught a few ghosts? And they are all half-step into the realm of transformation. That city was invaded by ghosts. Everyone in the city died. Only the 2 children I brought back are left. I will arrange for someone to settle them down later. They are quite pitiful. How could the ghosts appear in the human world? Han Yijian looked surprised. With so many changes happening in the world right now, it's no surprise anything happens. You defeated so many half-step transformation realm cultivators by yourself? It seems that Brother Shiwang's strength has improved again. Han Yijian said seriously. You bastard, how many ghosts do you know? There are 9 of them who are at the half-step transformation realm alone. They almost cost me my life. Su Qingfeng even lost one of them, and the ones we captured are all here. Su Shiwang said angrily. Han Yijian said apologetically, How about this, Brother Hope, I'll treat you to a meal later as an apology, how about that? Su Shiwang thought about it and nodded, Okay, but where are you going now? At this moment, an isolated island was suddenly discovered in the sea outside the city. The signal of the lifeform that appeared with the sea serpent demon king and then disappeared appeared there. I want to go and investigate. That guy showed up? Then I'll go with you. You should take a rest. You are too tired after just coming back. It's okay, right, Su Qingfeng? Su Qingfeng was about to go back to rest when he was suddenly stopped by Su Shiwang. He almost cursed Su Shiwang to death in his heart. Why did you drag me along if you wanted to go alone? I'm so tired. Master Hope, I'm injured and I need to go back and recuperate. Su Qingfeng turned his head away from looking at Su Cici, who looked at him with an I understand expression. It's okay. Think about it, you are making a contribution and sacrifice for the people of the world. Su Qingfeng. This bastard. After getting on the plane, everyone headed to the nearby island. There are no islands near Nanhai City. How could one suddenly appear? Su Qingfeng looked at the boundless sea and asked in confusion. This island appeared suddenly. No one knows where it came from, but it is very likely that it emerged from deep under the sea. Hanijian looked at the sea in the distance and said slowly. Appearing out of thin air? Su Shuang frowned, always having a bad feeling. After the helicopter flew about 10 kilometers out of the sea, a huge one appeared in front of everyone. There is a huge whirlpool on the sea. Layers of white mist floated around the whirlpool, covering the entire island. The island looked very strange, like a lotus blooming on the sea level. Ding dong, system prompt, danger warning. The system's danger warning came, and Su Shiwang saw the figure of a giant beast appear in front of his eyes. The beast's aura was like a surging wave, suppressing people to the point of suffocation. Su Shiwang's gaze swept over the giant beast's body, and his pupils shrank slightly. The giant beast's limbs and tail were more than 100 meters long. He shook his head and looked at the island with fear in his eyes. Let's go down and investigate. If there's anything wrong, we'll retreat immediately. Su Shiwang said to Han Huiwei and Ning Hanswan on the plane. Then Su Shiwang, Han Yijian, and Su Qingfeng jumped off the plane. After landing on the island, everyone found that it was no different from any other island. The vegetation is lush, the flowers are fragrant, and various precious medicinal herbs can be seen everywhere. However, Su Shiwang sensitively noticed that there was a hint of eerie and strange aura hidden on the island. Spiritual fruit. Su Qingfeng saw a tree in the distance laden with spiritual fruits, and his eyes lit up. How could there be spiritual fruits here? And they're ripe. As he said that, he rushed over, picked up a spiritual fruit and put it in his mouth. After chewing it twice, his eyes lit up. When the spiritual fruit enters the stomach, the elements in the body explode instantly, causing the meridians to swell, and the elemental power flows wildly in the body. What a powerful drug! Su Qingfeng exclaimed. You kid are not afraid of poison. As Su Shiwang spoke, he also picked a spiritual fruit and put it in his mouth. A sweet and refreshing juice spreads among the taste buds, flows along the throat, and flows through the whole body, making people feel refreshed. Su Qingfeng cursed in his heart, why aren't you afraid of being poisonous? The fruit is good, but pull it out of the tree. After Su Shiwang finished speaking, he ignored the surprised looks of Hanijian and Su Qingfeng, pulled out the tree, and put it into the system. Su Qingfeng and Hanijian. Going further, there are many spiritual beasts. But Su Shiwang discovered something unusual. How come there are so many coral vines and marine algae on this island? Suddenly, a terrifying thought emerged in Su Shiwang's mind. No way. Go. Retreat. What's wrong? Hanijian and others are enthusiastically searching for precious elixirs. Everyone was a little surprised when they heard Su Shiwang's voice. Boom. There was a loud bang. The entire island shook violently and began to move. A pair of bloody and violent eyes suddenly opened, and it opened its mouth and roared. This is a giant sea turtle. This isn't an island, this is the hidden life form. He's a giant sea turtle, retreat. Several people jumped into the air and tried to escape. However, a huge wave of turbulent sea water swept towards them. Several people jumped onto the helicopter. But the turtle opened its huge mouth and a long stream of water shot towards the helicopter where the people were like a sharp arrow. Retreat! Everyone evacuated by plane, but the people behind them were chasing them relentlessly. Until it approached Nanhai City, the giant turtle's huge body stopped outside Nanhai City. If you don't retreat now, you will end up like the Sea Serpent King. Hanijian stood in mid-air and said. The giant turtle snorted coldly, and its huge mouth suddenly closed. The tsunami raised huge waves thousands of feet high and rolled towards Nanhai City. Not good. Hanijian frowned, and his body turned into thousands of swords, forming a formation with the swords. The sharp swords formed a huge barrier to block the seawater. The tsunami impact was withstood, but a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of Hanijian's mouth. This guy is even more terrifying than the Sea Serpent Demon King. He must be at least at the third level of the transformation realm. Chapter 134, Damn. Are you so spineless? Everyone's face was extremely embarrassed. Hanijian, the strongest among them, had only barely broken into the second level of the transformation realm. What should I do? There are at least hundreds of thousands of civilians in Nanhai City behind him who have not been evacuated. The military's missiles attacked the Black Tortoise Demon King frantically. But Xuanwu's defense was too strong, and the missiles on the warships and armed helicopters could not penetrate it at all. At the same time, the sky was covered with clouds, as if something terrible was about to fall. What's this? Everyone looked up at the clouds. A pitch-black cloud drifted across the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. Everyone's heart was pounding. Boom! The dark clouds grew thicker and thicker, eventually forming a bolt of lightning that cut through the night sky and struck straight down. Lightning tore through the void, blasting cracks on the sea. It was extremely terrifying. This is... Han Yijian's face changed drastically. What's wrong? I'm afraid something terrible is happening. There's another transformation realm demon king in the sky. What? Su Shiwang and the others all gasped. Su Qingfeng. Before Su Shiwang could even yell, Su Qingfeng yelled, Master Shiwang, don't joke with me. I can't beat a monster in the transformation realm. Are you kidding me? Who are you kidding me? Su Shiwang rolled his eyes at him. I told you to organize the evacuation. You're thinking about the hammer. If you want to stay and fight the transformation monster, that's fine too. I don't have to fight anymore? Su Qingfeng was stunned when he heard this, then his eyes lit up and he said excitedly, That's good too, thank you, Master Hope. Before Su Shiwang could speak again, he quickly grabbed Han Huiwei and Ning Hanshuang and ran away. As he ran, he shouted, Mobilize all civilian helicopters and military vehicles in the city to transport civilians away. Su Shiwang was speechless. Is this guy so afraid of being ordered around? I used to think this guy was very principled. It seems that his backbone is only suitable for the weak. Aren't you leaving? Han Yijian looked at Su Shiwang and asked. Su Shiwang smiled slightly, You haven't left yet, have you? The two looked at each other and smiled brightly at the same time. One for each person. After Su Shiwang finished speaking, he reached out and patted Han Yijian on the shoulder. Good. The two high-fived each other and then went their separate ways. Han Yijian fights against the giant turtle demon king in the sea. And Su Shiwang jumped into the air. The sky was covered with dark clouds and thick black fog, and Su Shiwang felt the breath of ghosts. Su Shiwang frowned, ghostly energy? He was sure that his feeling just now was correct. He flew quickly in the air, alert to his surroundings, and constantly scanned everything around him with his spiritual sense. Suddenly his body stopped abruptly, and he felt the danger warning from the system. He swung the spear in his hand behind him, piercing through the void. Who is it? Boy, you're the one who killed 9 of my men. A cold voice came, carrying a strong murderous intent. Su Shiwang's pupils suddenly shrank and he quickly dodged to the side. But a figure approached like a poisonous snake and grabbed his neck. The Ghost King of Transformation. Su Shiwang's eyes widened. The Ghost King in front of him looked to be in his 20s, dressed in white, with long flowing hair and skin as crystal clear as snow. But those eyes revealed a gloomy and terrifying light, like the light of death. I followed their auras all the way here, and I discovered that you carry the ghostly aura they left behind before their death. It's quite interesting that your blood energy is so strong for someone who has reached the half-step transformation realm. His voice was low and hoarse, filled with endless charm and killing intent. He gently stroked Su Shiwang's smooth skin, feeling its delicateness, and a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's a great tonic. No wonder my men were defeated by you. As he spoke, the Ghost King licked his lips with the tip of his tongue. That depends on whether you have the guts to eat me. Su Shiwang roared angrily and swept his spear across. The tip of the spear flew across the sky and instantly hit the Ghost King, but failed to hurt him at all. Interesting. How dare you be so disrespectful to me? The corners of his mouth curled slightly, and his body suddenly disappeared. Su Shiwang was startled and immediately leaned back. At this moment, the Ghost King appeared behind Su Shiwang. The Ghost King pointed his finger at Su Shiwang's back, and a tremendous force directly hit Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang felt a tightness in his chest and almost vomited blood. The gap between the half-step transformation realm and the transformation realm is indeed as difficult to cross as a chasm. Stop struggling and just be my delicious meal. Chapter 135 Ning Hanshuang's Heavy Love. The Ghost King licked the tip of his tongue. Su Shiwang felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. The spear in his hand danced, circle after circle, covering his body. The Ghost King's expression changed slightly, and he quickly stepped back. Such a petty trick. After saying that, he punched out fiercely. Bang! The spear and the ghost hand collided with each other, and a terrifying power rippled out. Su Shiwang felt as if his internal organs were about to break, and his throat felt sweet. His body was directly blown away by the Ghost King's move. Puff! A hint of surprise flashed in the Ghost King's eyes. I didn't expect you to be so resilient. Cough! Su Shiwang coughed heavily and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Ghost King, do you really think I'm a pushover? After saying that, the spear in Su Shiwang's hand suddenly doubled in size. The spear in his hand evolved because it completed the task and turned into a super huge spear, which stabbed the Ghost King fiercely. Act recklessly. The Ghost King smiled coldly, drew a strange symbol on his chest with his palm, then shook his ghost hand and slapped the spear directly. Bang! A terrifying wave of power swept over. Su Shiwang fell from a high altitude and landed straight on the ground, creating a large hole several meters deep. Ahem! Su Shiwang tried to climb out of the pit, but as soon as he moved, the pain in his body became more intense and blood gushed out. Damn! Su Shiwang's face turned pale. He looked up and saw the Ghost King standing in the air, looking down at him. Is this the strength of the transformation realm, Ghost King? Su Shiwang gritted his teeth and persevered. He knew that if he gave up like this, death would be waiting for him. Vulnerable! The Ghost King sneered, and suddenly a piece of red paper appeared in his hand. The Ghost King held up the red paper and chanted, "When yin and yang unite, heaven and earth unite, and the earth lasts forever. Ghosts, listen to my command." As the Ghost King's voice fell, the ground suddenly exploded, and skulls appeared out of thin air, hundreds of them in total. They rushed towards the city center. The Ghost King's eyes were cold, and he held the red paper in his hand. Go! Those skulls flew straight into the city like cannonballs. The soldiers on the city walls raised their guns and fired, but the skulls seemed unafraid of the hail of bullets and rushed towards the civilians madly. Countless people fell to the ground, corpses piled up like mountains, and the smell of blood filled the entire Nanhai city. When Su Shiwang saw this scene, his face suddenly darkened. This was simply a massacre. Boy, it's your turn. The Ghost King raised his hand slightly, and a ferocious ghost face gathered in his palm and moved towards Su Shiwang to devour him. At the critical moment, a blue figure and a dog stood in front of Su Shiwang. Puff! Ning Hansuang spat out a mouthful of blood, and she was blown away and fell to the ground. Frost! Su Shiwang saw Ning Hansuang blocking an attack for him, and his eyes suddenly turned blood red. He stood up tremblingly, using his spear to support his body. The Ghost King tilted his head and looked at Su Shiwang, his small green eyes flashing with a cold light. You are actually a kind of. This makes me even more excited. But you are too weak, not even worthy of filling my teeth. The Ghost King said this, stretching out a pair of rotten fingers and pointing at Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang remained silent, his face gradually becoming ferocious. His body slowly floated up, his eyes glowing scarlet. The Ghost King raised his eyebrows. You are. Su Shiwang looked at the Ghost King coldly, his eyes bloodshot. You deserve to die. Ha 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 ha. Funny, I like it. As the Ghost King spoke, he suddenly raised his palm. A ball of black air was brewing in his palm, and a thin layer of black mist lingered between his palms. Ning Hansuang fell to the side and murmured softly, "Hope." When Su Shiwang heard this, his red eyes became even more bloodthirsty. Two flames burst out of Su Shiwang's eyes. With a shake of his arms, the spear became dozens of feet long and stabbed fiercely at the Ghost King. In an instant, wherever the spear passed, no grass grew on the ground, leaving behind huge gunshot marks. The Ghost King's face darkened and he slapped Su Shiwang with his palm. Boom! Two extremely powerful air waves spread out. Plop! Su Shiwang's body was blown away again and fell heavily to the ground. The Ghost King looked down at Su Shiwang and said, "It's over." He took a step forward and appeared in front of Su Shiwang again, punching Su Shiwang with both fists. Chapter 136 Fierce Battle, The Gate of Hell. Boom! The fist wind hit, the ground collapsed, and dust spread everywhere. Cough cough cough. Su Shiwang coughed up a mouthful of blood, supported himself on the ground with his hands, and struggled to stand up. The spear in his hand gradually began to transform, and a silver spear appeared in Su Shiwang's hand. The spear body was like mercury, flowing with metallic luster. Ghost King, today we will decide the outcome. After Su Shiwang finished speaking, he swung the spear in his hand fiercely, destroy it. Buzz. The spear trembled, and a layer of empty airflow came out from the tip of the spear. The next second, a pitch-black gun shadow spun rapidly towards the Ghost King, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy like a black hole. In a flash, all the nearby trees and houses collapsed. Su Shiwang's strength briefly reached the pinnacle at this moment. He. The Ghost King looked at the spear rushing towards him and let out a strange laugh. Do you think an attack of this magnitude can kill me? The Ghost King looked at the black gun shadow in front of him with a playful smile on his face. Little guy, you are still young. As soon as he finished speaking, the Ghost King clenched his claws fiercely. Suddenly, an invisible force burst out from his hands and swept towards Su Shiwang. Su hoped that his chaos divine body would be stimulated, and wisps of nothingness would surround him. The Ghost King's attack hit the aura of nothingness, like a drop in the ocean. What? The Ghost King's pupils shrank. He saw something. Su Shiwang was wrapped in a layer of transparent defense, which actually blocked his attack. A look of surprise and uncertainty flashed across the Ghost King's eyes. A trace of surprise and uncertainty flashed across the Ghost King's eyes. Such a powerful defense, could it be some kind of divine body? Su Shiwang's lips moved slightly, and he uttered a word, die. Arrogant. The Ghost King was furious. He waved his ghost claw and a series of evil ghost shadows appeared, rushing towards Su Shiwang. Boom. Su Shiwang held a spear and swept away all the densely packed ghosts. The spear in his hand kept dancing, forming a series of spear shadows that crushed all the ghosts. Chaos Spear, destroy the world. A strong aura of chaos emerged from Su Shiwang's body. He swung the spear in his hand, and suddenly, everything around him disappeared, replaced by chaos. This chaos is filled with a strange atmosphere, and ghosts have no way to enter it. Upon seeing this, the Ghost King felt a sinking feeling in his heart and he retreated rapidly, wanting to leave. But how could Su Shiwang give him a chance? He took a step forward, his body as fast as lightning, and caught up with the Ghost King in the blink of an eye. Ghost King, today is the anniversary of your death. Su Shiwang roared, and the power in his body burst out wildly. He shook the spear in his hand violently, and black clouds gathered at the tip of the spear and pounced towards the Ghost King. The Ghost King's eyes showed a hint of solemnity. Your cultivation method is different from that of ordinary people. He spread his arms, and dark clouds gathered and took shape. Boom! Su Shiwang shook the spear in his hand, shattering the dark clouds directly, and attacked the Ghost King with the spear again. Humph, just a trifle. A hint of mockery flashed in the Ghost King's eyes, and he formed seals with his hands. Ghost Gate, open. He whispered something, made hand seals with his hands, and clapped his hands, and a strange door appeared. I saw a gloomy and terrifying aura constantly surging out from the gates of hell, and there were many hideous faces. The gates of hell opened, a cold wind blew, and ghosts cried and wolves howled. The black gas gushing out from the Ghost Gate instantly enveloped Su Shiwang. Ghost Gate, seal it. The Ghost King opened his eyes, and a huge yin-yang fish pattern appeared on his forehead. He then swung it, enveloping Su Shiwang in it. Su Shiwang felt like he was trapped in a cage and couldn't break free at all. Ghost Gate, trapped by the skylock. Two rays of light shot out from the Ghost King's eyes, and he let out a low roar. He just waved his hands, and the gate of hell suddenly closed, and then black iron chains spread out from it. The lock of the gate of hell had been embedded in Su Shiwang's skin at some point. Crack! Su Shiwang felt a crisp sound all over his body, and the sound of bones breaking rang out in his body. His muscles were rapidly atrophying, and a thick layer of white bones crawled out from them, looking horrifying. Ah! Su Shiwang raised his head and screamed, with a flash of madness in his eyes. His consciousness was rapidly fading, and his body was twitching uncontrollably, feeling as if he was being bitten by millions of ants. Boom! A ball of fire suddenly appeared on his body, enveloping his entire body. The flames burned fiercely, engulfing Su's hope. Ding dong! The host is at his wit's end. Should he start overdrawing his life mode? The system prompt sounded suddenly, and a hint of hesitation flashed in Su Shiwang's eyes. Chapter 137. Don't forget my voice. My name is Ning Hansuang. The confusion in Su Shiwang's eyes gradually faded away. Open it. Tick, tick. Su Shiwang's hair began to turn from black to white, and more wrinkles appeared on his face. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes began to become deep, with a faint blue light in his pupils. Wisps of blue mist emerged from between his eyebrows, and his face gradually aged. Ding dong, overdrawing vitality completed, gaining temporary strength. The chains on Su Shiwan's body began to break, turning into wisps of black smoke and eventually dissipating into the air. His hair turned snow white, his clothes became old, and even his skin began to wrinkle. He looked a little older than before, like an old man in his twilight years. "You, what's so strange about you?" The Ghost King was surprised, and Su Shiwang's blood and energy suddenly changed from that of a young boy to that of an old man. Su Shiwang ignored him, raised his head and looked towards the sky. At this time, the sky was covered with dark clouds. In the dark sky, countless lightning bolts kept jumping, flashing dazzling arcs. Su Shiwang held the spear high school, and a terrifying force was brewing in the spear. He narrowed his eyes, and his aura suddenly rose. Chaos destroyed. Su Shiwang thrust his spear, and a terrifying chaotic energy spread in all directions. Cracks appeared from his spear, and wherever his spear passed, the ground cracked and spread, and countless stones were torn into powder. Puff. The next second, the Ghost King's body suddenly exploded. Puff. The Ghost King condensed again, but spat out a mouthful of black blood. The second level of the transformation realm. He glanced at Su Shiwang, his eyes full of disbelief. Su Shiwang's aura was increasing at an extremely terrifying speed. In a short period of time, he has reached the peak of the third level of the realm of transformation. Damn it! The Ghost King cursed softly and quickly retreated, trying to distance himself from Su Shiwang. But at this moment, Su Shiwang's body suddenly disappeared. Boom! The dark clouds in the sky suddenly dissipated, and a scorching sun hung high in the sky. Boom! Su Shiwang gathered his hope again, pointed his spear at the Ghost King, and his cold voice resounded in the sky. "Ghost King, your time of death has come." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Shiwang raised his spear, and a dazzling silver dragon flew out of the air, roaring towards the Ghost King. The yin-yang fish pattern in front of the Ghost King suddenly twisted and then shattered. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he formed seals with his hands. Ghost King seal, suppress. The gate of Ghost Gate opened again, and a huge black seal flew out from the gate and hit the silver dragon, and the two forces collided with each other. The giant seal began to break. The Ghost King's face turned pale, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of black blood, and the gates of hell collapsed. His eyes widened and he looked at Su Shiwang with horror. He couldn't believe that Su Shiwang's strength improved so quickly. Ghost King seal, broken. The Ghost King used the Ghost King seal again, but the result was still the same. The Ghost Gate was directly broken. Su Shiwang's eyes were cold and ruthless, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Destroy." He swung the spear in his hand, and a huge planet smashed towards the Ghost King. Bang! The stars hit the Ghost King, and he was smashed into a pool of black mist and completely fell to the ground. A generation of Ghost King fell just like that. The black fog in the sky was slowly dissipating, and Su Shiwang's figure gradually appeared, with some bloodstains on his body. Hope. Ning Hanswang fell to the side and murmured softly. The little dog lay beside her, licking her cheek with a sad look on his face. Su Shiwang's body trembled and he slowly turned around. He was covered in dust and blood, looking quite desolate. He looked at Ning Hanswang, tears streaming from his bloodshot eyes. He came to Ning Hanswang and touched her cheek. "Frost, you shouldn't have blocked that for me." His eyes were filled with deep sadness and guilt. "How did you age so much in an instant?" Looking at Su Shiwang's old and wrinkled face, Ning Hanswang felt a pang of pain in her heart. Su Shiwang smiled, raised his hand, gently wiped away Ning Hanswang's tears, and said softly, "Silly boy, how can I be old? I will always be young. When you see me again one day, you will definitely not recognize me. Hope, will you remember what I look like now?" The icy beauty of the past now had shallow dimples on her face, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. However, she looked like she was dying, with blood gushing out of a fist-sized hole in her chest. Su Shiwang nodded. His heart was trembling violently, and an emotion he had never experienced before filled his chest. He held her in his arms and whispered, "I will never forget you. I will never forget you." Some people say that forgetting someone begins with forgetting her voice. Ning Hanswang looked at Su Shiwang and smiled, with a hint of mischief and cunning in her eyes. She continued, "Don't forget my voice. My name is Ning Hanswang." Chapter 138 Hope, can you please say you love me? Frost. Feeling Ning Hanswang's body gradually becoming colder. Su Shiwang's heart was bleeding. I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you. Don't forget me. Feeling Ning Hanchuan's body gradually moving, Su Shiwan's heart suddenly tightened. He looked down at the girl in his arms, tears welling in his eyes. I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you. Don't forget me, just tell me you love me. Su Shiwan's eyes were moist, and tears rolled down his cheeks, dripping onto Ning Hanchuan's pale cheeks. I love you. Ning Hanchuan's eyes gradually blurred. We still have a chance. Goodbye. I love you. Su Shiwan lowered his head and kissed Ning Hanchuan's forehead, whispering. I love you too. Ning Hanchuan whispered softly. There was still a bright smile on her face, and she seemed to be recalling something, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Su Shiwan's head felt like it was being swirled with a branding iron, making him feel like he was about to explode. Don't leave me. I don't want you to leave. Su Shiwan roared to the sky, and his whole body fell into a state of madness. Host, if you are willing to spend another 30 years of your life, she might. The system's voice sounded in Su Shiwan's ears. Change, save her quickly. As soon as the system finished speaking, Su Shiwan shouted directly. Have you thought it through? If you change it again, you'll only have 5 years left to live. And it won't make her whole again, it'll just give her a glimmer of hope. Change. Su Shiwan's tone was calm, but extremely firm. Tears rolled down Su Shiwan's eyes. This was the first time he cried for someone after his rebirth, but he didn't expect that it would be a separation of life and death. In his mind, it was as if there was a person standing in front of him, saying to him the most beautiful oath in the world. He knew that he was crying for someone. Ding Dong sacrificed 30 years of the host's life in exchange for Ning Hanchuan's chance of survival. Exchange successful. Su Shiwan's eyes were dull and he looked like a puppet. Frost. Su Shiwan looked at Ning Hanchuan with a determined gaze. Wait for me. No matter what I do, I will definitely save you. Su hoped to put Ning Hanchuan's body into the system, and put the injured little dog into the system to sleep and recuperate, then picked up his spear and walked out of the city. Outside the city, Han Yijian's fight with the Xuanwu Demon King had reached a white-hot stage. Han Yijian's attack was fierce, and the Xuanwu Demon King's defense was tight, and neither of them could do anything to the other. Han Yijian glanced towards the city and found that the dark clouds in the sky had dissipated. I guess Su Shiwan won. 10,000 swords become one. Han Yijian's sword transformed into thousands of swords, and thousands of swords transformed into thousands of swords. Each sword beam contained a terrifying murderous intent, heading towards Xuanwu. Black Turtle Shield. The Black Tortoise Demon King roared, and the surrounding black tortoise shadows gathered together instantly, forming a thick tortoise shell that blocked all the sword beams outside. At this time, a figure holding a spear stood under the sky. Han Yijian looked up and saw a figure with an old face covered in blood. Make hope. How did he become like this? Han Yijian didn't have time to be surprised. Su Shiwan shook the spear in his hand violently, and golden flames burned up in the sky, turning into a giant spear that stabbed towards Han Yijian. Break! Su Shiwan roared, his robes rustling. All I heard was bang. There was a loud crash, and the black tortoise shell shattered into pieces. Han Yijian's face turned pale and he was shocked. Su hoped that this attack would have the strength of at least the 4th level of the transformation realm. Su Shiwan, how did you break through to the 4th level of the transformation realm in an instant? How did you age so much? Han Yijian's eyes flashed with deep surprise, and his heart was in turmoil. Su Shiwan didn't say a word, his eyes were empty, like a walking corpse. Chapter 139, Bombarding the Dragon Palace Temple. I, Han Yijian, am going crazy today. Destroy. Su Shiwan raised the spear high in his hand, and a strong murderous aura filled the air, as if he wanted to crush everything between heaven and earth. The huge body of the Black Tortoise Demon King suddenly trembled, his ferocious eyes suddenly shrank, and his entire body was retracted into the tortoise shell. Su Shiwan absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with the spear in his hand. He swung the spear, and the heaven and earth rumbled, as if to destroy the world. He stabbed fiercely in the direction of the Black Tortoise Demon King. Boom! The huge impact force caused the sea to shake, and a long crack appeared in front of Su Shiwan, quickly spreading to the earth like a spider web. In an instant, the sky and the earth collapsed, the sea sank, and countless creatures died under this destructive blow. The body of the Black Tortoise Demon King instantly flew out of the tortoise shell. Roar! The Black Tortoise Demon King roared to the sky, his veins bulged, his hair stood up, and his scales glowed with a cold blue light, as if brewing some powerful force. Boom, 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 boom. There was a violent collision in the seawater surged, and thousands of waves were raised, as if it was the end of the world. Su Shiwang stood on the vast ocean, gazing coldly at the Xuanwu Demon King in the distance. Destruction. Su Shiwang whispered softly and pointed the spear in his hand forward suddenly. A dazzling lotus appeared on the spear, and then expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge lotus platform, enveloping the Black Tortoise Demon King. The lotus platform bloomed with dazzling luster, like a small sun, enveloping the Black Tortoise Demon King. Ah! The Black Tortoise Demon King roared to the sky, all the scales on his body stood up, and madness appeared in his eyes. He wanted to escape, but found that he was completely powerless. It could only allow the huge lotus to bind it. He roared angrily, wanting to struggle and resist, but found that no matter what he did, it was of no use. The power of the lotus grew stronger and heavier, holding him tightly. Ah! It roared hoarsely, its voice like that of a devil, making people's scalps tingle. Damn humans, I'll fight you to the death. Xuanwu heaven and earth. Hanijian was horrified. Hope, be careful. This is Xuanwu's secret technique. But Su Shiwang's face was calm, as if he hadn't heard anything. He looked at the Black Tortoise Demon King with no emotion in his eyes. He simply raised the spear above his head, then shook it violently, and a huge beam of light shot out from the tip of the spear. The beam of light shot straight through the sky, tearing the dark clouds in the sky into two. The Xuanwu Demon King felt that a huge danger was coming, and he struggled desperately to escape from the beam of light. But his efforts failed to change the outcome. Boom! The huge beam of light hit his head hard, and the huge impact force blew his head into a pile of bones. His blood dyed the entire sea red. Bang! The huge corpse of the basalt fell on the sea, splashing countless water. The soldiers behind me are cheering and shouting. But Su Shiwang still stood in the air, motionless. His tattered robe was blown up by the wind, and his white hair flew in the wind. It was once a handsome face, but now it was full of wrinkles and dirt, and bloodstains on his face, making it difficult to see his true appearance. Even the pupils in his eyes had lost their color. Su Shiwang's body swayed and fell into the sea. Hanijian rushed up quickly and supported Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang leaned weakly in Hanijian's arms, with no spirit in his eyes. His clothes were soaked with blood. Hope, are you okay? Su Shiwang said nothing, but tears welled up in his eyes. In an instant, a flying sword broke through the air and flew straight to the Dragon Palace. Sir Saint, save people. As soon as he returned to Long Mansion, Hanijian started roaring wildly. What's wrong? Why is Hanijian hugging an old man? Why does the outline of this old man look so familiar? He seems to be making a wish. The venerables of the Dragon Mansion were all puzzled. Seeing the shabby and tattered clothes in Hanijian's arms and his old face, everyone's expression changed drastically. After running to the outside of the Saint Lord Tianju's residence, Hanijian shouted for a long time, but no one showed up. Hanijian didn't care about anything else and rushed towards the Dragon Palace temple with Su Shiwang in his arms. Stop! Only a Saint King can enter the temple. Those who violate the rules will be killed. A venerable stopped Hanijian. Get out of the way. I have to go in. Hanijian roared. Even if you are Hanijian, you can't enter. This is the rule. Then don't blame me. Looking at Su Shiwang in his arms, Hanijian gritted his teeth, and hundreds of divine swords soared into the sky behind him. Hanijian, stop it. Are you crazy? Disrespecting the temple will result in certain death. The venerables looked anxious. Hanijian's move was undoubtedly seeking death. I, Hanijian, am going to go crazy today. Behind Hanijian, tens of millions of divine swords, with the power to destroy the world, attacked the temple. Chapter 140 Su Shiwang returns to Yanjing, causing uproar. Countless divine swords flew towards the temple, and many venerables were shocked. Hanijian's strength is becoming more and more terrifying. Now I am afraid that I have the qualifications to challenge the number one on the potential list, Dragon. But why couldn't he think of attacking the temple? Countless divine swords, with the power to destroy the world, struck the temple. The temple shook violently, and divine light shone brightly. Countless runes condensed around the temple, forming a defensive barrier. Countless divine talismans counterattacked Hanijian. Several venerables joined forces to block Hanijian, but they were also knocked back dozens of steps and vomited blood. Hanijian, stop it. You are a genius, but what if you die under the defense of this temple? Many venerable monks tried to dissuade him earnestly. Han Yijian's face turned pale. He looked at the unconscious Su Shiwang in his arms, and then looked at the temple. He knelt in front of the temple and roared in pain, but no one answered. Now that the catastrophe has arrived early, the true bodies of all the saint lords are suppressing that place, and there is no one in the temple. Besides, this kid's vitality is overdrawn. Apart from the lord of the mansion, I'm afraid no one can do anything about it. Take this kid back to the Su family. They might be able to save him. The venerables spoke in unison. When Hanijian heard this, a glimmer of hope suddenly ignited in his heart. Right. Bring him back to the Su family, maybe there is still a way. He picked up Su Shiwang and rushed back to the spaceship, flying straight to Yanjing. Above Yanjing, a vast pressure spread out, making people in the entire city feel their hearts tighten. Like a giant dragon soaring. Dragon Palace's spaceship? Many noble families saw the word dragon on the spaceship and speculated what had happened. Until the spaceship flew towards the Su family, everyone was shocked. Aren't the two young masters of the Su family both in Long Mansion? Could something have happened? Lan Shi, the president of the Lan family who was being interviewed, suddenly felt his pupils shrink, and he felt a little uneasy in his heart. He hurriedly ordered all the rare materials and treasures that the Lan family was currently auctioning to be taken out and put on standby. Su Shiwang's nominal fiancé Lin Xingxue was reading a book at home. There is a pile of books, but the titles are extremely strange. How to be a perfect wife. How to win a man's heart. How to turn your husband into a lovesick man. She studied very seriously. Suddenly there was a rapid knock on the door. Lin Xingxue opened the door, only to see her grandfather Lin Yunshan looking at her anxiously. Grandpa? What happened? Lin Yunshan was silent for a moment and said, "Something big has happened." Event? Lin Xingxue looked at her grandfather in confusion, but saw that his expression was solemn. What's the big deal? Is the family in trouble? No. Lin Yunshan shook his head. It's about the Su family, something big has happened. What? Lin Xingxue screamed, what big thing could happen to the Su family? Make a wish. Hey, come with me. Lin Yunshan didn't explain too much and hurriedly pulled Lin Xingxue out. They hurried to the Su family under the escort of two military vehicles. The spacecraft docked in the Su family compound. Many powerful men of the Su family frowned and looked at the spaceship of the Dragon Mansion, wondering why the spaceship of the Dragon Mansion came to the Su family? Could it be that something happened to Master Hope or Master Qingfeng? The door of the spaceship slowly opened, and Hanijian appeared in everyone's sight, holding an old man with tattered clothes, blood all over his body, gray hair, and wrinkles on his face. Young Master Han? Why are you here? What brings you to my Su family? Are you seeking justice for your sister? Why are you still hugging an old man? Are you trying to take revenge on the Su family? Everyone in the Su family started talking about it. Su Shiwang was lying in Han Yijian's arms, his eyes closed, looking like he was dying. His body was covered with scars, some of which were shocking and looked extremely old. Why does this old man look so much like young Master Hope? Stop joking. Young Master Hope is a genius now, how could he become an old man? Everyone was whispering, but Hanijian seemed not to hear. Aunt Lu! Come out quickly! Hanijian stood in the Su family compound and roared wildly. What's going on? The Su family looked at each other, confused. Su Yueyao walked into the yard with the kitten in her arms. When she saw the old man in Hanijian's arms, she was suddenly stunned and tears welled up in her eyes. She rushed to Hanijian and stroked Su Shiwang's face with trembling hands. Tears burst out like a flood, wetting her clothes in an instant. How could he become like this? Su Yueyao cried inconsolably. Where's your eldest lady? If she's any later, she'll be dead. Hanijian roared, his voice filled with strong anger and grief. At this point, the Su family members went to look for Lu Qingyan in a panic. A moment later, Lu Qingyan, dressed in a white dress, appeared in front of everyone from the back hall. Lu Qingyan said indifferently, Hanijian, what do you want? But when her eyes swept over the old man in Hanijian's arms, she felt her chest suddenly tighten and she had difficulty breathing. Hope! When Lu Qingyan saw Su Shiwang in Han Yijian's arms, her face changed drastically. I hope he's still alive. Please save him. Please save him. He killed 2 transcendental demon kings in Nanhai City to save the civilians, and now he's dying. Han Yijian roared madly. Lu Qingyan appeared beside Han Yijian in an instant, grabbed Su Shiwang and disappeared in front of everyone. Chapter 141 Supreme Being, Su Yunfan. Such speed. What kind of cultivation level does the madam have? That old man turned out to be Master Hope. I hope the young master has already killed the demon king of the transformation realm? Oh my god, this cultivation speed is too terrifying. But looking at young Master Shiwang's expression, I'm afraid it's a pity that Yunfan is not in the clan, and Yifeng has gone to the 9 nether hell. Now we can only place our hopes on the second brother. In a secret room in the backyard of the Su family, Lu Qingyan's figure suddenly appeared. She slowly placed Su Shiwang on the bed and pointed a jade finger at the center of Su Shiwang's eyebrows. Su Shiwang's body floated in the air, and his breathing gradually became calmer. Kid, how could you be so stupid? What will your mother do? Mom can't live without you. Your vitality is running out. Mom shouldn't have let you practice. Tears rolled down Lu Qingyan's eyes. There was a look of pain in her eyes. The only solution now is to completely release your restrictions. No matter what the consequences, mommy can't let anything happen to you. Lu Qingyan said with a firm look in her eyes. As soon as she finished speaking, a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed between her eyebrows. Complex lines appeared on her forehead, and then golden marks appeared in the center of her eyebrows, finally forming an ancient symbol. In the center of the rune is the character Su. Now! Lu Qingyan let out a low shout, and a golden light shone brightly between his eyebrows, and ancient runes flew out from it. With a hum sound, the talisman turned into flowing light, and an illusory figure appeared in the secret room. He was tall and majestic, dressed in a plain white robe, with a pair of eyes as deep as the starry sky, which contained a sense of vicissitudes, remoteness, antiquity, and holiness. He looked at Lu Qingyan slowly with a doting look on his face. Blue smoke. Su Yunfan, you bastard, look at what your son has become. Lu Qingyan couldn't help but burst into tears. She punched Su Yunfan in the chest. Women are weak by nature, but they become strong when they become mothers. The eldest lady of the Su family, who was considered extremely domineering by everyone, now cried in Su Yunfan's arms like a little woman. Be good, don't cry. I'm here. Su Yunfan turned and looked at Su Shiwang. Hope's vitality is almost exhausted. How could this happen? Su Yunfan walked slowly to Su Shiwang. He stretched out his right hand, and a mysterious wave spread out from his palm, enveloping Su Shiwang. Hey, the restriction of hope has been activated by the Lord of the Dragon Mansion. My son is quite good and has reached the supreme Qi and blood realm. However, the forced improvement of his cultivation has consumed a lot of his vitality. Su Yunfan said lightly. Think of a solution quickly. Hurry up, I don't care about anything else, I just want my son to be alive and well. Lu Qingyan said crying. Su Yunfan nodded slightly, then looked up at Su Shiwang. He stretched out his hand, and a golden rune overflowed from his fingertips and slowly flew into Su Shiwang's body. As soon as the rune entered Su Shiwang's body, it turned into a ball of brilliant golden light, enveloping his entire body. The golden light contained a huge breath of life, and streams of vibrant power slowly nourished Su Shiwang's body. Silly, stop crying. It's okay. I hope you'll wake up. But what about Hope's life? Even if you save him now, the life he has lost cannot be recovered. Lu Qingyan was in tears and stared at Su Shiwang nervously. My true body cannot be salvaged for now. When Shiwang wakes up, let Yifeng take him to the border to find his second uncle. He will know how to solve the problem. Yifeng went to the 9 nether hell to search for the netherworld flower for Bai Jiao. The third brother is such a romantic. Su Yunfan's shadow shook his head inside. Chapter 142, Parents are the true love, I am just an accident. How's everything going over there? Lu Qingyan wiped the tears from her cheeks and asked. Fortunately, they are just some scoundrels. It's just that some old guys have been afraid to show up. After Su Yunfan finished speaking, a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. Then when can I return? Lu Qingyan asked, biting her lip lightly. Maybe, it will happen very soon, or maybe, it will happen very far away, said Su Yunfan. After saying this, his brows relaxed, he smiled slightly, and the bell in his hand made a clear and pleasant sound. Xingyan, this is for you. As he spoke, he threw the bell in his hand. The bell suddenly floated in the air and then slowly flew into Lu Qingyan's palm. Looking at the bell in front of him, Lu was stunned for a moment, then pouted slightly. I made this especially for you using 10,000-year-old jade. It will protect you for me. Su Yunfan's voice was soft and gentle. Lu Qingyan looked at him gently, her eyes full of affection. Until Su Yunfan's figure gradually disappeared. Although Su Shiwang couldn't speak, his consciousness gradually became clear. He listened to the cheesy love words his parents said. He suddenly felt that his parents were the true love and he was just an accident. Su Yunfan's mysterious power has been nourishing his body, and his extremely old face has slowly begun to become rosy. But the white hair is still like snowflakes and will never fade away. Listening to Lu Qingyan's murmurings as she sat next to Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang opened his eyes and looked at Lu Qingyan's back. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes. Mom! Su Shiwang let out a soft cry. Lu Qingyan trembled all over when she heard this. Then he turned around and looked at Su Shiwang. Hope, what did you say? Lu Qingyan looked at him in surprise, with relief in her eyes. She knew that her baby son had finally woken up. I said, I want some water. Su Shiwang said. Su Shiwang said. Okay, just wait. Lu Qingyan quickly stood up and walked out of the secret room. Not long after, he came in with a cup of warm tea. She handed the tea to Su Shiwang. Come, Hope, drink some water. Kindness. Su Shiwang smiled and nodded, took the teacup, tilted his head back and drank the tea. But he coughed lightly, and the water and blood mixed together, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Hope. Lu Qingyan was startled and hurriedly held Su Shiwang to investigate. Mom, I'm fine. Silly child, why are you taking such a risk? If your father hadn't come to you in a virtual body, you wouldn't have lived long. Lu Qingyan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said. Why hasn't my father come back yet? He will come back, but not now. He has a more important mission. Mom, everything I do is for my mission. 2 Transformation Realm Demon Kings are attacking the South Sea. If I don't fight with my life, more people will die in the South Sea city. Su Shiwang explained. I know, but I hope you won't take risks again. Lu Qingyan's eyes were red. She never shed tears, but at this moment she cried bitterly for the sake of Hope. Mom, don't worry, I'm fine. I just consumed too much energy just now. Silly child. By the way, Mom, I heard some news about my uncle from the ghosts I killed. Su Shiwang suddenly said. Your third uncle, how is he? Lu Qingyan was stunned when she heard this. The ghost tribe said that Uncle San took the nether flower, but at the same time, the seal of the ghost tribe was loosened. Now many powerful ghosts are hunting Uncle San. Su Shiwang continued, I think third uncle is in danger now. Lu Qingyan's face darkened and her eyes flashed with coldness, but she said nothing. Mom, when I recover a little, I want to go find my uncle. No. If you were to encounter a powerful ghost in your current state, you would definitely be captured and your soul would be refined and absorbed. I won't allow it. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyan decisively refused. She would not allow her son to get involved in any dangerous place. But Mom, I've already reached the 3rd level of the transformation realm and have the ability to protect myself. Su Shiwang murmured, besides, my life is almost over. Han Shuang has only a glimmer of hope to survive in order to protect me. I will go to find Uncle San, hoping to save Han Shuang. I won't agree. Lu Qingyan firmly rejected it. Mom, just let me go. I will come back safely. I can't let Frost die. Su Shiwang pleaded, with a hint of pleading in his eyes. Chapter 143 Lin Xingxue came to see Su Shiwang. Seeing the expectation in Su Shiwang's eyes, Lu Qingyan's heart softened. She knew that her son had grown up. He is no longer the baby who needs his protection. You. She was about to say something, but the scene of Su Yunfan burning his soul and exchanging his life for hers flashed before her eyes. Why should I stop my son? This might be unfair to him. When you leave, Mommy will give you something. Lu Qingyan finally chose to compromise. She gently stroked Su Shiwang's aging cheek. Mom, can you push me out for a walk? I want to explore Yanjing. Su Shiwang said softly. Okay, Mom will go with you. Lu Qingyan nodded, helped Su Shiwang slowly stand up, and walked towards the yard. Su Shiwang felt the warmth of his mother's embrace, his eyes slightly closed, a happy smile forming at the corners of his mouth. During your absence, the girls in Yanjing were in an uproar. What? Su Shiwang blinked doubtfully, curiosity glittering in his eyes. After you left, Li Kersen from the Li family came looking for you every now and then. Su Yueyao, who lives in our house, has lost her appetite and is always thinking about you. Where's Lin Qingxue? Su Shiwang asked after a moment of silence. She's still your fiancée on the surface, and she comes to the family every now and then to pay her respects. Her grandfather, Lin Yunshan, comes often, and keeps urging me to arrange your marriage. I told him it depends on your own wishes. Su Shiwang fell silent, with a hint of bitterness in his eyes. How should I choose between so many women? I don't like Lin Qingxue at all. When I arrived at the front yard, I saw that there were already people at the gate of Su's compound. Make way, make way. I came here looking for Hope. Me too, I'm his lapdog. Make way, let me in. There were also many reporters gathered outside the Su family compound, scrambling to get in to interview Su Shiwang. After all, Su Shiwang is a celebrity now. Su Shiwang killed 2 transformed monsters. He broke through the realm of transformation in less than 3 months of practice. What a talent! Moreover, the news of Su Shiwang's injury and aging has spread, and everyone wants to grab the headlines. There were also many women from aristocratic families in Yanjing who gathered at the door of the Su family, wanting to get to know Su Shiwang. After all, Su Shiwang's reputation for being infatuated was known throughout Yanjing. If a girl could marry Su Shiwang, she would not only be able to climb into a wealthy and noble family, but it would also be a kind of honor. Naturally, these people tried every possible way to get close to Su Shiwang. A woman appeared at the gate of the Su family, attracting the envy, jealousy, and hatred of many other women. She was dressed in a white dress, her skin was as white as cream, her eyebrows were as dark as distant ink, she was so beautiful that she seemed otherworldly. Her every frown and smile touched people's souls, as if she wanted to capture everyone's heart. Whose lady is this? So beautiful. Many men looked at her with love in their eyes. Don't even think about it, this is Su Shiwang's fiancée, Lin Qingxue. She is the Lin Qingxue who made Su Shiwang propose to her 249 times? It's so beautiful. Lin Qingxue got out of the luxurious Rolls-Royce and ran quickly towards the Su family compound. She didn't care at this moment and rushed to the door, shouting, "Where is Hope? Where is Hope? What happened to Hope?" The guards of the Su family mansion immediately stood in front of Lin Qingxue. Ms. Lin, no one is allowed to enter my Su family compound now. Let me in, I'm Hope's fiancé. The guard refused to budge. Many reporters gathered outside the Su family mansion and started writing headlines. What love, hate and vengeance among the wealthy families. What a rich young man turned gray in one night of romance. What a shock. The eldest son of the Su family cheated on his wife with his mistress, and his fiancé came to ask for an explanation. How outrageous it can be. Let Miss Lin come in. She is Shiwang's fiancé. In case Shiwang wants to see her. Su Yueyao said to the guard at the door. The guard hesitated for a while, but finally stepped aside and made way for Lin Qingxue to pass. What do you hope for? Lin Qingxue looked at Su Yueyao anxiously and asked. Mr. Han, you brought Hope back. Please tell Miss Lin about the situation. Su Yueyao looked at Hanijin beside her with a sad face and said. We were attacked by 2 transformation realm monsters at the same time in Nanhai City. It seems that we used some secret method to force a breakthrough. Although we killed the 2 transformation realm monsters, we consumed too much of our vitality. What do you hope for now? Lin Qingxue looked at Hani Jian anxiously and asked. Now my only hope is. Hani Jian hesitated to speak. I hope I'm still alive and well now, cough cough. When everyone heard the sound, they looked and saw Su Shiwang slowly walking towards them with the support of Lu Qingyan. Looking at this face that once disgusted her, Lin Qingxue's eyes were filled with guilt. She hurriedly walked towards Su Shiwang and wanted to hold his hand, but Su Shiwang dodged her. Hope, you. Even though she was mentally prepared, she was still shocked by Su Shiwang's now old appearance. Chapter 144. Although they are just bad friends, they are sincere. It has only been a few short months, and Su Shiwang has grown from the handsome young man he used to be to the elderly man he is today. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Su Shiwan looked at Lin Qingxue with a smile and said lightly, I'm sorry, Hope. Lin Qingxue felt a pang of sadness in her heart. Brother Su, are you feeling better? I'm feeling better now. I also want to thank you for going to the temple to help me with my injuries. Su Shiwang forced a smile at Hani Jin, then turned to look at Su Yueyao and said softly, Yueyao, is your mother feeling better recently? You big idiot, I really want to shoot you with a bazooka. You've become such a mess, and you're still thinking about others. When Su Yueyao heard Su Shiwang mention her mother, tears immediately fell. Su Shiwang quickly raised his hand to wipe it, but found a pang of sadness in his eyes, and for some reason, tears began to slide down. Lin Qingxue, I don't have much time left now. Let's end our engagement. I won't delay you any longer. Su Shiwang coughed lightly a few times, his eyes were bloodshot, and a strong look of fatigue emerged. No. You've proposed so many times, how can you give up? I won't allow it. Lin Qingxue hugged Su Shiwang tightly, unwilling to let go, tears continuously falling on Su Shiwang's shoulders. Su Shiwang, you are my fiancé, how could I let you do this? After Lin Qingxue finished speaking, she suddenly threw herself into Su Shiwang's arms and burst into tears. Su Shiwang's chest was soaked with tears, but he only felt more tired at this moment. If you don't like me, why waste your time on a dying person like me? Su Shiwang sighed, stretched out his dry right hand and patted Lin Qingxue on the back. I love you, I don't care. You are my fiancé. I love you no matter what. Hope, I beg you, please don't leave me. Lin Qingxue cried heart-wrenchingly. Qingxue, I'm sorry. Su Shiwang gently pushed her away, his eyes full of apology. No, I hope. I don't want you to say sorry to me. I love you. I really love you. Lin Qingxue shook her head, looking so pitiful that she was in tears. The reporters around couldn't hold back any longer and kept taking pictures. Lan Shi, who arrived at this time, became furious when he saw the reporters outside the door. A bunch of bastards. When the reporters heard Lan Shi's voice, they looked over and saw that it was Lan Shi. They were overjoyed. Lan Shi has sold them a lot of good news. The president of the Lan family always puts profit first in everything. Maybe I'll sell them something good this time. Boss Lan, do you have any special news to share? Seeing this, the reporter immediately ran to Lan Shi and asked. Lan Shi snorted coldly, a hint of disgust flashed in his eyes, and he kicked the reporter who had just spoken to him and snorted coldly. Get out. If you don't want to die, get out. Boss Lan, what are you doing? The reporter quickly stood up and looked at Lan Shi with a face full of grievance. At this critical moment, if anyone dares to cause trouble again, or if anyone dares to secretly take photos of Hope again, I will chop him up and throw him into the river to feed the fish. The reporter couldn't help but shrink his neck when he heard that. Whether he worked or not was another matter, he only had one life. Mr. Lan is not joking, he really dares to do such a thing. Thinking of this, many reporters ran away in shame. Lan Shi looked at Su Shiwang, who had white hair and an old face, inside the door, and her heart ached. He only has this one good brother. Although they are just bad friends, they are also true brothers. The two looked at each other in silence for a long time, but then smiled at each other. Lan Shi walked up to Su Shiwang, hugged him, patted him gently, and said, I'm glad you're back. I'm glad you're safe. Lan Shi, I'm telling you, little one. I'm blessed with a long life and I won't die. Ahem, don't hold me so tight. I can't breathe. Su Shiwang broke free from Lan Shi's embrace and said with a depressed look on his face. Hope, I only have this one brother. If you really die, then I won't live either. Are you serious? I won't live for another 2 years. If I die then, Hani Jian, help me kill him with one sword. Su Shiwang said with a smile, but there was a deep sadness in his eyes. Pft, pft, pft. I still have to burn incense and paper for you. Fuck you. Chapter 145. Something happened to Li Kerson. Su Shiwang kicked Lan Shi in the stomach. Lan Shi grimaced in pain, but her eyes were filled with intense warmth. You kid, you're so cruel. Don't give me bad words, you bastard. I'm leaving you all the rare treasures our Lan family is auctioning off. You can use whatever you like. You have to live well. Lan Shi clapped his hands, and dozens of strong men in black came in carrying crystal glass bottles and placed them all in front of Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang was stunned when she looked at the bottle. These were all priceless elixirs, and Lan Shi was willing to give them to her. I want them all. Can. Lanshi nodded in agreement without even blinking. Lanshi, you are so nice. Su Shiwan couldn't help but be moved to tears. It was so great to meet Lanshi in this life. Live well and pay me back what you owe me. Lanshi said viciously, but her eyes showed unconcealable worry. Ha, you're really interesting, kid. Su Shiwan laughed heartily, sweeping away the gloom, as if they were back to the time when they first met, as unrestrained as before. In the next few days, Su Shiwan traveled to many places in Yanjing, until it stopped outside the Li family's door. The Yanjing Li family is a third-rate small family. It is also Li Kerson's family. Ever since Su Shiwan went to Long Mansion, the two have lost contact. Su Shiwan did not see her when he came back this time. He heard that Li Kerson always came to see him before, but seemed to have disappeared recently, so he was very curious. Su Shiwan, dressed in a black robe, walked to the outside of the Li family villa but was stopped by the security guard. Old man, who are you looking for? The security guard looked at Su Shiwan and frowned. Li Kerson, the third daughter of the Li family, is she here? Su Shiwan said in a deep voice. Hearing that Su Shiwan was looking for Li Kerson, the security guard looked at Su Shiwan with surprise. Who are you? Her friend. Just as Su Shiwan finished speaking, he heard a sharp laugh in his ears. Oh my, this little bitch Li Kerson really makes friends with everyone, even an old man is her friend. Su Shiwan looked in the direction of the sound and saw two gorgeously dressed and charming girls standing in front of the villa. They stared at Su Shiwan with a sarcastic look on their faces, as if they were very disdainful of him. Su Shiwan frowned slightly. Miss. The security guard shouted hurriedly, with a tone of flattery clearly in his voice. Su Shiwan frowned slightly. Are these two the sisters of that little girl Li Kerson? How can you be so sarcastic? Where's Li Kerson? Su Shiwan spoke indifferently, without a trace of warmth in his tone. Hey, old man, you're not her old lover, are you? Zizi, this girl is such a bitch. The eldest daughter of the Li family sneered. Su Shiwan frowned slightly when he heard this, and asked in a cold tone, where is Li Kerson? Su Shiwan repeated it again. Oh, so anxious? Tell me first, who are you and how are you related to her? The second young lady of the Li family sneered, with hostility clearly in her tone. Friend. What friends can that little girl have? Get out of here, old man. She won't see any guests. The second young lady of the Li family said arrogantly. I must see her. Su Shiwan said in a firm tone. Judging from the current situation of the Li family, I'm afraid something has happened to Li Kerson. I remembered that my mother said Li Kerson kept coming to Su's house to look for me. I thought something must have happened to her, but I never came back. The eldest and second daughters of the Li family looked at each other and then sneered a few times. Security, break this old guy's legs and throw him out. Also, knock out 3 of his teeth and let Li Kerson see them later. Ha 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 ha. Following the instructions of the eldest daughter of the Li family, the bodyguards rushed forward with sticks to beat Su Shiwan. Su Shiwan frowned and rushed forward as fast as lightning. Before anyone could react, he kicked a bodyguard in the chest. The bodyguard flew out, smashed the big iron gate of the villa yard, and fell heavily to the ground. What's wrong with this old man? He's quite skilled, a real martial artist. Brothers, go ahead. Seeing this, the other security guards picked up sticks and swung at Su Shiwan. Su Shiwan stood in place, his aura suddenly changed, and strong true energy surged out. The surrounding space distorted, the air exploded, and a strong wind blew, making it impossible for the people around him to open their eyes. Chapter 146. What, getting married? The security guards were shaking uncontrollably, and the wooden sticks in their hands fell to the ground uncontrollably. Kneel down. Su Shiwan snorted coldly, and the sound seemed to come from the 9 nether hell. All the security guards froze, their knees weakened, and they fell to the ground. Su Shiwan's figure flashed and came to the 2 sisters of the Li family. The eldest and second daughters of the Li family were terrified. They had never seen such an aura as Su Shiwan. Who are you? Old man, what can I do for you? The 2 young ladies of the Li family were trembling with fear. They had never seen a person as imposing as Su Shiwan. Su Shiwan stretched out his finger and passed it in front of the 2 young ladies. A strong and domineering pressure immediately enveloped them. Their bodies were restrained and unable to move, and veins on their foreheads were throbbing. Tell me where Li Kerson is. Su Shiwang spoke in a cold voice, enunciating each word, as if thousands of sharp knives were cutting through the air, making people shudder. I don't know. I don't know. It's none of our business. The two young ladies of the Li family panicked and shook their heads in denial. They looked at each other and said quickly, "Dear guest, please come in first. Li Kerson has been a little depressed recently. We will go and have Li Kerson come out to see you." Su Shiwang glanced at the two of them coldly, then turned and walked towards the Li family villa. The two young ladies of the Li family collapsed on the ground, their hearts beating so fast that they seemed like they were about to jump out of their throats. This old man is so scary, he's simply a devil. Enter the Li family villa. On a luxurious sofa, a man in a white shirt and black trousers was drinking coffee elegantly. There were several old men accompanying him, who looked like elders of the Li family. However, the people of the Li family seemed to be extremely flattering to this young man, even a little fawning, with an attitude of currying favor. As soon as Su Shiwang walked into the villa, several elders of the Li family frowned. "Who is your excellency?" The head of the Li family stood up and asked, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Su Shiwang raised his eyebrows slightly and asked calmly, "Where's Li Kerson? Are you looking for Xin?" As soon as these words were spoken, not only did many elders of the Li family look at Su Shiwang with surprise, but the arrogant young man also put down the coffee in his hand, raised his head and looked at Su Shiwang. This old man looks to be in his 50s or 60s. Although he is still in good spirits, his aging tendencies are hard to deny. "I'm Li Kerson's friend. I'm asking again, where is Li Kerson? Let her come out now." Su Shiwang's tone was full of coldness. "Are you her friend? Xion's only friend is Han Xuan from the Ning family. How can you say you're Xion's friend at your age?" The head of the Li family frowned, his eyes full of suspicion. The two young ladies of the Li family looked at their grandfather's suspicious look and hurried to his side, whispering a few words. Upon hearing this, the Li family's pupils shrank. He glanced at the arrogant young man beside him and frowned, saying, "Young Master Wang, do you think we should let Xian?" The young man called Wang Xiao snorted coldly and looked at Su Shiwang and said, "Old man, Xian won't see guests until she gets married. No matter who you are, leave now." Getting married? Upon hearing this, Su Shiwang stared at the so-called young Master Wang. "Yes, she is married, and I am her fiancé, Wang Tianyu." Wang Tianyu had a playful smile on his face and looked Su Shiwang up and down. Su Shiwang's eyes were cold. "She's getting married? How come I don't know about this? What are you? Why should I tell you?" Wang Tianyu sneered, his eyes becoming even more unscrupulous. Upon hearing this, Su Shiwang's eyes suddenly turned cold. "Let her out. Who do you think you are? How dare you order me around? You're from the Li family, tell him to get out." Wang Tianyu shouted coldly, his face full of anger and contempt in his eyes, which made Su Shiwang's gaze even colder. Su Shiwang looked at Wang Tianyu with a cold gaze and said, "No more nonsense." His aura suddenly burst out, the space around him shook, as if it was squeezed, and a huge force attacked Wang Tianyu. Wang Tianyu's pupils shrank and he quickly used his internal energy to resist. But under Su Shiwang's terrifying aura, he felt as if he was swept by a violent storm, and his whole body was about to be torn apart. Boom! His elegant Western dress was crushed into pieces, and a stream of blood flowed down his lips. Wow! Puff! Wang Tianyu spat out a mouthful of bright red blood mist, his eyes full of disbelief. What strength does this old man have? Su Shiwang didn't even look at Wang Tianyu, but looked at the head of the Li family. He said in a cold voice, "Send Xian out and say that an old friend is visiting." Yes, yes. Everyone in the Li family was shocked. This old man who suddenly appeared was too scary. The head of the Li family did not dare to delay any longer and ran upstairs to call Li Kerson. "Old man, who are you? How dare you hit me? I'm from the Wang family of Songshan." Su Shiwang slapped Tianyu on the cheek with his backhand, causing him to spit blood. "Just wait for me to call someone." Su Shiwang slapped him in the face again, knocking out 3 of his teeth. Wang Tianyu took out a jade talisman from his arms, crushed it, and shouted, "Boy, you're almost done." Su Shiwang was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and kicked Wang Tianyu against the wall. Wang Tianyu wailed in pain, his body covered with wounds, looking horrifying. Chapter 147. As long as I want, as long as you are willing, I will definitely take you away. A beautiful girl with twin ponytails slowly walked down from the second floor. But her steps were a little unsteady, her face was extremely haggard, and her swollen eyes were bloodshot, as if she had been crying for a long time. Her gaze fell on Wang Tianyu. Her eyes were complicated, and then she regained her composure. Dear guest, Xin has brought it to you. Li Kerson's gaze shifted to Su Shiwang. The two looked at each other, and the moment Li Kerson saw Su Shiwang's face clearly, she was stunned. Tears welled up in his eyes. She didn't expect to meet Su Shiwang under such circumstances. I never expected that the handsome young man of the past would become so old. Xin. Su Shiwang's voice was low, but his eyes were much gentler when he looked at Li Kerson. Is it really you? How did you become like this? Li Kerson looked at Su Shiwang excitedly, her eyes red. At this moment, she no longer had the grievances of the past, but instead revealed the purity unique to a young girl. Li Kerson quickly ran to Su Shiwang and hugged her. You're finally back. I thought I'd never see you again. You've aged a lot. Li Kerson raised her head and looked at Su Shiwang's old appearance. She couldn't help but redden her eyes, her voice choked, and tears fell like pearls from a broken string. Su Shiwang gently patted Li Kerson's back and whispered comfortingly, Silly girl, you've lost weight. No. I've been eating recently, so I'm not losing weight. I'm still fat. Li Kerson wiped her tears stubbornly and muttered. Are you married? Su Shiwang looked at Li Kerson and felt a little pain in his heart. Li Kerson said nothing, just cried. Su Shiwang patted Li Kerson's shoulder and said, Okay, stop crying. Just say you don't want to, and no one can force you. Although Su Shiwang's voice was gentle, everyone could hear the threat contained in his words. You're still like this. Li Kerson sniffed and laughed through her tears. I don't want to marry him, but my family always wants to marry into the Wang family and keeps forcing me. Looking at Li Kerson's appearance, Su Shiwang narrowed his eyes slightly. No one can force you. Su Shiwang spoke seriously, his tone firm, as if he was swearing an oath. Li Kerson looked at Su Shiwang's appearance, and her heart was slightly sweet, but she said, You have become so old, can you still take me away? As long as I want, as long as you are willing, I will definitely take you away. Su Shiwang said firmly, Don't worry, as long as I'm alive, no one can stop me from taking you away. Li Kerson looked at Su Shiwang with red eyes, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Su Shiwang looked at her and wiped her tears with his fingers. Don't cry. Old man. You can't take her away. Wang Tianyu stood up with the help of a handsome man, pointed at Su Shiwang, and shouted, You old fool, I'm going to kill you right here. You heard him? The handsome man took a step forward, his eyes sharp. Su Shiwang's gaze fell on the handsome man and he said coldly, He deserves to die. The heroic man stared at Su Shiwang for a long time with a complicated expression in his eyes. Then he said coldly, Your cultivation level doesn't seem like that of an unknown person. You exude an aura as if you've been seriously injured and haven't recovered yet. Su Shiwang said coldly, Let's go out and fight, otherwise we will tear down the house. People from the Li family, keep an eye on your young lady. If anything happens to her, you can't afford the consequences. The head of the Li family didn't dare to say anything. He looked at Wang Tianyu who was like a dead dog and then at Su Shiwang who was in full swing. He felt like a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. I originally wanted to climb up the social ladder, but who knew I would get into such trouble? Chapter 148, Fighting with Wang Lingfei, Bagua Formation. The two came to the outside of the villa. The heroic man tore off his robe, held it in his hands, and stared at Su Shiwang with a fierce look. I am Lingfei, the king of Songshan. Who are you? Tell me your name. Is this the first level of the realm of transformation? Su Shiwang looked at him coldly without saying a word. He suddenly shook the spear in his hand, and a silver spear shadow broke through the air. Court death. Wang Lingfei shouted angrily and punched Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang's body slightly avoided to the side. The two figures intertwined. The two attacks collided with each other, making a dull sound. Wang Lingfei frowned. The old man's breathing was obviously disordered and he seemed to be seriously injured, but his strength was extremely powerful. Moreover, his moves were so tricky that he was able to dodge his attacks. He was secretly shocked. Who is this old man? Old man. Who the hell are you? Wang Lingfei snorted coldly, a tremendous fighting spirit emanating from his body. You don't need to know. Mystifying. The skin on Wang Lingfei's arms bulged, and his powerful internal energy burst out. Bang! The two figures intertwined again, and every confrontation carried a devastating pressure. Bang! Wang Lingfei's fist and Su Shiwang's fist collided fiercely. Wang Lingfei's body was knocked back dozens of meters, his chest rolled violently, his throat tasted fishy and sweet, and he almost vomited blood. Uncle Lingfei. When Wang Tianyu saw Wang Lingfei injured, he cried out in surprise, with a hint of anxiety in his eyes. He didn't expect that his uncle Lingfei, a powerful master in the state of transformation, would suffer such a big loss at the hands of an old man. The people of the Li family were stunned. When did Li Kershen have such a powerful friend? You should know that strong people in the state of transformation are extremely rare. You can even start your own sect if you go out. His Li family had no power or influence, and it just so happened that Wang Tianyu fell in love with Li Kershen. Moreover, Li Kershen's parents died early, so no one in the family cared about her. That's why he wanted Li Kershen to marry Wang Tianyu, so that the Li family could board the big ship of the Songshan Wang family. But you have to know that Li Kershen has such a great god behind her, who would dare to force her? Su Shiwang exhaled and coughed lightly a few times. Li Kershen felt distressed. She wanted to step forward, but was held down by the head of the Li family. Nothing can happen to this little ancestor. You are stronger than me, but you are still seriously injured and you are no match for me. Wang Lingfei twisted his body, his bones creaking as he looked at Su Shiwang with blazing eyes. It's been a long time since I've encountered such a strong opponent. It seems the secular world also has strong masters. After Wang Lingfei finished speaking, he tapped his toes and jumped up. Su Shiwang glanced at Wang Lingfei indifferently and said, "You are too arrogant." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his wrist and the power of the spear in his hand grew stronger in the wind. In an instant, it turned into a huge black dragon, with a ferocious head, bared fangs and claws, rushing towards Wang Lingfei. The long stick in Wang Lingfei's hand swept through the army and attacked the black dragon. The others were all stunned, their eyes filled with shock. Is this the power of a master in the realm of transformation? Bang! The black dragon collided with the long stick in Wang Lingfei's hand, and a blood mist suddenly burst out. Su Shiwang's figure floated in the air, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to gather towards him, forming a swirling air mass around him. A gust of wind blew, blowing Su Shiwang's white hair, making him look like a banished immortal. This. Wang Lingfei frowned, his eyes full of horror. How could this old man possess such power? The spiritual energy of heaven and earth, how could it be controlled by someone like this? Su Shiwang's face was ice cold, and the tip of his spear gathered the power of heaven and earth. Wang Lingfei was shocked. He formed seals with his hands and an 8-diagram pattern appeared under his feet. The universe is in chaos, yin and yang are reversed, and all things are doomed. 8 trigrams formation, form. With Wang Lingfei's loud shout, the entire Li family villa was covered by a Bagua diagram. Ha ha ha. Uncle Lingfei used the Bagua formation, this old man is dead. Wang Tianyu, who was standing by, saw this scene and couldn't help but express his joy. It was as if he had already seen the scene of Su Shiwang being executed. Li Kershen felt a little nervous when she heard this. Li Kershen, just marry me and don't go against my will. I can destroy your Li family with just a breath. Wang Lingfei's eyes were full of contempt and vulgarity. Chapter 149, One shot breaks the gossip. Are you Su Shiwang? You're dreaming. I'll never marry you, even if I die. Li Kershen spoke coldly. Everyone in the Li family wanted to say something but hesitated. However, after looking at the scene on the field, they remained silent. After all, it seems that this old man is going to lose. In their eyes, it doesn't matter who Li Kershen follows, maximizing the family's interests is the most important thing. And Li Kershen is just a pawn of the family. Wang Tianyu sneered, Li Kershen, your Li family has already agreed to this marriage. Do you think this matter has any repercussions for you? I didn't agree. Li Kershen bit her lip and spoke stubbornly. Oh. Wang Tianyu sneered, is your opinion useful? That's right. Third sister, your parents died early, so marrying young Master Wang is your best choice. Young Master Wang is the heir to the Songshan Wang family and the future patriarch of the family. He will take good care of you. That's right, what else are you not satisfied with? Li Kershen's 2 sisters also helped Wang Tianyu to make sarcastic remarks. Li Kershen's face turned pale. She gritted her teeth, a look of determination flashed in her eyes, then why don't you get married? Young Master Wang has taken a fancy to you. That's right. We want to get married but haven't had the good fortune yet. Just be happy. Li Kershen's 2 sisters said coldly. But that's not what they think in their hearts. Who doesn't know that Wang Tianyu is a pervert? I'm afraid I'll be tortured to death within a few years if I get married. You are my cousins, my relatives. Third sister, you have to consider the interests of the family. That's right. You can't be so selfish. After hearing what her two sisters said, Li Kershin became so angry that she felt dizzy. The Bagua formation suppressed Su Shiwang. Wang Lingfei, holding a long stick, stood at the center of the formation, presiding over the formation. He transformed his body into the heart of the formation and activated the power of the formation. Town! Wang Lingfei shouted. The long stick in his hand turned into hundreds of sticks, bombarding Su Shiwang from all directions. This Bagua formation is an ancient formation. The people in the formation are the spirits of the formation and can mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. These spiritual energies condensed on the long stick, increasing the power of the Bagua formation several times. Wang Lingfei sneered and swung the long stick in his hand violently. Suddenly the long stick grew bigger, like a ferocious tiger, and rushed towards Su Shiwang to kill him. The Bagua formation also started to operate, turning into a vortex and swallowing Su Shiwang. Li Kershin's heart sank completely when she saw this scene. She knew it was all over. She wanted to rush forward and stand with Su Shiwang, but was held back by the Li family. Su Shiwang was still as calm as water. He stood in place, waving a silver-white spear in his hand. The spear slowly turned into the shape of a golden dragon, with dragon roars coming out. The golden dragon coiled in front of Su Shiwang, waving its claws and swinging its tail, with an awe-inspiring momentum. Roar! With a roar, golden light spread out and the dragon's tail swept across. Boom! The Bagua formation was instantly broken. Su Shiwang walked out of nothingness, holding a spear, looking down from above, like a god or demon descending to earth. Puff! Wang Lingfei spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turned pale as paper, and his body flew backwards as if struck by lightning, falling heavily on the ground in the distance, raising a cloud of dust. Su Shiwang walked slowly towards them, and an overwhelming aura spread out, oppressing the entire audience. How did you? Who are you? Wang Lingfei spoke with difficulty, his face full of resentment. Su family. Su Hope. H Hope? The expressions of everyone in the Li family changed slightly. They all took a few steps back and looked at Su Shiwang in horror. This old man is actually the invincible young man of the past? Everyone knew that Su Shiwang was seriously injured while guarding the South China Sea, but no one expected that he would turn into an old man. You are Su Hope. Wang Lingfei spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes flashing with shock and anger. I didn't expect you to become like this. Isn't Su Shiwang the big bootlicker? Wang Tianyu, who was standing by, suddenly seemed to think of something and pointed at Su Shiwang and shouted. But it was only for a moment. He covered his mouth and swallowed, a look of intense fear on his face. Su Shiwang stretched out his hand and waved it lightly, and Wang Tianyu's clothes exploded instantly. Plop! Wang Tianyu fell to the ground, his legs shaking, not daring to look directly at Su Shiwang. Su Shiwang took a step forward and landed directly in front of Wang Tianyu. He pointed the spear at Wang Tianyu's head, narrowed his eyes, and said in a low and cold voice, "You deserve to die." Wang Tianyu's body froze, and dense cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Master Hope, I was wrong. I want to live. Master, we didn't know it was you. We are sorry for the offense. Please spare Tianyu's life. We are leaving now and the wedding is cancelled. Wang Lingfei spoke tremblingly. Chapter 150. I want to take her away. Do you have any objections? Seeing that Su Shiwang's spear was pointing at his head, Wang Tianyu turned pale with fright. Bang! Without hesitation, he kowtowed to the ground. When Wang Lingfei saw this scene, he was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Others may not understand the horror of the Su family, but how could he not understand it? And Su Shiwang is now a national hero, a savior who has saved so many ordinary people. Who dares to go against him? Please spare me, Master Su. Please spare me, Master Su. I am willing to serve you at your service. Wang Tianyu crawled on his knees towards Su Shiwang, kowtowed, and cried, Your Excellency is so magnanimous. I, Wang Tianyu, will never dare to do that again. Are all the people in your Wang family like this? Su Shiwang frowned. He was not a fool, so he could naturally see Wang Tianyu's attitude. It doesn't look like he is truly repentant, he is just helpless now. But seeing his despicable appearance, Su Shiwan found it a little ridiculous. Su Shiwan had no interest in even stepping on such a spineless person to death. Master Su, Tianyu is blind and doesn't recognize a great man. Please spare Tianyu's life. I promise not to make the same mistake again. Our Wang family is a large family with many resources. As long as you nod, everything can be discussed. Master Su, please be magnanimous and forgive me this time. Wang Tianyu kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. Wang Lingfei suppressed the anger in his heart, lowered his head, and wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It's such a disgrace to the Songshan Wang family. But there was no way. If he didn't bow his head, Su Shiwan might really be able to shoot Wang Tianyu to death. Only at this moment did he understand what kind of person he had offended. 10 billion, 10 spiritual fruits, a set of defensive spiritual tools, and making this kid kneel at the gate of the Li family for 3 days. Su Shiwan looked at him and said indifferently, "Any objections?" Without waiting for Wang Tianyu to answer, Wang Lingfei hurriedly said, no objection at all. We agree to all of it and will send it to the Su family residence tonight. No need to send it to Su's house, just give it directly to Li Kursan. Su Shiwan said lightly. Okay, no problem. Thank you, Master Su, for your kindness. Wang Lingfei nodded hurriedly. How dare he resist now? You, the Li family, want to force her? Su Shiwan looked at the people in the Li family, only to see that they were all kneeling on the ground, not even daring to raise their heads. I was wrong. I hope we know we are wrong, Master. Please spare our lives. I hope, Master, we know our mistakes. Master, we hope we will never do that again. Please, spare our lives. Li Kursan's face was still wet with tears, and her eyes were red and swollen. She slowly walked forward and hugged Su Shiwan's arm, sobbing softly, I don't want to be here anymore. Take me away. Su Shiwan patted her back gently and comforted her, then you can live in the Su family. No one dares to force you. Good. Li Kursan wiped the tears from her face and nodded. I want to take her away, do you have any objections? Su Shiwan looked at everyone in the Li family and said lightly. How could anyone in the Li family dare to object? She can go wherever she wants. The Li family members hurriedly said, we will definitely not disturb her. In that case, let's go. Su Shiwan put away his spear, took Li Kursan's hand and walked out. Hope, where's Sister Han Shuang? Didn't she go to the Dragon Mansion with you? Hasn't she come back? Li Kursan looked at the aging Su Shiwan, reached out and stroked his wrinkled face, and asked softly. Su Shiwan shook his head and said nothing. What happened to Sister Frost? Li Kursan looked at Su Shiwan, who remained silent, and felt a little uneasy in her heart. Could something have happened to Sister Han Shuang?